Traversing the golden era of Transformers, I became a soldier under the established dominion of the Council, navigating a path fraught with obstacles. Having witnessed the splendor of Cybertron's golden age, I contemplated rebellion but was cautioned by the Council. Unable to act on my defiance, I found myself idle, spending my free time dabbling in scientific pursuits and indulging in oil baths. Subsequently, I participated in the Great Cybertronian War, and after what felt like an eternity, I finally reached the beginning of the fateful narrative of obtaining a certificate. Prior to this, I became the first partner of Arcee, finding solace in my partnership with the stunning mechanical beauty that is Arcee. Together, we embarked on a quest to trace the signals of the powerful energy sources back to Cybertron, thus commencing the saga of certification. Chapter 1. The Leader's Testament, the Genesis of All. I am Optimus Prime. To all Autobots who hear this message, I invite you to a planet rich in energy sources, located in a remote corner of the galaxy. I firmly believe this planet will soon become the next target of the Decepticons. Though our numbers are few, we are formidable. Please rendezvous at the specified location so that we may organize a resistance. Safe travels. Aboard a 6-person Cybertronian spacecraft, 2 Autobots sewn large. One small listened intently to the encrypted message broadcasted across the universe by their leader, Optimus Prime. Upon concluding the transmission, they exchanged glances. The towering figure, predominantly black with accents of red, stood nearly 10 meters tall, exuding an imposing yet striking presence. He spoke first. Arcee, shall we pursue the Decepticons as per Prime's directive? The Decepticons are transporting vast quantities of energy sources to Cybertron, which may be part of a grand scheme. We must intervene regardless of their plans. We cannot allow them to succeed. Arcee, petite and adorned in hues of blue, asserted with confidence, her curvaceous form a rare sight among Cybertronians. Very well, I shall defer to your judgment, replied the towering figure, known as Starscream. Indeed, you must heed my words, for you are currently incapacitated and lack authority, Arcee teased, her slender metallic fingers gliding gently across Starscream's surface as she spoke in a melodious tone. As he savored the sensation, Starscream smiled, his optical sensors narrowing slightly, akin to a squint. He reclined in a chair large enough to accommodate his stature, observing the enchanting Arcee as she returned to the controls of their vessel. His name was Starscream, at least for now. Why refer to it as his current name? Because he harbored an unknown paw that was once a human, a traveler who fortuitously arrived in the world of Transformers, and likely within the realm of this narrative. The presence of Arcee served as testament to his current identity as an Autobot, born during the mid-Golden Age, and a being of considerable power. However, despite his might, the highest council governed all in that era, and every Cybertronian born during that time had a predetermined role. Much like the formidable Megatron, who was once merely a minor designated as D-16, Starscream's role was that of a guardian of a battaliona, mere soldier devoid of authority, with the primary duty of ensuring the safety of his city. Yet, this identity was inherently sensitive, as the military fell directly under the highest council's jurisdiction, affecting every city in the same manner. Though being a soldier was not his desire, it was a reality dictated by the council's decisions. Despite his immense power, it paled in comparison to the sheer numbers of the military. Positions of genuine power had long been appropriated by the highest council, and regardless of his strength, he was confined to the role of a soldier. However, this was not entirely lamentable. He was spared the grueling toil of a miner, requiring only occasional patrols along the city walls to earn sufficient energy resources. Furthermore, during his off-duty hours, he could indulge his curiosity in the limited scientific knowledge available to Heimer, perhaps enjoy an oil bath. As a traveler, he had once held lofty aspirations, dreaming of leading a rebellion akin to Megatron's and overthrowing the oppressive rule of the highest council, striving to forge a world of peace and equality. However, such thoughts remained mere fantasies. He was but a soldier, and most soldiers were indifferent, lacking the experience of oppression that miners endured, making them susceptible to manipulation. Unlike Megatron, Starscream lacked the eloquence and relatable identity to connect with those at the very bottom. Moreover, his identity inherently categorized him among the enforcers, and even as a soldier, he was perceived as an agent of authority by the oppressed miners. His words fell on deaf ears, even among his fellow soldiers. Consequently, when he exhibited signs of dissent, he was met with warnings from above. Various factors, compounded by the prevailing circumstances, led him to abandon such thoughts. During this time, he pondered the reasons behind Megatron's success. As previously mentioned, Megatron possessed a status that enabled him to lead the downtrodden, coupled with his exceptional oratory skills. He inherently aligned with the plight of the oppressed, boasting a reputation as the undefeated champion of the Karen gladiatorial arena. In stark contrast, Starscream's position was sensitive as a soldier under the direct oversight of the highest council. Any hint of rebellion would promptly attract their scrutiny and warnings. In comparison, the Karen arena was far removed from the council's gaze, allowing for initial disturbances without intervention, as the council reveled in the spectacle of the oppressed fighting amongst themselves, thereby venting long-held grievances. They understood that relentless oppression was unwise, thus supporting the gladiatorial contests as a means to prevent uprisings. High-ranking officials even attended the Karen arena to witness the brutal yet cathartic battles. In this way, Megatron, with his broad base of support, sharp rhetoric, ordinary yet unremarkable identity, and the council's lax oversight, ascended to become the leader of the Decepticons. These were attributes that Starscream did not possess. Eventually, Megatron's rebellion succeeded, plunging Cybertron into war. In the early stages of the conflict, the Decepticons displayed extreme brutality, resorting to violence and harming innocents to achieve their aims. Following the Council's bestowal of leadership upon Optimus Prime, the Decepticons revealed their predatory nature, dominating vast swathes of Cybertron with overwhelming force. In this turmoil, they did not embody the spirit of rebels yearning for equality. Rather, they resembled tyrannical oppressors. Megatron's ambition was clear: to be a ruthless ruler, enforcing absolute dominion. This portrayal aligns closely with the original narrative, wherein Megatron's earlier proclamations of peace and freedom were obliterated by his subsequent actions. Thus, aware of the inevitable outcome and in defiance of the ruthless actions of the Decepticons, the formidable character known as Starscream allied himself with the weakened, yet more benign Autobots, becoming both a member and the captain of the Delta Squad. Naturally, he formed a partnership with Arcee, a prominent and captivating member of the Delta Squad, marking the beginning of their collaboration. Chapter 2. Entering Cybertron, infiltrating the Decepticon base. As Arcee's inaugural partner, Starscream, owing to his exceptional prowess, had evaded death. Consequently, he was destined to be Arcee's sole partner moving forward. This also implied that the original partner, Bumblebee, had survived. However, most Autobots had long since fled Cybertron. Bumblebee included. It was likely that he was now adrift in the cosmos, searching for other Autobots. As Arcee operated the spaceship's control panel, she paused momentarily upon seeing the images on the display. "What's wrong?" Starscream inquired, noticing her hesitation. "The Nemesis, the Decepticon warship, is here," Arcee replied, her tone laced with both fury and concern. Nevertheless, there was no hint of retreat in her demeanor. "The Nemesis, you say?" Starscream pondered, reflecting on the narrative he was familiar with. He had only a fragmented understanding of the events leading up to the lore of the Matrix, having navigated through the golden age of Cybertron without any foresight to guide him. Yet it appeared they were now poised to enter the heart of the story. "Let me think carefully," Starscream murmured, as fleeting images flickered through his mind, gradually assembling into a coherent picture. He recalled how Arcee had pursued a Decepticon vessel transporting vast quantities of energon to Cybertron, only to be captured, whisked away through the space bridge to Earth. During this ordeal, Starscream's subordinate, Soundwave, had acquired the coveted decryption code for the encrypted message transmitted by Optimus Prime. Thus, he piloted the Nemesis to Earth, while Megatron had been absent, traveling through space for 3 years and ultimately returning to the Nemesis after obtaining the Dark Energon. Thus, it stands to reason that the Nemesis is indeed here, likely with Megatron absent, Starscream contemplated. He then posed a question to Arcee: were the energon supplies transported to the Nemesis? "No, I have been monitoring the signal emitted by the energon." After entering the Nemesis, the signal exited and headed towards Cybertron. Clearly, the Decepticons are engaged in some substantial endeavor requiring vast amounts of energon on Cybertron. Arcee shook her head and explained. "In that case, we should proceed directly to Cybertron and leave the Nemesis for now," Starscream declared. "Agreed." Arcee nodded. Compared to the Nemesis, she was far more inclined to pursue the energon on Cybertron. It was not out of fear, but rather an understanding that Cybertron had been desolate for quite some time. Both Decepticons and Autobots rarely returned to this abandoned planet devoid of energon. In light of this situation, the Decepticons transporting large quantities of energon back to Cybertron undoubtedly indicated a grave conspiracy at play. They needed to act swiftly to thwart their plans, rather than wasting time with the Decepticon foot soldiers aboard the Nemesis. Having made their decision, Arcee maneuvered the spaceship rapidly into Cybertron's orbit, soaring along its trajectory at breakneck speed before entering the planet's atmosphere. Moments later, amidst the sound of the ship's engines powering down, they landed not far from the source of the energon signal. Click. The spacecraft's door opened, and Starscream and Arcee emerged. This is Kaon, once the capital of the Decepticons. Arcee exclaimed, her surprise evident as she surveyed the area. Rumble, rumble. Pew, pew, pew. Just as Starscream prepared to speak, a squadron of Decepticon foot soldiers dominated the skies, surveying the ground below. Various laser beams erupted from their weapon systems, targeting the two on the ground. Dang, dang, dang. The duo promptly reacted, taking cover behind the ship as the lasers struck the metal exterior, creating a cacophony of sounds and leaving scorched marks. In response to the fierce assault, both transformed their hands into weapon systems. Due to physical constraints, Arcee wielded a slightly smaller weapon. She retaliated, unleashing a barrage of lasers that struck the descending Decepticon soldiers. Starscream, unyielding, had outfitted himself with an ion cannon, boasting firepower rivaling that of Megatron's fusion cannon. He aimed with precision, ensuring each shot found its mark, swiftly eliminating the Decepticon foot soldiers before they could even land. Before long, the remaining soldiers were dispatched, not even having the chance to touch down. Did the Decepticons realize we were tracking them, or are these merely foot soldiers stationed here? Arcee sheathed her weapon and spoke slowly. Although Cybertron has been abandoned for ages, Decepticon soldiers still occupy it. Notably, a crucial figure, Shockwave, is stationed here, collecting Autobot remains and conducting experiments. Our landing site is likely close to their base these foot soldiers might be patrolling. However, we cannot dismiss the possibility that they have discovered us, Starscream responded. He then turned to Arcee. Regardless of whether they are aware of our presence, we must act swiftly to interrupt their plans before they utilize the energon for some scheme. Starscream understood that the Decepticons were transporting such vast amounts of energon to activate the space bridge, but he could not voice this openly. Doing so would hinder his explanation to Arcee, who had been by his side. In an instant, Starscream transformed into a Cybertronian heavy war vehicle, his new form strikingly futuristic, with 2 wheels at the front and 4 at the rear, seamlessly integrated without any visible cabin, resembling the length of Optimus Prime's truck. Positioned at the sunroof were 4 cannons, 2 thick and 2 slender, menacingly aimed forward. The transformation was swift, and upon becoming the vehicle, Starscream called out, Arcee, follow me. Now that we're here, we must infiltrate the Decepticon base immediately to thwart their activities. Oh, partner, you're injured. Must you be so reckless? And in that form, you hardly seem suited for stealth. Arcee remarked, hastening toward the direction of the Decepticon base, exasperated. The roar of the massive engine seemed to shout for attention, and such a large form was hardly appropriate for infiltration. However, despite her reluctance, she understood that it was imperative to act swiftly and avoid any further delays. In an instant, she transformed into a motorcycle, accelerating to keep pace with the formidable foe, Tianju. The motorcycle that Arcee now embodied was somewhat distinct from its depiction in the original narrative, possessing a more aggressive appearance, diverging from the conventional earthly vehicle, merely serving as a mode of transport. The two raced forward at full throttle, following the signal emitted by the super-energy entity. Drawing upon her familiarity gained from previous missions in this area, they navigated through the debris-laden, abandoned conduits until they reached the subterranean realm of Kern City, where the Decepticons' base was located. Upon entering the vicinity of the Decepticon stronghold, they swiftly reverted to their human forms to avoid attracting unnecessary attention with the sound of their engine. Subsequently, they cautiously infiltrated the base. What's the situation inside? How many are present? Arcee inquired, turning to Tianju, who was leading the way. Wait a moment, let me sense it, he replied, pausing for a brief moment. If there were any instruments capable of detecting such nuances, one would discern a peculiar wave emanating from him, silent and formless, spreading deeper into the Decepticons' base. However, it was evident that the Decepticons lacked the means to perceive this unique fluctuation. Chapter 3. Red Spider, Shockwave, Shockwave. Are you certain you can obtain the encryption code? Do not jeopardize his neural network. The cortical mental connection method is my invention, and I am well aware of its efficacy. Clang, 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 footsteps. Inaudible waves continuously spread towards the Decepticon base. Various chaotic sounds infiltrated the mind of Tianju. After a brief moment, Tianju ceased his exploration, his body shifting slightly, and his mind was not only enriched with ample information, but also a 3-dimensional holographic map. Upon witnessing Tianju's reaction, Arcee understood that there was a result. She inquired with slight urgency, "What did you find?" Approximately 200 meters ahead, There is a rightward diagonal turn. Beyond the turn lies an extensive tunnel, and about 150 meters past the turn on the right side, there is an interrogation room, guarded by 2 sentinels. Inside are Decepticon scientist Shockwave and the Deputy Commander Red Spider, who are currently interrogating Flyover Mountain. Further ahead, roughly another 200 meters on the left side, appears to be a laboratory, with 4 guards stationed at the entrance. Continuing 500 meters further, on the left side is the Super Energy Entity Storage Facility, albeit with a limited supply, guarded by only 2 sentries. At the end of the corridor lies the true purpose of the Decepticons' transport of super energy entities to this location, a space bridge. The laboratory housing the space bridge is also protected by 2 guards, and within are 2 operators. Flanking the laboratory are 2 smaller corridors, filled with numerous Decepticon foot soldiers, seemingly gathered to protect the space bridge, numbering around 50 to 60. This is the general layout of the Decepticon underground base. Liek Tianjue conveyed the arrangement and layout of the Decepticon base to Arcee with clarity. A space bridge. My friend, are you not mistaken? Hearing the term space bridge left Arcee astounded. It is known that the technology of the space bridge has been lost for many years. Since the Cybertron War, no intact space bridges have existed. The existence of a space bridge among the Decepticons is utterly astonishing. We are all aware that Shockwave is one of the foremost scientists among the Decepticons. Given the precedents available for reference, the reverse engineering of the space bridge seems feasible, albeit requiring considerable materials and time. Liek Tianjue remarked to the astonished Arcee. Although it was indeed hard to believe, Shockwave's prowess in scientific experimentation allowed him to achieve what many could not. As you mentioned, the Decepticons indeed require a substantial amount of super energy entities to activate the space bridge. Thus, we must rescue the captured Autobots. Should he reveal Optimus Prime's location, the Decepticons could directly reach him via the space bridge, capturing them all in one fell swoop. As Arcee spoke, she swiftly turned and raced ahead. With Liek Tianjue's recent description, she had a general understanding of the layout. Liek Tianjue followed closely. Arcee's agility was unquestionable, and her dexterity was certainly commendable. But her firepower was somewhat lacking. She could certainly handle Red Spider, at least to stall him. Yet facing Shockwave would be quite disadvantageous. Shockwave's massive form would severely limit Arcee's advantage in agility. Clang, 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 the metallic clattering echoed as they traversed the entirely metal surface. As metallic beings, their sounds were inevitable. A moment later, the duo arrived at the edge of the right corridor leading to the interrogation room. A few steps ahead on the right was the short passageway leading into the interrogation room. Suddenly, Arcee surged forward, pivoted, and halted, her arm transforming into a weapon system. Her entire body slid horizontally to the center of the passageway leading to the interrogation room. Before her lay a tightly shut door, guarded by 2 sentinels. Arcee's figure had been exposed to the 2 guards. Whoosh, whoosh, before the guards could react. 2 beams of laser shot from her gun, swiftly striking them. Aga! We have an enemy. Her aim was precise. The 2 guards barely uttered a sound before being struck in the chest, extinguishing their sparks. What is happening outside? Inside the interrogation room, even the slightest noise was perceptible to Red Spider. He glanced at Shockwave, who was engaged in a cortical mental connection with Flyover Mountain. Then, with suspicion, he slowly approached the door. Bang! Rip! Just as Red Spider was nearing the door, the heavy metal door emitted a resounding crash, followed by a powerful hand, suffused with blue energy, tearing through the metallic barrier, rendering the identity recognition system a mere farce. As the door was ripped apart, 2 figures emerged, accompanied by an intense barrage of firepower. Whoosh, whoosh, clang, 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 clang. Arcee charged in, unleashing a torrent of gunfire aimed at Red Spider. Most of the initial beams from her weapon struck Red Spider. Ah, damn it. Red Spider reacted swiftly, evading to the side after being hit several times, while clutching his chest and emitting a pain sound. The moment the cortical mental connection concluded, Shockwave witnessed this scene. In an instant, he raised the cannon linked to his back reactor. Energy coalesced within, then a powerful energy beam shot forth directly towards Arcee. Boom! Compared to Arcee's attack, Shockwave's firing rate was slower, yet his strikes bore greater force. Liek Tianjue interposed himself, shielding against Shockwave's beam. At that moment, Liek Tianjue was enveloped in a shimmering blue energy, akin to a protective suit. Shockwave S strike met the surface of the protective suit, creating merely a ripple of energy, inflicting no harm upon Liek Tianjue whatsoever. Liek Tianjue grinned at Shockwave. Shockwave, your adversary is me. As he proclaimed, his arm transformed into a cannon, unleashing a relentless barrage of energy blasts toward Shockwave. Shockwave, taken aback, quickly dodged, though his massive form and weight generated considerable noise with each step. His movements were not sluggish, and he managed to evade most of the energy blasts. Only one struck his body, leaving a charred mark on his metallic skin and causing a slight dent. Yet the force of the energy blast drove him forcefully onto the metallic ground. Liek Tianjue pressed his advantage, continuing to unleash cannon fire upon Shockwave. However, this time, Shockwave was prepared, quickly rising to evade while retaliating with his cannon. The two exchanged blows, dodging and attacking, and rather than distancing themselves, they found themselves drawing closer. Clang when Liek Tianjue was within 10 meters of Shockwave. He transformed his hand into a blade and lunged at Shockwave. Clang, 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 boom, boom, boom. The two engaged in close combat, the sounds of metal clashing resonating throughout. With a resounding thud, the mighty Shockwave was forcefully thrown onto the interrogation table by the formidable Li Tianju. In an instant, the table's passive function activated, manifesting energy handcuffs that bound Shockwave's robust limbs. Chapter 4: Activation of the Space Bridge. Meanwhile, on the side of Red Spider, the battle against Arcee had taken a turn for the worse. Observing Shockwave ensnared, he sensed the impending doom and swiftly pivoted, darting out the door. Transforming instantly into an aircraft, he accelerated down the corridor, exclaiming, "Damn those Autobots, you'll pay for this." Damn it, he got away. Arcee chased after, witnessing Red Spider's aircraft form disappearing into the distance, cursing under her breath. She unleashed several laser beams in rapid succession, but due to the distance, none found their mark, compelling her to return to the interrogation room. Though she yearned to pursue, Red Spider's aerial escape was beyond her two-wheeled reach. Approaching Li Tianju, Arcee found him unperturbed by Shockwave's predicament. Instead, he released another captive, the formidable Flyover Mountain, who quipped, "Being bound is rather uncomfortable, but your timing is impeccable. A moment longer, and I would have been scrap metal." Unfazed by his near brush with death, he jested, "Flyover Mountain, long time no see." Li Tianju regarded him. Though not a member of Delta Squad, they were familiar from past encounters. Clang, clang. Flyover Mountain remarked, "Li Tianju, you're still as robust as ever. I find myself a tad envious." He playfully knocked on Li Tianju's arm, astonished by his towering stature of nearly 10 meters. A rarity among Cybertronians and an even greater anomaly among Autobots. Flyover Mountain stood at around 5.5 feet, his physique robust among his peers, yet dwarfed by Li Tianju's imposing presence. His comments stemmed from surprise at how effortlessly Li Tianju had subdued the formidable Shockwave. Turning towards Arcee, he stated, "You must be Arcee. A pleasure to finally meet the legendary partner of Li Tianju, the swiftest Autobot. I've heard tales of your prowess." Unlike in the original narrative, this was their first formal interaction. "You remain remarkably optimistic, considering you nearly faced destruction," she replied, her demeanor still somewhat aloof, perhaps reflective of her nature. "However, time waits for no one. Li Tianju, once we deal with Shockwave, we must destroy the space bridge." "Indeed." Li Tianju nodded in agreement. "Wait, Li Tianju, what do you mean by the space bridge? What's happening here?" Flyover Mountain inquired, bewildered by Arcee's remarks and Li Tianju's grave expression. "You were captured here without any knowledge of the situation?" Arcee, surprised, turned to him. At that moment, Li Tianju explained, "While in space, we discovered the Decepticons transporting vast quantities of energon to Cybertron. Our investigation revealed they were constructing a space bridge, intending to activate it with those energon reserves. Given your interrogation, Shockwave likely now possesses the password for Optimus Prime's encrypted message, and perhaps even Red Spider is aware. Thus, we must swiftly neutralize Shockwave and obliterate the space bridge to prevent them from reaching Optimus Prime." As he spoke, Li Tianju's blade was poised to pierce Shockwave's spark chamber. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Shockwave forcefully broke free from the energy handcuffs and delivered a powerful punch to Li Tianju. Unprepared, Li Ti and Ju staggered back 3 steps from the impact. Just as Flyover Mountain and Arcee regained their composure, the entire Decepticon base trembled violently, a thunderous roar resonating in their ears, as if countless metals were being torn asunder. The ground quaked, causing Arcee to topple onto Li Ti and Ju, who supported her with a steadying hand. "We must flee. The retribution is above, bombarding us with its cannon. This place is about to collapse." With that, Li Ti and Ju grasped Arcee's hand and bolted towards the exit. "Hey, wait for me!" Flyover Mountain called out, hastily following their lead. Shockwave pursued closely behind, growing frantic as he noticed the direction in which Li Ti and Ju and the others were heading. "Li Ti and Ju, didn't you say this place was collapsing? Why are we running inside instead of outside?" Flyover Mountain, now transformed into vehicle mode, questioned as he pulled up alongside Li Ti and Ju. "We need to use the space bridge to escape." Li Ti and Ju replied succinctly. "You mean we intend to use the space bridge to reach Optimus Prime? What a splendid idea!" Flyover Mountain exclaimed. "That's not a good idea. Doing so would expose Optimus Prime's location." Arcee countered sharply. "Indeed, is not ideal. However, even if we don't utilize the space bridge, Shockwave, already aware of Optimus Prime's position, would exploit it. Thus, the outcome remains unchanged. Li Ti and Ukleradite, aiding mischievously, Bisouts. Who says the space bridge is reserved for them? What do you mean?" Flyover Mountain questioned, puzzled. "Are you suggesting we destroy the space bridge?" Arcee realized, comprehension dawning upon her. "Precisely," Li Ti and Ju affirmed. "While I appreciate the sentiment, our firepower might be insufficient to obliterate the space bridge, especially with Shockwave on our tail and time running short," Flyover Mountain pointed out, voicing the concern that had surfaced in his mind. "I have a plan." With Shockwave pursuing behind, it was best to keep the details of their destruction of the space bridge to themselves. Soon, the trio reached the end of the corridor, where Li Ti and Ju addressed Arcee and Flyover Mountain. "Arcee, operate the space bridge, directing it towards Optimus Prime's location. Flyover Mountain, assist me in fending off the other Decepticon soldiers." "Understood. Dealing with the Decepticon grunts is my specialty," they replied in unison. With that, the 3 transformed into their humanoid forms. In an instant, Li Ti and Ju dispatched the 2 Decepticon guards stationed at the entrance to the space bridge laboratory. The trio then swiftly entered the laboratory housing the space bridge. 2 Decepticon operatives instantly reacted, intending to fire their weapons, but were swiftly dealt with by Li Ti and Ju and Fei Guishan. Following this, the duo remained alert, faintly hearing footsteps echoing from the narrower side passages, as well as the heavy thuds of the Shockwave in the main corridor. Meanwhile, Arcee approached the space bridge control console. Chapter 5. The explosion of the space bridge. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before their presence was felt, energy beams shot forth. Li Ti and Ju and Fei Guishan managed to evade the energy rays just in time. Simultaneously, Li Ti and Ju activated his protective shield, using his body to absorb the energy beams aimed at Arcee. Tap, tap, tap. The cacophony of hurried footsteps resonated within the space bridge laboratory. Shockwave appeared at the laboratory entrance, flanked by Decepticon foot soldiers from other locations. At the same time, more Decepticon foot soldiers surged from both side passages. "We're surrounded. This is dire." Fei Guishan's face fell into a grim expression. Quite the opposite. Li Ti and Ju countered with enthusiasm. Then, much to Fei Guishan's astonishment, a powerful magnetic pulse erupted from Li Ti and Ju's being. This pulse, intangible and formless, possessed extraordinary penetrative and distorting properties, with an expansive radius of effect. As a mysterious magnetic pulse coursed through the bodies of the Decepticon foot soldiers, their bodily functions seemed disrupted, their neural networks ravaged by the magnetic field. In an instant, their optical sensors dimmed, and with a clatter, they collapsed to the ground like poorly positioned figurines. "Oh my goodness, Li Ti and Ju, what have you done?" Fei Guishan exclaimed, utterly astonished at the sight of the fallen Decepticons. He had not witnessed how Li Ti and Ju executed such a feat. He merely stood there quietly while the foot soldiers succumbed, as if struck by an invisible fatal blow. However, it was evident that the sparks of life within those soldiers had not extinguished. A mere party trick. Li Ti and Ju offered no further explanation. These abilities, combined with his innate talents, were secrets he rarely disclosed. The Decepticon foot soldiers that flooded into the laboratory instantly collapsed, leaving Shockwave standing alone. He remained motionless, his massive optical sensor obscuring his expression. Yet it was clear that he was taken aback by Lai Tianju's sudden maneuver. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the last of the soldiers fell and Shockwave stood still, the entire laboratory trembled violently. A piercing sound penetrated the ears of those present, followed by the ominous approach of a noise that seemed to penetrate the very surface of Cybertron, reaching this underground laboratory. Red Spider, feeling the tremors and witnessing the precarious state of the laboratory, Shockwave, who rarely expressed anger, finally erupted in rage. He understood what Red Spider was doing. He was recklessly bombarding this underground base with the punishment, intent on collapsing it entirely. The problem was this was the Space Bridge laboratory. If it collapsed, the Space Bridge would explode, obliterating all his hard work and potentially costing him his life. Shockwave was infuriated by Red Spider's folly, wishing fervently to crush the imbecile deputy commander. Lai Tianju sensed the impending doom in the tremors and shouted to Arcee, "Arcee, is the Space Bridge calibrated yet?" "Done." Just as Lai Tianju finished his shout, Arcee responded instantaneously. "Excellent. Quickly enter the Space Bridge." Lai Tianju bellowed. As he shouted, Fei Guoshan, aware of the peril, and Arcee raced toward the Space Bridge. Shockwave reacted, attempting to intercept them, but Lai Tianju blocked his path. Lai Tianju transformed his right hand into a blade and charged at Shockwave. Shockwave, undeterred, surged toward Lai Tianju, both determined to repel or even annihilate the other. Crash! The clash of Shockwave's weapon against Lai Tianju's blade resulted in a fragment of Shockwave's barrel being sheared off. Simultaneously, Lai Tianju struck Shockwave with a powerful punch. The deafening clang resonated through the auditory systems, echoing painfully in their minds. In that moment, Lai Tianju raised his hand cannon and fired at Shockwave. With a resounding boom, Shockwave was sent flying from the impact of the energy blast. Seizing the opportunity, Lai Tianju swiftly turned and dashed toward the Space Bridge. Inside the Space Bridge, Fei Guoshan sprinted ahead, with Arcee trailing closely behind. Arcee glanced back, her pace faltering. Previously, Lai Tianju had undertaken numerous perilous endeavors alone, even facing a formidable band of space pirates not long ago. At that time, their super energy reserves were insufficient for prolonged combat, prompting a retreat. However, just as they were about to escape, they were inadvertently surrounded by the pirates. Ultimately, Lai Tianju had resolutely charged into the enemy's warship to engage in hand-to-hand combat, intending to cover her escape. Fortunately, due to Lai Tianju's unique capabilities and formidable defenses, he sustained only a minor arm injury and survived, though his energy reserves were entirely depleted. Arcee had learned from this experience, remaining vigilant as she followed closely. If Lai Tianju did not catch up, she would undoubtedly rush back to face whatever fate awaited them together. Fortunately, Lai Tianju had now entered the Space Bridge tunnel. "Arcee, hurry!" Lai Tianju reached her side, grasping her hand as they raced toward the exit of the Space Bridge. At that moment, Shockwave groggily regained his footing. Once upright, he surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of anyone except the fallen soldiers. The Autobots had slipped away right beneath his nose. He immediately charged toward the Space Bridge, intent on pursuing the Autobots. Yet it was all too late. Aboard the Punishment, Soundwave continued the assault, obliterate the entire base, and bury those Autobots alive. Red Spider relentlessly waved his long, slender arms, urging Soundwave with a sharp tone to utilize the Punishment as weaponry to launch a sustained attack below. In response to Red Spider's insistence, Soundwave, who was operating the controls, halted. An image of Shockwave appeared on his visor. "Do not concern yourself with Shockwave. It is an honor for him to sacrifice himself for the grand cause of the Decepticons," Red Spider remarked sharply, laced with exasperation. As he spoke, he shoved Soundwave aside at the control panel and promptly activated the Punishment's most formidable weapon. In an instant, the cannons beneath the Punishment began to amass an overwhelming amount of energy. A devastating beam of laser energy erupted forth. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed as the already ravaged metallic layer above the laboratory melted under the onslaught. In a flash, the powerful energy beam pierced through the surface, penetrating into the Decepticons' underground laboratory. Inside the laboratory, Shockwave, who had been rushing toward the Space Bridge to pursue Lai Tianju and the others, instinctively looked up at the commotion above. Then, his enormous single, I caught sight of a massive laser energy beam slicing through the pure metal ceiling, directly aimed at the space bridge. The tremors of shockwave heralded dire news, prompting an immediate transformation into vehicular form as he hastily distanced himself from the space bridge laboratory, racing toward the outside world. Then, with a resounding boom, a devastating energy beam struck the space bridge, resulting in an explosion that obliterated everything in proximity. The intense heat from the blast melted nearby structures, causing metal edifices to soften and collapse in a cacophony of destruction. Simultaneously, the sound of the explosion echoed throughout the desolate city of Sharon, with debris from the space bridge scattering in all directions, piercing through the earth and soaring skyward. The blinding rays and brilliance emanating from the explosion were reminiscent of miniature suns, visible even from a distance outside Sharon. Even a Nemesis was affected by the colossal blast, its hull swaying precariously. Red alerts flashed across the ship's display screens, accompanied by the incessant blaring of alarms. The vessel rocked violently, causing the insect icon, Red Alert, to lose his footing and tumble onto the deck. Sitting on the ground, propped up by his hands, he shouted in frustration, "Can someone tell me what on earth is happening?" However, his voice was drowned out by the tumult of the explosion outside, rendering him unheard by the minions piloting the ship. Only Soundwave, closest to him, acknowledged his query, standing firmly on the swaying deck. A pattern formed on Soundwave's high-definition visor, depicting the space bridge, followed by images of its disintegration. "You mean the space bridge below has exploded?" Red Alert finally comprehended as he gazed at the visuals displayed by Soundwave. "Who did this? That fool Shockwave or the Autobots?" I knew it. Red Alert, oblivious to his own culpability, was about to blame Shockwave when Soundwave's slender finger pointed at him. "Are you implying it was I?" Realizing he was the one being pointed at, Red Alert was momentarily taken aback, a wave of confusion washing over him. If Megatron were to return and discover he had destroyed the space bridge, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yet, in an instant his astute mind pivoted, and he quickly retracted his impulsive words, constructing a narrative he deemed plausible after careful consideration. "Oh yes, Soundwave, indeed, that was my doing. I intended it so. You must understand, the space bridge belongs to the Decepticons, and I would never allow those Autobots to utilize it to locate Optimus Prime. I knew Shockwave could not withstand their efforts, so to prevent the Autobots from misusing the bridge, I destroyed it." This was Red Alert's desperate justification, a concoction of words that he clung to, believing wholeheartedly in his own rationale. After all, he was unwaveringly loyal to the Decepticon cause, convinced he would one day lead the faction. Thus his loyalty was to his own vision of the Decepticons rather than to Megatron himself. In a remote corner of the galaxy, on Earth, a green luminescence flickered in the air above the barren landscape, followed by the sudden emergence of a green space bridge tunnel, suspended in midair. 3 figures were expelled from the tunnel, yet as they materialized, the tunnel appeared to succumb to some unstable interference, vanishing without a trace. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled sounds reverberated across the desolate ground. Starscream landed firmly after his descent, while Skywarp tumbled and rolled upon hitting the ground. Alita, one was caught securely by Starscream and gently set down. "I must say, you could have shown a bit more consideration and caught me," Skywarp exclaimed, shaking his head as he rose to his feet, approaching Starscream with a hint of grievance. "Couldn't he spare a hand?" Starscream retorted, glancing at the disgruntled Skywarp and then at Alita, one, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "What an exhilarating journey." Alita, one, crossed her arms, gazing at Starscream with a flirtatious stance. "Surprisingly, the space bridge seemed to have detonated before I could even take action," Starscream remarked, as if responding to Alita, one's words. "You didn't use your high-explosive grenades?" Alita, one, inquired, her expression revealing her astonishment. "Not at all." Starscream shook his head. "Then your plan to blow up the space bridge with high-explosive grenades, my friend, seems rather perilous. If the timing isn't calculated precisely, we could all become collateral damage." Skywarp jested casually, appearing quite relaxed despite his words. "That's just him. Don't worry, he's usually quite reliable." Alita, one, reassured Skywarp with a nonchalant tone. "Regardless, it is evident that something went awry over there. Judging by the unstable energy we just witnessed, the space bridge has indeed been destroyed. And we have successfully arrived at our destination, Starscream stated with a hint of seriousness. Then, he abruptly shifted to a more playful tone. So, shall we revel in this place abundant with energon? Though this was not Earth from his previous life, upon arriving here, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Starscream could no longer contain his restless spirit. I say, is he always like this? He appeared so serious before, even displaying a commanding presence akin to a leader. Skywarp observed, astonished by Starscream's sudden desire for revelry. His impression of the Decepticon leader irrevocably altered. Didn't I mention? He is generally quite dependable. It's just an unusual time. Alita, one explained, observing Starscream's eagerness for excitement from a distance, her expression tinged with exasperation. For others, the stark contrast between Starscream's demeanor during mission time and his current state was indeed surprising, yet Alita, one had grown accustomed to it. Still, she gradually approached Starscream, who was preparing to transform into his vehicle mode for some reckless drifting across the wasteland. While I do not oppose your desire to revel, given your current condition, all festivities are hereby cancelled. Alita, one's tone was devoid of compassion. Alita, one, Starscream attempted to interject. Look at your arm. We must locate Optimus Prime and have his medical officer treat you. Alita, one asserted with an uncompromising tone. Upon hearing Alita, one's words, Starscream instinctively glanced at his left arm, where he could faintly see energon seeping from tiny fissures. Indeed, this was a result of his prior injuries sustained in space. It seemed that the conduit transporting the energon had ruptured, akin to a human's blood vessel bursting. While some minor ruptures might not pose a significant issue, it was evident that Starscream's current predicament surpassed mere trivialities. The recent altercation with Shockwave had exacerbated his injuries, causing his previously tenuously repaired arm to leak energon once more. If further delay ensued, it would not merely be a matter of energon depletion. There was a substantial risk of permanent conduit damage, potentially leading to the loss of his entire arm due to the inability to supply energon. Very well, I shall heed your words, replied Lyatian with an air of resignation. Of course you must listen to me. A patient has no authority, Arcee said, crossing her arms with a haughty demeanor, her voice flowing slowly. Chapter 7. I prefer your vivacity, I must say. While I do not oppose your decision, there remains a pressing issue. We cannot establish contact with Optimus Prime. This planet is vast, and without a communication channel to reach him, locating him would be as challenging as finding a single iron rod in a sea of rust, an endeavor akin to climbing the heavens. As Feguishan spoke, he gestured with his hands to emphasize the difficulty of finding Optimus Prime. Indeed, you have articulated the situation correctly. I share your concerns. This desolate landscape appears so primitive, making the search for Optimus Prime on this untouched planet exceedingly arduous, Arcee remarked, gazing up at Lyatian's face. It is precisely this consideration that compelled me to deter your reckless revelry. Lyatian, time is of the essence. Your injury cannot be postponed any longer. We must embark immediately in search of Optimus Prime. Her tone was soft and gentle, yet it carried an undercurrent of undeniable worry. As she gently approached Lyatian, she reached out in an attempt to caress the wound where the super energy was continuously flowing. However, upon realizing her height limitation, she hesitated and lowered her hand, her slender metallic fingers resting upon Lyatian's somewhat robust hand. Arcee outwardly appeared composed, yet inwardly, she was deeply anxious. Should they fail to locate Optimus Prime or the medic, this seemingly non-fatal wound could indeed prove fatal for Lyatian, potentially costing him an arm at the very least. Arcee understood how dearly Lyatian cherished his organic form and biological apparatus. Arcee, Feguishan, you needn't fret over this matter. Each of us emits the vital signs of Autobots. As long as Optimus Prime can detect us, he will undoubtedly come to our aid. Lyatian gently squeezed Arcee's hand. Having acclimated to this Earth, he was confident that Optimus Prime would find them, thus he felt no worry. His words were merely a temporary comfort for the two, as soon they would no longer require such reassurances. As Lyatian had predicted the moment they arrived on Earth, the ambulance that served as both medic and scientist at Optimus Prime's base detected powerful, unstable energy fluctuations on its display screen, along with 3 Autobot life signals. Optimus Prime, the ambulance called out while operating the display to pinpoint the target. What is it, ambulance? Optimus Prime, pondering something nearby, approached slowly. The ambulance's voice attracted the attention of other Autobots within the base. Bumblebee's vocalizer emitted a sound akin to a horn, yet imbued with emotion. As he adjusted the focus of his optical sensors and curiously moved closer, Screamer, holding a large iron sphere as if engaging in some form of labor, recognized the call of the ambulance and immediately set down the sphere, joining the gathering. We have a situation. A powerful, fleeting energy fluctuation has been detected, along with signals from 3 Autobots, the ambulance stated, pointing at the display screen as Optimus Prime approached. Optimus Prime examined the location of the signal on the screen and turned to the ambulance, inquiring, in the midst of a wasteland? Indeed. But my concern lies in the fact that the powerful energy signatures resemble those emitted during the operation of a ground bridge. As far as I am aware, there are no other Autobots on this planet aside from us, the ambulance replied, laden with implications. This statement suggested that the only Autobots present were they, indicating that energy fluctuations akin to those from a ground bridge could not have originated from any other Autobots. The ground bridge's transport range was limited to this planet, making interstellar transportation improbable. Thus, with the simultaneous occurrence of such powerful and ground bridge-like energy fluctuations alongside Autobot signals, one could not help but find it suspicious. There existed another possibility, one that even the ambulance hesitated to consider: the space bridge. Yet, the technology of the space bridge had long been lost. Even if the energy fluctuations were indeed from a space bridge, how could the displaced Autobots possibly afford the materials and energy required to construct and activate it? Consequently, he deemed the signals somewhat enigmatic, suspecting they might be a trap set by the Decepticons. Although, thus far, they had detected no signs of Decepticons on this planet, nor had they encountered any. In the face of this seemingly unending war, any caution could prove pivotal to victory. Prudence was never folly. So, what does this have to do with the ground bridge? Since we have Autobot signals, we should hasten to retrieve them. Perhaps the signals are from old acquaintances. Screamer buzzed, scratching his head in confusion before lowering his hand and excitedly clapping them together, producing a metallic clang. He fervently hoped the Autobots arriving on this planet were Joel or perhaps other members of the Thunder Rescue Team, his old comrades. Bumblebee cocked his head, producing a sound that was difficult to decipher, yet carried a tone of curiosity, while the car doors resembling wings on his back fluttered slightly, hinting at his own questions. Ambulance, I understand your concerns, but even if it is a trap, we must investigate. We cannot abandon any Autobot brethren who may be searching for us or seeking refuge. Moreover, if they truly are Autobots, their presence would certainly constitute a formidable force. We must do everything in our power to gather a stronger coalition, for only then can we hope to continue resisting the Decepticons and even gain the upper hand. Optimus Prime spoke with a tone that was both gentle and serious, then turned to the ambulance, declaring, "Ambulance, lock onto the target location and initiate the ground bridge. Autobots, we shall proceed." Though the ambulance harbored doubts, it nonetheless concurred with Optimus Prime's perspective and activated the ground bridge. Simultaneously, Optimus Prime, Screamer, and Bumblebee transformed into their respective Earth vehicle forms, revving their engines as they plunged into the newly opened green ground bridge tunnel, ultimately vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, in the wasteland, 3 vehicles that were clearly not of Earth origin sped at remarkable velocity across the desolate, flat terrain, the roar of their engines echoing as they receded into the distance. Due to their rapid pace, they left behind plumes of dust, forming 3 distinct and pronounced trails. Lyatean, I am beginning to develop a fondness for this planet. Though it is barren, at least there are no bothersome Decepticons, and I can race at my utmost speed across such vast expanses. Howl! Feigwishan exclaimed, letting out a shout before abruptly accelerating. He shot forth like an arrow, leaving Lyatean's right side in an instant, a cloud of dust swirling in his wake. He truly is audacious, Arcee remarked. As she spoke, both she and Lyatean veered away from the dark cloud of dust left behind by Feigwishan. Quite optimistic as well. Lyatean chimed in. I can only perceive his exuberance as excessive. In comparison, your occasional vivacity is hardly noteworthy. Arcee retorted. I greatly admire your vivacity. Before the words of the enigmatic character could fully escape his lips, Arcee seemed to grasp his unspoken thoughts and responded directly, her voice imbued with warmth and emotion, laced with an indescribable sentiment. Chapter 8. Optimus Prime, the Vanguard leader, a four-wheeled vehicle sped ahead, leaving a long trail of dust in its wake. A motorcycle and a rugged off-road vehicle rode closely side by side, their pace brisk, as the three individuals confirmed their direction and transformed into their vehicle forms. Eager to depart, a figure raced ahead, exuberantly crossing the mountains, revealing a verdant land bridge tunnel. The tunnel gradually spiraled, and suddenly several silhouettes appeared, stepping onto the desolate plains. Their massive forms, coupled with feet far broader than any humans, stirred up clouds of dust as they landed. At that moment, the sharp screech of brakes pierced the air, followed by the sound of tires skidding against the ground, culminating in a series of sharp clicks. The figure, having come to an abrupt halt, reverted to humanoid form, bewildered and wary, gazing at the unexpectedly manifested tunnel, reminiscent of a space bridge, and the several Cybertronians who had materialized. When his gaze fell upon the towering leader among them, his optics narrowed in recognition, excitement flooding his features. Optimus Prime. He called out the name, his voice tinged with exhilaration. Rushing to Optimus Prime, he confirmed his identity before exclaiming, "My spark source. It truly is you, Optimus Prime. That rascal, Li Tianju, was right. You'll come to find us." As he spoke, unperturbed by the numerous weapons trained upon him, he took a few steps closer, glancing around. Noticing only a partition and Bumblebee behind Optimus, he stepped back slightly and raised his gaze to meet Optimus's. "I expected a grand welcome from a legion of Autobots. Is it just the two of you? Are the others engaged in missions?" Having just arrived, he remained oblivious to the dire circumstances surrounding Optimus and the fact that only they inhabited this planet, observing the animated demeanor of a newcomer and the insignia adorning him. Optimus was the first to lower his weapon, followed suit by the partition and Bumblebee. Optimus then extended his hand, saying, "Greetings, soldier. I am Optimus Prime. Regarding your inquiry, I shall elucidate once the other two Autobots arrive. My name is Flyover Mountain." As Flyover Mountain grasped the sturdy hand of Optimus, a momentary silence ensued. Optimus gazed into the distance, where Li Tianju and Arcee were steadily approaching. During this interval, out of respect for their leader, Flyover Mountain refrained from trivial chatter, choosing instead to engage with the partition and Bumblebee. You have no idea. The sound of that explosion nearly made one lose their transmission fluid. And then there was that time in the Rust Sea. Like his original counterpart, Flyover Mountain exhibited a penchant for conversation. Faced with the incessant chatter, the somewhat naive partition found himself at a loss, instinctively scratching his head, feeling overwhelmed as if he had encountered an extraordinary Autobot. Meanwhile, Bumblebee listened intently, his optics dilating and contracting with excitement, his tiny wings fluttering, reminiscent of an eager child yearning for tails. In truth, Bumblebee was among the last generation of Cybertronians birthed during the War for the Allspark, making him, in the grand tapestry of Cybertronian longevity and civilization, a mere child. Nevertheless, he had matured into a valiant warrior, an exceptional scout. Moments later, as the sound of engines drew ever closer and abruptly ceased, two figures emerged before everyone. "Optimus Prime, greetings." "Optimus, Commander," Arcee said, her surprise evident as she saluted in a soldier's posture. "Hello, Commander Optimus," Li Tianju echoed, also greeting him with a soldier salute. Given Optimus's stature as the leader of all Autobots, it was natural for Li Tianju to show such respect. However, it was not solely his title that commanded reverence. It was Optimus's demeanor in the original narrative, benevolent, calm, and composed, embodying the qualities of an exemplary leader. Even what seemed like gentleness was, at times, essential. At least in Li Tianju's eyes, he was indeed a commendable leader. Li Tianju, Arcee. "I am well aware of your esteemed names," Optimus replied, acknowledging their greetings without any airs of authority. He remained tranquil and approachable, exuding a warmth that enveloped those present like a gentle spring breeze. "It is an honor to be remembered," Li Tianju responded. Optimus glanced at Li Tianju and Arcee, then turned his attention to the loquacious Flyover Mountain. After a moment, he pressed his finger against his right ear, activating the communication channel. "Ratchet, initiate the land bridge and transport us and our new comrades back." As Optimus concluded his request, the previously vanished land bridge reappeared. He then took a few steps forward, approaching the tunnel, and turned to the three, stating, "Welcome to the Vanguard." With that, he stepped inside, followed closely by the others. Li Tianju and Arcee exchanged glances before entering as well. Once everyone departed, the land bridge tunnel thunderously sealed shut, a gust of wind sweeping across, rendering the plains desolate once more. In Nevada, on the outskirts of Jasper, where once stood human missile silos, now lay the hidden base of the Autobots. As the land bridge opened and closed, everyone found themselves within the confines of the base. Ratchet had long awaited their return and approached Optimus upon his arrival. "Ratchet, allow me to introduce our new friends and allies, Flyover Mountain, Li Tianju, and Arcee. They shall fight alongside us henceforth." Upon seeing Ratchet, Optimus made the introductions, stepping aside to allow Ratchet to see the three. "Ratchet, I know you are a skilled medic. Could you attend to Li Tianju's arm before we converse further?" Before Ratchet could respond, Arcee stepped forward, glancing at Li Tianju's arm, which was pulsating with energy, then turned back to Ratchet, making her request known. Of course. Though interrupted before he could speak, Ratchet took no offense. He approached Li Tianju, examining the flowing energy of his arm, and slowly began to address the situation. It appears that the conduit for transporting hyper-energetic entities has ruptured, coupled with damage to various components of the arm, and wounds that have been torn open once again after initial repair. In terms of the arm, the injuries are somewhat severe. However, it is fortunate that some repairs have been performed, effectively curbing the ongoing damage. Nonetheless, while the traces of repair are evident and executed with diligence, they are far too rudimentary, clearly not the work of a skilled physician, or perhaps the handiwork of a quack. Such meticulous tasks are best left to me. Please lie upon that medical bed, and I assure you that I shall restore you to your former glory. The ambulance, gesturing towards a nearby medical bed, made these remarks. It must be said that the ambulance's seasoned experience and keen insight allowed it to discern all the scars with remarkable clarity. Meanwhile, Arcee, who observed intently from a short distance, exhibited a subtle shift in her expression. Upon concluding its statement, the ambulance proceeded towards the area where the medical instruments were stored. Following suit, Li Tianju reclined upon the indicated medical bed. Chapter 9. Mutual Understanding. After a brief moment, the humming sound of the medical apparatus ceased. Subsequently, the voice of the ambulance reached Li Tianju's ears, declaring, "All done. You are as good as new." Upon hearing this, Li Tianju rose, lifting his left arm, where the incessantly flowing hyper-energetic substance had vanished, leaving no trace of the superficial scars behind. He swung his fist, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. Having completed this, Li Tianju cast a glance at Arcee, who was smiling at him from a short distance, before turning to the ambulance. "Ambulance, you truly live up to your reputation as a renowned physician. I feel as good as new." A smile graced Li Tianju's face as he spoke. "Since you are restored, let us proceed together. Optimus Prime has something to convey." The ambulance appreciated Li Tianju's praise, yet his attention was drawn to Optimus Prime's expression, which suggested he had something to discuss. "Very well." Li Tianju nodded, making his way towards Optimus Prime. Arcee approached Li Tianju's side, her gaze also directed towards Optimus Prime. Soon after, others gathered, and once everyone stood beside Optimus Prime, he began, "Our war against the Decepticons has endured for millennia, culminating in the destruction of Cybertron, leading to the exodus of both Autobots and Decepticons from our home." After this statement, Optimus paused, surveying all present, then continued, "As it stands, the war rages on, and the number of surviving Autobots has dwindled. Some may be fleeing from Decepticon pursuers, while others search the galaxy for refuge, and some seek out their fellow Autobots. Thus, it is our duty to await those Autobots in search of sanctuary and companionship, while we continue to resist the Decepticons, carving out a safe haven for all our brethren." During his address, no one interrupted, as all listened attentively to his words. Once Optimus had finished, Flyover Mountain expressed some speculation, uncertainly asking, "So, are we the only Autobots on this planet, in this base?" "Indeed," Optimus affirmed with a nod. "Well, although we are few in number, we are duty-bound to obliterate the Decepticons. Even if it's just the four of us, I will ensure they understand our might." Flyover Mountain responded, undeterred by the revelation, raising his fists in eagerness. Given our limited numbers, he resolved to take down multiple Decepticons, perhaps even dozens, compensating for their numerical superiority with valor. "It seems our new companion is quite the warrior," the ambulance remarked, chuckling as he glanced at Optimus Prime. We indeed require such warriors. Optimus replied calmly, observing Flyover Mountain's eagerness. In a context where certain discipline and procedures must be followed, the more valiant the Autobot warriors, the better. This planet is evidently not in a primordial state. It must harbor unique life forms. Thus, what precautions should we observe regarding the indigenous species here? Liation Ju inquired of Optimus Prime. That is an excellent question. Optimus responded slowly. This planet has indeed nurtured distinctive life forms, which have established their own civilization. Following this, Optimus elaborated on the general circumstances of the planet to the trio. He concluded, on this planet, we must maintain a low profile. Therefore, I require you to assume vehicle forms native to this world to adapt accordingly. Do you have any objections? After looking towards the trio, Optimus was met with a resounding no from all three. Seeing their consensus, Optimus nodded and fell silent. It is not a matter of distrust, but I wish to know what you experienced before arriving on this planet, and whether you encountered other Autobots, Optimus stated without further elaboration. Prompting the ambulance to address the trio. I shall recount our tale, Liation Ju offered, glancing at Flyover Mountain and Arcee, both of whom nodded in agreement. It transpired thus. Liation succinctly and accurately recounted their prior experiences. Well done. As soon as Liation finished, the partition instinctively clapped him on the back. His deep voice tinged with uncontainable excitement and relief. While Liation spoke, everyone around him was absorbed in processing the information, resulting in an atmosphere of relative quiet, until the partition's sudden outburst drew every gaze towards him. Noticing the attention, the partition scratched his head sheepishly and asked, "What? Did I say something wrong?" Destroying the space bridge and possibly burying Shockwave alive, doesn't that bring a sense of satisfaction? Indeed, it is quite gratifying. However, Shockwave may not be dead, and more importantly, our position has been compromised. The ambulance replied, slightly exasperated. The destruction of the space bridge, an inadvertent mishap caused by the Decepticons, was certainly astounding. But the exposure of their location was far more pressing. Soon, the Decepticons would undoubtedly arrive on this planet, and that would herald true trouble. My apologies, This is not your fault, Flyover Mountain. I am somewhat familiar with cortical neural connections. Even the strongest warrior cannot escape the treachery of memory. Optimus interjected, stopping Flyover Mountain from apologizing. Flyover Mountain glanced around at the others, who bore no ill will towards him. Optimus is correct. Cortical neural connections are indeed terrifying. Your ability to resist and survive under the threat of neural network damage is a stroke of luck. The ambulance added appropriately. Had the Decepticons coerced him into revealing classified codes, the ambulance might have held Flyover Mountain accountable. However, the terror of cortical neural connections was something the ambulance understood all too well from his research. It was truly beyond reproach for Flyover Mountain. After the explanations and mutual understanding, the bonds among the group seemed to strengthen, and each returned to their respective tasks. Then, shall we proceed together to scan for Earth's vehicular forms? Arcee stood with her hands on her hips, tilting her head slightly to gaze at Liation Ju. In this moment, her posture exuded a hint of allure, and her eyes sparkled with charm. Of course, faced with the enticing invitation from his captivating companion, Liation Ju could hardly refuse. "Count me in," exclaimed Fei Guishan, who had overheard their conversation and wished to scan the vehicle himself to experiment with its new form. "Bumblebee, they are newcomers. You should accompany them." Optimus Prime interjected, addressing Bumblebee. Upon hearing this, Bumblebee nodded and approached Liation Ju and the others, his vocalizer emitting a melodious sound akin to a trumpet. As Bumblebee appeared to be communicating something, Liation Ju and his companions nodded in understanding. Being Cybertronians, they comprehended the unique frequencies of Bumblebee's speech. Chapter 10. The Energon Harvester. 3 days later, the newcomers had gained some knowledge about Earth, and Liation Ju's understanding of the planet had deepened considerably. The trio had naturally acquired their respective vehicular forms, with Fei Guishan and Arcee resembling their counterparts from the original narrative. Liation Ju, however, had transformed into a conventional six-wheeled off-road vehicle, shedding his formerly menacing exterior, while his weapons system, which had been prominently displayed, was now concealed. At that moment, Liation Ju was operating a human computer, or rather, a colossal human-designed computer of his own creation. In simpler terms, he was browsing the internet, seeking valuable information. He was particularly interested in the energon harvester mentioned in the original text. At that moment, Lien Tianju had unearthed the information he required. Optimus, I have made a discovery that could prove invaluable to us. He called out to Optimus Prime, who was some distance away. Upon hearing Lien Tianju's voice, Optimus turned and approached, a hint of curiosity in his gaze. Look here, Lien Tianju instructed, pointing at the enormous display screen before him. On it, there was an ancient stone-carved elder, holding a fork in his right hand and cradling a massive golden metallic sphere in his left. As Optimus focused on the image displayed on the screen, his optical sensors narrowed, fixated on the enormous metallic sphere as he began to speak slowly. The energon harvester. A note of surprise tinged Optimus's voice. What have you discovered? Noticing Optimus's apparent astonishment, Ratchet approached. Upon seeing the image on the screen, he too was taken aback, exclaiming, "Is that really it? What's going on?" Arcee inquired, joining Lien Tianju's side. Lien Tianju remained silent, merely gesturing toward the screen. Arcee's expression mirrored her astonishment as she beheld the display. The energon harvester, a creation of the ancient Autobots, capable of collecting any source of energon, Optimus elaborated slowly. It is currently housed in a museum of humanity. Lien Tianju informed Optimus, indicating the information on screen. Ratchet, contact Agent Fowler. Optimus instructed Ratchet. With the energon harvester, not only could they gather energon more efficiently, but it also had the potential to extract those energy sources buried deep underground, beneath glaciers, or in other inaccessible terrains. Truly a miraculous tool for energon collection. Moreover, it could serve as a weapon, directly siphoning energon from others, rendering them lifeless without their energy. After conveying this, Optimus departed with Ratchet. All it took was a human computer and a few moments of browsing to uncover such a useful artifact. Arcee gazed at Lien Tianju, her eyes betraying her astonishment. Humans have existed for thousands of years as the planet's indigenous inhabitants, scattered across its expanse. Their knowledge far surpasses that of us newcomers. Lien Tianju spoke gently, his voice soothing in Arcee's ears. He is right. As native beings, humans possess significant advantages on this planet. We should endeavor to learn more about their information, traditions, and forms of art. Optimus, not far off, couldn't help but echo Lien Tianju's sentiments. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of satisfaction regarding Lien Tianju's initiative in utilizing human tools, engaging with human information, and actively integrating into human society. Had it not been for his proactive approach, such an essential item as the energon harvester might never have been discovered so readily. Indeed, I must take the time to understand more about these indigenous inhabitants of the planet. Arcee mused aloud. Upon hearing her words, Lien Tianju gradually crouched down, now nearly level with Arcee. After ensuring that they were out of earshot from others nearby, he leaned in closer to whisper softly in her ear, "But I hope you can come to know me better as well." "I already know you quite well," Arcee replied, turning to meet his gaze with her captivating eyes, mere inches away. "What I mean is, I completely understand. I shall learn about them from an appropriate distance." Arcee interrupted, as she leaned in closer to Lien Tianju, their faces almost touching. Her soft, melodious voice reaches ears, of course, compared to humans. "I wish to know you even more, my partner." Her words were undeniably seductive, and to Lien Tianju, now a Cybertronian, Arcee's demeanor and her enchanting gaze held a profound allure. As she uttered her final words, her forehead gently touched his, their actions appearing remarkably intimate at that moment. "What are you two doing?" A bewildered sideswipe, who had just arrived, scratched his head as he observed the closeness of the two. He could not comprehend why they were so near to one another. "I'm merely checking his optical sensors." He mentioned that his vision has been slightly blurred. At the sound of Sideswipe's voice, the two snapped back to reality. Arcee took a few steps back, casting a glance at Lien Tianju, then extending her slender metallic finger toward him while addressing Sideswipe with ease. "Is that so?" Sideswipe scratched his head, a bit puzzled by this matter. He then suggested to Lien Tianju, "I think you should consult Ratchet. He is an expert in this field." Lien Tianju nodded in agreement. Sideswipe felt the atmosphere was rather peculiar. Having said that, he turned and left, completely forgetting about the energon harvester. Lien Tianju shifted his gaze from Sideswipe to Arcee, who smiled gently at him. "I'm going on patrol." With that, Arcee transformed into a motorcycle and departed through the base's passage. Patrolling was primarily the task of the nimble Arcee and Bumblebee, although others occasionally filled in. After a while, at the device operated by Ratchet, there was a staircase accessible only to humans. As the elevator doors opened, a voice resonated in the ears of the gathered. Optimus, the item you requested has arrived, Agent Fowler said, stepping aside to reveal a massive golden metallic sphere behind him. Agent Fullerton, our liaison with external humans. Optimus Prime approached Riftbreaker, glanced at Agent Fullerton, and uttered a remark. Riftbreaker nodded in acknowledgement. After discussing various matters with Optimus Prime, Agent Fullerton departed, and the Autobots, naturally, were elated to have acquired the energon collector. With this, gathering energon will be considerably more convenient, exclaimed Ratchet with delight. Riftbreaker observed the energon collector and inquired with Ratchet. After confirming that there were no other pressing matters at the base, he left with the comment, I shall also patrol. Chapter 11. 3 years later. The testament of leadership commences 3 years later. In Jasper, an abandoned road, desolate and coated in dust, lay untouched. A 6-wheeled off-road vehicle sped along the path. How's your end? Came Arcee's voice through the communicator. No discoveries to report. To be honest, patrolling and searching for energon is quite mundane, Riftbreaker replied. Jasper in Nevada is no party. Here, we are perpetually isolated, no matter where we turn. Arcee's melodious voice echoed again, imbued with a profound sense of solitude. This loneliness was not merely the absence of companionship, but rather the stark isolation of being surrounded by the unfamiliar. No matter how beautiful the surroundings, they were still not Cybertron. She added, luckily I have you. This statement radiated deep gratitude in both tone and words. I feel the same. Riftbreaker responded softly. Throughout the millennia, his experiences had been dominated by warfare. Had it not been for the companionship of like-minded individuals in Arcee, his human spirit would have long faltered. Beep, beep, beep. The detector's alarm sounded, indicating the presence of energon nearby. Arcee, I have detected something. Riftbreaker announced to Arcee on the other end of the communicator. Need backup? Arcee quickly inquired. Not for now. I will assess the situation before deciding, Riftbreaker replied, accelerating. In an instant, he surged forward at blinding speed, leaving a cloud of dust behind as he headed towards the source of the energon signal. Stay in touch, Arcee responded. Understood. Shortly thereafter, Riftbreaker arrived at the edge of a vast chasm. This place feels remarkably familiar. He peered down into the expansive pit, densely populated with energon, and noticed the Decepticon warship Nemesis approaching from distance. It seems they have come back to life. Riftbreaker retreated behind a massive rock. Meanwhile, the previously invisible Nemesis materialized above the open pit, revealed by unique energy waves, coming into view for the vigilant Riftbreaker. Inside the Nemesis, Soundwave transmitted a recently intercepted communication. Ah, it's that Autobot named Arcee. I did not expect to discover Autobots so soon after taking action. Starscream leaned forward slightly, his elongated fingers fidgeting restlessly. He turned to Soundwave, notify the fleet to search for them. The fact that we intercepted communication indicates they are not far from here. Soundwave nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Riftbreaker remained concealed behind the colossal rock, observing the horde of Decepticons that emerged from the Nemesis above the chasm, including combat squads and mining personnel. Riftbreaker, I hear some commotion. What is happening? Arcee's voice reverberated in Riftbreaker's mind. Contact Optimus Prime and pinpoint my location. The Decepticons have appeared, Riftbreaker replied resolutely. He had no confidence in facing the entire Nemesis along with its fleet alone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Riftbreaker finished speaking and awaited Arcee's response, a thunderous crash resounded as countless laser beams shattered the rock he was hiding behind. Fortunately, Riftbreaker reacted swiftly. At the moment the rock splintered, a blue energy shield enveloped him. The lasers that penetrated the rock struck his shield, creating energy ripples without causing him harm. In the same breath, Riftbreaker transformed his hand into a cannon, targeting dozens of Decepticon foot soldiers above. Energy projectiles gathered and were unleashed. Boom, boom, boom. Each energy shot from Riftbreaker felled a Decepticon soldier, causing them to plummet to the ground, their circuits disrupted and bodies exploding from the force of impact. In mere moments, under the concentrated and precise fire of his energy cannons, the Decepticons fell one after another, explosions echoing in succession. On board the Nemesis, it's him, Starscream observed Riftbreaker through the display screen, witnessing him continuously downing their forces below. Memories from 3 years prior on Cybertron surged into his mind. The space bridge explosion had damaged the Nemesis, rendering it incapable of flight. The Decepticon base had been destroyed, along with their stockpiled resources. Without resources, they had no choice but to scavenge the remnants left by war on Cybertron to repair the Nemesis and worry about the dwindling supply of energon. They scrimped and saved daily to restore the Nemesis and escape the energy-depleted Cybertron, all because of this Autobot before him and 2 other troublesome Autobots. Were it not for them, how could he, the proud Decepticon second-in-command, have been reduced to scavenging for survival? Enraged, he commanded you, use the most powerful weapons on the Nemesis to strike him down. And those troops, they're not here to eat rations. Send them all out to attack him fiercely. I will make him pay Starscream's orders spread throughout the Nemesis. One after another, Decepticons launched from the warship, heading towards Riftbreaker. Simultaneously, all weapon systems on the Nemesis activated. Blazing beams of laser, ion blasts, and energy cannons unleashed a relentless barrage upon Riftbreaker. Dust and debris flew as the landscape erupted, reminiscent of the fierce battles during the Cybertronian War. Riftbreaker retaliated against the Decepticon foot soldiers while dodging their attacks. When evasion was impossible, he braced himself against the onslaught with his energy shield, although he had yet to sustain damage. The energon within him, rapidly depleting under such high-intensity combat, would soon be exhausted. Did you think I spent the last 3 years idly waiting for you to come knocking? Yet, in the face of this evident disadvantage, Riftbreaker remained unfazed. He pressed a button on his jetpack. In an instant, a tremendous surge of gas erupted behind him, accompanied by the colossal flames produced by the combustion of the super-energy matter. Simultaneously, he soared into the sky like an aircraft, leaving the Red Spider and the astonished Decepticons in a state of shock as he ascended directly towards the ship Reprisal. With a sudden burst of acceleration, he sped towards the Reprisal, cleaving the Decepticons that stood in his path with a swift strike of his hand, rendering them in 2. The surviving Decepticons could only trail behind him, engulfed in his wake. The protective shields absorbed the relentless barrage of fire from the Decepticons. Quickly, you fools! Stop him! The Red Spider, witnessing this scene, staggered back 3 steps while incessantly issuing commands through the communication channel. The Decepticon foot soldiers charged towards Skyquake, desperate to intercept him. In an instant, dozens, even hundreds of Decepticon soldiers positioned themselves before Skyquake, attempting to block his path to the Reprisal. Chapter 12. The Return of Megatron Ambulance. Do not send assistance for the time being. I am directly beneath you. Activate the land bridge. Skyquake commanded through the communication channel. Despite the confusion among the ambulances at the base regarding the sudden withdrawal of support, they promptly locked onto Skyquake's location and initiated the land bridge. As Skyquake's command echoed, an immense magnetic field emanated from him, rapidly expanding outward. As this mysterious magnetic field swept through the hundreds of Decepticon foot soldiers ahead, their luminous auras extinguished, and their weapons ceased to function. Like flies struck by a drug, they plummeted downward. Simultaneously, Skyquake produced a high-explosive grenade from his waist and hurled it towards the super-energy matter mine. Below him, the green tunnel of the land bridge materialized. He dove into the tunnel, which then sealed behind him. In the open mine, as the high-explosive grenade fell and detonated, a thunderous roar erupted. Blinding daylight rendered all optical lenses temporarily useless. Fragments of rock flew in all directions, and the sturdy rock walls crumbled. Concurrently, the shock wave from the explosion surged outward. As far as the sky, the Reprisal, situated not far from the explosion, swayed precariously from the impact, mirroring the scenes of the bridge explosion 3 years prior. Though the detonation of tons of super-energy matter lacked the force of the bridge's explosion, the Reprisal, so close to the epicenter, suffered significant repercussions. Quickly, launch the battleship away from here. Get us out of here. The Red Spider shouted in terror, his face contorted with fear as the control panels were flooded with red alerts. Despite the extensive damage, the Reprisal remained operational and, after a fierce surge, managed to escape the blast zone. However, the Decepticon soldiers, whose neural networks had been disrupted by Skyquake's special energy wave, were not so fortunate. They fell directly into the heart of the explosion, adding a grim spectacle to the fiery display. Autobots, damn them! Inside the reprisal, the Red Spider, having encountered defeat upon meeting the Autobots, screamed in despair as he stumbled on the deck from the ship's violent shaking. Just as the Red Spider vented his anger, Soundwave appeared before him. What is it, Soundwave? If it weren't for your interception of that communication, we wouldn't be in this predicament. This is all your fault. His ire was palpable, but before he could finish, a spatial signal coordinate appeared on Soundwave's ultra-high-definition visor. Upon seeing the coordinates, the Red Spider's expression froze, the super-energy matter coursing within him faltering slightly. Are you saying you received a signal from space? He incredulously inquired. Soundwave nodded in affirmation. Can you be 100% certain that it's a signal from our master? I don't want to waste super-energy matter due to your misjudgment. The Red Spider, harboring a flicker of hope, lowered his brow, gazing at Soundwave with a hint of desperation. He dreaded the thought of what could occur upon Megatron's return, having just faced defeat. Simultaneously, at the Autobots base, all Autobots stationed outside were swiftly recalled upon receiving Skyquake's distress signal. However, before they could mobilize, Skyquake's request to activate the land bridge interrupted them, halting their actions. All eyes turned to Skyquake, who had just arrived at the base. Their curiosity piqued regarding the unfolding events. Didn't you say you needed support? Why have you returned? Is it because there are too many Decepticons for us to handle? The perplexed Sideswipe questioned, scratching his head in confusion. It's the reprisal. That Red Spider has tracked me here. While I awaited assistance, they discover my position, forcing me to engage. I managed to eliminate a large number of Decepticon foot soldiers, but the super-energy matter mine was destroyed. Skyquake explained to the gathered Autobots. Are you injured? Arcee asked with concern. No, but I expended a significant amount of super-energy matter and need to replenish. Skyquake replied, turning his gaze towards Arcee. This is the Decepticons' first major offensive in 3 years. They are also searching for super-energy matter, which implies that Megatron is likely returning. Therefore, we must remain prepared for battle at all times. After listening to Skyquake, Optimus Prime nodded thoughtfully and addressed all the Autobots, speaking slowly. Though Megatron had not yet been sighted, Skyquake refrained from disputing Optimus Prime's instincts, which were indeed astute. If all went as expected, Megatron would indeed make his return during this period. It appears that true war is upon us. The ambulance stated gravely. Decepticons, bring as many as you want. I will eliminate them all, exclaimed Jetfire defiantly. Bumblebee echoed with a series of determined beeps. Sideswipe struck his fists together, sparks flying, eager for the imminent confrontation. Megatron's return was not a favorable omen for the Autobots. As the specter of war loomed, the Autobots felt a mix of eagerness and the resurfacing anxiety that had lingered for 3 years. Skyquake glanced at Arcee, extending his hand. Upon seeing his outstretched palm, Arcee felt her unease dissipate, replaced by a sense of calm. She placed her slender hand in Skyquake's, and regardless of the outcome of the impending conflict, she felt a glimmer of hope. In space, gazing at the emerging space bridge tunnel, Megatron spread his arms wide, proclaiming, Decepticons, your master has returned after his declaration. Megatron transformed into his aircraft mode and entered the space bridge tunnel. Aboard the reprisal, the space bridge tunnel swirled slowly. With a heavy sound of footsteps, Megatron's figure materialized in the control room of the reprisal. As he entered, he surveyed his surroundings. Soundwave stood silently not far from him, while the Red Spider hunched over, hands clasped in a gesture of servility, his brow furrowed in feigned humility as he gazed up at Megatron. Soundwave, I trust no disturbances have occurred during my absence, Megatron remarked as he strode past the smirking Starscream, directing his inquiry toward Soundwave. Upon reaching Soundwave, he was met with a stream of meticulously organized information flowing from Soundwave's ultra-high-definition visor. All events that transpired during Megatron's absence were recorded and now unfolded before him. As he perused the data, his expression grew increasingly troubled. Eventually, his gaze dropped slightly, his fierce visage contorted in a frown, his lips parting to reveal rows of sharp teeth, before he abruptly turned to face the still smirking Starscream. Through clenched teeth, he spat, Starscream, is this the Decepticon army you have been managing for me? His voice, deep and resonant, bore a menacing weight, amplified by his towering stature, instilling an immediate sense of dread. In an instant, Starscream instinctively recoiled 3 steps, overwhelmed by Megatron's oppressive aura. Regaining his composure, He lowered his wings, furrowed his brow, and bent his waist lower in submission. He then took a few hesitant steps forward, wearing a mask of humility, and addressed Megatron in an obsequious tone, "Lord Megatron." This was merely an unforeseen circumstance. I never anticipated such developments. Furthermore, aside from this incident, the Decepticon operations were indeed running smoothly, without significant issues. Chapter 13. The Dark Energon. Jack without significant issues? You destroyed a space bridge, costing me a scientist who could have greatly contributed to the Decepticon cause. A Dark Energon mine was obliterated right under our noses, resulting in the loss of numerous Decepticon soldiers, and the Nemesis sustained damage. Megatron's face loomed closer to Starscream's, his words dripping with anger. He raised his arm, aiming his fusion cannon directly at Starscream's face. "This is the Decepticon army you've managed? This is your idea of order? We have suffered immensely, and the Autobots have capitalized on our misfortunes. Starscream, do you take me for a fool?" As Megatron delivered his final words, his voice took on a low, thunderous tone, suppressing an eruption of fury. Lord Megatron, I assure you, this cannot be laid at my feet. It is those wretched Autobots' fault. Were it not for them, I wish to hear none of your excuses. I can offer you a chance to redeem yourself. It remains to be seen if you can seize it. Starscream's protest was abruptly cut off as Megatron lowered his cannon, addressing the now submissive Starscream. "Lord Megatron, please instruct me. I guarantee success this time. I shall atone for my failures." Starscream exclaimed, relief washing over him at Megatron's words. "I have traversed the cosmos over the past 3 years and discovered the spark of a great army. Should you assist me in a minor experiment, I will overlook your previous transgressions." As Megatron spoke, he brandished a dark energon shard before Starscream's gaze. "Lord Megatron, what is this?" Starscream inquired, eyeing the violet-black crystal with an unsettling premonition. "This is what I refer to as the spark of a great army, Dark Energon. I merely require your cooperation in using your body for an experiment," Megatron declared, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Dark Energon, the blood of the Cosmic Emperor. This cannot be a mere legend, can it? It is said to be the anti-spark. Lord Megatron, I believe this matter requires further consideration. Such a significant resource should not be squandered on me. Surely, someone more suitable exists for its utilization." Upon hearing Megatron's intentions, Starscream recoiled in terror, retreating several steps while desperately attempting to extricate himself from the situation. He fervently hoped Megatron would retract his proposition. This was Dark Energon, the fabled anti-spark. Should it enter his own spark, he would surely meet a horrific end. Since you are aware of someone more fitting, why do you not fetch that individual for me? Megatron thundered in response to Starscream's words. "Yes, Lord Megatron, I shall find them immediately," Starscream replied, his voice tinged with a whimper, hastily exiting the control room. As long as he was not the subject of the experiment, he cared little about whom he found. Megatron watched Starscream's retreating form, lost in thought. It was worth noting that Megatron exhibited remarkable leniency toward Starscream. Despite the multitude of failures, all that was required was to procure a test subject to absolve him. A short while later, Starscream returned with a Decepticon foot soldier in tow. "Step forward and humbly greet the bounty bestowed by Lord Megatron," Starscream commanded, giving the hapless soldier a swift kick to encourage his approach. The soldier complied, trembling as he approached Megatron. Dark Energon, let us witness your true power," Megatron proclaimed, his interest piqued by Starscream's actions. In truth, he simply required a test subject. The identity mattered little. He raised the Dark Energon shard and plunged it into the soldier's spark chamber. In an instant, the Dark Energon fused with the soldier, eliciting a horrifying scream as his optical sensors shifted from red to purple, his body contorting grotesquely amidst the cacophony of grinding metal. The soldier transformed into a ferocious beast, attacking indiscriminately, lunging towards Megatron in a frenzy, intent on tearing him apart. With a swift motion, Megatron sliced the soldier in two with his hand, the upper body continuing to convulse, emitting ghastly sounds. Dark Energon spilled forth from the wound, sparks flying in a tragic display. "Starscream, dispose of him," Megatron commanded, kicking the writhing soldier towards Starscream's feet. The soldier grasped Starscream's leg, pleading, "Let me go." Witnessing the soldier's brutal transformation, Starscream was paralyzed with fear. In a panic, he delivered a forceful kick to the soldier's head, causing an explosion of parts, Dark Energon, and circuits, sparks flying in all directions. Regaining his composure, Starscream followed Megatron's orders, dragging the remains of the soldier out and handing them over to a guard for disposal. Days later, alongside a bustling road, a 16-year-old boy stepped out of a restaurant, conversing with his mother over the phone. "Oh, mother, I shall not return. I have suffered enough. I will never dance again." "All right, goodbye, mother. I love you too." After ending the call with his mother, Jack intended to leave the area, but as I caught a glimpse of a familiar, radiant figure. "Hey, Sarah. Long time no see." Jack scratched his head and greeted the girl he had been interested in for quite some time. "Hello, do I know you?" Sarah responded, puzzled by Jack's greeting. "It's me. Jack Darby. We were in chemistry class together," he said, appearing somewhat bashful as he scratched his head. As he spoke, he instinctively leaned against a car adorned with horns behind him. "Is this your car?" Sarah asked, not addressing whether she recognized Jack, but rather glancing at the vehicle behind him. "Oh, are you referring to this?" "No. Yes, it is indeed my car." Initially, Jack intended to deny it, yet for some inexplicable reason, he affirmed it. He thought to himself that he should get closer to Sarah and engage her in conversation. Chapter 14. The trio assembles, however. Before he could receive a response from Sarah, two purple cars barreled toward them. "Oh!" Sarah and the girl beside her screamed in unison and hurriedly fled. Jack, startled, also dashed away. Unbeknownst to him, the very car he had been leaning against suddenly reversed with a jolt, preparing to leave. To his astonishment, one of the purple cars veered directly toward Jack. Observing this, the horn vehicle made a sharp turn and accelerated toward the purple car. Crash! The piercing sound of metal colliding echoed as the purple car was violently pushed aside. Afterward, the horn vehicle swiftly approached Jack. "Kid, if you wish to survive, get in the car," the vehicle exclaimed as its doors swung open. Having just been frightened by the preceding car, Jack, fearing for his safety, promptly jumped into the vehicle without a second thought. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Once inside, the vehicle surged onto the road, speeding away. The pursuing Decepticons closely followed, their weapons emerging from both sides, unleashing beams of laser fire aimed at them. The vehicle swerved left and right to evade the attacks, causing Jack inside to feel as though he might be sick. "Kid, please don't vomit on my floor mats." Noticing Jack's distress, the vehicle quickly added, its voice reaching Jack's ears. "No car can talk without a driver. Who exactly are you? And why are those two attacking us?" Jack suddenly realized that there was no one in the driver's seat and asked in astonishment, "Those two are not human. They're Decepticons." The vehicle replied while dodging the barrage. Soon after, as in the original tale, Bumblebee appeared, and the vehicle engaged in battle with the Decepticons beneath an overpass, where Jack encountered Raph. Both witnessed the clash between the Decepticons and the Autobots, ultimately escaping through a pipe under the overpass. Eventually, a barrier appeared. Realizing their defeat, the Decepticons retreated. In the Autobot base, that human boy is truly fortunate. Had it not been for me, he would have been reduced to mere pulp by the Decepticons. The vehicle recounted vividly the events that had just transpired. "I beg to differ. It was undoubtedly you who attracted the Decepticons, and consequently involved that human," Starscream interjected, ceasing his internet browsing. Before the vehicle could retort, Optimus Prime interrupted with a commanding presence as he operated the equipment, gazing at specific information on the display. Upon hearing the vehicle's words, he paused. "A human?" His tone reflected curiosity. "Yes, I happened to be patrolling and grew weary, resting nearby, when two Decepticons spotted me. Coincidentally, there was a human beside me. They likely mistook him for my ally and attacked him. Reluctantly, I had to reveal my identity to rescue him from their gaze. However, I recall another human who also seemed to notice us." Listening to Optimus Prime, the vehicle recounted the events in detail. "Those two humans spotted you, and the Decepticons noticed them as well. Just as you said, they probably perceive the humans as our allies. Therefore, I hope you and Bumblebee will venture out once more to bring them back." After hearing the vehicle's account, Optimus turned to Bumblebee and the vehicle, stating, "Very well." Moments later, Bumblebee and the vehicle departed. After some time, 3 humans were brought back by the vehicle and Bumblebee. "Weren't there supposed to be 2 humans?" Ratchet inquired, somewhat perplexed. This was merely an unexpected turn of events. The vehicle waved dismissively. "Who could have anticipated human reproduction? I am Raph. I am Mickey. What is your name?" As Mickey exited the vehicle, she immediately noticed the barrier and rushed over to inquire. "Barrier," it replied. "Are you a car?" Are you a truck? Are you a monster truck? Do you like heavy metal? How much do you weigh? Do you use wrecking balls as punching bags? For Mickey, an aficionado of heavy metal, the barrier's imposing figure captivated her instantly, prompting a flurry of questions. Faced with Mickey's barrage of inquiries, the barrier could only look on in bewilderment, scratching its head. If you're robots, who created you? Raph asked. Oh, please. Ratchet scoffed, rolling his eyes and gesturing dismissively, as if mocking human ignorance. Thud, thud, thud. A series of heavy footsteps echoed from behind Raph and the others, causing them to instinctively turn around. Before them stood Optimus Prime, who left them in awe. So towering, so magnificent. We are autonomous mechanical life forms, also known as Autobots. Optimus answered Raph's question. What brings you to Earth? Jack inquired. We have come to protect Earth from the Decepticons' malevolence, Optimus replied. Those rascals who attempted to eliminate us not long ago. The vehicle added. Is that so? What is their objective? Jack asked again. An astute question. Optimus began steadily. One reason is that our planet has endured centuries of civil war, rendering it uninhabitable. Why engage in civil war? Raph gazed up at Optimus, perplexed. To vie for the all-spark resources of Cybertron, the lifeblood of both Autobots and Decepticons. As Jack and Raph posed their queries, Optimus patiently elucidated the circumstances. In the end, Jack and Raph began to grasp the intricacies of the unfolding situation. As they continued their curious exploration of the Autobot base, Rafi approached Liaishinju, inquiring, Is this the human's computer? Indeed, Liaishinju replied. I constructed it shortly after my arrival on Earth. It enables me to effectively grasp the intricacies of this world and the myriad aspects of humanity. You stand taller than Optimus Prime, over 30 feet or slightly more than 9 meters, and yet, instead of engaging in grand pursuits, you occupy yourself with a computer? At that moment, Meichi approached, her face a mask of disbelief as she observed Liaishinju. From the very beginning, she had noted how Liaishinju, despite his formidable physique, was engrossed in the screen like a bookish scholar, an incongruity that intrigued her. Strength does not preclude wisdom, Liaishinju asserted, gazing at Meichi, who appeared remarkably familiar to him. However, he continued, I do not merely spend my days fixated on this screen. Occasionally, I relish the thrill of racing through the wilderness, reveling in the sensation of dust billowing around me, or perhaps obliterating Decepticons. Chapter 15. You might as well marry her. You enjoy racing? Do you fancy monster trucks, the kind that crush other vehicles under massive tires? With your stature, once we venture outdoors, we could race over those boulders and crush them to dust in an instant. Upon hearing Liaishinju's words, Meichi's excitement surged. She never anticipated that arriving here would fulfill her dream of meeting robots, particularly the irresistibly charismatic heavy metal Autobot, and also a kindred spirit like Liaishinju. It was simply delightful. You humans are so cruel, sacrificing so many vehicles for fleeting thrills. Meichi's words sent a shiver through the nearby ambulance. Liaishinju, I do not oppose your closeness with humans, but remember the rules. You must never take her racing. Arcee joined Liaishinju, her eyes fixed upon him, her expression grave. In truth, I have never contemplated such a notion. Liaishinju responded without hesitation, facing Arcee's serious gaze. That's for the best. Arcee smiled faintly. Ah, you lot are utterly dull. Once filled with enthusiasm for shared interests with Liaishinju, Meichi now felt a wave of despondency wash over her upon hearing their words. She pointed at Arcee. After all the effort to find common ground with this hulking figure, I had begun to look forward to it, and you utter such cruel words? As she spoke, before Arcee could respond, she pointed at Liaishinju. And you, she merely uttered one sentence, and you allowed her to sever our bond of shared interests. If you were so obedient to her, you might as well marry her. Without waiting for their reactions, Meichi turned and strode toward the Autobot. Liaishinju and Arcee exchanged glances, both sensing a shared resignation in each other's eyes. If humanity behaves this way, I would indeed prefer to remain by your side, Arcee remarked, glancing at Meichi, who was now conversing with the Autobot. She is probably the only one like that, Liaishinju chuckled. Meanwhile, as the ambulance operated its equipment for certain experiments, the display screen suddenly flashed red, coinciding with the blaring alarms of the base. What is happening? Jack, observing the ambulance's experiments with Rafi, asked. The alarm sounds when someone approaches this area, the ambulance explained. Ground sensors, Jack exclaimed. It's agent fuel. and I believe we cannot let him see you. You should hide. Optimus Prime interjected, moving closer. Upon hearing Optimus Prime's words, the three of them quickly concealed themselves. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and Agent Fuel stepped inside. 8 vehicle collisions, 42 traffic accidents, and witnesses reported a car of unknown manufacturer and a muscle car. Optimus Prime, with such significant incidents occurring, do you have nothing to report? Agent Fuel began his inquiry as soon as he entered. Agent Fuel, we have the situation under control. Optimus Prime responded, slightly bowing his head toward the agent. They have returned? Agent Fuel inquired, looking at Optimus Prime. If by Decepticons you mean, I suspect they have never truly left. Considering how precious your planet is. Optimus Prime replied, it is time to notify the Pentagon. Agent Fuel said seriously and sternly. This matter is one we can resolve. Your human involvement will only complicate things further. Moreover, even if you wish for it, I do not desire excessive casualties. Optimus Prime regarded Agent Fuel with gravity, articulating each word with care. Only we can determine when and how much force to employ, in a manner that seemed to echo Optimus Prime's sentiment. The Autobot reached for a nearby device and crushed it effortlessly. That was something I still needed, the ambulance protested. It would be best if you could resolve this. Agent Fuel remarked after considering Optimus Prime's statement, glancing at the aggressive Autobot, then back at Optimus Prime, before turning to enter the elevator. As the elevator doors were about to close, he added, otherwise, I shall handle it myself. With that, the elevator doors shut, and Agent Fuel departed. That guy is so arrogant. The Autobot grumbled, clearly agitated. Agent Fuel is merely concerned for his world. That is his duty. Optimus Prime perceived the situation from a different angle. Optimus Prime, we have a situation. Just then, the ambulance's voice came through again. What is it, ambulance? Optimus Prime inquired, approaching with curiosity. Look here. The ambulance pointed at the display screen. This is a Decepticon signal. Optimus Prime exclaimed, taken aback. Indeed, that is why I find it strange. Typically, Decepticons would mask their signals, yet we have detected it. The ambulance replied, a look of confusion on its face. Perhaps the last energy explosion damaged their cloaking system. Li Shinju speculated. That is quite possible. I was just conducting signal detection tests, and this particular signal was captured during that very test, the ambulance confirmed, stroking its chin thoughtfully. What shall we do? The Autobot inquired. Ambulance, activate the ground bridge. Autobots, follow me. In a brief span of time, Optimus Prime made his decision, and after speaking, he headed toward the location of the ground bridge. The others followed suit. The ambulance activated the ground bridge, and all entered the green tunnel, vanishing from sight. What is this? Rafi, having just emerged from hiding, was astonished to see everyone disappear into the tunnel. It is a ground bridge, a simplified version of a space bridge, capable of transporting any object to any location on this planet. The ambulance explained. Can it take me to Tokyo to see my parents? Meichi asked eagerly. Yes, in fact, I would prefer to send all of you back immediately. The ambulance replied, seemingly impatient. You wishful thinker. Meichi leaned forward, her expression clearly dismissive as she looked at the ambulance. Confronted with Meichi's sudden proximity, the ambulance took a slight step back. On the other side, Optimus Prime, Skyquake, Bulkhead, Bumblebee, Arcee, and Bulkhead emerged from the land bridge tunnel, each instantly equipping their weapon systems and surveying their surroundings with vigilance. The super energy, or vein, is vast. It appears the Decepticons have been mining here for quite some time, Optimus Prime remarked, observing the area with a measured tone. With that, he led the Autobots forward. In an instant, the mining robots noticed the presence of the Autobots. Enemies detected. Upon spotting the Autobots, the Decepticon mining robots swiftly brandished their weapons, unleashing a barrage of lasers toward them. Chapter 16. Lord Megatron, spare me. Faced with the ineffective assaults from the Decepticon miners, Optimus Prime unleashed 2 powerful ion laser beams, swiftly downing 2 of the miners. He then transformed into truck mode, accelerating directly toward the mining workers, with the other Autobots closely following. Bulkhead fired his massive ion cannon, sending forth a relentless stream of energy beams. Bumblebee unleashed ion rays from the twin cannons mounted on his arms. Bulkhead wielded his ion blasters, each equipped with 3 barrels, firing at an even greater frequency. Arcee moved with remarkable agility, executing precise shots as she darted left and right. Skyquake's cannon emitted devastating energy blasts, taking down a Decepticon miner with each shot. Optimus Prime barreled through, crashing into the throng of miners. In moments, under the concentrated and forceful fire from the Autobots, the mining robots fell one after another. The Harbinger Dark Super Energy, aside from resurrecting the undead army, what else can I achieve with you? How might I unravel the profound mysteries hidden beneath your violet exterior and harness your terrifying power? Megatron pondered while gazing at a substantial chunk of dark super energy encased within a massive glass dome. At that moment, the face of Starscream appeared on the display screen. Lord Megatron, we have an intrusion in the mining area. After a brief silence, Megatron inquired, is it Optimus Prime? His tone, while seemingly a question, betrayed a certainty. Indeed, the mining area is on the brink of being overrun. What shall we do? Starscream asked with urgency. If it weren't for your negligence with the Harbinger, the Autobots would never have discovered this place. Megatron retorted coldly, glaring at Starscream. Lord Megatron, I acknowledge my mistake and promise to compensate for it, but please, make a decision swiftly. Listening to Megatron's words, Starscream grew increasingly anxious, aware that the Autobots were drawing nearer, while Megatron refrained from issuing commands. Faced with the Autobots' overwhelming firepower, Starscream felt the urge to flee, yet without Megatron's order, he could not escape. Doing so would surely earn him a severe beating, further diminishing his standing in Megatron's eyes. Withdraw the Harbinger and vacate this location. Megatron commanded decisively. And the super energy, or destroy it. Megatron interrupted. His principle was clear. If he could not possess it, neither should Optimus Prime. Even if it meant destruction, the super energy must not fall into Prime's hands. Understood. I will take care of it at once. Starscream replied, promptly severing the communication and hurrying to fulfill the order. Super energy or mind Starscream descended from above into the transport bay, eyeing the approaching Optimus Prime and his team. Optimus, I do not wish to do this. It is all per Lord Megatron's command. Blame him if you must. Feigning remorse, Starscream tossed a timed explosive device before transforming into jet mode, accelerating away toward freedom. It's a bomb. Bulkhead screamed upon seeing the device. Medic. Skyquake glanced at the falling bomb, noting the countdown indicating just 15 seconds until detonation. Before Optimus could activate the land bridge, Skyquake charged forward, leaping to seize the bomb in his hand. With the countdown at 10 seconds, Skyquake unleashed a burst of special energy waves to enhance his perception. He then hurled the bomb upward. With only 3 seconds remaining, the explosive flew from the super energy or mine, soaring into the sky. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed above. The opening above the super energy or mine trembled as surrounding rock faces crumbled. Fortunately, the Decepticons had excavated numerous paths to round the or to facilitate mining. The falling debris blocked those paths, preventing them from collapsing into the mine below. Autobots, you will pay for this. At the moment of detonation, a cry of anguish was heard from outside, quickly drowned out by the explosion. Your actions are perilous. Do you not understand? Optimus approached Skyquake, his expression grave. It is a shame to see such super energy destroyed. I acted only because I believed there was still time. However, I acknowledge my error, Skyquake replied, his gaze apologetic. In that moment, witnessing the impending destruction of the super energy, he felt a pang of regret. Only those who had wandered the cosmos could comprehend the true value of super energy, having encountered situations where it was nearly extinguished. This experience had left a psychological mark, compelling him to want to bring the energy home whenever he encountered it. Moreover, his unique abilities consumed vast amounts of super energy, and he wished to avoid the fate depicted in the original narrative, where such resources were scarce. Optimus, while we have super energy collectors, these ore veins are rare. Without them, we cannot harvest more. Although our base has some super energy, it is limited. The resources collected by the Decepticons would serve us well and resolve our energy issues for an extended period, Arcee interjected, casting a glance at Skyquake before turning to Optimus earnestly. Your actions could easily endanger us all. I do not condone this. Yet you have indeed secured a significant quantity of super energy, which is commendable. Optimus conveyed his thoughts candidly, acknowledging the risks involved while refraining from excessive reproach. Afterward, he turned to the group. Autobots, transport these super energy resources back to the base. Arcee, no need for further discussion. I share your concerns about such dangerous actions, Arcee smiled gently at Skyquake before heading toward the nearby crates filled with super energy collected by the Decepticons. The Harbinger, observing the battered and smoke-emitting Starscream, with a section of his wing destroyed, Megatron's eyes widened slightly, his brow furrowing in contemplation. After a moment, he addressed Starscream, his tone ambiguous. Starscream, you have compromised the Harbinger's signal jamming system, leading the Autobots to us. I was already astonished by the loss of a mining site, yet you have now delivered the Autobots and Optimus Prime an operational mine, the most significant one under my command. And now, you kneel before me, displaying your damaged wings. Tell me, what shall I do with you? Lord Megatron, I never anticipated that events would escalate to this extent. I distinctly remember throwing a bomb into the mine. I cannot be held liable for this. It is the Autobots' cunning that is to blame, lamented Starscream, kneeling before Megatron, exuding an aura of utter desolation. Very well, repair your wings, and then come to this location. Megatron sighed, glancing at the pitiful Starscream before presenting him with a set of coordinates. It indicated a desolate, uninhabited area. Megatron, Starscream, studying the coordinates and the information displayed, quickly raised his hand, his expression one of desperate supplication. The barren location was perfectly suited for certain exhilarating activities. Aware of Megatron's intentions, Starscream dared not venture there and could only hope for Megatron's mercy. Do not make me repeat myself. Go now. Megatron's expression twisted into a menacing glare directed at Starscream. Yes, I shall go at once. Starscream, startled by the apparent anger of Megatron, hastily scrambled out of the control room, heading towards the medical bay. Soundwave observed the entire scene in silence, remaining wordless. Chapter 17. Just you wait, Autobot base. My goodness, where did you find so many energon cubes, and how did you extract them so swiftly? Upon witnessing Optimus Prime and the others emerging from the land bridge, Ratchet immediately noticed each of them pushing a mining cart laden with several crates, which, through their slightly translucent sides, revealed they were filled with energon. Weren't you all saying that energon is exceedingly rare? How could you return with so much after just one outing? Mika, sprinting to the partition, gazed at the mound of energon cubes before her, unable to contain her curiosity. These were generously gifted by the Decepticons. Although I did not witness it, I can vividly imagine Starscream's expression after being blasted by the bomb. Ironhide chuckled, reveling in the misfortune of their adversaries. The others shared expressions of joy. The unexpected bounty of energon, despite the slightly perilous process, was indeed a cause for celebration. I propose we throw a grand party. Overload, ever fond of merriment, suggested in light of the delightful scene. Oh, let's refrain from that. The base is already lively enough. Ratchet, quick to dismiss Overload's proposal, cast a sidelong glance at Mika, envisioning the chaos that would ensue should she and Overload attend a party together. Very well. But with such a joyous outcome, we ought to celebrate in some manner. Jack, once I am filled with energon, let's take a drive. With Ratchet's refusal, the others appeared disinterested in a party, prompting Overload to turn his gaze to Jack. All right, I think I can manage that. Jack nodded in agreement. Moments latte. Under the watchful eyes of their comrades, Overload and Jack exited the base. I have a feeling something will go awry, Arcee remarked, observing Overload's departure. Surely not. Jack is with him, replied Jetfire. One can never be certain. Arcee harbored little hope for Overload. In any group, there are always a few troublemakers. Before more formidable troublemakers arrived, Overload had assumed that role, being the one most prone to causing chaos. As Arcee predicted, within half an hour, Overload contacted the base's communication channel. Optimus, I've encountered the Decepticons. Upon hearing Overload's voice, Optimus surveyed his surroundings. Autobots, prepare for departure. The land bridge opened, and all were mobilized. The following day, the base's ground alarm system blared once more, and the elevator doors opened to reveal Agent Fowler. Visibly flustered. Optimus, this is what you claim you can handle? Not only has nothing been resolved, but the traffic incidents are even worse than before. What's your plan? Fowler immediately launched into an accusatory tirade. I apologize for this incident. Agent Fowler, Optimus replied. Yesterday, prior to Optimus and the others' arrival, Overload had engaged the Decepticons without ensuring the area was clear, inevitably impacting the civilians on the road. Fortunately, they had only transformed in vehicle mode, remaining unseen by humans. A series of traffic accidents. And you think an apology suffices? Fowler's demeanor was confrontational. He descended the stairs, continuing to address Optimus. I previously warned you. If you cannot resolve this, I will take matters into my own hands. He approached the base's communication device, preparing to call the Pentagon, when a cacophony of laughter erupted. Do, Ironhide, this heavy metal song is my favorite. As the sound approached, Ironhide entered the base in vehicle form, followed closely by Overload and Bumblebee, who had just picked up Jack from school. The return of the Autobots, accompanied by human voices, naturally caught Fowler's attention. So you not only disregard traffic regulations, but also engage with civilians. Fowler's anger intensified. As he approached Mika, he declared, I am Agent Fowler of the federal government. I believe I need to escort you all for your protection. Bang! Before Fowler could reach Mika, a colossal metal foot descended, blocking his path. The sudden appearance of such a massive limb startled him, causing him to instinctively take several steps back. Regaining his composure, he looked up at Ironhide, demanding, What are you doing? We can protect them. Ironhide replied assertively, his gaze fixed on Fowler. He harbored feelings for Mika and was determined to prevent this arrogant agent from taking her away. You should relay that message to the Pentagon, Fowler retorted, turning away but casting a glance back at Ironhide as he moved towards the phone. Bang! Before he could reach the phone, a gigantic finger poked at it, causing a shower of electrical sparks to erupt. Fowler swiftly turned to Ironhide, bewildered. It seems the phone is broken. Ironhide scratched his head, feigning innocence. Just wait. Fowler spat, leaving the threat hanging in the air as he ascended the stairs and entered the elevator. Ironhide, Optimus, having witnessed the entire exchange, turned to Ironhide. My apologies. Optimus, Ironhide quickly offered. Optimus regarded Ironhide thoughtfully, but chose not to elaborate further. Outside, aboard a helicopter departing the Autobot base, Fowler was heard saying, This is Agent Fowler. I have just left the Autobot base, and I need to report some matters in person. However, his transmission was intercepted by sound wave aboard the Nemesis. The sound waves conveyed the intercepted information before Starscream on the Autobot base. Upon hearing this transmission, Starscream's mind began to race. Soundwave. If we could ascertain the location of the Autobot base, I am certain Lord Megatron would be pleased. Starscream addressed Soundwave. Moments earlier, he had suffered a brutal beating from Megatron, causing his standing to plummet in the Decepticon hierarchy. Thus, he felt compelled to take action to regain Megatron's favor. The location of the Autobot base presented an excellent opportunity for Starscream to restore his status in Megatron's eyes. Upon hearing Starscream's words, Soundwave played a recording of Megatron's voice from when he departed. You better stay here and not cause me any trouble. I know. No need to remind me, Starscream retorted angrily, swatting his left hand. He continued, Lord Megatron has gone to summon his so-called undead army to defeat Optimus Prime. However, if we can locate Optimus Prime before Lord Megatron returns and eliminate him swiftly, then Lord Megatron need not exert himself searching for the so-called army of the dead. Wouldn't that be more advantageous? Chapter 18. Infiltrating the Decepticon warship on a helicopter piloted by Agent Fuller shortly after departing from the Autobot base. A colossal bird approached at an astonishing speed. What is that, a giant bird? Fuller noticed the unusual sight ahead. As the giant bird neared him, it unleashed a powerful laser beam directed at him. First it was on the ground, now it's in the sky. If you wish to fight, I will oblige. Realizing this was a Decepticon, Fuller quickly engaged the weapon systems of the helicopter. Guns emerged beneath the helicopter. Tot. A Gatling-like gun whirred to life, unleashing volleys of bullets toward the laser bird. The laser bird, swift as the wind, evaded several bursts of gunfire. In a fierce aerial chase, Fuller maneuvered his helicopter in a bid to outsmart the laser bird. You think you can outmatch me? I've trained for this. Confidently, Fuller attempted to lure the laser bird toward a cliff in hopes of causing a collision. However, the laser bird anticipated the move, dodged, and charged toward his helicopter, severing its tail. Consequently, the laser bird extended tentacle-like appendages towards Fuller in the cockpit, ensnaring his hands and preparing to drag him out. In a state of urgency, Fuller pressed a red button to contact the Autobot base, only to be electrocuted by the laser bird and taken away. At the Autobot base, a signal suddenly appeared on the display screen. It's Agent Fuller. He's sending an emergency distress signal. Ratchet exclaimed to Optimus Prime nearby. Ratchet, lock onto the target and open the ground bridge. Autobots, let's move out. Without hesitation, Optimus Prime prepared to depart in response to the urgent distress call. But Optimus, Fuller is a scoundrel. He just tried to abduct Mika. The panel expressed reluctance. Yet he may be in grave danger. We cannot abandon him. Jack interjected resolutely. Jack is right. Autobots, there's no time to waste. We must go. With that, Optimus Prime transformed into his truck form and entered the recently opened ground bridge tunnel, followed closely by the others. The panel hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to follow suit. Simultaneously, in the interrogation room aboard the Nemesis Agent Fuller. Do you know why I have summoned you here? Starscream leaned slightly over the incapacitated Fuller, questioning him. I had lamb skewers today. Truthfully, I prefer pancakes. Do you have any pancakes here? Fuller responded nonsensically. Tell me the location of the Autobot base. Starscream's patience was rapidly waning. The Autobot base? Are you referring to a carnival base resembling monster trucks? Fuller continued to evade the question. Find him. I intend to interrogate him thoroughly. Starscream, frustrated by Fuller's defiance, opted for a more forceful approach. Nearby minions hoisted Fuller and secured his hands in suspended handcuffs, leaving him dangling in midair. Starscream approached Fuller, gently lifting his chin with elongated fingers, suppressing his rage, and speaking in a deceptively calm tone. I'll give you one more chance. Reveal the location of the Autobot base, and I shall allow you to leave unharmed. I can tell you, but first I have a question. Fuller gazed at Starscream. Speak. Starscream replied. I am quite dissatisfied with the customer service here. May I speak with the manager? Fuller raised his head, looking defiantly at Starscream. I am the manager here. Starscream's anger surged to a boiling point. He seized a nearby interrogation tool, pulsating with electricity, and plunged it into Fuller's side. Meanwhile, outside the Nemesis, the ground bridge opened, and the Autobots emerged. This is the Decepticon headquarters, Ratchet exclaimed in astonishment upon sighting the Nemesis in the distance. Agent Fuller is inside. We must breach and rescue him, Optimus Prime declared, charging forward. With numerous guards patrolling outside, infiltrating stealthily proved challenging. A direct assault was the quickest way to save Fuller. As Optimus Prime surged ahead, the weapon systems of all Autobots activated, following his lead. Intruders! Shouted the Decepticon minions as they spotted the Autobots charging forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Optimus Prime led the charge, firing ion beams that eliminated most of the minions in his path. Ratchet and Bumblebee flanked Optimus, clearing out additional foes. The panel followed closely behind, dispatching stragglers with powerful punches. Starscream and Arcee brought up the rear, coordinating their fire to target Decepticons stationed on the warship, launching laser blasts. One by one, the Decepticons atop the warship fell. Within moments, under the overwhelming firepower, the perimeter patrols were decimated, leaving few Decepticons on the warship. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the Autobots scaled the Decepticon warship, charging into its depths. Along the way, minions fell one by one, their sparks extinguished. Some even left with their circuits scattered, their heads crushed, a grim spectacle. Not long after the Autobots advanced, two heads emerged from behind a pile of rubble. Jack, where's Mika? Raph looked around in confusion. Apart from the fallen Decepticon minions, there was no one else in sight. She must have gone with Optimus and the others. We need to follow them, Jack said, sprinting toward the Nemesis, with Raph close behind. Aboard the warship, in the confinement chamber. Where's the Autobot base? The Red Spider asked anxiously, pacing back and forth, occasionally stopping to question Fuller. However, Fuller was already dazed from the electric shock, mumbling incoherently. Grandma, I want to eat pancakes. Bang, bang, bang. Crash, crash, crash. Boom, boom, boom. Inside the Decepticon warship, the sounds of footsteps, laser beams, and the crushing of metal mixed together, creating a cacophony of chaos. Upon hearing these sounds, Meichi felt her mind being mercilessly torn apart, nauseous from the relentless shaking of her body, and she could no longer hold back, vomiting onto the footpad of the partition. She then knocked on the partition's belly. Thud, thud, thud. The partition, engaged in battle with the Decepticon foot soldiers outside, suddenly halted. Its front shell shifted downward, revealing an opening. Meichi, feeling dizzy, crawled out. Sorry, I threw up on your footpad. She lifted her head to look at the partition, her eyes glazed over from dizziness. Oh, Meichi, I told you not to follow us. The partition looked at her helplessly, bewildered at how she had managed to get inside. Partition, why did you bring her along? Arcee, who had just arrived, also noticed Meichi. Chapter 19, Lord Megatron, save me Hearing Arcee's words, the partition scratched its head. Listen, this place is dangerous. You cannot follow us. Arcee, realizing that Meichi had sneaked along, directed her gaze at Meichi. After saying this, she looked back at the partition, put her in a safe place. The partition nodded. By this time, the Decepticon foot soldiers had been cleared away, and it gently set Meichi down on the ground. Meichi, stay here and don't move. After placing Meichi down and issuing the instruction, the partition quickly dashed ahead to catch up with the others. Left me behind again. Meichi pouted. Not long after, Jack and Rafi hurriedly arrived. Look, it's Meichi, Rafi exclaimed excitedly while running towards her. The two quickly reached Meichi's side, and before she could speak, Jack looked at her and said, Meichi, it's dangerous for you to be here, do you understand? I don't see any danger. Meichi replied nonchalantly, crossing her arms. You could get us killed, Jack retorted, anger creeping into his voice. I didn't ask you to come looking for me. Meichi shot back, rolling her eyes. Maybe we were just too worried about you. Jack countered. Maybe I don't need you to worry about me. Meichi replied in the same tone. We're comrades, Jack exclaimed, somewhat exasperated. Maybe we don't have to be. Meichi leaned closer to Jack, articulating each word deliberately. Enough, both of you. Rafi, unable to take it any longer, squatted down in a corner. It's okay, Rafi. The Autobots will come to rescue us. Jack quickly ran to comfort him. How do you know? Rafi's mood sank. They will always come to rescue us. Meichi chimed in, joining him. Just as they were about to exchange more comforting words, a Decepticon foot soldier appeared in the corridor, and in an instant, he spotted the three of them. Quick, Rafi, Meichi, run! They all exclaimed, realizing the danger and hurriedly fleeing. Meanwhile, on the other side, this is the spot. The splitter pointed at the tightly shut confinement door. Looking at the closed door, everyone exchanged glances, and then Optimus Prime charged forward, slamming into the door with force. With a deafening crash, the door shattered and fell to the ground. What is going on? Red Spider turned around, visibly annoyed. Red Spider, surrender. Optimus Prime aimed his gun at him, stating firmly, I think it's you who should be the one to surrender. Red Spider replied, raising his gun at the dazed Fuller. Perhaps it is you who should. Arcee materialized behind Red Spider like a specter, aiming her gun at his head. A cold wind swept through the desolate area, where sharp mountain peaks loomed like the teeth of a ferocious beast, and in the valley between them, rusted iron scraps lay buried in the earth, vaguely forming some shape, though obscured by the soil. On a steep peak. Let me conduct an experiment using your bodies, Megatron proclaimed, tossing a piece of dark energon, slightly longer than a palm, into the midst of the iron debris. The dark energon sank into the scraps, and soon purple light burst forth from the cracks in the earth. Accompanying this were the terrifying, rust-covered zombies. Crack, bang. A cacophony of dissonant sounds erupted from the mouths of the zombies, as Cybertronian undead clawed their way out of the ground. This is the vanguard of my army. I can feel the dark energon burning fiercely within me, flowing like fire throughout my body. I can't control them, Megatron declared, with purple energy surging through him, radiating a violet glow. The connection between the dark energon allowed him to dominate the mindless army of the undead. Optimus Prime, await my gift. Megatron reveled in the sensation of command, while simultaneously contacting Soundwave. Soundwave, open the ground bridge and transport me and my vanguard back. A moment later, the ground bridge opened, and Megatron vanished into the tunnel with his army's vanguard. Optimus Prime, you know me. I am not a villain. Megatron is the true fiend. It was his idea to capture Agent Fuller. You should pursue him instead of having your subordinates aim their weapons at me. Red Spider began his usual tactic of shirking responsibility and employing flowery rhetoric as he felt the chill at the back of his head. The ostrich says, hooray. Fuller, just released by the partition, shouted, seemingly responding to Red Spider's words. Optimus Prime glared at the cowardly Red Spider. Red Spider, I will give you one last chance. Surrender. Optimus Prime, it is you who should surrender. Just then, Megatron's deep voice echoed in Optimus Prime's ears. Bang, 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 clang, clang, clang. With heavy footsteps and the sound of the floor creaking underfoot, Megatron appeared. Optimus Prime quickly turned around, only to see Megatron blocking the doorway. Megatron, Optimus Prime involuntarily exclaimed upon seeing him. Red Spider, you fool, hurry up and come here. Megatron directed his attention away from Optimus Prime toward Red Spider. Lord Megatron, Red Spider's voice carried a sense of joy as he looked at Megatron with excitement, eager to step forward toward him. However, the other Autobots aimed their weapons at him. "Ah, Lord Megatron, please save me." The sudden plea startled Starscream, who promptly halted in his tracks, gazing up at Megatron with a pitiable expression. "Optimus Prime, if you wish to preserve your life, you must release Starscream," Megatron stated, his gaze fixed upon Optimus. At this juncture, Starscream held significant value for Megatron, possessing an abundance of secrets concerning the Decepticons. Megatron could not allow Starscream to fall into the clutches of the Autobots. Upon finishing his statement, Megatron slightly shifted aside, revealing a legion of undead zombies behind him. Each one rasped, their bones grinding together, exuding a sinister purple aura intermingled with decay, fixated on the Autobots like mindless beasts. "Megatron, what have you done?" Optimus exclaimed, astonished at the sight behind Megatron. These beings were evidently not Decepticons, appearing to have perished long ago, their forms still caked in dirt. What dark method had Megatron employed to control them? "This is a gift I have prepared for you," Megatron grinned malevolently, baring his fangs at Optimus. Chapter 20. The Deceitful Megatron. Megatron, you are desecrating the remains of the dead, dishonoring the dignity of our ancestors. I implore you to cease this abhorrent act. Optimus addressed Megatron. At that moment, Optimus still harbored a naive hope of persuading Megatron to surrender, which rendered his words somewhat innocent. "Ha ha, Optimus Prime, your thoughts are rather naive. However, I can offer you an opportunity. Release Starscream, and I shall command my undead army to withdraw, granting you a chance to escape. Otherwise, you and your companions shall become members of my undead legion." Megatron retorted with a sinister laugh. Crack in response to Megatron. The undead legion behind him bared their fangs, emitting a cacophony of discordant and jarring sounds. All the Autobots turned their gazes toward Optimus, hoping he would make a decisive choice. "Megatron, withdraw your forces, and I will naturally return Starscream to you," Optimus declared after a moment's reflection. "A wise choice." Megatron smiled, genuinely retreating with his undead army to a side passage. Thus, the Autobots emerged from the confinement chamber, arriving at a corridor devoid of Megatron and his undead legion. "Lord Megatron." Starscream rushed toward him, unable to contain his eagerness. Megatron glanced at Starscream, saying nothing, then turned his attention to Optimus. "Now, let us discuss the second condition." As he spoke, a wicked smile spread across his face. "Bring them forth." In the puzzled gaze of the Autobots, 3 Decepticon foot soldiers emerged from the undead legion, each holding a human captive. It was Jack, Mickey, and Raph. "Megatron, what have you done to them?" Upon seeing Mickey in the grasp of the Decepticon, Bulkhead could no longer contain himself, clenching his fists as if intending to smash Megatron. His eyes filled with fury. Bumblebee echoed this sentiment, emitting a series of complex sounds from his vocalizer. Although his words were largely unintelligible, it was clear they were highly unpleasant. "Come on, Megatron, if you have the guts. Face us directly and leave the humans out of it," Mickey shouted vehemently at Megatron. "How despicable. I should have resolved Starscream with a single shot," Arcee remarked angrily at the unfolding scene. Jetfire observed the chaos in silence, yet he was not truly mute. He was utilizing a special wave undetectable by the Decepticons to scour the entire warship. He was searching for the dark energon shard. He had not forgotten the large fragment of dark energon Megatron had brought back. If he succeeded in summoning the undead army, what chance would the Autobots have? His original plan was to wait until the Autobots rescued Agent Fowler before seeking the dark energon shard to either take it or destroy it. However, he had not anticipated Megatron arriving with such a formidable army of undead, blocking their path and abducting Jack and the others, thus slightly disrupting his plans. "Megatron, release them. Our battle has nothing to do with the humans." Optimus' anger finally began to surface. "I am well aware that this does not concern the humans, but who told you to care so deeply for them? I shall naturally exploit this." Megatron replied calmly, a hint of delight dancing in his eyes as he toyed with Optimus. It was truly exhilarating to have Optimus Prime under his thumb. "What are your terms?" Optimus inquired. "Fight against my undead army. If you survive, I shall return these humans to you." Megatron gazed at Optimus with a mocking expression. "Release them first," Optimus insisted. Clang, clang, clang. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from behind Optimus and the others. Jetfire turned to look and saw the rear exit blocked by Decepticon foot soldiers. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Megatron truly knows how to scheme. Jetfire thought to himself with a sigh. Yet there was little to be done. Megatron would not release Jack and the others, rendering them unable to act. And without action, they would be encircled, leaving them entirely at a disadvantage. Hey, you metal bucket. If you have the guts, release us and face the others one-on-one. Let us see if they don't pummel you. Mickey shouted fiercely at Megatron. Insignificant insects. Throw them to the zombies. Megatron seemed enraged by Mickey's words, commanding the foot soldiers without hesitation. The foot soldiers remained silent, but immediately obeyed Megatron's orders. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jetfire could no longer watch. If he did not intervene, the three would truly be in peril. He unleashed 3 energy projectiles, striking down the foot soldiers. As the foot soldiers fell, the 3 humans landed safely on the ground, quickly turning to run toward Optimus. Optimus, realizing the situation, rushed toward Megatron. Rip them to shreds. Megatron bellowed while also charging toward Optimus. Simultaneously, the undead behind Megatron and the Decepticon foot soldiers behind the Autobots began to encircle them. However, Megatron appeared to disregard Jack and his friends. They were not attacked and successfully reached their respective partners. Clang, clang, clang. Due to the narrow passage, to avoid collateral damage, everyone engaged in close combat. Optimus and Megatron stood toe-to-toe, their blades clashing, sending sparks flying. Clang, clang, clang. Each footfall resonated against the iron plates of the Ark, creating a rhythmic clang. Meanwhile, on the Autobot side, Bulkhead shielded Mickey while fiercely piercing a Decepticon foot soldier's chest with his hand, yanking out cables and wires as if pulling out intestines. The Decepticon foot soldier was left dangling with various wires, electric sparks crackling about. The others were equally relentless. The capture of Jack and his friends had incited fury among all the Autobots. At the same time, Jetfire unleashed a magnetic pulse that surged through the bodies of the Decepticon foot soldiers. Clang, clang, clang. In a chorus of clangs, all the Decepticon foot soldiers collapsed to the ground. Magnetic field pulses, also known as hypermagnetic pulses, serve the purpose of disrupting neural networks. However, this disruption is temporary. After a certain period, the residual magnetic interference in their neural networks dissipates, and they awaken. In simpler terms, it is akin to rendering a human dizzy. Nevertheless, this interference is limited in scope, primarily effective against lesser foes. 4 high-ranking Cybertronians like Optimus Prime and Megatron, whose neural networks are extraordinarily robust and whose mental fortitude is unyielding, such disruptions hold little efficacy, let alone incapacitating them. Additionally, it proves futile against those soulless zombies who have long since lost their neural networks or cognitive faculties. Chapter 21. Seizing Megatron's dark energon Arcee. Follow me. The voice of Starscream resonated in Arcee's ears as she was engaged in dispatching zombies. With a fierce swipe of her blade, she cleaved through the zombie before her, severing it into several sections, its rusted remnants scattering across the ground. She then pivoted and hastily joined Starscream, retreating alongside him without further inquiry. Bang! Megatron swung down with a tremendous strike, prompting Optimus Prime to swiftly parry with his sword. The clash of their blades erupted in a shower of sparks, reminiscent of snowflakes dancing in the air. Although Optimus withstood the blow without sustaining injury, the overwhelming force compelled him to stagger back several steps. Optimus, your little companion has fled in fear. Will you still cling to your delusions? Surrender. Megatron taunted, casting a glance at Arcee and Starscream, who were already retreating towards another corridor. They have their own intentions, but they will never betray the Autobots. Optimus affirmed, unconditionally trusting those by his side. He would never capitulate to the Decepticons, nor to his arch-nemesis, Megatron. What are those two doing? Are they fleeing? Skywarp exclaimed, incredulous. Perhaps Optimus has assigned them a new task. Look, he shows no reaction. Thundercracker remarked, delivering a powerful punch that flattened a zombie. Bumblebee's voice crackled through his communicator. Indeed, there are still numerous zombies remaining, yet our strength wanes under the influence of that strange purple liquid. If those two were still here, managing these grotesque adversaries would be significantly easier, Skywarp responded to Bumblebee's concern. The cacophony of rusted metal scraping, the zombies' guttural howls, the sound of metal being shredded. and the crunch of bodies being trampled filled the confined space, echoing ominously. Accompanying these were the sparks that erupted from the collision of weapons. The small area resembled an ancient battlefield, with deep gouges marring the thick iron walls, iron filings strewn about. The tumult of battle continued unabated. Meanwhile, guided by instinct and the mental map of the vengeance, Starscream led Arcee through a labyrinthine path to a storeroom's entrance. Whoosh! Transforming, he unleashed an energy cannon, extinguishing the sentinels guarding the entrance without a sound of protest. "Why have you brought me here?" Arcee finally inquired, her curiosity piqued. "To locate the source of the undead army," Starscream replied as he extended his hands, enveloped in an energy shield. A series of crackling sounds and the tearing of metal ensued, followed by a thunderous crash. The massive iron door splintered into fragments, scattering debris across the floor. Having grown accustomed to Starscream's brutality, Arcee focused her gaze inward, where a colossal glass dome awaited. Within lay a vast, purple energy crystal that emitted an alluring glow, seemingly captivating the soul. "This is the dark energon, the blood of the Unicron, a legendary energy crystal said to possess the power to resurrect the dead. This artifact is the very source of the undead army. Our objective here is to destroy it, lest Megatron become deranged enough to deploy it on Cybertron." Starscream explained as he approached the crystal. "Dark energon? I thought it was merely a myth. I cannot believe it truly exists," Arcee exclaimed, her astonishment rivaling her initial encounter with the space bridge. Bang! Crack! Clatter with a single punch, Starscream shattered the glass, sending shards cascading to the floor. He then hoisted the dark energon, which towered half his height and was as broad as a small mountain. "Contact Ratchet. Have him open the ground bridge. We must transport this back," Starscream instructed Arcee. His intent in bringing her along was not only due to their effective partnership, but also as a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. However, it appeared that the likelihood of any mishap was minimal. "You're incorrigible. Megatron will surely be enraged by your actions," Arcee teased. Placing her hands on her hips and smiling alluringly, she promptly activated the communication channel, reaching out to Ratchet. "Ratchet, this is Arcee. We are aboard the Decepticon warship. Lock on my position and open the ground bridge. We have something of great importance to retrieve." "Understood, Arcee. How is Optimus faring?" Ratchet inquired while operating the system to lock onto her coordinates and open the ground bridge. "He is engaged in battle with Megatron." As she spoke, the ground bridge opened. Starscream, burdened by the mountain-like dark energon, stepped through while Arcee refrained from entering. The Decepticon warship was equipped with a cloaking system. Without locking onto someone's position, one could not return. With Optimus occupied in combat, if they inadvertently locked onto their location to activate the ground bridge, it could expose their base to Megatron, a perilous situation indeed. Autobot base bang. 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 Amidst the heavy footfalls, Starscream entered the base, carrying the dark energon. With a resounding thud, he deposited the crystal onto the floor. "What is this?" Ratchet questioned, momentarily unable to recognize the mound on the ground. "The dark energon. Megatron intends to use it to resurrect an undead army. I brought it back to thwart his plans," Starscream declared. "Oh my, I thought the dark energon was merely a legend, and I never imagined Megatron would actually find it and entertain such a deranged scheme," Ratchet responded, equally astonished. If not more so than Arcee, he could envision the implications of Megatron summoning an undead army, which, if realized without their knowledge, would undoubtedly overturn their fortunes. Perhaps this singular army could determine the fate of the Autobots against the Decepticons, leading to their utter defeat. "Starscream, I can only imagine you obtained this without Optimus's consent. Yet I must admit, well done." Ratchet praised, an unusual compliment from him. Hello. Ambulance, how can you say that? How do you know I haven't obtained Optimus Prime's consent?" The Decepticon, known as Lai Tianju, listened to the ambulance's words, feeling somewhat speechless. Was he perceived as a rebellious troublemaker in the ambulance's mind? No. What I meant to say is that I am aware of your extraordinary sensitivity to energy entities, which Optimus Prime and the others lack. It's just like last time. The ambulance hastily clarified, shaking its head. "That is indeed true." Lai Tianju nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 22. I will not allow anyone to eliminate Optimus Prime. Lai Tianju, where are you? At that moment, Optimus Prime inquired directly via the communication channel. I just retrieved something from Megatron, and am on my way back to support you. Lai Tianju responded. There's no need for that. Have the ambulance directly open the land bridge to bring us back. Optimus Prime instructed. Understood. Lai Tianju nodded in agreement. He then glanced back at the still open land bridge tunnel and contacted Arcee. Arcee, we can return now. On the other side, Arcee asked with confusion. Are you sure we aren't going to help Optimus Prime? They will return as well. Lai Tianju assured her. All right then. Arcee nodded and proceeded into the land bridge tunnel, swiftly entering the base. Upon seeing Arcee arrive, Lai Tianju addressed the ambulance. Bring Optimus Prime and the others back. The ambulance nodded and promptly reset the land bridge's targeting parameters. On the Nemesis, the Decepticon zombies had all been defeated, with most of the foot soldiers lying unconscious on the ground, while the few reinforcements that had arrived were also dealt with. However, a significant number of Decepticon foot soldiers had yet to arrive. The Autobots' rescue operation had concluded successfully, and they were preparing to return. Optimus Prime was still engaged in combat with Megatron, while the others remained vigilant, surveying their surroundings. At that moment, the land bridge tunnel materialized behind them. Autobots, return to base. Optimus Prime commanded, delivering a powerful punch that sent Megatron hurtling away. He then turned to run towards the land bridge while remaining alert for Megatron's next move. You are not allowed to leave, Optimus Prime, Megatron shouted, quickly regaining his footing and firing his fusion cannon at the fleeing Optimus Prime. However, Optimus Prime had already entered the land bridge, which swiftly closed behind him, leaving Megatron's shots to miss. Optimus Prime, you cannot escape, Megatron bellowed, watching the vanishing figure of Optimus Prime with fury. He then shouted to those around him, Starscream, come out here. During their struggle, Starscream had discreetly concealed himself, showing no intention to assist Megatron. With a flurry of footsteps, Starscream hurriedly emerged from a corner, rushing to Megatron's side. Bang! Before Starscream could utter a word, Megatron swiftly delivered a brutal punch that knocked him to the ground. Starscream quickly propped himself up, fear evident in his eyes as he looked at Megatron. Trembling, Lord Megatron, I do not understand what I have done wrong this time. Did I not instruct you to remain here and refrain from taking independent action? Megatron approached the fallen Starscream as he spoke. Clang, clang, clang. Starscream scrambled backwards, his backside sliding against the ground, panic evident in his gaze. Lord Megatron, I did this to assist you in eliminating Optimus Prime. I'm entirely loyal, please. I will not permit anyone other than myself to eliminate Optimus Prime, Megatron roared, cutting Starscream off mid-sentence. He then glared at Starscream. Furthermore, you have not eliminated Optimus Prime. Instead, you have turned my warship into this state. Bang! With that, Megatron lifted his foot and brutally kicked Starscream in the chest, sending him sprawling on the ground. He then pressed his foot on his Starscream's head. Starscream, my patience is finite. Your repeated failures are wearing it down. Lord Megatron, please grant me another chance. I will rectify all my mistakes. Please believe in me. Starscream pleaded, struggling to speak as Megatron's foot pressed down, desperation seeping into his voice. I shall grant you one more opportunity. Should you disappoint me again, you know the consequences, Megatron replied in a voice that was both furious and calm. Yes, yes. I will not let you down again, Starscream exclaimed, a mix of relief and anxiety washing over him. Autobot base, I must say, Lai Tianju, are you truly afraid of zombies? You fled before the battle even began. The voice of Bulkhead echoed in Lai Tianju's ears as they entered the base. Soon, everyone had made their way inside. Upon entering the base, all eyes were drawn to a central object that resembled a small mountain, a purple energy crystal. What is this? Bulkhead asked, gazing curiously at the object before him. This is something that allows you to die and then be resurrected, only to die again. Lai Tianju internally scoffed. Had it not been for him, Bulkhead's fate would have mirrored that of the original story. Speaking of which, the Dark Energon had an oddly significant connection to him. Dark Energon, Optimus Prime, the former archive administrator of the Iron Fortress and the current holder of the Energon Matrix, recognized the object immediately, his wealth of knowledge coming into play. What is Dark Energon? Bulkhead queried, perplexed. No one had ever seen Dark Energon. Even its legends were rarely spoken of. Bulkhead was among the very few who had heard of it. Dark Energon is said to be the solidified blood of the universe's emperor, the nemesis of the Primus, possessing the power to resurrect the deceased. Upon seeing this, I believe I understand how Megatron is reviving those fallen warriors. Optimus Prime elucidated as he spoke. Lai Tianju, is this all the dark energon you have? Optimus Prime turned to Lai Tianju after finishing his explanation. Yes, these are the only remnants aboard the Decepticon warship. However, there may be remnants in the place where Megatron summoned those undead. Lai Tianju responded. He continued, moreover, Megatron himself can control those undead, indicating that he has utilized dark energon. However, as of now, he likely possesses only this amount, considering its rarity. After speaking, Lai Tianju looked at Optimus Prime, and everyone else turned their gaze toward him as well. Lai Tianju, you have done well, Optimus Prime remarked after a moment of contemplation. He then turned to the ambulance. Ambulance, I need you to accompany me outside. We should indeed investigate the resting place of the Cybertronians on Earth. Understood. The ambulance nodded in agreement. The ambulance then reset the land bridge's targeting parameters and activated it. Optimus Prime and the ambulance made their way towards the land bridge tunnel. Halfway through, Optimus Prime turned to face them. Dark energon must not fall into Megatron's hands. Furthermore, it is anti-spark. Prolonged exposure will weaken our powers. It is best to seal it away. After saying this, Optimus Prime continued forward and vanished. Hey, I must say, I still do not understand what you are discussing. I know he can resurrect the dead, but I doubt there are that many undead on Earth for Megatron to revive. Bulkhead voiced his confusion. What if the Decepticons possess a space bridge? Lai Tianju retorted. This cannot be possible. Did we not blow it up? Exclaimed Skyfire. Since we were able to destroy it, the Decepticons can certainly utilize their vast resources to reconstruct it, replied Starscream. If our suspicions are correct, then Megatron intends to use these dark energon entities to resurrect the fallen of Cybertron. If he succeeds, how could we possibly contend with so many revenants? As he spoke, a relieved expression crossed the face of the panel member. Fortunately, we brought this back. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 23. The Romance of Robots. Starscream carefully stored the dark energon entity in a specialized containment unit for hazardous materials before placing it in the storage room. He then returned to join the others. Starscream, I thought you had abandoned us, but you silently accomplished something significant. Well done. Skyfire praised him. However, if possible, remember to bring me along next time. You? Perhaps that is best avoided. With your incessant chatter, who knows how many Decepticons you would attract? Arcee remarked, arms crossed as she gazed at Skyfire. Arcee, I know you hold Starscream in high regard, but I'm not without merit myself. Skyfire retorted. Arcee, hearing Skyfire's words, glanced at Starscream beside her, but remained silent. Hey folks, we have a major discovery, interjected Mickey at that moment. What is it? All eyes were drawn to her. Look, Mickey exclaimed as she directed her phone screen toward the group. What is this? I don't quite understand. Skyfire shook his head at the sight on the screen. Huh? Mickey instinctively turned the screen toward herself and soon saw a picture of a Decepticon foot soldier. Before we were captured, I snapped a photo of him to facilitate a future ambush. What I really want to show you is this, Mickey said, once again presenting the photo to the group. What is this? Skyfire still appeared puzzled. This seems to be some kind of equation, Arcee remarked. She then turned her gaze towards Starscream. Starscream looked at Arcee and replied, in fact, this is the blueprint for the space bridge. So Megatron is indeed constructing a space bridge. Or perhaps he has already completed it and plans to utilize that dark energon in the process. Skyfire exclaimed, astonished. Aboard the Nemesis, Optimus Prime. And your wretched little sidekick, luring me away from my plans. What a clever scheme. Megatron's furious roar echoed throughout the storage room. Lord Megatron, what has transpired to incite such rage? At that moment, Starscream entered the storage room. Starscream, this is your doing. Not only did you lead Optimus Prime here, but you also absconded with my dark energon, thwarting my plans. Upon hearing Starscream's voice, Megatron abruptly turned, his gaze menacing as he slowly approached Starscream. Lord Megatron. Starscream stammered, frightened by Megatron's fierce glare, retreating several steps. Starscream. No, Lord Megatron, this is not my fault. Please no. The echoes of Megatron's wrath and Starscream's pitiful pleas reverberated throughout the Nemesis. A few days later, Autobot Base, it has been some time, and Megatron has remained silent, showing no signs of utilizing the space bridge. It seems those dark energon entities are all he has in reserve, Ratchet stated. Indeed, but we must not let our guard down. Optimus Prime affirmed with a nod. On the other side of the base, hey, what do you think is going on with those two? Mickey whispered conspiratorially, leaning over the railing beside two equally curious companions. I have no idea, Raffi shrugged. I never knew robots could fall in love. Jack added, following their gaze with a bit of polishing and a fresh coat of paint. It certainly looks much better. Starscream sat on a massive metal bench, setting down his polishing tools. At that moment, Arcee stood before him, transformed and radiant, her allure even more pronounced than before. Arcee glanced at her rejuvenated form and struck a few poses in front of Starscream, then remarked, it feels a bit odd. No, you look significantly more beautiful. Starscream shook his head, responding, beautiful is a human term. Are you sure it applies to me? Arcee posed with her hands on her hips, her colorful eyes gazing at Starscream with striking beauty. Such descriptors for women are all quite similar, aren't they? Starscream chuckled. As he spoke, he gently wrapped his arm around the revitalized Arcee, drawing her close. Arcee naturally settled into Starscream's embrace, tilting her head up to gaze into his eyes with wonder. They're embracing, Raffi said incredulously. It appears we were mistaken. Robots can indeed fall in love. Jack acknowledged, albeit with surprise, as they had encountered numerous astonishing events recently. Arcee is usually so cold and often quite commanding. I never knew she could possess such femininity. Mickey exclaimed with wide eyes, excitedly pulling out her phone. At that moment, Arcee leaned against Starscream, her legs draped over his right thigh, her lower leg playfully tapping against him, supported by his right arm. Her left hand rested against Starscream's chest, her head nestled close to it, while her right arm encircled his waist, presenting an endearing image that, even as a robot, exuded temptation. They looked just like a human princess in an embrace, or perhaps a princess seated, Mickey remarked as she snapped photos. Thud, thud, thud. The trio watched with a mix of confusion, excitement, and bewilderment, while heavy footsteps approached from behind them. By the way, it's rare to see you all so quiet today, especially you, Mickey. What are you up to? Ratchet, obscured by the high platform, could not see what was happening on the other side. Starscream and Arcee. Do they often behave like this? Jack turned to Ratchet, inquiring. Like what? Ratchet asked, somewhat puzzled. Just like, like lovers with Starscream holding Arcee. Jack pondered for a moment before responding. Oh, you didn't know? Though it's never been explicitly stated, we all know they are a couple. Ratchet replied nonchalantly, as if it were an everyday occurrence. But they are robots, Jack insisted. And what of it? According to your human perspective, Starscream is male and Arcee is female. They were partners before. Is it so unusual for them to become lovers? Ratchet remarked, as if discussing a commonplace matter. I have never heard of Cybertronians engaging in romance. Jack exclaimed in disbelief. Typically, relationships among Cybertronians tend to be more platonic. Their situation is indeed quite rare, but not entirely unheard of. Though we may not comprehend it, they're deeply engrossed. However, as long as it does not interfere with our mission or our battle against the Decepticons, I find great joy in witnessing such scenes, remarked Ratchet. Why? Jack inquired with curiosity. Because it provides valuable research material. Ratchet responded before returning to his tasks. Chapter 24. The Devourer Worms. Ratchet, Bumblebee, and I have made a discovery. Open the land bridge and bring us back, came the voice from the comms. Understood. Ratchet replied promptly, then proceeded to activate the land bridge. The land bridge materialized, and moments later, Jack and Bumblebee returned to the base. They were both enveloped in a chill, their metallic exteriors coated with frost. Jack held a solidly frozen escape pod in his hands. Jack, you're back. What is it you're holding? Michaela, upon seeing Jack, immediately lost interest in observing Starscream and Arcee. She hurried down the stairs to stand beside Jack, gazing up at the object in his grasp. It's an escape pod, a relic from Cybertron, Ratchet explained as he took the pod from Jack and set it aside. He then addressed Jack and Bumblebee, saying, You two, over there. I need to conduct a standard defrosting procedure on you. Oh, come on, Ratchet. I feel perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with me. Jack protested against the tedious defrosting process. I am the doctor. Whether your body has issues is for me to determine. Ratchet disregarded Jack's reluctance, firmly guiding him to the equipment. Bumblebee obediently followed suit. Moments later, after completing the defrosting procedure, Jack and Bumblebee were free to move without any injuries. Subsequently, Ratchet examined the Cybertronian escape pod for a considerable time, only to find it too frozen to open. Any findings? Optimus Prime inquired from nearby. None. We must wait until it thaws to investigate, Ratchet replied, shaking his head. Perhaps we could enlist Starscream. His biosonic energy waves might reveal what's inside. Optimus pondered before suggesting. That could indeed be a solution. Ratchet concurred, promptly making his way to Starscream's side. At that moment, Starscream and Arcee were closely nestled together, whispering sweet nothings like enamored lovers. Starscream, I hesitate to interrupt, but I require your assistance. Ratchet observed their intimate demeanor, pausing momentarily before continuing. Go ahead. Arcee gracefully stepped out of Starscream's embrace. Starscream stood up and followed Ratchet to the escape pod. Devour worms, is it? Starscream exclaimed upon seeing the pod, recalling the narrative. We need you to investigate its contents and ensure it poses no threat, Optimus instructed Starscream. Nodding, Starscream then extended his energy waves to probe its interior. The feedback revealed a multitude of devourer worms, numbering in the thousands. They lay peacefully within the pod, their large eyes and heads, coupled with their diminutive bodies, could easily deceive one into believing they were merely adorable pets, provided they kept their mouths shut. After completing his scan, Starscream turned back to Ratchet and Optimus. Well, what did you find? Ratchet eagerly asked, while Optimus's gaze also fell upon Starscream. Fortunately, it remained sealed. Inside, there are hundreds of devourer worms, all adorably slumbering. Starscream stated nonchalantly, as if the presence of these creatures was nothing to fear. Devourer worms. Jack, Ratchet, and Optimus exclaimed in unison. Jack, we're devourer worms. Are they cute little creatures? Can I see them? Michaela, oblivious to Jack's underlying fear, inquired excitedly. Oh, Michaela, perhaps it's best if you don't. If those are indeed devourer worms, I think it's wiser for us to keep our distance. Jack hastily waved his hands, his face rife with apprehension. Jack, are you frightened? Are you afraid of a mealworm? Michaela looked at him, astonished. Though small, the devourer worms are indeed a menace from Cybertron. They voraciously devour all metal, especially living metal. 1,000 of these creatures could obliterate your massive form in an instant. Calling them our nemesis would not be an exaggeration. Starscream explained to a startled Michaela and a fearful Jack. Is it really that terrifying, just a little worm? Michaela questioned, somewhat incredulous. Consider this. Encountering a devourer worm is akin to you seeing a venomous, hairy spider. On Earth, poisonous spiders are not only grotesque, but can also be lethal. The devourer worms are likely comparable. Starscream drew a parallel, using the creature Michaela feared most. Given that, these devourer worms are indeed quite frightening. What are we waiting for? Should we squash them, or toss them far away? Who knows if they will escape from this pod? Upon hearing Starscream's analogy, the mention of spiders, and the comparison of the devourer worms to hairy, venomous spiders, Michaela shuddered and instinctively recoiled, eager to see the creatures kept at a safe distance. So, Michaela is afraid of spiders, Jack noted, wide-eyed with surprise. Starscream is right. The devourer worms are indeed a highly hazardous pest. It seems the Cybertronians attempted to launch them into space, but they fell into Earth's frigid regions, forcing them into hibernation, Optimus elaborated. Thus, we must deal with them before the pod thaws, Ratchet added. Let us cast them back to the Arctic. Those creatures should be averse to the cold, Starscream suggested. If it were any other hazardous weapon, Starscream might have considered keeping it or deploying it against the Decepticons. However, the devourer worms were a different story. Once the ice melted, if these creatures emerged, no one would be able to stop them. Not only would the base be devoured, but eventually, all metal on Earth would fall victim to their insatiable appetite. Even deploying them against the Decepticons would be ill-advised. Releasing them would be akin to inviting calamity. Once they spread across the globe, they would be impossible to contain. Thus, it was best to return them to the frozen Arctic. Given the threat posed by the devourer worms, they cannot be allowed to roam free. The optimal solution would be to launch them back into space. However, the land bridge connecting to space is rather precarious and unstable. Following Starscream's suggestion, let's return the escape pod to the Arctic. Optimus concluded. Agreed, Ratchet affirmed, promptly activating the land bridge for Optimus to personally escort it back. Chapter 25, The Human Method, Enter the Jack Days Past. Since the last incident, the Decepticons have been remarkably quiet. What mischief could Megatron be concocting in that ironclad head of his? Arcee's right hand rested on the shoulder of Lai Tiandu, while her left hand was placed on her hip. her long legs crossed elegantly, showcasing her alluring figure. "Isn't this rather splendid? We have ample time to rest and rejuvenate," Lai Tianjue said, casting a gentle glance at Arcee. "No zombies, no Decepticons. No thrilling races just languishing in this small base all day. I fail to see the appeal," Mickey remarked with a bored expression from the steps. Today was the weekend. The patrol was out, and she was stuck inside the base with Jack and Rafi, watching cartoons or playing games, which felt exceedingly dull. "I thought you and Rafi were enjoying the game just a moment ago," Lai Tianjue replied. He wished he could engage in the game, yet the circumstances were not favorable. "It was somewhat amusing, but only just. It pales in comparison to the way you and Arcee spend your days whispering sweet nothings," Mickey retorted, waving her hand dismissively before darting down the steps to another area. Exchanging glances with Arcee as Mickey departed, Lai Tianjue spoke. "I think you should temper your affections a bit. Or perhaps we should maintain some distance to avoid leading the young ones astray." Arcee, her eyes vibrant with color, gestured towards Mickey's retreating figure as she made her suggestion. "Humans are not as naive as you might believe, and Mickey even less so. She is not an ignorant little girl. She is quite astute about certain matters," Lai Tianjue replied nonchalantly. Mickey was far from foolish. She was intelligent and mature. Most importantly, Lai Tianjue could not corrupt her, for her personality was too strong, and her interests lay solely in heavy metal and violence, at least for now. Thus, "I propose we utilize this idle time to engage in something more meaningful," Lai Tianjue suggested Arcee. "Such as?" Arcee inquired, waving her hand in a gesture of inquiry. "For instance, let me demonstrate a new technique I have learned," Lai Tianjue said. Without further ado, he swept Arcee into his arms in a princess carry, spinning her around as she looked on in astonishment. "Whoa, slow down. I'm feeling a bit dizzy," Arcee exclaimed, her vision swirling from the sudden elevation and rapid rotation. "My apologies. I'm still acclimating to human customs," Lai Tianjue said, gazing down at her face. "Well, I must admit, despite the dizziness, I rather enjoy being held by you. What do you intend to do next?" Arcee asked, her colorful eyes sparkling with emotion as she gently inquired in an alluring tone. Her demeanor seemed to convey, "I am ready. Please accept me," an irresistible invitation. "Perhaps it should be done this way," Lai Tianjue murmured, leaning closer to Arcee's face as she regarded him with a mixture of curiosity and anticipation. Moments later, Arcee touched her lips with her slender fingers, bewildered. "Does this carry some significance? This is how humans express affection. I believe I should learn more about it," Lai Tianjue replied tenderly. "Expression of affection? Though somewhat extravagant. It feels unexpectedly delightful." Arcee smiled softly, her charm radiating. "However, I think you should set me down now," she added, glancing at the group returning from patrol, who were curiously observing the two of them, particularly Bumblebee, whose face and shifting optical lenses revealed his intrigue. "You are right," Lai Tianjue nodded, gently placing her back on the ground. "Hey, I think we should go out again and have some fun. I refuse to stay here breathing this stale air," Mickey exclaimed to the recently returned patrol. The patrol member scratched his head. "That may not be possible," Optimus Prime interjected as he approached the group. "Why not?" Mickey asked, puzzled as she looked at Optimus. "We have detected signals from a powerful energy source and must investigate. It could be the Decepticons at work," Ratchet explained. As Ratchet spoke, Optimus surveyed the gathered individuals, first glancing at the mountain, then at Lai Tianjue, before shifting his gaze to Arcee, and finally resting his eyes on Bumblebee. "For now, we are only scouting. We cannot be certain if the Decepticons are involved. Bumblebee, accompany me. The rest of you remain at the base and await orders," Optimus concluded. Upon hearing Optimus's words, Bumblebee activated his generator, swiftly joining Optimus's side. "Ratchet," Optimus acknowledged him with a glance. "Understood," Ratchet replied as he activated the ground bridge, allowing Optimus and Bumblebee to enter. Just as they departed, a notification sound echoed, indicating someone had connected to the base's communication channel, capturing everyone's attention. "That's an Autobot signal," Ratchet exclaimed, hesitating for a moment before connecting the call. "This is Autobot Omega-1 Outpost. Who am I speaking to?" Ratchet inquired as the call connected. "Reaching you has proven quite the challenge, but I must ask, is this Optimus Prime's base?" A somewhat rebellious voice responded from the other end. "Old Chien, you've come to Earth." The patrol member recognized the voice immediately. Without a doubt, it was a member of the Thunder Rescue Team, his old partner, Jack. "Goodbye, is that you?" Jack exclaimed, surprised to hear his name. Haha, old Chien. What took you so long? Goodbye asked excitedly. I've been wandering the cosmos for years. Hearing your voice is truly a joy, Jack replied. Come quickly, with your help. Dealing with the Decepticons will be much easier, Goodbye urged. Haha, I'm already moving at full speed. Jack responded from the other end. How long until you arrive? Yeboing Kvayadigili. About half a day, Jack answered. After a brief conversation to confirm the meeting time and place, Goodbye ended the call. Jack, is he an old friend of yours? Ratchet asked. Indeed. Old Chien was also a member of the Thunder Rescue team. Just like me, we are old partners. Goodbye replied, his excitement evident. Clearly, Jack's arrival filled him with immense joy. Chapter 26. Earthquake. The master of many faces the reprisal. How long until you arrive? About half a day. Soundwave had undoubtedly intercepted the Autobot communication, which he was now playing for Starscream. After the playback, his high-definition mask displayed an image that morphed continuously, ultimately forming a full-body likeness of Jack. Jack, the battle hero. Hearing the conversation, Starscream paced back and forth, muttering to himself. He turned his head to Soundwave. A conspiratorial smile gracing his face. Summon the Faceless One. We must capture him before the Autobots locate him. Do not act on your own before I return. However, despite having devised another scheme, Red Spider was met with Soundwave's echo of Megatron's prior words. I am aware. There's no need for your reminder. Listening to the recording, Red Spider seethed with anger, leaning forward and bringing his head close to Soundwave. Roaring, then, regaining his composure, he spoke slowly. Lord Megatron is seeking Thunderclash. I reminded him of that. If I succeed in my endeavor to capture an Autobot warrior and enlist the Faceless One as a spy, when Lord Megatron returns, not only will I present him with a formidable warrior, but I will also have apprehended one of the Autobots and uncovered their base. He will undoubtedly be pleased. Thus, I may atone for my previous misdeeds, restoring my standing in his eyes, perhaps even elevating it. As Red Spider spoke, his expression grew increasingly animated, envisioning the triumph that awaited him. Upon finishing, his demeanor shifted to seriousness as he turned to Soundwave, urging, hurry and summon the Faceless One. Do not delay my plans. Soundwave, still standing there in a daze, seemed lost in thought, yet nodded in response to Red Spider as command. Meanwhile, in a desolate canyon, a minion handed Megatron a concentrated energon cube, which he placed into a suitable depression before him. As the energon was inserted, a massive iron box resembling a coffin protruded forward, its lid sliding open to reveal a figure before Megatron. Megatron regarded the individual with calm, crimson eyes and an expression devoid of emotion. Bang, 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 Thunderclash stepped forward, emerging from the iron box before kneeling on one knee, proclaiming, Loyally I worship you, my master, Lord Megatron. Rise, Thunderclash. Megatron gestured dismissively, a satisfied smile emerging on his otherwise impassive face. At Megatron's words, Thunderclash stood up. Megatron and Thunderclash. Just as Megatron was about to speak further, Optimus Prime, who had just emerged from the land bridge, arrived and spotted both Megatron and Thunderclash. Optimus Prime, your timing is fortuitous. I was just about to introduce you to my capable lieutenant, Thunderclash, Megatron said with a broad smile, seizing the opportunity to test Thunderclash's abilities after years of absence. Turning to Thunderclash, Megatron remarked, Why not greet an old friend? Thunderclash nodded at Megatron and stepped forward. Optimus Prime, it has been ages since our last encounter following the Tyconal battle. Who could have anticipated our reunion here? Thunderclash, do you truly believe Megatron isn't right? I implore you to reconsider and leave the Decepticons. He is not the correct choice for you. Megatron listened to their exchange in silence, keen to observe Thunderclash's response. The Decepticons are not the right choice. Are you suggesting that joining your Autobots is the correct path? You would have me betray my master. I would rather die, Thunderclash declared then, without further ado, charged at Optimus Prime with tremendous force. Megatron smirked slightly, a hint of amusement dancing on his lips as he watched the unfolding scene. Boom! Thunderclash lunged at Optimus Prime, delivering a powerful blow to his chest. In an instant, Optimus was lifted off the ground and slammed against the canyon wall. Thunderclash, emboldened by his success, raised his fist to strike again. This time, Optimus reacted swiftly, catching Thunderclash's fist and forcefully pushing him back a few steps. Thunderclash regained his balance and immediately drew his Gatling gun. unleashing a barrage of yellow lasers at Optimus Prime with astonishing speed. Caught too close, Optimus took several hits and fell to the ground. At that moment, Bumblebee, unable to stand idly by, raised his arm and began firing lasers at Thunderclash, drawing fire and providing cover for Optimus. Thunderclash, distracted by Bumblebee, allowed Optimus the chance to rise. But as Thunderclash was preoccupied with battling Bumblebee, he was caught off guard by Optimus's renewed assault, suffering multiple laser hits without immediate reaction. Although the lasers failed to breach Thunderclash's exterior, the impact knocked him to the ground. Just then, Optimus approached Thunderclash, who had yet to rise. Thunderclash, stay down. With that, he swung a fist downward, striking Thunderclash's head, shattering part of the helmet-like edge on his face. Thunderclash became disoriented, struggling to rise. Just as Optimus prepared to strike again, Megatron intervened, aiming his fusion cannon at Optimus and firing a blast. Optimus swiftly dodged, but the fusion blast struck the ground, sending debris and smoke billowing into the air. After evading the attack, Optimus and Bumblebee regrouped, while Megatron approached Thunderclash, who was still dazed. Before Megatron could speak, he heard Optimus's urgent voice. "Ratchet, I need backup." This plea extinguished Megatron's initial plans, his gaze fixating on Optimus with a menacing glare. Autobot base. As the land bridge tunnel opened, all Autobots, except for Optimus and Bumblebee, entered simultaneously, accompanied by a new arrival, Jolt. Originally expected to arrive in half a day, Jolt's ship had arrived ahead of schedule. "Is this your base?" Jolt inquired, surveying his surroundings. "Indeed. Ratchet, I need backup." Just as Jolt was about to ask more questions, Optimus's voice echoed through the base. "Ding, ding. How fortunate you are to arrive, just in time for action, old Jolt." The paneling, upon hearing Optimus's call for aid, patted Jolt on the chest. Turning, he added, "Come, let us partake in your first battle here." "Shouldn't it be the second?" interjected the nearby Skyfire. As they spoke, the land bridge tunnel opened, leading to Optimus's location. "Let us go, old Jolt," the enthusiastic paneling exclaimed, rushing into the tunnel while calling out to Jolt. He could hardly contain his excitement to fight alongside Jolt once more. Chapter 27. The Faceless One's triumph and Megatron's schemes. As the paneling departed, Skyfire followed closely behind. Watching them leave, Jolt hesitated, refraining from entering the land bridge immediately. Instead, he turned to Skyfire and asked, "Can you tell me where our base is located?" Indeed, the Jolt before them had long been replaced. This individual was the Faceless One masquerading as Jolt. He was originally instructed by Red Spider to wait for the Autobots and then accompany them to their base. Following the plan, he intended to ascertain the location of the base and subsequently find an opportunity to report back to Red Spider. However, to his surprise, he was assigned a task as soon as he arrived at the base, compelling him to inquire prematurely. He could easily envision that Optimus Prime's call for assistance must have stemmed from an encounter with the Decepticons, most likely Lord Megatron. Thus, he contemplated learning the base's location, so that upon exiting, he could seize an opportunity to approach Megatron for a backstab. Yet, as he posed his question, a flicker of anxiety crept into his mind. He was uncertain whether the individual before him might harbor suspicions or refuse to answer under the current circumstances. "Of course, our base is situated beneath the largest desert in MG. Without the positioning beacon, even we would struggle to return to the base with ease. It's quite secretive here, so you needn't worry about the Decepticons discovering this place," the individual replied. Upon first encountering Jax, the character known as Rift had already scanned Jax using his unique energy waves, perceiving the essence beneath the surface. This meant that Rift was aware that the person before him was an imposter, prompting him to entertain mischievous intentions and engage in nonsensical chatter. Arcee, who had not yet entered the land bridge, turned her head upon hearing Rift's words, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. However, when she noticed Rift glance back at her and give a slight wink, she realized that he was not speaking the truth and must have his own scheme, or that the Jax before them was indeed questionable. The largest desert underground? That's quite difficult to locate, and constructing a base in such a place requires exceptional technology. What shall we do if we exit and find no land bridge to return? Jax thought to himself, brimming with doubt, while simultaneously posing a question that could benefit him. Who would build a base beneath a desert? Even if Cybertronian technology could achieve it, the scale of such an endeavor seemed excessive and somewhat impractical. Nevertheless, despite his doubts, he did not grow suspicious. After all, This information came directly from an Autobot, and while it was somewhat troublesome, as long as the materials were sufficient, Cybertronian technology could indeed accomplish it. This method was also suitably covert, aligning with the Autobot's customary style. Of course, while he harbored no suspicion regarding the base's location, another thought emerged in his mind. Prior to his arrival, he had thoroughly prepared and gathered knowledge about all the Autobots at this stage. Red Spider had even repeatedly warned him to be cautious of Rift, and he felt a twinge of concern for this individual. However, based on the information recorded in the files and the fact that this person had answered his questions without any defenses, he perceived Rift as exceptionally powerful and courageous in battle, yet lacking cunning, a genuine simpleton akin to a partition. While Jax held this thought, he remained unaware that the information recorded in the files was, in fact, neither truthful nor complete. During Megatron's absence, Red Spider had faced numerous setbacks at the hands of Rift. As a result, he deleted or modified all information regarding his defeats by Rift from the records, leading to the inaccuracies and Jax's misjudgment of Rift. Now, this is the positioning beacon for the base. With this device, you can pinpoint the location of the base and successfully find your way here. Once you arrive at the location indicated, you will know how to enter, Rift said, feigning innocence as he scratched his head, presenting an appearance of complete trust as he handed a beacon to Jax. As Jax gazed at the triangular beacon in his hand, a glimmer of triumph flickered in his eyes, and he felt an increasing sense of contempt for Rift. Believing that Red Spider was overreacting by worrying about such a brave, yet simple-minded individual potentially disrupting their plans. Yet, despite his internal thoughts, he maintained an outward facade, stating, "With this device, entering the base will indeed be convenient. Your design is truly ingenious. Of course, this design was created by Ratchet, and I even assisted in transporting the components, putting in considerable effort." Rift responded, exuding a blend of innocence and pride as he patted his chest. Arcee observed the two engaged in their absurd conversation, witnessing Rift's charade of simplicity, and she stifled a smile, turning her head to the side to avoid disrupting Rift's plan. Thus, the trio ventured into the land bridge tunnel, while Ratchet watched in confusion at the spot where the three had just lingered. He had noticed Rift's fingers discreetly gesturing towards him, shaking side to side, silently signaling no. Consequently, despite hearing Rift's nonsensical chatter, he refrained from interjecting. Once the three entered and the land bridge closed, Ratchet could no longer contain himself. His expression became exaggerated, his eyes wide and gleaming with a green light. Mumbling to himself, "When did I become so remarkable? Building a base beneath a desert and creating a beacon. How troublesome. It's astonishing that Rift could even conceive such an idea. Yet, if the partition doesn't believe it, how could Jax? He truly is rather foolish. I'm beginning to doubt the truthfulness of the partition's previous statements. Could he really be a member of the Thunder Rescue team? Or is he merely an imposter?" Meanwhile, on the other side, Optimus Prime and Bumblebee exchanged glances with Megatron and Thunderstorm, the atmosphere thick with tension. However, this intense moment did not persist for long. As the Autobots' reinforcements began to arrive, the land bridge tunnel opened, and one by one, Autobots emerged from within. As the land bridge closed, the newly arrived Jax and other Autobots gathered behind Optimus Prime. "Boss, we're here," the partition announced, standing beside Optimus Prime. "Megatron, that tin-headed fool, is here." But who is the one beside him? Flyover asked instinctively upon spotting Megatron. Jax stood beside Flyover, glancing at the beacon in his hand before discreetly casting a glance at Megatron, who was observing Optimus Prime from a distance, a slight smirk playing at his lips. If one were to look closely, it was evident that he was actually gazing at Jax. Previously, when Optimus Prime had defeated Thunderstorm, Megatron had contemplated retreating. Yet, upon hearing Optimus Prime's call for assistance and receiving information from Soundwave, he fully understood the foolish actions Red Spider had undertaken. Thus, he remained, waiting to see if the events would unfold as he had anticipated. Now, it seemed that his expectations were being realized. If all went according to plan, the Autobots would cease to exist after today. Megatron maintained a facade of composure, but internally, he held a slight admiration for Red Spider. At least this time, the fool had done something right. At this moment, at the very back of the Autobots, in a perspective unseen by anyone, Arcee lightly scratched Rift's dangling hand with her slender metallic fingers. Rift lowered his head slightly to meet her gaze, then glanced at the oblivious Jax before him. blinking his eyes while softly tapping his leg, producing a sound as delicate as a whisper. Arcee instantly understood, a playful smile gracing her face, exuding charm. However, she quickly shifted her expression, masking her amusement. The two engaged in their silent exchange, the tense atmosphere and their respective ulterior motives diverting attention away from their subtle actions. Optimus Prime, let us battle to the death, Megatron exclaimed, a glint of crimson flashing in his eyes as he brandished his fusion cannon and fired fiercely at Optimus Prime and his companions. Scatter and engage in combat. Do not cluster together, Optimus Prime commanded. All Autobots who understood the situation promptly dodged to the sides, as Megatron observed his attacks being deftly evaded rather than feeling anger. A subtle grin crept across his face. This was precisely the scenario he desired. With Jolt now separated from the Autobots, an opportunity was imminent for him to return to Megatron's side and divulge the location of the Autobot base. He was unperturbed by the thought of Jolt being unaware of the base's whereabouts. If that were the case, Jolt would never return, thus safeguarding his identity. Instead, he would continue his undercover role, allowing Megatron to withdraw and await further developments. Everything was under his control. Chapter 28, The Smile of the Victor. Who is the jester? As anticipated by Megatron, the Autobots scattered under the onslaught of his attacks, and Jolt sprinted directly toward him. Old Jolt, that S Megatron. Be cautious. Don't challenge him alone, the barrier urgently warned as he prepared to rush forward. However, midway through his charge, Jolt had already reached Megatron, and what transpired next left him astonished. Jolt dashed toward Megatron, and just as the barrier braced for an impulsive assault, Jolt abruptly halted, executing a swift slide and gracefully kneeling on one knee before Megatron. With an entirely different voice, he declared, Lord Megatron. Jolt, witnessing this unexpected display, all the Autobots who had rushed to assist Jolt froze in disbelief. They gazed at him with incredulity. What is wrong with that traitor Jolt? He has betrayed us, the bewildered Flying Mountain exclaimed. Not far away, Arcee and Starscream exchanged a knowing glance. Starscream then shouted at Jolt, Jolt, why have you betrayed us? We were just having a great conversation. Jolt, I thought we were comrades. Arcee chimed in, her tone lacking anger, infused instead with a hint of awkwardness. Fortunately, the others were too focused on Jolt to notice her discomfort. Bumblebee's face was a canvas of curiosity and confusion, his optical sensors fluctuating in size, betraying his inner turmoil. He could not fathom how Jolt could betray Optimus Prime. Optimus silently observed the unfolding scene, momentarily lost in the chaos, his eyes reflecting a bewildered confusion. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to accept that old Jolt would betray us. He is certainly not Jolt. His voice is all wrong. It must be noted that the barrier, though rough around the edges, possessed keen insight. Not only had he discerned Jolt's impersonation through previous tests in the original tale, but he now firmly concluded that this Jolt was indeed an imposter. Ha, indeed, Optimus, he is not the Jolt you speak of. He is the master of many faces. My loyal Decepticon warrior. Seeing Optimus' bewilderment and the fury of betrayal etched on the faces of the Autobots filled Megatron with a profound delight, prompting him to laugh heartily, as if mocking their ignorance. At that moment, Jolt rose to his feet, maintaining his guise, and mockingly turned to the barrier, saying, I'm sorry, my friend, but your friendship was misguided. I am not Jolt. With a slight smile, he revealed his satisfaction, turning to Starscream. And you? I owe you my gratitude. Without you, I might have had to remain undercover for a longer duration, as plans inherently carry risks of exposure. Autobots, farewell, or rather, never again, the master of many faces proclaimed, his words dripping with sarcasm, donning Jolt's visage to deliver this taunt, leaving the Autobots feeling an unutterable sting of ridicule and disdain. Optimus, prepare your neck for me, Megatron uttered, as if delivering the final words of a victor, his tone a blend of nostalgia and the exhilaration of impending triumph. He swiftly contacted Soundwave. Soundwave, activate the ground bridge. Bring me and my valiant warriors back. Do not let them escape. Optimus, now somewhat enlightened, urgently commanded the Autobots. Upon hearing Optimus' orders, the Autobots unleashed a barrage of fire, powerful, swift, and concentrated beams of energy surged toward Megatron and his cohorts as they approached the ground bridge. However, it was too late. They had already entered, and the ground bridge sealed shut, leaving only the mocking silhouette of Jolt as the last to cross. Just before his departure, he seemed to glance back at the Autobots, his eyes shimmering with the pride of a victor. Megatron departed with the knowledge of their base's location, leaving the Autobots to gather slowly, gazing at the distant rising dust and the shadows of those long gone, enveloped in a profound silence. "So, you revealed our position to that imposter?" Flying Mountain looked at Starscream, his voice tinged with despair and a hint of reproach. "Yes," Starscream replied without a shred of remorse. "How could you be so presumptuous enough?" "Flying Mountain, calm down," Optimus interjected as he noticed Flying Mountain's growing agitation. With Optimus' intervention, Flying Mountain regained his composure and turned to Starscream, his expression softening. "I apologize. The thought of our base, which we have called home for so many years, being destroyed and facing a relentless pursuit by the Decepticons, leaving us homeless, is overwhelming. I am sorry for speaking to you in that manner. I know this isn't your fault. It's all because of that accursed imposter." Starscream, hearing Flying Mountain's words, wore a faint smile. Flying Mountain assumed it was due to his apology that Starscream felt satisfied, but the reality was quite different. After Starscream smiled, Arcee couldn't help but chuckle as well, and her laughter puzzled everyone around. However, as their leader, Optimus immediately sensed something was amiss. "Starscream, Arcee, don't you have something to share with us?" Optimus inquired. "Indeed, I did reveal our base's location to that traitor, or rather the imposter," Starscream began, his voice steady. "However, he claimed our base was situated in the largest desert of MG, and he even provided that imposter with a beacon that could lead him to our so-called base." Arcee continued Starscream's explanation, her laughter now uncontainable, her stance confident, her eyes vibrant and alluring. Upon hearing their revelations, a smile involuntarily spread across Optimus's face, though it quickly vanished. The rest, lacking his restraint, erupted with laughter. "Ha ha ha, Starscream, you truly are a scoundrel. Yet well done. Just imagining Megatron's victorious demeanor, and that imposter thinking he had us all fooled, brings me endless joy. Ha ha ha." Flying Mountain could not contain his laughter, and soon the others joined in, their mirth echoing in the air. Initially, one would have thought Megatron was the ultimate victor. That scoundrel masquerading as a con artist played us for fools, rendering us mere jesters. Yet, unexpectedly, it was the Decepticon who was the true fool. Ha ha ha, mused the figure on the other side of the panel, as the atmosphere transformed from a prior silence to one brimming with merciless mockery. Chapter 29. The humiliation of Megatron. By the way, what exactly was the beacon you gave to that Decepticon? After sharing a laugh, Skyfall turned to Celestial Rift and inquired. "A bomb. A creation I devised during my enhancements of high-explosive grenades. It serves both as a bomb and a positioning beacon, though it locates not elsewhere but the bomb itself," Celestial Rift explained, revealing the display screen on his arm that showcased various bodily metrics. This device not only demonstrated his physiological functions, but also possessed simpler functionalities such as positioning and, upon pressing a specific button, detonating the connected bomb. He gently tapped the red button displayed on the screen. "What are you doing?" Skyfall asked again. "Detonating," Celestial Rift replied, though he had momentarily deceived the Faceless and Megatron. Celestial Rift understood that they were not dim-witted. Megatron, in particular, was exceedingly cunning. Once he examined the beacon, or handed it over to Soundwave for analysis, its true nature would be unveiled. Thus, he had to detonate it at once, lest he miss the opportunity completely. As Celestial Rift pressed the button, an alarmed shout echoed from the control room of the Retribution. "Lord Megatron, beware!" With a thunderous explosion, chaos ensued. The control room of the Retribution, along with the Faceless who held the beacon but had yet to deliver it to Megatron, and others within the control room, were directly or indirectly affected by the blast. In an instant, the Faceless was engulfed by the devastating force of the bomb. The metallic shell was first pierced by shrapnel from the explosion, then deformed by the shockwave, followed by an engulfing heat that consumed him entirely. His body disintegrated in the intense heat and powerful shockwave, without a single cry of anguish. Simultaneously, Red Spider, who stood not far from the Faceless, was also affected. The explosion shockwave violently repelled him, crashing him against the control console of the Retribution. The console itself malfunctioned due to Red Spider's impact and the residual effects of the explosion, causing various systems to fail. Not only Red Spider, but even Soundwave, the quickest to react and Megatron, who was forcefully shoved aside by Tectonic, were all caught in the aftermath of the explosion. They skidded across the deck, sparks flying, before finally coming to a halt. Tectonic, who had saved Megatron, was also subjected to the fierce shockwave, slammed against the control room wall, his chest contorted from the impact. Thankfully, his spark remained ignited. As the explosion occurred within the control room of the Retribution, the ship itself faltered, swaying unsteadily in the sky before beginning its rapid descent. The soldiers aboard were momentarily disoriented, stumbling and falling across the deck. At the same time, Megatron shook his head and stood upright. Regaining his balance amid the swaying vessel, he revealed a countenance filled with rage, his voice erupting like a beast's roar. Optimus Prime. This utterance of Optimus Prime was laden with a torrent of emotions. The joy of impending victory morphed into an unquenchable fury, fueled by the humiliation of being outmaneuvered. He could vividly envision the triumphant expressions of Optimus and the Autobots, reveling in his disgrace. He had lost face before Optimus Prime, a stark contrast to his previous pride. He could accept any defeat, any setback, but could not bear the incessant replay of Optimus Prime's smug visage in his mind. Even knowing that Optimus was not truly that way, the imagined gloating of his nemesis was what gnawed at him most, filling him with resentment and anguish. He had become the fool, while his adversary orchestrated the events with deft precision. The Retribution continued its perilous descent. As the explosion subsided, Megatron rose, and Soundwave had already regained his footing. Rushing to the control room, he frantically attempted to manage the failing systems, but to no avail. The damage was too severe, and the Retribution was spiraling out of control, on the brink of crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, Red Spider emerged from the remnants of the explosion, in a wretched state, his body marred by numerous injuries. Most grievously, even absent the original plot, he had lost an arm in the explosion. That arm lay starkly on the ground before him. A grim reminder of his current disability. He could no longer fly. Damn it, that fool Faceless, that bastard. Cursed be him, Red Spider bore the pain coursing through his body, consumed by impotent rage. Yet he should have felt fortunate, for aside from the Faceless, only he and Tectonic had been closest to the explosion's epicenter. Surviving was already a miraculous feat despite having lost an arm and suffered injuries that were not fatal. As Megatron entered the control room, his expression was devoid of emotion. He slowly approached Red Spider. Red Spider, is this your plan? To send a brainless, unreliable spy to retrieve a bomb, destroying the Retribution and costing you an arm? Is this your answer to me? As he spoke, the previously impassive visage of Megatron was now suffused with fury, his crimson gaze intensifying, radiating a blood-red glow. Where once he might have acknowledged Red Spider's plan with mild admiration, he now wished nothing more than to strangle him, desiring to bury both him and the failed plan together. Master, I did not foresee the situation escalating to this extent. It was that wretched Faceless. That fool thought he had obtained the coordinates of the Autobot base with a bomb. My plan was sound. It was that fool who ruined everything. Lord Megatron, my master, this is not my fault. I beg for your mercy. Grant me another chance faced with Megatron's wrath, exuding the predatory intensity of a beast about to strike. Red Spider retreated, pressing against the console, desperately attempting to squeeze into the crevice behind it. But he was wholly incapable of such an escape. All he could do was plead for mercy, his eyes filled with desperation, imploring Megatron to spare him while continuously deflecting blame in a futile attempt to evade responsibility. However, this time, Megatron was genuinely incensed. Even though Red Spider was in tatters, having lost an arm, and even as he cast that familiar, pitiful gaze filled with supplication, Megatron could no longer contain the fury that surged within him. Chapter 30. The Escaping Red Spider and the Pursuing Megatron. Red Spider, I have granted you ample opportunities. You shall have no more. As Megatron spoke, he raised his fusion cannon, aiming it menacingly at Red Spider. The formidable energy within the cannon surged, on the verge of being unleashed. However, at that moment, the entire apocryphal warship shook violently, a thunderous roar echoing throughout its interior and exterior. Everyone aboard was thrown into disarray by the intense tremors and vibrations. The energy Megatron had gathered was disrupted, and the shot went awry. With a resounding boom, the fusion cannon struck a nearby control console, narrowly missing the sharp, horn-like protrusion on Red Spider's forehead. That red spike turned a fiery hue, almost as if it were melting. Terrified, Red Spider quickly pinched the heated horn, and after several attempts, the heat dissipated, restoring it to its original state. Seizing the opportunity while Megatron was distracted, he grabbed a severed arm nearby and scurried out of the control room. Red Spider, how dare you flee before me? How dare you betray me? Seeing Red Spider abandon his orders and escape, Megatron's fury intensified. He bellowed angrily while firing his fusion cannon repeatedly at Red Spider. Yet, Red Spider was cunning. He swiftly seized a nearby Decepticon soldier, using him as a shield against Megatron's onslaught. Then he dashed away, escaping through the corridor leading out of the control room and turning into another passageway. As Megatron watched Red Spider vanish from sight, he contemplated transforming into a jet to pursue him. At that moment, Soundwave pointed to the display screen. Megatron halted his actions and followed Soundwave's gesture to the screen. His expression shifted slightly as he beheld the image, the Autobot captured by Red Spider. Indeed, on the screen, the true Jack was rampaging through the Apocrypha ship, dispatching Decepticon soldiers with ease and heading towards the deck outside the ship. Megatron glanced at the screen and commanded Soundwave, "I don't care what means you employ. Repair the Apocrypha promptly. The situation with Tidal Wave is also your responsibility." With that, Megatron turned and left, leaving uncertain whether he was pursuing Red Spider or attempting to capture Jack. Autobot base. While a series of events unfolded aboard the Apocrypha, all Autobots returned to their base, burdened with a shared concern. "Though I trust Jack can escape on his own, we must act to rescue him just in case," said Bulkhead, his confidence in Jack evident, though his tone betrayed underlying worry. After all, it was the Apocrypha where Megatron resided. Others might not be a match for Jack, but against Megatron, it was doubtful Jack could contend alone, let alone evade him. "Bulkhead is correct," Optimus Prime affirmed, nodding in agreement as he turned his gaze to Mirage. "Mirage, you mentioned your bomb could pinpoint locations. Can it locate the Apocrypha now?" "Indeed, it has been set up for detonation. We merely need to activate the ground bridge to enter," Mirage replied. "Excellent. Ratchet, open the ground bridge as per the coordinates provided," Optimus Prime instructed. Ratchet received the coordinates from Mirage and promptly activated the ground bridge. "Autobots, we set forth," Optimus Prime proclaimed, transforming into his truck form and driving into the ground bridge. The others followed suit, transforming into their vehicle forms. On the deck of the Apocrypha, as chaos erupted aboard the Apocrypha, Jack dispatched the Decepticon soldiers surrounding him. Freeing himself from his restraints and escaping, he navigated through various corridors, eliminating numerous Decepticon soldiers, ultimately reaching the open deck. Simultaneously, in his wake, another figure emerged from the shadows, Red Spider. Red Spider darted past the Decepticon soldiers, who, unaware of Megatron's orders, mistook him for the second-in-command and followed him outside. "There you are," Red Spider exclaimed upon spotting Jack on the deck. "Red Spider," Jack responded, surprised to see him, along with the swarm of Decepticon soldiers trailing behind. "You've brought these soldiers to capture me. Your information network is impressively swift," Jack said, drawing his twin blades, ready for battle. "Autobot, I have no time to deal with you," Red Spider declared, glancing back at the approaching soldiers. "Eliminate him, and when Megatron inquires later, you must not reveal the direction I took." With that, he leaped off the deck of the Apocrypha without a backward glance, leaving Jack and the soldiers bewildered. At that moment, the Apocrypha crashed into an expansive forest, its massive hull crushing numerous trees. Fortunately, Red Spider, having lost his wings, need not fear a fatal fall. Upon leaping from the deck, Red Spider hurried into the verdant forest, swiftly vanishing from sight. The remaining Decepticon soldiers, still believing Red Spider to be their superior, obeyed his command and launched a fierce assault against Jack. Jack engaged in combat with the Decepticon soldiers. Meanwhile, Megatron, having transformed into a jet, soared to the deck, then reverted to his humanoid form. Once in humanoid form, he surveyed the surroundings. Upon seeing Megatron, all Decepticon soldiers ceased their attacks on Jack, awaiting their leader's command. Jack braced himself, ready for battle, as Megatron cast a casual glance at him. Turning to a nearby Decepticon soldier, Megatron inquired, "Where has Red Spider gone?" The soldier, not daring to be lax in his response, quickly pointed in the direction Red Spider had taken. Upon receiving the information, Megatron turned, his crimson gaze locking onto Jack, and commanded the Decepticon soldiers, "Capture him at all costs." With that, Megatron transformed into a jet and surged into the sky, pursuing the direction Red Spider had fled. Jack stood in disbelief. He had anticipated Megatron's emergence would lead to a confrontation with him, not a pursuit of Red Spider. Then he chuckled. It seems there's discord within the Decepticons. He turned to the other Decepticon soldiers. However, Megatron has underestimated me, believing a mere handful of you could capture me. Jack's words incited the ire of the Decepticon soldiers, who transformed their hands into weapon systems, unleashing a barrage of laser blasts towards him. Yet, Jack exhibited remarkable agility, evading the relatively weak laser beams that struck the deck, merely leaving slight dents and singeing a small area of the Apocrypha. Chapter 31, Red Spider. The sole sovereign as Megatron soared through the sky in jet form. He gazed down at the dense forest below, its myriad trees and branches obscuring his view, making it difficult for him to locate Red Spider. In the distance before Megatron, the Red Spider ran while glancing back, witnessing the super energy flowing from his injuries, leaving a long trail on the ground. Haha. After running for a while, the Red Spider gasped for breath, his wounds preventing him from continuing to run. He stumbled upon a tree thicker than himself and collapsed at its roots, staring at the severed arm in his hand. He surveyed the myriad of wounds and scratches adorning his body, along with the super energy oozing from them. A wave of sorrow washed over him. How did I fall to such depths? If only I hadn't run in a fleeting moment. He transitioned from the Decepticons' second-in-command to a hunted creature pursued by Megatron, and he felt the pervasive malice of the world surrounding him. He couldn't help but wonder, if he hadn't fled, would Megatron have spared him? No. How could I think that after a moment's contemplation, the Red Spider shook his head, dismissing the unrealistic thoughts from his mind. His voice was laced with despair as he muttered, if I hadn't run, Megatron would definitely not have spared me. Only by fleeing can I survive. Yet, at that moment, the Red Spider found himself at a loss as to where to go. Once a revered second-in-command of the Decepticons, he was now rendered insignificant. The disparity in status was one thing. The real issue was his lack of resources. Without the super energy, without means to sustain his existence. Even if he survived this moment, death would inevitably follow. Wait, the Ark. I remember it fell here a long time ago. Though it is in 2 pieces, some of its functions should still be operational, and it might still contain supplies. An image of the severed Ark flashed in his mind, and a resolution took root within him. With determination, a mischievous smile crept onto the Red Spider's face. Magatrun, or Rata, Magatrun. You once subjected me to endless humiliation, and now you seek my demise. But I shall defy your intent. In the past, I was naive, humbling myself before you. But now I understand my place in the universe. I know who I am, what my status is, and where I must go. The Red Spider murmured to himself. And then a frenzied look crossed his face as he cried out, I am the Red Spider, belonging to no faction, loyal to no one, a true loner. Megatron, one day, the Decepticons will be mine, and I shall become the only true deity in the universe, the Emperor of Destruction, the ruler of Earth, Cybertron, and even the cosmos. At that time, even you shall bow before me. Ha ha ha. His laughter, tinged with a hint of repression, echoed loudly. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of jet engines roared from above, reverberating through the space. Upon hearing the familiar engine sound, the Red Spider's expression froze. The manic smile that had just adorned his face vanished instantly, replaced by sheer panic. Damn it, Megatron, why so soon? In a state of confusion, the Red Spider peered through the gaps between the trees, searching for the source of the sound, and soon spotted Megatron hovering above, a short distance away. Calm down. I must remain calm. Megatron has yet to discover me. The Red Spider forced himself to steady his breath, pressing his body tightly against a nearby tree, striving to conceal himself. Despite his back pressed against the tree, hiding most of his form, he yearned to hide even more. Wishing he could squeeze himself into the crevices of the bark, burrowing deep within the tree's core. This overwhelming fear stemmed from the dread of being discovered by Megatron. He could not gamble on whether Megatron would spare him if he were to be found, even though Megatron had let him go countless times before. In the sky, Megatron continued to hover, seemingly having caught a hint of the Red Spider's arrogant laughter, but amid the dense forest, he could not pinpoint the Red Spider's location. As he circled slowly behind the Red Spider, preparing to approach his position, he received a message. Optimus Prime, realizing that Optimus Prime had arrived at the Ark. Megatron instantly abandoned his pursuit of the Red Spider, turning around to accelerate toward the Arkansas. His arch-nemesis had appeared, and he too had to respond. He had already been in a precarious situation. This time, he could not allow Optimus Prime to act freely on his territory. As for the Red Spider, he could be dealt with later. In Megatron's mind, Optimus Prime's importance would always take precedence, relegating the Red Spider to a secondary concern. If not for the Red Spider's constant presence and memorable antics, he might not even warrant such a position on the Ark. Whoosh, 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 clang, 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 bang, all Autobots had arrived, and with the addition of the Jack, they unleashed a barrage of firepower. The panels fell under the assault, each strike dispatching a Decepticon, whether flattened or not. Bumblebee, fists clenched, fought like a boxer, taking on two foes at once, refusing to yield. Optimus Prime wielded his blade, taking down a Decepticon with each swing. Flying through the air, he engaged in fierce combat with a Decepticon, exhibiting remarkable valor. The Jack unleashed dual strikes, utilizing immense strength and agile movements, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Starscream, like Optimus Prime, relied on his formidable size and power. Even without special skills, he remained unstoppable, dispatching one Decepticon after another with each blow. Arcee coordinated with Starscream, launching ranged attacks against Decepticons attempting to approach. Decepticon-foot soldiers streamed from the interior corridors toward the exterior panels, seemingly endless. The scene was chaotic, with mechanical parts scattered everywhere. The clang of metal incessantly ringing in the air, and the sparks of Decepticon life flickering out. Even as mechanical beings, their vitality far exceeding that of flesh and blood humans, they could not escape the grim fate of death in this brutal war. The intensity of the carnage rendered the expansive open deck of the Ark strewn with corpses. Rumble, rumble, the sound of engines drew near, followed by the unmistakable sound of transformation, culminating in a thunderous crash as several tons of weight slammed onto the metal deck. Optimus Prime, long time no see, Megatron arrived, his gaze fixed on Optimus Prime with gritted teeth. Optimus Prime repelled a foot soldier and turned to face Megatron. Megatron, though they had met not long ago, it felt as though they were long-lost adversaries, locked in a tense stare. Ratchet, deploy the ground bridge. All Autobots, retreat. However, the anticipated clash did not unfold. Optimus Prime had no intention of engaging the Decepticons on their territory. The disparity in numbers, coupled with the enemy-esque ground, did not favor the Autobots. As Optimus Prime issued his command, all Autobots repelled their immediate foes before swiftly retreating into the ground bridge tunnel. Chapter 32, Downfall, Dead Fire Optimus Prime. You will not escape. Megatron, abandoning the Red Spider, circled back to prevent Optimus Prime from slipping away. He rushed toward Optimus Prime, raising his fist to deliver a powerful blow. Boom, sparks flew, and a deafening clang of metal echoed as Optimus Prime staggered backward several steps. Just as Megatron anticipated a counterattack from Optimus Prime, the latter turned and entered the ground bridge tunnel behind him. Optimus Prime, do you intend to remain a coward forever? Megatron exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. The events of recent days had left him in a daze, and he longed to unleash his pent-up aggression upon his arch-nemesis. Yet, Optimus refused to indulge this desire, inciting Megatron's fury to an extreme. Despite Megatron's relentless shouts, Optimus departed without a hint of remorse, showing no inclination to look back. Megatron, watching the vanishing land bridge and the silhouette of his adversary, swung a fist into the air in a fit of rage. His crimson gaze fixated on the spot where Optimus had disappeared, his visage twisted in seething anger. At the Autobot base, Old Pal. Upon returning, Ironhide embraced Ratchet tightly. Ratchet, I knew you wouldn't easily fall for that imposter, Ironhide declared with unwavering trust, believing that Ratchet had seen through the ruse. Ratchet released Ironhide, who then approached Optimus' side. Commander, I now understand why Ratchet chose to follow you. Ironhide had witnessed Optimus' valiant prowess in battle, and the sheer force of his strikes had greatly impressed him, leading to a more respectful attitude than that portrayed in their original tales. However, his innate disposition prevented him from fully venerating Optimus. He preferred solitude over the weight of a commanding presence. Ironhide, I have long admired you, Optimus replied kindly, unfazed by Ironhide's slightly rebellious demeanor. Is this towering figure Ultra Magnus? I have heard tales of your reputation. Based on today's battle, you are quite formidable, Ironhide remarked, acknowledging his fellow warrior. Come, Ironhide, there are many awaiting introductions. First, let me present my new friend, Michaela, Ratchet said, leading Ironhide to Michaela, who was perched on the stair railing. Hi there. I'm Michaela. You're Ironhide, right? Can you fly? How many Decepticons have you fought? Who's stronger, you or Ratchet? Can you break stones with your chest? She asked, her eyes sparkling as she bombarded Ironhide with questions. After a while, Ratchet introduced Ironhide to everyone at the base and showed him around. Then, addressing Ironhide, he said, "Old pal, since you are here, I think you should choose a vehicle form to better adapt to life here. I can recommend a few options." "Hold on, Ratchet. Let's put joining aside for now. My wrecking hammer is repaired, and I do not plan to stay. I wish to explore the universe and discover what lies beyond," Ironhide stated, gently interrupting Ratchet's enthusiasm. "You mean you're planning to leave?" Ratchet asked, surprised, feeling a mix of understanding and sorrow. "Yes," Ironhide confirmed with a nod. "Very well," Ratchet replied, acquiescing. "Ironhide, no matter where you go, this place will always be your haven," Optimus said, respecting Ironhide's wishes and refraining from stopping him. Sometime later, in the outskirts, Ironhide glanced at the spaceship and turned to Ratchet. "My wrecking hammer can seat one more, even with your hefty frame. Would you care to join me?" Ratchet considered the invitation, tempted to agree, but then glanced at the other Autobots, finally fixing his gaze on Michaela. At that moment, she looked at him with a mixture of hope and trepidation. He turned to Ironhide. "Perhaps not. I've grown accustomed to being here, and more importantly, there are those who need me." Ratchet turned back to Michaela, gazing at her as a father would at his child, reluctant to leave someone so significant to him. "All right." Ironhide nodded, then turned to Michaela. "Take care of Ratchet. If he encounters any trouble, I'll hold you responsible." "Of course. Now say cheese." Michaela laughed, pulling out her phone to snap a picture of Ironhide and Ratchet together. 3 days later, aboard the Nemesis, Lord Megatron, "Your loyal medic has arrived," Knockout announced as he and Dead End approached Megatron, bowing respectfully. Megatron, who had been standing with his back turned, lowered his arms and turned to face them, fixing his gaze on Knockout. "I summoned you here because I require your expertise. I trust you will not disappoint me, as Starscream did." Taken aback by Megatron's words, Knockout hesitated before a smile spread across his face. With a casual tone, yet a serious expression, he replied, "Of course, my lord." "Very well. Return to your post. Your first task is to treat Thundercracker. I will have further assignments for you afterward," Megatron instructed, waving his hand. He had called Knockout because Thundercracker's injuries were severe, necessitating a professional's care. Additionally, Knockout and Dead End's presence would provide the already depleted Decepticon ranks with a few more combatants. "Understood. I shall attend to it immediately," Knockout said, placing his right hand over his chest in a slight bow before departing with Dead End toward the medical bay. At the Autobot base on the open, flat rooftop, Ultra Magnus and Arcee sat at the edge, their legs dangling over the precipice. Arcee rested her arms around Ultra Magnus' left arm, leaning against his strong frame, her head gently resting upon it. The two were like sentinels, intimate yet steadfast, sharing a moment as they gazed at the sunset. "I have often envisioned us like this after the war, together watching the sunset over Cybertron, enjoying a tranquil moment amidst the chaos of battle. Who would have thought we would find such solace here on Earth?" At that moment, Arcee appeared to relish the serene atmosphere, her metallic skin absorbing the warmth from Ultra Magnus. Her colorful eyes were fixed on the distant horizon, narrowing slightly. Unsure whether it was the brilliance of the sunset or her heart's tranquility that urged her to close her eyes for a moment. Chapter 33, Daily Life. Unfettered intimacy at the school gate. "Hey," just as Jack had finished his classes and descended the steps, a bright female voice called out to him. Jack turned to see a beautiful girl. "Hi, Sierra. Are you Nick? I remember you invited me for a ride." Sierra waved at Jack, winking before continuing. "Oh, yes, I'm Jack. You." Beep beep. As Jack began to speak, the honking of a vehicle interrupted him. Instinctively, he turned around, spotting a heavy-duty off-road vehicle. "Excuse me, I need to have a word with a friend," Jack said to Sierra before approaching the transformed vehicle, Skyfire. "Are we flying over the mountains?" Jack inquired of Skyfire. Optimus assigned them a mission, so they are on duty today. "I'm the only one here to pick you up," Skyfire replied to Jack. "All right." Jack nodded, then turned to Sierra. "I apologize, but I didn't drive today, so I fear I cannot take you for a ride." "Well then, I suppose we shall meet next time," Sierra responded, a hint of disappointment crossing her face before she turned to leave. Jack glanced at Sierra as she departed and then entered the off-road vehicle. We still need to wait for Mickey and Rafi, Skyfire remarked as Jack settled into the vehicle. Jack nodded. No sooner had they spoken than Mickey and Rafi climbed into the vehicle. Where's the partition? Why hasn't he arrived? Mickey immediately asked upon entering. And Bumblebee? Rafi added. Optimus assigned them a mission. I'm the only one here to collect the three of you, Skyfire explained. Well then, we can race in the desert, play for a bit, and then head back home, Mickey suggested, her initial disappointment at the absence of the partition quickly replaced by enthusiasm. That might not be feasible. Skyfire rejected her proposal. Why not? I believe we can manage it. We could race first, and then you could take Jack and that girl for a ride, and finally, when the time is right, return us home. Mickey, unwilling to accept defeat, lamented her fate of being sent home quietly while cooped up in a heavy metal vehicle. Surely, they should seize the opportunity for some fun. What's it to me? Jack remarked, astonished by Mickey's fervor. I heard everything. That girl was asking you out. And you turned her down. Are you even a man? Mickey leaned closer to Jack, playfully patting his shoulder. Jack was momentarily rendered speechless by Mickey's words. What could he do? He wished to take her for a ride, but with Skyfire absent and Optimus's regulations in place, he felt powerless. Mickey, I still think we should obediently follow Optimus's instructions and return home, Rafi chimed in, tugging at Mickey. Rafi is right. Skyfire agreed as he started the engine and began to drive. Faced with the collective disapproval of her friends. Mickey threw her hands about in frustration and slumped back in her seat, a look of boredom clouding her features. Perhaps I can take you for a brief spin. Skyfire offered gently, sensing the dismal atmosphere within the vehicle. Oh yes, it was about time, Mickey exclaimed, springing to life at Skyfire's words. Though it was not exactly what she had envisioned, any chance to ride was far better than being quietly escorted home. Buckle up, Skyfire cautioned before gradually accelerating. Moments later, they found themselves in an area with fewer vehicles, the speed increasing to a thrilling pace. Faster, faster. Mickey cheered excitedly. At that moment, a red sports car zoomed past Skyfire, leaving a trail of dust in its wake. How infuriating. That red car. Skyfire, catch up to him and let him taste the fumes. Mickey yelled, unable to contain her excitement upon witnessing the scene. Hold on tight, Skyfire replied, now determined to pursue the vehicle ahead. As the red car had been provocatively reckless. With a surge of power, Skyfire accelerated, not lagging behind despite being an off-road vehicle, as his energy source was far more potent than that of earthly cars. As the dust settled, Skyfire closed the distance to the red vehicle. That guy seems to be one of the Autobots. The driver of the red car noticed the pursuit through his rearview mirror. Enjoy the dust, he scoffed, then pressed the accelerator further. Skyfire refused to let him escape so easily and immediately surged forward. Yay. Skyfire, go. Overtake that car, Mickey shouted in exhilaration. With a screech of tires, Skyfire surpassed the red vehicle, Mickey's jubilant cries filling the air. Simultaneously, a disgruntled voice from the red car exclaimed, My paint. I just polished it not long ago. Skyfire had merely brushed against the paint of the red vehicle, and with the presence of the three passengers, he refrained from engaging in combat. Afterward, Skyfire safely returned them home before heading back to the base. Not long after, Arcee returned from her mission. Talp. Arcee approached Skyfire. You went racing, didn't you? Mickey must have instigated you. Arcee fixed her gaze intently on him. Skyfire instinctively averted his eyes and murmured, No. Fearing he hadn't clarified, he added, What I meant is that I didn't go racing. I safely delivered them home. Perhaps you should touch up that scraped paint before saying anything else, Arcee said, effortlessly seeing through Skyfire's flimsy excuse. With her arms crossed, she regarded Skyfire with a serious expression. All right, I may have taken a brief detour, Skyfire admitted, using his thumb and forefinger to gesture a small distance. Arcee's expression grew more serious as her gaze remained fixed on Skyfire, silent. Skyfire felt increasingly uneasy under Arcee's penetrating stare. The tension from his earlier lie dissipated. He looked at Arcee with a resigned expression. Well, in fact, I did take a spin and encountered a Decepticon. You say you met a Decepticon, but nothing happened, right? Arcee questioned, her tone slightly stern as she lowered her arms. Because the kids were with me, I didn't engage him. I merely brushed past him, and that's how the paint got scraped, Skyfire explained, touching the area where the paint had been removed. I think you did the right thing, Arcee said, understanding dawning upon her. Now, take a seat over there. Skyfire was confused by Arcee's request, but complied and sat down. Arcee rummaged through a nearby toolbox and retrieved a polishing tool, approaching Skyfire as she activated the device. I don't want you to deceive me, even with trivial lies. You know we share a close bond and should have no secrets, just as I have none from you. Arcee spoke softly, her touch gentle as she polished Skyfire. She did not scold him for racing. Instead, she spoke in a tender manner, devoid of any accusatory intent. I am sorry, Arcee. I won't do it again. Skyfire realized as he listened to Arcee. He understood that their close relationship warranted honesty, and he should refrain from lying, even about inconsequential matters. Listening to Arcee's words, a gentle glimmer flickered in Arcee's eyes as her lips curved slightly upwards. One hand delicately polished a tool, while the other rested upon the right hand of Lee Taeju. Lee Taeju clasped her hand gently, cradling it in his palm, silently conveying the trust and intimacy shared between them. Chapter 34. Black Widow, Complex Relationships. Days later, a spacecraft traversed an unknown number of light years, arriving in the Milky Way. Swiftly, it pierced through Earth's atmosphere, descending in a blaze of fiery flames. At the Autobot base, Lee Taeju engaged in a test of strength with the partition, his spark trembling slightly as the changes within him momentarily distracted him. With a resounding bang, his arm was forcefully pinned down by the partition, creating a loud thud. Yes, the partition wins. I declare the victor to be the partition, exclaimed Meichi, her excitement palpable as she danced about in celebration of her partner's triumph. Lee Taeju, however, did not share in their joy. He stood silently, unnoticed by the others. Save for Arcee. What's wrong? You seem a bit out of sorts. Arcee approached him, placing her hand on his leg and looking up with concern in her eyes. Arcee, I think I need to step outside for a moment, Lee Taeju replied. Is something the matter? Arcee inquired, sensing that something was indeed amiss. I'm not sure yet. I'll let you know when I return, he assured her. Then go ahead. I'll be waiting for you. Arcee responded, refraining from pressing further. She knew he would share everything with her upon his return, especially after the last clumsy little lie. Okay, Lee Taeju nodded, seeking Optimus Prime's permission before departing the base under Arcee's watchful gaze. On a desolate path, Lee Taeju transformed into his vehicle mode and sped forward. After a while, he arrived at the edge of a barren, primitive forest devoid of human presence and pathways. Crack! Branches snapped beneath his weight as he glided past towering ancient trees, weaving deeper into the forest. The air was thick with unpleasant odors, mist, and swarming insects, yet none of this deterred Lee Taeju. Soon, he reached a relatively open area, cleared by the emergency landing of a spacecraft that had flattened all the trees in its wake. Following the traces of the spacecraft's descent, he approached a vessel of moderate size. Its design unmistakably belonged to the Decepticons, yet Lee Taeju, placing a hand upon his chest, lowered his guard. Whoosh! With a sudden spray, a white fabric launched towards him, ensnaring him with immense force, causing him to collapse to the ground and adhere to it. Clang, clang, clang. A series of sharp metallic sounds echoed as a figure appeared atop the spacecraft. Lee Taeju gazed up, calmly uttering her name, Black Widow. Ah, Lee Taeju. I didn't expect our reunion to unfold in this manner, nor did I anticipate finding you here, Black Widow remarked, her violet compound eyes studying the immobilized Lee Taeju. She delicately maneuvered her slender fingers, seemingly contemplating how to tear him apart. Her 6 spider-like legs gracefully curled as she leapt down, retracting them to walk on her own legs, slowly approaching Lee Taeju. As she loomed over him, Lee Taeju's gaze flickered slightly. Black Widow crouched down, leaning forward, her face inches from his. Zzz. She traced her sharp, elongated fingers across Lee Taeju's face, producing a faint sound. Though her fingers were pointed, she applied little pressure, leaving no marks on his skin. Instead, their proximity felt oddly intimate. How many millennia has it been since we last met? Lee Taeju inquired, unfazed by Black Widow's actions. His eyes fixed on her face, his tone calm and gentle, devoid of hostility. If memory serves me right, we parted ways before the war, and I can scarcely recall how many years have passed, Black Widow replied patiently. Was your arrival here a coincidence? Lee Taeju asked, aware that in the original narrative, Black Widow had stumbled upon this place by chance, yet the current circumstances hinted at a deeper, inexplicable connection that had altered their fates. It could be deemed a coincidence, or perhaps not, for your presence here may have subconsciously drawn me. Black Widow's response was vague, leaving the truth ambiguous. After her statement, she turned to Li Teju and asked, "And what of you? Why are you here?" As she spoke, she playfully hooked her slender index finger beneath Li Teju's chin, leaning closer, their faces mere centimeters apart. Awaiting his response, she locked her compound eyes upon his, seemingly eager to discern whether his reply would align with her expectations or if he would deceive her. "I followed Optimus Prime here," Li Teju answered. "You know that's not what I meant," Black Widow retorted, a hint of irritation in her voice as she pressed her finger against his face with slight force. With a soft Z, a minuscule scar appeared on Li Teju's cheek. He did not struggle. Instead, he stared intently into Black Widow's compound eyes, reflecting his own image within their intricate depths. "I followed the Spark's guidance to arrive here," Li Teju replied after a brief silence. Black Widow smiled, her expression brightening as if she had heard words she longed to hear. Yet, as if struck by a sudden thought, her smile vanished, and with a serious, menacing tone, she addressed Li Teju. "Perhaps I should eliminate you here, considering we were once enemies. I cannot say if you wish to kill me now, but I might correct a misconception," Li Teju replied, undeterred by her fierce demeanor. "In ages long past, we were not adversaries. And what now? Do you believe we are enemies?" Black Widow inquired, her tone shifting as she fell silent for a moment, her ferocity waning. "I do not know. That depends on your perspective." Li Teju blinked, his gaze brimming with a certain resolve. "After all these years, you remain unchanged. It is precisely for this reason that I do not wish to be with you." Black Widow expressed her frustration, disliking the choices Li Teju presented her. She was reluctant to alter her beliefs. Her style, for her very nature, was inherently wicked. Yet Chapter 35, a profound connection nevertheless. She and Li Teju shared an indelible bond and an ineffable emotion. The golden age of Cybertron was the pinnacle of prosperity for the planet, a time when all aspects of its development reached their zenith. Technology and humanity, from the minutiae of daily life to the vastness of the cosmos, shine in their splendor. In an era devoid of monstrous interference and warfare, people coexist in harmony. During this time, the Allspark nurtured a plethora of new Cybertronians, seemingly responding to the call of that magnificent age. It is within this illustrious period that the characters of Starscream and Black Widow emerged. The Allspark gave rise to an array of extraordinary life forms: insectoids, colossal beasts, upright Cybertronians, and a myriad of other creatures. Many species were birthed from the same Allspark, yet they exhibited a diversity of forms, some possessing unique connections that are simply unfathomable. Together, they were conceived from the Allspark, two entities so closely related that their cores became inseparable. Much like Thundercracker and his brother Skywarp, Black Widow and Starscream share a profound connection through their Allspark, allowing for a natural affinity between them. This intrinsic bond explains why, upon Black Widow's arrival on Earth, Starscream's Allspark reacted. It also elucidates the complexity and intimacy of their relationship. Though they were born simultaneously, their thoughts diverged. Starscream, endowed with human consciousness and characterized by a gentle disposition, naturally found himself at odds with Black Widow's intrinsic nature. Black Widow embodies the malevolent traits of the insectoid lineage: greed, selfishness, cruelty, and predation, traits that stem from her very bloodline and Allspark, often immutable. These differing ideologies and temperaments led to a tenuous connection between their linked Allsparks, ultimately leading them down divergent paths. Yet, this divergence is merely superficial. A profound connection exists that etches the essence of each into the soul of the other, creating an indelible impression. Hence, in this seemingly fortuitous moment, their inevitable meeting occurred. Black Widow, unwilling and largely unable to alter her inherent nature, often found herself infuriated by Starscream's contrasting ideals. Despite her malevolence, she sometimes felt compelled to change, as her interactions were not with just anyone, but with Starscream, the singular being linked to her Allspark, capable of tempering her cruelty, cunning, and greed. Given the opportunity, she could effortlessly extinguish any life she desired. Yet towards him, she could never harbor such thoughts of annihilation. This stems from the Allspark and the emotions buried deep within her heart. Even when Starscream lay before her, utterly defenseless and ensnared, she hesitated to strike. However, she loathed the dilemma Starscream presented. "I do not know. It depends on your thoughts." Upon hearing this, an overwhelming anger surged within her. She detested the notion of making such choices, believing Starscream should comprehend that they were never adversaries. Lost in contemplation, Black Widow's sharp fingers glided over Starscream's face but did not advance further. She appeared to ponder something intently before taking action. In Starscream's gaze, Black Widow raised her hand, her pointed fingers radiating a chilling glimmer. With a swift motion, she descended upon him, her hand aiming for his form. With a sudden thud, the webbing that ensnared Starscream was severed. After freeing him, Black Widow stood slowly, choosing not to depart but to await his rise. As the bonds of restraint vanished, Starscream propped himself up and stood, turning to fix his gaze upon Black Widow. He refrained from asking the foolish question, "Why don't you kill me?" For both understood the truth. Their eyes locked for a moment, and Starscream spoke slowly. "Are you considering joining us?" As he extended his robust hand, Black Widow retorted fiercely, "I have severed ties with the Decepticons, and I will not join you Autobots. Your leader would never accept me, for I might succumb to the urge to tear your comrades apart." "Very well," Starscream blinked, retracting his outstretched hand. After a moment of silence, he turned to gaze at the ship Black Widow occupied. Noticing his intent, she moved a few steps to block his path. Making her stance clear, regardless of whether he intended to board her vessel, she would not allow him entry. In truth, Starscream pondered if Black Widow would leave in her ship. Should she choose neither the Autobots nor the Decepticons, and whether her supplies would suffice for her survival on this planet caught between two factions. Understanding her implication, Starscream softly replied, "I had no intention of entering." He added, "Perhaps your ship needs repairs." He gestured towards the area leaking energy. Following his gaze, Black Widow acknowledged the damage. "Stay outside," she warned in a venomous tone, then turned to enter her ship. Moments later, she emerged with an array of tools. Starscream said nothing as he accepted the tools from her and proceeded towards the breach in the ship. 2 hours elapsed as he meticulously sealed the numerous leaks, and afterward, he returned the tools to Black Widow. "I believe I can no longer assist you," he stated, turning away. As he walked away, Black Widow heard his steady and gentle voice, "I'm sorry. I still haven't become what you wish me to be." At that moment, she caught a glimpse of his luminous eyes, which held an emotion she could not decipher. Starscream then transformed into his vehicle form and departed. Black Widow's multifaceted gaze remained fixed upon his retreating silhouette. She uttered not a word, yet she recognized that Starscream had erred. From the very beginning, he had shown her understanding, while she struggled to relinquish her bloodthirsty impulses and the innate evil that prevented her from embracing his compassion. She despised choices, nevertheless. She possessed the autonomy, for the power had always resided within her grasp. Chapter 36. Wandering ceases at the encounter of lovers. Starscream's figure faded from Black Widow's sight. She re-entered her ship, venturing into a chamber filled with an assortment of heads from various unknown creatures, preserved like biological specimens in storage tanks. They floated in a mysterious liquid. Gazing upon these trophies, Black Widow felt a tumult of emotions for a fleeting moment. The trophy she had hunted and preserved to satiate her macabre collection seemed utterly devoid of allure. In truth, she did not wish to prevent Lieutenant Ju from entering. Her heart welcomed his presence aboard her vessel. Yet, she refrained from allowing him to witness certain aspects of her existence. For she understood that despite the passage of countless millennia, Lieutenant Ju had undergone some transformation. Nevertheless, his essence remained distinct from hers, as he perpetually embodied kindness and gentleness. She sought to shield him from these revelations, not wanting to ensnare his heart in a web of indecision and discomfort. Drifting ceased upon the meeting of lovers. Perhaps one day, she would conquer her nature, transcend the spark within her, overcome her lineage, and rise above her cruel thoughts. It was only when the threads of connection, far beyond the spark, intertwined in every conceivable aspect that she would cease her wandering, seizing the agency in her grasp to embrace that which is inclusive and tender. On the return journey, Lieutenant Ju's emotions were tumultuous. The actions of the Black Widow and her inherent nature occasionally unsettled him. Yet, at times he endeavored to accept her, recognizing that the human psyche is devoid of a singular template and cannot adhere to a fixed notion or character. Although his core was indeed more benevolent and gentle than that of some ruthless individuals, it did not imply the absence of a darker side or the inability to accept it. At times, It appeared as though the Black Widow could not reconcile her thoughts with his, or vice versa. Just moments ago, he had shown no concern for her sinister past, even going so far as to invite her to join the Autobots. Yet, she had declined. In that instant, Liatain Ju found himself at a loss to discern whether the divergence from their initial connection stemmed from incompatible personalities or from emotional dissonance. Nonetheless, he could faintly grasp the complexity of the Black Widow's psyche. When a treacherous, self-serving, and untrusting individual encounters someone with whom they can completely trust but whose views diverge, it is indeed a profound revelation. Their mutual connection and trust rendered the ties of fate unbreakable. Yet their differing perspectives and some unbridgeable ideas hindered their ability to remain together for long. He and the Black Widow were akin to the once compatriots Optimus Prime and Megatron, having transformed from close allies into adversaries. However, the nature of his relationship with the Black Widow did not reach such extremes. Instead, it was imbued with a multitude of ambiguous emotions. After a moment's contemplation, Liatain Ju cast aside his convoluted thoughts and sped along the road, eventually returning to the Autobot base. How did everything go? Upon his return, Arcee approached him, her eyes brimming with concern. The sight of her instantly alleviated the gloom that had previously shrouded his heart. He smiled warmly and replied softly, "It has been resolved." As he spoke, Liatain Ju took Arcee's hand, leading her aside before sitting down. Arcee gracefully settled onto his lap. He recounted the entirety of the events involving the Black Widow to her. In truth, he had previously shared some details with Arcee, but their earlier conversations had lacked depth due to the considerable time since his last encounter with the Black Widow. "You and your former partner have a rather intricate relationship," Arcee remarked after listening intently. "Isn't that the truth?" Liatain Ju concurred. Compared to his bond with Arcee, his connection with the Black Widow was indeed quite complex. However, regardless of your relationship with her, I do not wish for you to be distracted upon her arrival," Arcee said gently, her demeanor softening as her slender hand rested atop his. With a playful blink of her eyes and a hint of a smile, she jested, "Furthermore, I hope her arrival will not divert your attention. If my partner becomes less focused after her arrival, I will certainly hold her accountable." Upon uttering this, a fierce and commanding expression adorned Arcee's face, accentuating her assertiveness. Of course, Liatain Ju responded with a chuckle, gently wrapping his arm around her. He did not wish the complexities of his relationship with the Black Widow to encroach upon Arcee or affect his approach to future matters. Yet, he believed that the Black Widow's presence would not drastically alter his life, given that they were amidst a time of war. Their primary objective remained the confrontation of the Decepticons. Moreover, many experiences gained through the haze of conflict would render precious what remained, making it difficult for anything to influence such invaluable aspects of life. Aboard the Decepticon warship, Lord Megatron, Thundercracker knelt before him, respectfully lifting his gaze. "Thundercracker, it appears you have fully recovered," Megatron observed, nodding in satisfaction. He continued, "Since you are restored, I have an important task for you." "Please command me," Thundercracker replied dutifully. "I need you to retrieve the traitor, Starscream. We cannot allow that fool to remain at large, causing further trouble," Megatron declared, unabashedly labeling Starscream a fool while issuing commands to Thundercracker. "As you wish, my lord," Thundercracker nodded. "Go." Megatron gestured dismissively. Thundercracker departed the control room, colliding with Knockout and Dead End on his way out. "You seem to have recovered well," Knockout remarked casually. "Thanks to your exceptional medical skills," Thundercracker complimented. Hearing this praise, Knockout's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he replied, "I must seek Lord Megatron for my next assignment. I cannot chat further." With that, he and Dead End entered the control room. Aboard the Starfighter, Starscream paced restlessly. "Is this truly all the energon we have? Who can this possibly sustain?" Faced with an energy crisis, he was in dire straits. "Perhaps I could trade some Decepticon intelligence for resources with the Autobots," he mused, a sudden idea sparking in his mind. Unable to return to the Decepticon ship and unwilling to do so, he realized that finding energon was not a simple task. The crisis of energon scarcity could not be resolved swiftly, yet he urgently required it. The only method he could conceive to acquire energon was through the Autobots. Leveraging his position as the former Decepticon second-in-command, possessing significant secrets that might be exchanged for resources. Chapter 37. The Dynamic Core, Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime, The communications channel resonated with Agent Fowler's urgent calls. "Fowler, what brings you here?" Optimus inquired, puzzled as he approached the computer. "What else?" "The Decepticons. I barely tracked them, and they shot down my aircraft," Fowler exclaimed, his voice filled with ire before Optimus could finish his question. "Huh, another setback." Michaela, leaning against the railing above, chimed in with a smirk. "Their goal is to seize the dynamic core," Fowler continued. "What is that?" Arcee, accompanying Liatan Ju, asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. "It is a system for generating dynamic nuclear energy, abbreviated as the dynamic core," Fowler elucidated. He spoke while sending an image. "This is a prototype energy system that I initially intended to deliver to the coastal region." How absurd. What reason could Megatron have for seizing such primitive technology? The ambulance, listening to Agent Fuller, found the situation utterly ridiculous. Doesn't the technology possessed by the Decepticons far surpass this rudimentary form? "I suspect they intend to create a colossal weapon of mass destruction, one that is highly radioactive," Agent Fuller replied, then added, "I need your assistance. I hope you can activate the land bridge to help me transport this." "Fuller, I believe the land bridge cannot transfer such an unstable item. If what you say is true, then transporting it via the land bridge could inadvertently spread its radiation across the nation and even the world." Optimus Prime declined Agent Fuller's proposal and explained, "Very well, regardless, please hurry over. We cannot allow the Decepticons to acquire such a dangerous weapon," Agent Fuller insisted. "I concur," Optimus Prime nodded. Following this, all Autobots were organized to protect the nuclear core. On the highway, a civilian truck led the way, followed by numerous vehicles of various types that bore no distinction from ordinary civilian cars. "Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Oh, for heaven's sake, clear the way." Agent Fuller, observing the antique car leisurely obstructing their path, pressed the horn frantically. Seeing that honking was futile, he slammed his hand on Optimus Prime's steering wheel and shouted in frustration, "I ask you, Fuller, is it truly necessary to be in such a hurry?" Optimus Prime's voice expressed mild exasperation. "Of course it's urgent. Don't tell me you're one of those courteous drivers," Fuller retorted, crossing his arms and grumbling. As they drove, a multitude of vehicles appeared behind them, all uniform in color and model. Above, a helicopter trailed closely behind the Autobots. "What's the name of that helicopter? Crazy Bird, Silly Bird, or Sky Flyer?" Fuller inquired, shaking his head and gesturing toward the helicopter he saw in the rearview mirror. He then spotted the convoy following closely behind and remarked, "Those must be their accomplices. A whole bunch of Decepticons." "What? A whole bunch of Decepticons? How'd I not detect them?" "It seems they are employing some form of stealth technology unknown to me," the ambulance responded, somewhat bewildered. The punishment sound wave transmitted the intercepted conversation to Megatron, who pondered for a moment after hearing it. "Someone is using our name to seize Earth's technology?" he muttered to himself. Then, a grin spread across his face, revealing sharp teeth. "Nevertheless, regardless of the truth, I cannot allow my old friend's mission to proceed smoothly with Optimus Prime present." Boom! The mech special operations team opened the door of the trailer Optimus Prime was towing, and Arcee burst forth in vehicle mode, her wheels crashing down onto one of the mech special operations team's vehicles. The vehicle lost control, spun wildly, and then toppled over, resulting in a massive explosion. At that moment, Arcee had already caught up with the others. "These are definitely not civilian vehicles," Solaris stated with certainty from the helicopter. What kind of civilian vehicle could exhibit such violence and possess such exceptional driving skills? The Autobots engaged the mech special operations team, but to avoid exposure, they had to maintain their vehicle forms. Even so, the vehicles of the mech special operations team inflicted little damage upon the Autobots, while the Autobots merely needed to nudge those vehicles to send them spiraling off the road and into the adjacent ditch. After a chase, everyone entered a train tunnel. Upon entering, the last vehicle transformed into humanoid form, using its laser cannon to collapse the tunnel's entrance above, blocking the path and preventing the mech special operations team from passing. Inside the train tunnel, as the Autobots accelerated, they gradually caught up to the train ahead. Bumblebee retrieved the nuclear core from the train car and ascended to the top, gently tapping on the door before handing the core to personnel who had been prearranged. Upon exiting the train tunnel, a squadron of fighter jets suddenly appeared, flying past Solaris's helicopter, with a pure silver jet leading the formation. "Megatron, what is he doing here?" Optimus Prime immediately recognized his nemesis and felt a sense of impending doom. "This is just splendid." Arcee's voice, tinged with resignation, reached Soundwave's audios. "We should have anticipated that wherever Optimus Prime appears, Megatron will surely follow," Soundwave lamented. The Decepticons possessed truly acute senses, or as Starscream remarked, Soundwave's auditory and visual capabilities were exceptionally keen. A moment's inattention could lead to intercepted communications. Whir. Clink, clink. Boom. With Megatron's arrival, he relentlessly unleashed laser attacks in vehicle form, instantly striking off the trailer behind Optimus Prime, which clattered to the ground. "The troops are firing upon their own," Solaris exclaimed, surprised, having thought these fighter jets were there to assist Agent Fuller and the others. "Optimus Prime, let us finish the duel we never began last time. Let us engage in a proper fight." Megatron, still fixated on their previous encounter, soared above Optimus Prime, then dove down toward him. As he was about to collide with Optimus Prime, he transformed into humanoid form, and Optimus Prime, sensing the gravity of the situation, swiftly transformed as well. Taking advantage of his prior transformation and the momentum of his descent, Megatron landed a powerful kick upon Optimus Prime. Clang, clang, clang. Boom! Optimus Prime braced for Megatron's kick, rolling aside, stabilizing himself after a tumble, and kneeling as he gripped the ground, sliding a considerable distance before coming to a halt. At that moment, Megatron stood before him. Chapter 38. Chaotic battle faced with Megatron, Optimus Prime hastily rose, promptly setting Agent Fuller down. At that moment, Fuller, disoriented from Optimus Prime's earlier role, staggered, struggling to maintain his balance. With Megatron in front of him, Optimus Prime could not afford to concern himself with Fuller to avoid harming him. Optimus Prime transformed his hand into a sword and charged forward toward Megatron. Megatron disregarded Agent Fuller entirely, engaging Optimus Prime in close combat. Meanwhile, other Decepticons arrived in succession. With a series of clicks, both Knockout and Dead End arrived on the scene. "Big guy, take this." Dead End bellowed as he charged toward the barrier with his massive hammer raised high. "Not a chance. This time, I'm going to knock your teeth out," the barrier retorted, rushing forward to meet Dead End with a heavy iron hammer. "Take this." Knockout brandished an electrified metal rod, thrusting it fiercely toward the airborne mountain. Flying over the mountains, he dodged a couple of times, but the two were too close, and as the strikes continued, he was caught off guard and fell to the ground, incapacitated. "Preoperative anesthesia," the assailant remarked with a smirk as he brandished the iron rod after knocking him down. Just as he finished speaking, a laser beam struck him from behind, causing him to stagger and collapse onto the fallen figure, dropping the electric baton in his hand. Arcee quickly approached, seizing the baton and thrusting it towards him. With a crackling sound, the assailant left behind a remark, "Don't scuff my paint," before promptly losing consciousness atop the fallen figure. "Preoperative anesthesia," Arcee echoed, glancing at the unconscious assailant. Clang, clang, clang. Boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile, on another front of the battlefield, Bumblebee was engaged in a fierce exchange of blows with two Decepticon grunts. With a powerful uppercut, one of the grunts was sent sprawling to the ground, followed by a swift kick that knocked down another would-be attacker. Although Bumblebee was youthful, his combat experience was extensive, and he excelled in one-on-one confrontations, leaving the Decepticon grunts unable to close in on him. With a swift motion, his arm pierced through a Decepticon's chest, extinguishing its spark chamber and emerging from its back, leaving it utterly lifeless. The Decepticon grunts were generally of similar height to Bumblebee, but the formidable leader, Skyquake, possessed superior strength across the board. With a single strike, he shattered the Decepticon's armor as if it were mere paper. In his grasp, the grunts felt as fragile as children, easily dispatched at his will. Skyquake pondered, bemused that while others faced opponents of equal standing, he was perpetually relegated to battling grunts. The dozen or so grunts dispatched by Megatron had dwindled under his might. At this rate, even without employing the electromagnetic pulse or the potent energy shield and the ability to perceive enemy trajectories, he could swiftly eliminate the remaining foes. Yet, despite his musings, he pressed on, delivering each punch with precision, toppling a Decepticon grunt with every strike. Occasionally, he would deflect incoming laser fire with his energy shield. Having dealt with the assailant, Arcee joined his side, coordinating their efforts, one engaging at range, the other in close combat. In no time, the number of Decepticon grunts dwindled to fewer than 10. The sounds of laser fire, metal being torn apart, and the clash of cold weaponry filled the battlefield, creating a cacophony of chaos. From time to time, intense laser beams would carve massive craters into the ground, sending plumes of smoke and debris flying, showcasing the brutal nature of the conflict between Autobots and Decepticons. In the sky, Silas observed the fierce battle between the Autobots and Decepticons, his eyes narrowing slightly. It seems the rumors are true. Living technology stands before us. Silas, come down. Let me introduce you, Agent Fowler, finally free from the battlefield with Optimus Prime and Megatron, called out from atop a towering rock, holding a walkie-talkie directed at Silas. Next time, Silas replied nonchalantly. Given the current chaos, he knew that descending would only lead to his demise. Whoever dared to approach was surely foolish. With a resounding crash, Megatron was struck down by Optimus Prime's powerful punch, lying on the ground as he caught sight of a helicopter in the sky. Look at the insect spectators, Megatron thought, unwilling to let the battle with Optimus Prime become a mere spectacle for others. Raising one hand, he channeled a formidable energy into his fusion cannon and swiftly unleashed a barrage. Duck! Silas shouted to the pilot as he noticed Megatron's movement. The pilot, recognizing the imminent danger, deftly maneuvered the helicopter to evade the laser, narrowly escaping the attack. Get out of here, pursue the train, Silas ordered the pilot, no longer daring to linger in the perilous vicinity. The helicopter gradually departed, but its exit did not affect the ongoing battle between Autobots and Decepticons. The conflict raged on, and moments later, with a loud thud, Optimus Prime was once again struck down by Megatron's blast, the force sending him skidding across the ground before tumbling down a steep slope. Ugh! Clambering atop the slope, Optimus rubbed his head, shakingly lifting his gaze in an attempt to rise. Optimus, the mech special forces have caught up to the train. The children are still aboard. The voice of Ratchet reached his ears. While Optimus and the others were embroiled in battle, the mech special forces had successfully boarded the train, transporting Jack and Miko onto it. I understand, Optimus replied, spotting the train that had distanced itself from him. He quickly rose, transforming into a truck and accelerating along the railway to catch up. While pursuing, he communicated through the comms to Skyquake. Skyquake, intercept Megatron. Optimus knew that aside from Skyquake, others either had their own adversaries or were no match for Megatron. Only Skyquake possessed the capability to delay Megatron, granting him precious time to prevent the mech special forces from rescuing the children. Understood, Skyquake responded, and in an instant, a powerful surge emanated from him. As the magnetic pulse spread, the remaining Decepticon grunts caught in its wake fell to the ground, their optical sensors extinguished. Simultaneously, Skyquake advanced towards Megatron, who was intent on pursuing Optimus. Optimus, where do you think you're going? Megatron shouted as he approached the edge of the steep slope, spotting Optimus transforming into a truck and heading into the distance through the tunnel. He immediately sought to transform into a jet to pursue. Chapter 39. Unable to organize a simple picnic zing, zing, zing. Before Megatron could transform into a jet to chase, several laser beams struck him, causing him to stumble and roll down the slope. Thud, thud. The sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground echoed as Megatron regained his footing after rolling down, with Skyquake leaping down right behind him. Ah, Skyquake, Megatron exclaimed, standing upright and gazing at Skyquake from a distance. Perhaps this time, I shall be your opponent. Skyquake smiled at Megatron. Throughout the years of war, and even upon arriving on Earth, he had seldom faced Megatron directly. Today marked their first confrontation. Skyquake, what good is it to follow that fallen leader, Optimus? He can't even muster a decent team. Join the Decepticons and serve under me. I shall make you my second in command. Megatron did not underestimate Skyquake's strength or abilities. At times, he even desired Skyquake to become his right-hand man. Among the Decepticons, individuals as intelligent and powerful as Skyquake were rare, aside from himself and the rarely active Soundwave. Second in command? Isn't that the role of your lackey, Starscream? Skyquake teased. Starscream, whether in the past or present, that fool is dispensable. As long as you submit to me, his position shall instantly be yours, Megatron snarled, a flash of ferocity crossing his face at the mention of Starscream. Starscream's betrayal lingered in his memory, and to this day, Megatron harbored thoughts of eliminating him. Perhaps it's best to leave it be. Such a pivotal position as the Decepticon's second-in-command should undoubtedly be entrusted to someone as capable as Starscream. If I were to take on that role, I fear I wouldn't even manage to organize a simple picnic, let alone accumulate vast amounts of energon for you during your absence, as Starscream does, said Skyquake, feigning humility while subtly mocking. It seems you are refusing the wine and opting for the punishment drink, Megatron remarked, discerning the heavy sarcasm in Skyquake's words. The inability to organize even a picnic was, in fact, the perfect description of Starscream, and it was clear that Skyquake was ridiculing the Decepticon second-in-command. Though Skyquake's words held a kernel of truth, Megatron felt a flicker of anger. In an instant, Megatron, without uttering another word, raised his fusion cannon and unleashed a barrage of fire upon Skyquake. Boom! 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 The resounding explosions echoed, yet the anticipated results did not manifest. Megatron's eyes widened as he beheld the scene before him. Skyquake was enveloped in a shimmering blue energy shield. The Primus truly shows favoritism. While I was created rather ordinarily, you were bestowed with immense power, and even Optimus Prime received the matrix of leadership, Megatron lamented bitterly. Witnessing the display before him, he had exerted tremendous effort to become a leader, only to find that the Matrix had chosen Optimus Prime instead. As the foremost gladiator of Kaon, he felt the sting of envy at the advanced biotechnology that had been conferred upon Skyquake. If he could have harnessed such power, along with the Matrix, who in this world could stand against him? Fate can be unfair at times, yet you have defied destiny. What more could you desire? Skyquake retorted, transforming his arm into a formidable blade and lunging fiercely at Megatron. The extendable blade sprang forth, and Megatron met him with his own sharp sword. Clang! 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 The cacophony of clashing metal reverberated in their minds, as both warriors sensed the formidable strength of one another, igniting their combat spirit. Ha! You are indeed correct. I have shattered the confines of fate, and I shall continue to do so until I become the true sovereign. Megatron laughed triumphantly, launching relentless attacks at Skyquake. Zing! The blade of Skyquake grazed Megatron's chest, producing sparks from the friction. Boom! Seizing the opportunity while Skyquake was still recovering, Megatron twisted his body and delivered a powerful punch to Skyquake's chest. Skyquake did not employ his energy shield to block the blow, and he was sent staggering back several paces. Boom! 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 Clang! 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 Fists struck flesh, swords sought to end lives, as the two engaged in a fierce exchange. Neither willing to yield, Skyquake clenched his right fist, channeling all his strength into a devastating strike against Megatron, the air compressing with a thunderous crack. Megatron, equally determined, met the impact head-on. Their fists collided with such force that it reverberated through the very fabric of space, the piercing sound echoing throughout the arena. The shockwave generated by their clash kicked up clouds of dust and debris as the ground beneath them cracked open, their feet sinking into the earth. Skyquake, the mission is complete. Return to base, came the melodic voice of Arcee, breaking through the chaos. Skyquake cast a glance at Megatron, his fists slightly retracting. Yet, the unyielding force of Megatron bore down on the now diminished power of Skyquake, sending him stumbling backward. At that moment, a ground bridge materialized behind him. Harnessing the momentum, Skyquake surged forward into the ground bridge, which promptly sealed shut behind him. Optimus Prime, what is it about you that compels so many to serve you willingly? Megatron pondered aloud, his blood-red eyes filled with a mix of confusion and understanding as he observed Skyquake's vanishing form. Autobot base boom. 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 The sound of heavy, chaotic footsteps resonated through the base. Screech. The sound of feet scraping against the ground followed, leaving a several-meter-long mark on the surface as Skyquake steadied himself. Once balanced, he shook his hands and murmured, Megatron's strength is truly formidable. No wonder he is the foremost gladiator of Kaon. Are you all right? Arcee rushed to Skyquake's side, having returned to the base earlier. Yes, Skyquake replied, shaking his head. He quickly added, I merely harnessed Megatron's power to enter the ground bridge. He did not send me flying. I knew that, Arcee said, her competitive spirit bringing a smile to her face. With her hands on her hips, she regarded Skyquake with colorful eyes filled with admiration. Having witnessed Skyquake's strength and gentleness as a partner, she had no doubt that Megatron could not easily defeat him. In her heart, Skyquake would always be her best partner, her most reliable protector. As long as he stood behind her, she would never fear the dangers lurking at her back, even if those dangers were Megatron himself. So, who triumphed between you and that iron-headed brute? Michelle inquired curiously as she approached Skyquake. How could a victor be determined in such a short span of time? Skyquake replied casually. Does that mean you didn't give him a thorough beating? Michelle's tone dripped with disdain, her gaze filled with disappointment. That is Megatron, not just anyone. Skyquake responded, exasperated. After all, he was a leader. How could he be easily bested? Skyquake speaks the truth. I have battled Megatron for centuries. His prowess should never be underestimated, Optimus Prime said, approaching with a calm demeanor. Chapter 40. The Cybertron Plague. Following their last confrontation, the Decepticons enjoyed a period of tranquility, with the Autobots temporarily lacking missions against them. All Autobots had gathered within their base. Optimus Prime, this is truly astonishing, Ratchet exclaimed in his usual state of surprise. What is it, Ratchet? Optimus Prime inquired, approaching with curiosity. I just scanned a special frequency and detected a signal from an Autobot ship. Ratchet indicated the coordinates displayed on the screen. Is it a distress signal from stranded Autobots? Optimus Prime asked. Uncertain, Ratchet shook his head. Had he not accessed the special frequency, he would have never detected the signal. Thus, he was unsure whether the signal had been present for some time or was a recent occurrence. It seems we must investigate, Optimus Prime concluded, gazing at Ratchet. Understanding his intent, Ratchet locked onto the coordinates and activated the ground bridge. Take me with you. It's a perfect opportunity to stretch my legs. Skyquake interjected, having overheard Ratchet's discovery of the Autobot ship signal. He surmised that the signal likely originated from the plague ship mentioned in the original narrative, and he felt compelled to follow. With Megatron still alive, should Optimus Prime become infected with the plague? Who knew if Megatron would willingly provide the Autobots with the formula for the antidote? Optimus Prime nodded, then turned to enter the ground bridge tunnel, with Ratchet and Skyquake following closely behind. Moments later, they traversed the ground bridge and entered the frigid expanse. In this cold and desolate expanse, snowflakes danced in the frigid air, and the biting wind pierced through to the bone. That signal is emanating from the spacecraft, said the ambulance, as he gazed at the partially snow-covered Autobot ship in the distance. Emergency landing. It appears to have been buried here for quite some time, Optimus Prime remarked. It truly is that plague ship, muttered Skybreaker upon sighting the vessel. As they approached the ship, the three of them drew nearer. Once beside the craft, Ambulance retrieved his tools and directed a powerful laser beam at the frozen hull of the spaceship. Sparks flew as a square-shaped entryway was severed from the metal. With a decisive kick, Ambulance knocked down the cut section, and the three entered through the newly created opening. Upon entering, they were enveloped by an eerie silence. The interior felt lifeless, devoid of any signs of life. If they entered a state of hibernation upon landing, there may still be survivors. Ambulance spoke as he led the way. There are no survivors. Inside lie a multitude of corpses, and they appear to have succumbed to the Cybertronian plague. Each body is a ghastly sight, lifeless and grotesque. Skybreaker interjected, halting Optimus Prime and Ambulance in their tracks. Are you suggesting the Cybertronian plague? Upon hearing Skybreaker's words, Ambulance turned, his face etched with astonishment. Indeed, the corpses exhibit clear signs of infection from the Cybertronian plague, and there are streams of contaminated energon flowing within. The virus likely retains its potency, so we must exercise utmost caution if we decide to enter. My recommendation is to avoid going inside altogether. As there are no living beings left, Skybreaker stated earnestly, fixing his gaze on Ambulance and Optimus Prime. If that is the case, we must deliberate on whether to proceed. What say you, Optimus Prime? Ambulance turned to him. Can you guarantee there are no survivors within? Optimus Prime inquired, scrutinizing Skybreaker. To refrain from entering. There must be certainty that no survivors remain. If there exists even the slightest chance that someone might still be alive, he would feel compelled to enter. I have conducted a thorough reconnaissance. All are infected by the plague. Their bodies have begun to rust and decay, and there are no signs of life whatsoever. You should be aware that the Cybertronian plague once claimed millions of lives on Cybertron. Those aboard the ship, once infected, stand little chance of survival. Especially since this vessel has evidently been here for quite some time, Skybreaker replied solemnly to Optimus Prime. He was fervently opposed to Optimus Prime entering. There was no one to save, and should Optimus Prime contract the infection, his salvation would not be as simple as depicted in the original tale. Very well. If we have reached a consensus, let us depart. Observing the seriousness and even reluctance on Skybreaker's face, Optimus Prime nodded, placing his trust in his words. That is for the best. Skybreaker exhaled, relieved. Optimus Prime had an overwhelming desire to rescue the Autobots. This was, after all, an Autobot craft. His greatest fear was that Optimus Prime would harbor doubts about his counsel and wish to investigate personally. Fortunately, Optimus Prime was quite receptive to advice, possessing ample trust in his companions. The trio returned without success, exiting the plague ship and standing outside. Skybreaker regarded the vessel before asking Optimus Prime, "Should we leave it here unattended or give it a proper burial? Though this is an extremely frigid region, we cannot guarantee that no one will venture here. The remains of our comrades cannot serve as a source of infection. Let us destroy it." Optimus Prime replied slowly, his tone tinged with sorrow. Although the individuals aboard had long since perished, the sight of his fallen comrades' bodies, even without having witnessed them firsthand, weighed heavily on his heart. "Understood," Skybreaker declared, retrieving high-explosive grenades from his waist and throwing them towards the ship. "Let us depart. While it is unlikely, the debris from the explosion could still scatter towards us, posing a minuscule risk of contamination," Skybreaker concluded. Ambulance and Optimus Prime nodded in agreement, transforming into their vehicle forms and distancing themselves from the area. With a thunderous roar, the explosion reverberated throughout the desolate expanse. Flames erupted, momentarily casting warmth upon the frozen wasteland as the swirling snowflakes rapidly melted and the surrounding snow transformed into water, leaving a deep crater where the ice had been blasted apart. Along with the destruction, the plague ship and the bodies aboard vanished entirely, reduced to ashes without a trace. The trio witnessed the unfolding scene behind them. Once it concluded, they contacted their base and entered the land bridge. As footsteps echoed, several figures appeared at the base. "Did you find our comrades?" Arcee inquired eagerly, rushing forward. The others in the base gathered around, while Bumblebee peered curiously towards the back, anticipating the arrival of new allies. "Alas, that was a plague ship," Ambulance replied, shaking his head. "The Cybertronian plague?" Arcee responded with understanding. "What is that?" asked Mickey from atop the platform. "The Cybertronian plague, a creation of Megatron during the war, once resulted in the deaths of millions on Cybertron," Arcee explained matter-of-factly. "You all were not infected, were you?" Upon hearing this, Jack looked on with concern towards the three. "No," Skybreaker shook his head. "That is a relief." Upon hearing the response, everyone exhaled in relief. Chapter 41. The Pompous Red Spider. 2 days following the plague ship incident, a notification chimed on the computer, capturing the attention of everyone in the base. "Detection of Decepticons?" The partition inquired, brimming with anticipation. "Decepticons, where?" Upon hearing the name, Flying Mountain hurried forward, eager for action. "Not quite. It's a high-frequency embedded message," Ambulance replied, shaking his head. "From whom?" The partition pressed. "What does it say?" Flying Mountain followed up with curiosity. "It's from Red Spider," Ambulance said, surprised by the sender, before reading the message aloud. "Bring sufficient energon. Send only one individual, preferably your medic. I have something you may find intriguing." Red Spider, energon, and something of our interest. And he wants the medic to go? The partition scratched his head, puzzled. He found it difficult to fathom why Red Spider would reach out to them, considering he was the second in command of the Decepticons. "Let us proceed, once we arrive. Irrespective of his schemes, we can take this opportunity to give him a good thrashing," Flying Mountain declared, eager for revenge against Red Spider, who had previously captured him. "What are your thoughts, Optimus Prime?" Ambulance asked, disregarding the two, and turning towards Optimus Prime, who stood nearby. "Why would Red Spider contact us?" Optimus Prime pondered, equally perplexed. "I overheard some information during my skirmishes with Megatron, and long ago, Jack had also mentioned something. Thus, I suspect that Red Spider may have left the Decepticons," Skybreaker explained. "Aware of some background information, let us investigate. If Red Spider has indeed defected from the Decepticons, he may possess something worth trading with us." Upon hearing Skybreaker's words, Optimus Prime devised a plan. "Exercise caution," Ambulance advised, as he pinpointed the location from which Red Spider had sent the message and activated the land bridge. The Autobots were certainly not naive enough to take Red Spider at his word, so they decisively mobilized in full force. In a moment, they all found themselves amidst a shadowy forest. "This place feels remarkably familiar," Li Ti and Ju observed as he surveyed his surroundings. The thick fog enveloped the area. Remnants of various trees lay scattered. Towering trunks loomed overhead, and oversized mosquitoes flitted about the harsh environment, evoking a sense of DJVU. Where's Red Spider? After arriving here, he had scoured the left and right of the mountain, unable to catch a glimpse of Red Spider. Proceed with caution. Optimus Prime's hands transformed into weapons. Everyone followed suit, weapons in hand, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Damn it, didn't I only send one person? At that moment, Red Spider's voice echoed. Accompanying, it was an energy wave akin to sound waves. The wave immediately struck Optimus Prime, rendering him motionless, as if he had become a puppet. The wave continued unabated, relentlessly targeting the gathered Autobots. Scatter! Li Ti and Ju shouted, swiftly pulling Arcee to safety as they evaded a powerful energy wave. An energy shield enveloped his form, deflecting the subsequent wave. Simultaneously, Arcee, held in his grasp, fired in a specific direction. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of sounds erupted as several trees were pierced by laser beams, crashing to the ground. One particularly sturdy tree, struck by the beam, sent Red Spider tumbling to the ground. He quickly regained his footing. Damn it, you wretched Autobots! As Red Spider emerged, cursing vehemently, the rod in his hand unleashed energy waves. In an instant, the airborne flyover mountain was struck, causing it to crash to the ground in a peculiar position, face down. Arcee, Li Ti, and Ju, Bumblebee, and the barrier all aimed their weapons at Red Spider. If you wish to allow Optimus and the others to act, do not move. If you damage this device, Optimus will never recover. Red Spider spoke cunningly to the Autobots, his legs trembling ever so slightly. Faced with numerous weapons, he felt a rising panic, acutely aware of his deception. His original plan involved the weakest Autobot, Ratchet, bringing the super energy bodies for an exchange, while he would use the locking rod to immobilize the medic, thus acquiring a bounty of super energy bodies for free. However, his assumptions had faltered. He had anticipated the worst-case scenario of both Optimus and Ratchet arriving together, but he had not expected the entire Autobot team to mobilize. These Autobots displayed a blatant disregard for combat ethics, ignoring his directive for just one to come. Despite being outnumbered, he should have retreated upon witnessing their arrival. Yet, he was desperate for super energy bodies, having descended into a pitiful state of digging for scraps. With the locking rod in hand, he felt a flicker of confidence, leading to the current predicament. Uncertain of the Autobots' reactions after his proclamation, he observed the unfolding scene before him. The initial tremors in his legs ceased. A smirk crept onto his face, and his heart steadied, for all the Autobots remained obediently still. He felt a surge of triumph, pointing the locking rod at the barrier. The barrier instinctively took a step back, further fueling Red Spider's arrogance, and he became momentarily intoxicated by his success. Ha ha, Autobots! I warned you to send just one, and you refused to listen. Now your leader is immobilized. Without the device in my hand, you will never see him restored to normal. Red Spider laughed, his mind scheming as he fixated on the vast collection of super energy bodies not far behind the Autobots. Now, I command you to move those super energy bodies to my vehicle, he said, grinning maliciously while gesturing toward a cart he had brought specifically for this purpose. Ugh, do not attempt any tricks or whisper among yourselves. You big guy, handle this, Red Spider barked, his anxiety escalating before the barrier could respond. As he spoke, he retreated further back, positioning the cart before him, gazing at the immobilized Optimus, then glancing at the silent Arcee, Li Ti and Ju, and Bumblebee. The barrier felt uncertain about the validity of Red Spider's words and reluctantly began to transport the super energy bodies. Red Spider observed this unfold, his smugness unmistakable, his grin stretching impossibly wide. Had he not been preoccupied with monitoring the Autobots, he might have erupted into a triumphant laugh, delivering a victory speech. Arcee lifted her gaze, eyes meeting Li Ti and Ju's. Li Ti and Ju shook his head in response. Chapter 42, Self-Interest Clang. The faint sound of collisions echoed as the barrier gritted his teeth, laboriously transporting the super energy bodies while under the threat of Red Spider's locking rod. With each additional super energy body added to the cart, Red Spider's smile grew increasingly difficult to conceal. Clang, clang, clang. Whoosh. What? However, The ensuing scene left him dumbfounded as a sharp sensation of tearing pain surged through his body. Red Spider, the locking rod is now mine. A sinister voice pierced his ears, and his arm that had clutched the locking rod was severed, falling not to the ground but into the hands of Black Widow. The ambush unfolded instantaneously. Red Spider's arm was severed, the locking rod snatched away, and his severed limb discarded, all occurring in the blink of an eye. The speed was so swift that not only the Autobots, but even Red Spider himself was only left to register the intense pain afterward. "Ah, my arm. I just had it installed. Black Widow, you bastard, damn you." Red Spider spun to face the retreating Black Widow. Having lost an arm and the locking rod, he was engulfed by panic and fear, while a wave of excruciating pain coursed through him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before he could utter another word, several laser beams shot toward him. However, the aim was poor. They merely grazed his side without making contact. Red Spider turned in terror, shrieking as he saw the Autobots charging at him, each exuding an intimidating presence, causing him to cower once more. "Autobots, you'll pay for this," Red Spider screeched, hastily snatching up his severed arm and stumbling in an odd gait, racing deeper into the forest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Laser beams continued to fire at him, but the dense trees obstructed most of the shots. Additionally, Red Spider's smaller frame made him agile. He dashed swiftly, evading capture by the Autobots. A moment later, he activated the land bridge with a remote control and slipped inside, leaving the Autobots without a trace of him. With Red Spider gone, the Autobots turned their focus toward Black Widow, who held the locking rod. "Black Widow, hand over the locking rod." Arcee glared at her, a hint of irritation in her voice. Simultaneously, she shot a fierce glance at Li Ti and Ju. She had initially thought there was a plan behind Li Ti and Ju's refusal to let her act, but it seemed that was not the case at all. "Why would I relinquish something that is rightfully mine?" Black Widow, suspended upside down from a tree by her spider-like legs, caressed the locking rod while keeping her gaze fixed on Arcee, occasionally pointing the rod menacingly at her and Li Ti and Ju. "Black Widow, you may take the stasis staff, but please ensure that you lift its effects from Optimus and the others once you depart," finally spoke the previously silent Shattered Sky. Through the connection of the Allspark, he had always been aware of Black Widow's presence here, and the reason he refrained from attacking Red Spider was rooted in his own selfish motives. It was evident that Black Widow was reluctant to leave Earth. Thus, the stasis staff appeared to be something she had seized from Red Spider. In truth, it was Shattered Sky who had intentionally allowed her to obtain it. Regardless of how intricate the relationships were, he ultimately did not wish for Black Widow to return to the Decepticons, nor for her to be compelled to ally with either side due to the ongoing conflict between the Autobots and Decepticons, or to be threatened in any manner. Therefore, upon witnessing the stasis staff in Red Spider's grasp within this familiar environment and feeling the potent connection of the Allspark, Shattered Sky made his decision. "There is indeed one sensible Autobot," Black Widow remarked, casting a deep glance at Shattered Sky before turning to leave. The Bumper and Bumblebee raised their weapons, intending to obstruct Black Widow's departure. "Bumper, Bumblebee, she will honor the agreement." Shattered Sky intervened, halting their actions. "You know her?" Bumper turned to gaze at Shattered Sky. Although Black Widow had once been aligned with the Decepticons, during the previous war, there were numerous personnel on both sides, and the various squads were widely dispersed. Consequently, more often than not only did the Autobots fail to encounter the Decepticons now on Earth, but even among the Autobots, many had merely heard of one another without having met. Thus, Bumper and Bumblebee were unaware of Black Widow's past with the Decepticons. "I do know her," Shattered Sky affirmed with a nod. "Very well." Upon hearing that Shattered Sky was acquainted with Black Widow and that they appeared to be friends, Bumper lowered his weapon, and Black Widow's silhouette gradually faded into the jungle. Simultaneously, Optimus and the others returned to normalcy. "What has transpired? Where is Red Spider?" Flyer, shaking his head, rose and scanned the surroundings. Optimus, equally perplexed, directed his gaze towards Shattered Sky. Red Spider wielded a Decepticon weapon capable of immobilizing our bodies. "You all fell victim to it. Red Spider lost an arm and fled in haste," Shattered Sky succinctly explained. The subsequent details would be relayed by Bumper and the others. There is no need for him to elaborate further, and this was not the appropriate setting for such discourse. "Arcee," Shattered Sky said after his explanation, turning his gaze toward Arcee beside him. When we return to the base, I shall hold you accountable, Arcee declared before turning away. Shattered Sky raised his hand, only to let it fall once more. In this matter, regardless of the perspective of the Autobots or Arcee, he had indeed acted improperly. From the Autobots' viewpoint, he had given away a weapon that was nearly in their grasp, thereby betraying their interests. Fortunately, as this was within the ranks of the elite guard, Optimus and the others likely would not voice their grievances. Had it been regular troops, his actions of betrayal would undoubtedly have warranted punishment. As for Arcee, they had previously had the opportunity to confront Red Spider, but he had intervened, motivated by his desire to gift the weapon to Black Widow. He had not consulted Arcee, which was undeniably disloyal. Thus, upon returning, he would indeed have much to explain and seek forgiveness for. The matter concluded hastily, leaving many perplexed as the Autobots returned to base. I apologize, Optimus. Shattered Sky stood before Optimus, offering his contrition. Optimus was already aware of the situation's details, and Shattered Sky did not conceal his thoughts, openly confessing his selfish motives. While he could not undo the past, he at least aimed to preserve the trust among comrades. Shattered Sky, your actions have indeed contravened the interests of the Autobots. However, it is human to possess selfish desires, and I understand you. Can you assure me that Black Widow will not join the Decepticon ranks again in the future? Optimus inquired. I can. Shattered Sky nodded affirmatively. With him in the mix, even if Black Widow did not ally with the Autobots, he trusted she would not return to the Decepticons. In the original narrative, her alignment had been coerced, a circumstance that no longer existed. Although your actions were inappropriate, your willingness to express your selfish thoughts rather than conceal them may, in some respects, merit commendation. Optimus remarked before turning away to attend to his own matters. Though unspoken, he tacitly accepted Shattered Sky's behavior. At the very least, they had not incurred any losses this time. Moreover, as long as actions did not jeopardize their comrades, Optimus would generally exhibit leniency. Chapter 43. A surprising revelation from Megatron. Optimus did not pursue the matter further. Shattered Sky now had to confront Arcee. He had previously assured her that Black Widow's arrival would not cloud his judgment. Yet, it was clear that he had failed to uphold that promise, and his assurance had faltered. Approaching Arcee, Shattered Sky opened his mouth to speak. You made a promise. Arcee interjected before he could utter a word. Her vibrant gaze fixed upon him. Indeed, Shattered Sky obediently nodded. But you broke that promise, Arcee continued, her expression stern as she regarded him. I am truly sorry. Shattered Sky earnestly admitted, contemplating how he might make amends. This is the final time. I do not wish for such a situation to arise again. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to confront the individual who has influenced my partner, Arcee stated, observing the remorseful Shattered Sky with a steady gaze. Ultimately, she refrained from uttering any hurtful words. In truth, as one who understood Shattered Sky best, she was quite empathetic towards his actions. Such behavior was indeed characteristic of him. However, she harbored concerns. It troubled her that prior to Black Widow's arrival, she had always been the one by Shattered Sky's side, fighting alongside him. During that time, Black Widow had been nowhere in sight. Now, with her sudden appearance, it felt as though she had inexplicably captured a part of Shattered Sky's heart, even leading him to make a decision that deviated from their interests, a mistake he rarely committed. Anyone in her position would feel discomfort in such circumstances. Arcee, thank you for your understanding. Shattered Sky expressed his profound gratitude for her comprehension and tolerance. Arcee remained silent as she gently approached Shattered Sky, leaning against him. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she softly spoke, You know, I am not truly angry with you. Throughout these years of fighting against the Decepticons, I have learned much from you, from Optimus. What I have learned most is the importance of tolerance, generosity, gentleness, and unspoken resilience. Yet, war has also taught me that, regardless of the context, be it grand or trivial, when facing any mission or event, we must maintain the utmost vigilance. What truly alarms me is the possibility that in our next mission or at some point thereafter, your heart may waver once more, just as it did this time. In the theater of war, a faltering spirit is no trivial matter. A minor shift in focus could cost you your life. I do not wish for you to leave me, now or ever. Although Arcee believed that apart from facing her and Black Widow, as well as those closest to him, Shattered Sky would remain steadfast, today's events had illuminated a tender vulnerability within him. Perhaps this softness is now confined to her and Black Widow. However, having opened this emotional door, she cannot assure herself that such tenderness will not grow larger, leading to an increasing number of misjudgments in their tasks. Thus, she must exercise restraint. In the turmoil of war, she has witnessed far too many separations and deaths. She does not wish to become just another statistic. I know I will always be by your side, forever your partner. I would hate to think that after my demise, you would replace me with someone else and forget me. With a gentle touch on her back, Liation said softly, "That depends on your performance. If you should accidentally leave me, then that may not be the case." Arcee opened her eyes and playfully blinked at him, her demeanor charming. The atmosphere between them subtly returned to its original state. The Arkansas bang, bang, clang. Damn it, those Autobots, damn Black Widow, all of them deserve to perish. Upon returning to the Ark, Red Spider vented his fury, smashing things around him. After a while, he finally calmed down. Now that the locator is gone, any deal with the Autobots, even if I sincerely offer some secrets, will be hard to complete. I must reconsider my plans regarding the energon. It seems I can only take the most perilous step. Red Spider paced back and forth, contemplating his next course of action. Then he made a decision. The quickest way to acquire energon would be to infiltrate the Decepticon warship. Given his familiarity with the place and the time that has passed, Megatron would surely have lowered his guard. Perhaps he could give it a try. But before that, I need to install the wing properly so I can fly back. After making his decision, Red Spider looked at the arm on the experimental table. With the experience gained from previous attempts, he was confident he could install the arm skillfully and swiftly this time, unlike the last time that took him so long. In the forest, Black Widow's domain. The locator, Decepticon technology. With this, I need not worry about the Decepticons or Autobots disturbing me. Black Widow gazed at the locator in her hand, a satisfied expression gracing her face. However, a moment later, she seemed to think of something, her expression shifting slightly, her eyes growing complex as she murmured in a voice filled with malice. "It appears I was too lenient last time. I should have extinguished your spark then and turned your body into a decoration, forever keeping you by my side. If that were the case, I would have to complicate matters so." As she spoke, Black Widow's slender and sharp fingers tightened fiercely, as if extinguishing Liation's spark. The Punisher, Lord Megatron. Thunderquake knelt on one knee before Megatron. "Have you located Red Spider?" Megatron's gaze lowered as he looked at Thunderquake. "No, Red Spider is exceptionally elusive. I have scoured many places with the aerial team and found no trace of him." Thunderquake shook his head. He then apologized. "I am sorry to have disappointed you. I am willing to accept punishment." Accepting punishment is one thing. I anticipated this outcome. While Red Spider may lack ability, he is quite cunning, Megatron replied calmly. "Since we cannot find him, there is no need to continue searching. I believe he will come to us willingly in due time, crawling before me." Red Spider lacks resources and a base. All the energon he had hoarded has been reclaimed by Megatron. He could envision that it would not be long before Red Spider returned to the warship, seeking his forgiveness. Although Red Spider possesses ambition and cunning, he is ultimately frail and submissive in the face of overwhelming power and reality. Since Black Widow has not joined the Decepticons, Megatron remains unaware that a former Decepticon warship, the Ark, has crash-landed on Earth. Thus, he continues to believe that Red Spider is without a base and resources, likely wandering aimlessly. However, he has correctly deduced that Red Spider indeed lacks resources and intends to return to the Decepticon warship. Yet, his return is not for the purpose of submission, but rather to seize some resources, catching Megatron by surprise. Chapter 44, Barrier and Extinguished Flame, Mecha Special Operations Team. Some time has passed since the last incident. In the eastern Kamchatka Peninsula, on a pitch-black night, amidst the chaotic ruins of abandoned buildings, a chilling wind howled through the structures, creating an atmosphere of desolation and darkness, ideal for the emergence of certain mysterious beings. Yet, there are no such creatures here, only Cybertronian robots. Extinguished Flame, you need to hurry back. I have much to do alone without you. I will complete my investigation quickly, Extinguished Flame replied, and the two lost contact. Just as Extinguished Flame was about to follow the signal indicated by his device, a figure appeared before him, halting his advance. Barrier, you two have come in pursuit of the energon signal, Extinguished Flame remarked with a hint of mockery. It seems that fate has brought them together in this place. Extinguished Flame, Barrier also recognized him, and their eyes met an unspoken tension igniting between them. "Here, take this." Without hesitation, Extinguished Flame charged down the slope, his massive hammer crashing into Barrier's chest. Bang, bang, bang. Before Barrier could react, he was struck, stumbling back several steps until he collided with the crumbling wall of a building, leaving a dent. Ugh! Ah! With a forceful push from his rear, Barrier leveraged the wall's resistance to propel himself forward, transforming his hand into a massive hammer to strike at Extinguished Flame. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing echoed in their ears as both exerted their strength to crush the other. Bang! With one powerful blow, Extinguished Flame sent Barrier reeling, who lost his balance and fell to the ground, his head striking the surface violently, leaving him dazed. Bang! Extinguished Flame placed his foot on Barrier's chest, raising the hammer above his head, preparing to deliver a devastating blow. "Barrier, you shall not be seen again," Extinguished Flame declared dramatically, ready to strike. ZZZ. Ugh. At that moment, a bolt of electricity struck Extinguished Flame, rendering him unconscious as he collapsed. Barrier, still reeling from the impact to his head, became disoriented and fell unconscious as well. The sound of a helicopter filled the air as the Mecha Special Operations team arrived between the two giants. "Silas, our helicopter can only take one," a masked subordinate stated. "The victor," Silas replied, boarding the helicopter. Extinguished Flame's body was taken away, while Barrier lay on the ground, still dazed. From the shadows of a nearby building, Red Spider peered out, gripping the corner of the crumbling structure, his red eyes gleaming in the night. "Humans, they have taken Extinguished Flame," Red Spider murmured to himself, hidden behind the wreckage. "I had hoped that following Extinguished Flame would lead me to the energon mine. Fortunately, I didn't go out, otherwise they would have taken me instead." He pondered deeply. What could these humans possibly want with Deadlock? Then a thought struck him. Regardless of their intentions, Megatron will not come to his aid. Perhaps I could rescue him, earn his gratitude, and have him acknowledge me as his master. Rescuing Deadlock would not only provide him with an ally, but could also lead Deadlock to locate the energon mines. In time, he could gradually expand his own influence and ultimately replace Megatron as the ruler of the Decepticons. The more he contemplated, the more determined he became, leading him to a swift decision. "However, before I proceed, it seems I must deal with this behemoth," he muttered to himself as he emerged from behind the wall, slowly approaching the partition. What happened?" At that moment, the partition, who had fainted, suddenly regained consciousness, lying on the ground with a hand instinctively brushing against his head, murmuring in confusion. "What?" The newly emerged Red Spider was startled, quickly turning around and retreating back behind the wall. Marco! Meichi, the partition instinctively responded to the voice emanating from the communicator. "You should say pineapple." Meichi's somewhat irritated voice came through the communicator. Meichi, have the ambulance teleport me back," the partition said, still rubbing his dazed head. "At the Autobot base." All right. The ambulance had tended to the partition's injuries. "Partition, engaging the enemy in a one-on-one confrontation is unwise," Optimus Prime stated as he approached. "Deadlock ambushed me. I was caught off guard," the partition hurriedly explained, adding, "but he vanished as soon as I regained consciousness." "So, you failed to subdue that behemoth?" Meichi inquired. "I don't know. All I remember is the sound of a helicopter, and it seemed like there was Fowler. That wasn't me, but I know who it was." The partition's words were interrupted as Agent Fowler emerged from the elevator, stating loudly, "It was the Mech Special Ops team. They took Deadlock." "Huh, how amusing, taken by humans. It seems I really did a number on him," the partition chuckled. "That's debatable." Meichi shrugged, looking skeptical. "What could humans possibly want with Deadlock?" Optimus asked Fowler. "The Mech Special Ops team has always been obsessed with advanced technology. They likely want to acquire the technology Deadlock possesses," Fowler speculated. "It appears we must rescue Deadlock." Optimus concluded resolutely. "Why? He is a Decepticon, our enemy," Arcee questioned, puzzled. "Indeed, allowing him to fend for himself would suffice," the partition concurred. "As far as I know, Megatron is not one to rescue his subordinates." Optimus spoke slowly. "But what does that have to do with us?" The partition harbored a strong aversion to Deadlock, utterly unwilling to assist. "If the Mech Special Ops team succeeds, humanity will be in peril." Optimus articulated the stakes involved. "Yes, they would undoubtedly resort to any means necessary to obtain advanced technology. Should they prevail, it could spark a war, Fowler agreed with Optimus. Yet, asking us to rescue an enemy is quite difficult to accept, Bumblebee chimed in. We cannot allow the mech special ops team to threaten humanity, Optimus continued. In other words, Cybertronian biotechnology cannot fall into their hands. In this context, the mech special ops team is our common enemy. As Optimus spoke, he gestured for the ambulance to lower the land bridge. Regardless, I will not rescue Deadlock, the partition declared with evident reluctance. I concur with your sentiment. Allowing emotions to cloud our judgment during a mission is detrimental. For this task, we need a medic, not a warrior, Optimus replied. With that, he turned and walked toward the land bridge, waving his hand. Autobots, roll out. All Autobots, including the ambulance, entered the land bridge, leaving only the partition behind. Chapter 45. My demands are not excessive, Skyquake, and the others traversed the land bridge to the site where Deadlock had been taken. Meanwhile, the partition, persuaded by Meichi, sought to save his nemesis and defeat him personally. Thus, he followed the land bridge to the location of the mech special ops team, tracking their vehicle. At the headquarters of the mech special ops team, you filthy meatbags, I will grind you in a paste and feed you to the dogs. Deadlock glared menacingly at Silas, his body gradually being dismantled. I'm afraid you won't have that opportunity. Your comrades have already taken a step ahead, and soon you will follow in their footsteps, Silas remarked impassively, unaffected by Deadlock's outcries. The Decepticons will not fall so easily, Deadlock replied coldly. Who mentioned the Decepticons? Silas retorted dismissively. What nonsense are you spouting? The Autobots will not come to save me. Deadlock responded incredulously, unable to believe that the Autobots would intervene. Bang! Bang! Just as Deadlock finished speaking, Silas attempted to respond when a heavy object crashed violently against the alloy door, as if it were about to burst open. Another fool seeking death. Silas glanced at the monitor and then addressed his team. Pack up. We're leaving. After a loud crash, the heavy alloy door was smashed open by the partition's massive hammer, and he charged in, shaking the entire base. In moments, the partition stood before Deadlock. What are you doing here? Deadlock exclaimed in surprise. Without uttering a word, the partition raised his hand toward Deadlock's restraints, believing the partition intended to kill him. Deadlock helplessly shut his eyes. Bang! The handcuffs binding Deadlock's arms were torn away as the partition extended his hand. Deadlock stared in astonishment at the partition. Incredible. I also find it hard to believe, but you must hurry, the partition urged, holding out his hand. After a moment's hesitation, Deadlock reached out, and the partition swiftly pulled him up. Have you thought about how to escape? Once steady, Deadlock inquired. Of course, we call for rescue, the partition replied. Then looked at Deadlock. Shall we proceed? Certainly. Not only can we leave, but we can also fight, Deadlock declared, his arm transforming into a massive hammer. Keep that thing away from me, the partition said, gently pushing the hammer aside before turning to run outside, with Deadlock closely following. In a short while, they emerged to find a mech special ops team waiting for them outside. Several helicopters hovered above, while modified vehicles circled around them. The occupants leaned out of the sunroofs, brandishing powerful weapons. Hot, 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 hot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as they stepped out, they were met with a fierce onslaught from the mech special ops team. Clang, 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 clang. Bullets ricocheted off their metallic skin, causing no substantial harm. Yet sparks flew, and if they continued to endure, problems would surely arise. The colossal hammer of Deathfire swung mightily, toppling a nearby vehicle with a single, devastating strike. The barrier followed suit, brandishing a massive hammer of its own, equally formidable. Above, the helicopter, having previously electrified Deathfire, prepared to unleash another surge aimed directly at the barrier. Be careful, Deathfire shouted, forcefully knocking the barrier down to evade an incoming blow. He then rose to his feet, the sound of metal scraping against the ground creating a cacophony as an old, rusted car was lifted effortlessly by Deathfire and swung violently. Boom! The vintage vehicle struck a helicopter above with unerring precision, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Boom! Boom! Just as the mech special forces were gearing up for a counterattack, a fighter jet descended from the skies, unleashing two missiles that struck two helicopters, causing them to erupt in flames. The fiery blasts illuminated the night, sending debris flying in all directions, embedding itself into the remnants of abandoned buildings. Activate Omega Plan 2, seeing his forces dwindling and a new aerial combatant emerging. Silas quickly issued the command. In response, the helicopters and vehicles sped away, vacating the area in a matter of moments. Crunch, crunch, the helicopter landed, transforming into Red Spider. Red Spider, what brings you here? Deathfire's gaze was fixed on Red Spider, though his tone lacked any semblance of respect. After all, Red Spider was now the foremost traitor of the Decepticons, hardly deserving of Deathfire's reverence. Deathfire, you find yourself mingling with the enemy, Red Spider proclaimed, maintaining the demeanor of a second-in-command, speaking with an air of superiority. Aren't you also the enemy? Deathfire retorted without hesitation. I saved you, Red Spider replied, a hint of irritation creeping into his voice at Deathfire's blatant disrespect. Had he still been the Decepticon second-in-command, he would never have tolerated such insolence from a mere subordinate like Deathfire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh as the barrier remained vigilant, observing the tense standoff between Red Spider and Deathfire. The other Autobots arrived, rushing to join the fray. Deathfire, I advise you to leave with me at once, Red Spider urged, transforming into a jet and soaring into the sky. Deathfire glanced at the barrier before transforming into vehicle mode, following Red Spider's lead. The Autobots soon gathered around the barrier. Red Spider, how did he end up here? Skyquake inquired, surprised to see Red Spider. Presumably to rescue Deathfire, the barrier replied. Skyquake nodded. Though he was aware of the general course of events, he refrained from intervening as this matter primarily concerned the barrier and Deathfire. While he had not anticipated Red Spider's arrival, it was an outcome he could accept, as the end result remained unchanged. What a pity. I still haven't had a chance to spar with Deathfire, the barrier lamented. Don't worry, next time you can thoroughly best Deathfire, and Arcee will surely take pride in you. There will be plenty of opportunities, Arcee comforted, standing beside Skyquake. Arcee, your words are rather violent, Flyover remarked, instinctively commenting on Arcee's statement. Do you have a problem with that? Arcee retorted, hands on her hips, turning to face Flyover. Flyover glanced at Skyquake beside him. I have none. Though you looked at me while speaking, I must clarify, I do not condone domestic violence. Skyquake smiled at Flyover. Ha ha ha. With the mission accomplished, the atmosphere lightened considerably. On another front, Deathfire, look at your pitiable state. Eyes gouged out, and Megatron has yet to send anyone to rescue you. It was I who saved you. I do not seek much in return. All I require is for you to join my ranks, to bow before me, assisting me in procuring some energon while ensuring my personal safety. In return, your life debt will be absolved. What do you say? Fair, isn't it? Red Spider gazed at Deathfire, chest out, exuding confidence. Deathfire regarded Red Spider in silence. I am far more merciful than Megatron, having saved your life. Do you truly wish to refuse? Red Spider asked incredulously, his brow furrowed. This was not how he envisioned things. Deathfire should have been grateful, disillusioned with Megatron, and willing to submit to him without hesitation. Was his charm not greater than that of Megatron? Were his methods not kinder? Chapter 46, A Thief's Guilt. Magnetic gloves tap 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 within the punishment. In a certain corridor, Red Spider, resembling a weasel, raised his hands to his chest, taking cautious, mincing steps while casting furtive glances about, as if the very words guilty thief were inscribed upon his face. There is no need to be so anxious. This corridor is deserted. We are heading to the backup energon storage room, which Megatron does not regard highly. We shall not encounter him, Deathfire reassured, glancing back at the wary Red Spider trailing behind him. Ahem, I am certainly not anxious. I am merely observing how the Decepticons have transformed in my absence. It seems quite well. Red Spider quickly coughed, placing one hand behind his back, standing tall, and adopting a righteous demeanor, entirely shedding his earlier guilt-ridden appearance. However, despite his posture, his gaze flitted nervously to either side, wary of Megatron's sudden arrival. Previously, after negotiations, Deathfire had ultimately refused to join Red Spider's faction. Naturally, Red Spider would not squander this opportunity to leverage gratitude, leading Deathfire back to the Decepticon battleship, intending to covertly procure some energon. Upon their return, Deathfire met with Megatron before guiding Red Spider toward the energon storage room. Upon arrival, Red Spider concealed himself around a corner while Deathfire negotiated, ultimately emerging with a substantial amount of energon. Though the act felt somewhat illicit and nerve-wracking, the process was surprisingly smooth, and Red Spider departed the Decepticon battleship thoroughly satisfied. Much time had passed since Red Spider stealthily carried away a significant quantity of energon. At the Autobot base, how peculiar. Logically, such a powerful magnetic signal should not manifest on Earth. Ratchet mused while using instruments to analyze the magnetic signal. After a moment, he turned to look at Skyquake and Arcee, who remained at the base. Skyquake, I need you to venture outside and investigate the source of this signal. Understood, Skyquake nodded. I will accompany you, Arcee declared to Skyquake. Very well, Skyquake replied, nodding again. With little activity at the base recently, the team either patrolled outside or engaged in simple reconnaissance tasks, making it acceptable for both him and Arcee to leave simultaneously. The ground bridge opened, and Skyquake and Arcee stepped side by side into the ground bridge, disappearing from the base. In an exceedingly desolate and barren area, Skyquake and Arcee emerged from the ground bridge. The duo walked atop a hill formed by stacked boulders. Barrier took Mickey and Rafi out for a day trip. Flyover took Jack home. Optimus and Bumblebee went on reconnaissance, and now with Ratchet gone, it's just the two of us left, Arcee remarked, intertwining her fingers with Skyquake's hand. If it's merely a simple reconnaissance, perhaps we can engage in something more intriguing afterward, Lai Tianjue remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Arcee as he walked. Unruly, Arcee retorted, rolling her eyes with a charming demeanor. Then, shifting her tone, she added, however, I am quite grateful for your company. Otherwise, remaining alone at the base or conducting an exploration would feel excessively solitary. I feel the same, Lai Tianjue smiled in agreement. As they conversed, they followed the signal transmitted by their instruments, advancing toward their destination. Not far ahead, at the foot of a small hill, Lai Tianjue declared. This is the spot. His hand transformed into a massive hammer, striking the boulder with tremendous force. The stone shattered, sending fragments flying, revealing a pair of magnetic gloves. Megatron will surely appreciate this device, Lai Tianjue remarked, examining the magnetic gloves closely, noting the formidable magnetic field they emitted, hinting at the immense power contained within. Lai Tianjue, put that down. It's mine, a voice suddenly rang out from behind, just as he was inspecting the gloves. Instinctively, Lai Tianjue turned, only to behold the enraged yet covetous face of Red Spider. Red Spider, what brings you here? Lai Tianjue inquired, puzzled. Never mind how I got here. What matters is that I discovered that item first, and you must return it to me, Red Spider insisted, unabashed. I found it first, and Megatron needs it. Lai Tianjue replied, clearly unwilling to relinquish the magnetic gloves. Have you forgotten that I saved your life last time? Red Spider's irritation was palpable. Yet I have already provided you with a substantial amount of energon, haven't I? Lai Tianjue remained unmoved. He had risked much to supply Red Spider with energon, considering their debts settled. Oh, of course. How could I forget? Red Spider exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically as he feigned innocence, nodding in apparent agreement with Lai Tianjue's words. This item is inconsequential. I came specifically to find you, Red Spider said, approaching Lai Tianjue with an air of harmlessness. Due to the previous debt, Lai Tianjue had significantly lowered his guard against Red Spider. What do you want to say? Lai Tianjue asked, perplexed. I wish to say, wham! Before Red Spider could finish, he swiftly raised his arm and delivered a powerful punch to Lai Tianjue. Bang! 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 Caught off guard, Lai Tianjue was knocked back repeatedly by the seemingly frail Red Spider, ultimately tripping over a boulder and crashing to the ground, causing the magnetic gloves to slip from his grasp. Red Spider took a few steps forward, seizing the magnetic gloves and displaying a satisfied glint in his eyes. Then turned to Lai Tianjue with a cunning smirk. I must say, your vigilance towards your benefactor is woefully inadequate. Since you cannot be of use to me, you are of no further value. As Red Spider activated the magnetic gloves and aimed them at Lai Tianjue, it seemed he was ready to reduce him to scrap metal. Red Spider is indeed quite ruthless, Arcee remarked softly from a distance on the hillside. The two observers witnessed the entire exchange between Red Spider and Lai Tianjue. Before Lai Tianjue could speak, Arcee urged, give me a boost. Lai Tianjue nodded and extended his hand. Without hesitation, Arcee placed her foot on his hand, and he propelled her toward Red Spider. Utilizing this force, Arcee soared through the air at remarkable speed, her hands transforming into weapons as rapid laser beams shot forth from her firearm. Whoosh, 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 clang, clang, clang. Caught off guard, Red Spider was struck several times from behind, stumbling forward and landing unceremoniously on the ground, the magnetic gloves he had just activated slipping from his grasp. Chapter 47. The magnetic gloves seized. Red Spider seeks forgiveness. Spit. 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 Who's the scoundrel that dared to ambush me? Red Spider exclaimed, spitting out dirt as he propped himself up, turning around and sitting on the ground while cursing incessantly. Top. 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 Arcee approached the magnetic gloves and picked them up. Lai Tianjue quickly joined her side to protect against any further attacks from Red Spider and Lai Tianjue. Is this the signal source? Do you recognize it? Arcee inquired, looking up at Lai Tianjue while holding the magnetic gloves. Indeed, they are the magnetic gloves, a product of Decepticon technology. They can emit a powerful magnetic force to attract or crush any metal, and they are quite dangerous, Lai Tianjue explained with a nod. Arcee, give it back to me. It belongs to me, Red Spider shouted, now standing and glaring angrily at Arcee, who held the gloves. As he spoke, Lai Tianjue's gaze shifted from the gloves to Red Spider, who then spoke calmly. What is it you desire? Recalling the dark experiences of the past few years, Red Spider instinctively stepped back, retreating to stand beside the just-recovered Lai Tianjue. Lai Tianjue, did you see that? It's an Autobot. The Autobot has stolen the magnetic gloves. You must retrieve them. Red Spider, fearful and unwilling to act, incited Lai Tianjue. Red Spider, I've heard whispers of your betrayal against the Decepticons. Lai Tianjue asked softly. That is none of your concern, Red Spider replied defiantly, standing beside Lai Tianjue, his demeanor fierce and assertive. While I would be delighted to join you in this treasure-hunting game, perhaps it would be more entertaining to present a grand gift to Megatron, Lai Tianjue said, glancing down at Arcee. Their eyes met, and Arcee broke into a radiant smile, twirling the magnetic gloves on her finger before exclaiming, You are truly wicked. With that, Arcee aimed the magnetic gloves at both Lai Tianjue and Red Spider. What are you planning? Red Spider instinctively took a few steps back, panic spreading across his face as he raised his hands defensively against the gloves. Realizing the precarious situation, Lai Tianjue raised his massive hammer and charged at Arcee, attempting to crush her, but it was too late. Arcee gently twisted the switch on the magnetic gloves, unleashing a powerful magnetic force that surged toward Lai Tianjue. Before he could reach her, Lai Tianjue was struck by an overwhelming force, sent hurtling backward. Don't come any closer. Red Spider screamed as he saw Lai Tianjue hurtling toward him, turning to flee in the form of a plane. However, Lai Tianjue's speed was too great. Before he could transform, with a loud crash, he was slammed down, landing heavily atop Red Spider, who once again found himself tasting dirt. Yet the ordeal was not over. Arcee twisted the switch on the magnetic gloves once more, sending forth a tremendous pulling force that drew both Lai Tianjue and Red Spider toward the gloves. Before they could reach them, Arcee deactivated the magnetic force on the gloves. The disoriented Fire of Death propped himself up with his hands and stood up, glancing at his hands and then at his body, feeling slightly bewildered. I'm all right, not squashed. Damn it, put me down, came the voice of Red Spider from behind him. Red Spider, upon hearing the voice, Fire of Death roared, swinging his hammer around wildly. However, as he turned, he looked left and right, finding no trace of Red Spider. Red Spider, stop hiding. I can see you. He attempted to lure him out, not seeing him anywhere. Fool! I'm right here. We are stuck together, Red Spider shouted, fearing that Fire of Death might do something foolish again. At that moment, if viewed from the side, one would see that Red Spider and Fire of Death were firmly stuck together, akin to Arcee in the panel in the original text. As Fire of Death moved, Red Spider swayed like a cloak, appearing exceedingly light. Hearing Red Spider's words, Fire of Death instinctively reached behind him. Stop! Fool! Do you want to crush me? As Fire of Death's hand, still in hammer form, collided with Red Spider's face, a metallic clang echoed. Red Spider shouted, twisting his head away to avoid facing the hammer. Oh, my apologies, Fire of Death instinctively apologized, retracting his hand. Red Spider, when you see Megatron, please give him my regards. I won't see you off. We'll meet again. As Rift Sky Absolute spoke, he entered the activated land bridge with Arcee, naturally taking the magnetic gloves with them. Seeing the two depart and the gloves taken away, Red Spider panicked, shouting, Don't leave me behind. Alas, apart from Fire of Death, no one else could hear his cries. Confronted with the desolate space and the fate that awaited him, Red Spider's brows furrowed, his eyes wide, red irises contrasting with his drooping brows, his hands moving aimlessly. presenting a pitiful sight. Fire of death. I believe we have much to discuss, such as what type of a woman you prefer. Yes. Do you favor the cute or the seductive? Or how heavy your hammer is? Can it crush that giant rock? Perhaps we could visit my base, which is quite splendid, filled with abundant super energy entities for your use. Of course, if that doesn't suit you, we could engage in more meaningful activities, like helping an old lady cross the street at this moment. Red Spider was terrified that Fire of Death would take him to Megatron, so he spoke without thought, saying whatever came to mind to buy some time, hoping they would separate soon. However, Fire of Death was not so easily deceived. Perhaps we should present these matters to Lord Megatron. He would likely be quite interested. While saying this, Fire of Death connected to the Decepticon communications. This is Fire of Death. Activate the land bridge and transport me back. No, Fire of Death. You can't do this to me. I saved your life. Red Spider panicked, nearly soiling himself, his voice sharp with desperation. He could envision Megatron's fearsome visage and how he would react upon seeing him. If he faced Megatron, he would certainly not survive. Megatron would surely kill him. Yet, Fire of Death remained unmoved by Red Spider's pleas, calmly awaiting the land bridge. After a moment, the land bridge materialized and Fire of Death slowly approached it. Fire of Death, I beg you, do not enter the land bridge. Do not meet Megatron. He will surely kill me. I implore you. Fire of Death faced with the impending fate, Red Spider exhibited extreme humility, his tone submissive. Devoid of his earlier cunning. Chapter 48. Token of affection. Rift Sky, Absolute, and Arcee emerged from the land bridge. Where have you two been playing? Upon entering the base, Meichi hurried over, unable to contain her excitement. She quickly noticed the magnetic gloves in Arcee's hand. What is that? A token of affection from Rift Sky, Absolute? Upon hearing Meichi's words, Rift Sky, Absolute, and Arcee exchanged a glance, their expressions slightly shifting. Meichi, assuming the role of the Inquisitor, placed her hands on her hips, gazing up at Arcee, chattering incessantly, her eyes filled with curiosity. You Cybertronians are quite peculiar. Typically, tokens of affection are rings or necklaces. I've never seen a doorknob given as such. As she spoke, Meichi further inquired, by the way, what door does this doorknob open? Is it your secret base? I must say, her imagination is quite vivid, Jack observed, feeling dizzy from Meichi's various speculations. He had never considered it that way. And after their return to the base, the ambulance had explained everything. Clearly, Meichi hadn't listened at all. She is always like this, Laffy remarked to Jack, as if it were the most natural thing. It would be odd if Meichi were not a little eccentric. A touch of madness is the norm for her. True enough. Jack shrugged. Ambulance, this is what you requested. Ignoring Meichi's comments, Arcee directly handed the magnetic gloves to the ambulance. This is the magnetic gloves, Decepticon technology. It holds significant research value. The ambulance took the gloves, his eyes gleaming as he envisioned the technological marvel before him. If you wish to conduct research, it's best to find a suitable location. Rift Sky, Absolute kindly advised. Best not to do it indoors. I've witnessed the power of this little gadget. Arcee stood beside Rift Sky, Absolute, one hand on her hip while her slender finger pointed at the magnetic gloves, adding a cautionary note. They're quite the harmonious duo. Meichi rolled her eyes at their banter, looking at the panel with exasperation. The Harbinger tap, 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 transported in. He walked down the corridor toward the control room. In this corridor, only the sound of Fire of Death's footsteps echoed in the silence. Fire of Death, I've pleaded with you. Can you not find it in your heart to show me some mercy? Yes, ambushing you was wrong of me. But Haven T, I already faced my punishment. I am now stuck with you, unable to escape. Do you truly wish to take me to Megatron to witness him tear me from your back, ripping apart my numerous components? Can you bear to see me like this? Remember, I have treated you well in the past, and even saved your life. Red Spider's voice shattered the corridor silence as he tried various pleas for mercy, but Fire of Death ignored him completely, so he resorted to appealing to emotion, attempting to elicit sympathy. However, it was clear that after previous events, Fire of Death was exceedingly wary of Red Spider. No matter how much Red Spider pleaded, Fire of Death remained unresponsive, merely continuing along the corridor toward the control room where Megatron awaited. Fire of Death, spare me. If you let me go, I'm willing to serve you endlessly in gratitude. Red Spider persisted, refusing to give up. Beside him stood a Decepticon soldier who brushed past Deadlock. Instinctively, He glanced at the red spider emblem hanging from Deadlock's back. You dare to belittle the Decepticon's second in command. In response to the soldier's involuntary gaze, the once diminished pride of the red spider surged instantly, as if he were transported back to his previous role. Although positioned behind, he suddenly exuded an air of authority. Traitor! The Decepticon soldier muttered under his breath, then disregarded the red spider entirely, turning to leave, leaving behind an indignant silhouette. You scoundrel! I was once the second in command of the Decepticons. How dare you speak to me like that? How dare you ignore me? Come back. I demand you kneel before me and apologize. The red spider twisted his body, yearning to break free from his restraints and exact revenge on the soldier. However, after much struggle, he found himself unable to escape the powerful pull. He raised his arm, intending to launch a missile at the Decepticon soldier, aiming to obliterate him. At that moment, a voice rang out from nearby. Why has the consumption of energon been so rapid of late? Have you expended much energy to eliminate a few Autobots for me? Megatron's commanding voice echoed in the red spider's ears. His eyes widened as he softly uttered, Megatron. Instantly, a pallor swept across his face, and his raised arm lowered in resignation. Having arrived at Megatron's control room, he understood that a favorable outcome was unlikely. If he were to launch that missile, his fate would be sealed. He resolved to bide his time. He adjusted his posture, striving to appear humble. His previously fiery eyes now turned clear, his brows slightly drooping to convey a pitiable demeanor. He touched the spark within him, suppressing his fear, forcing himself to remain calm. After completing these gestures, he listened intently to Deadlock's footsteps, as well as the growing presence of Megatron's voice. Deadlock entered the control room, swiftly approaching Megatron's side. Lord Megatron. Deadlock placed his right hand on his chest, bowing slightly in a gesture of respect. Deadlock, have you brought back the items? Megatron turned, his crimson gaze fixed upon Deadlock. Speaking in a calm, yet authoritative tone. I apologize, Lord Megatron. I have failed. Deadlock's face reflected humility as he lowered his head and awaited Megatron's wrath. Were you not the one who vowed not to disappoint me? Megatron did not immediately erupt in anger, yet the ire in his tone was palpable. Though I have failed, I have brought this, Deadlock stated, turning his back to Megatron. And there, Megatron's gaze fell upon the red spider's carefully arranged expression. Lord Megatron, my esteemed master, your most humble servant, the red spider, extends the sincerest of greetings to you, he declared, placing his hand upon his chest. Even though his body remained immobile, he managed to feign a bow, speaking in a tone of subservience, his eyes filled with reverence for Megatron, perfectly balancing respect and humility. Ah, the red spider. Megatron's internal fury began to dissipate as he stepped forward, now standing before the red spider. He scrutinized the red spider, and his expression subtly shifted. Chapter 49. The Fallen Traitor. No, please call me second in command. It is I, your most loyal servant, the red spider replied with utmost reverence, regardless of whether Megatron was addressing him. In Megatron's presence, the red spider shed the arrogance that characterized his departure, and the fear that came with facing Megatron was absent. Instead, there was only a profound and unwavering faith in Megatron that radiated from his very being. This was the red spider, timid and cowardly, yet brimming with ambition. Highly capable in management, cunning, and adept in manipulation, his tongue as slippery as oil. Perhaps he lacked strength in combat and was not as intellectually gifted as Soundwave. Yet he was the most astute and socially adept among the Decepticons. This was one of the reasons he had survived countless reckless endeavors. Red Spider, where had you been all this time? Megatron did not seem inclined to deliver punishment upon their first encounter. Instead, he inquired with a calm curiosity. Lord Megatron, you cannot fathom the depths of my humility during my time away from the Decepticons. The shortage of energon, the scorn from Autobots, it was as if I were a stray dog, subject to their whims and cruelty. You cannot imagine how I long for the Decepticons. How I yearn for you. Allow me to rejoin your ranks, to be your sincerest servant once more, Lord Megatron. In response to Megatron's inquiry, the red spider seized the opportunity, softening his tone while lamenting his misfortunes, subtly seeking sympathy, ultimately revealing his true intent. Since escape was impossible, he had no choice but to rejoin the Decepticons. Though reluctant, his life was now in Megatron's hands, and he had to comply. You have repeatedly failed, botched numerous missions that should have succeeded, and recently betrayed me. Why should I accept you back? Give me a reason. Megatron's fierce visage loomed close to the Red Spider, his tone laced with curiosity, almost mocking as he awaited the Red Spider's response. He found the notion of a traitor wishing to rejoin his ranks laughable. Lord Megatron, I acknowledge my past mistakes, yet I never truly wished to betray you. In my heart, you will always remain my most revered master. The Red Spider spoke with humility, gazing earnestly at Megatron. Oh, you didn't intend to betray me sincerely? Then why did you leave? Megatron leaned back slightly, his crimson eyes glimmering with amusement, eager to see what excuse the Red Spider would concoct. I was left with no choice. Had I not departed your misguided decision? Megatron's eyes widened slightly, his attention sharpening. I meant to say, had I not left, you would have made the most correct decision. You would have killed me. While your decision would indeed have been justified, I believed I was still of use to you and should not perish so easily. At the very least, I wish to die serving the Decepticon cause. The sincerity in the Red Spider's words was palpable, devoid of any awkwardness in his tone or conviction, as he fully embraced the essence of his plea. Then tell me, what benefit would there be in allowing you, a traitor, to rejoin my ranks? Megatron continued to probe. I can assist you in managing the Decepticons further. Most crucially, I know the whereabouts of a Decepticon invention. Noticing a flicker of interest from Megatron, the Red Spider seized the moment, continuing to speak humbly, aiming to sway Megatron's judgment. Which invention are you referring to? As expected, Megatron's interest was piqued. The lock-on staff, the Red Spider replied without hesitation, continuing, I know its location. It lies in the hands of Black Widow. I can personally lead a team to retrieve the lock-on staff and bring that traitor Black Widow before you for punishment. Upon finishing his statement, the Red Spider looked at Megatron with hopeful anticipation. After hearing the Red Spider's words, Megatron fell silent, lost in contemplation, as he weighed the value of the Red Spider's claims against the merits of allowing him to rejoin the Decepticons. After a brief moment, he turned to Red Spider and said, Congratulations, your words have successfully moved me. Thank you, Lord Megatron. Allow me to reintroduce myself, your loyal servant, Red Spider. Reports to you? Red Spider replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. Dead End. Take it a knockout and bring him down, Megatron commanded Dead End. Yes, Dead End replied respectfully before turning to leave. Despite some setbacks, Red Spider ultimately preserved his life and rejoined the Decepticons. Perhaps Red Spider held a unique place in Megatron's heart, and indeed he had demonstrated some genuine capabilities. Coupled with the intelligence he provided, Megatron's heart softened, granting him a reprieve. In the area where the magnetic gloves have been excavated, someone has beaten me to it. Was it the Autobots or the Decepticons? Black Widow murmured, gazing at the remnants of debris left behind. She had also detected the signal emitted by the magnetic gloves, but seemed to have arrived too late. Having found nothing, she transformed into a helicopter and departed the scene. Aboard the Nemesis, Red Spider had successfully disembarked from Dead End, casually strolling down the corridor with his hands behind his back. Occasionally, he would cast an arrogant glance at a Decepticon soldier, relishing their respectful salutes. Once a traitor of the Decepticons, a lost and forlorn creature, he now returned to this corridor, transformed into the Decepticon second-in-command. I must say, Red Spider, we should hasten our pace. Lord Megatron may not possess the patience to wait for us to dawdle, Knockout remarked, observing Red Spider's leisurely demeanor. You are right. Let us proceed. Lord Megatron awaits the first achievement I will attain upon rejoining the Decepticons. With his head held high and brimming with confidence, Red Spider set off toward the control room. After taking a few steps, he suddenly recalled something and turned to Knockout, saying, by the way, remember to include second-in-command in your address next time. I am now the Decepticon second-in-command, Commander Red Spider. With a mischievous smile, he then continued his way forward. Knockout and Dead End exchanged glances after hearing Red Spider's words, then shook their heads and followed closely behind. In the control room, Red Spider, I hope you speak the truth. Do not let me down again, Megatron said to Red Spider. Rest assured, Lord Megatron. With so many allies, I will surely capture Black Widow, Red Spider declared confidently, slowly stepping back. Thundercracker, Dead End, and Knockout followed closely behind him. Due to his unease regarding Red Spider, Megatron deployed all available elite forces. Even though the stun stick was not a critical piece of Decepticon technology, he could not afford to fail this time. After all, Optimus Prime had acquired a piece of Decepticon technology, and he must reclaim his standing. The ground bridge opened, and everyone made their way toward the location of Black Widow. In the dimly lit forest, a hazy mist enveloped the surroundings, while snakes, insects, and other creatures scuttled about. Transformed into a helicopter, Black Widow gracefully descended upon the ship's roof, then reverted to her humanoid form. Simultaneously, Red Spider led the other Decepticons into the forest, advancing toward her location. Another loss. Mei Chi's voice echoed throughout the base. When they're around, the base is always bustling, Starscream remarked, listening to the commotion and glancing at Arcee with a hint of exasperation. To be precise, it is when Mei Chi is present that this place is lively, Arcee corrected, gazing at Starscream with her enchanting eyes. Chapter 50. The trap for Black Widow in the shadowy forest. Guests are arriving. Perhaps I can add a few more Decepticon elites to my collection, Black Widow mused, observing the Decepticon signals detected by her ship, her eyes glinting with a dangerous allure. With that, the 6 spider legs behind her touched the ground, propelling her out of the ship. The sharp spider legs moved swiftly across the terrain, as Black Widow occasionally leaped between trees, leaving behind marks where her blades had pierced the earth. Meanwhile, Red Spider, are you certain Black Widow is here? Thundercracker asked, surveying the surroundings with skepticism. Absolutely, Black Widow was last seen in this forest, Red Spider instinctively began to reply. But as he recalled the circumstances of losing the stun stick, he suddenly realized it was not a glorious tale and quickly fell silent. He then changed his tune, painting a vivid picture. Rest assured, Black Widow is indeed here. Just a little effort from you all will secure a commendation from Lord Megatron. Your journey will not be in vain. Suddenly, a thick, sticky strand of webbing shot out and ensnared him with tremendous force, slamming his slight frame against a tree and binding him tightly. Ah, damn it! Black Widow, you treacherous woman, how dare you ambush me? Stuck to the tree, Red Spider yelled in anger, struggling to free himself from the binding web. I wondered who it was. It's you, Red Spider. It seems your arm has healed after all this time. Black Widow emerged from behind a massive tree, casting a mocking gaze at the ensnared Red Spider. Damn it! Are you just going to stand there? Don't you plan to set me free? Red Spider exclaimed after a moment of struggle, realizing he could not break free from the webbing. Upon hearing Red Spider's plea, Dead End approached him, grasped the webbing, and tore it apart, quickly freeing Red Spider from his constraints. Black Widow, last time I was careless and unprepared, allowing you to succeed. This time, you cannot escape. I will capture you and sever your arms, so you may experience the same agony, Red Spider declared as he stepped forward, his voice sharp and his expression slightly menacing. After declaring this, he swiftly retreated behind his comrades and shouted, Black Widow stands before you. Capture her, and I will personally inform Lord Megatron of your accomplishments. Charge. Yes. Commander Red Spider, Knockout replied casually, retrieving an electric baton crackling with energy. Thundercracker also unslung a Gatling laser gun from his back. With a clang, Dead End transformed his hand into a massive hammer, striking it against another hammer, producing a metallic clash. Though they held disdain for Red Spider's cowardice, their mission was to apprehend Black Widow and retrieve the stunned stick, so they did not openly defy his orders. Dead End charged at Black Widow, hammer raised high above his head, preparing to strike as he approached her. A web strand connected 2 trees before him, causing his hammer to become ensnared instead of striking the target. Is this the best Megatron can send against me? A bunch of fools? Black Widow taunted as she swung her razor-sharp spider legs. The spider legs sliced downwards with ferocity. Zing! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp legs of the spider pierced the chest of the lifeless flame, drawing near to the source of fire. At that moment, the Gatling gun of Tianjun unleashed a barrage of laser beams, severing the trees and spider silk on either side. The lifeless flame broke free, propelled by a forceful inertia, and swung its hammer down fiercely at the Black Widow. I shall not play with you any longer, the Black Widow exclaimed, hastily retreating upon witnessing the ferocity of Tianjun's firepower. As she withdrew, several strands of spider silk shot toward the Red Spider and his companions. The spider silk came hurtling towards them, prompting a swift leap to the side to evade the attack. Tianjun's Gatling gun rattled as it blasted the spider silk from the air. The lifeless flame collapsed onto the ground, narrowly escaping the onslaught. Bang! Just as the red spider lurked in the background, completely unprepared, he found himself once again ensnared by the tree. "Damn it, Black Widow! I will not let you escape," the red spider declared, once again stuck to the tree, his anger flaring. He then turned to the one who had just helped him up and glared. "What are you staring at? Get me down." Of course, Deputy Commander Red Spider, the one who had helped him, replied nonchalantly, waving his hand before approaching to tear away the spider silk. "I will pursue her," Tian-Jun stated, and with that, he quickly departed, followed closely by the lifeless flame. "Knockdown, hurry! The credit for capturing the Black Widow is mine. I cannot let Tian-Jun take the glory," the red spider urged, watching impatiently as Knockdown leisurely pulled the sticky silk from him. "Understood, Deputy Commander Red Spider," Knockdown replied in the same casual tone. At that moment, Knockdown felt a sense of confusion. He had hidden at the back during the battle, and now, with Tian-Jun in pursuit, he feared that the latter might seize the credit. Was their deputy commander truly hoping to reap the benefits of the capture without exerting any effort, merely hiding in the rear and shouting a few commands? Such audacity seemed utterly shameless. Knockdown released the red spider, and the two hastened after Tian-Jun. Meanwhile, ahead of them, where did she go? Tian-Jun and the lifeless flame arrived at the edge of a small cliff, scanning the area below. Whoosh! Spider Silk shot toward the lifeless flame with alarming speed. He had narrowly avoided being pierced by the source of fire, but now, with his abilities waning due to the ongoing flow of energy from his wound, he was caught off guard by this sudden attack and became ensnared in a tree. Swish! Swish, swish, swish! Tian-Jun ignored the lifeless flame and unleashed a series of laser beams in a specific direction. Boom, boom, boom! Giant trees fell one after another, perforated by the relentless assault of the lasers. As one massive tree toppled, the silhouette of the Black Widow emerged, her 6 spider legs moving swiftly as she evaded Tian-Jun's onslaught. Tian-Jun's strength was formidable, and the Black Widow dared not approach. Thus, she opted for a tactical retreat, planning to lure him a distance before attempting another ambush. However, as she turned and leaped swiftly between the giant trees, a missile hurtled towards her with astonishing speed. "What?" the Black Widow gasped, glancing back to see the missile racing toward her. Panic surged through her, and she leaped with all her might to evade it. Boom! The missile appeared to strike its mark, and a tremendous explosion erupted, dispersing the mist in the forest and illuminating the shadowy surroundings. The shockwave sent trees crashing down, and, as the chaos subsided, a massive crater marked the spot where the missile had detonated. Chapter 51: The Wailing Engine, the Furious Fist at the Autobot Base. In the midst of testing and maintaining various equipment alongside the ambulance, Skyquake abruptly halted his actions. "What's wrong?" the ambulance inquired, noticing Skyquake's sudden stillness. "I need to step out for a moment," Skyquake replied hastily, rushing to the control panel to execute a series of commands. He swiftly activated the launch mechanism for the ground bridge, which opened instantly. His expression was grim and urgent as he turned and dashed into the ground bridge. Nearby, Arcee, noticing the anxious demeanor of Skyquake, who had not uttered a single word, instinctively followed him. The two entered the ground bridge without a word, leaving the others in the base bewildered. "What is up with Skyquake? He seems quite anxious," the divider remarked as he approached the ambulance, puzzled. "RC2, Machiko added from the platform above." The ambulance glanced at the coordinates linked to the ground bridge and remarked, "Something must have happened. Should we go help?" The divider scratched his head, questioning. "This seems to be Skyquake's personal matter. He may not require our assistance." "Let's wait and see," the ambulance replied, comprehending that Skyquake was undoubtedly heading to find the Black Widow, as the coordinates pointed to the location of their previous transaction with the Red Spider. In the forest, the Black Widow leaped rapidly among the trees. "Damn it," she muttered, clutching her chest, cursing under her breath. Although she had evaded the missile and was not directly struck, she had been too close to the explosion's epicenter and suffered greatly from the impact. The shockwave had propelled her into a giant tree, leaving her in considerable pain. Simultaneously, fragment from the explosion had pierced her left shoulder and leg, resulting in severe injuries, including the loss of one of her spider legs. The energy was continuously seeping from her wounds, compelling her to flee. Rumble, rumble. A fighter jet darted through the trees at breakneck speed, expertly maneuvering to avoid collisions with the trunks. "Black Widow, you cannot escape," the Red Spider declared, relentlessly pursuing the injured Black Widow. While he may have struggled against her in her prime, he was confident that now, with her weakened state, capturing her would be well within his grasp. The Red Spider continued his pursuit, with other Decepticons trailing behind, placing the Black Widow in peril. However, she remained composed, suddenly turning with an object in hand and unleashing a wave of energy toward the Red Spider at remarkable speed. Damn it! The Red Spider cursed upon seeing the energy wave approaching. He attempted to halt his advance, but his speed made it impossible. He collided with the energy wave head-on, and in an instant, his entire system powered down. The powerful inertia thrust him forward into a nearby tree. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as the massive tree broke upon impact, and the Red Spider, in jet form, plummeted to the ground, skidding for a considerable distance before finally resting against the roots of a large tree. Using his locking rod to secure the Red Spider, the Black Widow refrained from seizing the opportunity to attack and swiftly turned to make her escape. Lifeless Flame, keep an eye on the Red Spider. Tianjun instructed as he arrived by the Red Spider's side, then quickly pivoted to pursue the Black Widow. I'm a doctor. I'll stay here. Lifeless Flame replied, eyeing the Red Spider's grievous state and the energy seeping from his chest. Suit yourself, Tianjun said before departing. Seeing the fallen, Deathfire intended to continue the pursuit. Deathfire, I strongly advise against dragging your severely injured body any further. Knockdown interjected, preventing Deathfire from advancing. Knockdown did not linger for the sake of the Red Spider. He was concerned that Deathfire might exhaust his energy reserves mid-chase. Moreover, he discerned that although Black Widow was gravely injured, she still possessed combat capability, and should Deathfire continue the chase, he could very well be torn apart. Very well. I shall remain, Deathfire conceded, deciding against pursuing Black Widow upon hearing Knockdown's words. Sit down. I need to attend to your wounds, Knockdown instructed Deathfire. Nodding in agreement, Deathfire, seemingly unaware, instinctively sat upon the immovable frame of the Red Spider. Knockdown, however, made no effort to correct him, observing as Deathfire perched upon the Red Spider's body. Perhaps Knockdown believed that the Red Spider, now immobilized, was oblivious to the unfolding events outside, and thus deemed it inconsequential. It could also be a subtle act of retaliation for the Red Spider's previous arrogance. Knockdown began to administer rudimentary treatment to Deathfire's injuries. Meanwhile, Quake relentlessly pursued Black Widow. Quake, do you truly intend to engage in a fatal confrontation with me? Black Widow shouted back at Quake as she fled. As more of her energy flowed from her wounds, her internal reserves dwindled, causing her movements to slow. She had attempted to fend off Quake with her targeting staff, yet he had been well prepared, evading each of her strikes. If Quake continued his pursuit, even without attacking her, the depletion of her energy would certainly lead to her demise without anyone to heal her. With a series of rapid sounds, Black Widow wielded her targeting staff, making it clear to Quake that he dared not approach too closely. Nonetheless, he remained close behind, ensuring she remained within his line of sight, intending to outlast her. Simultaneously, Quake cleverly utilized laser beams to disrupt Black Widow's movements, complicating her escape and hastening her energy depletion. Though this method of capture was time-consuming, the moment Black Widow had been wounded foretold his impending victory, and thus, he remained unhurried. As time dragged on, with her energy rapidly diminishing, Black Widow's movements grew increasingly sluggish. Eventually, she recognized that she could no longer evade him without succumbing to exhaustion. Leaning against a tree, she brandished her targeting staff defiantly towards Quake, who advanced while maintaining his distance. Black Widow, Lord Megatron has not commanded your death. Lower your targeting staff and accompany me to the Decepticon warship. There is still hope for you. If you continue this futile struggle, you will surely return to the Allspark. Quake addressed Black Widow confidently, his demeanor unyielding. Upon hearing Quake's words, Black Widow fell silent, seemingly contemplating her options. However, just as she was about to respond, a familiar engine roar reached her ears, distinct from the usual. It carried an anguished wail, and the ground trembled beneath the overwhelming sound of engines operating at their limits. Then came the sound of transformation, followed by a massive silhouette charging toward Quake, who had just turned to investigate the source of the sound, moving at a speed that rendered it barely visible. Bang! Boom! Crack! The fist of Skyquake struck Quake's chest with devastating force, causing his torso to cave in instantly and sending him hurtling backward. Dust swirled, stones flew, and trees splintered as Quake's body crashed through them, leaving a deep trench in the ground. After smashing through several sturdy trees, Quake finally came to a halt. Chapter 52, Shattering the Allspark, Silent Sweetness Ugh. Lying on the ground, Quake groaned, feeling a disorienting wave of pain enveloping him, particularly in his chest, where the agony was akin to being on the verge of losing his Allspark. In his haze, a thought flickered through his mind. He was in grave danger. This realization compelled him to struggle against his discomfort, slowly rising to a seated position. Once upright, he braced himself with his hands to prevent collapsing again. He shook his head, dispelling the fog in his mind, and the images before him began to clarify. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy footsteps echoed ominously as a colossal figure approached him step by step. Moments later, Skyquake's form filled his optical sensor. Quake could distinctly see that Skyquake's expression was devoid of emotion, yet his eyes blazed with unquenchable fury. He noticed that Skyquake's right fist bore signs of deformation, likely due to the impact that had caved in Quake's chest. Facing the looming Skyquake, Quake struggled to maintain his stance, wavering as he stood. Skyquake did not impede Quake's efforts to rise. He continued to advance slowly, observing Quake as struggle. When he was within 5 meters of Quake, Skyquake halted. Without uttering a word, the slightly deformed fist rose once more. As that fist ascended, Quake could distinctly hear the sound of Skyquake tightening his grip and the creaking of his joints. As a warrior of esteemed honor, Quake would not falter before an imminent threat. He raised his own fist and charged at Skyquake. With each step, the ground trembled beneath his massive feet, stirring up clouds of dust. In a flash, both combatants launched their attacks simultaneously. Bang! Sizzle! Crackle! The thunderous clash of metal reverberated, accompanied by the sound of tearing armor, and the sparks ignited from frayed circuitry. Skyquake's fist pierced through Quake's body, his hand splaying open as it savagely tore at the internal wiring. Quake's internal circuits were yanked out as if they were intestines. With a multitude of wires ripped from his frame, Quake's arm hung limply, his clenched fist released its grip. The light within his optical sensor flickered dimly, teetering on the brink of extinguishment as torrents of energy poured from the gaping wound. His legs weakened, and he felt the urge to kneel. Skyquake, however, denied Quake the chance to submit. He lifted his foot and pressed it against Quake's chest. Quake's body, once poised to fall forward, instead toppled backward, a dull thud echoing amidst the swirling dust as he lay flat against the ground. In that moment, his optical sensor dimmed completely, extinguishing any remnants of brilliance. Gazing at the lifeless form before him, Skyquake slowly relaxed his clenched fist. Simultaneously, he sensed through their psychic link the weakening of Black Widow's Allspark. And upon witnessing her battered state, the fury that had ignited within him began to wane. He stood in silence, gazing at Quake for an extended period. Quake and his comrade, Skywing, were valiant warriors of noble honor, and like Optimus Prime, Skyquake harbored hopes that they would one day join his ranks. Yet, fate does not always align with human desires. Consumed by a tempest of rage and momentarily losing his reason, he ultimately brought an end to the life of Tianjun, a warrior deserving of respect. In the end, sparing him from kneeling was the only fragment of dignity that Lai Tianju could afford this esteemed adversary. With a long exhale, Lai Tianju slowly turned away. The once vigilant Black Widow, who held a locking staff, lowered it as she watched him turn to face her. She then gracefully approached the root of a tree that had been shattered, settling down delicately. Once seated, she covered her injured shoulder with one hand while resting the other on her knee, her legs elegantly crossed, resembling a regal queen. Her violet eyes fixated on Lai Tianju, and with a subtle lift of her slender fingers, she beckoned him closer, her lips parting to utter an alluring invitation. "Come here." Hearing her words, Lai Tianju hesitated for a moment, but upon noticing her injuries, he strode towards her without a moment's delay. As he reached her, before Black Widow could speak, he initiated, "Black Widow, do not speak. Sit beside me." She interrupted him, her tone firm yet gentle. "Perhaps I simply wish for you to sit beside me." Once again, she interrupted him, listening to her insistence. Lai Tianju cast a worried glance at her wounds before taking a seat beside her. The Black Widow perched upon the tree root while he settled on the ground beside her, his height exceeding hers only slightly. As he sat next to her, a subtle smile graced the corners of her lips, seemingly oblivious to her pain. She gently leaned towards him, resting her head upon his shoulder. In that moment, though Black Widow remained silent, her movements and the tranquil flicker of her inner flame conveyed a profound sense of peace and unspoken safety that enveloped Lai Tianju. Indeed, for Black Widow, the fear she once felt while being pursued by Tianjun had vanished. The arrival of Lai Tianju, along with the fury he displayed in avenging her by annihilating Tianjun's flame, instilled within her an indescribable sense of security. This newfound feeling arose from the elimination of external threats and the soothing of her internal turmoil. At the same time, this sense of security blossomed, an unexpected sweetness, incongruous with her character, surged within her flame. Despite her grievous injuries and the relentless outpouring of her energy, all she desired was to rest quietly against him, savoring the ineffable safety and tenderness he provided. In this shared silence, both minds wandered, reflecting on the countless years of discord born from their differing natures, now seemingly mending in the absence of words. Arguments, debates over principles, and conflicts of stance gradually faded from their thoughts, replaced by a familiar sensation, as if they had returned to the moment of their inception. In that time, they were inseparable. Moments later, the roar of a motorcycle engine jolted Lai Tianju from his reverie. Chapter 53. A whisper between Arcee and me, your esteemed partner, has come looking for you. But before that, I might extinguish your flame. I am curious to see the expression on her face when she discovers your lifeless body. I imagine she would be filled with anguish, sorrow, and fury. The thought is simply delightful. The Black Widow, having heard the engine's roar, revealed a glimmer of malice across her face. Her long, sharp fingers grazed Lai Tianju's chest, as if to snuff out his flame. Yet, her tone lacked any resolute finality, tinged instead with an inexplicable emotion, suggesting her displeasure at the interruption of their moment by the sudden engine sound. The time is nearly upon us. I believe I must assist in tending to your injuries, Lai Tianju stated as he rose to his feet. The Black Widow did not oppose him, but stood as well, leaning weakly against him, her face betraying a hint of inscrutable intent as she gazed at the approaching motorcycle. With a screech of brakes and the sound of transformation, Arcee soon appeared before Lai Tianju, from a distance of 10 meters. She glanced at the Black Widow, leaning against him before gracefully striding closer. Observing Arcee's approach, the Black Widow's expression shifted to one of shock, swiftly followed by a flash of fierce intensity in her eyes, though it vanished just as quickly, unnoticed by anyone. Arcee arrived before Lai Tianju, lifting her gaze to meet his, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on him. She was ambushed by Megatron, which is why I arrived so quickly. It was not my intention to leave you behind, he hurriedly clarified, feeling the weight of her gaze. I know, Arcee replied with a nod, as if already aware. Then, turning her attention to the Black Widow, she softly remarked, however, I believe she will require medical attention. I will call for an ambulance. As she spoke, she reached for the communication device. Yet, a leg resembling a spider's suddenly extended from the Black Widow, blocking Arcee's attempt to activate the comms. I think you may not be aware that Lai Tianju is also an excellent scientist. He will assist me in my treatment. The Black Widow's voice, laced with an enigmatic undertone, reached Arcee's ears. His physique is too large to provide care for your petite form, Arcee retorted. That is of no concern to you. I have previously experienced his methods, so I know precisely whether he is suited for me, the Black Widow casually replied. Is that so? Arcee inquired, raising her eyes to Lai Tianju. Well, faced with Arcee's questioning gaze, he instinctively scratched his head. Never mind, I shall attend to the Black Widow's injuries. Ever since your last injury, I have taken the liberty to learn some knowledge in this area to prevent a repeat of the situation where no doctor was available. I should be more than capable of treating her, Arcee declared, continuing, moreover, I have some matters to discuss with her, and I believe this is a perfect opportunity to get to know her better. What do you think? With that, Arcee once again focused her gaze on the Black Widow. I concur. This is the best course of action, the Black Widow agreed, her voice slightly deeper, even sinister in tone. Leave her to me. Upon hearing the Black Widow's words, Arcee glanced at Lai Tianju before moving to the Black Widow's side, gently helping her up and distancing her from him. Then, Arcee began to lead the Black Widow forward, naturally towards her spacecraft, which housed ample medical supplies. Lai Tianju took a step forward, intending to follow the two. I believe you should remain to deal with that corpse. Do not follow us, Arcee and I have matters to discuss in private. Upon hearing the footsteps behind him, both women spoke in unison. Very well. A hint of resignation flickered in Lai Tianju's eyes. He was not particularly concerned about the potential harm that could arise between the two. At the very least, Arcee would not resort to such actions. As for the Black Widow, given her current state of injury, it was unlikely she possessed the strength to target Arcee. Moreover, the Black Widow would undoubtedly take her own feelings into account, refraining from committing such foolishness. With both parties capable of managing without his presence, Arcee decided against making a nuisance of himself. He turned and approached the targeting staff that the Black Widow had placed on the ground. Once he acquired the targeting staff, he activated the weapon system in his hand and unleashed a series of blasts that created a sizable crater in the ground, into which he buried the remains of Tianjun. Having completed this task, he followed a trail of clues toward the direction from which Tianjun had arrived. He suspected that although Tianjun was powerful, he alone could not have inflicted such damage upon the Black Widow. There must have been others involved in this incident. Half an hour passed, yet Arcee's search through the forest yielded no results. It was not entirely fruitless, for it appeared that others had long since fled, as he found no trace of their presence, only evidence of their prior movements. Aboard the Decepticon warship, Deadlock, nursing his injuries, and the unharmed Knockout, who was carrying the immobilized Black Widow, returned to the Nemesis via the land bridge. Deadlock, are we really returning empty-handed? If Lord Megatron gets angry, will he scratch my paint? Knockout expressed his concerns, visibly anxious. Based on my understanding of Lord Megatron, he likely won't damage our paint, Deadlock replied. That's a relief. Knockout seemed to find solace in Deadlock's words, letting out a deep breath. I mean, the punishment from Lord Megatron won't merely involve scratched paint. He might very well remove our heads, Deadlock added, observing Knockout's moment of relaxation. That's far more severe than a scratched paint job, Knockout retorted casually, seemingly less tense than before. Deadlock fell silent, and the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. I was thinking, what if we shift the blame on a Black Widow? After all, she often does things that disappoint Lord Megatron. Perhaps he would believe us, Knockout suggested, a sudden spark of inspiration flickering in his mind as the impending punishment loomed. I don't know, Deadlock shook his head. Leave everything to me, Knockout said with a smile. Moments later, the two carried Black Widow into the control room, where Megatron awaited them with impatience. Don't tell me you've failed yet again. Megatron glared at the unmoving, battle-ready Black Widow, his voice low and menacing. Chapter 54. Arcee topples the Black Widow apologies. Lord Megatron, we have failed, Knockout reluctantly admitted, fear of Megatron's wrath evident in his tone. Yet the truth of their failure could not be concealed. Though he had previously contemplated deceiving Megatron, he knew well that such an endeavor would be futile, as Megatron was far from foolish. The consequences of failure would be less severe than those following deceit. What of Tianjun? Upon hearing Knockout utter the word failure, Megatron fell silent for a moment before glancing at Black Widow and then directing his inquiry at Knockout. Knockout stammered, struggling to articulate a response under Megatron's intense gaze. Speak, Megatron commanded, his eyes narrowing, his voice rising in urgency. He has returned to the Allspark. Knockout finally managed to say, cautiously, did you witness it with your own eyes? Megatron's eyes widened, then narrowed again as he pressed for confirmation. No, but we separated to pursue the Black Widow while maintaining communication. Shortly thereafter, Tianjun's signal was lost, and our devices could no longer detect his presence. It was as if he had been extinguished from existence, Knockout replied, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Knockout, take Black Widow below. Once she recovers, have her lead a team to search for Tianjun, Megatron said wearily, waving his hands dismissively. He chose not to punish Knockout and Deadlock, perhaps intending to confirm the failure of their mission before enacting any consequences. Yes, Knockout and Deadlock exchanged glances, relief reflected in their eyes, and promptly carried Black Widow out of the control room. In the dimly lit forest, aboard the spaceship, the Black Widow toyed with her fingers, observing Arcee with a hint of mockery in her expression. You must feel rather unsettled, discovering that your partner has other, more intimate connections, Arcee. Indeed, it is disconcerting, Arcee replied candidly, then smiled. However, regarding your notion of intimacy, I believe you may be mistaken. Tianjun once shared with me various matters concerning you too. If we are to assess the depth of our bond, my time with Tianjun far exceeds yours. We have faced life and death together while you were serving the Decepticons. I doubt you can claim the title of more intimate. With a swift motion, the Black Widow's spider legs sprang into action, propelling her towards Arcee, their faces mere centimeters apart. Do you believe I could kill you right now? The Black Widow hissed through gritted teeth, her expression dark and menacing. Huh, do you possess the capability? Arcee scoffed, showing no signs of anxiety in the face of the Black Widow's threat. Enough of this. If you refuse to allow me near Tianjin, then it seems you must assist me in healing. The Black Widow acknowledged her disadvantage in attacking Arcee at this moment and suppressed her rage, casting aside certain thoughts. Having promised Tianjin, Arcee was obliged to assist the Black Widow in her recovery, doing so without harboring personal emotions. As half an hour passed, through meticulous restoration, the Black Widow's wounds were healed, requiring only a touch of paint to complete her restoration. However, Arcee was unwilling to assist the Black Widow in this final task. Thank you, Arcee. The Black Widow, re-energized and feeling her strength return, allowed a slight smirk to grace her lips as she spoke. In an instant, she lunged towards Arcee, delivering a powerful punch. Yet, anticipating the Black Widow's treachery, Arcee was prepared. She crossed her arms and successfully blocked the attack. However, the Black Widow had multiple spider legs at her disposal, and she swiftly thrust 5 of them forward in a coordinated assault. Clang! The force of the spider legs struck Arcee, causing her to stagger backward. Thwack! Taking advantage of the moment, the Black Widow unleashed several strands of webbing, ensnaring Arcee and pinning her against the ship's metallic walls. Black Widow! Arcee glared at her adversary, filled with contempt. The Black Widow's shamelessness was astonishing. After aiding in her recovery, she had turned against her in a cowardly ambush. Arcee is not young. One might even describe her as a fully matured, sophisticated woman. However, in comparison to the insidious nature of the Black Widow, she appears less cunning. The Black Widow possesses a wider array of tactics and benefits from a geographical advantage. Moreover, the Black Widow has a particular knack for dealing with Arcee. Whether in the original narrative or the present, Arcee seems to be at a disadvantage. Arcee's body is pinned against the wall, and the Black Widow shoots out 2 more strands of webbing, securing Arcee's legs to the wall and rendering her utterly immobile. The sound of numerous spider legs tapping against the spaceship's deck resonates as the Black Widow approaches Arcee. Upon reaching her, she delicately lifts Arcee's chin with her slender fingers. Arcee, she inquires with a malicious curiosity, what do you suppose would be the reaction of Lien Tianjue if I were to take your life right now? The malice in her gaze is unmasked, as she regards Arcee like a spider observing its prey. Arcee remains silent, turning her head away to avoid the loathsome visage before her. Ah, what a beautiful face, the Black Widow remarks, undeterred by Arcee's silence. Her attention drifts back to Arcee's visage, as if recalling something amusing. Her fingers glide gently across Arcee's lovely features. If I were to mar that beautiful face of yours, would Lien Tianjue still hold you dear as he once did? The Black Widow leans in closer to Arcee's profile, halting just before their skin could touch. Lien Tianjue's heart is not as ugly as yours, Arcee retorts, casting a fierce glance at the Black Widow. The Black Widow, momentarily irked by Arcee's response, tightens her grip, intending to slash Arcee's face. Yet, the heavy sound of footsteps outside interrupts her. To be honest, the moment I laid eyes on you last time, I felt an urge to end your life. I had intended to toy with you a bit before extinguishing your spark, but it seems your time is not yet up. She muses, stepping back slightly while raising her sharp spider legs, slicing through the webbing that binds Arcee. With newfound freedom, Arcee lunges forward, catching the unprepared Black Widow off guard and pinning her down, her body collapsing atop the Black Widow. At that moment, Lien Tianjue enters the spaceship. Witnessing this scene unfold before him, both the Black Widow, pinned beneath Arcee, and Arcee herself turn their gazes toward Lien Tianjue simultaneously. This scene seems familiar, Lien Tianjue thinks. Recalling the original narrative where Arcee and the Black Widow first clashed on Earth, engaging in a similar struggle. Undoubtedly, setting aside other considerations, the sight of 2 mechanical beauties entwined together possesses a unique aesthetic appeal. Chapter 55. Will Lien Tianjue not be upset by your intimacy? Despite the visual allure of the scene, Lien Tianjue senses that the rapport between the 2 women is not as harmonious as he had envisioned. He speaks slowly. You 2 haven't gotten into any trouble, have you? Before Arcee can respond, the Black Widow interjects, casting a glance at Arcee. Arcee, with such intimacy between us, are you certain your esteemed partner will not feel jealous? As the Black Widow leans forward, Arcee turns her gaze toward Lien Tianjue, while the Black Widow's face is but a breath away from Arcee's profile. Regardless of their relationship, the interaction appears exceedingly close. After speaking, the Black Widow tilts her head slightly, casting a glance at Lien Tianjue imbued with ambiguous intent. Upon hearing the Black Widow's words, Arcee abruptly rises, casting a cold stare at her before turning to Lien Tianjue's side. With her beautiful eyes meeting Lien Tianjue's, she states in a motionless tone, "Let us go. She is perfectly fine, lively and well. There is no need for your concern." Without awaiting Lien Tianjue's reaction, Arcee strides past him and out of the spaceship. Lien Tianjue glances at the Black Widow before turning to observe Arcee's departing figure, momentarily caught in a dilemma. Your little companion seems to be envious. Are you not going to console her? The Black Widow rises gracefully, returning to her earlier seat, her violet eyes fixed on Lien Tianjue, a smile gracing her lips, accompanied by a barely perceptible hint of anticipation. Hesitating at the Black Widow's suggestion, Lien Tianjue notes her smile and the fact that her injuries have nearly healed. Once assured of her well-being, he replies, "I shall return shortly," and turns to pursue Arcee. However, the moment he steps out of the spaceship, the smile on the Black Widow's face vanishes, her previous glimmer of anticipation dissipating into a chilling expression. With a swift motion, she rises, her spider legs slicing downwards with force, sending sparks flying as they leave deep gashes in the spaceship's sturdy metal walls. In that moment, her eyes are filled with unmasked coldness and murderous intent as she grits her teeth and utters a name, Arcee. Her sudden fury is not solely due to their earlier discord, but also because Lien Tianjue chose not to stay and instead followed Arcee. Little does she realize that Lien Tianjue, upon witnessing her smile and hearing her words, believed she truly did not require his presence. While she was subtly urging him to pursue Arcee, perhaps Lien Tianjue and the Black Widow are connected by a spark, allowing him to grasp her intentions. Though he feigns ignorance, stepping down from the unintentional platform she provided, Lien Tianjue's choice arises from necessity. He must select a companion to remain by his side. He knows he will eventually return to the base with Arcee and can later find time to check on the Black Widow, allowing her to temper her vexation. Yet, does the Black Widow truly remain oblivious to Lien Tianjue's thoughts? Was that platform she provided truly unintentional? Why does she grit her teeth and utter Arcee's name rather than Lien Tianjue's, who has departed? After exiting the spaceship, Lien Tianjue quickly catches up to Arcee. Why didn't you stay by her side? Arcee halts and turns to face Lien Tianjue. I can guess what transpired earlier. You're not the type to act impulsively. I felt she needed solitude to calm her emotions. Lien Tianjue responds gently. I had thought you would say, I am more important than she. Arcee's smile flickers at his words. You know I cannot voice such sentiments, Lien Tianjue replies, meeting Arcee's gaze. Both Arcee and the Black Widow are significant to Lien Tianjue, each sharing a profound bond with him. Perhaps humans have but a fleeting century of existence, allowing them to make swift decisions regarding complex emotions or situations, resolutely choosing to stay or depart. In contrast, Cybertronians possess lifespans exceeding millions of years, rendering them incapable of accurately weighing the importance of relationships over brief periods. Or perhaps such a measure is unnecessary, for they are afforded a long, seemingly endless existence capable of embracing all. Shall we return to the base together? Arcee does not dwell on the topic, but instead smiles and extends her hand. Smiled softly, taking her hand. Ambulance, please open the land bridge. Emotions are intricate, yet it is undeniable that if one truly cares for another, tolerance is indispensable. One is a companion born alongside the spark of creation, while the other is a partner who has shared life and death up to this moment. Regardless of the means employed, their hearts resonate in unison with. Thus, it is not difficult to comprehend why, rooted in concern for, the Black Widow, despite her intent to kill Arcee, instead offered a pathway to pursue her. It is equally understandable why Arcee no longer fixated on the topic of the Black Widow and why, despite encountering distressing events, a smile graced her face. Even the cruel and selfish harbor pure emotions. The facade of solitude and coldness does not negate the fervor within. With time on their side, They possess eons to engage in discourse and introspection. Shortly after Arcee departed, a land bridge tunnel materialized at the site of Tianjin's burial. This is the spot. According to records from the battleship, Tianjin's signal vanished here. The Red Spider emerged slowly from the land bridge, having dealt with those assigned to other tasks, while Deadfire received treatment. This time, only he and 2 Decepticon foot soldiers accompanied him. Stepping out of the land bridge, the Red Spider surveyed his surroundings, where downed trees lay scattered and the ground bore long, plowed-like marks. It appears a fierce battle transpired here. Let me see where you are, Tianjin, the Red Spider murmured, following the trail to its end. Ah, here, he exclaimed, observing the disturbed earth and the freshly laid, somewhat loose soil, confirming Tianjin's presence beneath. You too, dig this place up, the Red Spider commanded the 2 Decepticon foot soldiers. Understood, they replied in unison, promptly beginning to excavate. After a brief moment, the long-deceased Tianjin finally came into view before the Red Spider. Truly dead, he thought, his heart racing despite prior suspicions as he beheld Tianjin's lifeless body. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, I was caught in the light wave of the locking staff and did not follow Tianjin here. Chapter 56. The bustling routine within the base aboard the Reprisal. The Red Spider bowed deeply, showing utmost respect before Megatron. Lord Megatron, the wounds on Tianjin are substantial, evidently inflicted by a towering adversary's fists, and there are signs of tearing within his body. I believe the Black Widow could not have accomplished this. It must be the work of the Autobots. I am aware, Megatron replied coldly. Lord Megatron, since you are aware, I propose we deploy a substantial force for a carpet search, intensifying our pursuit of the Autobots to avenge your valiant warrior, Tianjin, the Red Spider suggested, observing Megatron's reaction. If you can locate the Autobots base, I would not hesitate to let you lead the charge to annihilate them. But can you? Megatron regarded the Red Spider with a look of incredulity. If such carpet searches were effective, the Autobots base would have been discovered long ago, and they would have been eliminated, rendering today's efforts unnecessary. Lord Megatron, are we to stand idly by while the Autobots slay our Decepticon warriors one by one, allowing them to continue their assaults? The Red Spider retorted, a hint of anger in his voice. I have not reprimanded you for your failure on this mission. I do not require your instruction on such matters. I know what must be done, Megatron warned, his expression darkening at the Red Spider's overstepping. Yes, Lord Megatron, I understand. The Red Spider acquiesced, lowering his head in submission, recognizing Megatron's ire. In truth, the Red Spider's words were driven by self-interest. The Decepticons and he were inextricably linked. Their fates intertwined. Tianjin's demise was of little consequence. In fact, without Tianjin, neither Deadfire nor Knockout posed a threat to his position. He should be pleased. However, throughout their confrontations with the Autobots, they had consistently found themselves at a disadvantage. If no changes were enacted, or if they failed to eliminate even one Autobot, the situation would become dire for the Decepticons. More crucially, he wished to avoid a fate akin to Tianjin's, where his insides were thoroughly mangled. Such a death was truly horrific. At the Autobots base, Bumblebee drives straight to the basket. Bang! Navigating past the partition, Bumblebee executed a Cybertronian dunk, sending a massive iron ball into the hoop, the resounding thud reverberating through the air. Yay, Bumblebee, splendid job. Raph cheered from the stands, clapping enthusiastically. Following Bumblebee's dunk, another thud echoed as the partition, having attempted to block him too hastily, failed to intercept the ball and lost its balance, stumbling backward and leaning against the toolbox. I still need that partition. Seeing his tools crushed beneath it, Ratchet shouted in dismay. Apologies, the partition replied, rising quickly to apologize while frantically attempting to restore the flattened tools. I'll handle it, Ratchet sighed, moving beside the partition to push it away from his equipment. Are you saying Tianjin is dead? Relayed the news of Tianjin's demise to Optimus Prime, who had just returned to the base. Indeed nodded. I understand, Optimus Prime acknowledged, signaling his comprehension. He did not inquire about the specifics of the event. While Tianjin's death was regrettable, it was ultimately a boon for the Autobots. Moreover, the enemy's demise would hardly stir significant unrest among the Autobots, much like the death of Starscream at Megatron's hands in the original narrative. The sound of engines filled the air as Jetfire soared back to the base, accompanied by Jack. Upon seeing Jack's return, Mika immediately descended the stairs from the platform, rushing towards him. How is it, Jack? Mika incura de ocarly. What do you mean? Jack scratched his head in confusion. I mean, you and Jetfire together. Before Mika could finish her sentence, Jack quickly covered her mouth with his hand. Pop! Mika swatted Jack's hand away, her eyes widening with annoyance. What are you doing? Mika, I know what you're trying to say, but this matter must not be. Jack's words trailed off, his gaze darting towards Optimus Prime, who was busy working. I understand, but who won? Mika vispitted curiously. Of course we did, Jetfire boisterously declared. Upon hearing the commotion, Optimus Prime instinctively glanced back. I meant to say that I am undoubtedly the fastest in the base, Jetfire quickly amended, explaining himself. Optimus Prime turned away, and the three breathed a sigh of relief. The race could not be disclosed to Optimus Prime, for it would surely lead to another reprimand. Everyone, it's a rare occasion for us all to be gathered. Allow me to showcase my finest performance. Having received the answer she sought, Mika shouted excitedly, racing toward a nearby spot to retrieve her guitar. Jack, Rafi, come over here. We're now a band, Meichi called out to Jack and Rafi. All right, coming. The two seemed intrigued and quickly approached Meichi's side. What instruments can you play? Meichi asked them. I only know how to use a computer, Rafi replied, holding his laptop. Playing with a computer, splendid idea, Meichi exclaimed. Then she turned to Jack and asked, What about you, Jack? I can only play the harmonica and such, Jack said, scratching his head bashfully. Do you think I will be the type to play country music? Meichi looked at Jack with a hint of disdain. Jack was momentarily taken aback. After all, being able to play the harmonica should count as a talent, shouldn't it? How could that be looked down upon? After a brief adjustment, the trio began to play, heavy metal reverberating throughout the bass. Sigh, when will there be peace and quiet around here? Ambulance, engrossed in his experiments, sighed at the cacophony surrounding him. The partition, reveling in the heavy metal, wore a joyful expression, while Bumblebee danced, performing the mechanical dance Rafi had taught him, soaring past, howling like a banshee. The bass was suddenly filled with vibrant energy. Such scenes required a high tolerance from everyone. Many found joy in it, otherwise they would surely be chased away. When they're around, the bass is always lively, albeit a bit too noisy. Arcee and Rift resumed their usual interactions. One was tinkering on the computer, searching for useful information to pass the time. Arcee leaned against Rift, arms crossed, observing the three humans frolicking. If there are no tasks at hand, a bit of merriment around the base isn't too bad, Rift remarked, surprisingly unbothered by the scene. After all, dealing with the Decepticons daily and patrolling outside could be monotonous. Occasionally indulging in such chaotic revelry could indeed be a refreshing diversion. With all this commotion, why don't you bring her along? Arcee casually inquired. Rift was startled by the sudden question, his actions pausing instinctively. Just kidding, noticing Rift's reaction. Arcee seemed quite pleased, casting a bewitching glance his way, a playful smile gracing her lips. Chapter 57, Data Storage Canister Time, passed swiftly, and soon a considerable period had elapsed. At the Autobot base, no one can stop the mightiest monster truck in the world. Meichi and the Partition were engrossed in a film, where the monster truck crushed cars, a scene both violent and exhilarating. Yes, that's it. Charge forward, Meichi shouted excitedly. To sacrifice so many vehicles to satisfy such desires. Humans are indeed a peculiar bunch, Ambulance remarked, operating the computer with a shiver. Just like that, the Partition roared. Though the destruction of vehicles was cruel, both he and Meichi enjoyed it. Exactly, Meichi chimed in. I say with all this time, why don't you assist Optimus with his tasks? Ambulance casually asked the Partition. Are you suggesting I help Optimus retrieve ancient educational toys? I have no interest in that. The Partition shook his head. Disinterested in intellectual pursuits, he had no inclination toward what he deemed ancient knowledge. The ancient educational toys you speak of are data storage canisters. They originated during the golden age of Cybertron and contain knowledge that spans the entirety of Cybertron. This knowledge may pertain to astronomy, medicine, or even history. Acquiring it could be immensely beneficial for us, Ambulance explained to the Partition. Not interested, the Partition replied, shaking his head once more. Ambulance, I require assistance, suddenly. Optimus Prime's voice crackled through the communicator. Optimus needs support, Ambulance said, glancing at the Partition. Support? He has chosen the right individual. I was born for support. The Partition exclaimed, clashing his fists together, producing a metallic clang. As he shouted, Ambulance activated the land bridge, and the Partition rushed into it. Meichi, the partition has left. I have an important task to assign to you, Ambulance said to Meichi upon noticing the partition's departure. What important task? Meichi's eyes sparkled at the mention of an important task. She relished such responsibilities. Here, the base's cleanliness is now your responsibility, Ambulance said, handing her a mop. Oh. Meichi's face fell upon seeing the mop. Her earlier enthusiasm vanished instantly. After handing the mop to Meichi, Ambulance turned to adjust the equipment, conducting tests while keeping a vigilant eye on the communication status. Seeing that Ambulance was preoccupied, Meichi promptly set down the mop and stealthily entered the still-open land bridge tunnel. On the battlefield across the land bridge, Optimus Prime and Megatron were locked in a fierce melee, the clash of metal echoing around them. Rift was simultaneously dealing with Dead End on the ground while fending off aerial assault from Starscream and his squadron. Flying over the mountain, he faced Soundwave's laser birds, whose speed and firepower were formidable, and being airborne gave them the advantage. Flying over mountain could only evade. Other than Soundwave himself, all of the Decepticons' elite forces were present, and even the grunts were seasoned fighters, hardened by the trials of war, deserving of the term elite. For a moment, the Autobots and Decepticons fought evenly matched. Optimus, you've had the upper hand in previous skirmishes. This time, you shall not take the data storage canister, Megatron declared, raising his blade to strike at Optimus. Megatron, I shall not allow you to succeed, Optimus retorted defiantly. The data storage canister likely contained crucial knowledge of Cybertron. Ancient Autobots often said that knowledge is power, and neither side wished to relinquish such strength. Boom! Rift delivered a powerful punch, sending Dead End flying. At that moment, the partition emerged from the land bridge. As soon as he appeared, he spotted Dead End hurtling backward. Dead End, call me Daddy. With a mighty roar, the partition raised his hammer and charged toward the fallen Dead End. As Dead End regained his footing, the partition struck him down again with a punch. Bang! Screech. Call me Uncle. After being knocked down by Bumblebee, Dead End seized an electric baton and lunged at the partition. The partition convulsed, his body going limp, teetering on the brink of collapse. Go home and find your mother, just as he dodged a laser bird, flying over mountain landed a solid punch, sending Dead End flying. Clang, clang, clang. With Dead End down, the laser birds, in pursuit of flying over mountain, descended rapidly, unleashing a barrage of beams that struck flying over mountain, who was instantly sent tumbling to the ground, his face full of dirt. Boom! Damn it! Meanwhile, Rift faced Starscream, who, in his jet form, plummeted toward the ground, smoke trailing behind him. Just before impact, he transformed. Upon transforming, he clutched his injured arm, cursing under his breath. Red Spider returned to the embrace of Megatron, commanded a voice as Red Spider transformed and descended. During this fleeting moment, Li Tianju effortlessly repelled the minions that dared to attack him and charged fiercely towards Red Spider. Upon reaching him, Li Tianju raised his fist and struck Red Spider squarely in the face. With a resounding bang, Red Spider, who had just been hurling curses and caught off guard, was sent hurtling backward, crashing into Megatron, who had recently been repelled by Optimus Prime. Megatron, instinctively preparing to fire upon the incoming object, retracted his fusion cannon upon recognizing it was Red Spider, instead delivering a punishing blow that forced him to halt. Ouch! That hurts! Red Spider exclaimed, collapsing to the ground and groaning in pain. Megatron, what have I done wrong this time? He lamented, clutching his injured torso and glancing back at Megatron. Get out of my way, Megatron barked before turning to confront Optimus Prime once more. Deadlock was sent flying by Li Tianju, only to be knocked down by a barrier. The barrier, having been weakened, was then toppled by Flying Mountain, who was subsequently struck by Laserbeak. Meanwhile, Li Tianju sent Red Spider flying again, while all others gathered either around Optimus Prime or near Deadlock and the barrier. At that moment, Arcee and Bumblebee were engaged in battle with the Decepticon minions. Li Tianju, seizing the opportunity, shouted, Optimus Prime, we can retreat now. As he spoke, the land bridge tunnel opened up. He stood beside the land bridge, holding a data storage device, while simultaneously raising his cannon to obliterate several minions harassing Arcee. With a clear path, Arcee made her way to Li Tianju's side, prompting the others to cease their actions. Autobots, retreat! Optimus Prime shouted as he saw Li Tianju secure the data storage device. He forcefully repelled Megatron before turning towards the land bridge. One by one, the others began to rise. Bumblebee dispatched his opponent and sprinted towards the land bridge, as did Flying Mountain and the barrier. Upon reaching the land bridge, Optimus Prime paused, turning to fire at the pursuing Decepticon minions, providing cover for his comrades. Chapter 58. The vanished Mickey. With the cover provided by Optimus Prime, Arcee, and Li Tianju, all other Autobots retreated to the land bridge. Optimus Prime, leave the data storage device behind. Megatron bellowed as he unleashed a torrent of fire from his fusion cannon towards Optimus Prime. Li Tianju handed the data storage device to Arcee before stepping forward, where a blue energy ripple enveloped him, deflecting Megatron's assault. Simultaneously, everyone entered the land bridge, which then sealed shut, causing Optimus Prime and his allies to vanish from sight. Megatron snarled, revealing his sharp teeth as he glared at the spot where Optimus Prime had disappeared, his expression a mask of rage. Each confrontation with Optimus Prime left the Decepticons at a disadvantage, leading Megatron to sometimes question whether Optimus truly was the chosen one. What should we do now, Lord Megatron? Red Spider asked cautiously, clutching his injured arm as he approached Megatron. Just as Megatron was about to issue a command, Laserbeak suddenly swooped in from a distance, entangling a person with its lengthy tendrils. "Let go of me, you foolish bird," Mickey cried, struggling against the tendrils that bound her as her body swayed with Laserbeak's movements. Optimus Prime's little pet. It seems he forgot to take you with him," Megatron mused, a wicked smile spreading across his face as he surveyed Mickey, ensnared by Laserbeak. Autobot base. This is the data storage device. I wonder what kind of knowledge it contains, Ratchet said excitedly as he took the device from Arcee. "Where's Mickey?" The barrier asked Ratchet, confusion evident in his tone. Typically, upon returning from missions, Mickey would eagerly rush to greet them. Why was she so quiet this time? And where was her presence? "I sent her to clean the base," Ratchet replied nonchalantly. "The mop is on the floor, and there's no sign of Mickey. She wouldn't have followed the barrier into the land bridge, would she?" Li Tianju speculated, glancing at the mop lying nearby. "That can't be possible," Ratchet responded, following Li Tianju's gaze to the fallen mop. Upon seeing it, his expression turned to one of shock. "I gave that to Mickey. Barrier, call her," Arcee urged, suddenly realizing something was amiss. "Right?" the barrier replied, now anxious. He had been wondering why Mickey had not come to cause a ruckus or welcome him. It now seemed that she might be in trouble. Back at the scene of the recent battle, Megatron had yet to depart. He stared at Mickey, who glared back at him with fierce defiance. Just then, Mickey's phone began to ring. "It's the barrier," she realized, her heart racing as she attempted to retrieve her phone from her pocket. However, Laserbeak had cleverly restrained not just her hands but her entire body, rendering her immobile. "Lord Megatron, shall we use this little pet to exchange for the data storage device?" Red Spider suggested, a sly grin on his face as he turned to Megatron. "No. Based on my understanding of Optimus Prime, this human's value far exceeds that of a mere data storage device," Megatron replied, shaking his head. He then issued a command. "Return to base. I need to prepare for a proper welcome for my old friend." Megatron intended to leverage Mickey to not only reclaim all the technology and data storage the Autobots had obtained, but also to set a trap to ensnare Optimus Prime entirely. Of course, this would require time to orchestrate. "Understood," Red Spider nodded in agreement as he contacted Soundwave. "Soundwave, open the land bridge." Autobot base. No one is answering the call, and there are no ringing phones in the base. Mickey likely remained at that battlefield, and she may have already been captured by Megatron, the barrier expressed in frustration and anxiety. As he spoke, he turned to Ratchet. "Ratchet, lock onto the previous location and open the land bridge. I must rescue Mickey." "Okay," Ratchet responded, glancing at Optimus Prime, who showed no signs of dissent, before nodding and activating the land bridge. "Autobots, return to the battlefield. If Mickey has truly been taken by Megatron, we must rescue her," Optimus Prime declared, leading the charge into the land bridge. At the same time, Megatron instructed Laserbeak, "Bring this human in." He was the first to enter the land bridge, followed closely by Red Spider, Deadlock, and the barrier. "Let me go, you wretched bird," Mickey shouted, unable to answer the phone, her hands bound, resorting to insults. Yet, Laserbeak remained unresponsive as it followed suit towards the land bridge entrance. Just as Laserbeak was about to enter, another land bridge appeared. It was the Autobots' land bridge, and as it materialized, Optimus Prime emerged from within, causing Laserbeak to pause momentarily. At the moment of its pause, two terrestrial bridges appeared simultaneously at the same location, seemingly triggering a peculiar reaction. The energy between the two bridges drew them together, followed by a powerful repulsive force emanating from the terrestrial bridges. With a resounding boom, the Decepticons' bridge closed, and at that very instant, Meichi and Laserbeak vanished from sight. Meichi, the partition, just emerging from a bridge, caught sight of Meichi and was about to rush over to rescue her when he realized she and Laserbeak had disappeared. Damn it, she was taken by the Decepticons. The partition, somewhat vexed, slammed his fist against a nearby rock, shattering it instantly. At that moment, Arcee and Skyquake also emerged from a bridge. What happened? Skyquake inquired, noticing the partition's despondency. Meichi was taken by the Decepticons. Just as we exited, the partition replied with frustration. This is troublesome. Skyquake furrowed his brow. No one knew what Megatron would do with Meichi. Given her temperament, it was not inconceivable that she could provoke him and meet a dire fate. Yet, it was more likely that Megatron would leverage Meichi to obtain something he desired, such as a locking staff, data storage canisters, or magnetic gloves. Should that be the case, their previous efforts would have been in vain. However, if they did not acquiesce to Megatron's demands, Meichi's life would be at stake, a scenario no one could bear to accept. Optimus Prime? Skyquake turned his gaze toward Optimus Prime. Presently, he had no viable plan, even if they wished to rescue Meichi. They were unaware of the location of the Decepticons' base. Chapter 59. Synthesis of energon beings. Meichi has been taken by Megatron, and we currently lack knowledge of the Decepticon warship's whereabouts. However, based on my understanding of Megatron, he will exploit Meichi to the fullest extent, extracting anything he desires from us. Therefore, our best course of action is to return to the base, strategize, and await Megatron's initiation of contact. Optimus Prime had no immediate solutions to offer, only this advice. Skyquake nodded in agreement. Everyone, including the partition, returned to the base, left with no choice but to passively await Megatron's communication while remaining vigilant to the movements of the Decepticon forces. In the Shadow World, a loud bang resonated as the two terrestrial bridges established contact, and the Laserbeak, along with Meichi, who were about to enter the Decepticon base, found themselves thrust into the Shadow World. Simultaneously, the energy fluctuations generated between the bridges disrupted Laserbeak's operational integrity, causing the bindings restraining Meichi to loosen, and she crashed to the ground in the shadowy realm. Cough, cough. Meichi crawled out from the tangle of tubes that had ensnared her. Fortuitously, she had been carried by Laserbeak. Otherwise, she would have been crushed beneath him. What has happened? Meichi looked around in confusion, only to spot the immobile Laserbeak beneath her. Startled by its presence, she instinctively stepped back and attempted to flee. However, she soon realized that Laserbeak had seemingly gone dormant. Did it break when it fell? She pondered, observing the still figure of Laserbeak. To confirm her suspicion, she picked up a nearby stone and hurled it at Laserbeak. With a resounding thud, the stone struck Laserbeak, yet it remained unresponsive. Witnessing this, Meichi's bold nature began to resurface. She seized a larger stone and approached Laserbeak, repeatedly striking its body. Thud, thud, thud. You foolish bird. Look what you've done by tying me up. Now you're in trouble, huh? Serves you right. Meichi exclaimed gleefully as she vented her frustrations. At that moment, Laserbeak seemed to stir, its body twitching slightly. Startled, Meichi promptly discarded the stone and retreated cautiously. As Laserbeak slowly began to rise, swaying unsteadily, Meichi cried out, "Damn it! That foolish bird is moving again." She hastily fled, wishing to avoid being ensnared once more. At that juncture, Laserbeak appeared to notice Meichi's flight and lunged toward her. As she glanced back at her pursuer, she spotted a massive rock ahead and dashed toward it, quickly ducking behind its cover. Meichi's method of hiding was somewhat naive. Yet Laserbeak seemed still disoriented from the recent energy surge, crashing violently into the rock. With a thunderous crash, it fell to the ground, sporadic electricity coursing through its body. Aboard the Nemesis, Megatron squinted at Soundwave. Are you implying that the Autobots have rescued the human pet and taken Laserbeak as well? Who would have guessed that such a tantalizing prize would slip from his grasp in the blink of an eye? Not only had the human pet been liberated, but Laserbeak had also been lost, at least from Soundwave's last transmission. It was clear that Laserbeak had witnessed the Autobots emerge from the terrestrial bridge before the signal was lost. Although the visual feed was gone, the initial signal from Laserbeak remained, albeit abruptly interrupted for unknown reasons. Soundwave could only speculate that Laserbeak had been downed by the Autobots, and they likely dismantled its signal transmitter. In truth, it was Meichi who had inadvertently damaged Laserbeak's transmitter. Soundwave, regardless of the means, you must re-establish contact with Laserbeak. The Autobots may extract crucial intelligence from it. Megatron's expression darkened, revealing his displeasure. Laserbeak and Soundwave shared a symbiotic relationship, possessing knowledge of nearly all Decepticon secrets. If the Autobots were to decipher that information, the consequences would be dire. After addressing Soundwave, he turned to the others, and you lot. Keep a vigilant eye on the Autobots. The moment they make a move, inform me immediately. Understood, Lord Megatron. Yes. Acknowledged, Lord Megatron, replied Starscream and his comrades in unison. 2 days later, at the Autobot base, the Partition fidgeted anxiously. What is going on? Why hasn't Megatron contacted us yet? His frustration boiling over. He struck a nearby experimental device, shattering it to pieces. Partition, Ratchet began reflexively, but was cut off mid-sentence. What? Do you have something to say? Right now, all I know is that Meichi has been captured by the Decepticons, and her fate is uncertain. We can only wait idly for Megatron's contact, oblivious to whether Meichi might face an unforeseen peril in the meantime. As the Partition spoke, he smashed another experimental device with great force. Sigh. Ratchet sighed at the Partition's actions, momentarily at a loss for words. No one was more anxious than the Partition over Meichi's abduction. Rescuing her was indeed their paramount objective. However, during these 2 days of waiting, they had not only patrolled for signs of the Decepticons, but also awaited Megatron's initiative to reach out, yet found neither contact nor trace of the Decepticons, leaving them at a loss as to how to rescue Meichi. At this moment, Optimus Prime bore an expression of confusion. Logically, given his understanding of Megatron, he expected Megatron to exploit Mika's connection to procure what he desired. However, why had Megatron not reached out to him in the past 2 days? Optimus Prime, there is a signal from the Decepticons, said Ratchet, observing the signal that his equipment suddenly detected. Where is it? Let us hurry. It may be Mika. Optimus Prime had yet to respond when the Partition impatiently interjected, his face etched with urgency. Ratchet, pinpoint the location. We must set off. Optimus Prime acknowledged the gravity of the situation and quickly turned to depart. The ground bridge opened, and all entered the tunnel. Ratchet watched their departing figures with a sigh, lamenting, if only I could be of more assistance. His capabilities felt inadequate, lacking in combat experience. He often found himself unable to contribute significantly during battles, a thought that weighed heavily on his heart. As he pondered, a sudden idea struck him. He turned towards a device housing an energy injector filled with a vibrant green liquid. This synthetic super energy body was derived from a formula he had obtained through data storage units. He previously noted that when applied to machinery, the synthetic super energy body seemed to enhance operational capabilities beyond that of ordinary energy injections. Hence, he speculated that it could augment the physical prowess of the Autobots, thereby enhancing their strength. However, due to his incomplete understanding of the synthetic substance, he hesitated to administer it to himself. Yet, contemplating the operational efficiency of machines, coupled with the current predicament, an impulsive resolve surged within him. He would use the synthetic super energy body. Even the slightest chance of gaining strength compelled him to act. Chapter 60. The Apothecary of Doom. Ratchet seized a syringe filled with the synthetic super energy body and plunged it forcefully into his arm. As the needle penetrated, the reservoir's contents diminished rapidly until fully depleted. Ding! Upon injecting the synthetic super energy body, Ratchet's body went limp, the syringe clattering to the ground as he collapsed. Moments later, he awoke, feeling as though the synthetic super energy body had rebooted his system. Rubbing his head, he stood up bewildered. What has happened to me? I remember injecting the synthetic super energy body, he mused. Suddenly, he realized his body felt remarkably light, infused with vigor, and his physical functions seemed exceptionally heightened. In disbelief, he activated the display showing his physical functions. Energy increased by 30, optimal physical condition. I feel invigorated, utterly fantastic. Upon seeing the figures, excitement coursed through Ratchet. A closer inspection revealed that his eyes had taken on a greener hue post-injection. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Decepticons were in hot pursuit of Knockout and Dead End in a canyon, speeding at breakneck velocity. Knockout, can I discard this energy core? It's hindering my speed. Dead End inquired. Absolutely not. This is a war of attrition, reliant on the energy core. Given the duration of our skirmish, the Autobots' energy reserves must be dwindling. We must use this energy core to lead them and continuously deplete their energy, Knockout replied as he pressed on. Damn it, why are they so fast? Behind them, the partition trailed closely, with a host of allies including Jetfire, Arcee, Bumblebee, and Optimus Prime not far behind. Knockout and Dead End presumed the Autobots pursued them for the energy core, but in truth, the Autobots lacked a shortage of energy cores and possessed synthetic super energy bodies as a safety net. Their true intent was to glean information about Mika's condition and uncover the Decepticon base's location to rescue her. Though their motivations diverged, it was undeniable that the Autobots needed to closely follow Knockout and Dead End, perhaps even capture them. Partition, you're too slow. Step aside, I will handle them, Jetfire declared, his speed surpassing that of the heavy partition. Dust billowed as he accelerated past, charging towards Knockout and Dead End. He is catching up, Dead End exclaimed, alarmed. Our reinforcements have arrived, Knockout added as a squadron of Decepticon jets swooped down from above, unleashing laser beams towards Jetfire. Zap, 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 boom. Jetfire, unable to evade due to his speed and singular focus on pursuing Knockout and Dead End, was struck. Hit by the laser, Jetfire's vehicle swayed violently, debris scattering around him. Just as he was about to crash into a wall, he transformed into his humanoid form. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, the momentum from his high-speed transformation did not dissipate. He rolled across the ground for quite a distance before coming to a halt. Seizing the moment, Knockout and Dead End contacted their base and entered the ground bridge. The Decepticon foot soldiers did not follow. Instead, they aimed to subdue the downed Jetfire. At the same time, within the Autobot base, Ratchet detected a weakening life signal from Jetfire through the continuously monitoring instruments. He's injured, the Apothecary of Doom activated instantly, his eyes glowing green. He opened the ground bridge and transformed into an ambulance, accelerating away in an instant. As the Decepticon foot soldiers descended upon Jetfire, the others, except for the Partition, remained at a distance, unable to catch up. The Partition transformed into his humanoid form, attempting to rescue Jetfire, but was quickly obstructed by several Decepticon foot soldiers. Clear out. The Partition's enraged fist struck a Decepticon soldier squarely in the face, crushing it instantly. However, he was surrounded by 4 or 5 others, making it difficult to proceed. Autobot, meet your end. A Decepticon soldier raised his laser gun, orange energy bubbling within. At that moment, Jetfire could only lift his head weakly, gazing helplessly at the gun aimed at him. Having sustained severe damage, he found himself momentarily immobilized. Just as the laser beam was about to be unleashed, a ground bridge appeared beside Jetfire. In a flash, an ambulance burst forth at high speed. Boom! The ambulance collided forcefully with the Decepticon soldier's face, toppling him to the ground, and the ambulance skidded across the soldier's face, leaving it charred black. Soon after, the ambulance transformed into its humanoid form. If you wish to eliminate Jetfire, you'll have to consult me first. In a fleeting moment, the ambulance, wielding dual blades, charged without hesitation toward the surrounding Decepticons, encircling the flying mountain. Bang! Clang, clang, clang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Decepticon foot soldiers and the ambulance immediately engaged in a fierce melee. The ambulance, outnumbered 7-1, dispatched each adversary with lethal precision. As the blades swept through the air, a Decepticon's head would soar away. A powerful punch sent another crashing to the ground, while a swift stab pierced the chest of yet another foe. Even his feet were not idle, occasionally delivering flying kicks that sent any standing Decepticons tumbling down. Bang, 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 clang, clang, clang. The clashing of metal erupted in sparks, illuminating the dimly lit canyon with a vivid brightness. The ambulance, once unaccustomed to combat, appeared transformed, executing each strike with ruthless efficiency. Moments later, the last echo of a thunderous collision faded as he eradicated all the Decepticon foot soldiers surrounding the flying mountain. At that moment, Optimus Prime and the others arrived. As Optimus transformed into humanoid form, his gaze fell upon the ambulance. "You're late," the ambulance remarked, casually raising his fist to strike down a Decepticon who had just managed to stand. "Is this truly the ambulance?" The barrier, astonished, looked at him in disbelief. Single-handedly, he had taken on 5 Decepticons, and upon his arrival, he swiftly dispatched 7 more. Could this be the same ambulance reputed to lack combat prowess? "Did you leave no survivors?" asked the formidable Starscream, scanning the area, his expression betraying disappointment. "If there are no survivors, how shall we locate Arcee?" Arcee added. The others listened to Starscream and Arcee's exchange. "Forgive me. My anger clouded my judgment." The barrier, realizing the weight of their words, displayed a look of regret. His sole intention had been to rescue the flying mountain, compounded with the fury he had accumulated, causing him to act too harshly. "We must return. The flying mountain requires medical attention," the ambulance stated. "It appears we have no choice," Optimus Prime concurred. Though they had vanquished a squad of Decepticons, they remained in the dark regarding Arcee's whereabouts. Having defeated their foes, the team returned to the base with heavy hearts. "It has been 2 days. I wonder how Arcee is faring," Arcee murmured, standing beside Starscream, her words oscillating between a direct address to him and a soft lament. "There is no reason for Megatron to harm Arcee in exchange for profit. I suspect she is safe," Starscream reassured her, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. When Arcee was here, the base was always lively, and her rebellious spirit often led her to follow us on missions, creating a myriad of troubles. Now that she has suddenly vanished, I find myself missing her, even feeling that the base was more vibrant with her presence than it is now, Arcee expressed, her face betraying nostalgia and sorrow. Arcee had been cruelly abducted by the Decepticons, and the absence of any news after such a lengthy period made it hard to believe she was unharmed in their clutches. Though Arcee often presented a cold exterior, revealing her softer side only to Starscream, her heart remained fervently warm. Arcee was not her partner, yet the bond they had forged over time, especially considering Arcee was a human girl, had cultivated deep feelings within Arcee. The emotions of the others in the base were hardly better than hers. The one most deeply affected was the barrier himself, who would frequently punch the walls of the base, his face occasionally contorted in regret. "It's all my fault. If only I had kept a better watch over Arcee and protected her, this would not have happened," he muttered to himself. "Barrier, I understand your feelings. But now is not the time for despair. 2 days have passed. It does not indicate that Arcee is in danger. You must gather your spirits and remain in peak condition to rescue her the moment we receive news," Optimus Prime urged, stepping before the despondent barrier and placing a hand on his shoulder. His deep, steady voice resonated with the barrier, and each word struck a chord within him, gradually calming his heart. "You're right, Optimus. I cannot afford to wallow in despair. I will go patrol outside immediately and ensure we locate the Decepticons," the barrier declared, rejuvenated, transforming into vehicle mode and speeding outwards. Just then, a new signal appeared on the computer screen. "Optimus, it's a signal from an energy source, likely indicating the Decepticons are excavating an energy mine," the ambulance reported, eyes fixed on the screen displaying the signal and its location. As the ambulance spoke, the barrier, who had just begun to leave the base, instantly reverted to humanoid form. "Where is it? Let us hurry and capture the Decepticons to extract Arcee's location," the barrier implored. Rushing to the ambulance's side, "I have already pinpointed the location," the ambulance replied, promptly activating the land bridge. Without hesitation, the barrier dashed into the land bridge. Optimus Prime, feeling a twinge of concern for the first to depart, followed suit without even calling out a rallying cry, with the others trailing closely behind. "Ambulance, are you joining us?" Starscream asked, glancing at the ambulance at the entrance of the land bridge, puzzled. "I believe the battlefield requires a medic, and even if not, it certainly needs a formidable warrior," the ambulance replied, having seemingly taken on a more combative demeanor after injecting synthetic energy. He flexed his arm, showcasing his strength to Starscream before transforming and entering the land bridge. "I wonder what has transpired. He has undergone a significant transformation," Arcee remarked, approaching Starscream. "I'm aware, but as it stands, it does not appear to be a negative development. Let us hasten our pursuit," Starscream replied, promptly following Arcee into the land bridge. Moments later, they emerged from the land bridge. Upon their exit, the first sound to greet their ears was the ambulance's voice. "Fear not, I am merely an ambulance following this." Starscream noticed the ambulance engaged in fierce combat with Decepticon foot soldiers nearby, each strike lethal, each punch devastating, employing brutality that surpassed even that of Optimus Prime. This was indeed an energy mine. At that moment, both sides were locked in battle. Starscream wasted no time, charging forth. His fist raised as he struck a Decepticon miner with force. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. With numerous miners present and the intention to leave survivors. All combatants were somewhat restrained in their actions, prolonging the duration of the skirmish. Of course, the ambulance was an exception. He fought valiantly, dispatching a Decepticon foot soldier with each blow, showing no inclination to leave any alive. His ferocity eclipsed even that of Optimus Prime. His demeanor bore no resemblance to that of a medic. He embodied the essence of a seasoned warrior. With a decisive blow, he felled a Decepticon foot soldier and, out of the corner of his eye, spotted a Decepticon miner scaling a cliff. In an instant, he transformed back into vehicle mode, racing up the cliff with remarkable speed, reaching the top just in time to see the miner sprinting away into the distance. He seized a large boulder nearby, aimed carefully, and hurled it with all his might. Bang! Amidst the cacophony of anguished cries, the Decepticon miner found himself struck down, his head colliding forcefully with the unforgiving rock beneath. He hastily attempted to rise. Yet at that moment, a colossal foot descended upon him, pinning him back to the ground. Where do you think you're going? The green-eyed medic, with an aura of menace, fixed his gaze upon the Decepticon miner, resembling a battle-hungry wolf, his eyes gleaming with brutality. I merely wish to distance myself from you detestable Autobots, the Decepticon miner stammered, fear creeping into his voice as he struggled to retreat. Yet his body remained immobilized beneath the weight of the foot. Tell me, where is Megatron? The medic inquired, his tone icy. I don't know, the miner replied, shaking his head frantically, refusal to speak. Then what of your forthcoming words? The medic's hands transformed into instruments of torture, crackling with electrical energy. As he lowered the welding apparatus, its sparks dancing dangerously close to the miner's face. Will you speak? The medic pressed once more. I shall not divulge anything to you. The Decepticon miner declared defiantly, his courage unyielding. In that case, it seems I must resort to more persuasive methods. The sounds of agony erupted from the miner, accompanied by a symphony of electrical discharges. Optimus Prime, alerted by the commotion above, ascended to the scene and beheld the medic's cruel interrogation of the Decepticon miner. He rushed to the medic's side, pulling him away. What are you doing? Can you not see? I am merely extracting information, the medic replied nonchalantly. Optimus glanced at the lifeless miner sprawled on the ground, then turned his gaze back to the medic. He is but a miner, a slave. To treat one so defenseless with such cruelty is inhumane. Chapter 62. I will end Megatron, you deem me cruel? The medic's expression darkened upon hearing Optimus's words. You consider my actions to be merciless, yet how else could one like you, who opposes such measures, obtain vital information about the Decepticons? How could you discover Megatron's whereabouts and the locations of numerous energon reserves? Can you? The medic, initially somber, began to point accusingly at Optimus's chest, his frustration boiling over. You cannot, but I have succeeded. I have uncovered Megatron's location and the whereabouts of several energon storages. We can annihilate the Decepticons there, even eliminate Megatron and rescue Michaela, things you are incapable of achieving. Old friend, it seems the incomplete synthetic energon has clouded your judgment. Optimus extended a hand, attempting to restore calm. Clang! The medic swatted Optimus's hand away, glaring at him. I have not lost my mind. I am fully aware. I can eliminate all the Decepticons. Setting aside whether we can vanquish so many Decepticons, we must consider that striking against them in our diminished numbers may provoke a fierce retaliation, endangering us and the humans on Earth. We must prioritize their safety. Optimus spoke patiently. Protect the humans? Who will protect us? Who will safeguard the fallen Cybertron? Should we simply perish? Must Cybertron be allowed to fade into oblivion? The medic's agitation was palpable, the synthetic energon stirring his emotions and unleashing long-repressed thoughts. He jabbed a finger vehemently into Optimus's chest, continuing, Optimus, do you know what your greatest flaw is? He answered himself, weakness. As a towering and robust Cybertronian, you could resolve everything through force. You've had countless opportunities to eliminate Megatron, yet you've refrained, allowing your weakness to prolong his existence and the threat he poses to us. Enough, medic. No more. Optimus remained silent, his demeanor solemn, while the barricade stepped in to prevent the medic from further inciting conflict. Old friend, I believe you need to return to the base and regain your composure. Until the synthetic energon within you is depleted, you cannot rejoin us, Optimus finally said, addressing the medic as the barricade intervened. Fine, I understand, the medic replied dismissively, glancing at Optimus before turning to leave. However, just as Optimus expected the medic to return to the base, he feigned a retreat, transforming into his vehicle form, and dashed past Optimus, speeding off into the distance, vanishing in an instant. Medic, where's he going? The barricade shouted, bewildered. Return to the base and track the Medic-S location, Optimus commanded, recognizing the urgency. The Medic-S speed was formidable, and they could not pursue him immediately, so they returned to the base to quickly establish his whereabouts. Everyone entered the base through the still open land bridge. Arcee approached the console, attempting to trace the Medic-S signal. Damn it! The unstable synthetic energon is interfering with the Medic-S signal. I can't locate him, Arcee reported, her brow furrowed in frustration. Perhaps he is headed to the Decepticon base, suggested the barricade. They had recently learned the location of the Decepticon base from the grunts, making it a viable destination. From the medic's tone, it seems unlikely. Megatron may not be at the Decepticon base, Starscream interjected, recalling that Megatron appeared to be in a mine rather than aboard the Decepticon warship. We shall split into two groups. Starscream, Arcee, and the barricade. You will head to the Decepticon base and ensure Michaela's rescue. I, along with Bumblebee and Cliffjumper, will continue searching for the Medic-S signal, Optimus instructed, strategizing amidst the dilemma. Understood, Starscream nodded in agreement. At that very moment, within a certain Decepticon mine. Yes, I believe Starscream can be rather arrogant at times. Yet, as the second-in-command, we sometimes must heed his words. A Decepticon miner conversed with Dead End in the tunnel. At that moment, the medic emerged from another tunnel, colliding directly with Dead End. I was waiting for you. I thought you wouldn't show, Dead End remarked, eyeing the medic. I am here to end Megatron. I have no time for idle chatter, the medic declared, charging fiercely toward Dead End. Unyielding, Dead End transformed his arm into a weapon and charged at the medic in return. Clang, clang, zap, boom. Within mere moments, the medic, empowered by synthetic energon, brought Dead End crashing to the ground, along with the nearby miner. With Dead End and the miner incapacitated, the medic forged ahead toward Megatron's location. At this moment, within another tunnel, a voice exclaimed, "You claim to be a scientist, yet you cannot even locate a decent source of energon. What use are you to me?" Megatron's eyes widened as he leaned in closer to his subordinate, a look of exasperation etched upon his face. "My Lord Megatron, I could have found it, but I was interrupted by a newly arrived Autobot," the subordinate hastily explained. "Ah, the new Autobot." Megatron straightened up, muttering to himself. Megatron at that moment. Ratchet suddenly appeared at the tunnel's entrance. The subordinate gasped and instinctively recoiled, seemingly terrified of Ratchet. "Is this the new Autobot you mentioned?" Megatron turned his gaze toward Ratchet, chuckling softly. "Ha, a mere medic of Optimus Prime. Megatron, I have come to end you. Prepare to meet your demise." Ratchet charged fiercely at Megatron, raising his fist to deliver a powerful blow to Megatron's face. With a resounding crash, Megatron was knocked to the ground, his body scraping against the rocky wall. Dazed from the impact, Megatron gingerly touched his aching face, staring at Ratchet with disbelief and a hint of confusion. Gradually, he rose to his feet. "Prepare to perish." Ratchet lifted his fist again, ready to strike Megatron once more. With a loud thud, Megatron caught Ratchet's fist in his massive hand, then twisted it with force, causing Ratchet's arm to contort and his body to lean awkwardly. Crack! Holding Ratchet's arm, Megatron raised his other hand and brutally pierced through Ratchet's left chest. Ugh! With a gaping wound, green energon surged forth, rendering Ratchet's body weak. Megatron released him, and he collapsed helplessly to the ground. Chapter 63. The truth revealed the strength and speed have indeed increased significantly, Megatron remarked slowly, observing Ratchet's crumpled form on the ground. "It must be the enhancers," the subordinate speculated nearby. "This will be your research material. Ensure you utilize it properly." Megatron kicked Ratchet aside before departing. As he left, his voice echoed in the subordinate's ears. "If these enhancers can make Optimus Prime's lapdog this powerful, then my army will become even more formidable." With that, Megatron vanished from sight. Lying on the ground, energon seeping out, Ratchet regained a semblance of clarity. Pain etched on his face as he murmured, Optimus, how foolish I am. Meanwhile, at the Autobot base, Optimus, Ratchet's signal has come online. Bulkhead called out to Optimus as he monitored the signal's location on the screen. Bulkhead, you stay here to operate the ground bridge. Bumblebee and I will go find Ratchet. Optimus instructed, charging into the newly activated ground bridge, followed closely by Bumblebee. Simultaneously, aboard the Nemesis, the sound of light, somewhat chaotic footsteps echoed softly. What's the situation? Arcee, walking ahead and ensuring that Starscream was not disturbed, turned to inquire. Nothing. I've searched the entire Nemesis. Michaela is not here, Starscream replied, shaking his head. How could that be? Did the Decepticons capture her and take her elsewhere? Upon hearing that Michaela was not present, the intercom displayed signs of agitation. Currently, the only ones aboard the warship are Soundwave and the Decepticon grunts. Perhaps we can interrogate Soundwave, Starscream proposed to the intercom. With Megatron absent, the individuals aboard the Nemesis posed no threat to him. Moreover, with Arcee and the intercom's assistance, they stood a good chance. Then it must be done. Arcee nodded in agreement. The trio sprang into action. Soundwave remained in the control room, but Starscream was not present there. This provided them with an opportunity. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the energon storage chamber, where Starscream appeared to be conversing with the Decepticon grunts managing the energon. Starscream, raise your hands. Starscream suddenly found himself confronted from behind by Starscream, a massive cannon aimed at his head. Simultaneously, a magnetic pulse emanated from Starscream, causing the Decepticon grunt he was addressing to collapse instantly. Feeling the pressure at the back of his head, Starscream recognized the voice and, seeing the fallen grunt, raised his hands without hesitation. In a meek voice, he asked, Starscream, why are you here? Don't concern yourself with why I'm here. I have questions for you. If you fail to answer truthfully, my weapon may accidentally discharge, Starscream threatened. Damn Autobots, do you know where this place is? You dare threaten me? Beware of what Megatron will do upon his return, Starscream retorted defiantly, a fierce look on his face. That can wait until Megatron returns, Starscream replied, pressing the cannon firmly against Starscream's head. Now I will ask you a question. Utter one more word of nonsense, and you shall never see Megatron, Starscream growled menacingly. You may ask. Starscream ultimately relented, showing signs of fear. Where's the human you captured? Arcee stepped in front of Starscream, directing her question at him. The human? Wasn't he rescued by you? Even Soundwave's Laserbeak was involved, Starscream replied, his face displaying confusion at Arcee's inquiry. Bang! Bang! You lied to us. The intercom transformed its hands into hammers, confronting Starscream with two massive hammers clashing ominously before his face, poised to strike his head. And no, how could I deceive you? I speak the truth. This is what Soundwave himself said. For some reason, as Laserbeak reached the ground bridge's entrance, the signal vanished. The last image recorded showed Optimus Prime emerging from the ground bridge, and shortly thereafter, Laserbeak's signal disappeared. Wasn't it you who shot him down? Starscream, filled with dread, feared the intercom would crush his skull, and in his panic, revealed everything. Arcee, intercom, what he said is likely true, Starscream stated, addressing the two. Listening to Starscream's words, Starscream uncovered some crucial information. The Decepticon ground bridge had not been closed, and the Autobot landing bridge had appeared. As soon as the Autobot ground bridge materialized, Laserbeak and Michaela vanished. And from Starscream's words, it could be inferred that after Laserbeak and Michaela disappeared, the connection between Laserbeak and Soundwave was severed. Yet the signal had not disappeared immediately. This led Starscream to recall the original story, daringly hypothesizing that it was possible two ground bridges had manifested, allowing Michaela and Laserbeak to enter the Shadow Realm. In the original tale, Michaela and her companions entered the Shadow Realm, rendering Optimus and his team unable to see her. When Jack called, Arcee could not hear a thing. Yet, there was no doubt that the phone had signal. This could explain why the connection between Laserbeak and Soundwave was abruptly interrupted, while also clarifying why the missing Laserbeak still had signal. As for the subsequent signal loss, it was likely due to Laserbeak being affected externally. This was the only plausible scenario that Starscream could conceive at the moment. Indeed, I assure you I speak the truth. You have your weapons aimed at me. I have no reason to deceive you. Deceiving you would serve no benefit and could provoke you to kill me. You must trust me. Upon hearing Lai Tianju's words, the Red Spider eagerly concurred, his face adorned with a pitiful expression, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Bang! Lai Tianju struck fiercely, the cannon's barrel colliding with the red spider's head. The immense force sending him crashing to the ground. The blow rendered the red spider unconscious. Why knock him out? Do you truly believe his words? The divider said anxiously. I have a hunch about where Meichi might be. Let us return, Lai Tianju addressed the two. Arcee did not question Lai Tianju's words and nodded in agreement. Then let us hasten our search, the divider urged. And what of him? Arcee glanced at the unconscious red spider, inquiring of Lai Tianju. We shall leave his fate to chance, Lai Tianju replied, placing a timed bomb in the red spider's hand. With a countdown of 3 minutes, they could easily escape. But the red spider's fortune was uncertain. If luck were on his side, he would awaken. If not, he would be obliterated by the bomb's shrapnel. Let us depart, Lai Tianju declared, swiftly exiting. The trio ventured into an unpatrolled corridor, largely devoid of Decepticon foot soldiers, and subsequently contacted Flying Mountain at the base, utilizing the land bridge to make their exit. Chapter 64. Meichi's return in the control room of the Retribution. As Lai Tianju and the others withdrew, Megatron returned. Soundwave, where's the red spider? Megatron surveyed the control room, failing to spot the red spider, and directed his question at Soundwave. Upon hearing Megatron's inquiry, Soundwave searched for the red spider's image through the warship's surveillance system. Soon, the screen revealed the red spider sprawled on the floor of the energy storage chamber. Soundwave seemed to notice something, magnifying the image. The red spider's hand appeared enlarged, clasping a time bomb. A time bomb. Megatron observed the image, narrowing his eyes. Then turning his gaze to Soundwave. Bring that fool, the red spider here, Lai Tianju, the divider, and Arcee returned to the base, where Optimus Prime and the others had yet to arrive, leaving only Flying Mountain present. Optimus Prime, do you require my assistance? Lai Tianju activated the communicator and inquired. Have Flying Mountain activate the land bridge, Optimus Prime replied. Understood, Lai Tianju nodded and then turned to Flying Mountain. Lock onto Optimus Prime's location and bring them back. Affirmative, Flying Mountain acknowledged. Perhaps we should take this opportunity to retrieve Meichi, Arcee suggested to Lai Tianju. Retrieving Meichi requires the use of the land bridge. We must wait, Lai Tianju explained to Arcee. Upon hearing this, Arcee regarded him with her beautiful eyes, arching an eyebrow. Lai Tianju comprehended her implication. Long ago, I discovered that when two land bridges appear simultaneously, they exert an influence upon one another, resulting in a clash of identical energies. Furthermore, due to the nature of the land bridge, when these energies collide, the bridge's positioning becomes distorted, connecting to another realm, the so-called parallel world, Lai Tianju elaborated. Looking at Arcee as he spoke, are you suggesting Meichi is in a parallel world? Arcee, astonished, responded. Is there truly such a thing as a parallel world? It is hard to believe. Not only does it exist, but perhaps there is another Arcee in that parallel world. Lai Tianju jested, smiling at her. What if there is? Arcee asked playfully, hands on her hips, her gaze alluring. Would I bring her over? Lai Tianju replied, uncertainly. To have both of us by your side? You are quite greedy, still dealing with the Black Widow issue, and already dreaming of having two of me. Arcee rolled her eyes at him, her demeanor captivating. Just then, Optimus Prime and Bumblebee returned to the base, accompanied by Ratchet. Upon their arrival, Optimus Prime placed Ratchet onto the medical bed. Following Ratchet's instructions, Bumblebee connected various medical apparatus to him. On the medical bed, a gaping wound on Ratchet's chest was evident, green liquid staining his torso. His eyes filled with remorse, he gazed at Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime, I am sorry. I did not wish to harm anyone. I merely wanted to assist us. I understand, Optimus Prime replied, continuing, but your reckless actions nearly cost us our most vital ally. Our medic. Optimus Prime, I will no longer use synthetic energon on Autobots. I realize I must thoroughly study it, Ratchet promised, looking earnestly at Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime nodded in silence. Meanwhile, as Optimus Prime and the others returned, Lai Tianju commenced his quest to find Meichi. It is now nearly certain that Meichi resides in the Shadow World, so I must readjust the land bridge's coordinates to connect to that realm. Lai Tianju explained to Arcee while swiftly operating the computer. After a brief moment, he locked onto a location. Done, Lai Tianju announced. Without speaking, Arcee approached the land bridge's switch and pulled it down, activating the bridge. In the Shadow World, at the battlefield where she had confronted the Decepticons, Meichi remained unaware that she was in another realm, having gone 2 days without sustenance. She leaned against a massive rock. Beside her lay a wrecked laser beak. Time in the shadow world seemed to flow differently than in the real world, perpetually in an accelerated state. Though Meichi had been there for 2 days, she felt no passage of time. All she could do was patiently await the Divider's rescue. In truth, when Optimus Prime and the others had arrived that day, she had seen them, yet for reasons unknown, they seemed oblivious to her presence. Having endured 2 days of drifting in the shadow world, she had grown gaunt and frail, her mischievous spirit extinguished. This could be seen as an indirect punishment for her actions, as she had persistently followed the Autobots into danger. Once or twice was acceptable, but continuously, especially amidst war, it was inevitable that trouble would arise. Just as Meichi leaned against the great rock, despairing and listless, her eyes dim with hunger and thirst, nearly fainting, a land bridge tunnel manifested not far from her. It's a land bridge. The Divider has come to rescue me. Meichi, drowsy, perked up at the sight of the land bridge. With great effort, she stood and staggered toward the land bridge, her weakened body swaying dangerously with each step, almost stumbling. Fortunately, her powerful will to survive propelled her to struggle forward, and she successfully crossed through the land bridge, returning to the real world. Simultaneously, the land bridge detected a life form passing through, shutting down and resetting its position before reopening. Through the terrestrial bridge, Lai Tianju and his companions arrived at this place. Meichi, upon seeing her, the partition rushed to her side, unable to contain his urgency. Meichi, what happened? Which scoundrel has left you in this state? Observing Meichi's frail demeanor and skeletal figure, the partition's anger surged forth. Guban Meichi, upon seeing the partition before her, could no longer maintain her strength. Her last vestige of will faded, and she collapsed. Meichi, wake up. The partition, witnessing Meichi's unconsciousness, found himself at a loss. Humans are not like us. She hasn't eaten in 2 days, and she is unaware of the harsh conditions in the shadow world. She has evidently fainted from hunger. We must take her back to the base to replenish her strength, or perhaps to a human hospital. She will likely regain consciousness soon. Lai Tianju reminded the anxious partition. Oh, right. Meichi must be starving. Let us hurry back to the base, the partition responded, finally realizing that Meichi was human. He gently cradled her in his arms and swiftly made his way back through the terrestrial bridge. Chapter 65. Arcee's passion inside the base upon their return. The partition contacted Jack. Meichi, carried by the partition, was taken to the hospital, and it was anticipated that she would soon be lively once more. After this incident, Meichi will likely be more subdued, Arcee remarked to Lai Tianju, relieved that Meichi was safe. Not necessarily. After all, Meichi possesses the typical stubbornness of one who would charge headfirst into a wall without turning back. This lesson may be a fleeting one. She is prone to repeat her mistakes, Lai Tianju mused, recalling the original tale where Meichi had faced numerous life-and-death situations yet still followed the Autobots on perilous missions, seemingly unyielding to lessons learned. Your understanding of humanity is quite profound, Arcee commented casually, listening to Lai Tianju. To be precise, it is Meichi I comprehend, he replied. Alas, so much has transpired in these past few days, and my nerve have been taut. Now, I can finally unwind, Arcee said, stretching her body and reclining against Lai Tianju. Noticing Arcee's current posture, Lai Tianju pondered for a moment before gently lifting her. As she looked at him in confusion, he led her towards the elevator that connected to the top of the base. Optimus Prime, tending to the ambulance, glanced at the pair as they departed, but said nothing further. The matters within the base were not pressing enough to warrant Arcee and Lai Tianju's presence. At the summit of the base, the two arrived. Lai Tianju settled at the edge, taking in the splendid view as the sun descended. Arcee lay in Lai Tianju's embrace, her head resting lightly on his slightly bent arm, her lovely face turned towards the sky. From Arcee's perspective, she could see Lai Tianju's chin. As he leaned down, her slightly dazed eyes met his gaze. Arcee's eyes were enchanting. From her central pupils to the edges, her irises exhibited a gradient of colors, transitioning from light to deep. Her lashes bore resemblance to those of humans, yet were distinctly unique. As the sun cast its golden light upon her, she squinted slightly. Her stunning eyes, combined with her exquisite features, rendered her both captivating and ethereal. What captures your attention so thoroughly? Arcee blinked, breaking the spell. Your eyes are truly beautiful, Lai Tianju expressed sincerely. Arcee's eyes seemed to possess a language of their own, imbued with an alluring and mysterious quality. Each time Lai Tianju gazed at her, he was irresistibly drawn to their beauty. Even her occasional roll of the eyes carried a bewitching charm. Upon hearing Lai Tianju's compliment, Arcee smiled softly, then slightly shifted her position. Her previous reclining posture transformed into one where Lai Tianju supported her waist, while she wrapped her slender arms around the back of his neck. Her legs entwined around him. She leaned closer, her voice dripping with seduction. This angle is much more comfortable. Lai Tianju's heart fluttered. Even without witnessing their current posture, he could easily imagine how enticing she must appear. Moreover, Arcee's beautiful face was mere inches away, her enchanting gaze fixated upon him. He could discern the emotions swirling within her eyes, an expression that was both profound and inviting. Her eyes sparkled with mirth, beckoning him closer. Lai Tianju's hands found their way to Arcee's back as he leaned forward, their foreheads gently brushing together, their faces nearly touching. Arcee remained silent, yet her hands around Lai Tianju's neck relaxed slightly, her long fingers gliding from the back to the front of his neck. Soon after, her hands cradled his head, drawing her face even nearer. Moments later, she released her hold and returned to her previous position, lightly resting in his arms. Her beautiful gaze met Lai Tianju's, and she softly spoke. You once mentioned how humans express affection. With that, Arcee winked playfully and flashed a bewitching smile at him. Arcee was not merely cold on the surface. Her heart burned with an intensity that was difficult to articulate, especially towards Lai Tianju. Lai Tianju adored this version of Arcee, an indescribable affection blooming within him. 3 days passed, and Meichi finally returned to the base, vibrant and full of life. Meichi, during my absence, you certainly caused quite a stir for Optimus and the others. Jack remarked from the platform, observing the now lively Meichi. Though he too occasionally created trouble for the Autobots, nothing compared to the reckless chaos Meichi had unleashed. Had they not discovered her predicament in the Shadow World in time, she might have perished from starvation without external intervention. Who do you think you are? Meichi scoffed at Jack's words. She then bent slightly, bringing her face close to Jack's, and playfully poked the tip of his pen with her finger. Jack instinctively recoiled. Meichi, unfazed, pointed at him and declared, Even if you're here, don't think you can stop me. But Jack began, wanting to interject. But what? I admit I've caused trouble for the Autobots. I apologize sincerely to the Partition and Optimus for the chaos I've created. I've been repenting in the hospital for 3 days. Though her tone remained assertive, the sincerity in her expression conveyed genuine remorse. Through this incident, she had come to realize the significant trouble she had caused the Autobots, the magnitude of her misdeeds. Meichi, you need to be overly hard on yourself. If anyone is to blame, it is I for not safeguarding you properly, the Partition said, approaching the platform with a hint of guilt. Although Meichi indeed brought us considerable trouble, the experiences of these past few days have imparted her with a necessary lesson. Optimus Prime spoke slowly from a distance. Although Optimus Prime has always been tolerant, Meggy's propensity for trouble is too significant. Under normal circumstances, he would certainly impart some lessons to her, at the very least, a stern reprimand. However, after spending 2 days in the shadowy realm, Meggy had indeed suffered enough. The punishment of being skin and bones, fainting from hunger, proved far more effective than any verbal chastisement he could offer. Thus, upon her return, Optimus Prime refrained from lecturing or blaming her, recognizing that she had endured sufficient hardship. Optimus Prime is right. I sincerely apologize for the chaos I caused, but I have endured enough suffering. I fear I shall never forget those 2 harrowing days, Meggy remarked, seemingly recalling her experiences, shivering involuntarily. Chapter 66. The mysterious Autobots' temporary base. A week had elapsed since Meggy regained her health. Autobot base Starscream, Arcee. I have detected the presence of Decepticons. I need both of you to venture out. Ratchet called to Starscream and Arcee while simultaneously activating the land bridge. Not far away, Arcee exchanged a glance with Starscream, then grasped the detection device and entered the land bridge. Moments later, the two emerged from the land bridge, greeted by an expanse of white. This is Antarctica. Why would the Decepticons come to such a place? Arcee questioned, gazing at the blizzard that obscured the horizon. bewildered by the seemingly endless white world that melded with the sky. Typically, there are energon deposits beneath these polar regions, though they are notoriously difficult to extract, Starscream replied, examining the signals on the detection device. Mining energon here seems utterly unrealistic, given the thickness of the glaciers, Arcee remarked, skepticism evident on her face. The glaciers here averaged hundreds to thousands of meters in thickness. Even energon collectors could only extract a small amount from slightly thinner areas. The minuscule yield would hardly justify the effort, so what reason would the Decepticons have to attempt extraction in such a location? Recently, the Decepticons have been ravenously pillaging energon mines. They might be up to something, or perhaps they are running low on energon and hoping to strike it lucky here. Starscream speculated. Starscream, the Decepticon's signal has vanished, came Ratchet's voice through the communicator. It appears they returned empty-handed, Starscream observed, looking at Arcee. It seems we too shall return empty-handed, Arcee shrugged. Shall we head back? Starscream inquired. Since the Decepticons have departed, let us return. This place is cold enough that even our bodies are struggling to withstand it, Arcee replied. Agreed, Starscream nodded. Just as they were about to turn back, the signal detection device registered an anomaly. The device has detected something unusual. Starscream handed the instrument to Arcee. Indeed, Arcee confirmed after a glance, then turned to Starscream. It seems we must remain here a little longer. Starscream understood her implication and nodded. He then communicated with Ratchet, saying, Ratchet, we have discovered an anomaly here. We will stay a while longer. I understand, but be cautious. When the device alerts you, return promptly, or your systems may suffer damage from the cold, Ratchet cautioned. Understood, Starscream replied. As their communication ended, the land bridge, which had remained open, shut down. Follow this way, Arcee said, gesturing for Starscream to follow her as she proceeded forward according to the device's guidance. Starscream trailed behind her. After a while, Arcee halted. What is it? Starscream asked, puzzled. The signal has vanished. Arcee turned to face him, looking concerned. Could it be the environment affecting it? Starscream murmured, observing the device in Arcee's hands, which showed no signal. He then suggested, let us proceed in the direction indicated by the device. Perhaps it is merely an environmental interference. Arcee nodded and continued onward. Moments later. Arcee's voice reached Starscream's ears. The signal has returned, though intermittently. Such a sporadic signal, excluding environmental influences, is unlikely to be energon. It may be some form of life, she said, glancing at Starscream. Of course, we cannot entirely dismiss environmental disruption. The two speculated as they continued toward the source of the signal displayed on the device. They traveled for what felt like an eternity without interruption to the signal, which, instead, grew stronger. Eventually, they arrived beneath a colossal iceberg. This is the spot. The signal appears to be emanating from within. Arcee paused, pointing to the towering iceberg that seemed to stretch endlessly upward. I will investigate, Starscream declared. A surge of energy radiating from him as he ventured into the iceberg's interior. After a brief exploration, the energy dissipated, and Starscream turned to Arcee. Follow me. With that, Starscream headed left along the iceberg, Arcee closely behind. After a short distance, Starscream halted. This is the place. As he spoke, he advanced a few steps, extending his hands to insert his fingers into a small fissure in the iceberg, exerting all his strength to pull, as if attempting to dislodge a massive chunk of ice. Naturally, such an endeavor is unrealistic. The iceberg is a singular entity, and even if fissures appear, they merely scratch the surface, with the interior still interconnected. Remarkably, as Starscream strained, a substantial block of ice began to slide out along the fissure he had created, revealing an archway-like shape. Is there a hidden passage? Arcee exclaimed, surprised by the sight. Moments later, Starscream shifted the arch-shaped ice block aside, unveiling a dark and deep tunnel before them. This location seems to bear traces of Cybertronian activity, Arcee remarked, observing the tunnel and the familiar signal frequency on her device, directing her words to Starscream. Let us explore within, Starscream suggested, illuminating the way as he stepped into the tunnel ahead of her. After some time, they emerged from the tunnel. Once outside, Starscream returned the massive ice block to its original position, sealing the entrance. There are signs of Autobot activity here, but it seems they departed long ago, Starscream informed Arcee. Inside, there are stasis pods and a small quantity of energon. They may return. We should keep watch, Arcee pondered thoughtfully. Upon entering, They found that while they had not come away empty-handed, the interior was devoid of life, containing only stasis pods and energon, with no other weaponry. The signals have been emitted from the now-closed stasis pods. The markings on the stasis pods indicated that this had once been a temporary base for an Autobot or an energon storage facility, though it seemed abandoned for quite some time, leaving their fate uncertain. "Let us return," Arcee suggested, looking at Starscream. Nodded, yet he did not immediately contact the ambulance. Instead, he crouched down, extending his hand to gently caress Arcee's brow. Arcee looked at him in confusion. "The frost is a bit thick and unseemly," he explained upon noticing her bewilderment. "Once we return to the base, you can help me tidy it up and polish it a bit," Arcee chuckled. Subsequently, he contacted the ambulance, and the two returned to the base. After undergoing standard defrosting procedures to ensure that the prior cold would not damage their systems, they were free to move about the base. Picking up the polishing tool, sat on a massive iron bench as Arcee approached him. He meticulously polished her, followed by touch-ups with paint. Arcee squinted her eyes in enjoyment, occasionally shifting her posture in accordance with his instructions. Chapter 67. The Covenant of Cybertron. It is recorded in the Covenant of Cybertron. Optimus Prime recounted in a calm yet grave tone that when 47 planets align, an eternal conflict shall commence in a world forged by chaos, wherein the weak shall be forever consumed by the shadows of the rising darkness. "Isn't it supposed to rain fire from the heavens?" Arcee queried, stepping forward with a puzzled expression. "There should be something like that. Isn't that how the apocalypse unfolds?" The ambulance chimed in casually. "Although I have heard this prophecy long ago, I must say it is sheer nonsense," the petition expressed, showing skepticism about the prophecy's validity. "I once thought the planets referred to in the prophecy were Cybertron, but it seems that is not the case, for Cybertron perished long ago," the ambulance noted. "It is highly likely that Earth is the subject, as Megatron has brought countless calamities upon this place." Optimus Prime seemed to respond to the ambulance. "Why bring this up now?" Arcee asked, somewhat perplexed. Such legends had existed for a long time, yet had never materialized. Because the moment when the 47 planets align is imminently approaching, Optimus Prime turned to face everyone, answering with a grave demeanor. "This is merely a coincidence, is it not?" the petition asked, clinging to a sense of hope. However, with mounting evidence pointing toward Earth, along with the prophecy's looming potential, doubt crept into his heart. "The prophecy within the Covenant is very likely to come to fruition," dispelled the petition's optimism. In its perception, the Covenant of Cybertron was a wondrous entity, akin to a tome chronicling the past, present, and fragments of the future. According to the vague history inscribed within the Covenant, coupled with his prior knowledge, it appeared to embody the memory and vision of the primordial deity. The Covenant recorded the entire history of Cybertron and its inhabitants, detailing the origins of every individual born from the Allspark. He observed the world on behalf of the primordial deity, chronicling its events, while the deity's divine power endowed him with the ability to foresee the future. Legends spoke of the 13 primes, among whom one, as the chronicler of history, governed the Covenant. Based on hints scattered throughout the original text, could somewhat deduce the identity of the custodian of the Covenant who glimpsed fragments of the future. Of course, even without invoking the Covenant's mysteries, the prophecies it contained would inevitably come to pass, for it was aware that such events indeed transpired in the original narrative. Regardless of whether this is a coincidence or the truth of the Covenant's prophecies, what terrifies me is that those who believe in the prophecies may take certain actions. Optimus Prime did not name names, yet it was evident he referred to Megatron, as he was the sole adversary they had faced continuously. "The nemesis the day foretold by the prophecy is nearly upon us, and I shall be the shadow that rises from the darkness," Megatron proclaimed, his eyes brimming with ambition. He then shifted his gaze to Knockout and Starscream. "However, my pursuit of the Dark Energon is not solely to ignite my spark. It is also to summon my army of the deceased to fulfill my aspirations." "Knockout, where's my Dark Energon?" Megatron demanded. "It awaits your discovery, Lord Megatron." "Amidst the vast cosmos," Knockout replied, fully aware he did not know its whereabouts, but unable to avoid an answer. "Do not waste my time with such trivialities," Megatron replied, his displeasure evident in his tone. "Lord Megatron, do you not recall? We possess the space bridge. If you wish to locate the Dark Energon, perhaps you could search the cosmos as before," Starscream suggested, gazing at Megatron with a subservient demeanor. "Starscream, You're correct, but activating the space bridge requires immense energy. I need you to gather the necessary energy for its activation, Megatron commanded. Yes, Lord Megatron. I shall discreetly attend to this matter without alerting the Autobots, Starscream said, slowly retreating. The time for the prophecy to be realized is approaching. We need not act in secrecy any longer. Whatever energy we require, we shall seize directly. Megatron thundered in response to Starscream's words. Previously, they had concealed their actions from the Autobots, as the Autobots often thwarted their plans. But now, he would become the shadow rising from darkness, no longer needing to evade the Autobots. Should they dare to confront him, he would annihilate them all. I understand, Lord Megatron. Starscream murmured, not daring to contradict him, before departing to prepare the energy. Optimus Prime. As he watched Starscream leave, Megatron wished to express his thoughts, but suddenly a vision enveloped his mind, and his crimson eyes momentarily transformed to violet. Within his mind appeared a volcano on the verge of eruption, seemingly calling out to him. He halted the words he intended to speak, turning to exit. Where are you going, Lord Megatron? Knockout queried, perplexed by Megatron's sudden silence. I need to attend to some matters alone. While I am away, I entrust command here to you. Knockout, Megatron stated before departing. I am merely a medic, Knockout mumbled to himself as he watched Megatron leave. Though Megatron had said so, he had no desire to take command in his absence. With Starscream present, it was hardly his place to lead. Should he attempt to do so, given Starscream's vindictive nature, he would likely become his foremost enemy. Upon leaving the Nemesis, Megatron transformed into his jet form and soared towards the volcano that summoned him at remarkable speed. He traversed layers of clouds, covering a considerable distance. Look, who is that? It's Optimus Prime's scout, Megatron remarked as he flew above a road, spotting Bumblebee below. As the day foretold by the Covenant drew near, Optimus Prime summoned everyone back to the base as a precaution. As the Bumblebee hastened towards the base to retrieve Raffi, his presence was fortuitously detected by Megatron, who soared nearby. Megatron chose not to greet Bumblebee. Instead, he unleashed a powerful energy blast infused with dark energy, which sped towards Bumblebee below. In a sudden explosion, the unprepared Bumblebee was struck, causing his vehicle form to spin uncontrollably before he transformed into his humanoid state, gently cradling the unconscious Raffi in his hands. Ignoring Bumblebee, Megatron swiftly departed after his attack, heading towards his destination. At the Autobot base, the ground bridge opened and Bumblebee, cradling the unconscious Raffi, rushed inside. Upon entering, he immediately approached the medic, whose generator emitted urgent sounds. Are you saying that Raffi was injured by Megatron's attack? The medic exclaimed, his urgency palpable. Quick, place Raffi on that table. I must attend to him. Bumblebee complied, laying Raffi upon the medical bed, as the medic retrieved an array of tools for treatment. Chapter 68. The resolute Optimus Prime, not this one, the medic exclaimed. Not that either. This one won't do. Damn it, I forgot Raffi is human. None of my tools can help him. In a moment of despair, the medic hurled all his instruments to the ground, momentarily at a loss for solutions. Medic, do not be so hasty, Ratchet interjected, attempting to calm the frantic medic. I was too arrogant. I embraced humanity's presence in our lives without understanding their medicine and science. Now, I find myself powerless, unworthy of being a doctor. Gazing at Raffi, whose pallor deepened and breath weakened, the medic felt regret and frustration. If Megatron's attack has affected Raffi, it is possible that the dark energy has contaminated his body. Perhaps we can counteract it with energon. Ratchet's words sparked a realization. Indeed, I had not considered that the dark energy is an antithesis to energon. Its energy might be neutralized by energon, the medic responded, immediately commencing a series of operations to save Raffi. Simultaneously, Jack called for his mother. The atmosphere within the base growing tense as everyone's emotions shifted. Optimus Prime, witnessing Raffi's plight, rarely displayed anger. I was foolish to believe I could persuade Megatron to coexist peacefully. I thought he could reform, but reality has proven me wrong. The fall of Cybertron and the calamities facing humanity bear witness that individuals like Megatron can never coexist with us. To restore Cybertron, to safeguard Earth and humanity, we must eradicate all evil and disaster. To achieve this, Megatron must be eliminated. In that moment, Optimus Prime shed his usual demeanor of mercy and tolerance, becoming fiercely determined. His words, expressions, and actions all conveyed his unwavering resolve to vanquish Megatron. "Medic, you must save Rafi," Optimus urged, a newfound determination in his voice. He then turned to Ratchet. "Ratchet, locate the Decepticon base. I need to confront Megatron directly." "Understood," Ratchet nodded. While uncertain of finding the Decepticon warship, Ratchet reasoned that Megatron's arrogance might lead him to remain unhidden, just as in the original narrative. With that thought, he began scanning for the Decepticon ship's signal. Moments later. As anticipated, the signal of the Decepticon warship appeared, revealing that Megatron had indeed ceased hiding. Position locked, the ground bridge opened, and after a series of operations, Ratchet reported, "Optimus, it's ready." Optimus nodded, issuing a command. "This is a matter between Megatron and me. You all remain at the base." He then charged into the ground bridge. The exit of the ground bridge materialized aboard the Decepticon warship, and Optimus emerged with unparalleled presence. Numerous Decepticon soldiers, positioned near the exit, immediately aimed their weapons at him. Without hesitation, Optimus raised his ion cannon and unleashed a barrage upon the Decepticon foot soldiers. Whenever a soldier approached, he would dispatch them with swift, decisive strikes. Compared to previous encounters, Optimus's demeanor towards the Decepticons was markedly different. His actions were more ruthless, and his methods of eliminating foes were both brutal and efficient. "Tell Megatron I have arrived. He must face me. If he refuses, I will obliterate this place." Having dispatched several Decepticon soldiers, Optimus's voice resonated with an imposing authority directed at the remaining Decepticons. With Megatron absent, no one in the Decepticon base could hope to halt Optimus. As the leader in the 13th Prime, Optimus's might ranked among the highest among the surviving Cybertronians. Meanwhile, Megatron stood before a volcano that had suddenly materialized in his mind. Identical to his recollections. What lies here that resonates so strongly with me, summoning my presence? As he absorbed the profound resonance, he surveyed his surroundings with confusion. At that moment, he received a communication from the warship. "I understand. Use the ground bridge to transport him here," Megatron replied. Closing the communicator, a smile crept across his face. "Optimus, your arrival is fortuitous. Here, I shall annihilate you and celebrate my ascendance." As he spoke, a ground bridge manifested before him, and Optimus stepped forth. "Optimus Prime," Megatron instinctively called out upon seeing him. "Megatron," Optimus replied resolutely. "Today, it is either your demise or mine." Megatron interjected. At that moment, both transformed their hands into weapons or deployed armaments, charging fiercely at one another. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As they advanced, they unleashed their respective arm cannons, powerful energy blasts colliding as dark energy and energon surged through their forms, each evading the other's onslaught. The ground erupted with craters from their fierce exchanges. Boom! Clang, clang, clang. When they drew within mere meters of one another, their arm cannons morphed into blades, initiating close-quarters combat. Though both towering figures, they exhibited remarkable agility. In a fierce exchange, they dodged and retaliated, occasionally firing their arm cannons at point-blank range. This battle was fueled by their mutual resolve to eliminate one another, with no intention of holding back. In an explosive moment, Optimus struck Megatron, sending him crashing to the ground. Megatron quickly regained his footing, raising his fist to strike Optimus, who stood before him. With a resounding crash, Optimus Prime was knocked back several steps by a powerful punch. After regaining his footing, he charged fiercely towards Megatron, delivering a forceful blow that sent him flying. Megatron crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Slowly rising to his feet, Optimus transformed into a truck, accelerating up a slope with maximum power before soaring into the air. The truck's front lifted, propelled by immense force, hurtling towards the recently risen Megatron. A thunderous impact echoed as Optimus collided with Megatron, sending him sprawling. Following the explosive crash, Megatron's body slammed into the ground, while Optimus descended, his heavy leg crashing down upon Megatron's face, the wheels spinning violently, blackening Megatron's visage. With every ounce of strength, Megatron struggled to push Optimus away. But this time, Optimus was truly relentless. With a fierce kick, he sent Megatron crashing to the ground, and then aimed his ion cannon directly at Megatron's head. Optimus, it shouldn't end this way. Megatron, weakened by the assault, found himself unable to resist. On the contrary, I will not allow for any other outcome, Optimus declared, his eyes gleaming with lethal intent as his hand morphed into a blade, plunging towards Megatron. Chapter 69. The enhanced Megatron. Optimus unleashed a tremendous force. The intensity coursing through his arms, the sound of his joints grinding audible. The blade replacing his hand gleamed coldly as it thrust towards Megatron's spark chamber. Yet, the anticipated scene did not unfold. The volcano erupted violently, and at that moment, purple vein-like patterns appeared across Megatron's body. In an instant, he seemed revitalized. Springing to his feet and seizing the blade, aimed at his spark with both hands, blocking the lethal strike. He slowly lifted his head, his eyes radiating a fierce, purple glow, emanating an aura of menace directed at Optimus. Then, Megatron laughed, his voice low and resonant. Optimus, what was it you said? That you would not permit an alternate outcome? I feel the same. With that, Megatron rose swiftly and, summoning all his strength, delivered a crushing punch to Optimus. Optimus attempted to defend himself, but Megatron's power seemed greatly amplified, forcing him to retreat step by step. Simultaneously, the entire volcano trembled violently, erupting with a thunderous roar as dark energy entities surged forth from within. The rain of dark energy entities fell around them. It appears I was mistaken. The dark energy entities do not reside in the cosmos, but here, on Earth, Megatron exclaimed, reveling in the eruption of dark entities. Why are the dark energy entities erupting from the volcano? Optimus questioned, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Optimus, ponder that question in the depths of hell, Megatron retorted, striding forward with a powerful physique, the gleaming blade descending upon Optimus. Seeing Megatron's assault, Optimus quickly braced himself. Clash after clash erupted, their battle resuming with renewed vigor. However, unlike before, this time Megatron held the undeniable advantage. At the Autobot base, my goodness, what is happening? The ambulance, having stabilized Raph's condition, remained vigilant concerning Optimus's situation. Detecting that countless dark energy entities encircled Optimus, he urged, hurry, we must assist Optimus. Prolonged exposure to the dark energy entities will sap his strength, and if it continues, his spark will extinguish. The ambulance shouted to everyone in the base while simultaneously locking onto Optimus's position, activating the ground bridge. As all Autobots entered the bridge, they soon materialized where Optimus was located. As they arrived, they witnessed Megatron, his body adorned with purple vein-like patterns and exuding a fierce aura, forcefully severing Optimus's blade before delivering a punishing punch that sent Optimus flying. The ambulance rushed to catch the tumbling Optimus, while simultaneously, Starscream transformed his arm into a sword, charging fiercely at Megatron. Even Optimus cannot defeat me. Do you think you stand a chance? Megatron roared at Starscream as he approached. With a thunderous impact, their attacks collided, unleashing a tremendous force that shook the ground beneath them, shattering the earth. Starscream staggered back 3 steps before steadying himself, enhanced by the dark energy entities. No wonder he can overpower Optimus, he thought, narrowing his eyes at Megatron. In this realm saturated with dark energy, Megatron, who already utilized dark energy as his power source, had grown significantly stronger. Meanwhile, the dark energy, acting as a counter to the spark, continuously drained the Autobot strength. With this ebb and flow, the gap between them widened. Starscream pondered. It was well known that dark energy was akin to the blood of the Cosmic Emperor, while the energy was akin to that of the primordial celestial. Logically, if an environment rich in dark energy existed, it should enhance Megatron, while the Autobots would not experience a similar boost. Yet, in previous encounters within energy mines, Starscream had not felt such a phenomenon. Perhaps this was the difference between the primordial celestial and the Cosmic Emperor. The former seemed gentler, and thus his essence was milder, while the latter was volatile, as his essence resembled a stimulant. Regardless, it seemed that dark energy was shrouded in greater mystery than its counterpart. As Starscream and Megatron continued their fierce exchange, Starscream recognized that Megatron's enhancements and his own weakening necessitated the use of an energy shield to protect himself from a potentially devastating blow. Employing the energy shield along with his detection capabilities allowed Starscream to anticipate Megatron's movements, preparing himself defensively. The battle remained intense, with neither achieving a clear advantage. Megatron's relentless attacks bore a fierce determination, each strike gritted with teeth. Despite having dominated against Optimus, he found himself unable to overpower Starscream, leaving him astonished. Starscream, retreat. Back to the base. Alita's voice echoed in Starscream's ears. Without hesitation, Starscream delivered a powerful punch that sent Megatron staggering, swiftly turning to transform into a vehicle. Accelerating toward the activated ground bridge, Megatron steadied himself and raised his fusion cannon, relentlessly firing at Starscream. Starscream surged forward at maximum speed, deftly swerving left and right to evade the onslaught. Just as he neared the ground bridge, he transformed quickly and leaped, utilizing his momentum to propel himself through the portal. As he entered the land bridge, it closed behind him. Optimus Prime, you cannot escape, Megatron bellowed, watching the Autobot vanish without a trace. Now empowered by the boundless dark energy, he had not only augmented his own strength, but could also summon an army of the deceased. This time, Optimus Prime was destined for defeat. Upon returning to the Autobot base, Ratchet commenced treatment on Optimus, purging the dark energy that clung to him. Megatron has become immensely stronger. The panel expressed incredulously. Typically, Optimus could hold his own against Megatron, yet now he was being thoroughly overwhelmed, which was utterly astonishing. I fear the blood of the Cosmic Emperor has amplified Megatron's power. However, paradoxically, prolonged exposure to such an environment would sap our strength, potentially leading to our very essence being consumed by the dark energy, extinguishing our sparks, Ratchet remarked while tending to Optimus. Chapter 70. The Cosmic Emperor, but why is there an eruption of dark energy from the volcano? The panel was perplexed, reasoning that dark energy should be exceedingly rare. Why? Then, was it abundant on Earth when it was scarce, even on Cybertron? Optimus, have you received any news? At that moment, Agent Furlow established communication with the base. Addressing Optimus, are you referring to the volcanic eruption? Optimus inquired. Not only that, there have also been earthquakes, 7 of them, of equal magnitude, along with tsunamis and storms along the coast. These events are occurring globally, and, astonishingly, they all happened simultaneously, didn't they? Furlow's statement was interrupted by Ratchet, who continued, indeed, earthquakes and various natural disasters occurring at the same frequency across the globe is unprecedented. The eruption of dark energy from the volcano, coupled with simultaneous earthquakes and other natural calamities, likely indicates a significant connection to the prophecy. Optimus pondered aloud, contemplating the link between these events. Perhaps you should take a look at this, Ratchet suggested, operating the computer. If we analyze the seismic vibrations and the frequencies of the disasters, we arrive at this. It's an audio file. What significance does it hold? Jetfire questioned, gazing at the synthesized audio file with confusion. Let us listen, Ratchet replied, opening the audio file. Waves of rhythmic sounds filled the air. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of a heartbeat resonated clearly. This is the sound of a heartbeat. But why would these disasters produce such a sound? Arcee queried, bewildered. Is it the heartbeat of the Cybertronians? Jack's face reflected shock. How is that possible? A heartbeat requires blood, yet there's no blood within the Earth. Jack's mother, Jinda, found the notion bizarre. Unless it is the blood of the Cosmic Emperor. Ratchet interjected. The source of the earthquakes and the cause of these disasters lies within the Earth's core, Agent Furlow asserted. Wait, are you suggesting that something resides beneath? Within the Earth's core? Meki's face contorted with disbelief. Even her imaginative mind struggled to conceive such a notion. I fear the Earth's core is not composed of magma, as human science posits, but rather the blood of the Cosmic Emperor. Optimus contemplated for a moment before affirming. If we can hear a heartbeat, and the Earth's core is indeed comprised of the blood of the Cosmic Emperor, we can reasonably deduce that the shadow rising from the darkness in the prophecy refers to him. Ratchet's expression turned to one of shock as he spoke. Are you implying that the Cosmic Emperor resides within the Earth, in its core? Meki asked with curiosity. Not the Cosmic Emperor, but the Cosmic Sovereign. The dark deity of ancient Cybertronian legend, Ratchet corrected her. If this being dwells within the core and his awakening has triggered these natural disasters, how do we eliminate him? Should we bomb the core or dig him out? Just then, the elevator door opened, and Agent Furlow entered while inquiring. That may not be feasible. It is quite possible that the Cosmic Emperor is not merely residing in the Earth's core, but that the Earth itself is the Cosmic Emperor, Li Tianjue, who was familiar with the lore, stated. So you're saying that this Cosmic Emperor has awakened, and thus cause these natural disasters? Meki quickly connected the dots. Perhaps we could say that, Li Tianjua nodded. Then what exactly is this cosmic emperor you speak of? After listening for some time, Jack's mother still struggled to comprehend that the earth was composed of some form of life. It seemed utterly far-fetched. At the dawn of the universe, two demigods existed. One, the embodiment of creation, the primordial celestial. The other, the embodiment of destruction, the cosmic emperor. They were adversaries, each seeking to obliterate the other. Yet their powers were nearly equal, leading to a perpetual stalemate over centuries. Only when the primordial celestial created the first Cybertronians, the 13 apostles, did the tide turn in this millennia-long struggle, ultimately vanquishing the cosmic emperor and banishing him into the vast cosmos. Optimus narrated the tale of the primordial celestial and the cosmic emperor, then continued, "It is likely, as Li Tianjua posits, that the cosmic emperor fell in a slumber, his body adrift in the cosmos, gradually transforming into the earth under the influence of celestial debris and gravity. If that is the case, then his awakening could indeed shatter the earth," Meki exclaimed in astonishment. More importantly, if the cosmic emperor is the earth itself, how do we prevent his awakening? If we destroy him, will the earth not perish? Jack raised a pivotal question. That is precisely what we must be concerned about. Optimus concurred with Jack's assertion. Meanwhile, above the volcano erupting with dark energy, the Nemesis hovered. Lord Megatron, our soldiers have collected a substantial amount of dark energy, but it is also weakening them. Should we cease our gathering? The insect icon, lowly bowing, inquired of Megatron. While the dark energy weakens the soldiers, it fortifies me. Megatron reveled in the ceaseless power coursing through him. Suddenly, a vision flashed in his mind. The volcano erupting violently, the earth shattering into fragments at a singular moment. Simultaneously, he felt an inexplicable call that resonated through their shared bloodline. It is the cosmic emperor. His blood flows within me. I can sense his awakening and his thoughts. Megatron murmured to himself. He turned to the red spider and commanded, "Continue mining the dark energy entities. I have matters to attend to." With that, Megatron exited the control room, and shortly thereafter, he departed the punishment, soaring deep into the volcano. Upon reaching the heart of the volcano, he stood at the searing crater, gazing within. Then he called out with fervor, "Esteemed Cosmic Emperor, I am Megatron, leader of the Decepticons. I have sensed your beckoning and come to herald your awakening. Please, reveal yourself to me." Chapter 71. The arrogant fool, as Megatron's call echoed. The volcano began to churn violently, a mysterious violet mist rising from its depths. Soon, a ghostly apparition emerged, ethereal as a soul. "Who calls upon me?" The Cosmic Emperor's voice pierced through to Megatron's very essence. "It is I, the leader of the Decepticons. Your loyal Megatron. Dark energy flows within me. I have inherited the power of darkness and resonated with you, awakening you from your slumber." Megatron spoke with wild fervor, his eyes gleaming with madness. "You foolish wretch, I awakened solely by my own volition. You, base creature, dare claim you roused me? You are not worthy to summon my essence," the Cosmic Emperor retorted with unyielding disdain. As the embodiment of destruction, the Cosmic Emperor's arrogance forbade any being from standing equal to him or establishing a connection. "Esteemed Cosmic Emperor, I am Megatron, your devoted servant. I await your complete awakening, after which I shall ensure your dominion over this world," Megatron implored, taken aback by the Cosmic Emperor's words, which diverged from his expectations. Yet, he endeavored to entwine himself with the Cosmic Emperor. His reverence for the Cosmic Emperor was not genuine. He sought merely to harness the Emperor's power to fulfill his own ambitions. "Fool, you presume to aid me in my conquest with your insignificant strength? Once I awaken, I shall obliterate this world without your pitiful assistance," the Cosmic Emperor scoffed. Though Megatron believed he had shown considerable humility in seeking collaboration with the Cosmic Emperor, the latter viewed him as unworthy of such an alliance. In the Cosmic Emperor's eyes, only the primordial supreme being was worthy of standing alongside him. All others were mere ants, easily extinguished. "My revered master, I truly desire to serve you faithfully. Please grant me this opportunity," Megatron pleaded, discarding his dignity and kneeling before the Cosmic Emperor, yearning for a share of his power. "I sense something, the essence of the primordial supreme being," the Cosmic Emperor remarked, disregarding Megatron's plea. "That would be Optimus Prime, the last apostle of the primordial supreme being," Megatron clarified. Arrogant fool. You profess to respect me and acknowledge me as your master. Yet you allow the apostle of the primordial supreme being to remain in this realm, the Cosmic Emperor rebuked, further dismissing Megatron for failing to eliminate even one apostle, questioning his claim to serve as a true subordinate. If you join forces with me, I can eliminate Optimus Prime right now, erasing the last apostle from this world, Megatron declared, ambition saturating his tone. I have heard enough of your nonsensical drivel. If you truly possess the ability to eliminate the apostle of the primordial supreme being, he would not still exist. You lack the power to vanquish him. I shall deal with him myself. As for you, leave this place, the Cosmic Emperor declared, vanishing into the depths of the volcano, denying Megatron the chance to respond. With the Cosmic Emperor gone, Megatron's expression darkened. His lips curled, revealing sharp teeth, as he gritted them in fury. Although he had not genuinely wished to regard the Cosmic Emperor as his master, he had indeed lowered his stance, even kneeling. Yet, the Cosmic Emperor's utter disregard for him incensed him to the core. Since he could not wield the Cosmic Emperor's power against Optimus Prime to achieve his goals, Megatron resolved to eradicate this arrogant fool instead. Anything that could not serve him but posed a threat to his power had no place in this world. After a moment of contemplation, Megatron departed the volcano. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime arrived at a site recently shaken by an earthquake, surveying the terrain. Rescue team, this area, like others affected by the quake, harbors rich mineral veins, he communicated through the comms. What does that mean? Agent Fullerton in the base inquired, puzzled by Optimus Prime's words. If the Earth's core is akin to the Cosmic Emperor's body, these mineral veins are extensions of his form. The activity of these extensions resonates with the awakening of his spark, triggering disasters on Earth, the rescue team explained to everyone in the base. After summarizing the situation, Optimus Prime continued his exploration in the desolate canyon. The apostle of the primordial supreme being, at that moment, a face appeared on the barren cliff nearby. Are you the Cosmic Emperor? Optimus Prime halted his steps, addressing the figure. I am the Cosmic Emperor, the embodiment of destruction, and now, I must obliterate you completely. The apparition proclaimed as it stepped forth from the cliff, its form coalescing into a towering figure of rock, even larger than Optimus Prime. Apostle of the primordial supreme being, vanished from this world, the Cosmic Emperor bellowed as he swung his spiked arm, akin to a mace, down upon Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime swiftly retreated to evade the blow, transforming his arm into a blade and thrusting it fiercely at the Cosmic Emperor. Boom! The weapons clashed, and Optimus Prime's blade shattered the Cosmic Emperor's arm. However, the Cosmic Emperor's other arm swung upward, striking Optimus Prime back several steps, as his arm absorbed rock, instantly regenerating. Optimus Prime retracted his weapon, watching as the Cosmic Emperor prepared to attack once more. Esteemed Cosmic Emperor, please grant me a moment. Optimus Prime spoke with utmost reverence. What counsel do you wish to share, apostle of the primordial supreme being? In contrast to his attitude towards Megatron, the Cosmic Emperor regarded Optimus Prime with greater respect. Willing to hear his words due to the connection with the primordial supreme being, you may not realize it, but your awakening has wrought great calamity upon the Earth. If you were to awaken fully, humanity would face annihilation. You must consider the race known as humanity, which was birthed from your being. Optimus Prime articulated with reverence and care. Are you suggesting that this race called humanity is my progeny? The Cosmic Emperor queried, a hint of confusion in his tone. Indeed, Optimus Prime affirmed with a nod. A mere parasite, the Cosmic Emperor retorted, his voice thunderous. Once I eliminate you, I shall destroy this world, ensuring humanity comprehends the might of the Cosmic Emperor. With that, the Cosmic Emperor raised his spiked arm, preparing to strike down upon Optimus Prime once more. Boom! Optimus Prime promptly defended himself, but the power of the Cosmic Emperor was overwhelming, and he was instantly sent flying. Today marks your end. The Cosmic Emperor did not relent against the fallen Optimus Prime, continuing his assault. Every life must eventually meet its end, but it should not be today. Optimus Prime seemingly replied to the Cosmic Emperor. He rose to his feet, transforming his hands into blades, and charged towards the Cosmic Emperor without hesitation. Chapter 72, Reinforcements. Optimus Prime, how are things on your end? Optimus Prime had not been in contact with the base for quite some time, prompting the ambulance to inquire anxiously, fearing that trouble had befallen him once more. Ambulance, I am fine for now. Remain at the base. Optimus Prime responded while battling the Cosmic Emperor. Within the base, upon hearing Optimus Prime's words, the ambulance, well aware of his struggles, understood that he was in peril once again. He disregarded Optimus Prime's instructions and addressed everyone in the base. Optimus Prime is likely in trouble and needs your assistance. With that, he locked onto Optimus Prime's location and activated the land bridge. Let's go. Arcee glanced at Skybreaker and then led the way into the land bridge, with Skybreaker closely following. At this moment, Optimus Prime was shattering one Cosmic Emperor avatar after another with his immense strength. However, the Cosmic Emperor was nearly synonymous with Earth itself, capable of drawing upon any resource from the planet endlessly. New avatars, composed of rock, continuously emerged, surrounding Optimus Prime, who found himself struggling against the overwhelming number of Cosmic Emperor manifestations. Optimus Prime, we come to help you. Arcee emerged from the land bridge, transforming into a motorcycle, revving her engine fiercely as she leapt between the rocks. Utilizing her powerful inertia, she charged directly at one Cosmic Emperor, transforming into her humanoid form mid-flight. And her fist struck the Cosmic Emperor with tremendous force. Though Arcee was diminutive, the rocky avatar of the Cosmic Emperor was not particularly resilient, and with her immense inertia, she shattered one Cosmic Emperor with a single blow. Skybreaker followed closely, unleashing his ion cannon upon the Cosmic Emperor avatars surrounding Optimus Prime. Bumblebee and the others also joined in, uniting their efforts. Boom! 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 The sound of shattering rocks echoed as the Cosmic Emperor avatars, encircling Optimus Prime, were swiftly obliterated with the arrival of their comrades. Didn't I instruct you to stay at the base? Optimus Prime looked at the approaching Skybreaker and spoke in a deep voice. We're here to assist you. Skybreaker replied. At that moment, everyone gathered around, but the shattered Cosmic Emperor avatars began to reassemble, and soon even more emerged. The Cosmic Emperor is targeting me. I cannot allow you to be in danger, Optimus Prime stated while fending off yet another appearance of the Avatar. Then let us return to the base together, Skybreaker suggested. That is even less feasible. The base's defense system can only shield against the Cosmic Emperor's probing for a brief period. Eventually, he will discover my presence. And then the base itself will be destroyed, Optimus Prime firmly rejected. Regardless, we must stay. We cannot allow you to face danger alone, Skybreaker insisted stubbornly, simultaneously grappling with the increasing number of Cosmic Emperor avatars surrounding him. Optimus Prime, this cannot continue. We must return to the base and devise a strategy, Arcee shouted while engaged in battle. Boom! Skybreaker smashed another Cosmic Emperor avatar, then added, Arcee is right. If we cannot find a way to counter the Cosmic Emperor, we are doomed. It will be better to return to the base now and strategize. As he spoke, he continued to fend off the avatars before him. He understood how to confront the Cosmic Emperor, but without Megatron, even that knowledge was futile. Only Megatron could sense the Cosmic Emperor's core, and only Optimus Prime's energy source could seal him away. Even with this knowledge, he could only helplessly resist these stone figures. Very well, we shall retreat. Hearing the pleas of his comrades, Optimus Prime shouted. Understood. Everyone gathered around Optimus Prime and made a concerted effort to break through the encirclement. They had to escape the Cosmic Emperor's surrounding grasp to access the land bridge. Otherwise, not only would entering the land bridge under such conditions be improbable, but even if they succeeded, it could allow the Cosmic Emperor to ascertain the base's location. They leapt between the cliffs, heading toward the barren yet expansive plains in the distance. As they reached the plains, a series of stones shattered from the ground, slowly levitating into the air, gradually forming a humanoid shape. In a moment, a towering Cosmic Emperor rock giant, over 100 meters high, obstructed their path. Damn, that's enormous, Bumblebee exclaimed wide-eyed. Skybreaker and Optimus Prime unleashed powerful ion cannon blasts at the Cosmic Emperor's legs. Yet, their attacks merely stirred up dust. Even as they created a deep crater in his leg, it would immediately restore itself. As they attempted to advance, the Cosmic Emperor would obstruct their path, rendering the situation utterly hopeless. Arcee transformed into a motorcycle and charged ahead, while the Cosmic Emperor's spiked arms scraped against the ground, trailing behind her and carving deep ruts in the earth. It's merely an avatar, lacking the strength of a full-fledged demigod. I refuse to believe I cannot shatter you. With such size and power, a single strike would undoubtedly crush or pierce through anything. Skybreaker could not idly watch as the Cosmic Emperor relentlessly attacked Arcee. Blue energy surged through him as he transformed into an off-road vehicle, then accelerated with all his might toward the Cosmic Emperor's foot. With extreme speed, he kicked up a cloud of dust behind him. As he approached the foot, Skybreaker shifted back into his humanoid form, harnessing his powerful inertia to soar into the air. He then descended with a mighty punch aimed at the Cosmic Emperor's leg. Boom! His fist collided with the Cosmic Emperor's leg, and the immense force caused it to shatter. But did not end there. Skybreaker's fist delved deeper into the Cosmic Emperor's leg, the powerful force driving his entire body through it. Emerging from the other side, rumble. Struck by such power, the Cosmic Emperor's lower leg shattered, losing its support and causing his entire form to tilt. As his body leaned, his arm lost control, abandoning its pursuit of Arcee. Simultaneously, the surrounding rock fragments began to materialize as the Cosmic Emperor attempted to repair his severed leg, striving to stabilize himself before collapsing. However, Skybreaker would not grant him that opportunity. His hands transformed into cannons, unleashing a relentless barrage of ion blasts upon the tilting Cosmic Emperor. The projectiles struck the Cosmic Emperor's body, the tremendous force accelerating his descent, leaving gaping holes in his chest and arms. Skybreaker unleashed a furious flurry of fire. Ultimately, with a thunderous roar, before the Cosmic Emperor could collapse, his body shattered, breaking apart into countless rocks that rained down upon the ground. Having dealt with the colossal statue, Skybreaker hurried to Arcee, who had transformed back into her humanoid form. "Are you all right?" Lien Tianjue inquired with concern as he approached Arcee. "I'm fine," Arcee replied, shaking her head. Even if Lien Tianjue had refrained from intervening, Arcee was confident in her speed to evade the attacks of the Cosmic Emperor. However, she was more than grateful for Lien Tianjue's support in vanquishing the Cosmic Emperor's avatar. Chapter 73. Collaboration. The colossal statue shattered into fragments, dust swirling in the air as meteor-like debris cascaded down, a powerful shockwave permeating the area. All Autobots exerted themselves to evade the descending stones, each capable of inflicting fatal harm. Optimus Prime suddenly leapt forward, akin to a tiger pouncing, narrowly avoiding the impending debris. After a moment, the dust settled and silence enveloped the scene, yet amidst this stillness, all present faintly heard the roar of a battle aircraft. Megatron dove at incredible speed, transforming into his humanoid form as he landed before the fallen Optimus Prime with a crunch. All eyes were drawn to the sudden arrival of Megatron. Gazing down at Optimus Prime, Megatron slowly raised his fusion cannon, aiming it at Prime's head. "Optimus Prime," he uttered. Witnessing this, all Autobots, including Lien Tianjue and Arcee, rushed towards Optimus Prime. To their astonishment, after a brief moment of aiming, Megatron retracted his cannon and extended a hand towards Optimus Prime. Optimus looked up at Megatron and then placed his hand in Megatron's. With a slight exertion, Megatron helped Prime to his feet. At that moment, all Autobots gathered around Optimus, their cannons trained on Megatron. "Megatron, what is your purpose here?" Sideswipe questioned, aiming his cannon at Megatron's head. "I am not here to fight. I seek to propose an alliance," Megatron replied, undeterred by the Autobot standoffishness, his tone calm. "An alliance between Decepticons and Autobots? What a jest." Sideswipe scoffed, utterly skeptical of Megatron's claims. Setting aside other matters, he did not attack Optimus just now, Arcee remarked rationally. Perhaps Megatron has become a pawn of the Cosmic Emperor. After all, he bears the essence of dark energy within him. Without orders from Optimus, Sideswipe refrained from taking action, yet his vigilance towards Megatron remained unwavering. "On the contrary, I am here to request your collaboration to eradicate the Cosmic Emperor," Megatron stated, disregarding Sideswipe's words as he fixed his gaze on Optimus. "Huh, that is hardly amusing. What reason do you have to seek our cooperation when you command an entire fleet of Decepticons?" Sideswipe retorted skeptically. "Nevertheless, to confront the Cosmic Emperor, the power of the energy cube is essential. In other words, only Optimus can stand against him," Megatron asserted, casting a glance at Sideswipe before addressing Optimus. "If that is the case, we have even less reason to collaborate with you," Sideswipe replied, cracking his knuckles, ready to strike at Megatron. "Quite the opposite. I possess the dark energy essence that allows me to comprehend the Cosmic Emperor's intentions and predict his movements. Only I can guide you to the Cosmic Emperor's core. Megatron countered. An enemy is an enemy. Ratchet, stationed at the base, listened to the exchange with palpable disdain. The enmity between Autobots and Decepticons was deeply rooted, far too profound to be resolved through mere dialogue. Optimus, what do you think? Arcee turned her gaze towards Optimus amidst the heated debate. Ultimately, whether the Autobots and Decepticons would join forces rested on Optimus's decision. If he agreed, they would have little room to object. The arrogant Megatron would never allow anyone but himself to rule Earth. So I believe he speaks the truth, Optimus mused, though he did not articulate his intent. It was evident he was open to collaboration, willing to temporarily set aside the long-standing feud between Autobots and Decepticons in light of a greater threat. Optimus Prime, you truly understand me. You are correct. I will never permit the Cosmic Emperor to dominate Earth. The true ruler of this planet shall be I, Megatron chuckled, unabashedly revealing his ambition. And what comes after defeating the Cosmic Emperor? Arcee inquired, gazing at Megatron. I will impose my reign upon Earth in my fashion. Megatron declared without hesitation. Just as you did with Cybertron, Sideswipe narrowed his eyes, resentful. This time, I shall dominate a living planet, Megatron asserted, looking at Optimus. What say you, Optimus Prime? Shall we temporarily set aside our grievances and unite to eliminate the Cosmic Emperor? As their conversation unfolded, the surrounding debris began to levitate slowly. Here it comes again, Sideswipe grimaced as he prepared for the emerging shape formed by the floating rubble. Optimus Prime, consider this carefully. Until you reach a conclusion, I will hold them off, Megatron declared before transforming into his aircraft form, soaring into the sky to confront the Cosmic Emperor. Meanwhile, the land bridge opened, allowing Optimus and his companions to return to the base. Optimus, are we truly going to collaborate with Megatron? Sideswipe sought clarity from Optimus. We have no other choice. Optimus replied succinctly. The implication was clear. He had resolved to ally with Megatron. Thus, we must bring him to our base, but if he discovers its location, he will undoubtedly seek to destroy it. Jack, standing on the platform, expressed his concern. Therefore, we shall use the land bridge to bring him here. Ensuring the base's location remains concealed, Optimus proposed. He then turned to Ratchet. Ratchet, bring Megatron over. Understood, Ratchet nodded. He promptly locked onto Megatron's last position and activated the land bridge. Simultaneously, Optimus utilized a private channel previously established with Megatron to connect with him. Megatron, we're bringing you over. On the other side, Megatron, fiercely battling against the Cosmic Emperor's colossal form, shattered the statue with a blast before descending to the ground. A smile graced his face. Optimus, I knew you would prioritize the greater good. As he spoke, he approached the newly appeared land bridge. At the base, Ratchet instructed the 5 humans, you all need to hide. Why should we hide? This is our base. Michaela protested indignantly, believing it was the Decepticons' leader who should conceal himself. Michaela, listen to Ratchet, Sideswipe advised her. Fine, she relented reluctantly. The group moved towards another passage within the base. Inside the land bridge tunnel, Megatron stepped slowly into the Autobots' headquarters. As he neared the entrance, the Autobots behind Optimus transformed their hands into weapons, aiming them at the land bridge's entrance. At that moment, Megatron had already stepped inside the base. Upon entering, he surveyed his surroundings before turning to Optimus and slowly stating, "Is this the birthplace of miracles? How shabby. Ambulance. Acquire the coordinates of the destination for Megatron." Optimus Prime chose to ignore Megatron's remark and address the ambulance instead. Megatron, however, refrained from any further excessive actions. He approached the ambulance and provided the location of the Matrix of Leadership. Chapter 74. Entering the body of the universe, Emperor, noticing that Megatron was revealing the location of the Matrix of Leadership. Optimus Prime moved towards the direction where Jack and the others were hiding. Soon, he reached Jack's side and pulled him aside. Optimus Prime, Jack said, looking at him with confusion, unsure why Optimus had brought him away from the others. Jack, I need you to help me safeguard something, Optimus said, glancing around to ensure Megatron was unaware, before handing Jack a beautifully shaped metal piece. Jack took the key to the Matrix of Leadership, examined it, and then looked up at Optimus. What is this? The key to the land bridge. Optimus fabricated a small lie. Why not give it to the ambulance? Jack asked, puzzled. That could work, but I hope you will keep it safe, Optimus replied, not particularly skilled at lying, he uttered a vague excuse. Jack did not dwell on it. Since Optimus wanted him to safeguard it, he naturally would not refuse. He looked at Optimus earnestly. "I will keep it safe." Optimus nodded and then stood to leave. The matrix of leadership contained all the knowledge of Cybertron, the wisdom of its leaders, akin to a super database. However, compared to a mere database, it was far more advanced. Legend spoke of its connection to the Allspark, the very heart of Primus. This meant that if it were a computer, the energy powering its operations would be the entirety of Cybertron, endowing it with immense computational capabilities. Optimus entrusted it to Jack after careful consideration. Primarily, he could surmise that releasing the energy from the Matrix would likely lead to his own demise, thus serving as a precautionary measure. Moreover, among humans, Jack was better suited to bear the responsibility of safeguarding the key to the Matrix. Optimus recognized a rare quality within Jack. Additionally, if the Decepticons were to learn of this object's existence, entrusting it to the ambulance might easily expose its significance. A human, however, was less likely to raise suspicion. As for why not to give it to other Autobots, it was evident that this was unfeasible. Due to the nature of the mission, all Autobots except the ambulance had to be deployed. Optimus was uncertain of what awaited within the matrix of leadership and whether they would return safely. In such circumstances, entrusting the key to another Autobot would not differ significantly from keeping it on his person. Should that Autobot encounter peril, the key could easily be lost, nullifying that layer of security. In essence, all Autobots approached this mission with a willingness to face death. After some time, Starscream returned to the location where Optimus had departed, suspecting what he was up to, yet he did not ponder it further. His thoughts mirrored those of Optimus. The choice made by Optimus was indeed the correct one. Simultaneously, the ambulance received the location of the Matrix from Megatron and activated the land bridge. "After you," Arcee gestured to Megatron. "As you wish," Megatron replied with a gentlemanly bow, stepping into the land bridge first, followed closely by Optimus and the others. Knowing the perilous environment they would encounter, Starscream donned a jetpack that had long been unused. With it, even if he or others were to fall into the abyss, they could ensure their survival. The land bridge connected within the body of the Universe Emperor, and all emerged from it. Upon exiting, the first sight that met Starscream's gaze was a vast bridge surface. Of course, this was merely from Starscream's perspective. To the Universe Emperor, this so-called bridge surface resembled nothing more than human capillaries. They were arranged in endless depths, intertwined yet unaffected by one another. The surface appeared rock-like, but from the side, it bore crystalline patterns glowing with a translucent energy, revealing a pulsating purple essence. Looking down revealed an unfathomable abyss, while gazing upward revealed a colossal sphere that had yet to reveal its true form. Yet Starscream knew it was a massive eye, observing everything within the Universe Emperor's body. "When will the Universe Emperor discover our presence?" Arcee inquired of Megatron. "You are too naive. He has known of our presence since we entered," Megatron replied as he advanced forward. And, just as Megatron stated, the Universe Emperor had indeed detected them the moment they entered. Simultaneously, the immune cells within the Universe Emperor's body activated, tasked with eliminating intruders. Creatures resembling devilfish with two tails and wings, radiating purple light, surged towards all who had entered. "Were those?" Jack pointed at the unfamiliar beings in confusion. "Those are the immune cells of the Universe Emperor," Megatron explained, raising his fusion cannon to unleash concentrated fire upon the approaching cells. All understood these entities were not friendly and showed no mercy in their onslaught. Starscream attacked the unknown creatures while observing them. They lack a brain. These beings had no neural network. Starscream's ability to disrupt magnetic fields was ineffective against them. He could only bombard the creatures with his ion cannon. Within the Universe Emperor's body, Megatron and the Autobots fought fiercely against the immune cells. Autobot Base Ambulance. Can we truly trust Megatron? He is the leader of the Decepticons. Also, can Bumblebee and the others return safely? Raffi expressed his concerns for Bumblebee, haunted by the shadow Megatron cast upon him, thus harboring no fondness for him, fearing Megatron might betray Bumblebee and the others. The thought of Bumblebee and the others not returning weighed heavily on his mind. To put the Universe Emperor back into slumber, we must rely on Megatron's guidance. For now, we can only hope that he genuinely seeks to eliminate the Universe Emperor. As for the dangers within the Universe Emperor, There is no doubt it poses great peril. However, if Optimus and Megatron unite once more, there is a considerable chance they could return successfully. Regardless, we must hope for their safe return. The ambulance felt anxious, concerned for Optimus, yet could only voice these sentiments, yearning for Optimus's safe return, as they had no other recourse. Wait, you just said once more. Jack noted the inconsistency in the ambulance's words. Does this mean Optimus was once a Decepticon? Rafie also noticed, curiously inquiring. Or perhaps Megatron was once an Autobot? Mickey echoed the question. Neither. The ambulance shook its head. Can you tell us more? Jack asked, intrigued about the relationship between Megatron and Optimus. Clearly, the relationship between Optimus Prime and Megatron is far more complex than it appears at first glance. Their tale is woven with untold stories. Chapter 75. The birth of a leader allow me to recount their tale, said the ambulance. Optimus Prime was not always known by that name, nor was Megatron always referred to as such. Their story harkens back to the golden age of Cybertron. The ambulance began to narrate slowly. You must understand that most inhabitants of Cybertron were mere commoners, and at that time, Optimus was but one among the masses. He was not born great. The Optimus Prime you behold today is a figure sculpted by the passage of time, shaped through countless experiences and ultimately emerging as a leader. As the golden age of Cybertron drew to a close, Optimus was not yet the leader of the Autobots. He was merely a records administrator at Iron Fortress, known as Orion Pax. In his capacity as an archivist, he frequently engaged with the history of Cybertron and the events unfolding in real time. The more he learned, the more he became aware of the rampant corruption among the elite and the profound injustices of the era. Thus, Orion Pax found himself ensnared in a labyrinth of confusion, uncertain whether the prevailing systems and the actions of those in power were just. In search of answers, he delved into extensive readings. During this period, a gladiator emerged, a figure who captured the public's attention, naming himself Megatron, after one of the 13 apostles of Cybertron. He fervently shared his speeches on social networks, espousing his ideology, which deeply resonated with the disillusioned Orion Pax. Consequently, Orion took the perilous step of meeting the gladiator in secret, and through their conversations, he emerged from his uncertainty. Discovering a path forward, he resolved to follow this revolutionary gladiator and join the fight against the oppressive regime of the High Council. During this time, Megatron became a mentor to Orion Pax. As time passed, their frequent activities garnered a substantial following, and Megatron ultimately faced the High Council. Before the Council, Megatron proclaimed that every individual on Cybertron should possess the right to freely choose their profession and live as they wished. It was at this juncture that he began to unveil his ambitions, asserting that to achieve this equality and pursue freedom, violent measures were necessary. Orion Pax, now aware of Megatron's true intentions, withdrew his support and urged Megatron to reconsider his approach. He proposed an alternative vision, maintaining the revolutionary spirit while opposing the violent methods Megatron advocated. In a passionate speech before the High Council and the assembled crowd, Orion Pax's words struck a profound chord, moving the Council and all present. Thus, the High Council elected Orion Pax as the new leader of Cybertron, marking the dawn of the first leader in this golden age. However, despite the Council's endorsement, to truly become a leader, he required the approval of the Allspark. Meanwhile, Megatron, dissatisfied with the Council's decision to bestow the title of leader upon Orion Pax, felt betrayed and deceived. He rallied his followers, declaring himself leader and naming his faction the Decepticons. He also adopted the name Megatron, embarking on a brutal reign of terror, employing ruthless tactics to purge Cybertron and dismantle the High Council. In his quest for dominance, Megatron even resorted to poisoning Cybertron's core, leading to its gradual weakening. As the core deteriorated, the vitality of Cybertron waned, transforming the energon into a non-renewable resource and setting the stage for fierce competition over its dwindling supply. Confronted with the impending crisis, the core summoned Orion Pax for aid. Upon his arrival, Orion was astonished to find himself in the presence of our creator, Primus himself. Primus recognized the inherent goodness within Orion Pax and, desiring to rejuvenate Cybertron, bestowed upon him the Allspark, a sacred artifact embodying the collective wisdom of the 13 apostles and the authority of the supreme leader. Thus, amidst the astonishment of others and his own humility, Orion Pax was transformed into Optimus Prime, the leader of the Autobots. As the ambulance concluded the tale, There was a tone of nostalgia and reflection in its voice. As he stated, the inhabitants of Cybertron are not born great. Optimus was once merely a records administrator. During his tenure, no one could foresee the greatness that lay ahead. The ambulance recounted the story of Optimus. While both he and Megatron fulfilled their roles as leaders within the confines of the cosmic entity. How shall we proceed? Optimus pondered as he realized they had reached an impasse. We must deceive the cosmic entity's defense systems, making it believe we are not adversaries, Megatron replied, moving toward a circular portal at the end of their path. Only by opening this portal could they access the core of the cosmic entity. Pressing against the door, the purple energy resonated with the dark energon coursing through him. Megatron successfully bypassed the defenses, causing the door to open. Optimus, quickly enter. The core of the cosmic entity lies within, Megatron called to him. Seeing the open door, Optimus rushed inside. As they entered, the door closed automatically, while the other Autobots stood guard, ensuring the immune cells would not intrude and disrupt Optimus. Inside, Optimus beheld a vast purple sphere of light, ethereal and flowing like smoke. This is the core of the cosmic entity. Megatron spoke softly from behind him. Optimus lifted his gaze and stepped forward, drawn to the core, only for a ghostly visage to materialize, emanating powerful energy waves that hindered his approach. Struggling against the energy, Optimus pressed forward. Megatron, eliminate the apostle. The cosmic entity, sensing Optimus nearing its core, seized control of Megatron's body through dark energon, attempting to thwart Optimus. Megatron's weapon fluctuated, his body unwittingly inching closer to Optimus. Yet his formidable will resisted the entity's control. With a final, defiant roar, he declared, Megatron shall never submit to anyone. In an instant, Megatron broke free from the control of the Emperor of the Universe, reclaiming his own body. Chapter 76. Megatron is dead. It is time for Starscream to rise aboard the Nemesis Decepticons. Since Megatron's departure, we have heard naught from him for an extended period. Even his life signal has been severed, rendering any search futile. The absence of Megatron can only lead to two conclusions. Either he has capitulated to the enemy, or he has met his demise at their hands. Naturally, I firmly believe that our illustrious leader would never be one to grovel at the feet of others. Therefore, I am reluctantly compelled to surmise that Lord Megatron has fallen in battle, Starscream proclaimed, his countenance darkened with sorrow, as if he genuinely mourned Megatron's passing. However, almost immediately, his expression transformed as he straightened his posture and cast his gaze upon the rows of Decepticons standing at attention on either side. A faint smile graced his lips. The news of our great revolutionary leader's potential demise weighs heavily upon my heart. Nonetheless, we cannot linger in despair. The cause of the Decepticons requires our unwavering commitment. It is time we select a robust, capable, and astute new leader. With confidence radiating from him, Starscream surveyed the assembly. Unwell as Starscream's words echoed. Murmurs spread among the Decepticons, their doubts surfacing. The prolonged absence of Megatron led many to fear that something dire had indeed befallen him, causing their resolve to waver. Commander Starscream, if Megatron is truly deceased, what purpose would it serve to elect a new leader? Even when Megatron was present, he could not lead us to decisively vanquish the Autobots. Now that he is gone, who possesses the capability to elevate the Decepticons to greater heights? One soldier voiced his concerns aloud. Indeed, exactly. If Megatron could not accomplish it, how could anyone else? The soldier's remarks garnered agreement from others, echoing their skepticism. Allow me to be forthright. I served under the previous leader for thousands of years, acquiring ample experience. During my tenure as his second-in-command, I maintained the Decepticons with remarkable order, and I was among the closest confidants of Lord Megatron, entrusted with his very life. Therefore, I believe I am entirely qualified to assume the mantle of leadership. I shall inherit Lord Megatron's legacy and guide the Decepticons to unprecedented heights. Achieving what Megatron could never accomplish, Starscream declared passionately, his ambition on full display. If it is Commander Starscream, we still harbor doubts regarding your ability to surpass Lord Megatron. Another soldier retorted, Indeed, Commander Starscream, do you truly possess the capability to lead the Decepticons? The soldiers, unimpressed by Starscream's grandiose claims, voiced their skepticism without hesitation. They were well aware of his strong management skills, adept at navigating the complexities of their organization, yet they remained unconvinced of his leadership potential. Recalling past failures under his command, should we follow Starscream's lead on missions against the Autobots? Could success truly be ours? You all listening to the murmurs from below. Starscream's expression soured, his teeth clenched in frustration. Just as he prepared to deliver another rousing speech to rally the troops, Soundwave, who had been diligently operating the computer to gather intelligence, ceased his activities and turned to face Starscream. Soundwave, do not tell me you have located Lord Megatron. Starscream narrowed his eyes at Soundwave. He held little affection for Soundwave, who was merely Megatron's spy, having been on the receiving end of Megatron's wrath on numerous occasions. Soundwave regarded Starscream silently, gesturing towards the display screen, which was linked to a signal detector, seemingly still searching for Megatron's signal. Soundwave, do you truly believe that after such a prolonged absence, Lord Megatron still lives? Starscream understood Soundwave's implication, yet despite this understanding, he was unwilling to accept the possibility. For if Megatron were indeed alive, it would extinguish his ambition to dominate the Decepticons. Soundwave, having indicated the screen, remained silent as the high-definition display fixed its gaze upon Starscream. After a tense moment of mutual scrutiny, Starscream relented. Very well, I concede. I sincerely hope you can retrieve Lord Megatron, but do not harbor excessive expectations. With that, Starscream turned away, his demeanor dark as he exited the control room. Others may have believed Soundwave was merely an information gatherer, but Starscream, having been close to Megatron for so long, understood the formidable nature of Soundwave. He had no desire to engage in a confrontation that could lead to his own humiliation before achieving his ambitions. Autobot-based Jack, where did you acquire that object? Ratchet inquired, his attention drawn to the keys Jack was swinging about. Optimus Prime entrusted them to me. To be honest, I have no idea why he would place the keys to the ground bridge in my care. Jack replied, a look of confusion on his face. Jack, the ground bridge does not have a key, Ratchet stated seriously, fixating on the keys in Jack's hand. What is this then? Jack asked, surprised and perplexed as he held the object closer. This is one of the most significant relics of Cybertron. The key to the Allspark, Ratchet explained with utmost certainty. But why would Optimus give it to me? Jack exclaimed, astonished by the significance of the item. He could not fathom why Optimus Prime would entrust such an important artifact to a mere human. He then attempted to hand the key to Ratchet. I believe I should not keep it. No. Since Optimus entrusted it to you, it indicates you are worthy of its possession, Ratchet insisted, waving his hand to decline Jack's offer. Optimus must have his reasons for entrusting it to you. Take care of it. With the power of the Allspark in my possession, I summon you to reveal your strength. An overwhelming force pressed down upon him as Optimus Prime knelt before the Prime Spark. He called upon the Allspark, hoping it would help him navigate the crisis at hand, yet it remained unresponsive. Ha ha! Apostle of the Primus, your efforts are in vain. All you do is futile. I have transcended conventional physical forms. No force can affect me. I shall endure while you shall perish here, the Emperor of the Universe proclaimed, once again seizing control of Megatron's body. At that moment, Megatron's form radiated powerful dark energy, the malevolence seeping from his exterior like a tempest sweeping around him. Chapter 77. The confusion of Optimus Prime under the dominion of the Cosmic Emperor. Megatron raised his arm, sharp blades springing forth, radiating an icy gleam. No, Optimus Prime, hurry. Use the energon cube. Megatron, drawing upon his formidable will, shattered the oppressive influence imposed by the Cosmic Emperor and regained control of his body. He collapsed helplessly to the ground, shouting loudly to Optimus Prime. Optimus turned to glance at Megatron, then resolutely focused on the enormous spark before him. Summoning every ounce of strength to rise against the overwhelming force emanating from the Cosmic Emperor, he opened his arms wide, embracing the moment. Energon Cube, please guide us. Illuminate our darkest hour, Optimus declared with a resonant voice. Simultaneously, within Optimus, the Energon Cube felt the call and began to glow, the light radiating from within him. The spark chamber of Optimus opened automatically, and the Energon Cube appeared before him. It floated gracefully in midair, and a brilliant light surged forth from the cube, piercing through the darkness with unyielding strength, striking deep into the Cosmic Emperor's spark. No feeling the contrary force invade his spark. The Cosmic Emperor let out a pained wail, fiercely resisting. Yet, the power of the Energon Cube seemed inexhaustible, continuously suppressing the Cosmic Emperor's spark until the final moment. A tremendous force erupted outward, the Cosmic Emperor's purple spark disintegrating under the impact of the energon cube's might. Boom! The powerful energy shockwave sent both Optimus and Megatron flying. Simultaneously, as the Cosmic Emperor's spark vanished, the surrounding purple glimmer extinguished. The light on the bridge outside gradually faded. The Cosmic Emperor's immune cells ceased their operation, cascading into the abyss below. At the same moment, the signals of the Decepticon warship and the Autobot base leaders and personnel reactivated. Wonderful, Optimus and the others have succeeded. The Autobots erupted in exhilaration upon witnessing all life signals online. On the Decepticon warship, how splendid! Truly magnificent! Starscream exclaimed upon receiving the news of Megatron's signal coming online, clenching his fists in frustration. At the same time, as the Cosmic Emperor's spark fell into slumber once more, his mechanical body ceased to function. Without the resistance of dark energy, Starscream effortlessly smashed open the now-closed circular door. With the door shattered, all Autobots surged into the chamber where the Cosmic Emperor's spark resided. Upon entering, they immediately spotted Megatron and Optimus Prime. At that moment, Optimus lay on the ground, while Megatron stood before him, unscathed. "Megatron, what have you done to Optimus Prime?" Ironhide charged at Megatron, seething with anger. Just then, Optimus shook his head and stood up. As Optimus rose, Ironhide hesitated, trusting that Optimus could manage Megatron. "Megatron, where are we?" However, upon awakening, Optimus looked around, confusion evident in his eyes. Upon hearing Optimus address him, Megatron's eyes widened, and he sheathed the blade intended for Optimus's spark. "Old friend, you fell into slumber, and I have just awakened you." Realizing Optimus had lost his memories, Megatron quickly devised a lie. "Optimus, now that you are awake, should we not take action against Megatron?" The Autobots had yet to grasp Optimus's condition when Jetfire called out to him. Watching this unfold, Starscream narrowed his eyes, his arm transforming into a weapon as he charged at Megatron with all his might. Boom, boom, boom. As Starscream raced toward Megatron, he fired his cannon relentlessly. Megatron reacted swiftly, pulling Optimus aside to evade the attack, simultaneously contacting Soundwave to activate the land bridge. "Megatron, what is happening?" Optimus asked, frantically dodging while expressing his confusion. At that moment, the land bridge materialized behind them. Megatron, seeing the land bridge appear, Starscream spared no effort, accelerating toward Megatron and delivering a powerful punch to his chest. Boom! Crack! The resounding crash accompanied by the sound of metal clashing echoed as Megatron was sent flying by Starscream's blow. As Megatron was struck away, Optimus found himself before Starscream. "What are you trying to do?" Optimus questioned warily, glancing anxiously at the fallen Megatron in the distance. "Optimus, I believe I will explain everything when we return," Starscream said, seizing Optimus's hand and pulling him away from the Decepticon land bridge. Though Starscream yearned to clarify matters with Optimus, he understood that Optimus's loyalty lay with Megatron. If he explained too much, he risked losing Optimus to Megatron. "Put Orion down." At that moment, Megatron rose again, raising his fusion cannon and relentlessly firing at Starscream. Starscream shielded Optimus behind him, a blue energy enveloping him and deflecting Megatron's attack. "Starscream, hurry over. We must protect you," Arcee shouted, while the land bridge appeared behind them. They fired beams at Megatron, covering Starscream as he escorted Optimus back. Optimus, bewildered, was pulled by Starscream for some distance before they entered the land bridge, with others following closely behind. Megatron, hindered by the disruption, could only watch helplessly as everyone departed. "No!" he roared at the vanishing Optimus. Simultaneously, all Autobots successfully returned to the base. "Thank goodness we did not enter the Shadow World," Starscream murmured, leading Optimus from the land bridge into the base, relieved. He had distinctly sensed the simultaneous activation of the land bridges for both the Decepticons and Autobots, as if their energies resonated. However, compared to the last time, the resonance was weaker due to the greater distance. Moreover, entering the Shadow World seemed to be a matter of chance, much like how in the original story. Starscream returned safely through the land bridge while the three young ones entered the Shadow World. "Oh my goodness! Thank heavens, you all have returned safely," Ratchet exclaimed joyfully upon seeing everyone return unscathed. He approached the bewildered Optimus, saying, "Optimus, I'm so glad you're all right." Ratchet, why are you here? What is this place? Why did you forcibly bring me here? And why did you attack Megatron? Optimus surveyed his surroundings, noticing the familiarity in the eyes of those around him. Yet his memories held only Ratchet and no one else, leaving him with countless questions, which he voiced one by one. Chapter 78. Orion packs Optimus. What is happening? Ratchet asked, puzzled by the unfamiliar gaze Optimus cast upon him. The power of the energon cube has been unleashed, it seems. Therefore, to be precise, his current memory is still from the time before he ascended to leadership. Explain to everyone. Is that so? This truly is a dreadful situation. Upon hearing this, immediately felt the gravity of the predicament. What are you all talking about? Could someone please explain it to me? Listened to the conversation among the others. Although he grasped a fragment of their discourse, his questions multiplied in his mind. He earnestly wished for someone to elucidate the situation for him. His emotional state appears quite stable, murmured to himself while observing. There was a reason for his rise to leadership. Even though his memory lingered in the past, he exhibited a commendable emotional stability. He did not resist or resort to violence when confronting, nor did he retaliate against the forceful manner in which he was brought here. It could be said that was inherently gentle, reminiscent of the original narrative where the minor soldiers took advantage of his amnesia to assault him, yet he merely sheltered his head, evading their attacks without any inclination to retaliate. His instinctive reactions inadvertently led to the elimination of those minor soldiers. However, the Autobots were not attacking him now, and merely guided him back to the base, so there was no question of subconscious weapon use. Very well. I suppose I must help you reacquaint yourself with all that has transpired, responded to, gesturing, follow me. With that, he turned towards the control panel and followed without resistance. He sensed no hostility from these individuals. The most aggressive encounter had been when the tall Cybertronian had forcibly brought him here, recounted the events leading up to's memory loss, and listened quietly. Meanwhile, the others were in a state of turmoil. What on earth is happening with? The amnesiac version of him is completely unlike the we knew, exclaimed. Disbelief etched across her features. She noted the stark contrast between his previous calm demeanor and his current simplicity, which struck her as both peculiar and amusing, as it was her first encounter with such a version of. Don't say that. Even I find transformation significant, but it is unavoidable considering he has lost his memory, added, raising her hands in resignation. I actually find the amnesiac quite intriguing, do you not? Joked. I do not. While this may appear gentle, I still prefer the authoritative, replied, shaking his head. By the way, if can never regain his memory, will he still lead us against the Decepticons as he once did? Voiced his concern. Are we to change our leader then? Casually remarked. Listened to the conversation, glancing at who was attentively engaged with, and then at the somewhat silent. She approached and spoke softly. You have been remarkably quiet since entering the base. I am contemplating how to restore memory, replied after a moment of thought. Was well aware of how to restore memory, but the difficulty lay not in the method, but in the process. To help regain his memories, they needed to locate the magic sphere, which resided in the city of Kaon on Cybertron. To reach Cybertron, they would have to utilize a space bridge. The problem was that the Autobots did not have a space bridge, so they would need to borrow one from the Decepticons. However, unlike in the original storyline, the first space bridge established by the Decepticons in space had not been destroyed. Its control system was located on the ship named Reprisal, differing from its original position. To activate the space bridge, they needed to access Reprisal, which was currently occupied by a host of Decepticons, presenting a significant challenge. Have you devised a plan? Inquired curiously. She too wished for to regain his memory and continue leading their resistance against the Decepticons, yet felt utterly lost. Yes, nodded. Truly? At this moment, appeared from behind, her surprise evident. I thought memories would never return. She then continued to ask, so what is the plan? This requires assistance, indicated towards, who was gradually approaching. Are you suggesting we need this? Produced the key to the magic sphere from his pocket. Indeed, I believe has informed you that this is the key to the most significant relic on Cybertron, the magic sphere. I suspect foresaw this scenario and entrusted it to you before he departed. Our task now is to follow the key's guidance to Cybertron, locate the magic sphere, and then downloads memories back into this key, subsequently transferring them back to, outline the general process to everyone. So you were contemplating how to reach Cybertron? Softly inquired. Yes, confirmed with a nod. Reprisal warship after it was taken away. returned to the warship, seething with frustration. In the control room, he stated, has lost his memory, and he has been taken by the Autobots. I suspect they will do everything in their power to restore his memories. Our task is to prevent them from doing so. With that, he turned his gaze towards. At your command, Lord, replied respectfully, his gaze fixed on. I need you to lead the flying squadron and keep a close watch on the Autobots' movements. Should they venture out, immediately inform the warship. Particularly, if you catch wind of whereabouts, you must contact me at once. Regarded with a serious expression, solemnly issuing his orders. Memory loss was undoubtedly favorable news for the Decepticons and for himself. Moreover, he was confident that as long as did not return to the base to regain his memories, he would inevitably seek him out. Understood well. He knew that even if the Autobots recounted every detail of the past to whose memories were still anchored in the era of Orion Pax, would have numerous questions that he would wish to inquire directly. He merely needed to bide his time, waiting for to leave the base in search of him. Chapter 79. Mechanical insects in the Autobot base. Shockwave, transformed into Megatron, overthrew the High Council, declared himself leader, named his army the Decepticons, and led them to dominion over Cybertron, ultimately resulting in its destruction. As recounted the events of the past, S face was a canvas of shock. Even if what you say is true, I still cannot believe that Shockwave would act in such a manner. Moreover, do I truly possess the capacity to lead the Autobots in restoring Cybertron? Could you speak of genuinely be me? As he absorbed these fantastical revelations, grappled with disbelief, and questioned whether he was as magnificent as had described. The leader of the Autobots and the possessor of the Allspark, can he truly bear such titles? Is the mission to restore Cybertron truly entrusted to him? And can he fulfill it? He is but an ordinary archivist of Ironhide. Optimus Prime, although receiving such information all at once may be overwhelming. The truth remains. You are indeed magnificent, Ratchet asserts without hesitation. No one possesses greater capability than Optimus to assume the mantle of leadership. Nor can anyone else lead the Autobots in revitalizing Cybertron. Only Optimus, with his compassion and boundless love, can guide all Autobots in their rebellion against the forces of evil. I, Ratchet, wish to meet Megatron. I must inquire personally whether these claims hold truth. Moreover, if what you say is indeed accurate, why would he act in such a manner? Why would he seek to destroy our homeland? In my recollections, he was not a tyrant of cruelty. Listening to Ratchet's affirmation, Optimus feels an inexplicable trust in his words, yet confusion lingers in his mind. If everything Ratchet asserts is true, why does Megatron pursue such actions? Optimus, I do not believe you're currently fit to confront Megatron. You have lost your memory, and he may exploit this to deceive you, Ratchet warns. Upon hearing Optimus's words, Ratchet's face reflects refusal. Allowing Optimus to encounter Megatron in this state would undoubtedly lead to misfortune. Optimus gazes at Ratchet, whose seriousness elicits doubt within him. He yearns to meet Megatron, but acknowledges Ratchet's point, caught in a dilemma. Very well, you shall remain here and listen to me recount your past experiences. This may aid you in understanding yourself better. Perhaps, in a fleeting moment, your memories will return, Ratchet encourages, gently guiding the hesitant Optimus back to the display screen, where he begins to play the chronicles of Optimus's past. With a heart full of uncertainty, Optimus watches intently, absorbing every detail. Meanwhile, in another corner, Starscream addresses Arcee with seriousness. Arcee, I believe we need to devise a plan to venture to Cybertron in search of the matrix of leadership. While Optimus may currently be on their side, the amnesiac Optimus cannot fulfill the role of leader or command the Autobots in battle. The Autobots have lost significant fighting strength, making it imperative that they restore Optimus's memory swiftly. What do you propose? Arcee inquires, her lovely eyes fixed on Starscream. Starscream scans the others in the base before turning back to Arcee. This mission is both simple and crucial. I believe I need to seek external assistance. Are you referring to Black Widow? Arcee immediately comprehends Starscream's intent. The only being left on Earth capable of aiding the Autobots and not aligned with their faction is indeed Black Widow. Precisely, Starscream nods. Will she truly assist us? Arcee questions, skeptical of Black Widow's willingness to risk her life for their cause. We must at least attempt to reach out, if you have no objections. Starscream believes that Black Widow might help, though he cannot be certain. If you can persuade her to aid us, I will not object, Arcee concedes. Willing to tolerate Black Widow, due to her partnership with Starscream. In matters of great significance, Arcee will not allow personal grievances to cloud her judgment, unless she becomes truly overwhelmed. Thank you, Arcee. Starscream expresses his gratitude for her understanding. We are partners, Arcee replies with a radiant smile, her beautiful eyes glimmering with warmth. Starscream gently crouches, resting his hands on Arcee's shoulders, leaning his head close to hers. Their foreheads touch intimately, a sign of their camaraderie. With this exchange complete, Starscream rises and glances at Arcee before turning towards the control panel of the ground bridge. Simultaneously, he addresses Ratchet. Ratchet, assist me in locating the forest where Black Widow resides. I must venture out. Understood, Ratchet responds, nodding as he continues narrating Optimus's past. He swiftly operates the controls to lock onto the target, and Starscream activates the ground bridge, which opens. With a final glance at the smiling Arcee, Starscream steps into the ground bridge. Moments later, he emerges from the tunnel into the shadowy forest where Black Widow is located. The ground bridge's targeting was somewhat imprecise, and upon arriving at the forest, Starscream walks a distance further until he reaches the entrance of Black Widow's ship. As he approaches, he senses her presence within. Before he can enter, a shrill, insect-like sound pierces the air. Starscream looks up to see a mechanical insect soaring above, seemingly on guard. Upon spotting him, it swiftly descends. How dare you trespass here? Face your demise. The mechanical insect is commanded by Black Widow to protect her ship and ward off any unknown entities. Any creature daring to approach will meet its end. Indeed, the mechanical insect proves to be an excellent guardian. When no enemies are present, it requires only a minimal amount of energon to remain dormant, but when a being approaches, it awakens swiftly to eliminate the intruder. Mechanical insect. It seems Black Widow has found them. Starscream observes the creature in the sky, feeling a sense of excitement rather than fear. If the mechanical insect assists in this mission, the task will undoubtedly become easier. As a mechanical insect dives towards Starscream, it lands a short distance away. Chapter 80. Why should I help you? Starscream's hand transforms into a weapon, the cannon aimed directly at the mechanical insect, and with a powerful discharge, an ion blast erupts. With a resounding boom, the ion blast strikes the mechanical insect squarely. Following a wretched cry, the airborne creature loses its balance and crashes to the ground. However, due to its formidable defenses, the ion blast inflicts minimal damage. Quickly recovering, the mechanical insect rises, its mandibles quivering as it emits a sound reminiscent of a horse's whinny. Its optical sensors fixate on Starscream, slowly advancing toward him. Instead of attacking, it kneels before Starscream, exclaiming, "Lord Starscream." In this act of deference, the mechanical insect displays utmost respect for Starscream, gazed in surprise at the mechanical insect kneeling before him. In truth, due to the connection between and the Black Widow, he possessed the authority to command and control these mechanical creatures. If the fabled mother bug, whose existence remained unconfirmed in the original text, was indeed the true leader of the mechanical insects, then the Black Widow stood as their highest commander beneath her. Long ago, the Black Widow had issued commands, and as her subordinate, was entirely capable of overseeing the entire race of mechanical insects in her absence. However, it was not this authority that surprised him. Rather, it was the fact that the Black Widow had refrained from ordering the mechanical insects to attack him. Just moments ago, while soaring through the sky, they had displayed hostility towards him, presumably under her orders. This time, however, they did not strike, indicating her influence once again. While airborne, their desire to attack him was unmistakably dictated by the Black Widow, who held the primary command. As her subordinate, could not override her directives. Conversely, his commands could be easily eclipsed by hers. Talp, talp, talp. The mechanical insect knelt before, and at that moment, the Black Widow emerged from the spacecraft. Upon her arrival, her violet eyes fixed intently on. After observing him for a moment, she casually commanded the insect beside her, "You, leave this place." "Yes." The insect replied respectfully before departing without hesitation. As it exited, the Black Widow gracefully approached, who turned to face her. She drew near, casting a glance at him before leaning against him, her alluring figure close. Her slender fingers glided over his hand, and lifting her gaze to meet his, she spoke in a voice laced with temptation. "It has been a long time since you last visited me." The tone of her voice seemed to carry a hint of reproach, as if she were pouting over his prolonged absence. Apologies, much has transpired lately. Leaving me little time to fulfill our previous agreement, gently grasped her hand in response. You chose Arcee last time and left without hesitation. I suspect your visit now is not solely for my sake, she remarked, her hand slipping from his grasp as she stepped back, maintaining a certain distance. Indeed, I have matters for which I seek your assistance, replied candidly, not attempting to deceive her. You seek my help? The Black Widow regarded him thoughtfully before suggesting. Let's discuss this inside. With that, she turned and moved gracefully into the spacecraft, with following closely behind. Upon entering, she led him to a chamber that appeared to be her lounge. She gestured towards a throne-like chair forged from iron. Please take a seat. After a moment's hesitation, complied and sat down. A smile graced the Black Widow's face as she approached him, then, without a second thought, settled onto his lap, leaning against his chest. She traced circles on the area where his spark chamber lay with her elongated finger. You mentioned needing my help, yet you left me without a second thought last time. What reason do I have to assist you? She teased, her finger tapping rhythmically against his chest while her enchanting visage bore a playful glint. I shall grant any request you make, stated resolutely. Any request? The corners of the Black Widow's mouth curled upward, her tone inquisitive. Provided it lies within my ability. He clarified. And what if I wish for your death? Her gaze bore a mocking cruelty as she posed the question. Fell silent. For who would willingly embrace death when life was still vibrant? He understood that the Black Widow was merely toying with him, presenting an impossible demand to relish in his discomfort. Yet, despite his awareness, he felt cornered. Ah, it seems you two are unable to uphold your own words. She laughed derisively at his silence. Then, in a seemingly casual tone, she continued, I am aware of the recent upheaval. I have heard tales of the legendary Cosmic Emperor awakening on Earth. I also learned that Optimus Prime encountered some difficulties in preventing this awakening. I suspect your request for my assistance relates to him. As she spoke, her sharp fingers raked across his chest, leaving deep, crimson lines in their wake. You claim to always think of others, abandoning me for Arcee, and now groveling for Optimus Prime. Why must you always prioritize others? Her voice shifted from gentle to piercing, her eyes locking onto his with intensity. Your actions disturb me. Why do you consistently consider others first? Why is every decision made for someone else? Her expression darkened, the tone of her voice dropping to a menacing whisper. You only remember me when you require my aid. Do you have any idea how much I long to end your existence? As she spoke, her fingers delved deeper into his chest, almost penetrating the sturdy armor that protected him. Could distinctly feel the pain radiating through his neural network as her scratches marred his form. Chapter 81. The fusion of sparks. Perhaps I should have devoted more time to being with you since your arrival on Earth. Regarded her with gentle eyes, dismissing the pain coursing through his chest. Do you believe that such a display will compel me to assist you? Her cold laughter echoed in response to his gaze. If you are unwilling to help, I shall not press the issue, he replied, feeling a twinge of helplessness. Without the Black Widow's support, the mechanical insects would not heed his command. Relying solely on the Autobots to use the Decepticon space bridge to reach Cybertron would undoubtedly be a far more arduous journey. Assisting you is not out of the question. Just when thought the Black Widow would refuse, her tone shifted unexpectedly. What are your terms? He discerned the underlying implications in her words. Spend a day alone with me, during which you must fulfill any request I make, she declared without hesitation. She intended to use this day to torment him, nursing her grievances over the previous encounter, though she understood and could tolerate them, yet remained resentful. Very well. Lai Tianju responded without hesitation. A single day would not hinder Optimus Prime's recovery of his memories, and it provided an opportunity for him to spend quality time with Black Widow. He was acutely aware that a significant part of Black Widow's choice to remain on Earth was due to him. He did not wish for her to feel lonely. Seeing Lai Tianju agree without a second thought, a subtle smile graced Black Widow's lips, her face illuminated by an alluring expression. She then detached herself from his embrace, rising to her feet to gaze at Lai Tianju. Now, I command you to stand up, she asserted, her demeanor radiating an air of regal arrogance. Lai Tianju complied without a moment's thought, rising from his seat. As he stood, Black Widow promptly took his place in the chair. She lifted her gaze, her enchanting eyes fixed upon him, then extended her long fingers, beckoning him closer. I require your devoted service, beginning with polishing me. In her mind, a multitude of mischievous ideas danced about, all aimed at teasing Lai Tianju. As she regarded him like a queen surveying her subject, Lai Tianju found no objection. He was quite adept at this sort of task, and most importantly, the subject was Black Widow, whom he did not mind serving. He meticulously polished her, restoring the paint that had chipped away from her form. Once he completed this task, Black Widow's imagination shifted to new pursuits. "Crouch down and submit at my feet," she commanded, fully embracing her self-appointed role as queen, directing Lai Tianju without hesitation. Witnessing his compliance brought a satisfied smile to her face. With a delicate touch, she lifted his chin, leaning closer, her voice cool and commanding as it reached his ears. "Everything that belongs to you will become mine." As she spoke, her slender fingers boldly pressed against his chest, unlocking the chamber of his spark. A day passed, and ultimately, Lai Tianju had accompanied Black Widow throughout, during which she agreed to assist him. It is noteworthy that Black Widow had located the nest of the mechanical insects on Earth. However, they remained dormant due to the lack of abundant energy sources. If necessary, Lai Tianju could awaken those mechanical insects. He embarked on his journey back to the base, opting not to use the land bridge for transportation. As he traveled, his thoughts were tumultuous. While he had always recognized Black Widow's peculiarities, today had truly opened his eyes to her nature. Of course, although it appeared she had sought to torment him, it was not outright torture. At most, it involved some intimate yet embarrassing actions. Yet, this was inconsequential. What mattered was the unspoken step they had taken together. If their sparks had merely been connected at their inception, they had now forged a closer bond. It was no longer a simple matter of being born of the same spark in proximity. With a swift pace, Lai Tianju soon returned to the Autobot base. Upon arrival, Arcee approached him with a charming smile. Seeing her alluring expression caused Lai Tianju to avert his gaze. Feeling a twinge of guilt, "Is she willing to help?" Arcee inquired, positioning herself seductively beside him. Yes, he nodded, not only Black Widow, but also a multitude of mechanical insects. "Are you referring to the mechanical insects?" Arcee asked, her surprise evident. "Indeed. You know Black Widow can control those mechanical insects," he confirmed. "The existence of mechanical insects on Earth is astonishing. However, if they're on our side, it would indeed be a pleasant surprise," Arcee remarked, her demeanor lightening. With the assistance of the mechanical insects, their quest to restore Optimus Prime's memories would undoubtedly proceed more smoothly. However, Arcee's expression shifted abruptly. She scrutinized Lai Tianju with suspicion. "I doubt she would assist us so readily without demanding something in return. Did she make any unreasonable requests?" Despite her brief acquaintance with Black Widow, Arcee had discerned her character. Aside from Lai Tianju, Black Widow seemed indifferent to others, embodying a true coldness. Even in her interactions with Lai Tianju, she occasionally exhibited a wildness. "Perhaps it's best not to delve into that. I will tell you later," Lai Tianju replied after a moment of silence. He was uncertain how to convey to Arcee that he and Black Widow had become true spark partners. After all, this development had unfolded so unexpectedly. He had not anticipated that Black Widow, who had initially been at odds with him, would come to this point. "Very well," Arcee nodded without further contemplation. She then inquired again, "What do you plan to do now?" Upon hearing her question, Lai Tianju surveyed his surroundings and declared loudly, "Everyone, I need to discuss something important with you all." His words captured the attention of everyone in the base, drawing them to his side with curiosity. "What is it?" asked Flyover Mountain, puzzled. "Is it about Optimus Prime?" Jack remarked, glancing at Optimus before posing the question. "Yes," Lai Tianju affirmed with a nod. "I believe you're all aware that to restore Optimus Prime's memories, we must seek the magical artifact, the Matrix of Leadership, on Cybertron." He addressed the group. "We are aware of that." Several voices chimed in agreement. "However, reaching Cybertron is no simple task," Lai Tianju continued. "To access Cybertron, we must possess a space bridge." Chapter 82. The plan in motion. My plan is as follows. Lai Tianju took some time to outline his strategy to the group. "If that's the case, it might just work." Flyover Mountain nodded in agreement. Jack exchanged a glance with Flyover Mountain. "I fear that if we wish to restore Optimus Prime's memories, we will have to rely on the Decepticon space bridge. Even if the plan is challenging, we must attempt it." "Must Jack really go to Cybertron? Can anyone else do it?" Jack's mother voiced her concerns, unwilling to see her son embroiled in such peril. "Mrs. Darby, that may not be possible. Prior to this, Optimus Prime entrusted the key to the Matrix to Jack. His biological signature is imprinted on the key. Without Jack, no one else can access the guidance of the Matrix key, Ratchet explained, shaking his head while glancing at Optimus Prime nearby. But Optimus Prime is here now. Can't he go? Since he was able to give the key to Jack, surely he must have a means to retrieve it, Jack's mother insisted, looking at Optimus. Well, I hadn't considered that, but I'm not certain if Optimus can still use the key after giving it to Jack, Ratchet replied, casting a glance at Optimus Prime, who was under scrutiny from the others as well. I can try, Optimus Prime said hesitantly, meeting their gazes before speaking softly. Optimus Prime has likely confirmed that the Autobots have not been deceitful. He indeed has lost his memory. Due to this amnesia, he remains unaware if he can still wield the key to the energon sphere. Optimus, here, perhaps you could give it a try, Jack said, extending the key to the energon sphere towards Optimus. After a moment's hesitation, Optimus took the small key into his hands. However, upon grasping it, there was no reaction. It did not transform as it had when Optimus handed it to Jack. It appears it doesn't work, Ratchet remarked, shaking his head at the scene. As the leader, Optimus should have had the ability to imprint the biological signatures onto the energon sphere key when he still had his memories. But it seems that is no longer the case. Optimus, you were once the curator of the Fortress Archive. Do you not remember how to use the energon sphere key? Skyfire looked at Optimus with curiosity. Logically, as the Archive's custodian, Optimus should be quite familiar with the relic and know the key's operation. No, Optimus shook his head. I do not recall there being a key to the energon sphere in the fortress, nor do I remember the sphere itself. It is but a legendary artifact on Cybertron. Its existence never confirmed. Optimus was not lying. The energon sphere dates back to the era of the 13 Primes and is among the oldest relics on Cybertron. After the age of the 13, the energon sphere had long since become mere myth, likely known only to the 13 themselves. Skyfire nodded, deep in thought. Then it is likely that the key was entrusted to Optimus by Master Titanium. In the original narrative, the energon sphere has indeed been buried beneath Karen City and is not within the fortress. Currently, Optimus possesses the power of a leader, yet cannot wield it. Nor can he use that power to re-imprint the biological information on the energon sphere key. This implies that Jack must embark on the journey to Cybertron. Is there truly no other way? Darby inquired anxiously, her gaze towards Jack filled with concern. Her son venturing into an unknown alien world left her with little peace of mind. Mrs. Darby, fret not. Jack's journey to Cybertron will be safeguarded. We shall ensure no harm befalls him, Ratchet assured Jack's mother. It was evident that only Jack could locate the energon sphere, necessitating his expedition to Cybertron. Mom, don't worry. Fly High will keep me safe, Jack replied, casting a glance at Optimus. Furthermore, Optimus has made sacrifices for our planet. I, too, am willing to take risks to help him regain his memories. Rest assured, Jack, I have connections at the space agency and can procure for you the most advanced spacesuit. Agent Fury remarked, glancing at Jack's mother and then at Jack, a faint smile gracing his lips. He then placed a reassuring hand on Mrs. Darby's shoulder. Jack has grown. It is time for him to shoulder responsibility. Very well, Jack's mother relented, ultimately accepting the reality of Jack's extraterrestrial journey. Plans were devised and preparations made. The Autobots were poised to breach the Decepticon space bridge, utilizing it to reach Cybertron. Of course, during this period, Optimus would remain at the base, unable to contribute until his memories were restored. The next day, all was ready. Skyfire also brought Black Widow to the base via the land bridge. Upon entering the land bridge, Black Widow naturally approached Skyfire, surveying her surroundings before looking up at him. So this is your base. It's hard to imagine you've been able to combat the Decepticons for so long under such conditions. She then turned her gaze towards Arcee. Arcee, it has been a while. A meaningful glint flickered in Black Widow's eyes as she regarded Arcee. I hope you can truly assist us, Arcee replied curtly, not engaging further with Black Widow. I shall be of assistance, Black Widow murmured to herself. All right, Ratchet, lock onto the Decepticon space bridge and activate the land bridge, Skyfire announced, surveying everyone in the base. Understood, Ratchet nodded. Simultaneously, he feverishly operated the controls, eventually reaching the switch for the land bridge, which instantly manifested before everyone. Well then, shall we proceed? Skyfire declared, gazing at the open land bridge tunnel before leading the way in. The others followed closely behind him into the land bridge. Soon, Skyfire emerged onto the bridge inside the floating space bridge, with the others following suit. The space bridge was circular, quietly suspended in space, impressively vast, providing ample standing room for all the Autobots. When will Megatron arrive? Fly High inquired curiously upon reaching the space bridge. Patience, upon our emergence from the land bridge. The Decepticons should soon receive word, Skyfire replied casually. Chapter 83. The bold assault on the Nemesis since the incident with the Cosmic Emperor. The Decepticons have shrouded their base in signal jamming, making it exceedingly difficult for the Autobots to locate them. Thus, they could only venture to the well-known location of the space bridge to lure the Nemesis and infiltrate it, subsequently activating the space bridge. This meant that during this process, they would inevitably clash with Megatron. Simultaneously, as Skyfire and the others reached the space bridge, the Nemesis, hidden just beyond Earth and close to the planet, quickly received their signal. In the control room, Lord Megatron, the Autobots have appeared, Starscream reported respectfully to Megatron. I see, Megatron exclaimed, observing the screen displaying the space bridge, where a host of Autobots stood. Except for Optimus and his medic, all other Autobots are present on the space bridge. Even Black Widow is there. It seems she has indeed allied with the Autobots. Soundwave, watching the screen, murmured in surprise. Lord Megatron, the Autobots may be attempting to sabotage the space bridge. Should we not intervene? Their actions are undoubtedly related to restoring Optimus' memory. Even if unrelated, I wouldn't mind seizing this opportunity to eradicate Optimus' entourage entirely. I am curious to see the expression on Optimus' face when he regains his memories and finds those around him have been eliminated by me. Megatron mused, gazing at the screen before addressing Soundwave. Soundwave, direct the warship towards the space bridge. With Megatron's command, the Nemesis soared towards the space bridge, not far from Earth. The Autobots waited for a spell, and soon the Nemesis came into view. It seems the plan is proceeding smoothly, Skyfire sighed in relief upon spotting the Nemesis. He had feared Megatron would discern their intentions and refrain from revealing himself. Ratchet, be prepared to utilize the land bridge to transport the mechanical insects at any moment. Skyfire communicated via radio to Ratchet back at the base. For this operation, Skyfire had requested Black Widow to deploy half of the dormant mechanical insects on Earth. In the present day, the only Transformers executing missions are him, Arcee, Flyover Mountain, and Bumblebee. According to the established plan, Flyover Mountain and Bumblebee will accompany Jack to Cybertron. Starscream is responsible for confronting Megatron, while the others must deal with Barricade, Soundwave, Knockout, Dead End, and other Decepticon soldiers. The Autobots are in short supply, and the arrival of the mechanical insects will significantly impact the battlefield. On the Nemesis, observing the situation on the nearby space bridge through the display screen, Barricade looked at Megatron and immediately suggested, Lord Megatron, should we launch a direct attack with the warship? Fool, they're on the space bridge. Do you wish to destroy it? Megatron shot Barricade a fierce glare in response to his impractical suggestion. He then continued, gather all available Decepticons and follow me into battle. Yes, Lord Megatron, Barricade replied hastily. In a mere moment, under Megatron's leadership, a multitude of Decepticons soared from the warship, heading towards the space bridge. Simultaneously, on the Autobots side, another land bridge tunnel opened, and a cacophony of mechanical insect-like sounds erupted as numerous mechanical insects emerged. Mechanical insects? Megatron exclaimed upon seeing them transform into fighter jets charging towards the space bridge. I had no idea there were so many mechanical insects on Earth, he murmured to himself. Nevertheless, despite the significant presence of mechanical insects, it did not deter his resolve to annihilate the Autobots. Black Widow, I entrust this to you. Starscream directed his gaze toward her. According to the plan, Starscream would escort Black Widow to the Decepticon base, allowing her to manipulate the space bridge toward Cybertron. For the convenience of this operation, Starscream donned a jetpack once more, enabling him to maneuver freely in space. Black Widow remained silent, but would undoubtedly fulfill her promise. Simultaneously, Megatron swiftly approached the vicinity. Stop them! Black Widow immediately commanded the swarming mechanical insects. Upon receiving the order, the mechanical insects flapped their wings and charged fiercely at the incoming Decepticons. Mechanical insects, I am your master. I command you to submit to me. Megatron's voice resonated in the ears of all the mechanical creatures in the air. He possessed control over the mechanical insects, yet he was unaware of the limitations of this control. Under Black Widow's presence, he could not command them. As expected, the mechanical insects disregarded his command and surged forward without hesitation to engage in battle with the Decepticons. Meanwhile, Starscream emitted a magnetic wave that instantaneously immobilized numerous Decepticon foot soldiers, rendering them powerless and adrift in the cosmos. With many Decepticon soldiers incapacitated, the mechanical insects diverted their energy to confront Megatron, and the battle gradually transitioned onto the space bridge. Starscream activated his jetpack and soared into the air with Black Widow, heading straight for the Decepticon warship. Where do you think you're going? Megatron, engaged in combat with the mechanical insects, immediately noticed Starscream's movements. He intended to stop him, but a multitude of mechanical insects obstructed his path, preventing him from breaking free. Barricade, quickly intercept them. Megatron barked his command, suspended in the distant expanse of space. Barricade heard Megatron's order and promptly led a squad of Decepticon foot soldiers toward Starscream. Starscream, flying swiftly through space, disregarded all and charged headlong at Barricade. Damn it. Attack them now. Barricade commanded the Decepticon soldiers behind him. At that moment, Starscream's magnetic wave spread rapidly, causing the Decepticon soldiers to enter a state of dormancy. Seizing the opportunity, Starscream swiftly reached Barricade's side, tightly clutching Black Widow, and then delivered a powerful kick to Barricade. The clash of metal rang out as Barricade was sent hurtling towards the space bridge. Simultaneously, on the space bridge, Knockout and Dead End arrived via the land bridge, engaging in combat with other Autobots. With no obstacles remaining, Starscream and Black Widow quickly entered the Decepticon warship. Once inside, leveraging his familiarity with the ship's layout from previous incursions, Starscream led Black Widow to the control room, dispatching any Decepticons attempting to impede him along the way. Upon entering the control room, they found only Soundwave, who turned to face Starscream, adopting a defensive stance in front of the high-definition display panel. Chapter 84. The Carlin Arena time was of the essence, and Starscream hesitated little. He set Black Widow aside and raised his arm cannon, aiming at Soundwave. However, after a moment's thought, he lowered the cannon and transformed his arm into a blade, charging fiercely at Soundwave. Soundwave, undeterred, rushed to meet Starscream, and the two engaged in combat. During the battle, Starscream deliberately lured Soundwave outside, yet Soundwave seemed aware of Starscream's intent, deliberately holding his ground. Starscream was forced to employ overwhelming force to displace him. The sound of metal clashing reverberated throughout the control room as sparks flew from the collision of their strikes. Though Soundwave appeared slender, his strength was only slightly inferior to Megatron's, placing him among the elite underlings of their leader. Starscream found it challenging to subdue him. Nonetheless, Starscream was more than capable of stalling him, provided he remained vigilant against Soundwave's potential use of the land bridge for teleportation. Meanwhile, Black Widow immediately began operating the control console, calibrating the space bridge to point toward Cybertron. On the space bridge, Knockout and Dead End's hammers clashed, producing a thunderous sound and showers of sparks as their attacks were forceful and unyielding, with neither side gaining a clear advantage. Arcee kept a watchful eye on Barricade, who had been kicked into the air, now transformed into a jet. The two evaded each other's laser beams, seizing opportunities to strike. A mechanical insect engaged in combat with Knockout, its massive size imposing a considerable psychological pressure on him. Although it was a battle, Knockout was primarily evading or fleeing, unable to confront the mechanical insect head-on, only finding moments to strike. Megatron was surrounded by a horde of mechanical insects, his immense power allowing him to fend them off. But he was barely managing and could not spare more attention for other matters. Bumblebee and Flyover Mountain remained by Jack's side throughout, keeping their distance from the fray as they awaited the opening of the space bridge. At that moment, the space bridge gradually shifted, catching everyone's attention. Did we succeed? Flyover Mountain exclaimed with excitement. So this was your scheme to reach Cybertron. Megatron, noticing the space bridge's movement, sought to intervene, but the swarm of mechanical insects surrounding him rendered him powerless. Damn it, are you all just standing around? Quickly eliminate those damned insects. Barricade shouted to the Decepticons who were still conscious. The mechanical insects inherently surpass the majority of the Decepticon foot soldiers, and now, with a significant number of Decepticon minions rendered incapacitated, the mechanical insects outnumber them. In an instant, the Decepticons find themselves at a disadvantage, even momentarily subdued, as the battlefield turns unfavorably against them. The Autobots are on the verge of achieving their objective. At that moment, a formidable energy surged through the space bridge, revealing a vast and profound green tunnel within the circular space bridge, far grander than any terrestrial bridge. "We did it," Flyover and Jack exchange a knowing glance. Bumblebee, Flyover. "Let's move quickly," Jack urged. "All right," Flyover nodded and immediately transformed into a car. Bumblebee followed suit, shifting into a sports car form. "Starscream, stop them at once," Megatron shouted, struggling against the relentless swarm of mechanical insects. Regardless of the Autobots' intentions in heading to Cybertron, they must not be allowed to succeed. "Lord Megatron, there are far too many of these wretched insects. I cannot spare any more energy," Starscream replied helplessly. Hovering in the air, he found himself targeted by the mechanical insects, and upon landing on the terrestrial bridge, he would be pursued by Arcee. He was barely able to protect himself, let alone impede the Autobots. At this juncture, the Autobots held a decisive advantage, leaving the Decepticons helplessly watching as Jack and his companions entered the space bridge, vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, aboard the Vengeance, Tornado narrowly evaded yet another sudden terrestrial bridge tunnel, then delivered a powerful blow that sent Soundwave crashing out of the control room. What a troublesome opponent. Indeed, Soundwave's strength was formidable. Even as Tornado managed to suppress him, he could not swiftly defeat him. Most critically, Soundwave periodically summoned terrestrial bridge tunnels to counter his attacks. If Tornado dared unleash his full might, he risked losing control and entering the terrestrial bridge, endangering Black Widow in the process. Thus, he was compelled to restrain his strength, ever vigilant against Soundwave's terrestrial bridge, which prevented him from fully subduing his foe. Nonetheless, for the time being, this situation favored him. As long as he could hold the control panel and deny Soundwave any opportunity, he would prevail. Time passed, and progress unfolded even more smoothly than anticipated. Originally, Tornado intended to confront Megatron, but Megatron was preoccupied with the warship, and the mechanical insects effectively distracted him. Others were similarly occupied, allowing Tornado to engage Soundwave, thanks to the assistance of Black Widow and his mechanical insects. Without their support, the battle might have tipped in favor of the Autobots. Cybertron lay beneath a somber sky, its lifeless terrain strewn with abandoned cities, crumbling edifices, and remnants of shattered bodies, painting a desolate portrait of the planet. Against this backdrop, two vehicles sped across the chaotic, rusted ground. "It seems the power sphere is located in Kyon," Flyover stated, adhering to Jack's directions toward Kyon, the Decepticon capital. "Why would the power sphere be there?" Jack pondered, surprised that such a legendary artifact would reside in the heart of Decepticon territory. "The power sphere has always been a part of Cybertronian lore. Its location is not particularly shocking," Flyover casually responded. As they raced forward, they soon arrived at Kyon and, after advancing a short distance, found themselves at an arena. Simultaneously, Jack exited the vehicle, and Flyover and Bumblebee transformed into their humanoid forms. "That's Megatron," Jack murmured, gazing at the colossal statue of Megatron at the arena's center. Indeed, Megatron rose to power here and began his reign of terror, Flyover reflected. While they conversed, Bumblebee pointed to the power sphere key in Jack's hand. At that moment, the key radiated an even brighter glow, and the ground trembled, as if something were rising from beneath. With a thunderous roar, a coffin-like object broke through the hardened metallic surface, slowly materializing before Jack and his companions. "This must be the location of the power sphere," Jack declared, observing the increasingly brilliant light emanating from the key. "Jack, let us hurry inside," Flyover urged, his impatience evident. "Right," Jack acknowledged, aware that they could not afford to linger and needed to make haste toward the power sphere. Taking a couple of steps forward, Jack raised the key, sensing the energy waves connecting with the imposing door before him. The thick, sturdy door began to slide open, revealing a dark, expansive passageway. Just as Jack and his companions prepared to enter the tunnel, a sound akin to a horse's neigh accompanied by the flapping of wings reached their ears. Bumblebee swiftly turned, locking onto the source of the sound. A mechanical insect surged toward them from the air, emitting a harsh screech from its mandibles. Flyover and Jack turned to face the mechanical insect. Mechanical insects? Why are they here? Flyover questioned, puzzled. Could it be that tornado sent them to assist us? Jack speculated. It doesn't seem likely. The mechanical insect before them clearly harbored hostile intentions and was not there to aid them. Bumblebee emitted an unintelligible sound, yet Flyover understood. Jack, if Bumblebee's assessment is correct, these mechanical insects are likely spies deployed by Megatron. You need to go inside and locate the power sphere. Leave this mechanical insect to me and Bumblebee. As Flyover spoke, the mechanical insect closed in on them. Both he and Bumblebee transformed their hands into weapons, raising their arms as ion beams erupted from them, aiming fiercely at the mechanical insect. Despite its formidable strength and combat experience, the mechanical insect adeptly evaded their fire while swiftly advancing toward them. Witnessing Flyover and Bumblebee engage in battle, Jack hesitated momentarily before stepping into the shadowy tunnel. As soon as he entered, the door automatically sealed shut. The mechanical insect was indeed powerful. In the original story, it easily incapacitated Arcee. Had it not been for the presence of the Iron Eater where the power sphere was located, it might have successfully thwarted or even eliminated Jack. However, with Flyover and Bumblebee confronting a single mechanical insect together, they were not at such a clear disadvantage as Arcee had been in the original narrative. The duo coordinated their movements, skillfully maneuvering around the arena, effectively stalling the mechanical insect. Single mechanical insects are quite the challenge to contend with, Flyover remarked amid the skirmish. Were it not for the considerable distance, the mechanical insect might have been an ally rather than an adversary. Yet due to this distance, Black Widow and Tornado were unable to command the mechanical insect, leaving it bound by Megatron's previous orders. In a distant corner of the universe, far from Cybertron, a mechanical insect was cleaved apart with a sharp crack, its electrical wires and an abundance of super energy spilling out onto the ground. I am the gladiatorial king of Kaon. None can rival me. With each mechanical insect he vanquished, Megatron's crimson gaze radiated an aura of unrelenting menace as he roared to the heavens. The number of mechanical insects encircling him had diminished by nearly half since the onset of the battle. The fallen were either slain by Megatron's hand or left severely incapacitated, their lifeless forms drifting silently through the cosmos. However, despite the numerous mechanical foes he had dispatched, Megatron's own strength had waned considerably, though his spirit remained unbroken. His body teetered on the brink of collapse, as if he were poised to succumb to the ground at any moment. Yet, he resolutely held his ground. As the gladiatorial king, he would never fall before his adversaries had been vanquished. Simultaneously, the mechanical insects tasked with combating the Decepticon soldiers were also suffering casualties. In the fierce exchange of fire, the Decepticon soldiers, save for their elite ranks, were vastly outmatched by the mechanical insects. Thus, despite the insects' losses, the Decepticons endured far greater fatalities. Yet, the relentless tide of Decepticon foot soldiers continued to surge forth from their warships, momentarily sustaining their numbers. On another front, a fierce clash raged between two combatants, with a barrier pounding down upon a figure known as Deadlock. Since being captured by the Mech Assault team, he had lost his optical sensors, which gravely affected his combat capabilities, now reduced to barely holding his ground against the relentless onslaught of the barrier. To make matters worse, he was also tethered to a mechanical insect, forced to dart about like a marionette. Meanwhile, Arcee was engaged in a tense struggle against the cunning Black Arachnia. With the continual influx of Decepticon soldiers, most mechanical insects were preoccupied, allowing Black Arachnia to launch relentless assaults from the void of space. Arcee, unable to fly, was left to deftly evade the attacks while patiently awaiting the opportune moment to counter. Laser beams danced across the expanse of space, as both mechanical insects and Decepticon foot soldiers fell one after another. The remnants of their battles littered the cosmos, transforming the area into a battlefield strewn with corpses. Fortunately, the combined assaults of the Autobots and Decepticons had yet to exceed the threshold of the Space Bridge's endurance, sparing it from catastrophic energy disarray. Aboard the Nemesis, Soundwave remained fixated on the unfolding battle, compelled to engage in a relentless struggle against his relentless adversary. Meanwhile, Black Widow monitored the battlefield from the control room, ensuring no one approached the console to deactivate the space bridge. watching the combat unfold on the display. Her violet eyes gleamed with a cruel light as her fingers gently tapped the edge of the control panel. Her gaze occasionally flickered towards a red button, the activation system for the Nemesis's most formidable weapon. Should she press it, an assault exceeding the space bridge's limits would be unleashed, annihilating everything in the vicinity. In that moment, she hesitated, contemplating whether to press the button, aware that the fate of all present rested upon her decision. Chapter 86. Mission accomplished after a brief moment of contemplation. She glanced at the screen depicting the battle and the figures within it. Turning towards the door, she caught a glimpse of the silhouette of Starscream outside, accompanied by the sounds of his conflict with Soundwave. Do not resent me. You are already mine, and I have no desire to share. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Black Widow's violet eyes as she pivoted to extend her slender hand toward the ominous red button. Suddenly, Starscream was propelled into the control room, crashing to the ground, the commotion drawing Black Widow's attention. She halted her movement and swiftly turned to his side. What happened? She inquired, puzzled, as the battle had seemed to be going well. Soundwave escaped, Starscream replied, slowly rising. During their confrontation, he had felt the tremors of his spark, sensing Black Widow's darker intentions. This distraction allowed Soundwave to seize the moment and strike him down. At that moment, Soundwave vanished via the ground bridge. Isn't that for the best? Black Widow replied softly. You weren't planning anything, were you? Starscream did not delve into Soundwave's departure, but instead recalled the unsettling sensations from his spark, sensing that had he not intervened, Black Widow might have embarked on some reckless endeavor. It's nothing. I merely wish to assist Arcee and her companions, Black Widow replied with a slight smile, her demeanor casual, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Starscream regarded her thoughtfully, but chose not to pursue the matter further. Soundwave's exit posed no threat to their plans. As long as he remained vigilant in the control room, waiting for Jack and the others to emerge, success was assured. With their adversary gone, Starscream and Black Widow lingered in the control room. Time passed until a voice crackled through the communicator, reaching Starscream's auditory sensors. Starscream, we arrived at the opposite side of the space bridge and are heading over. Is everything well on your end? It was the voice of Skyfire, who had successfully downloaded Optimus Prime's memories and knowledge from the Matrix of Leadership. Everything is fine. We hold the advantage. You may proceed. Starscream responded with unhesitating enthusiasm. Excellent. I'll return with Bumblebee and Jack shortly, Skyfire replied before disconnecting the communication. With the conversation concluded, Starscream's gaze remained fixed on the display. Soon, he beheld three figures traversing the space bridge's tunnel towards its surface. A sigh of relief escaped him upon confirming that no misfortune had befallen them. Simultaneously, all combatants on the space bridge battlefield recognized the return of the three figures. Arcee unleashed a barrage of fire upon Black Arachnia, forcing her to retreat before swiftly joining Jack and the others. The barrier delivered a powerful punch, sending Deadlock flying before regrouping with the others. The mechanical insects continued their struggle against the remaining Decepticons, but their numbers had dwindled significantly. The Decepticon foot soldiers were also few, and Megatron could no longer endure. Ratchet, lock onto Skyfire's position and activate the ground bridge, Starscream commanded, having seen the Autobots gather together on the screen. Have we succeeded? That's splendid. Upon hearing Lai Tianjue's words, the medic at the base beamed with joy and promptly responded, I will activate the land bridge immediately. With that, he swiftly pinpointed the locations of Arcee and the others, and a land bridge soon manifested in the expanse beneath the space bridge. Arcee led Jack and the others into the space bridge. Lai Tianjue contacted Arcee without hesitation. Understood, Arcee nodded promptly. He then turned to his companions. The space bridge is now open. We must leave at once, as instructed by Lai Tianjue. All right, they all replied in unison, and then transformed into vehicles. With Jack also becoming a car, they sped across the surface of the space bridge at an astonishing pace, heading towards the location of the land bridge. Stop them. We cannot allow them to escape. Megatron could not bear to watch the Autobots slip away right under his nose and shouted vehemently. At his command, the remaining Decepticons immediately directed their weapons towards the Autobots attempting to flee. However, they found themselves obstructed momentarily by the remaining mechanical insects. Simultaneously, Lai Tianjue soared out from the punishment, cradling Black Widow, and headed toward the land bridge. With no impediments, he quickly positioned himself above the land bridge. "You returned first," he said, hovering above the land bridge and looking down at Black Widow in his arms. "And you?" Black Widow inquired immediately. "I need to provide cover for Arcee and the others to escape," Lai Tianjue replied resolutely. Having said that, he released his hold on Black Widow, who fell vertically into the land bridge below. After ensuring Black Widow's safety, Lai Tianjue rapidly ascended toward the space bridge. Despite the mechanical insects, the Autobots faced some hindrances. Upon reaching the space bridge's apex, he opened fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. With overwhelming firepower. Each Decepticon attempting to obstruct the Autobots' departure was engulfed by Lai Tianjue's onslaught. Regardless of whether it was the deceased Fire attempting to pursue or the airborne Starscream, they were all thwarted by his relentless barrage. With no obstacles remaining, the Autobots leaped from the space bridge, successfully entering the land bridge. In mere moments, Arcee and the others had completely traversed into the land bridge, leaving only the Decepticons and mechanical insects, along with Lai Tianjue, at the scene. "Lai Tianjue, come back." Upon returning to the base, Arcee immediately contacted him. "I will first send these mechanical insects back and will return shortly," Lai Tianjue responded to Arcee. Although he could easily use the mechanical insects as cannon fodder to hinder the Decepticons while he made a safe getaway, he could not bring himself to be so ruthless. After all, the mechanical insects had contributed significantly this time. He could not betray them. A powerful magnetic field radiated from Lai Tianjue, sweeping across the battlefield in an instant. The neural networks of most Decepticon grunts were disrupted, causing them to collapse. After clearing the area, only Starscream, Megatron, and a handful of elite Decepticons remained. Lai Tianjue then issued a command: "All mechanical insects, swiftly enter the land bridge." Chapter 87. Back to Cybertron upon Lai Tianjue's command. The mechanical insects screeched and rapidly flew towards the land bridge. Simultaneously, Lai Tianjue hovered in mid-air, providing fire support. Originally, Megatron, Starscream, and several elite Decepticons had the mechanical insects to contend with. Now, they faced Lai Tianjue alone. However, confronting them was not as challenging as he had anticipated. For Megatron had already exhausted his strength after dealing with so many mechanical insects. With Megatron's hindrance removed, Lai Tianjue deftly handled the remaining threats. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of ion cannons relentlessly bombarded the Decepticon veterans and the ever-dodging Starscream in the cosmos. "Damn it, why do those Autobots keep fixating on me?" Starscream shouted, dodging the ion blasts. After a brief moment, under Lai Tianjue's cover, all mechanical insects had successfully entered the land bridge. At the same time, a surge of blue energy coursed through Lai Tianjue's being, and he resolutely abandoned his attack on Starscream to fly towards the land bridge. As he soared above the land bridge, just as he was about to dive down, another land bridge suddenly appeared directly above the Autobots' land bridge. At that moment, several laser beams struck Lai Tianjue's back with great force. The blue energy surrounding him absorbed the attacks, sparing him from significant harm. But the push from the lasers propelled him into the newly emerged land bridge in an instant. Lai Tianjue was thrust into the land bridge, and the newly appeared land bridge vanished, leaving only the Autobots' land bridge in sight. Simultaneously, Soundwave, who had been hovering in the air, immediately flew towards the fallen Megatron after ambushing Lai Tianjue. "Medic, quickly deactivate the land bridge." The moment he entered the land bridge, Lai Tianjue contacted the base. "Understood." The medic replied without hesitation, believing that Lai Tianjue had successfully entered the land bridge. The land bridge that had been floating in space abruptly disappeared. "Soundwave," Megatron said, being supported by Soundwave, who had helped him to his feet. He appeared weak and feeble. As he rose, he noticed that the Autobots' land bridge had vanished. He muttered, "Optimus Prime, do you think that just because you have regained your memory, you can continue to oppose me? This is merely the beginning. Your doom is imminent." "Starscream," he called out after his musings, mustering the strength to stand upright and disengage from Soundwave support. "Lord Megatron, I am here." Starscream, in his jet form, flew towards Megatron at great speed, quickly transforming and bowing respectfully before him. He then lifted his head and continued, "Lord Megatron, I fear that the Autobots have discovered a way to restore Optimus Prime. We have failed." "No, not yet. I need you to gather some individuals and bring the Dark Energon here." Megatron's crimson eyes glowed fiercely, burning with insatiable ambition, and a cruel expression crept across his face. The dark energon he had brought from the cosmos was stolen by the Autobots, preventing him from summoning his undead army. But let us not forget, with the resurgence of the Cosmic Emperor and volcanic eruptions, he had amassed a considerable amount of dark energon. This dark energon was sufficient to summon an entire army of the undead, perhaps even the entire legion of Cybertron's undead. He simply needed to use the dark energon once more to awaken the undead army and summon them here through the space bridge. Then, under his command, the undead army would march across Earth, utterly annihilating Optimus Prime and the Autobots. Ultimately, he would ascend as the true, unchallenged sovereign of both Earth and Cybertron. Upon hearing Megatron's words, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in Starscream's eyes, and a peculiar smile gradually formed on his face as he complimented, "Truly, Lord Megatron. The Autobots will never anticipate our next move. Their doom is on the horizon." Without hesitation, Starscream transformed into jet form and sped towards the Decepticon warship. Megatron cast a glance at the departing Starscream before turning to Soundwave. "Soundwave, where did you send Lai Tianjue?" He had just witnessed the moment when Skyquake was ambushed by Soundwave, falling into the ground bridge activated by the latter. Upon hearing Megatron's inquiry, a flicker of information appeared on Soundwave's face. On Skyquake's side, he realized this is Cybertron, gazing at the debris scattered across the ground. The chaos of various metal fragments brought a clear understanding that he had returned to Cybertron. He also comprehended how he had arrived in this place. Just as he was about to step into the ground bridge opened by Ambulin, another ground bridge materialized above the Autobots' bridge. Soundwave had ambushed him from behind, the force of the laser beam propelling him into the ground bridge. The destination of the bridge was the space bridge. He was transported to the edge of the space bridge tunnel, and the powerful inertia caused his body to plummet uncontrollably onto the opposite side of Cybertron. The moment he arrived, the space bridge closed, leaving him trapped. Soundwave truly is ruthless, Skyquake thought, feeling a chill of fear for the cunning maneuver. First, two ground bridges appeared simultaneously at close proximity, and then the exit of one was positioned at the edge of the space bridge. Such operations, if mishandled, could easily send him into the Shadow Realm, or worse, cause a collision between the energies of the ground and space bridges, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. At that moment, not only would he perish, but every Decepticon present would meet a similar fate. However, Soundwave executed his strategy with impeccable timing, opening and closing the bridge instantaneously, preventing the energies from intertwining and achieving his objective effortlessly. Yet, this left Skyquake in dire straits. Without a ship or a space bridge, he feared he would be trapped here indefinitely. "Ambulin, can you receive my signal?" After a moment of contemplation, Skyquake activated his communicator to reach out to the base. However, instead of hearing Ambulin's voice, he was met with a cacophony of static. "It seems I cannot make contact," Skyquake sighed helplessly. Cybertron was too distant from Earth, lacking a space bridge connection for signal transmission, and basic communication proved futile. The previous message had been sent the instant he fell onto the ground bridge. At the Autobot base, Ambulin, old friend, and everyone else, "I'm immensely grateful for all you have done," Optimus Prime remarked solemnly, surveying the base with a look of earnest appreciation. He had grasped the full scope of the situation and then turned his gaze to Black Widow. "I'm also thankful to you, Black Widow. No need for thanks. I'm not here for you. Should the opportunity arise, I would not hesitate to eliminate you." Black Widow revealed her slender yet sharp fingers, unabashedly displaying her malice. Optimus regarded her without further comment. "Ambulin, where is Skyquake? Why has he not returned?" Arcee looked around, noting that the ground bridge had closed, yet Skyquake seemed absent. Chapter 88. The end of war. Everyone in the base was elated due to Optimus Prime regaining his memory. But Arcee's untimely remark drew all eyes toward her. Ambulin, who had just been focused on Optimus, scanned the base in confusion. Just as Arcee had stated, Skyquake appeared to have truly not returned to the base. "Skyquake has not come back, yet he sent me a message to shut down the ground bridge. I thought he would return immediately after entering it." Ambulin expressed his confusion. Listening to Ambulin's words, Optimus' expression turned solemn as he regarded him. "Ambulin, you were the last to communicate with Skyquake. Aside from instructing you to close the ground bridge, did he convey anything else? What was his tone during your conversation?" "He only asked me to shut down the ground bridge, and his tone seemed slightly urgent. But I was focused on you at the time and did not pay much attention," Ambulin replied thoughtfully. Arcee, can you establish contact with Skyquake? Optimus inquired. Sensing the situation was more complicated than it appeared, Skyquake might be in trouble. I will try, Arcee stated, attempting to reach Skyquake through the communication channel. After a brief moment, her expression grew grave as she turned to Optimus. I cannot reach him. Neither personal nor shared channels connect. While Arcee spoke, a sense of unease settled within her. Can you tell me what condition Skyquake was in when you left? Optimus asked after a moment of silence. He urged us to leave first while covering the mechanical insects. At that time, he was engaged in battle with Starscream and Decepticon soldiers. Megatron, the primary threat to Skyquake, had been significantly drained of energy by the insects and was unable to continue fighting. Therefore, we followed his orders and returned to the base under his protection. There were no abnormalities when we departed. Everything went smoothly, Arcee recalled carefully. In my opinion, discussing this further is pointless. Let ambulance search for his signal, Arcee suggested. If we cannot find him, we will return to search. With Optimus regaining his memory, we have nothing to fear from the Decepticons. Watching the discourse fly over mountain grew anxious. What was there to discuss? It would be more prudent to search directly, and they could also take the opportunity to thrash the weakened Decepticons. Optimus regarded Flyover Mountain with a nod of agreement. Ambulance, initiate a maximum frequency search for Skyquake's life signal. Understood. Ambulance recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly began searching for Skyquake's life signal on the computer. As he searched, Arcee felt a weight in her heart, pacing back and forth within the base in a state of agitation. Skyquake is alive. Black Widow approached Arcee, who was anxiously circling, offering a reminder. She was connected to Skyquake's spark. Even in different star systems and planets, she could faintly sense his essence. If his spark were to extinguish or weaken, she would immediately be aware. However, at this moment, she felt that Skyquake's spark remained vibrant, albeit from a distant location. That's a relief, Arcee replied, her anxiety easing slightly upon hearing Black Widow's words. She held no doubt about Black Widow's statement, knowing the nature of their connection and trusting that Black Widow would not deceive them if she still cared for Skyquake. A moment later, Ambulance turned with a troubled expression. Looking to Optimus and shaking his head, I cannot detect his life signal. Upon hearing this, Optimus nodded and then turned to Black Widow. How can you be certain Skyquake is still alive? Can you contact him, or do you know his whereabouts? He did not inform you? We are spark mates. I can sense whether his spark is extinguished or weakened. However, I believe he is in a very distant place, and I cannot pinpoint his location, Black Widow answered sincerely, without malice toward Optimus. After Optimus Prime listened, he nodded and immediately addressed the ambulance. Ambulance, lock onto the last known position of Starscream and activate the land bridge. With that, he slowly walked towards the opening tunnel of the land bridge, turning to the other Autobots as he did so. Autobots, arm yourselves to the teeth. We are setting off. As Optimus spoke, the land bridge tunnel opened, and he was the first to enter, followed closely by the others. Even Black Widow chose to accompany them, knowing that while Starscream was not dead, she could not ascertain whether he was in danger. Therefore, she felt compelled to investigate personally. Fortune truly favors me. Soundwave, you have done well, Megatron remarked with a smile, praising Soundwave, who had just informed him that Starscream had been transported to Cybertron. This was an extraordinary opportunity for him. For a long time, aside from his arch-nemesis Optimus Prime, Starscream had been the most formidable thorn in his side. Every time they faced failure, Starscream was invariably involved. With Starscream by Optimus's side, it was as if he had been given wings. Their combined strength made it challenging even for the mighty Decepticons to withstand. Now, with Starscream exiled to Cybertron, given the current state of affairs there, lacking energy sources and starships, it seemed likely that Starscream would be trapped indefinitely. Even if he weren't, the moment Megatron cast the dark energon on his Cybertron, Starscream would become the first delectable morsel for his undead army upon their resurrection. Moreover, he might even join that army, aiding Megatron in his struggle against the Autobots. Thus, Megatron felt almost invincible, having effectively sentenced Starscream to death. The threat posed by the Autobots would diminish significantly without Starscream as assistance. However, despite this, Megatron couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret regarding Starscream's impending demise. He admired Starscream. Had he chosen to join Megatron's ranks, his conquest would undoubtedly have been more seamless. Alas, Starscream Prime's obstinacy prevented him from aligning with Megatron. Hence the latter had no choice but to send him to his demise. As Megatron's thoughts swirled, Starscream was nearing his end, and soon the Autobots would follow in his footsteps. This left him with a profound sense of reflection, as the interminable war that had raged for millions of years would soon find its conclusion at his hands. Chapter 89. The Autobot leader at that moment, as Megatron reflected, a sudden land bridge materialized above the space bridge, and with its emergence, the Autobots began to fall from it, landing directly upon the space bridge. Optimus Prime, you've arrived, Megatron exclaimed, casting his gaze towards Optimus, who had just landed nearby. He was not surprised by Optimus' arrival. After all, Starscream had not returned to the base, and it was likely that Optimus had recovered his memory. In such circumstances, it would have been more surprising had Optimus chosen not to come. Simultaneously, upon the Autobots' arrival, all Decepticons raised their weapons, aiming them squarely at the Autobots. Megatron, where's Starscream? Optimus Prime inquired directly as soon as he spotted Megatron. He's about to meet his end, Megatron replied, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he spoke with a calm demeanor. Lies. With your current state and these remaining Decepticons, how could you possibly kill Starscream? Arcee retorted, skepticism etched across her face. I speak the truth, and you should believe me, shouldn't you? Megatron casually glanced at Arcee, unfazed by her rebuttal. Damn it, Arcee muttered under her breath, immediately transforming her hand into a weapon aimed at Megatron. In the next moment, an ion beam would be unleashed from her gun. However, Optimus swiftly intervened, halting Arcee's actions. Arcee, calm down. Starscream is still alive for the time being. Optimus, Arcee began, but upon meeting his steady gaze, she found herself unable to act against his wishes. Though she lowered her weapon, her glare remained fiercely fixed upon Megatron, as if she could consume him whole. Indeed, Megatron's words struck a chord. She believed that Starscream possessed the strength to defeat the weakened Megatron. She did not doubt that the remaining Decepticons could pose no threat to a formidable Starscream, let alone defeat him. Still, it was crucial to remember that no matter how powerful Starscream was, he was but one against the cunning Decepticons. While these remaining Decepticons and a weakened Megatron may not confront Starscream directly, their schemes could ensnare him. Thus, when Megatron announced that Starscream was on the verge of death, Arcee's skepticism was not absolute. Rather, it was a blend of doubt and fear. This uncertainty was enough to send Arcee into a state of panic. Arcee, I understand that Starscream's disappearance has you distressed and worried, but acting impulsively is not the wisest choice. We must first ascertain where Megatron has taken him. Optimus gently reassured her. I know, but Optimus, you don't understand. It's Starscream who is missing. You don't grasp how vital he is to me, she replied, her tone tinged with agitation. The once vibrant brilliance in her eyes dimmed, revealing a deep-seated worry, even a hint of vulnerability and helplessness. Starscream was her partner. They had fought side by side for centuries, inseparable for millennia. Even when apart, they would be on the same planet. Therefore, she could accept a temporary distance, conflicts between them, or even Starscream's relationship with Black Widow. What she could not tolerate was the possibility of dire news regarding Starscream. Even if it was confirmed that he was alive now, who could predict what fate awaited him in the next moment? The uncertainty of her most cherished companion facing peril, with the enemy responsible for it standing right before her, left her in a state of turmoil. How could she remain calm? How could she maintain her composure? Arcee refrained from launching herself at Megatron, and simply obeying Optimus' command to lower her weapon was already a testament to her remarkable restraint. Optimus observed Arcee. Recognizing her inner turmoil, her ability to hold back was a testament to her patience, so he refrained from further words. He redirected his focus back to Megatron. Megatron, I will ask you once more, where is Starscream? This time, Optimus' tone was far more aggressive than before, laced with a palpable intensity as he narrowed his eyes, fixating on Megatron. Optimus, have I not already told you? Your loyal subordinate is about to perish, and soon you shall follow in his footsteps, Megatron replied, casting a sweeping glance at the other Autobots, his smile growing ever more audacious. You too. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to Optimus Prime, his eyes brimming with unrestrained ambition. He declared emphatically, Optimus Prime, the Autobots shall soon be reduced to mere dust in the annals of history, while the Decepticons will rise under my leadership. At that time, I shall truly become the ruler of Cybertron. Boom. Megatron, filled with fervor, expressed his grand ambitions, proclaiming the future he envisioned. However, Optimus Prime could no longer tolerate Megatron's vacuous rhetoric. He raised his arm cannon and unleashed a powerful ion blast that struck Megatron with tremendous force. Caught off guard, Megatron was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against the inner wall of the space bridge before collapsing to the ground. Lying on the ground, as he struggled to push himself up, Megatron heard the sound of approaching footsteps. Simultaneously, beams of laser fire erupted from the guns of Decepticon soldiers and the weapons of Autobots. Optimus Prime's attack ignited a fierce battle between the Autobots and Decepticons, plunging the scene into chaos. Amidst this cacophony, Megatron could distinctly hear a familiar rhythm of footsteps drawing near. Raising his head, he gazed forward. There stood Optimus Prime, striding towards him with heavy, deliberate steps. Surrounding Optimus, other Autobots engaged the attacking Decepticon soldiers, forming a protective barrier around their leader, ensuring he remained unscathed. As Optimus advanced, any adversaries that dared to impede his path were swiftly dispatched with a slash or a blast. His optics gleamed with a fierce aura as he moved deliberately closer to Megatron. When he approached within a short distance of Megatron, Optimus did not halt. Instead, his hand transformed into a razor-sharp blade. Megatron, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Reveal to me the whereabouts of the Star Saber. Optimus Prime's voice resonated powerfully, imbued with unmatched authority, as his formidable presence emanated the respect due to a leader of the Autobots. Chapter 90. Long live Megatron. Megatron lifted his gaze, his crimson optics fixed on Optimus Prime. He sensed a change in him. Since the incident with the Cosmic Emperor, Optimus had transformed. The Optimus before him was no longer the gentle figure of years past. Now, he exuded a menacing aura, his eyes radiating an insatiable thirst for vengeance. Without hesitation, Megatron realized that if his next words failed to satisfy Optimus's inquiry, the latter would not hesitate to plunge his blade into Megatron's spark. Witnessing this transformation in Optimus stirred unease within Megatron. He could not comprehend what had instigated such aggression in the once familiar leader. This was not the Optimus he had known. Regardless of whether this new Optimus was the one Megatron had once recognized, one truth remained, as Megatron formulated his response. He understood that a dissatisfactory answer would lead to his former brother, now adversary, striking him down without mercy. Optimus loomed above, awaiting Megatron's reply, while the latter's crimson eyes reflected the figure of his foe. Then, a smirk crept across Megatron's lips, revealing his sharp teeth as he gradually rose to his feet. Optimus made no effort to impede him. He possessed unwavering confidence that even if Megatron stood, he could still vanquish him. He was merely awaiting the answer he sought. Optimus Prime, since you are so eager to learn the whereabouts of the Star Saber, I shall divulge it, Megatron began, his voice laced with mockery. I have exiled it to the desolate wastelands of Cybertron. Megatron spoke truthfully. He had no need to lie, for even if Optimus discovered the Star Saber was on Cybertron, he was confident that Optimus could not retrieve it. After answering Optimus's question, Megatron continued, eyes glinting with mischief as he looked at Optimus. Now that you are aware of the Star Saber's location, can you guess what I shall do next? As he spoke, a knowing smile adorned Megatron's face. Optimus felt an unsettling premonition rise within him as he gazed at Megatron's grin. Just then, the space bridge's emerald, shadowy tunnel materialized, unmistakably indicating that the Decepticons had activated the bridge. At the same moment, Starscream led a squadron of flyers diving downward. A horde of Decepticon foot soldiers descended upon the space bridge. Upon landing, they did not engage the Autobots, but instead began lifting sealed crates that lay unnoticed in the corners of the bridge. Swiftly, they made their way towards the open tunnel of the space bridge. Quick, stop them. Optimus sensed the gravity of the situation. Initially oblivious, he now recognized the crates and felt a disquieting familiarity emanating from them. As he shouted, he disregarded Megatron and sprinted towards the Decepticon foot soldiers. While running, he raised his arm cannon, firing upon the Decepticon troops. Boom, boom, boom. Ion projectiles hurtled from Optimus's cannon, striking the Decepticon soldiers with explosive force. One by one, they fell, but Optimus's rate of fire could not keep pace with the overwhelming number of Decepticons transporting the dark energon. Several Decepticon foot soldiers still managed to enter the tunnel of the space bridge. Meanwhile, other Autobots, witnessing this unfolding chaos, swiftly dealt with their immediate foes and rushed to assist Optimus. With their support, Optimus Prime opened the crates, unveiling a trove of purple energy crystals. Dark energon. He gasped in horror, recognizing the ominous contents of the crates. Optimus, do you see? Even with your interference, I have successfully transported a vast quantity of dark energon to the other side of the space bridge. I trust you comprehend what will transpire next. Megatron's voice echoed from behind Optimus, brimming with uncontainable pride and a peculiar sense of malicious delight. Megatron, do you understand what you are doing? Optimus turned around, anger etched upon his face, his tone laced with indignation as he confronted Megatron. You asked me what I am doing? Upon hearing Optimus's challenge, Megatron chuckled, revealing his sharp teeth as he spoke with conviction. I am, of course, advancing towards my ambition, my vision, the world I seek to construct. His expression turned frenzied, eyes gleaming with madness as he gazed at Optimus. He declared loudly, "And you, Optimus Prime, once my brother, now my obstacle, shall be utterly obliterated. The glory of the Autobots must come to an end. I shall usher in a brand new era of the Decepticons." Megatron threw his arms wide, laughing maniacally, an overwhelming fervor emanating from him. In that moment, regardless of allegiance or morality, Megatron's kingly ambition and insatiable aspirations were laid bare for all to witness. The Autobots shall ultimately be vanquished and relegated to the past, while the Decepticons will ascend as the undisputed sovereigns of the cosmos. For the future of the Decepticons, for our magnificent leader Megatron, we shout with fervor and engage in battle. Long live Megatron! As Megatron's spirit soared, an untimely yet opportune voice suddenly pierced the air. It was Starscream, standing not far from Megatron, fists clenched and arms raised high, vociferously calling out Megatron's name. Inspired by Starscream, the other Decepticons became equally inflamed with passion, joining in unison to chant, "Megatron! Long live Megatron!" with fervor escalating. Their shouts transformed from chaotic discord to harmonious unity, echoing the name of their shared belief and leader, Megatron. At this moment, Megatron's grandiosity, Starscream's inspiration, the dark energon cast into the space bridge, and the impending arrival of the undead army all signaled the imminent victory of the Decepticons, igniting a fervent blaze within them. They fought with unparalleled zeal, driven by unwavering passion and the resolve to sacrifice everything for Megatron. Amidst the cacophony of battle, whoosh, boom, rumble, crackle, the space bridge became a chaotic scene of severed limbs and floating corpses, with Cybertronian parts strewn across its interior. The Autobots and the fervently determined Decepticon soldiers clashed, the latter displaying reckless abandon and relentless forward momentum. In this fervent assault, the Autobots found it increasingly challenging to overcome the Decepticon foot soldiers. No longer able to dispatch them with ease, Megatron observed it all, casting a calm glance at Starscream, his expression unperturbed. In a battle where the outcome was already determined, nothing could stir the depths of his heart. Chapter 91. The Resurrection of the Undead on Cybertron. The Seeker Starscream transformed into his vehicle mode, meandering through the ravaged landscape, while scanning for anything that might aid his return to Earth. However, he did not venture too far, convinced that Arcee and the others had already realized something was amiss. If Optimus Prime's memory had indeed been restored, he would undoubtedly lead the Autobots in search of him. Should they ascertain his presence on Cybertron, it was highly probable they would utilize the Decepticon space bridge to bring him back. The connection point of the space bridge would likely remain unchanged. Yet, Starscream withheld his hopes regarding Optimus and his allies, uncertain if they could indeed discover his location or reclaim the Decepticon space bridge. As Starscream's thoughts swirled amidst his wandering, his detection systems picked up a powerful energy fluctuation. Is it the space bridge? He pondered, swiftly redirecting his course towards the source of the energy. Accelerating with purpose, he drew closer to the energy source. Indeed, it is the space bridge. He rejoiced upon faintly perceiving a distant green glow. He pressed on, hastening towards the radiant light. As he approached the space bridge tunnel, the green passage became increasingly distinct. However, before he could reach it, something appeared to be ejected from within the space bridge. What is that? Starscream squinted at the distant speck, activating his detection system to analyze the energy waves, then gasped, "Dark energon." The signal emitted by the speck caused a jolt of realization within him. Not merely dark energon, but a substantial mass of it. Even from a distance, the small point hinted at the enormity of the dark energon. It seems it is not the Autobots, but Megatron who has activated the space bridge. Intending to awaken the deceased of Cybertron with dark energon, he surmised, observing the dark energon plummeting towards the surface. "Will I make it in time?" he thought, propelling himself forward at maximum power. Yet, a significant distance remained between him and the space bridge, affording the dark energon precious moments to react. Suddenly, the area where the dark energon fell erupted with violet light, as tendrils of purple patterns emerged from the ground. Starscream could discern the scattered remnants of limbs stirring with uncanny life. Damn, that was too swift. Witnessing the dark energon rapidly summon the fallen, Starscream felt the urgency of the situation. He needed to enter the space bridge tunnel before the dark energon awakened sufficient numbers of the deceased. His plan was to traverse the tunnel, reach the other side, and destroy the space bridge before the undead army could cross. Crackle, crackle. Clang, clang, clang. The dark energon exerted its influence, its power spreading across the surface as if animated. The area enveloped in violet light expanded rapidly, and in its wake, countless undead rose from the earth, some even emerging through the surface. The war on Cybertron had persisted for countless years, resulting in innumerable casualties. Therefore, the number of the undead far exceeded what appeared on the surface, becoming even more numerous as Starscream drew closer. He could clearly see that more dark energon was being expelled from the space bridge, and as the amount increased, the speed of the violet lights spread quickened, covering an ever-expanding area. In mere moments, a multitude of undead obstructed Starscream's path. Crackle, crackle, with a series of transformation sounds. Starscream shifted from vehicle mode to his humanoid form, his expression grave as he gazed ahead. At this point, he was still over 500 meters from the space bridge. But the area before him was now densely populated with the undead. He had already entered the range of the violet light, and behind him, the undead continued to rise, surrounding him with a throng of thousands. Those resurrected seemed to sense the vitality radiating from Starscream, or perhaps detected the opposing energy coursing through him. With malevolence, they approached him slowly. "This is troublesome," Starscream thought, feeling the weight of his delay. He had indeed been a step too slow, even several steps behind. The speed of the dark energon's activation was overwhelming, and his only course of retreat lay in charging through. No, he had another option. He could fly. Throughout this ordeal, Starscream had been equipped with a jetpack. As for why he hadn't used it earlier, the jetpack, while a human-made tool, was not a biomechanical entity. Starscream's imposing form meant that although the jetpack could lift him, its carrying capacity and speed had limitations. Thus, soaring through the air with the jetpack was far slower than when he utilized his biological engines at full power on the ground. Although the speed was insufficient, Lycon Ju was now fully prepared to utilize it. As soon as he took flight, he could evade the relentless onslaught of the undead. Without hesitation, he activated his jetpack and soared into the sky. The undead, sensing their intended target ascend into the heavens, let out a collective roar. They all raised their heads to the sky, and even those devoid of heads extended their claws in futile attempts to grasp the air above. How astute they are! Lycon Ju mused as he observed the throng of undead below, gazing upward. These creatures had been dead for an eternity. Their resurrection rendered them mere soulless shells. Their neural networks long gone, with no one to command them. Yet, they could still perceive his ascent, truly a marvel of existence. As he pondered, he swiftly approached the space bridge. The 500-meter distance was traversed in a mere minute, propelled by the jetpack's acceleration. Meanwhile, aboard the Reprisal, Soundwave meticulously manipulated the system, ever vigilant of the space bridge's status. The enormous display screen flickered under his guidance, revealing a plethora of energy signals. Among the myriad signals were those of the Decepticons, the space bridge, and the dark energy entities. These signals swarmed around the massive energy of the space bridge like a constellation of tiny dots. Just as Soundwave adjusted the controls, a peculiar energy signal compelled him to halt his actions. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed a button, sealing the space bridge. Chapter 92. deteriorating situation with Soundwave decisively shutting down the space bridge. Ju found himself momentarily stunned as he dove toward the space bridge tunnel. Just as he reached its edge, the tunnel vanished before his eyes, leaving him bewildered. The cacophony of the undead's howls jolted him back to reality. A horde of undead surged towards him, who was now flying at low altitude. Witnessing this, he ascended swiftly, evading their grasp. Soundwave, truly the most competent subordinate of Megatron, he remarked, observing the mass of undead from above with a sigh. The disappearance of the space bridge was undoubtedly orchestrated by Soundwave. He had certainly considered Ju's presence when activating it to transport the dark energy entities. Faced with this reality, Ju could only lament his misfortune, recognizing that Soundwave, unlike the Red Spider, would not grant him the opportunity to return. Indeed, the space bridge was equipped with an advanced detection system capable of meticulously surveying everything in the vicinity of the tunnel. Through this system, Soundwave comprehended the situation around the space bridge with precision. Signals from dark energy entities, Autobots, Decepticons, and the bridge itself were all within his awareness. When Ju approached the space bridge tunnel, his life signature was indisputably detected by Soundwave, prompting him to seal the tunnel without granting Ju a chance to return. Naturally, Soundwave had considered the implications of closing the space bridge on the Decepticons' plans. However, there was no cause for concern. The dark energy entities that had already been dispatched to Cybertron were ample. With their potent infectivity, these dark energy entities could awaken countless undead within a vast radius surrounding them. Once awakened, they would number in the thousands. As long as Ju lingered at the site where the space bridge tunnel had opened, he would be encircled by the undead, radiating energy signals that directly opposed the energy of the Matrix. Faced with such a multitude of undead, even Ju, no matter how formidable, would not survive the onslaught compounded by the dark energy entity's influence. Of course, Soundwave was aware of Ju's jetpack, but what good would that do? The jetpack required energy to fly, and once its power was depleted, Ju would inevitably descend. At that moment, if Ju remained in the area tainted by dark energy, he would still be torn apart. Should he attempt to flee, Soundwave would have the opportunity to reopen the space bridge, once again sending dark energy entities to engulf Cybertron and awaken even more undead. In such a scenario, Ju would find no refuge, ultimately succumbing to death's embrace. As for the possibility of Optimus Prime rescuing him, it was nearly non-existent. With the dark energy entities already unleashed upon Cybertron, even if Optimus and his allies could halt further deployments, the awakened legions of undead would suffice to obstruct their rescue efforts and potentially annihilate them. At this juncture, the situation for the Autobots had devolved into a vicious cycle. Regardless of their choices, Ju was doomed. Unless they could carve a path through the overwhelming horde of undead, could a mere handful of Autobots achieve such a feat? Even with mechanical insects at their disposal, the odds were slim. Upon the space bridge, Optimus Prime and his fellow Autobots had dispatched all the Decepticons attacking them. Yet the space bridge remained closed, thwarting their rescue efforts. Moreover, the most pressing concern was that Megatron had already unleashed dark energy entities upon Cybertron. It was likely that the corpses of their ancestors and comrades had succumbed to corruption, awakening as undead. In this dire context, the difficulty of retrieving Ju escalated exponentially. Optimus, the dark energy entities that have been deployed, may have awakened countless undead. Ju remains on Cybertron. We must devise a plan to rescue him swiftly, Arcee implored, her eyes reflecting deep-seated fear. She could vividly envision the grim fate awaiting Ju amidst the undead hordes. At that moment, anxiety, helplessness, and an unprecedented dread enveloped her spirit. Arcee, maintain your composure, steady your mind. I will not abandon any of our kin. I shall exert every effort to bring Ju back. Optimus reassured the distressed Arcee, casting a glance toward Megatron. Megatron had remained an unyielding presence, silently observing as the Autobots engaged the Decepticon soldiers. Even as Optimus eradicated all the Decepticons on the space bridge, Megatron appeared unfazed. In truth, the moment the dark energy entities were unleashed upon Cybertron, Megatron had already secured victory. Had this been in the past, Megatron would have retreated upon witnessing Optimus annihilate his soldiers. However, the certainty of his triumph rendered retreat unnecessary and undesirable. Bravo, Megatron applauded, watching Optimus with a smirk. Well done, Optimus. You've managed to eliminate so many of my subordinates. Megatron appeared to be offering praise, yet a faint smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth, his eyes glinting with a coldness that sent shivers down one's spine. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he spoke in a frigid tone. However, do you truly believe that by eliminating these individuals you can rescue the fallen star? This is merely an appetizer. A far greater spectacle awaits you. One can only wonder if you possess the strength to continue such valiant efforts. Optimus Prime regarded Megatron with a fleeting glance, choosing to disregard his words and instead focused his attention on Black Widow. Black Widow, I require you to summon all the mechanical insects present on Earth. Given the current circumstances, our strength alone may prove insufficient. Upon hearing this, Optimus' gaze remained steady on Black Widow, confident that she would be willing to deploy her forces for the sake of saving the fallen star. Send me back. I need to awaken them. Black Widow replied without hesitation, her voice laced with an icy menace. This malice was not directed at Optimus, but rather aimed at Megatron and the Decepticons. At this moment, all she desired was to rally the mechanical insects and utterly annihilate the Decepticons, to crush Megatron. Chapter 93. Can you kill me? Ambulance. Activate the ground bridge and send Black Widow back. Without a moment's hesitation, Optimus contacted the ambulance stationed at the base upon hearing Black Widow's response. Almost instantaneously after his command, the ground bridge tunnel materialized beneath the space bridge. Black Widow cast a glance at Optimus and his companions before directing her gaze, brimming with lethal intent, at Megatron. She then proceeded towards the edge of the space bridge. Megatron merely observed the unfolding events, showing no inclination to intervene. At this juncture, the situation had evolved to such a degree that the Decepticons stood on an unassailable ground. He had no need to hinder Black Widow. What could the mechanical insects accomplish? Against the backdrop of an army of the undead, numbering in the thousands, even hundreds of thousands, the mechanical insects would barely create a ripple. As time passed, a peculiar calm enveloped the space bridge. Both Megatron and Optimus maintained their silent stares, neither party showing any signs of aggression. After a while, the ground bridge tunnel reappeared, and Black Widow returned to the space bridge, with mechanical insects pouring forth from the tunnel in droves. She had awakened all the mechanical insects from the Earth's hive, numbering at least several hundred, encircling the entire space bridge. Megatron remained unfazed at this spectacle. Tear him apart, Black Widow commanded, her cold gaze fixed on Megatron as she pointed towards him, issuing orders to the emerging mechanical insects. In response to her command, the mechanical insects surged towards Megatron. I advise you to conserve your strength. Saving the fallen star will undoubtedly require greater power. Engaging in a prolonged battle with me would be to your detriment. Megatron warned coldly as he observed the approaching swarm. Killing you requires minimal expenditure of our mechanical insects, Black Widow retorted, her expression betraying a ruthless determination. Is that so? Megatron replied, a smirk forming on his lips. At that moment, the sound of approaching aircraft engines grew louder, drawing nearer to the space bridge. Optimus and the others turned to behold Decepticon soldiers advancing towards them. Simultaneously, Megatron's voice resonated in their ears. Killing me is not as simple as you might imagine. And do not forget, I control the mechanisms of the space bridge. Even if your mechanical insects were to attack me, it would not be enough to vanquish me in the short term. My fearless soldiers will stand before you in the next moment. When the time comes, can you stop me from leaving? Can you catch the Nemesis in space? If not, your insect's assault on me would surely extinguish any hope of rescuing the fallen star. Stop! Black Widow commanded her mechanical insects upon hearing Megatron's words. As she issued her command, all the mechanical insects halted in unison, some hovering in midair, others stationed upon the space bridge, turning to face her. What do you mean by that? Black Widow inquired, her gaze fixed on Megatron. Indeed, as Megatron had stated, if you're determined to leave, his own strength and speed, coupled with the obstruction posed by the Decepticon soldiers ahead, would render even the flying mechanical insects unable to impede him. Should Megatron truly return to the Nemesis and depart, they would lose any chance to open the space bridge tunnel and retrieve the fallen star. Optimus Prime, do not say I'm not giving you an opportunity. I shall not obstruct you. I will even open a passage for you. If you truly wish to save your dear companion, then go ahead. Of course, If you prefer to remain and continue to waste time with me, I am more than willing to oblige, Megatron declared confidently, his gaze fixed on Optimus as if anticipating his reaction. At that moment, the bridge tunnel suddenly opened. As the space bridge tunnel gaped wide, before Optimus could fully comprehend the situation, two figures dashed towards the opening at incredible speed. Arcee, Black Widow. All the Autobots were taken aback upon witnessing the two figures unhesitatingly enter the space bridge tunnel. Huh, it seems your companions have made their choice. What about you? Will you watch them march to their demise and follow them into the abyss, or will you retreat to your hideout? Megatron observed Optimus with an air of indifference, his expression tinged with amusement. Optimus glanced at Megatron's playful demeanor, then at the mechanical insects that seemed to be responding to Black Widow's command, flooding into the space bridge tunnel. He also noticed the worried, anxious expressions on the faces of his fellow Autobots, who kept looking at him. He then shouted, "Autobots, hold your positions." "All right, I've been itching to," Bumblebee began, but upon hearing Optimus's order, he abruptly turned around, disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at Optimus. "Optimus, you can't be serious. You just said we should go, right?" "I did not misspeak. My command is to hold your positions," Optimus replied, his tone clear and resolute. "But why? Are we not going to save the fallen star?" Ironhide asked, his eyes filled with confusion as he looked at Optimus, unable to comprehend why he would order them to remain in place. Shouldn't they seize the opportunity to rescue the fallen star? Bumblebee, too, regarded Optimus with a questioning gaze. "What if we all return to Cybertron and Megatron closes the space bridge tunnel?" Optimus spoke slowly, weighing his words. Indeed, they should hasten to save the fallen star. But if they all entered the space bridge tunnel and Megatron shut it, who would be left to retrieve them? Undoubtedly, no one would be able to, and they would be trapped on Cybertron, mercilessly torn apart by the undead. Thus, they had to remain behind, ensuring that the space bridge remained open at all times. Certainly, there exists another method, one that entails mobilizing all available forces to engage in a confrontation with the Decepticons, seizing control of the space bridge's command system. Only after establishing complete dominion over the space bridge can they proceed to rescue the fallen hero, Starscream. However, this approach is not without its limitations. Should they fail to swiftly subdue the Decepticons, the longer the battle drags on, the graver the crisis facing Starscream may become. Ultimately, it raises the question of whether they can truly secure the space bridge. Even if they succeed, will Starscream be able to endure the prolonged wait? Thus, while Arcee and Black Widow may appear reckless, they have indeed made a choice on behalf of Optimus Prime. They, accompanied by a multitude of mechanical insects, are dispatched to Cybertron to retrieve Starscream, while ensuring the space bridge remains operational. Chapter 94. Convergence. Optimus Prime is right. How could I not have realized this? Upon hearing Optimus Prime's explanation, a sudden clarity washed over the partition. Flying Mountain cast a fierce glare at Megatron in the distance, declaring, "Megatron, your machinations are indeed cunning. But neither Optimus nor we shall allow you to prevail." "Huh, Optimus Prime, what do you hope to accomplish by staying behind? Your every decision is but an exercise in futility." Though Megatron felt a twinge of disappointment at Optimus Prime's absence from the space bridge, he remained largely unconcerned. Regardless of whether Optimus entered the space bridge, his undead army had already risen, an unstoppable force. Once the undead army tore apart the Autobots arriving at Cybertron through the space bridge, they would emerge victorious, leaving Optimus and his companions with no escape from demise. Yet, to preempt any unforeseen occurrences, Megatron made a decisive choice. He activated his communicator, addressing Soundwave. Soundwave, shut down the space bridge. Upon receiving Megatron's command, Soundwave immediately complied, sealing the space bridge to prevent Starscream and his allies from returning. Optimus Prime, the space bridge is closed, Soundwave relayed, and the partition quickly discerned the implications. Indeed, Optimus was correct. Megatron's scheme was to lure us in, only to trap us in Cybertron. Flying Mountain remarked, casting a concerned glance at Optimus Prime. "Optimus, what shall we do?" Optimus met Flying Mountain's gaze, then turned his attention to the distant Megatron, before responding slowly, "We must seize control of the space bridge." "Huh, shall we confront Megatron?" "I have long desired to do so." Upon hearing Optimus's words, Flying Mountain eagerly prepared for battle. Should Megatron's plan succeed, Not only will Starscream be unable to return, but humanity may also suffer. For the sake of Mickey, I shall not retreat. With his hands transforming into colossal hammers. The Partition's determination was evident in his eyes as he gazed ahead. Autobots, arm yourselves fully and take the space bridge, Optimus commanded, transforming his hands into weapons and striding forth toward Megatron. Seeing Optimus charge, the Decepticon soldiers surrounding Megatron began to stir. You handle the others. Optimus is mine, Megatron declared, denying his soldiers the opportunity to engage Optimus. He had rested sufficiently and replenished his energy, still possessing the strength to contend with Optimus. Whoosh, whoosh, boom, boom. The clash of battle erupted once more, the scene devolving into chaos. The strikes of Optimus and Megatron collided, blades clashing, sparks flying, and the sound of metal on metal resounding throughout the space bridge. Amidst the tumult, laser beams darted erratically, simultaneously on Cybertron. Whoosh, whoosh, boom, boom, ugh. In this region of Cybertron, the undead swarmed, emitting chilling howls. Amidst the cacophony, the sounds of mechanical insects intermingled with the haunting cries of the undead. The clamor of metal striking metal punctuating the air, reaching the ears of Arcee and Black Widow. Standing in the open space cleared by the mechanical insects, Arcee and Black Widow surveyed their surroundings. Even though they had anticipated the grim reality before them, the sight still left them in shock and trepidation. If you feel fear, you may retreat to a safe place. I cannot guarantee your safety during the ensuing battle, Black Widow remarked. Casting a glance at Arcee before advancing along the path carved by the mechanical insects, still unclaimed by the undead. Unperturbed by Black Widow's words, Arcee's beautiful eyes were filled with concern as she scanned the area, desperately seeking signs of Starscream. Not far from their location, Starscream soared through the sky, surveying the chaos below. From his aerial vantage point, he could distinctly see the dark energy emanating from the malevolent entity spreading across a vast expanse. In areas tainted by this dark force, the ground was intricately woven with purple patterns, resembling a spider's web, radiating an endless violet glow. As the undead continued to rise in greater numbers, just then, he noticed something amiss in the distance. Fixing his gaze, he discerned a large swarm of mechanical insects flying at low altitude. These mechanical insects were diligently clearing the undead that obstructed their path, gradually forging a route toward him. At that moment, his core flickered with a tremor, seemingly influenced by some external force. It's Black Widow. Starscream instantly recognized that Black Widow had arrived with the mechanical insects. Realizing her presence, he wasted no time and swiftly made his way toward the throng of mechanical insects. In mere moments, he found himself hovering above the low-flying mechanical insects. Starscream. As he approached, Arcee immediately took note of him. Black Widow did the same. Seeing both Arcee and Black Widow present, Starscream quickly descended towards the ground. Tap, tap, tap. Upon landing, Arcee rushed towards Starscream, her eyes betraying her joy and excitement. She moved with great speed, eager to be by Starscream's side, but Black Widow was even faster. In the blink of an eye, she enveloped Starscream in her embrace. Following closely, Arcee reached Starscream's side, leaning against him. I feared you were in peril. Arcee's voice, mingled with relief and joy, reached Starscream's ears. I apologize for causing you concern, Starscream said, looking down at the two who leaned on him, a flicker of remorse crossing his gaze. No, it is enough that you are safe, Arcee replied, lifting her gaze, her beautiful eyes locking onto Starscream's. It seems you are quite fortunate to have survived. At that moment, Black Widow also gazed up at Starscream, a glimmer of relief in her eyes, though her words belied her true feelings, revealing a desire for Starscream's demise. Starscream paid little mind to Black Widow's comments. Through the pulsing of his core, he could discern her true sentiments. He glanced around and then lowered his voice to address the two. This is not a suitable place for conversation. We must find a secure location to speak. With that, Starscream wrapped an arm around each of them, activating his jetpack and soaring into the sky. Simultaneously, his voice reached Black Widow's ears. Order the mechanical insects to retreat. We must conserve energy and forces until the space bridge reopens. Understanding Starscream's directive, Black Widow commanded all mechanical insects to ascend into the sky and follow them. Soaring through the sky, Arcee and Black Widow gazed downwards, their hearts filled with astonishment at the scene below, flying at such heights, yet unable to see the end of this sea of corpses. Could it be that Megatron has resurrected all the deceased of Cybertron? Arcee's tone was laced with disbelief. Chapter 95. The monstrous remains those dark energy entities are insufficient to resurrect all the deceased of Cybertron. However, they're ample enough to revive the dead in this vicinity. Riftbreaker responded upon hearing Arcee's voice. He then inquired, "How did you arrive here? What is the situation over there?" Megatron opened the space bridge tunnel, allowing us passage. Black Widow, these mechanical insects, and I traversed the space bridge to reach this place. After our arrival, the bridge closed, and Optimus Prime and the others did not follow. They are preoccupied with dealing with Megatron. To return, we will likely need Optimus and the others to seize control of the space bridge. Arcee recounted the current situation in one breath. Optimus is indeed correct, Riftbreaker nodded thoughtfully. But do not be overly optimistic. It is uncertain whether your leader can reclaim the space bridge. Should they fail, we might be eternally trapped here. Overhearing their conversation, Black Widow interjected. Despite her words, she appeared to harbor no significant concern. At this point, we must remain hopeful and rely on Optimus, Riftbreaker replied with a hint of resignation. In truth, had Arcee and Black Widow remained with Optimus to confront the Decepticons, their combined strength with the mechanical insects under Optimus's leadership would have greatly increased their chances of reclaiming the space bridge. However, knowing this, Riftbreaker chose not to voice it. He understood their worry for him. It was likely that upon Megatron's activation of the space bridge, they could not resist hastening to his side. How could he reproach them for their concern? Moreover, from another perspective, their decision to come first was justifiable. After all, Megatron had revived numerous spirits, and Optimus and his team were oblivious to their plight on Cybertron, necessitating a division of forces. At the very least, with the presence of these mechanical insects, they could endure longer against the undead army. Of course, for now, Riftbreaker found himself in no immediate peril. Although the encroachment of dark energy was extensive, it had its limits. As long as the Decepticons ceased their deployment of dark energy here, he could surely find a refuge free of the undead. Yet, if escape from Cybertron proved impossible, it would merely be a waiting game for death, as there were no energy sources available to him on this forsaken planet. The Sea of Corpses did not lack an endpoint. After a prolonged flight, Riftbreaker finally led Arcee and Black Widow to a region untouched by the dark energy. Upon landing, Arcee surveyed her surroundings. Having just faced a multitude of undead, and with her concern for Riftbreaker weighing on her, she had not initially taken in the environment. Now, as she surveyed the area, even though she had witnessed such scenes long ago, a wave of desolation washed over her anew. Has our homeland truly been reduced to this under the smoke of war? The haze of battle obscures our path forward, rendering our next steps unclear. We fought desperately to protect this place, yet in the end, we could safeguard nothing. Now, as I look back, the smoke that once shrouded the land has begun to dissipate, but it has transformed into a wasteland. A note of melancholy resonated in Arcee's voice. The departed are gone. The homeland lies in ruins. The Cybertron of today is an unrecognizable shadow of its former glory, devoid of its past brilliance. Listening to Arcee's lament, Riftbreaker regarded her in silence, choosing not to speak. Black Widow, too, refrained from interrupting Arcee's reflections. Whether Decepticon, Autobot, or Cybertronian like Black Widow, every inhabitant of Cybertron cherished their homeland deeply. None wished to see it turned into a desolate expanse. Even Megatron, who sought to dominate Cybertron, desired to rule over a living planet, not this wasteland. Roar, roar. The environment where Riftbreaker and the others stood was relatively tranquil, yet the thunderous roars shattered this serenity. Are the zombies returning? Arcee queried as she looked into the distance. Riftbreaker and Black Widow turned their gaze towards the source of the sound, where dark figures appeared to emerge from the sky, seemingly advancing towards them. What are those? Are they zombies? Arcee asked in confusion. Have you ever encountered flying zombies? Black Widow glanced at Riftbreaker. Riftbreaker observed the distant figures, hesitating to answer their questions immediately. He had been closely monitoring these undead and had not observed any that could take to the skies. In truth, most Cybertronians could not fly unless they transformed into vehicle mode. But how could the deceased assume such forms? Unless Monstrous remains, Rift Breaker spoke slowly. Monstrous remains? You mean those prehistoric behemoths? Weren't they extinct? Could they still be alive? Arcee looked at Rift Breaker in surprise. Are you certain they're those ancient beasts? They may not necessarily be alive. Perhaps the dark energy has resurrected them. Rift Breaker replied softly. He recalled from the original narrative that under the influence of the dark force of the Cosmic Emperor, a significant number of monstrous remains had transformed into undead, some of which were capable of flight. Now, it was entirely plausible that the dark energy had awakened those ancient remains buried deep underground. Moreover, if memory served him right, this area seemed to be in proximity to the Hydra Plains, where the remains in the original story had also appeared. What should we do? Black Widow turned to Rift Breaker. Conserve energy and steer clear of them. Rift Breaker declared without hesitation. His previous safety had been a result of his ability to fly, thus avoiding contact with the undead lurking below. However, the emergence of a flying threat significantly diminished their aerial advantage. Engaging them in aerial combat would be unwise. The best course of action was to conserve energy. Resolute in his decision, Rift Breaker lifted Arcee and Black Widow once more, leading the mechanical insects skyward, distancing themselves from the encroaching monstrous remains. Simultaneously, at the space bridge, the battle had intensified, yet due to the lingering Decepticon forces, the Autobots were temporarily unable to seize control. Autobot Base Optimus, how goes the situation on your end? With no updates for an extended period, Ratchet grew anxious. We have yet to gain control of the space bridge, Optimus replied, fighting while taking a moment to respond. His words resonated throughout the base, reaching all present. Ratchet, the control system of the space bridge is aboard the Decepticon ship, correct? Jack inquired from a vantage point. Indeed, Ratchet responded, remaining vigilant on communications. If that is the case, I propose that you transport me to the Decepticon base, where I shall activate the space bridge to bring back the others, Jack suggested. Upon hearing Jack's words, the ambulance paused in contemplation, then resolutely shook his head, his gaze hardening. What? You cannot be serious. Are you unaware of the peril posed by the Decepticons? Entering their stronghold is tantamount to courting death. I cannot endorse such a proposal. The ambulance locked eyes with Jack, who responded, but, my friend, Optimus and the others are embroiled in a fierce battle, and the Decepticons have resurrected numerous undead on Cybertron. I have witnessed the terror those undead bring. If we delay, the lives of those with Optimus will be in grave jeopardy. Jack's determination intensified as he spoke. You have protected us time and again, even safeguarding Earth. I must contribute in some way. At this moment, there is no better plan, nor is there a more suitable person than myself. His voice rang with unwavering resolve, clearly indicating his steadfast decision. Indeed, Jack is correct. Should the others perish, the Autobots, already outnumbered, would stand little chance against the Decepticons and their vast army of undead. Megatron may even turn his attention towards Earth, putting us all at risk. Since danger is inevitable, we might as well take the risk now and strive for the survival of our comrades. Beside Jack, Mika echoed his sentiment. Though she harbored a personal desire for excitement, her concern for Arcee and the others was genuine. I too believe Jack's reasoning holds merit. Ambulance. We are allies and friends. How can we remain idle while our friends are in peril? Even the petite Raffi gazed at the ambulance with unwavering determination. All the ambulance regarded the trio, recalling their past displays of strength and resolve. He had gradually accepted them into his life, yet at this moment, he was struck by their selflessness and commitment to the greater good. You three little ones cannot confront evil without me. I'm a specialist in undertaking such perilous missions. Agent Fullerton stepped forward, thumping his chest, clearly unwilling to miss out on this venture. Ms. Darby. The ambulance glanced at the four and then at Jack's mother, feeling a flicker of doubt. He worried that she would disapprove. After all, which mother would willingly put her child in danger? Jack, I support you, Jack's mother finally said after a brief hesitation, moving to embrace him gently. Mother. Jack released her embrace, his expression one of surprise as he looked at her. He never imagined his mother would endorse such a dangerous endeavor, especially considering her vehement opposition when he sought to assist Optimus previously. Jack, you have grown. I believe you are capable of this. His mother's encouraging gaze met his. Thank you, Mother. Expressing his gratitude, Jack turned to the ambulance with a gleam of hope. Ambulance, you should be able to transport us directly to the Decepticon base, correct? Certainly. I recorded the coordinates when the others last visited, the ambulance replied without hesitation. Then please take us there, Jack said as he descended the stairs. Are you truly prepared for this? The ambulance inquired once more. More than ready, Jack responded with a smile. Very well. The ambulance nodded, locking in the coordinates and activating the land bridge. As the land bridge opened, Jack stepped forward, followed closely by Agent Fullerton, Mika, and Raffi. Wait. The ambulance's voice reached them as they halted at the edge of the land bridge tunnel, turning to face the ambulance and Jack's mother. The Decepticons have lost many soldiers recently. Their base should be sparsely populated. Above all, be cautious. Understood, Jack replied, turning to enter the land bridge. Suddenly, a tunnel appeared within the warship's corridor. Jack, Mika, Raffi, and Agent Fullerton emerged from the land bridge tunnel. Guys, it seems we forgot to ask where the control system for the space bridge is, Jack exclaimed, his face clouding with concern. He had assumed the ambulance would transport them directly to their destination, but the current surroundings suggested otherwise. The Decepticon warship was vast, and searching for the control room one by one would be an arduous task. Time was of the essence. Rest assured, the ambulance has already sent me a map of the Decepticon warship's layout, Raffi assured, operating her computer before displaying the screen to Jack. Jack gazed at the display, which was filled with a schematic of the Decepticon warship, previously drawn to facilitate the movement of their allies. With this map, navigating the warship would be as familiar as returning home. The ambulance has indeed been thorough, Mika remarked, glancing at the map before bounding ahead. Meek, we need to follow the map together, Jack called out helplessly. Did I stray from the path? Mika turned, rolling her eyes at Jack. How could you possibly memorize the direction from just one glance? Jack questioned, incredulous. Mika is heading the right way. We should proceed down this corridor. Raffi interjected before Mika could respond. Jack regarded Mika with astonishment, realizing he had not previously recognized her intelligence in deciphering the map. Little did he know, Mika merely followed her instincts, yet her knack for attracting trouble would lead them to their goal. Clatter, clatter. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor as the group approached the control room. Just as the ambulance predicted, the Decepticon soldiers appear to be absent. We haven't encountered any obstacles thus far, Jack noted, remaining vigilant. Isn't that favorable for us? Raffi replied with a smile. I haven't eaten since breakfast. It would be perfect if we could munch on pancakes while moving, Agent Fullerton blurted out, revealing his thoughts. Jack and the others halted, casting bemused glances at Agent Fullerton. I meant we must remain alert. I was teaching you not to think of food during a mission, he corrected, standing tall and adopting a mentor-like demeanor. Shoo. Do not utter a word. Jack gestured for silence, then spoke softly to the others. As he spoke, he pointed towards the open door ahead, through which the busy activity of Soundwave could be discerned. It is Soundwave, Meichi murmured to herself. What should we do? Raffi whispered to Jack. We shall split into two groups. I will divert him to buy you time, while you proceed to activate the space bridge. Jack said quietly, glancing at the trio. No, I want to be part of the diversion. Meichi quickly shook her head, expressing her desire to assist in drawing Soundwave away. Then Meichi and I will distract him. Agent Fuller, you take Raffi and activate the space bridge, Jack declared, making a hand signal for them to hide. He then moved towards the control room, with Meichi closely following. Meanwhile, Agent Fuller and Raffi slipped away into an unoccupied corner. Damn it, Jack, where have you brought me? Meichi exclaimed loudly upon entering the control room. To prevent Soundwave from seeing through their ruse, she feigned a clumsy arrival. Her voice halted Soundwave in his tracks. He paused his actions and turned to face Jack and Meichi. Recognizing them as allies of the Autobots, Soundwave approached them leisurely. It's Soundwave, run! Jack shouted in alarm, his face betraying surprise and terror as he seized Meichi's hand and bolted outside. Upon seeing this, Soundwave unleashed several tentacle-like appendages that swiftly lunged toward the fleeing Jack and Meichi. Run, run, run! Jack urged as he pulled Meichi along, frequently glancing back to see the extending appendages in pursuit, which only propelled them to sprint faster. The appendages closed in on them, mere moments away from ensnaring them, when suddenly they came to an abrupt halt. Jack and Meichi noticed the pursuit had ceased. Not chasing anymore? Jack wondered, yet did not slow his pace until they had put a fair distance between themselves and the threat. Are they truly not pursuing? Jack remarked, somewhat resigned. Their intention had been to lure Soundwave away from the control room, but he seemed unfazed. Just as Jack contemplated returning to the control room, Soundwave emerged. It was not that Soundwave chose not to follow. Rather, the tentacle-like appendages had reached their maximum extension and could pursue no further. Upon exiting, Soundwave scanned his surroundings before ambling toward Jack and Meichi at a relaxed pace. Seeing this, Jack and Meichi immediately resumed their flight. Fortunately, I managed to disable that large bird on him. Otherwise, we would be in dire straits. Meichi exclaimed breathlessly as they ran. What large bird? Jack inquired, taken aback. The laser beak. If he had it, he would have unleashed it to capture us, and then we would have been unable to divert him. As they continued their hasty retreat, Soundwave maintained his steady pursuit. Despite Jack and Meichi's frantic pace, Soundwave's strides were significantly longer, allowing him to closely tail them without closing the distance. We need to move, Jack urged, noticing Soundwave's figure trailing further behind. He and Agent Fuller emerged from their hiding spot and headed back toward the control room. Simultaneously on Cybertron. Boom! Boom boom! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Rumble rumble! Roar! Explosive flames illuminated the sky as ion cannons rapidly fired upon the colossal, menacing corpses. Li Shinju, Arcee, and Black Widow stood their ground, relentlessly shooting at the monstrous, skeletal figures soaring towards them. Meanwhile, mechanical insects incessantly assaulted the undead entities. Initially, they had planned to evade these airborne cadavers. However, despite their lifeless state, these skeletal remnants possessed the ability to fly, their speed rivaling that of living giants. Li Shinju and his companions found their ground speed and aerial maneuvers insufficient to escape their relentless pursuers. They were swiftly overtaken, suffering relentless bites from the undead, which occasionally released dark, energy-infused dragon breaths to impede their escape. Whether they ran or stood still, the energy would deplete, and their options dwindled to combating the relentless onslaught of the undead. Thankfully, a legion of mechanical insects aided them, and with only a few hundred skeletal foes to contend with, the situation remained manageable. However, the ominous energy of darkness seemed to spread further afield. Li Shinju feared that this dark energy might expand to the location where countless skeletal giants were buried. If that were to happen, they would face an overwhelming tide of corpses, an impending crisis. Boom! Another powerful, purple breath surged towards Li Shinju. He hastily evaded it, but the breath melted the metallic surface beneath him, creating a large pit. Regaining his composure, Li Shinju peered into the pit where molten metal flowed, the surrounding surface glowing red from the intense heat, indicative of the breath's formidable power. A direct hit would likely melt him or inflict severe damage to his frame. That leader appears to have been no ordinary giant in life, Li Shinju mused, his gaze fixated on the towering figure commanding the skeletal horde. The previous breath had originated from this being, which, even in death, was far larger and stronger than its skeletal companions. It was likely of royal lineage, perhaps even related to the original series character, Starscream. Li Shinju, are you all right? Arcee, having witnessed the recent attack aimed at Li Shinju, rushed to his side after shattering a nearby skeleton. Her face was etched with concern as she assessed his well-being. I am fine, Li Shinju reassured her with a nod. I wonder how Optimus and the others are faring. The number of corpses continues to swell, as if all undead are converging on this location without end, Arcee lamented, releasing a heavy sigh. Do not place your hopes on the Autobots. It seems we may be entombed here today. At that moment, Black Widow joined Li Shinju, her expression somber. The relentless tide of corpses, revived by the dark energy, surged toward them, growing in number, while their mechanical insects dwindled. The energy within them was rapidly depleting with each confrontation. Though they managed to cope for the time being, the situation would not remain so manageable as the undead multiplied. If Optimus remained silent, they would indeed face entrapment in this place. Chapter 98. The approaching army ambulance. We have reached the control room, but there are too many buttons here, and I cannot discern which one activates the space bridge. Rafi gazed at the myriad of control panels, utterly bewildered as to which was which, let alone how to initiate the space bridge. In general, the operation of the space bridge bears little difference from that of the terrestrial bridge, and the Decepticons have already adjusted its coordinates. You simply need to activate it. You may try to operate it as you would the terrestrial bridge, and see if you can open the space bridge, the ambulance communicated to Rafi from the Autobot base. Let me give it a try, Rafi replied, directing his gaze towards the control system before him. Is it this one? He quickly spotted the most prominent red button. With a gentle touch of his finger, he pressed the red button and shifted his attention to the display screen, reflecting the external situation. Upon pressing the button, the screen revealed the space bridge, where a green tunnel instantaneously materialized. "We did it!" Raffi exclaimed, joyously leaping into the air. Don't celebrate too soon. Simply opening the space bridge does not ensure victory. You must buy enough time to keep it open until Star Saber returns, the ambulance reminded him, having overheard Raffi's exuberant shout through the communication link. "I understand," Raffi responded, though a sense of worry for Jack and Mickey lingered in his heart. He could only hope that Jack and Mickey had not fallen into the clutches of the Decepticons. At that very moment, as the coordinates of the space bridge remained unaltered, it opened directly to a realm saturated with dark energy and teeming with spirits of the departed. As the space bridge activated, the wandering souls seemed to respond to an unseen summons, converging towards the tunnel in unison. Meanwhile, far from the space bridge tunnel, Star Saber, engaged in relentless combat with the grotesque skeletal foes, detected the signal of the space bridge. "Star Saber, do you feel that?" Arcee called out to him. Her face lit with elation. "Indeed, the space bridge has been activated," Star Saber declared, shattering a skeletal foe before him with a powerful punch, and then calling out, "Arcee, Black Widow, come to me. We must head to the space bridge." "Understood," they both replied simultaneously. "At last, we can escape this wretched place," they echoed in unison. Concurrently, Black Widow commanded the remaining mechanical insects, "Hold them off." After issuing her order, she sprinted toward Star Saber, who was quickly joined by Arcee. Without hesitation, Star Saber embraced them both, activating his jetpack to soar skyward, propelling himself with utmost speed towards the location of the space bridge. Roar! The grotesque skeletal creatures, sensing several repugnant presences retreating, emitted discordant howls as they relentlessly pursued the direction of Star Saber and his companions. At that moment, the area seemed to awaken entirely, as the undead army surged forth, its numbers vastly exceeding those before, while the mechanical insects dwindled in strength, unable to stem the tide of the advancing skeletal legion. Though the mechanical insects fought valiantly, they could only hold back the majority, while a fraction continued their pursuit of Star Saber and his allies. "They're closing in," Arcee exclaimed, glancing back to see the skeletal horde gaining ground. Their flight speed was far superior to that of the grotesque skeletons. "There's no time to dwell on it. We'll address them when they catch up." Star Saber pressed forward without looking back. As long as those creatures had not yet caught up, he could gain more distance, inching ever closer to the space bridge. Even if they managed to intercept him, he could at least buy some time. The trio fled desperately, while on the opposite side of the space bridge, a cacophony of unpleasant howls erupted from the tunnel, causing everyone present to pause. "Haha, Optimus Prime. My army of the undead approaches." Megatron laughed triumphantly, savoring the sinister calls that resonated in his ears, while glancing at Optimus Prime not far ahead. Though he had not commanded Soundwave to activate the space bridge, the absence of any ill news from him, coupled with the undead army advancing through the tunnel, left him unconcerned. With such a multitude of undead, it was clear they had already surrounded the space bridge tunnel. Even if Star Saber survived, his passage would be nearly impossible. Moreover, even if he did manage to cross, what could he achieve? His undead army would arrive first, and no Autobot could thwart Megatron's advance. "Optimus Prime, what should we do?" A distressed figure approached Prime, having flown over the mountains. He could faintly perceive the broken bodies crossing the terrestrial bridge towards them. Without a doubt, once those undead arrived, they would fall under Megatron's control. They had just managed to overcome a significant portion of the Decepticons, and the addition of this undead army would leave them with little chance of victory. "We must hold on. We must wait for Star Saber and the others to arrive," Optimus Prime stated resolutely. At this juncture, they had exhausted all efforts. All they could do was endure a little longer. There was no alternative. Roar! The first undead finally emerged through the terrestrial bridge, and soon after, the second and third followed in succession. "Autobots, stop them!" Optimus Prime bellowed, raising his ion cannon and unleashing a barrage upon the approaching undead. Boom! 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 The scene erupted into chaos once more. Cybertron. Whoosh! 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 Not only was Optimus Prime ensnared in trouble, but Star Saber too faced peril. As the undead ultimately caught up with them, they surrounded the three Autobots, launching relentless attacks. They could only respond with their weapons, doing their utmost to fend off the relentless onslaught while struggling to advance. Arcee, Black Widow, hold on tight, Starsaber urged, his anxiety mounting as he faced the unyielding skeletons, uncertain of when the space bridge might close. In his desperation, he disregarded energy conservation and escalated his attack's power to the maximum. Powerful ion blasts erupted forth, their strength magnified several-fold compared to before. The ion blasts struck like missiles, creating explosive impacts reminiscent of detonations. Boom! 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 A rain of energy projectiles was unleashed, and under the relentless high-intensity assault, many of the skeletal foes were vanquished. Roar! The number of grotesque skeletons dwindled, and the lead creature let out a furious bellow. Then, a terrifying breath of fire unleashed from its maw, aimed directly at Starsaber. Faced with this formidable attack, Starsaber swiftly sought to evade. However, in mid-air, he held a disadvantage. The speed of his jetpack could not rival that of the fiery breath. In an instant, he found himself unable to escape. Seeing no way to dodge, in a moment of dire urgency, blue energy surged around Starsaber, enveloping Arcee, Black Widow, and himself. Boom! The powerful onslaught struck him, sending him hurtling backward as if he were a meteor crashing to the earth. The ground shattered upon impact, creating a significant crater, where Starsaber lay cradling Arcee and Black Widow. That was close. The sky was a vast expanse as Ju lay on the ground, with Arcee and Black Widow resting upon his chest. He gazed upward, noticing that the skeletal creature that had just attacked him was once again preparing for another assault. Faced with this dire scenario, he hurriedly rose to continue his ascent into the heavens. However, an unexpected occurrence transpired. His jetpack remained unresponsive. What is happening? Has it been damaged? Ju pondered in confusion. Without a second thought, he removed the jetpack from his back, only to discover that the compartment storing the super energy core had been ruptured, causing the energy to surge forth uncontrollably, nearly depleted. Did it just break? He had no time to contemplate further. He tossed the jetpack aside and aimed his ion cannon skyward, unleashing a torrent of fire. Boom! 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 Since evasion was no longer an option, he chose to strike first. The powerful ion cannon unleashed a barrage of energy from the ground, mercilessly bombarding the monstrous skeleton. Arcee and Black Widow, undeterred, joined in the assault, relentlessly firing at the foe. The sky was soon littered with the remnants of the once mighty skeletal army, which began to plummet to the earth. With a thunderous crash, the last colossal skeleton fell, and the terrifying horde was finally vanquished. Ju exhaled deeply, relief washing over him. Fortunately, these creatures are not alive. They lack the true terror of the colossal beasts and possess little intelligence, merely standing there to be struck. Otherwise, it might have been my demise today. Nonetheless, he felt a twinge of regret over the damaged jetpack, rendered useless. They were on the verge of entering the realm irradiated by dark energy, unable to soar into the skies, but forced to make their way to the space bridge on foot. There they would face tens of thousands, perhaps even hundreds of thousands, of Cybertronian undead, an authentic horror. Taking a deep breath, Ju cast aside his troubling thoughts and turned to Black Widow. How many mechanical insects remain? He knew that Black Widow could communicate with these mechanical creatures, hence his inquiry. Not many, and they're surrounded by those things, unable to break free, Black Widow replied, her brow furrowing. The undead army that had encircled them numbered in the thousands, with nearly 100 pursuing them here. The mechanical insects had intercepted most of the airborne undead, now struggling for their own survival and unable to forge a path for the others. What a pity, Ju lamented, shaking his head upon hearing Black Widow's response. Leaving aside whether they could escape alive, it seemed likely that the mechanical insects would be left behind. Let's proceed. He glanced at Black Widow and Arcee before transforming into vehicle mode, heading in the direction indicated by the space bridge signal, with Black Widow and Arcee following closely. It is noteworthy that Black Widow's vehicle form was that of a helicopter capable of soaring through the skies. Regrettably, her petite frame rendered her unable to carry any passengers. Even Arcee, who was comparatively small, proved to be a challenge for her to transport. Without the jetpack, while they could not ascend to the skies, the vehicle mode offered them far superior speed. The ground rumbled as the engine roared to life, reaching its maximum capacity. propelling them forward at an astonishing pace. In less than 3 minutes, they arrived at the area shrouded in dark energy. Black Widow, can your vehicle mode accommodate Arcee? Ju inquired, eyeing the dense throng of undead ahead. It can manage, albeit barely, Black Widow responded. Then I entrust you with Arcee, Ju declared. And what about you? Arcee asked, concern etched upon her face as she looked at Ju. At present, there are almost no undead capable of flight, meaning that they would be safe in the skies. Yet Ju could no longer ascend, facing the undead directly. I have a plan. You need not worry about me, he assured her. Very well. Arcee nodded, her heart heavy with concern for Ju, yet aware that time was of the essence. She needed to see what he had in mind before making further plans. Transforming into her humanoid form, Arcee clung to Black Widow's helicopter. Simultaneously, Ju pushed his engine to its utmost limit, charging forward with reckless abandon. As he neared the undead, blue energy enveloped him, and he plunged headlong into the fray. Boom! 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 The fragile Cybertronian undead were relentlessly battered by Ju's transformed vehicle form, the engine's roar harmonizing with the cacophony of collisions. With a protective shield in place, Ju sustained no damage despite his reckless charge. However, such a tactic demanded maximum defense and speed, leading to a significant increase in energy consumption. Ju had to break through the encirclement before depleting his energy reserves, where he would become one of the undead himself. In the sky, Black Widow and Arcee observed Ju's seemingly untroubled state and breathed a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, Black Widow accelerated, keeping pace with Ju. Time passed. Second by second. Inside the Ark. Let go of me, you tentacled fiend. Release me at once. Meichi struggled against the Soundwave's grasp, desperate to break free. Jack, filled with worry, prayed silently. The two had ultimately fallen prey to the Soundwave, their only hope now to buy enough time. For the Soundwave was returning to the control room. Meanwhile, on the space bridge, Optimus Prime, have fun with my army, Megatron proclaimed, a triumphant smile adorning his face as he watched Optimus Prime ensnared by his undead horde, feeling an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Optimus, I advise you to surrender. With the undead army at my command, the Autobots stand no chance. Red Alert taunted, his expression gleeful as he looked upon the distant Optimus Prime. Yet, despite his outward pleasure at Megatron's acquisition of the undead army, Red Alert's heart was heavy with bitterness. With Megatron wielding such formidable power, did that not mean he was drifting further from the position of Decepticon leader? Chapter 100. Breaking through the siege rumble. Rumble. Bang. 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 At that moment, two unusual sounds pierced the air within the space bridge tunnel, filled with the wails of the undead. It was the roar of engines. This thunderous engine noise overpowered the cries of the undead, capturing everyone's attention. Optimus Prime unleashed a fierce barrage against the undead before him, shattering them into fragments and seizing a moment to direct his gaze toward the source of the sound. Suddenly, a six-wheeled off-road vehicle burst forth from the space bridge tunnel, colliding with every undead in its path. Behind it, a helicopter emerged carrying Arcee. Ju, Arcee, Black Widow, it's them. The figures flying overhead shouted in unison. Wonderful. They've come to our rescue. One exclaimed, pounding the panel before him as he cheered. A smile flickered across Optimus Prime's face. At the moment when the Skybreaker emerged, all Autobots seemed to have coordinated their efforts to confront their adversary, converging towards Optimus Prime. In mere moments, the Autobots were fully assembled. Remarkably, he is still alive, Red Spider exclaimed, disbelief etched across his features, his eyes wide with astonishment. Shock was also evident on Megatron's countenance. Simultaneously, the vehicle form of Skybreaker transformed into his humanoid shape. Upon assuming this form, the extent of his injuries became painfully apparent. His chest was marred by a series of concavities and protrusions, littered with metallic shards. His arms, thighs, and entire body bore numerous wounds, from which streams of energy emanated. He appeared utterly shattered. Skybreaker, Arcee, gazed upon him, her eyes filled with compassion and a deep-seated fury. Arcee, I'm fine, Skybreaker managed a smile directed at her. Though he appeared grotesquely damaged, in truth, the amount of energy within him had dwindled significantly. His reckless path had drained his reserves of energy, rendering his defensive barriers increasingly feeble until they were nearly ineffective. This had resulted in his battered appearance. Now, he relied on the scant remaining energy within him to sustain his bodily functions, managing to stand, yet he was scarcely able to engage in combat. Ambulance. Activate the terrestrial bridge and bring Skybreaker back, Optimus Prime commanded decisively. In the base, the ambulance's expression brightened at Optimus Prime's words. Undoubtedly, the fact that Optimus Prime could utter such a statement signified that Skybreaker had returned safely. I understand, the ambulance replied, promptly contacting Rafi aboard the Vengeance. Rafi, Skybreaker has returned. You can come back now. Before retrieving Skybreaker, the ambulance intended to bring Rafi and the others back first. For who knew what could happen if they delayed further? Ambulance, I don't think we can return just yet. We've been captured by Soundwave. In the control room of the Vengeance, Soundwave had ensnared 4 individuals, including Jack and his companions, with his tendrils. Soundwave had not harmed them, but he had immobilized them, rendering them unable to move. Are you all unharmed? The ambulance inquired anxiously upon hearing Rafi's response. No, Soundwave only has us restrained. He hasn't done anything to us. Rafi replied. That is good to hear. Please wait. I'll come to rescue you immediately. The ambulance assured. Simultaneously, the ambulance contacted Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime, the children have been captured by Soundwave. Upon hearing this, Optimus Prime's expression shifted as he battled the mechanical zombies. And he replied without hesitation, we can hold on for now. You must rescue the children. I understand, the ambulance responded. Without delay, the ambulance made his way toward the storage room, and moments later, he donned his magnetic gloves to activate the terrestrial bridge, stepping through it. In the control room of the Vengeance, a tunnel of the terrestrial bridge suddenly materialized, and a figure swiftly emerged from it. As the ambulance burst forth, he struck Soundwave with a powerful punch before he could react. Boom! Soundwave was caught off guard and slammed against the control panel, causing the tendrils binding Jack and the others to loosen immediately. Ambulance, you're here. This is wonderful, Rafi exclaimed, a smile spreading across his face upon seeing the ambulance. He quickly freed himself from the restraints and dashed toward the ambulance, followed closely by Jack, Mickey, and Agent Fowler. Quickly, enter the terrestrial bridge, the ambulance urged, vigilantly watching Soundwave while directing the 4 of them. Understanding the urgency of the situation, they hurried toward the terrestrial bridge behind the ambulance. At that moment, Soundwave regained his composure, shaking his head before standing up, intent on attacking the ambulance. However, the ambulance denied him the opportunity, swiftly adjusting his magnetic gloves. A formidable repulsive force emanated from the gloves, surging towards Soundwave. Boom! Soundwave was once again flattened against the control panel. The ambulance easily repelled Soundwave and swiftly turned to enter the terrestrial bridge, which closed moments later. In the Autobot base, upon the ambulance's return, Mickey hurried forward to inquire, Ambulance, did you give Soundwave a proper thrashing? And what about the others? I didn't have time to deal with Soundwave. Skybreaker has been retrieved, and I need to bring Optimus Prime and the others back. As he spoke, the ambulance approached the control panel, re-establishing the coordinates for the terrestrial bridge before activating it again. Simultaneously, he contacted Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime, I have activated the terrestrial bridge. You can return now. I understand. Optimus Prime replied from the space bridge, his gaze fixated on Arcee and Black Widow, who were protecting Skybreaker. Arcee, Black Widow, we will cover you. Swiftly usher Skybreaker into the terrestrial bridge. Upon finishing his command, Optimus Prime maximized his firepower, relentlessly bombarding the mechanical zombies surrounding Skybreaker with his ion cannon. I understand. Arcee quickly responded, aiding Skybreaker alongside Black Widow as they made their way toward the edge of the space bridge. None of you are escaping today. Tear them apart. Megatron bellowed from a distance, issuing orders as he commanded the mindless zombies through the dark energy. Instantly, the mechanical zombies surged toward Skybreaker. Seeing this, Skybreaker broke free from Arcee and Black Widow's grasp, and in their astonished and worried gazes, he transformed into his vehicle form. You two, follow me, Skybreaker shouted, igniting the last remnants of energy within him to propel his engine to its utmost limits. In an instant, the vehicle form of the off-road vehicle charged forward, plowing through all the zombies obstructing its path. He leapt from the edge of the space bridge, landing flawlessly on the terrestrial bridge. Black Widow and Arcee, Witnessing Skybreaker's reckless determination, promptly followed through the path he had cleared, entering the terrestrial bridge just behind him. Chapter 101. The Annihilation of the Undead Army Ambulance. Close the terrestrial bridge and maintain communication, Optimus Prime instructed as he saw the three enter the bridge safely. Optimus Prime, aren't you returning? The ambulance asked with concern. As he spoke, he glanced at the computer screen, displaying the signals of Optimus Prime and the other Autobots. Surrounding their signals were countless dark energy signatures, encircling Optimus Prime and the others. Ambulance, do you have any means to destroy the space bridge? Optimus Prime inquired instead of answering the ambulance's question. You want to destroy the space bridge? That is incredibly dangerous. The ambulance's eyes widened in realization, disbelief flooding his features. We cannot allow these undead to cross. Otherwise, Earth will be in peril, Optimus Prime clarified. All right then, we have the design schematics for the space bridge, and I have studied it. You should search the outer section of the space bridge. If all goes according to plan, there is an energy valve there. Reversing the valve will reverse the energy flow of the space bridge. This will lead to an instability in the space bridge's energy, resulting in an explosion. However, you must exercise caution during the process and ensure an immediate evacuation, or else you too shall suffer the consequences. The medic promptly provided a method to annihilate the space bridge. I understand. On the other side, Optimus Prime nodded. He then called out to Sideswipe, Jetfire, and Bumblebee. You must evacuate swiftly, following the medic's instructions. Since they shared a common channel, all Autobots could hear the medic's words. So even without Optimus explicitly stating it, Jetfire and the others grasped his intent. We understand, Jetfire replied, and he, along with Bumblebee and Sideswipe, joined forces to carve a path towards the edge of the space bridge. Optimus, isn't it a bit late to be ordering your lackeys to evacuate? Megatron sneered as he observed Bumblebee and the others attempting to retreat. He believed Optimus was finally feeling fear, prompting him to instruct his subordinates to flee, unaware that they were actually intent on destroying his army. Megatron, as long as there are Autobots remaining, our struggle shall never cease, Optimus shouted defiantly. His declaration served as a ruse, leading Megatron to believe he was trying to preserve a legacy for the Autobots to prevent their extinction. What significance does that hold? My army has returned, and even if you escape to Earth, you cannot evade your demise. Megatron proclaimed, exuding confidence. A single spark can ignite a prairie fire, Megatron. Your triumph will not last long, Optimus responded, laboriously battling the surrounding undead while striving to divert Megatron's attention to buy time for Bumblebee and the others. On the opposite side of the space bridge, the trio pressed forward, diligently working to clear a path until they reached the energy valve. This must be the energy valve the medic mentioned. Reversing it will utterly thwart Megatron's scheme, Jetfire murmured as he gazed at the valve. We must wait for Optimus. Sideswipe interjected. Of course, Jetfire replied, turning to Sideswipe. You contact Optimus. I will reach out to the medic. All right. Sideswipe nodded and promptly used his communicator to contact Optimus. Optimus, we're in position. Hurry over. I understand. Optimus acknowledged, then transformed into his truck mode. With a ferocity reminiscent of his earlier charge, he barreled forward, plowing through the undead that obstructed his path, racing toward the edge of the space bridge. Optimus, you cannot escape. Megatron bellowed as he commanded his undead minions to encircle Optimus. Simultaneously, the medic received Jetfire's message and activated the land bridge. Sideswipe, it's ready. Although numerous undead surrounded Optimus, the space bridge's expanse limited their footing, allowing Optimus to swiftly reach the edge and witness the land bridge opened by the medic. It's time, Sideswipe conveyed to Jetfire. Then, farewell, Decepticons. What? A clever ruse, Optimus. As Jetfire twisted the valve, Megatron received news from Soundwave. While Starscream also caught wind of the situation. Lord Megatron, the Autobots intend to destroy the space bridge. It is on the verge of exploding. We must flee at once. Starscream urged, transforming into a jet and soaring towards the Decepticon warship without hesitation. At that moment, the energy vortex of the space bridge began to destabilize. No. This cannot be the outcome. Megatron trembled at the sight, gritting his teeth in fury. The victory he had anticipated was crumbling before his eyes, and he was unwilling to accept it. Lord Megatron, we must escape. Starscream shouted through the communicator. Damn it, Optimus. I shall not forgive you. Megatron regained his composure, transforming into a fighter jet and accelerating away from the space bridge. Boom! At that instant, as Megatron departed, the entire space bridge erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The fiery blast illuminated the cosmos, scattering energy waves and debris from the space bridge in all directions. Countless undead corpses were obliterated alongside the space bridge, leading to the complete annihilation of Megatron's undead army. With the destruction of the space bridge and the demise of the undead army, the connection between Cybertron and this realm was severed, preventing the undead from returning. At the Autobot base, "Medic, how is he?" Arcee inquired, gazing anxiously at the unconscious Starscream on the medical bed, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. "The energy core is depleted, his body is almost entirely covered in wounds, and multiple systems are severely damaged. The injuries are nearly fatal." The medic sighed, his expression somber. "Will he recover?" Upon hearing the medic's words, Arcee felt as if the world were spinning, her head swimming as she struggled to remain upright. Though the wounds are critical, he was brought in just in time. His life can certainly be preserved, but the damage is severe and may result in lingering effects. The medic replied helplessly, "As long as he can be saved, that is all that matters," Arcee declared, now hesitant to ask for more, finding immense joy simply in the prospect of Starscream's survival. On the medical table, after explaining Starscream's condition to Arcee, the medic continued his treatment, mending the wounds and repairs. Meanwhile, Starscream remained in a deep slumber due to the depletion of his energy core. Even after the core was replenished, he had yet to awaken. Black Widow did not leave. She stayed by the comatose Starscream's side, unwavering in her vigil. Chapter 102, Iron Fortress Database, Starscream. Why is it that the Autobots always manage to thwart my plans, always surviving my grasp? Megatron leaned on the control panel, repeatedly watching the footage of the space bridge's explosion played back on the screen. Each time they escape peril, could it be that Primus truly watches over Optimus as his chosen one? Lord Megatron, such a notion is utterly unfounded. Starscream began slowly. Setting aside the fact that Primus is a legendary figure, according to lore, he may have perished along with the fall of Cybertron. Megatron turned to face Starscream, who continued, "Lord Megatron, perhaps your recent failures have caused you some mental disarray. I believe you should rest and not overexert yourself. Are you implying that I am ill?" Megatron's expression darkened. "Of course not, my lord. I merely mean that you should take time to recuperate. Only after proper rest can you focus your energy on devising a strategy against Optimus," Starscream explained hastily. Though he sometimes suspected Megatron was indeed unwell, he would never dare voice such thoughts in his presence, only whispering them when alone. "Time and again, I have faced defeat. This battle has dragged on long enough. I refuse to prolong it further," Megatron stated, looking at Starscream with a questioning gaze. "What do you think I should do? Are you asking for my opinion?" Starscream replied, surprised that Megatron was seeking his counsel, a rarity indeed. However, despite his astonishment, he knew that while Megatron was still alive, he must strive to gain Megatron's trust and elevate his standing in his eyes. Thus, he swiftly replied, "If memory serves me right, we once acquired the Iron Fortress database of the Autobots." As he spoke, Starscream inquired of Megatron, "Might I ask if you recall that during the war years, many formidable inventions of the Decepticons were stored by the Autobots in the Iron Fortress? You mean to say we could decipher that Iron Fortress data and reclaim the Decepticon technology that the Autobots seized?" Megatron narrowed his eyes and asked slowly, "Perhaps we might even locate the relics of the Autobots." A smile graced Starscream's face as he continued, "Starscream, you have finally proven to be of some use." Megatron mused for a moment, considering the viability of this plan, and he unexpectedly praised Starscream. During the Cybertronian War, the Decepticons had obtained the encrypted Iron Fortress data after breaching its defenses. However, due to various reasons and the complexity of the encryption, it had been discarded by Megatron as too difficult to crack. In the ongoing conflict between the Autobots and the Decepticons, the Autobots had repeatedly gained the upper hand, thwarting the Decepticon plans time and again, forcing Megatron to contemplate alternative strategies to contend with the Autobots. Deciphering the Iron Fortress data could indeed provide a means to turn the tide of battle, making it a promising strategy. Soundwave, the task of cracking the Iron Fortress data is entrusted to you. Do not disappoint me, Megatron declared, turning to Soundwave, who nodded in acknowledgement. At the Autobot base, Arcee held the hand of Starscream with concern, asking, "How are you feeling today?" Is there any discomfort? Thanks to these devices sustaining me, I feel relatively well. I estimate it won't be long before I fully recover, Starscream replied optimistically. At that moment, he bore no visible wounds, yet numerous life support tubes were connected to him, presenting a rather unseemly sight. Nevertheless, the resilience of Cybertronians is formidable. As long as one does not succumb to instant death, even severe injuries can be mended. Just as in the original narrative, where characters, after suffering from debilitating energy toxins, could revive within days, Starscream's condition seemed manageable. Hearing his somewhat optimistic words, Arcee hesitated but ultimately refrained from disclosing the potential for lingering aftereffects to Starscream. Though sequelae can vary in severity, Starscream had sustained considerable damage, and physical integrity is paramount for the functionality of a Cybertronian. Undoubtedly, any residual effects from his injuries would impact Starscream's capabilities, a heavy blow for a warrior. What troubles you? You look worried. Do you not have faith in Ratchet's medical expertise? Starscream comforted, noticing Arcee's hesitation. Yet, despite his reassurance, Starscream was acutely aware of the gravity of his condition. Having endured countless powerful impacts, with some metallic shards embedded dangerously close to his spark, and damage to his biomechanical systems, it would be remarkable if he were to heal completely. However, he did not wish to burden Arcee with excessive worry. Moreover, this world is no ordinary realm, and Cybertron is no commonplace planet. If healing was to be sought, the hammer of the warlord would be an excellent avenue. Acquiring this hammer would not only restore his form, but also allow for enhancements, significantly augmenting his strength. Thus, Starscream did not dwell too much on his physical condition, confident that a remedy would present itself. By the way, where is Black Widow? Starscream suddenly realized her absence today. Notably, she had been by his side throughout his coma and recovery, and her absence left a void in his heart. I'm not sure. She left early this morning. Perhaps she went out for some fresh air, Arcee replied softly, shaking her head. Is that so? Starscream nodded slightly, falling into silence. Noticing his sudden quietude, Arcee released his hand, took a few steps, and half sat on the medical bed beside him. Would you like to know what has transpired in recent days? Arcee gently inquired. No, I suspect the Decepticons will remain inactive for a while, Starscream replied, gazing at Arcee as she leaned closer, declining her offer for information. How long have we known each other, Starscream? Arcee asked, shifting the topic when she sensed his reluctance. Upon hearing her question, Starscream pondered briefly before responding. Since the onset of the war. I cannot recall the exact number of years, but it has certainly been quite a while. In Starscream's recollections, their experiences together were solely defined by shared battles, where the passage of time seemed irrelevant, lost amidst the chaos of conflict. Thus, he struggled to determine just how many years had passed since they first crossed paths, but it was certainly several thousand. Chapter 103. Those injured do not forget to speak of love indeed. We have known each other for many years, Arcee remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Do you remember when we first met? Arcee appeared to be asking, but before she could hear his response, she instinctively laughed and said, I remember. At that moment, your eyes were filled with astonishment and curiosity. Had I not been unfamiliar with you then, I would have thought we had known each other for ages. Looking back, it seems you must have seen me somewhere before, which is why you displayed such an expression. It feels as if our partnership was something you had long contemplated. As Arcee spoke, her smile grew brighter, seemingly pleased with the notion that Starscream had meticulously planned their partnership, feeling fortunate and joyful about it. Indeed, it was a premeditated endeavor. The moment I first laid eyes on you, I was utterly captivated. I found myself wondering how such an enchanting female, Cybertronian, could exist. Starscream expressed sincerely, feeling that both in his past life and this one, Arcee was truly magnificent. When he first recognized these sentiments in his former life, he thought it rather peculiar. However, now that he had transformed into a Cybertronian himself, it felt entirely natural to appreciate Arcee's beauty, and he embraced it without hesitation. In his previous life, Arcee was indeed the goddess of Mecha in his heart. Having traversed into this world and become a Cybertronian, it was only natural for him to seek her out deliberately, and there was nothing shameful about it. After getting to know me, do you still find me beautiful and captivating? Arcee asked, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity. Well, Starscream hesitated, gazing into her inquisitive eyes, and then continued. I find you rather cold and somewhat difficult to approach. Is that so? Although Arcee did not voice her feelings, she felt a twinge of disappointment in her heart upon hearing his assessment. Nevertheless, I have always known that beneath your icy exterior lies a tender and delicate heart. Starscream deftly shifted his tone, continuing, I find myself quite enamored with someone like you. It seems as though you were born from the very embers of my soul. Every trait you possess perfectly aligns with the image I hold in my heart for a partner, Laidianju said, his eyes brimming with tenderness as he gazed at Arcee with a smile. You've certainly surprised me. I never realized you could be so articulate. It seems that since arriving on Earth and encountering humanity, you've become quite the smooth talker, Arcee retorted, rolling her eyes at Laidianju, her demeanor brimming with charm. Yet, despite her teasing words, the radiant smile on her face and the undeniable affection glimmering in her beautiful eyes could not be concealed. Laidianju held a similar sentiment. In her heart, he embodied the perfect partner. If not for the throngs of people in the base, she would have felt an overwhelming urge to become his true companion in that very moment, achieving an exquisite harmony of hearts. I thought after sustaining such a grave injury and feeling so wretched, Laidianju would succumb to despair, Meichi remarked, leaning against the railing of the high platform, observing the scene. Yet, they seem to be enjoying each other's company, and Laidianju has shown no signs of giving up. What tenderness and delicacy, what adoration, what a perfect partner. Ugh. It's enough to make one cringe, Meichi said, shivering slightly, feeling goosebumps rise. Isn't it rather splendid? With Arcee by his side, Laidianju is far less likely to succumb to despair. I don't believe he possesses such a nature, Jack chimed in from the side. Is quite good. And I think Arcee has excellent taste in her fondness for such a formidable figure as Laidianju. Meichi shrugged nonchalantly. If only Black Widow were here. Rafi suddenly interjected from the side, continuing with a grin. Meichi and Jack turned their heads in surprise, regarding Rafi with astonished expressions. Rafi, I never imagined you to be so. Well, like this, Meichi remarked, gazing at Rafi as though seeing a different side of him for the first time. What? Am I wrong? Rafi scratched his head. With Black Widow around, along with Arcee, wouldn't Laidianju be even happier? TCH, Meichi scoffed at Rafi's words, expecting a more stimulating perspective rather than this naive take. Jak shuklat sufli, remaining silin. The sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance of the base's tunnel, and Black Widow entered with a captivating stride. Speak of the devil, and she shall appear. Now this will be entertaining, Meichi exclaimed, her gaze shifting between the affectionate interaction of Arcee and Laidianju and the approaching Black Widow, her voice tinged with schadenfreude. She widened her eyes, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. He just mentioned you. I didn't expect you to return so swiftly. Arcee rose slowly to her feet, looking towards Black Widow as she approached. What did he say? Surely he wasn't speaking ill of me behind my back. Black Widow casually took the spot where Arcee had been seated, her long fingers playfully lifting Laidianju's chin. She leaned closer, her voice sultry as she inquired, What do you think? He merely expressed that without your company, he felt a void in his heart. He certainly didn't speak ill of you. Arcee observed Black Widow's actions with interest, her arms crossed, her beautiful eyes fixed on Laidianju's response. Though Laidianju had not openly voiced it, Arcee could almost discern his thoughts regarding Black Widow, knowing him well. Really? Did you truly say that? Black Widow's gaze sparkled with mischief as she locked eyes with Laidianju. Laidianju felt a strange sensation. Both Arcee and Black Widow possessed an enchanting allure that was almost overwhelming. If only he could move, he would eagerly unite with her as his true companion. Black Widow seemed to sense Laidianju's thoughts, her lips curling into a slight smile as she leaned closer, whispering enticingly, If you continue lying here, I would be more than happy to remain by your side, fulfilling all your desires. As she spoke, her violet eyes flickered with excitement, a hint of something almost sinister dancing within them. Chapter 104, Optimus Prime. UNT want to. Observing the peculiar demeanor of Black Widow in front of him, Laidianju fell into a contemplative silence. There was an unsettling quality to her behavior that made his core tremble slightly. Well, if you're reluctant to part with me, I'd be more than willing to stay by your side a little longer, Black Widow teased, rising with an air of mock reluctance, her smile revealing a hint of satisfaction in being near Laidianju. While it's fine to keep him company, please don't overdo it. Remember, he is injured. Arcee casually glanced at Black Widow, offering a gentle reminder. Rest assured, I've been the one caring for him these past few days. Black Widow waved dismissively. Their conversation was calm, devoid of the earlier tension that had marked their initial meeting, thanks to their shared experiences of peril on Cybertron. Additionally, Black Widow had safely transported Arcee through the treacherous pathways of the space bridge, which fostered a sense of gratitude within Arcee, gradually mending their relationship. This was promising news for the trio, as they were bound to spend extended periods together. If Black Widow were to harbor thoughts of harming Arcee, or if Arcee were to regard Black Widow with animosity, Liedianju would find himself in a predicament. TCH, I thought I would witness a captivating spectacle. This is disappointingly mundane, Meichi remarked, observing the trio's interactions, feeling a wave of disinterest wash over her. Days swiftly passed aboard the Reprisal. You claim you have decrypted a set of Fortress data? Megatron's eyes widened slightly, shimmering with astonishment. A smile soon graced his face as he praised Soundwave. Well done, Soundwave. Megatron was thoroughly impressed with Soundwave, one of his most capable subordinates. While he rarely undertook missions, he almost never failed when he did. This time, he had unraveled the complex Fortress data, a testament to Soundwave's exceptional abilities, far surpassing those of Starscream. Truly a remarkable feat. No wonder you are among Megatron's most esteemed subordinates. Your ability to unravel such intricate data with ease is a boon to the Decepticons, Starscream added, eyeing Megatron like a sycophant while hastily adding, of course. This is also due to Megatron's unparalleled wisdom in enlisting talents, such as Soundwave. Though Starscream's character left much to be desired, his talent for flattery was unmatched, always seizing the opportunity to ingratiate himself. Enough, Starscream. With the sycophancy, Megatron replied, casting a casual glance at Starscream before returning his focus to the decrypted information presented by Soundwave. It is an iron fortress beacon, and its coordinates are located on Earth. Gazing at the array of beacons, Megatron fell into deep contemplation. After a brief moment, he broke into a grin. It seems that during wartime, the Autobots guarding the Iron Fortress sent its treasures into space. No wonder I found nothing of the sacred relics when I entered the fortress years ago. But what does this array of beacons signify? Is it a powerful relic from the fortress, some historical documents, or perhaps a form of knowledge or culture? Megatron murmured to himself. In truth, what he desired most were those formidable relics, which could potentially alter the tide of battle and lead to the complete defeat of the Autobots. While knowledge would also be acceptable, historical culture seemed rather trivial. With a heart full of questions and anticipation, Megatron resolved to venture forth and retrieve this object himself. Time passed once again. In the desolate and barren expanse, within a naturally formed deep pit, Megatron observed the Decepticon miners laboriously excavating, his heart brimming with eager expectation. Meanwhile, near the edge of the pit, Ratchet, Optimus Prime, and Bumblebee concealed themselves behind a massive rock, watching the Decepticons below. The signal emanates from here. Megatron got to it first. I wonder what lies within. Ratchet murmured to Optimus Prime. Regardless of what it is, we cannot allow it to fall into Megatron's hands. We cannot wait any longer, Optimus Prime declared, charging forth from behind the rock and swiftly moving toward the pit. Seeing Optimus's bold move, Ratchet and Bumblebee followed suit without hesitation. At that moment, the Decepticon miners unearthed a storage canister adorned with intricate patterns. Let me see what lies within, Megatron exclaimed, eagerly accepting the canister presented to him. He unscrewed the lid and extracted its contents. Upon seeing what he held, his eyes widened in astonishment. This is what I have found. Put down, Megatron, came Optimus Prime's voice, piercing through the air. Megatron slowly turned to face Optimus. Ah, Optimus Prime, I advise you not to act rashly, he replied, brandishing a small shield-like object toward Prime. This is a spark extractor capable of siphoning all sparks within its vicinity. You wouldn't wish for mutual destruction, would you, Optimus? With blood-red eyes fixed on Optimus, a smirk curled at the corners of Megatron's mouth. Seeing the object in Megatron's grasp, Optimus hesitated, realizing the danger of the spark extractor, which could instantly extinguish a Cybertronian spark. How could Megatron have obtained this? Ratchet gasped wide-eyed. Stop him. With Optimus deterred, Megatron chuckled and gestured to his soldiers. At Megatron's command, the Decepticon troops surged toward Optimus Prime. Soundwave, activate the land bridge, Megatron instructed leisurely, and as he spoke, a land bridge tunnel materialized behind him. He turned and walked toward it. "Bumblebee, seize that object," Optimus shouted while fending off the Decepticon foot soldiers. Without hesitation, Bumblebee dashed past the Decepticons, transformed into vehicle mode, and raced into the Decepticon space bridge at breakneck speed. The roar of the engine echoed behind Megatron, and before he could react, Bumblebee had reached his side, transformed back into his humanoid form, and swiftly snatched the spark extractor from his grasp. In an instant, Bumblebee reverted to vehicle mode and sped ahead of Megatron, executing a sharp turn and racing back at full throttle. As Bumblebee completed his maneuvers, Megatron finally reacted, shouting no. He turned and sprinted after Bumblebee. But by the time he burst through the land bridge, the Autobots had already vanished from sight, leaving him with nothing but a fading silhouette. "Damn it," Megatron fumed, his rage boiling over. Yet, at this juncture, he was unaware of the Autobots' base location and could only suppress his fury as he retreated to his warship. Chapter 105. The Theft of Bumblebee's Transformation Gear Within the Autobot Base. Ratchet examined the recently acquired spark extractor. "This is the ancient Autobot signal we detected, undoubtedly. It is emanating from this device," he indicated toward the screen, glancing back at the spark extractor as he spoke to Optimus Prime. "This is a relic from the Iron Fortress," Optimus exclaimed, for no one understood the treasures within the fortress better than he. "But how did it end up here?" Arcee inquired perplexedly, questioning how items from the Iron Fortress could appear on Earth. Perhaps during the war, before the enemy reached the Iron Fortress. Its guardians sensed the impending danger and sent these relics off Cybertron. Optimus pondered for a moment before articulating. So the ancient signal emitted by the spark extractor was meant to facilitate their retrieval later. Ratchet exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "Optimus, I recall you served as the Iron Fortress's archive custodian. Do you know the whereabouts of the other relics?" A nearby partition queried. "I do not know. I was not involved in the transport of the relics," Optimus replied, shaking his head. "Yet it is curious why Megatron was the one to discover it first," Arcee remarked, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Perhaps Megatron has accessed the Iron Fortress data and decrypted it," Optimus speculated after a moment of contemplation. As the archive custodian, he was aware of the fortress's data, but he had not anticipated that Megatron had also acquired and likely decoded it. It appears Megatron is delving into the decoding of the Iron Fortress beacon, aiming to collect the relics sent into space. "We cannot lag behind. From this day forth, we shall engage the Decepticons in a battle for the relics," Optimus declared, turning to survey all Autobots with a commanding gaze. "Optimus, it seems this matter falls to you. Here, aside from you, we are at a loss as to how to decode the Iron Fortress beacon," Ratchet remarked, looking at Optimus with earnestness. "I will commence this task immediately," Optimus affirmed with a nod. Both factions understood the existence of the Iron Fortress beacon, and thus the battle for the relics officially commenced. On board the Nemesis, "It seems I should have killed that spy when I had the chance, rather than merely tearing apart his vocalizer," Megatron seethed, recalling how Bumblebee had snatched the spark extractor from him. He pounded his fists against the control console in frustration, releasing some of his pent-up anger before muttering to himself. "I suppose I must now await the next Iron Fortress beacon to be decrypted." Days slipped by once more. On a pitch-black night, Bumblebee, in vehicle form, raced down the highway. Moments later, he veered off the road, arriving at his destination. In Bumblebee's line of sight, a large rock rested upon the flat terrain, and something atop it captured his attention. It was a colossal hammer, emitting a unique signal. Gazing at the massive hammer, Bumblebee's eyes sparkled with excitement. And without a second thought, he approached it. Approaching the mighty hammer, Bumblebee was just about to grasp the handle when a sudden crackling sound of electricity pierced the air. In an instant, several bolts of electricity struck him unawares, rendering him unconscious under the overwhelming force. Moments later, the Mecha Special Operations team appeared at his side. "Sir, he has lost consciousness," reported one member of the team to Silas. "Proceed," Silas commanded. Barely had his words left his lips when the team members produced various tools and began to dismantle Bumblebee. "Sir, we have an approaching vehicle," a lookout warned, noticing a car speeding toward them. "It seems to be his reinforcements. Expedite the process," Silas remarked, casting a glance into the distance. "Done," he declared, just as one of the team members extracted an object from Bumblebee's form. Holding it up for Silas to see, the individual exclaimed, "Fortune smiles upon us. We have found what we sought." "Then take it and leave at once," Silas instructed, promptly boarding the helicopter. At the Autobot base, Bumblebee lay on a medical bed opposite that of Starscream, while Ratchet scanned his body for injuries. Moments later, his eyes widened in alarm. It appears Bumblebee's transformation gears have sustained damage, rendering him unable to transform. As he reached this conclusion, further scans left him astonished. Oh my! Bumblebee's transformation gears are not merely damaged, they are missing. Someone has taken Bumblebee's transformation gears. Ratchet directed his gaze toward Optimus Prime. Could this have been the work of the Decepticons? Queried Bulkhead, who stood nearby. Megatron has no motive to steal organs. It is not in his character, Ratchet replied, shaking his head, unconvinced that the Decepticons were responsible. Such a method and style of operation seem more akin to the Mecha Special Operations Team. Ratchet pondered aloud. Those dismantlers of Deadlock. Bulkhead inquired uncertainly. It is highly probable they are behind this. Optimus concurred, believing the Mecha Special Operations Team capable of such an act. But why would they do this? Jack, standing on a platform, questioned. To acquire advanced technology, judging by their recent actions. They have made significant strides in biological technology on Cybertron. Ratchet seemed to respond to Jack's inquiry. Realizing who had stolen his transformation gears, Bumblebee could no longer remain still. He sprang up, intent on locating the Mecha Special Operations Team. Bumblebee, we do not even know the location of the Mecha Special Operations Team's headquarters. Even if we did, you are in no condition to go. Ratchet firmly pushed the restless Bumblebee back onto the medical bed. Bumblebee's optics flickered as he gestured impatiently at Ratchet, emitting a series of frustrated sounds, then cradled his head, akin to a child throwing a tantrum. Bumblebee, I understand that losing such a vital component is disheartening, but I also recognize how precious it is to place trust in our comrades. Optimus consoled him, continuing, I vow to retrieve your transformation gears, but before that, Ratchet is correct. Without them, you are not fit for battle. Listening to the reassurances, Bumblebee, torn between resignation and despair, hugged his head, clearly uninterested in their words. The loss of his transformation gears and the inability to transform was a reality he struggled to accept. With no other options, Optimus and the others hastened to initiate their search for Bumblebee's transformation gears. Chapter 106. The Iron Fortress beacon reemerges as Optimus and his team ventured out to patrol while searching for the Mecha Special Operations Team. Bumblebee remained restless within the base, pacing anxiously, unable to find solace for even a moment. Ratchet kept a vigilant eye on the status of Optimus and the others, ensuring communication remained clear. Bumblebee continued his restless pacing until he approached Ratchet from behind, poking him with a finger. Bumblebee, I've told you before, there has been no news from Optimus yet. The moment I receive any updates, I will inform you immediately. Ratchet turned, looking at Bumblebee with a mixture of exasperation and familiarity. This was not the first time. Since Optimus and the others had departed, Bumblebee had repeatedly inquired about their status. Even Ratchet, usually patient, found himself growing impatient with Bumblebee's incessant poking. Upon hearing Ratchet's words, Bumblebee's voice wavered, and his hands gestured animatedly. Every movement he made revealed his anxiety and longing to reclaim his transformation gears. Oh, my heavens! Who can help me divert Bumblebee? Bothered by Bumblebee's relentless presence, Ratchet covered his forehead with a hand and sighed dramatically. Bumblebee, do you want to play a game with me? Shouted Raph, attempting to distract him. At Raph's words, Bumblebee was drawn to him, moving to his side, gripping the railing of the platform, and gazing at the game that Michaela and Raph were engaged in. The screen displayed a racing competition between two cars, and upon witnessing this, Bumblebee's optics flickered. He then emitted a long, mournful wail, cradling his head in despair, clearly unable to bear the sight. Bumblebee, I'm sorry. Raph quickly halted the game upon seeing Bumblebee's reaction. This game is quite dull. I'm done, Michaela remarked, glancing at Bumblebee. Hey, Bumblebee, how about we watch a television show instead? With that, Michaela picked up the remote and exited the game. As she pressed a button, a car advertisement instantly filled the screen, and Bumblebee, unable to transform into his vehicle form, emitted a frustrated sound, akin to a child throwing a fit, and turned away, leaving the scene. Bumblebee, where are you going? Raph called after him, concern etched on his face. Bumblebee, not being able to transform isn't the end of the world. Speed doesn't define everything. Michaela awkwardly turned off the television and shouted at Bumblebee. Hearing their words, Bumblebee contemplated Michaela's statement, finding a hint of wisdom in it. and began to turn back. At that moment, Bulkhead burst into the base in vehicle mode through the entrance tunnel, accompanied by Jack's laughter echoing throughout the base. Haha, Bulkhead. Well done. You've hit 190. That's a new record. Jack emerged from Bulkhead's vehicle form, beaming with excitement. As they conversed, they came to a halt right before Bumblebee. Witnessing this scene and listening to their words, Bumblebee could hardly contain his agitation. He emitted a series of frustrated sounds, then took a few steps back and plopped down dejectedly onto the steel bed. He cradled his head in his hands, shaking his body in a haphazard manner, expressing his inner turmoil and frustration. What is wrong with Bumblebee? Jack inquired, looking puzzled at Raph. Let us not get into it. Raph replied with a resigned glance at Jack, then approached Bumblebee's side. Bumblebee, even if you cannot transform into a car, you remain the mightiest in my heart, said Rafi, resting her hand on Bumblebee's leg as she gazed up at him. Bumblebee, cradling his head, paid no heed to Rafi, simmering in his own frustration. For several consecutive days, Optimus Prime and the others scoured for the hideout of the Mecha Special Operations Team, yet their efforts bore no fruit. Bumblebee's transformation gear was still beyond reach, and his temperament grew increasingly irritable, resembling a rebellious child. On this day, Optimus Prime, accompanied by the majority of their base, set out on a patrol, leaving even Ratchet to fetch Rafi from school. The base was left with only Bumblebee and the recently returned Sideswipe, along with the veteran Skyfire. However, Skyfire was not present in the main hall, but rather in the lounge, enjoying some time alone with Black Widow, with Bumblebee and Sideswipe left to pass the time idly. The base's computer suddenly emitted a sound, prompting both to lean in closer to the screen. It seems to be a beacon. Could it be another artifact from Iron Fortress? Sideswipe murmured, staring at the display. Upon hearing Sideswipe's words, Bumblebee's spirits lifted. For days, Optimus had excluded him from missions, leaving him feeling confined within the base. This was finally an opportunity he could not let slip by, and he animatedly spoke to Sideswipe in an incomprehensible manner, his demeanor exuding excitement. No way. Optimus has said you cannot go out until you can transform. Sideswipe promptly rejected Bumblebee's enthusiasm. With his idea dismissed, Bumblebee grew anxious, gesticulating wildly, his voice rising and falling in a flurry of sounds, his face reflecting immense urgency. Before a cave, a terrestrial bridge tunnel appeared, from which Sideswipe and Bumblebee emerged. Sideswipe, wielding a signal detector, walked ahead, occasionally glancing back at Bumblebee, following closely behind. You truly are remarkable. You managed to persuade me. You are even more impressive than Optimus. How did I not notice your eloquence before? Ultimately, Sideswipe was swayed by Bumblebee's insistence. Upon detecting a signal, they chose not to inform Optimus, but instead proceeded directly to the source. Bumblebee continued to converse with Sideswipe, who waved his hand dismissively. I understand, but I must tell you in advance, if Optimus questions us, it won't be my responsibility. Upon hearing Sideswipe's words, Bumblebee waved his hand nonchalantly, conveying his intent to shoulder the blame if Optimus were to inquire. Sideswipe, recognizing Bumblebee's stance, refrained from further discussion and focused on the signal detector. The signal is growing stronger. It must be within the cave, Sideswipe remarked, directing his gaze towards the cavern ahead. As they approached the cave, the instrument suddenly emitted a brilliant flash. What is happening? The signal source is rapidly approaching us. Sideswipe exclaimed, taken aback, and immediately adopted a defensive posture. Be cautious. Just as he finished speaking, a red sports car burst forth from the cave at breakneck speed, narrowly missing them. I'll handle him, Sideswipe declared, his gaze fixed on the retreating signal source, eager to give chase. However, at that moment, a Decepticon named Knockout emerged from the cave. Without hesitation, Sideswipe shifted his target to Knockout, instructing Bumblebee, you confront him. With that, his arm transformed into a hammer, and he charged at Knockout. Bumblebee glanced at Sideswipe, who was already engaged in battle with Knockout, and promptly turned to pursue the fleeing Knockout. Unable to transform, Bumblebee could only sprint forward in great strides to catch up. Knockout seemed to relish the chase, deliberately slowing his pace to toy with Bumblebee. As Bumblebee closed the distance, Knockout suddenly accelerated, leaving Bumblebee far behind. Realizing he could not catch up, Bumblebee raised his hands, yearning to wield his weapons. However, without his transformation gear, he was powerless to do so. Frustrated, he stared at his hands, feeling utterly despondent. Knockout, noticing Bumblebee's lack of pursuit, abruptly braked and reversed his direction to face Bumblebee. Bumblebee, what has become of your renowned power? Why aren't you pursuing me? Is it because you do not wish to? Or perhaps because you are afraid? Knockout seemed to sense Bumblebee's distress, taunting him further. Do you not wish to pop my tires? Young and impetuous, Bumblebee could not abide such provocation and charged toward Knockout in a fit of fury. Observing Bumblebee closing in, Knockout swiftly maneuvered, accelerating onto the roadway. Bumblebee followed, but Knockout's speed outpaced him, leaving Bumblebee's legs struggling to keep up. As they raced, Bumblebee suddenly spotted an abandoned vintage car at the roadside. An idea sparked within him, and he dashed over to the old car, lifting it effortlessly. With a burst of speed, he placed the car onto the road. The inertia propelled the vintage car forward, and with a powerful push, Bumblebee leaped onto its roof. Huh, do you think you can evade me with that decrepit vehicle? You truly underestimate me. Knockout, catching sight of Bumblebee's antics in the rearview mirror, could not help but burst into laughter, then accelerated further to shake Bumblebee off his tail. Standing on the roof of the vintage car, Bumblebee benefited from the slight downhill incline, allowing the car to gain speed, and he was nearly upon Knockout. Just then, a sharp turn loomed ahead. Knockout executed a perfect drift, zipping around the corner and leaving Bumblebee with nothing but his taillights. Bumblebee, however, lacked the finesse to control the vintage car. He attempted to steer it around the bend. Yet, under the immense strain and his weight, the already damaged car could not withstand it, and one wheel detached, rolling away independently. With one wheel missing, the vintage car scraped against the ground, sending sparks flying as it careened toward the precipice. Whoa! With a resounding crash, the vintage car, carrying Bumblebee, plunged over the cliff, the echoes of Bumblebee's prolonged lament reverberating through the air. At the Autobot base, Ratchet admonished, Bumblebee, did we not agree you should stay here? Why do you insist on disobeying? Is losing your generator and transformation gear not enough? Must you extinguish your spark to learn your lesson? Having treated Bumblebee's injuries, Ratchet began to scold him, exasperated by Bumblebee's reckless behavior. And you sideswipe. You are fully aware that Bumblebee cannot transform and is ill-suited for the outside world. Yet you took him out and engaged the enemy. You share a significant portion of the blame for this incident, Ratchet chided, turning his ire towards Sideswipe. Though they had previously agreed that Bumblebee would bear the consequences, the present circumstances left Sideswipe unable to voice that sentiment, and Bumblebee seemed to have forgotten all about it. He could only look at the downcast Bumblebee, hesitating to speak, ultimately accepting the reprimand. Bumblebee, I understand that losing your transformation gear saddens you greatly, but we must confront reality. You are not fit to venture out at this moment. Therefore, in light of this incident, you must remain at the base, unwavering. Until we retrieve your transformation gear, Optimus Prime said, gazing at Bumblebee. Though he comprehended Bumblebee's emotions, he was far more concerned about the vulnerable Bumblebee encountering the Decepticons without weapons. It could be far more than merely losing the transformation gear. It could cost him his life, a fate Optimus wished to avert. Thus, for Bumblebee's safety, confinement was the only recourse. Faced with the collective reproach, Bumblebee emitted a series of fluctuating, agitated sound from his generator. He then irritably shrugged his shoulders and slumped onto the medical bed, embodying the demeanor of a rebellious child. Bumblebee, Raph said, his eyes filled with concern for the unstable Bumblebee. Bumblebee looked at Raph, expressing his despondence. No, Bumblebee, you are not worthless. You have merely lost your transformation gear. I know you are formidable. In my eyes, you are the mightiest. Raph countered vehemently upon hearing Bumblebee's self-deprecating words. Bumblebee, pull yourself together. Optimus and the others will undoubtedly assist you in reclaiming your transformation gear. Moreover, even without it, your condition is far superior to mine. I have not succumbed to despair. You must not so easily dismiss your worth, Raph urged. Starscream approached Bumblebee, patting his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Through prolonged recovery, Starscream could now move normally without relying on medical equipment. However, he was still not fully healed and could not engage in battle. He was acutely aware that some of his injuries were irreparable, particularly the damage to his biomechanical systems, which could not be simply healed. Hence, even if he fully recovered from the injuries that were mending, he could never regain his peak condition. This was akin to the permanent damage Bumblebee's generator had sustained. Bumblebee cast a glance at Starscream, then lowered his head, refraining from further comment. Starscream, too, chose silence, turning towards Arcee and Black Widow. You truly are admirable. Enduring your own injuries while comforting another, Arcee said gently, regarding Starscream. Ha, Bumblebee is still young. A little temper is quite normal. Once Optimus retrieves the transformation gear, he'll be back to his old self. Starscream replied with a light-hearted chuckle. Rather than concern yourself with others, you ought to focus on your own well-being. Bumblebee only needs a transformation gear to restore himself, while you are not so fortunate. Black Widow remarked, eyeing Starscream with a frown. If I cannot recover, I shall depend on you for sustenance. You mustn't resort to your previous tendencies of wanting to eliminate me. Should that occur, I would have no means of defense. Starscream raised an eyebrow at Black Widow, his demeanor casual. After his injury, he was exempt from missions and could occasionally indulge in flirtation with Black Widow and Arcee. In this relentless environment of combat, he found a peculiar enjoyment in this lifestyle. Furthermore, even with some permanent damage to his body and a slight decline in strength, he had already surpassed the majority in prowess. Hence, even with the reduction, he remained formidable. At worst, he would merely be unable to match Megatron's prowess as he once did, potentially being subdued instead. With Optimus Prime's presence, the loss of one warrior capable of contending with a leader would not significantly impact the Autobots. Chapter 108. The mischief of Black Widow. Your demeanor is truly irksome. Black Widow said coldly, observing Starscream's nonchalant expression. With the two of you by my side daily, caring for me, what other matters could I possibly concern myself with? Overthinking only adds unnecessary burdens, Starscream replied with a smile. He was well aware that Black Widow's irritation stemmed from his indifference toward his own health. However, as he had just stated, with Black Widow and Arcee accompanying him, many worries ceased to exist. Moreover, overthinking indeed caused headaches. It was better to refrain from excessive contemplation. After all, he wouldn't want to become like the current Bumblebee or the temperamental character from the original story who succumbed to toxicity. Would you care to join me in viewing the scenery above? Arcee suggested, wishing to divert Starscream and Black Widow from heavy topics. She extended her hand towards him. Of course, Starscream replied, his enthusiasm evident as he took Arcee's hand. Upon feeling Starscream grasp her hand, Arcee's beautiful eyes sparkled with joy. She flashed him a charming smile before turning away. Let's go. I will share some amusing tale from the past few days. And it has been ages since we had a moment alone to share our thoughts, Arcee said, leading Starscream towards the rooftop elevator. Did we not just have a heart-to-heart a few days ago? Starscream inquired, unable to suppress a smile as he watched Arcee walk ahead, her demeanor lively. That was different. As I mentioned, time has passed, and it feels like an eternity since we last shared our thoughts. Do you have any objections? Arcee turned to him, adopting a cool yet assertive expression. Of course not. Even if you did, it would be of no consequence. I shall not entertain any of your opinions. Arcee cast a flirtatious glance at Starscream before continuing to lead him onward. Black Widow followed behind the departing duo at a leisurely pace. She did not wish to witness her spark partner alone with Arcee. Despite the significant improvement in her relationship with Arcee, her possessiveness over Starscream remained. For her, being able to calmly observe the two holding hands and sharing laughter was already a considerable exercise in restraint. On the rooftop, the sun dipped low, casting a fiery glow across the horizon as the evening sky blazed with stunning beauty. The gathering on the edge of the rooftop now included an additional companion. Have you been adapting well to life at the Autobot base these past few days? Starscream asked, glancing at Black Widow to his left. Throughout his recovery, Black Widow had been ever present, her devotion unwavering, even when Arcee had to leave for missions at times. This unwavering support warmed Starscream's heart, prompting him to reflect on how much Black Widow had changed since becoming his spark partner. She had become even more endearing. What does it matter if I am not adapting? Would you truly abandon Arcee to accompany me to my ship? Black Widow inquired, raising an eyebrow at him. If it's only for a short time, I would certainly consider it. I have the time now, Starscream replied with a smile. That depends on whether Arcee is willing, Black Widow retorted, directing her gaze toward Arcee. If you are not plotting to seize the opportunity to whisk Starscream away on your ship, I would have no qualms about allowing you two to spend some time together, Arcee said, her head gently resting against Starscream's arm, her posture slightly languid. How you have discerned my thoughts. We are indeed growing more acquainted with one another, the Black Widow chuckled softly at Arcee. Not long ago, we were quite antagonistic towards each other. That was because you harbored animosity towards me first. Arcee retorted casually. You are the very source of our discord. Had it not been for you, perhaps I and Arcee would have enjoyed each other's company. Don't you have anything to say? The Black Widow ceased conversing with Arcee and instead turned her gaze towards Lien Tianjue. Indeed, it would have been delightful. The kind where we could whisper secrets while holding each other's sparks. Upon hearing the Black Widow's words, Lien Tianjue rolled his eyes internally, bemused by her provocations. As anticipated, upon hearing the Black Widow's remark, Arcee's expression shifted dramatically, her previous contentment evaporating. She abruptly lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes locked onto Lien Tianjue. Is what she said true? At that moment, Arcee's voice remained melodious, yet it carried an icy undertone. Yes, it is indeed true. Faced with Arcee's penetrating gaze, Lien Tianjue ultimately chose honesty. However, he could not suppress the urge to glance at the Black Widow, who wore a smug expression. The Black Widow, noticing Lien Tianjue's gaze, feigned surprise. So you haven't disclosed this matter to Arcee? How unexpected. I assumed Arcee was aware of the closeness between you and me. Her exaggerated expression revealed a glimmer of mischief, and Lien Tianjue could clearly see the gleam of schadenfreude in her eyes. What was this? Pure provocation. He had thought the Black Widow's demeanor had softened, but it seemed to have taken a turn for the worse, evolving in a rather peculiar direction. Lien Tianjue, as he looked at the Black Widow with an exasperated expression, Arcee's voice reached him. What is it? Lien Tianjue instinctively turned to her. Look into my eyes. Arcee's beautiful gaze bore into his. Gazing into her eyes, he was still captivated by their stunning, colorful brilliance, which remained enchanting as ever. Yet this time, her captivating gaze held more than just warmth. It bore an interrogative seriousness. I apologize. Overwhelmed by the emotional depth in Arcee's eyes, Lien Tianjue quickly relented before she could continue. As he spoke, he noticed a subtle shift in her expression, her seriousness fading away, leaving only a tender smile. Why was she smiling? Lien Tianjue felt a hint of confusion. Huh! Arcee let out a soft laugh. Her radiant face filled with joy, causing Lien Tianjue's spark to quiver gently. Arcee smiled gently at Lien Tianjue, her voice soothing as she spoke. No need to apologize. I'm not upset about your affairs with the Black Widow. In truth, what truly irked Arcee was Lien Tianjue's decision to conceal this matter from her. However, with his swift apology, the discomfort in her heart dissipated instantly, leaving only the memory of his endearing, slightly flustered demeanor when he yielded Chapter 109. The Hammer of the Chosen You are remarkably magnanimous. The Black Widow remarked upon seeing Arcee's lack of anger toward her knowledge of the relationship with Lien Tianjue, her tone casual. Yet, beneath her nonchalant facade, she felt a tinge of disappointment. Arcee's reaction did not meet her expectations. Heh, you certainly have a lot of schemes. Arcee shot the Black Widow a sidelong glance, chuckling lightly. Were you not the one who was not deceived? Having her thoughts laid bare, the Black Widow seemed unfazed, maintaining her indifferent demeanor. The trio lingered on the rooftop for quite some time, and as dusk approached, they returned to the base. The following day, the familiar sound of a signal being received echoed from the base computer. Optimus Prime, we have a situation. The moment the computer detected the signal, the ambulance immediately called out to Optimus Prime. Ambulance, what's the situation? Have we found another relic? Upon hearing the voice, the partition swiftly moved next to the ambulance, eager to embark on a mission. You are correct. Another signal from an ancient Autobot has been detected. If all goes according to plan, it should be yet another fortress relic. The ambulance nodded. However, concern flickered across his face. Yet, based on the information we have, the fortress relics emit signals only after the fortress beacons have been deciphered. It is clear that Optimus Prime has yet to decode the third coordinate. Yet the signal for the third relic has already emerged. This indicates that the Decepticons are ahead of us in the endeavor to crack the fortress beacons. They likely have already reached the relic's location. In that case, ambulance, to prevent the Decepticons from obtaining the relic, please lock onto its coordinates immediately and activate the ground bridge. After considering the ambulance's analysis, Optimus Prime agreed, preparing to take immediate action. Understood. The ambulance nodded, promptly locking onto the relic's coordinates and activating the ground bridge. Autobots, we are departing. As the ground bridge materialized, Optimus Prime called out his customary rallying cry, ready to lead the charge into the bridge. However, Just as he was about to step into the ground bridge, he caught a glimpse of Bumblebee, who was eagerly following behind. Seeing Bumblebee, Optimus Prime halted, turning around. Bumblebee, you are to remain at the base. Bumblebee's excitement at joining the mission quickly turned to dismay upon hearing Optimus Prime's words. His vocalizer emitted a series of protestations, clearly dissatisfied with Optimus Prime's decision. Bumblebee, did we not inform you that you cannot go out until we find your transformation gear? Observing Bumblebee's face filled with protest, the ambulance approached him with a serious demeanor. The ambulance's expression was one of unwavering authority, and with a long sigh, Bumblebee turned away, appearing disheartened and unwilling to engage further. We are leaving, Optimus Prime noted as the ambulance restrained Bumblebee and proceeded into the ground bridge. The other Autobots followed suit. I'm off on a mission. Take care of yourself. Arcee glanced at Lien Tianjue before stepping into the ground bridge. What's this? Are you so reluctant to part with Arcee, or are you concerned for her safety? The Black Widow teased as she observed Lien Tianjue gazing after Arcee's retreating figure, still lost in thought even after she disappeared. I have simply been unable to go out lately. Watching everyone else busy themselves makes me feel rather idle, Lien Tianjue replied, looking at the Black Widow. Idle, you say? Upon hearing Lien Tianjue's words, the Black Widow's eyes sparkled. She then took his hand, leading him towards the lounge. Lien Tianjue, perplexed, made no effort to resist, obediently following her. Upon entering the lounge, the door closed automatically, and the petite Black Widow forcefully pushed Li Taiju to the ground. In the wake of Li Taiju's astonished gaze, she ensnared his neck with her hand. Then, in a sultry tone, the Black Widow softly remarked, if you find yourself at leisure, perhaps we should seek some amusement. A beguiling smile graced her lips as her hand gently caressed Li Taiju's chest. Atop a towering cliff, all the Autobots braced themselves against the edge, gazing out at the bustling scene before them, where the likes of Jidao and Sihua were hard at work. It baffles me that Megatron has assigned us no critical missions. Yet here we are, digging in the dirt, Sihua complained, wielding a massive hammer to break stones. Quit your grumbling. It would not bode well if Megatron heard you. Besides, I find this leisurely task quite suitable for myself. Engaging in battles could ruin my pristine finish, Jidao replied, lounging nearby and occasionally admiring his polished exterior, his tone languid. What is this? Is this the object Megatron wanted us to find? A large hammer? After digging for a while, their target gradually emerged from the earth. Optimus Prime, do you know what that is? Jidao and Sihua inquired, glancing toward the shadowy figure of Arcee, looking at Optimus. It's that very thing, Optimus Prime exclaimed, his pupils narrowing in astonishment. What is it? Flying over the mountain, they could hardly contain their curiosity at Optimus's enigmatic demeanor. It is the hammer of the 13. Optimus Prime replied slowly. What is its purpose? Arcee asked, her gaze fixed on the large hammer that was becoming increasingly visible. Such a massive hammer could very well be a weapon capable of flattening Megatron's head. Before Optimus could respond, Jidao ventured a guess. Quite the contrary. Its function is not for combat, but for creation. It can transmute any raw material into living mechanical devices, Optimus clarified. The Hammer of the 13 is a genuine ancient artifact of the Autobots, a relic of one of the 13 leaders. Is that hammer truly so powerful? Jidao asked in astonishment. Does this mean we could use it to fabricate a new transformation gear for Bumblebee? It could also mend the wounds inflicted upon Li Taiju, Arcee remarked, her eyes glimmering as she beheld the hammer, now fully unearthed by Sihua. In theory, that is feasible, but it hinges on our ability to seize it, Optimus stated. Just as he finished speaking, Sihua had already grasped the Hammer of the 13, and without hesitation, Optimus charged forward, followed closely by the other Autobots. Sihua, put that down. In the face of Sihua, Jidao displayed remarkable valor, dashing forward without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 110. Headquarters of the Mecha Special Operations Team. Damn it. Why are there Autobots everywhere? Jidao felt a surge of retreat upon seeing the sudden appearance of numerous Autobots. However, he quickly clenched the object in his grasp, summoning his courage to step forward. Do you think your numbers can harm us? If you want that hammer, you must first get past me, Jidao declared, activating the shield generator in his hand, fearing he might be struck by the Autobots if he delayed even a moment. A massive barrier of blue energy rippled into existence before him, obstructing the Autobots' advance. Yet, due to Jidao's rapid approach, Jidao was not hindered. With a swift leap, Ji-Dao swung the hammer down fiercely toward Siwa. Boom! Siwa was sent reeling backward, struggling to maintain his grip on his hammer, which clattered to the ground. Ignoring Siwa, Ji-Dao swiftly snatched up the fallen hammer of the 13. It was colossal and heavy, requiring both of Ji-Dao's hands to wield it. As Siwa regained his footing, he fixed a steely gaze upon Ji-Dao. What's the matter? Not feeling brave? Ji-Dao glared fiercely at Siwa, brandishing the massive hammer. Come at me if you dare. I'll crush your little hammer with this one. Hearing Ji-Dao's taunt, Siwa glanced at his own small hammer, then at Ji-Dao's hammer, which was several times larger, and his pride was stung. He swung his hammer and roared, charging at Ji-Dao. Simultaneously, due to the barrier generated by the shield generator, Optimus and his companions found it challenging to breach Ji-Dao's defenses. The champion of this shield generator contest is Ji-Dao. He bellowed exuberantly. A triumphant smirk spread across his face as he advanced, the shield pushing against Optimus and his team, nearly sending them over the cliff's edge. Boom! Just as Ji-Dao was about to send Optimus and the others tumbling into the abyss, Siwa was struck by Ji-Dao's hammer and sent flying toward him. Ji-Dao instinctively turned his head at the sound behind him. Boom! In that instant, Siwa tackled him to the ground, causing Ji-Dao to lose grip on the shield generator. Without Ji-Dao's control, the protective barrier dissipated. Siwa, get up! With the shield generator gone, Ji-Dao panicked in the face of so many Autobots. Siwa hurriedly rose from atop Ji-Dao, who scrambled to his feet and rushed towards the shield generator. Crack! Before Ji-Dao could reclaim the shield generator, Ji-Dao stomped down on it, crushing it flat. Ji-Dao raised his head to meet Ji-Dao's gaze, who was looking down at him with a friendly smile while holding the mighty hammer. What do you want? Do you desire this crushed little contraption? Cough, cough, I think I may have come to the wrong place. Ji-Dao stammered awkwardly, retracting his outstretched hand and slowly backing away. However, Ji-Dao was not inclined to grant him an escape. He raised the hammer of the 13, ready to strike Ji-Dao down. Don't hit it, don't mar my finish. Witnessing this scene, Ji-Dao's face turned pale with fear. If that blow landed, he would not only risk his life, but a significant portion of his finish would surely be marred, an outcome he could not bear. Yet, Ji-Dao paid no heed to his pleas, the hammer descending slowly. Boom! Ji-Dao shut his eyes, shielding his face with his hands, adopting a posture of denial, as if closing his eyes would render him impervious to the hammer's impact. After a prolonged wait, the anticipated pain from the hammer striking him never came. Instead, a thunderous noise filled his ears. Tentatively, Ji-Dao opened his eyes, only to find Siwa standing before him. While Ji-Dao lay sprawled on the ground, the hammer of the 13 pinning him down. Siwa, Ji-Dao exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with gratitude as he beheld the figure shielding him. He quickly got his feet and complained to Siwa, Siwa, if you had delayed even a moment longer, my finish would have been ruined. Ji-Dao, what should we do now? Siwa asked, glancing at the gathered Autobots surrounding Ji-Dao. This doesn't require much thought. Of course, we should run. After uttering these words, Knockout immediately turned and fled, entirely devoid of any intention to confront the Autobots directly. Upon witnessing Knockout's retreat, Dead End also abandoned the thought of fighting and swiftly followed suit. Optimus Prime, I will pursue them, said Sideswipe, who, upon spotting the two fleeing, was eager to give chase. We have already secured the artifact. Let them escape, Optimus Prime interjected, blocking Sideswipe's path. It was imperative to return the artifact to the base, and, with a land bridge now before Knockout and Dead End, even if they pursued, they would likely not catch up. Meanwhile, at the Autobot base, within the hall, only Ratchet, steadfastly guarding the position, and the disheartened Bumblebee, who could not partake in missions, remained. Optimus Prime. At that moment, Agent Fowler connected to the base's communication system, his voice resonating throughout. Agent Fowler, what is the matter? Ratchet inquired. I have discovered the lair of the mech's special operations team in a suburban area. I need you to deal with them, Fowler informed, simultaneously transmitting a coordinate. The mech's special operations team, Ratchet murmured to himself. He then responded to Fowler, Optimus and the others are on a mission. We cannot spare anyone to undertake this task at the moment. Before Fowler could respond, Bumblebee, unable to contain his eagerness, hurried to Ratchet's side. Bumblebee, I am quite busy. Having learned from previous encounters with Bumblebee's persistent nature, Ratchet preemptively spoke before Bumblebee could voice his thoughts. However, this time, Bumblebee did not wish to pester Ratchet, but rather to confront the mech's special operations team. With a voice that oscillated with excitement, Bumblebee expressed his desire to Ratchet, his face brimming with anticipation. "What? You wish to confront the mech special operations team?" Ratchet exclaimed, shaking his head. "Absolutely not. You are currently without your transformation cog. You are ill-suited for a mission. You know those ruthless humans. How could you possibly stand against them unarmed?" Upon hearing Ratchet's refusal, Bumblebee's expression darkened with anger. Without further ado, he forcefully pushed Ratchet to the ground. He swiftly locked onto the coordinates provided by Fowler and activated the land bridge, diving into it with fervor. "Bumblebee!" Ratchet called out, rising to his feet, his face etched with concern as he watched Bumblebee vanish into the land bridge. "Why is Bumblebee so obstinate?" Ratchet muttered, exasperated. Yet, with the situation as it stood, he could not hinder Bumblebee, so he promptly contacted Optimus Prime. Chapter 111. The Return of the Transformation Cog, Optimus Prime. Agent Fowler has sent the location of the mech's special operations team's lair. Bumblebee has gone there alone. How are things on your end? Can you provide support for Bumblebee? Just after securing the artifact, Optimus Prime received Ratchet's message and replied, "We have obtained the artifact. Ratchet, bring us back." Understood. Meanwhile, Bumblebee emerged from the land bridge, finding himself at the entrance of the mech's special operations team's lair. He scrutinized the imposing iron door before him and observed the surroundings, noting the absence of any intact structures aside from this one. Without hesitation, he struck the iron door with his fist, unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed within the building, causing all personnel of the mech special operations team to cease their actions. Simultaneously, a surveillance feed displayed the scene outside. "It's him. It seems he has come for his parts." Sellers recognized Bumblebee immediately upon seeing the footage. No sooner had he spoken than the massive iron door was smashed to the ground, with a resounding crash reverberating through the air. Bumblebee dashed into the building with astonishing speed. "Stop him!" Sellers commanded his subordinates without delay. As Bumblebee burst into the room, his adversaries brandished weapons capable of emitting powerful electric currents, and they unleashed a barrage of attacks upon him. Yet, in pursuit of the transformation cog, Bumblebee adeptly maneuvered his body, rendering their efforts futile. What would typically ensnare an Autobot now seemed impotent as he evaded their onslaught with remarkable agility. While dodging their attacks, Bumblebee's focus remained unwavering on the most conspicuous mechanical skeleton in the room. At its waist, the transformation cog glimmered invitingly. Upon sighting the cog, a look of joy illuminated Bumblebee's face, and he charged toward the mechanical skeleton without a moment's hesitation. Drawing near, he swiftly extracted the transformation cog with astonishing speed. "Retreat!" Sellers, realizing that their attacks were ineffective against Bumblebee, quickly decided to withdraw. While Bumblebee was caught up in his excitement over the transformation cog, Sellers and his team hastily evacuated the base. Bumblebee, seemingly indifferent to the mech's special operations team, cradled the transformation cog in his hands, emitting sounds of elation. After a moment, as his exhilaration began to wane, Bumblebee made his way toward the exit with the transformation cog in hand. At that very moment, a land bridge appeared before him, and Optimus Prime, accompanied by the Autobots, materialized before him. "Bumblebee, are you all right?" Optimus inquired with concern as they emerged from the land bridge. Bumblebee shook his head and proudly displayed the transformation cog before them. "You retrieved the transformation cog." Sideswipe marveled at the sight of the object in Bumblebee's possession. He had believed that without the transformation cog, Bumblebee would be unable to wield any weapons and would stand no chance against those adversaries. To his astonishment, Bumblebee had single-handedly reclaimed the transformation cog, a feat that left everyone astounded. "Buddy, although your actions were somewhat reckless this time, it seems the outcome is favorable." Observing Bumblebee's elation over the transformation cog, a smile crept onto Optimus Prime's face as well. However, he soon glanced around, his expression shifting to one of curiosity as he turned to Bumblebee. "Bumblebee, where are the mech special operations team members?" In response to Optimus's inquiry, Bumblebee could only offer a bewildered gaze, caught up in the thrill of retrieving the transformation cog. He had paid no mind to the whereabouts of the mech special operations team. "Never mind. Since we have secured the transformation cog, let us return." Recognizing Bumblebee's confusion, Optimus understood that Bumblebee was unaware of the fate of the mech special operations team and chose not to press further. The group returned to the base, brimming with excitement. within the base. All right. Upon their return, Ratchet immediately set to work reinstalling the transformation cog into Bumblebee. Once the installation was complete, he clapped his hands and stood up. The transformation cog remains undamaged, preserved in excellent condition. You should give it a try. You should be able to transform. Ratchet spoke while observing Bumblebee. Bumblebee rose from the medical bed, scanned his body within his line of sight, and then, brimming with excitement, began to transform. Click, click. Due to the intact condition of the transformation cog, Bumblebee effortlessly reverted to his sporty car form in an instant. Fantastic, it worked. Upon witnessing Bumblebee transform into a car, the ambulance could not contain his excitement and exclaimed, "Bumblebee!" Raph also shouted joyfully at the sight of Bumblebee. After making a swift turn around the base, Bumblebee elegantly skidded to a halt, opened the door, and honked the horn at Raph. "I'm here, Bumblebee." Raph eagerly jumped into the car. Once Raph was inside, Bumblebee closed the door and sped off towards the base's exit. "Bumblebee, take Raph for a few exhilarating laps. Remember to bring back a few speeding tickets." "Ha ha." The ambulance watched with a broad smile, even bursting into laughter at Bumblebee's departing figure. The malfunctioning voice module of Bumblebee had always been a thorn in the ambulance's heart. Although the transformation gear was intact and not repaired by him, the sight of Bumblebee reclaiming it, without losing any biological components, filled him with joy. On the Nemesis warship, Megatron squinted at the defeated Knockout and Dead End. "So you returned empty-handed, fleeing in disgrace?" He could not comprehend how they had initially decrypted the Iron Fortress beacon and located the artifact, yet still allowed the Autobots to seize it. They even lost the shield generator they had previously secured. What could have gone so awry? Was it a matter of their speed in decoding the beacon, or were his subordinates simply inept? Faced with Megatron's seething fury, Knockout and Dead End remained silent. "A cooked duck has flown away. This is not the first time. Do you understand what will happen if Optimus Prime acquires the Starsaber?" Megatron's crimson gaze bore into Knockout and Dead End. His expression one of frustration. Losing any artifact would be unfortunate, but the Starsaber was different. It was a weapon wielded solely by leaders, once belonging to one of the 13 Primes, capable of forging any powerful weapon imaginable. If Optimus were to use the Starsaber to create formidable weapons for every Autobot, akin to the Star Sword, what chance would the Decepticons have left? Chapter 112. Body upgrade. The current situation was increasingly unfavorable for the Decepticons, and after much contemplation, Megatron concluded that they needed to eliminate this doctor. Given the Autobots' growing strength, he ultimately decided against delivering a fatal punishment to Knockout and Dead End. Suppressing his rage, Megatron instructed them, "You two, return to your posts. Do not act without my permission." "Yes, Lord Megatron," the two replied, relieved by his command. While they could no longer embark on missions or race freely, at least they had avoided severe punishment. As they departed, Megatron turned his attention to Soundwave, who was diligently working. Soundwave promptly decrypted the coordinates for Group 4. "This time, we must secure the artifact before the Autobots do." Soundwave nodded in acknowledgement and quickened his pace. At the Autobot base, Bumblebee had yet to return from his joyride after acquiring the transformation gear, while the other members gathered inside. "Optimus, while I don't wish to question you, are you certain this thing can be used on Starscream?" Skyfall inquired, glancing at Starscream, who lay on the medical bed, and then at Optimus, wielding the Starsaber. Optimus intended to use the power of the Starsaber to repair Starscream's injuries and potentially upgrade his body. However, if memories serve correctly, the Starsaber was merely a forging hammer imbued with divine power, capable of creating any living machine imaginable. Yet, using it on a sentient being left Skyfall skeptical. Starscream, although the Starsaber contains limitless divine power that can transform decay into wonder, Skyfall raises a valid point. "I cannot guarantee what form your body will take after using it. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Optimus inquired, stroking the handle of the Starsaber as he gazed at Starscream. "Absolutely," Starscream affirmed with a nod. Drawing from the experiences of Optimus in the original narrative, there was no doubt that the Starsaber could be used on Cybertronians. However, it remained uncertain whether the transformation would result in a form akin to the upgraded Optimus from the original tale. Of course, if Starscream was not mistaken, the Starsaber could forge whatever the leader envisioned, as long as Optimus focused on repairing and upgrading his body. The forging power of the Starsaber would surely fulfill his intent. Naturally, it could not be too far-fetched, or the energy might prove insufficient. "Very well, since you insist. I shall give a try. Seeing Starscream's determination, Optimus refrained from further objections. The reason for his lack of hindrance was that, possessing the wisdom of numerous former leaders, he understood that even if the Starsaber did not upgrade Starscream's body, it would not cause any harm. After speaking, Optimus raised the Starsaber before the attentive eyes of all. It seemed the Starsaber sensed Optimus's intention. Its inherent divine power resonated with his leadership aura. Once motionless, it radiated a dazzling blue light upon being lifted by Optimus. Concurrently, energy began to swirl between the hammer's handle, producing a series of sounds. At that moment, under the collective gaze, Optimus slowly swung down the Starsaber. Bang! The piercing sound of metal clashing erupted as the massive hammer struck down, causing the entire base to tremble. Arcee winced at the thought of Starscream being struck in the chest by the colossal hammer, instinctively closing her eyes, leaving only a narrow gap to observe the situation. However, to everyone's surprise, the anticipated scene of Starscream's chest being crushed did not unfold. Instead, as the hammer made contact, a surge of powerful energy erupted, flooding into Starscream's body. Seizing the moment, Optimus continued to swing the Starsaber. Bang! 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 Each swing of the Starsaber unleashed a torrent of energy, and Starscream's body underwent a remarkable transformation. Goodness, is this really a hammer? It hasn't crushed Starscream. Instead, it is genuinely healing his injuries. Skyfall, observing the transformation of Starscream under the blows of the Starsaber, widened his eyes in amazement. Bang! With Optimus's final swing of the hammer, a brilliant light erupted from Starscream, dazzling all present. Instinctively, everyone squinted, shielding their eyes from the blinding radiance. Moments later, as the brilliance gradually faded, Starscream's figure re-emerged before them. The newly transformed Starscream left everyone in awe. While his primary color scheme remained largely unchanged, predominantly black with red accents, he appeared significantly taller, now surpassing Optimus by a noticeable head. More importantly, the surface of the Celestial Shatterer has transformed into a more dazzling spectacle, adorned with strikingly beautiful yet fierce patterns. Creating something out of thin air, though witnessed firsthand, it remains hard to believe, exclaimed the Divider, his eyes wide with awe as he gazed at the Celestial Shatterer. To think that such potent power emanates merely from a relic left by the Apostles. One can only imagine how formidable our ancestors must have been in ages long past. The medic's eyes were similarly filled with wonder, his astonishment spilling forth in exclamations. "How do you feel, my friend?" Optimus Prime inquired, setting down his hammer to address the Celestial Shatterer. Yet, even without asking, he could discern that the Celestial Shatterer was in excellent condition. "Remarkably well. Not only has my exterior become more striking, but my size has also increased significantly, and all the damage I sustained has completely healed," the Celestial Shatterer responded, his face alight with astonishment. "What's more, I can perceive that my structure feels more substantial than before. The metallic shell has grown denser, imparting an almost indestructible sensation. Thus, it appears that the hammer of the Prodigy has not only mended your injuries, but has indeed upgraded your very being." Upon hearing the Celestial Shatterer's words, the medic gained a clearer understanding of the hammer's tremendous power. It is worth noting that the original Celestial Shatterer already possessed leader-class combat prowess, with strengths in various aspects that rivaled Optimus Prime himself. The fact that the hammer of the Prodigy could further enhance such a formidable entity speaks volumes of its might, truly brimming with boundless creative power. Indeed, it is truly breathtaking, the Celestial Shatterer remarked, all the while admiring his own form. Chapter 113. The Frightening Wings and the Jack, though both upgrades pertain to mechanical enhancements. The Celestial Shatterer's transformation diverges significantly from Optimus Prime's upgrade as depicted in the original narrative. In the original tale, Optimus Prime's form was ravaged by an explosion and subsequently restored by the hammer of the Prodigy, which also equipped him with additional capabilities for flight. However, the present Celestial Shatterer has not acquired any supplementary gear, yet all his prior injuries have been wholly healed. He is certain that his current body is more robust than Optimus Prime's form post-upgrade in the original story. This implies that he now possesses formidable strength. With this body, even in the face of the fearsome leader known as the Conqueror, the Celestial Shatterer harbors no fear. It can be asserted that, in terms of individual strength, he stands on par with the Conqueror, with only the embodiment of the Cosmic Emperor above them. As for the Cosmic Emperor and the Primordial Celestial Venerable, these divine beings are clearly beyond comparison, having already ascended to true divinity, making any comparison with him a mere mortal pointless. Moreover, the energy utilized during the upgrades of himself and Optimus Prime differs, resulting in their distinct forms. Should he desire additional equipment, it would likely require an expenditure of greater energy, which the Celestial Shatterer deems unnecessary. As long as his injuries were repaired, he was content, especially now that his form has been upgraded. What could he possibly find to complain about? My friend, I must say, your current appearance is simply stunning. Were I not in pristine condition myself, I might be tempted to ask Optimus Prime to bestow a few upgrades upon me as well. It would be disingenuous for the Divider not to feel envious of the Celestial Shatterer's upgrade. However, Optimus Prime had previously informed them that the energy of the Hammer of the Prodigy is finite and cannot be used to upgrade everyone S-forms. Thus, in light of the uncertainties the future holds, it is prudent to conserve the energy of the hammer as much as possible. One never knows when it might be needed. Of course, should the Autobots emerge victorious in the future, restoring Cybertron to its former glory, the depletion of the Hammer's energy would be of little concern. Arcee, how do you feel? After thoroughly examining his own body, the Celestial Shatterer directed his gaze towards Arcee. Compared to the praises of others, he undoubtedly relished Arcee's admiration the most. Not too shabby, considering human standards. You appear even more stylish now. Arcee did not fail to meet the Celestial Shatterer's expectations, her eyes shimmering with astonishment and satisfaction as she spoke. Huh, are you saying I'm handsome? The Celestial Shatterer quipped, striking a pose and raising an eyebrow at her. Absolutely stunning, Arcee replied, never one to disappoint. Hearing her words, the Celestial Shatterer bestowed a gentle smile upon Arcee. He then turned his attention back to Optimus Prime. We shall fight side by side once more. Welcome back to the team, my friend. Optimus Prime extended his hand. The Celestial Shatterer clasped Optimus Prime's hand, his smile evident, while a barely perceptible smile graced Optimus Prime's face in return. After gaining a better understanding of the Celestial Shatterer's condition, Optimus Prime returned to his duties, continuing the decryption of the Iron Fortress beacon. Meanwhile, the medic escorted the Celestial Shatterer for a comprehensive examination of his form. I say, comrades, today is indeed a day worth celebrating. Not only has Bumblebee reclaimed his transformation gears, but the Celestial Shatterer has also rejoined our ranks. Clearly, today holds significant commemorative value. Let's host a party to express our joy, the Divider proposed enthusiastically. Absolutely, I have no objections. In fact, I am quite eager to showcase my mighty Iron Ball. The Divider rubbed his hands together, eagerly anticipating the gathering. Naturally, the others had no objections, save for the medic. Party? Peaceful days are gone for good. Observing the Divider's exuberance, the medic sighed deeply. After a while of conducting a thorough examination of the Celestial Shatterer's form and gathering data, the medic set the Celestial Shatterer aside, fervently immersing himself in his scientific endeavors. At that moment, the base was alive with activity and noise. The sound of the Iron Ball crashing echoed throughout, while the chatter of the Divider and the others intermittently filled the air. The Celestial Shatterer fixated his gaze on Arcee, who was leaning against the wall, one hand on her hip, exuding a captivating aura that showcased her splendid figure. He then approached Arcee's side. What's this? Have we been cast out by our fervent medic? Arcee looked up, her beautiful eyes meeting the Celestial Shatterer's, her brow slightly raised. Indeed, the Celestial Shatterer replied, glancing at the medic in the distance. And what a Black Widow? Arcee inquired, shifting the topic away from the medic. You know how she is. She favors solitude. After your mission, she took off for a joyride, the Celestial Shatterer responded. Is that so? Arcee nodded thoughtfully. Time passed swiftly, and a while later, following the upgrade of the Celestial Shatterer's form, the base's computer emitted a series of sounds, indicating an incoming communication. A familiar voice resonated among them. Optimus Prime, what on earth is going on? I've been informed that your team is engaged in a scuffle 20 miles outside Omaha. Can't you manage your personnel better? As soon as the communication was established, Agent Fuller's large face appeared on the display, his expression fraught with anger. I sincerely apologize, Agent Fuller, but I assure you that our team remains within the base. No one has ventured outside, Optimus Prime replied, glancing back to confirm. All the Autobots stood behind him, none missing. If it's not your people, then who could it be? Surely it can't be the Decepticons fighting amongst themselves. Agent Fuller's face displayed confusion. Simultaneously, he connected the video feed from his aircraft, the perspective looking downwards, revealing two Cybertronians engaged in a fierce battle. Perhaps it truly is the Decepticons. After all, I've heard they've been experiencing some internal strife lately, and Megatron seems to be losing control over his subordinates. Arcee pondered, observing the footage thoughtfully. The video continued to play, directly transmitted from the scene, akin to a live broadcast. As the skirmish unfolded, the figures of the combatants grew increasingly clear, until a familiar face emerged before the onlookers. "My goodness, it's indeed one of our own," exclaimed Ratchet upon recognizing the visage. "It's Jack, huh? Jack has returned," exclaimed Ironhide, his face lighting up at the sight of the familiar figure. "Even if the Taoist immortal has returned, you must still resolve this matter," Agent Fowler asserted, realizing they were indeed in the presence of an Autobot. "Agent Fowler, we will manage this situation," Optimus Prime replied, not contesting Fowler's words upon seeing Jack among them. They indeed needed to take action. However, who is he fighting against? It resembles Thundercracker, but it is clearly not him, as Thundercracker was already eliminated by Starscream. Blitzwing scratched his head, puzzled. "Ratchet, transport us there," Optimus Prime commanded, looking at Ratchet. "Understood." Chapter 114. The explosive combatants, meanwhile, Jack and Skywarp, are locked in combat, each wielding explosive devices, hurling bombs at one another amidst the chaos of their battle. Frequent detonations resounded, filling the air with thunderous booms, as craters began to appear on the barren land. Just as their fierce exchange reached a stalemate, a land bridge tunnel materialized not far from Jack. "I suspected they might come," Jack murmured to himself upon spotting the tunnel, then resumed his assault on the distant Skywarp. Optimus Prime and his companions burst forth from the land bridge tunnel, spotting Jack engaged with Skywarp. Without hesitation, they dove directly into the fray. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. With the arrival of Optimus Prime and his allies, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Skywarp could not withstand the barrage of attacks and fled towards the distance, escaping the Autobot onslaught. "Optimus Prime, I'm here to assist you." As Optimus and his team pursued Skywarp, Agent Fowler piloted his aircraft towards the Decepticon's head. Skywarp, witnessing this, was not alarmed but rather pleased, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he gazed up at Fowler's helicopter. Then, with a sinister grin, he unleashed two beams of green light that shot towards Fowler with astonishing speed. "Agent Fowler, evade!" Optimus Prime shouted to the airborne agent. However, the beams traveled too swiftly. Before Fowler could react, they had already begun to scan his aircraft. "Oh, damn it, what is happening?" As the beams scanned the aircraft, it seemed to affect its stability, causing it to sway precariously. Fowler shielded his eyes from the blinding light, unable to contain his alarm as his aircraft rocked violently. The beam passed, and to Fowler's astonishment, it had transformed Skywarp into a vehicle form akin to his own. In the blink of an eye, Skywarp took several large strides, accelerated, and leapt into the air, morphing into Fowler's model of aircraft, soaring upwards. "What?" Fowler, who had not undergone the scanning, was left speechless, his face contorting in rage. "Scanning my aircraft and stealing military secrets? I will not let you get away with this." Fowler, speaking with fury, pushed his aircraft to maximum power, launching into a fierce pursuit of Skywarp. As Skywarp ascended into the sky, he fired two tracking missiles backward, not caring whether they hit, and accelerated rapidly, vanishing into the horizon. Boom! Boom! Without a doubt, the missile struck Fowler's aircraft directly. The aircraft sputtered, trailing smoke, before losing power and plummeting downwards. "Damn it! Start up! Come on, start!" Bang! 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 As he watched his aircraft plummet, Fowler repeatedly pressed the start button in desperation. Seeing no response, his temper flared, and he pounded the control panel in frustration. However, the damage was done. His efforts were futile, and he continued to descend uncontrollably. Damn it, just then a collision echoed, and at that moment, Fowler felt the aircraft halt its descent. Looking outside, he saw Optimus Prime cradling the aircraft, gently lowering it to the ground. "Fowler, are you all right?" Optimus Prime inquired, addressing the agent within the craft. "If you had arrived just 1 second later, I would have been finished," Fowler replied, half seriously. As he crawled out of the aircraft, standing upright on the ground, he looked up at Optimus Prime. "Who is that rogue?" "He is Skywarp, Thundercracker's twin brother." and a Decepticon, Optimus Prime explained patiently. Humph, if I encounter him again, I will teach him a lesson, Fowler declared, brimming with indignation. All right, Fowler, let us return. Optimus Prime, unable to tolerate Fowler's bravado, turned towards the land bridge tunnel. Moments later, everyone had returned to the base. Ha ha ha, Jack. I told you that you would return. Ironhide laughed heartily, slapping Jack on the shoulder. In truth, I was wandering through the cosmos, searching for fellow wanderers, and I followed Skywarp here. Jack's voice was somewhat somber. Did you find them? Ironhide asked with anticipation. I did. It was an old comrade from the Thunder Rescue Team. Jack replied. Really? Who? Is he all right? Ironhide's excitement was palpable upon hearing that Jack had found a comrade. It was Wave, Jack said, looking at Ironhide. But he's in dire straits, shattered into pieces. How could this be? Upon learning that Wave had been obliterated, Ironhide's previously jubilant expression darkened, and his massive form involuntarily recoiled a few steps. It was Skywarp. Optimus Prime deduced the identity of Wave's assailant. Indeed, I drifted through the cosmos, seeking companions. Upon entering One Star System, I received a message from Wave, and we arranged to meet at a specific location. However, Skywarp seemed to intercept our communications and found Wave first. When I reached Wave, his ship had been rigged with explosives. The close-range explosion was meant to eliminate both of us, but fortunately, the jackhammer withstood the blast, while Wave was obliterated. After recounting this, Jack fell silent. A shadow of sorrow cast over him. What are your plans moving forward? Optimus Prime inquired. To find Skywarp and avenge Wave. Jack declared without hesitation. Jack, instigating a war with the Decepticons is unwise, especially here on Earth. You cannot act recklessly in this domain, Optimus Prime cautioned, hearing Jack's intent. Old Chien, I can recommend several vehicle forms for you. Only after you adopt an earthly vehicle form can you operate here enough. Goban. Avenge Lang Hua is a personal matter of mine, and it does not concern you. I will not involve you. With that, Qianjin lifted his stride toward the exit of the base. Old Qian Goban attempted to call him back, but upon glancing at Optimus Prime, he hesitated and finally said, Old Qian is somewhat emotionally unstable right now. I believe I can persuade him. If that is the case, it will be most welcome. Optimus Prime did not hinder him. With Optimus Prime's approval, Goban hurried after Qianjin. Aboard the Hammerhead, Goban and Qianjin reunited. Old Qian, Optimus Prime did not mean it that way. He simply does not wish for us to sacrifice ourselves in unnecessary warfare, Goban said, gazing at Qianjin. I understand, but Optimus Prime is Optimus Prime, and I am myself. I cannot stand idly by while the murderer of Lang Hua roams free. If you are merely his mouthpiece, I suggest you take your leave. Qianjin appeared somewhat irate, turning away from Goban Chapter 115. The Chatterbox's downfall as Qianjin and Goban conversed. Skywing sent out a signal to summon the Decepticon warship. Inside the warship, your loyal warrior sends greetings, Lord Megatron. Skywing knelt on one knee before Megatron, his expression filled with reverence. Skywing, your arrival is fortuitous. The Decepticon cause is in need of you. Megatron felt a surge of joy at Skywing's presence. Like Thundercracker, he was a rare warrior who would play a significant role in the upcoming battles. After completing his respectful greeting, Skywing rose and gazed at Megatron. Lord Megatron, my loyalty to you is beyond question, but my presence here is not solely due to that. It is also for my deceased brother. How did you know Thundercracker has perished? Megatron asked, his surprise evident as he regarded Skywing. I share a link with my brother Spark. We share the same life force. I could feel him awakening from his slumber, as well as the extinguishing of his spark. Skywing's gaze bore into Megatron, seemingly seeking answers. You speak the truth. Thundercracker has been dead for quite some time. I regret and apologize for your brother's fate, Megatron said, a look of sympathy crossing his face. He continued, however, rest assured, your brother fell honorably on the battlefield, sacrificing his life for the Decepticon cause. I have given him a grand burial. Lord Megatron, could you tell me who killed my brother? Skywing asked, his urgency palpable, though I was not present at the time. He indeed perished in battle against the Autobots, Megatron said after a moment of silence. I understand. I will not let those Autobots who kill my brother escape. I swear to the heavens that I will eliminate them all. Fury glinted in Skywing's eyes. He did not conceal his thoughts. Skywing, I must caution you. Acting without a plan will only lead to chaos. You are not permitted to act independently without my command. Megatron immediately responded to Skywing's words. Given the tense situation, he did not wish for Skywing to jeopardize his life through reckless actions, nor did he want unnecessary troubles arising from such conduct. Lord Megatron, please allow me to eliminate the Autobots who killed my brother. Upon hearing Megatron's words, Skywing immediately knelt, earnestly pleading. Observing Skywing's actions, Megatron's expression shifted slightly. However, to placate this invaluable warrior and to prevent future insubordination, Megatron slowly spoke. In honor of a deceased brother, I grant you permission for this one independent mission. Thank you, Lord Megatron. Skywing's face lit up with joy as he expressed his gratitude. Very well. I hope you return alive from this endeavor. Megatron waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, I will return with Optimus Prime's head. Skywing proclaimed with utmost confidence. I must warn you, Optimus Prime is not so easily defeated. If anyone could vanquish him, I would not have allowed him to survive until now. Hearing Skywing's confident assertions, Megatron cautioned, his tone laden with unspoken implications. I will prove to you that I possess the capability to eradicate the Autobots, including their leader, Optimus Prime. Skywing did not elaborate further. He respectfully bowed to Megatron before turning and leaving the control room. Lord Megatron, it seems Skywing is overly confident. Do you truly wish to send this arrogant fool against the Autobots? Red Spider, who had listened to the entire exchange between Skywing and Megatron, interjected. As he spoke, a hint of mockery crept onto his face, clearly doubting Skywing's ability to eliminate the Autobots. Of course, he acknowledged Skywing as a rare warrior and was contemplating how to draw him into his own faction, so that when Megatron eventually faltered, he could seamlessly ascend to the throne of Decepticon leadership. If he manages to return alive, I will be quite surprised. Megatron shared the sentiment that he did not consider Skywing a match for Optimus Prime. His decision to allow Skywing to confront the Autobots was merely a matter of necessity after leaving the control room. Skywing made his way toward the exterior of the warship. As he traversed the corridor leading to the exit, a voice reached his ears. Thundercracker, how is this possible? I witnessed your corpse with my own eyes. Before Skywing, Knockout stared in disbelief at the approaching figure of Skywing. Thundercracker is my brother. I am his brother, Skywing, he clarified, halting to explain to the astonished Knockout. Ah, I see now. You gave me quite a fright. I thought Thundercracker had risen from the dead. Upon hearing Skywing's explanation, Knockout wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, relieved. In truth, he had heard of Skywing. During their time on Cybertron, Skywing had been the leader of the Hunt Squad. However, Thundercracker and Skywing bore such a striking resemblance. And since Thundercracker had died during a mission they were on together, Knockout had been momentarily startled, unable to process the situation. Skywing noticed Knockout's startled demeanor and the flicker of fear on his face, igniting a spark of suspicion within him. Were you close to my brother? Skywing inquired of Knockout. Not particularly. We had completed a mission together, and he perished during that very operation. Knockout replied with a somber expression. He then added, but do not misunderstand. I was tending to the injured Deadlock and Red Spider at the time. Your brother pursued Black Widow alone. After that, we lost contact with him, and ultimately, his body was brought back by Red Spider. My involvement in your brother's death was minimal. Tell me every detail surrounding my brother's death. Upon hearing Knockout's words, Skywing's initial desire to confront the Autobots transformed into a quest to uncover the circumstances of his brother's demise. Did Lord Megatron not inform you? Knockout asked, puzzled. Lord Megatron did not provide me with the specifics. He merely stated that the Autobots were responsible for my brother's death and did not even mention Black Widow. A strange implication surfaced on Skywing's face. Though I yearn to provide you with an answer, I find myself rather occupied. Perhaps you might consider consulting available resources or seeking out Black Widow. Upon hearing that Megatron had refrained from divulging the intricate details surrounding Thundercracker's demise to Skywarp, an air of uncertainty enveloped the situation. It remained unclear whether Megatron had simply forgotten to mention it, chose to withhold the information, or was motivated by other intentions. However, since Megatron had opted not to enlighten Skywarp, Knockout had no desire to court trouble. Should Megatron harbor ulterior motives, revealing the information at this juncture would likely invite complications. Reveal it to me. Skywarp insisted, refusing Knockout the opportunity to decline. With an authoritative tone, he demanded to be informed of the events. Knockout hesitated. observing the intimidating presence of Skywarp before him. Yet, as he noticed Skywarp's hand casually brush against the Gatling gun on his back, his uncertainty evaporated in an instant. Chapter 116. Skywarp seeks trouble ultimately. Knockout relayed everything that transpired during his time alongside Thundercracker to Skywarp. Is that so? Thank you for your revelation. Skywarp expressed his gratitude before continuing on his path. Damn my loquaciousness. Why could I not restrain myself? Knockout lamented as he watched Skywarp depart, a twinge of regret settling within him. Had he known to maintain his composure upon encountering Skywarp, he would have refrained from speaking out unnecessarily. If Megatron indeed wished to conceal something from Skywarp, his unwarranted disclosure could have dire consequences. Nevertheless, Knockout's apprehensions were unfounded. Megatron had indeed been evasive regarding Skywarp's awareness of his brother's death. After all, even he was unaware of the specifics surrounding Thundercracker's demise, uncertain whether it was an honorable death in battle. What he could ascertain was that Thundercracker had indeed been slain by the Autobots. Moreover, Megatron bore no guilt in this matter, for Thundercracker had perished while on a mission, a common fate for soldiers following orders. He had even retrieved Thundercracker's body and arranged for proper burial. His reluctance to elaborate on the details stemmed from a desire to prevent Skywarp from overthinking the situation. Even if Skywarp were to learn the truth, it would not significantly impact Megatron. At that moment, Skywarp had arrived at the open deck of the battleship. Initially intending to confront the Autobots, he reconsidered, realizing from Knockout's description that his brother's death was closely linked to Black Widow. Armed with the coordinates of Black Widow's ship hidden within the forest, he resolved to first address Black Widow before dealing with the Autobots. Half an hour later, in the sparsely populated outskirts, Starscream and Black Widow seized a rare moment of solitude, transforming into their vehicle forms as they cruised through the desolate landscape. Suddenly, Black Widow, soaring through the sky, halted mid-flight. "What is it?" Starscream inquired, abruptly stopping his vehicle and turning to face Black Widow. "Someone has intruded upon my territory," she replied coldly. "Shall we return to investigate?" Starscream asked. "Of course. I certainly do not wish to be left homeless," Black Widow declared, promptly altering her course towards the forest where her ship was located, with Starscream following closely behind. As they sped along, Starscream speculated that Skywarp had likely come to seek trouble with Black Widow. After all, such occurrences seemed too coincidental. Previously, Black Widow's base had remained undisturbed until Skywarp's arrival, coinciding with the unfortunate fate of her brother. The two, one soaring above and the other racing below, propelled themselves at full throttle, swiftly reaching the forest where Black Widow's ship was concealed. At that moment, Skywarp emerged from the vessel, having found no trace of Black Widow, inadvertently triggering the ship's alarm system. However, he remained unperturbed, confident that Black Widow had received the notification of an intruder. All he needed to do was patiently await her return before acting. To further ensure his success, he had placed a few trinkets within the ship, explosive devices that could be detonated should anyone enter, obliterating both the life within and the vessel itself. Skywarp concealed himself in a relatively hidden yet broad view area, quietly observing the imposing ship. Moments later, two figures came into view, Black Widow and Starscream. Having returned after receiving the alert, "Let us wait here. Do not enter," Starscream cautioned, preventing Black Widow from proceeding into the ship. He knew that both Skywarp and Jolt were adept at handling explosives, and it would be unwise to enter the ship if the intruder was indeed Skywarp. Understanding Starscream's intent, Black Widow abandoned her desire to enter the ship. "Ah, how vigilant," Skywarp remarked, witnessing their hesitation, yet feeling no disappointment. Instead, he stepped forward. "Skywarp, have you come to avenge your brother?" Black Widow inquired, her gaze fixed on him with keen interest. "So it is true. His death is indeed tied to you." Skywarp narrowed his eyes at her words. "He sought to kill me, but alas, he fell to my blade, or rather, to the blade of one beside me," Black Widow replied, a seductive smile gracing her lips as she glanced at Starscream. "He came seeking trouble. You shall protect me, will you not?" Despite her words, there was no plea for protection in her tone, but rather a teasing challenge directed at Starscream. "Skywarp, your brother was indeed extinguished by me. If your purpose here is vengeance, I shall oblige," Starscream declared, casting a sidelong glance at Black Widow before stepping forward to address Skywarp. "To admit such a truth takes courage. You are not a coward," Skywarp retorted, drawing his Gatling gun from behind without hesitation, unleashing a rapid barrage towards Starscream. Whoosh, whoosh. A series of potent laser beams surged towards Starscream. Reacting swiftly, Starscream summoned a vibrant blue energy shield, which emerged to absorb the onslaught. The laser beams struck the shield, creating ripples of energy but failing to penetrate it. Momentarily taken aback by the ineffectiveness of his assault, Skywarp paused before brandishing his sword and charging at Starscream with fervor. Starscream, undeterred, transformed his hands into razor-sharp blades and met Skywarp's charge head-on. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of metal clashing echoed as their blades collided, sending sparks flying. Each powerful strike caused the ground beneath them to tremble. Black Widow extended her 6 spider-like legs and gracefully leaped onto a nearby tree, hanging upside down like a spider, her violet eyes reflecting the fierce clash below. In that moment, it seemed that Starscream and Skywarp were locked in a fierce stalemate, neither yielding ground. However, this equilibrium was merely temporary, as Starscream was familiarizing himself with the enhanced capabilities of his upgraded form, mastering the surge of newfound power. Boom! With a powerful punch, sparks flew as the fist struck the chest of the formidable Ha-E. The impact sent Ha-E hurtling backward, crashing violently into a tree. The sturdy trunk splintered under the tremendous force, and the great tree toppled over, crashing onto another tree, snapping several of its robust branches before finally collapsing to the ground. Indeed, my strength has significantly increased. Lien Tianjue marveled at the potency of his own blow. In his subconscious, he realized that the force he exerted was merely 30% of his potential. Had it been his previous form, such a fraction would not have wrought such devastation. Yet, with his new body, even 30% was sufficient to launch Ha-E away and shatter a tree, illustrating the remarkable enhancement of his power. Chapter 117. The extraction of the kidney cough. Ha-E immediately regained his footing and adopted a battle stance. The blow had not inflicted any fatal damage, and the brutal conflict resumed between the two. Boom, boom, boom. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Clang, clang, clang. Energy beams danced chaotically, bombs detonated sporadically, and the clashing of metal resonated through the air. Sparks erupted, craters formed on the ground, and sturdy trees continued to fall as the battle raged fiercely, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Bang! Another crushing punch sent Ha-E flying once more. Just before colliding with a giant tree, he swiftly transformed into his aircraft form, soaring into the sky. After enduring such a prolonged struggle, Ha-E recognized that close-quarters combat on the ground offered him no advantage against Lien Tianjue. Thus, he resolved to leverage his aerial superiority, knowing that automobiles could not fly, granting him considerable maneuverability. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Energy lasers rained down from the sky towards Lien Tianjue. Energy ripples emanated from Lien Tianjue as he deflected the incoming beams. Meanwhile, he raised his arm cannon, incessantly firing at Ha-E from above. Boom, boom, boom. The energy blast struck the treetops, severing their peaks. Ha-E swiftly evaded in the air while seizing opportunities to counterattack. However, it appeared that Ha-E was not gaining a significant advantage in the aerial skirmish. The prospect of victory remained elusive. Reluctant to abandon his quest for vengeance on behalf of his brother, he launched tracking missiles. 2 missiles propelled from the underside of his aircraft, hurtling towards Lien Tianjue with formidable force. Lien Tianjue immediately transformed into vehicle mode, nimbly dodging amidst the trees. Although the missiles could turn, they were evidently not very intelligent. After several sharp turns, the missiles collided with a giant tree, causing it to explode, but inflicting minimal damage to Lien Tianjue. Seizing the moment while Lien Tianjue dealt with the missiles, Ha-E unleashed a barrage of laser beams from the sky. Having evaded the missiles, Lien Tianjue swiftly shifted back to his humanoid form, raising his arm cannon to unleash a torrent of powerful blasts at the pursuing Ha-E. Boom, boom, boom. The air filled with the sound of relentless explosions as energy blasts rained down upon Ha-E. Alarmed, Ha-E attempted to evade, but after being struck by the energy blasts, his body sustained damage, severely slowing his speed. As his velocity decreased, he found himself unable to escape Lien Tianjue's rapid assaults. Though he managed to evade some blasts, many struck him, causing smoke to billow from his form. His aircraft mode faltered in the air, teetering precariously as he neared the ground. In desperation, Arcee launched 2 more tracking missiles. As the missiles approached, Lien Tianjue ceased his offensive against Arcee to counter the missile threat. Taking advantage of this distraction, Arcee fled into the distance. No longer willing to continue the fight, he could die honorably, but only under meaningful circumstances. In this battle, he had neither avenged his brother nor eliminated an Autobot, failing to contribute to the Decepticon cause. If he did not escape, his death would be utterly meaningless. Despite the damage to his body, Arcee fled at remarkable speed, disregarding the strain on his form. Once Lien Tianjue dealt with the missiles, he noticed that Arcee had vanished. With no intention of pursuing, he headed towards the Black Widow's ship, who emerged just then. In one hand, she held a disassembled bomb, and in the other, a locking rod. Disarming this bomb was quite a hassle. Fortunately, Arcee didn't detonate it in the meantime. "It's a pity. I thought I would arrive in time to assist you," the Black Widow remarked, casually discarding the disarm bomb while brandishing the locking rod. Had Arcee still been engaged in battle with Lien Tianjue, he would undoubtedly have been unable to evade the rod, leaving him vulnerable. Even if he escaped, it matters not. He has sustained severe injuries and likely won't pose a threat for quite some time, Lien Tianjue remarked nonchalantly. But fortunately, he did not take the locking rod. As if he could have discovered it. The Black Widow replied with a bewitching smile towards Lien Tianjue. The locking rod was not only a powerful weapon, but also held exceptional significance for her, and she intended to treasure it, ensuring it would not be easily found. "Would you care to explore my ship? I recall you haven't had the chance to truly see it." The Black Widow extended her slender hand, inviting Lien Tianjue. "Of course, it would be my honor." Lien Tianjue grasped her hand, and together they entered the ship, leaving Arcee behind. Meanwhile, a resounding crash echoed from the forest's edge as Arcee plummeted to the ground, reverting to his humanoid form. Clutching his chest, he bore numerous wounds from which energy leaked, indicating severe injuries. Particularly, the damage to his wings rendered him incapable of flight. He had exerted all his strength to escape to this point. After hitting the ground, he had not even managed to contact the Decepticon warship before the heavy impact and strain on his body caused him to lose consciousness. After some time, whispers filled the air, followed by the sound of footsteps approaching. "Commander, we've made a discovery." A masked member of the mechanized special forces aimed his weapon at Arcee, but, upon realizing there was no threat, immediately called out to his comrades. As the call echoed, Silas and other members of the mechanized special forces approached. "Goodness, look at this impressive specimen. He appears to be gravely injured. What a delightful find," Silas exclaimed, marveling at the unconscious Arcee. He then commanded his subordinates, "Extract what we require from him, but be cautious, do not awaken him." Silas could discern that the Cybertronian before him was still alive, prompting his warning. Under Silas's orders, the mechanized special forces began their task, and after a while, they extracted transformation gears from Arcee's kidneys. "Commander, we have acquired the items. What should we do with this fellow?" A member of the Mecha Special Forces inquired, holding the transformation gear while addressing Silas. "Although I would dearly love to take him back for disassembly, it is evident that we lack the requisite equipment for transporting such a large specimen. As a gesture of gratitude for his contributions to the Mecha Special Forces, let us allow him to remain here," Silas replied, waving his hand to signal everyone to evacuate swiftly. In truth, it was not out of kindness that Silas spared the being known as Havoc. Rather, he simply did not possess the adequate means to transport such a formidable entity. More importantly, he had noticed Havoc's fingers twitching slightly, indicating that he was on the verge of awakening. Having obtained what he desired, and with Havoc nearing consciousness, Silas resolved to make a hasty retreat to avoid unnecessary complications. Chapter 118, The Widow's Desire. Where am I? Moments after the Mecha Special Forces departed, Havoc regained consciousness from his stupor. His gaze wandered vacantly around the surroundings, before recollecting the events that had transpired. "I sustained grave injuries and lost consciousness," Havoc murmured to himself, his eyes scanning the vicinity. With great effort, he suppressed the pain coursing through his body and rose to his feet, only to be met with a sudden, intense pain in his lower back. Looking down towards the source of the discomfort, he discovered a massive crater that had inexplicably formed. From within the pit, a continuous stream of super-energy matter flowed forth, depleting his strength and sending waves of weakness through his nerves. "What is this?" Havoc pondered, confused. as he distinctly remembered that his lower back had not been injured prior to his fainting. Moreover, he sensed a void within his body, as if something essential was missing. He recalled that the transformation gear was located in that very area, and an unsettling thought crossed his mind as he attempted to transform. Click! Click! The sound of mechanical transformation echoed. Yet, accompanied by the noise, he found himself unable to metamorphose into an aircraft. He had lost the ability to transform. I have lost the transformation gear. Havik finally grasped the harsh reality, yet he remained bewildered as to the circumstances under which it had been lost. Was it the work of Skybreaker? He contemplated, shaking his head in denial. No, Skybreaker would not act in such a manner. He has no reason to do so. Though his time with Skybreaker had been brief, Havik recognized him as a fellow warrior. Moreover, the Autobots had no justification for stealing his transformation gear. Such an act would be deemed disgraceful by both the Decepticons and the Autobots alike. Havik did not believe that his transformation gear had been taken by the Autobots. Yet, this left him in a state of perplexity. If the Autobots were not responsible, then who could be? Could it be the indigenous species of this planet? Those beings referred to as humans? Havik suddenly recalled that this world seemed to harbor its own native life forms. Perhaps it was these indigenous beings who had seized his transformation gear. After a moment of contemplation, his prolonged silence was shattered by the weakness that surged through his body, prompting him to contact the Decepticon warship. This is Havik. Retrieve me. The Decepticon warship Soundwave quickly received Havik's transmission and activated the land bridge. Shortly thereafter, the sound of footsteps echoed, and Havik emerged in the control room via the land bridge. Within the control room, Soundwave, Megatron, and Starscream were present, their gazes fixed upon the returning Havik. Lord Megatron, I deeply apologize. I have failed. Havik knelt before Megatron, who looked at him in astonishment. What has happened to you? Megatron inquired, taken aback by the multitude of wounds adorning Havik's form. He could envision Havik being slain by Optimus Prime or returning in failure, but he had never anticipated that Havik would return gravely injured. Such severe wounds implied that Optimus Prime should have been able to incapacitate Havik. Now, witnessing Havik's battered return was truly surprising. Lord Megatron, I am willing to accept punishment. Havik did not disclose the source of his injuries. Recognizing that this matter was not particularly honorable, he feigned a humble demeanor, awaiting Megatron's decree. I thought you would be killed by Optimus Prime. Your return is quite unexpected, yet it may be regarded as a minor victory in our conflict with the Autobots. Go and receive treatment. Thereafter, I require you to adhere strictly to my commands. Megatron gestured dismissively, showing no intention of punishing Havik. From the outset, he had little hope for Havik's mission to eliminate the Autobots. Now, while Havik's battered return was unforeseen, it was far preferable to death. Yes, I shall diligently follow your orders and assist you to the best of my abilities, never acting without your permission. For Havik, Megatron had already granted him the opportunity to avenge his brother. It was he who had failed to seize it. He understood that Megatron's commands were absolute, and moving forward, regardless of his desires, Megatron would not allow him the opportunity to act independently. Undoubtedly, he could no longer forcefully request Megatron's approval, and he must strictly execute the orders given by his master. As Havik returned in a state of disrepair at the same time, in the headquarters of the Mecha Special Forces, almost complete, my exquisite masterpiece, Silas exclaimed, gazing at the artificially created Cybertronian before him, his eyes shimmering with delight. By capturing Deadlock, he had gleaned insights into the structure of a Cybertronian, extracting Bumblebee's transformation gear in an attempt to create a Cybertronian robot. After encountering shortcomings, he sought out the unique energy source of the Cybertronian's super energy matter and extracted it. Through meticulous planning and research, and after numerous failures, he was on the verge of completing this masterpiece. Once he affixed the transformation gear and finalized all surgical installations, a robot fashioned by him, rivaling the Cybertronians, a true weapon of war, was about to be born. Many areas here are intricately decorated with my careful attention. So, do you like it? The Black Widow ascended on a Skybreaker-esque form with her 6 spider-like legs, her alluring visage drawing near to his ear as she inquired in a voice laden with seduction. Indeed, it is quite impressive. Skybreaker nodded in agreement. Though the vessel was modest in size, it was equipped with all necessary apparatus, serving as a mobile base of sorts. If you like it, would you care to stay? I have more than enough space for you. The Black Widow turned to Skybreaker, her eyes glimmering with hope. I regret to inform you that I cannot remain here for an extended period. I can only visit occasionally. Skybreaker understood the implications of her words. However, he would not sever his ties with the Autobots for any reason. How dull. Upon hearing Skybreaker's response, the Black Widow pouted. Her once enchanting face now shadowed with coldness. Though I cannot stay long, I can certainly visit often, Skybreaker remarked, turning to regard the Black Widow's face once more. What's the use of that? What I desire is for you to stay with me forever, the Black Widow remarked. Her eyes filled with longing as she gazed at the celestial rupture. To be honest, there are times when I truly wish to preserve you as a specimen, ensuring you remain by my side eternally, so that no one can ever take you away from me. Chapter 119. Optimus Prime. Some time had elapsed since the Mechanical Special Operations Team seized the transforming gear from the Harpy Wing. At a military base, a sedan slowly emerged, coming to a halt at the entrance where Agent Fuller parked the vehicle and turned to face the soldier on guard. The soldier saluted him. At ease, soldier, Agent Fuller replied, before starting the car and gradually departing. As he drove along the highway, he hummed along to the music playing in the car. Unbeknownst to him, a truck was tailing him. The truck's horn blared incessantly, as it seemed to be obstructed by Agent Fuller's vehicle. "Move it, you idiot!" Fuller exclaimed, growing irritated by the honking. He casually waved his hand out of the window, gesturing for the truck to pass. Subsequently, he eased his car closer to the roadside to create room for the truck. However, curiously, the truck showed no intention of overtaking him, instead remaining closely behind. "What's going on?" Fuller pondered, perplexed at the truck's decision to stay right on his tail. He then pressed down hard on the accelerator to increase his speed, only to find the truck mirroring his acceleration. This isn't right. Fuller realized something was amiss and pressed the gas pedal to the floor in an attempt to speed up. Yet, the truck seemed intent on following him, keeping pace with his vehicle. Bang! The sound of impact echoed as the speeding truck collided with the rear of Fuller's car. Fortunately, the collision was light and did not severely damage his vehicle. "Damn it, this is no accident. He is targeting me," Fuller cursed inwardly, casting furtive glances into the rearview mirror. Is it an assassination, or does he have ulterior motives? He contemplated while accelerating, pushing his car to its limits. Yet, the seemingly clumsy truck maintained its relentless speed, persistently nudging against the back of his car. Optimus Prime. As the truck drew nearer, Fuller caught a glimpse of its true form in the mirror. It was a truck resembling Optimus Prime, adorned with the Autobot insignia on the front. "Optimus Prime, have you lost your mind?" Fuller shouted in outrage, having confirmed the identity of the vehicle behind him. Nevertheless, instead of ceasing its pursuit, the truck intensified its assault, even maneuvering alongside him, effectively pinning him against the guardrail and the truck's body. The vehicle swayed dangerously as Fuller struggled to maintain control, muttering, "Damn it." He promptly contacted the Autobot base to inquire about the situation. At the Autobot base, Agent Fuller's call connected to a computer. "Ratchet, Agent Fuller, is there something you need?" Ratchet inquired, perplexed. "I'm calling to ask if Optimus Prime is at the base." Fuller asked, his tone urgent. "Optimus is out and not at the base. Why do you need him? It sounds like something is happening on your end." Ratchet responded, "Exactly. Optimus is here with me, and I don't know what has gotten into him. He is trying to ram me off the road and even kill me." Fuller replied, frustration evident in his voice. "Agent Fuller, don't joke. Optimus would never do that." Ratchet expressed disbelief. He knew Optimus well enough to be certain that he would never harm a human, especially an ally like Fuller. "I'm not joking. I'm currently on the highway, and Optimus is right beside me, crashing into my car. If you don't believe me, come and see for yourselves." Fuller insisted, his words serious and devoid of jest. Upon hearing Fuller's affirmation, Ratchet turned to the other Autobots, who exchanged bewildered glances. Ratchet then pinpointed Fuller's location and activated the ground bridge, determined to investigate. On the elevated bridge, Optimus Prime, in truck form, relentlessly collided with Agent Fuller's sedan, nearly forcing it off the ground. Boom! Another violent impact ensued, causing the guardrail to collapse. Fuller's vehicle lost control, swaying uncontrollably until half of it dangled perilously in midair. "Damn it, move, please move," Fuller urged, slamming the accelerator in a desperate attempt to reverse, but the wheels hung suspended, rendering the vehicle immobile. Yet, Optimus showed no signs of relenting, continuing to ram into Fuller's car. Gradually, the sedan was being nudged closer to the edge of the cliff, and with a final gentle push from the truck, Fuller's vehicle plummeted off the elevated bridge. At that moment, the ground bridge materialized nearby, and Autobot vehicles emerged. In a swift motion, one of them accelerated toward the spot where Fuller was about to fall, leaping down to catch the descending vehicle. "You finally arrived," Fuller exclaimed, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, visibly shaken as his car was caught. Simultaneously, on the bridge, Arcee and Celestial Rupture sped towards the truck ahead. However, the truck had already left the bridge, veering onto the road and disappearing into the darkness of the night. Celestial Rupture and Arcee refused to give up, continuing their pursuit. Just as they exited the bridge onto the highway, the truck surged fiercely from the side, hurtling towards Arcee at breakneck speed. In a flash, Celestial Rupture reacted, swiftly steering his vehicle to collide with the truck. Concurrently, he shouted to Arcee, "Arcee, jump onto my roof." Arcee, quick to respond, transformed into her humanoid form and leaped onto Celestial Rupture's roof, just as the collision was about to occur. The two vehicles crashed violently into one another. Boom! The sound of the impact reverberated, sparks flying as the collision scraped a large patch of paint off Celestial Rupture's exterior. However, the truck fared worse. Its front end was crumpled, creating a massive dent, while the body was lifted at the front. Yet, due to the head-on nature of the collision, the truck did not topple over. Realizing the precarious situation, the truck immediately shifted its direction and retreated at full speed. Celestial Rupture observed as it fled, choosing not to pursue further. Chapter 120. The Imposter Optimus Prime Arcee. "Are you all right?" Celestial Rupture asked, concern lacing his voice as he addressed Arcee, who was on his roof. "It's nothing," Arcee exclaimed as she leaped off the body of Lai Tianjue. "I just didn't expect Optimus Prime to actually attack us." "That is not Optimus Prime." Lai Tianjue transformed into his humanoid form and shook his head at Arcee. "How can you be so certain it isn't Optimus Prime? If it isn't him, then who could it be?" Arcee inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Optimus Prime isn't that fragile. As for my certainty, I couldn't detect any life signals from him." Lai Tianjue explained to Arcee. "You mean he was just an ordinary truck?" Arcee was taken aback. Although Lai Tianjue had indeed caused a significant dent in the front of the massive truck, she was acutely aware that it was no ordinary vehicle. Its strength rivaled that of the Cybertronians. How could an earthly vehicle possess such robustness, especially when it bore the Autobot insignia? "Do you remember the Mecha Special Operations Team?" Lai Tianjue asked Arcee. "You mean those guys who dismantled Deadlock?" Arcee's eyes brightened with realization. "Arcee, Lai Tianjue, the person has been rescued. Let us head back." The panel called out from behind them. "All right," Lai Tianjue replied, then turned to Arcee. "We could discuss this further at the base." "Okay." Arcee nodded in agreement. The two then made their way to the land bridge. A short while later, everyone returned to the base. "So, the vehicle Agent Fuller mentioned could not have been Optimus Prime, right?" Upon seeing everyone return, Ambulin asked confidently. Regrettably, Ambulin, the assailant of Agent Fuller, was indeed Optimus Prime. The panel's expression darkened as he spoke. "Impossible. You must be joking," Ambulin exclaimed, visibly shocked. He never anticipated such an answer. Optimus Prime truly attacked Agent Fuller. How could this be? "Are you sure? Could there have been a mistake?" Jack asked, still in disbelief. "Could Optimus Prime have transformed into another Decepticon?" Raffi speculated. "Or perhaps he has always been a villain, secretly lurking among the Autobots, intent on annihilating us?" Meichi hypothesized, her imagination running wild. "Oh, how could any of that be possible? I can assure you, that individual is not Optimus Prime. Just wait and see," Ambulin declared, striding to the computer to execute a series of commands before turning to everyone. "Look, the life signal of Optimus Prime is absent. He has returned to the base." Just then, the unmistakable sound of Optimus Prime's truck engine echoed from outside the base. Everyone, on high alert, gathered at the entrance. Optimus Prime, in his truck form, approached and then transformed into his humanoid shape. "Optimus Prime, where have you been?" Highflyer questioned cautiously. Optimus Prime surveyed the crowd, raising his hand slightly. Upon seeing this gesture, everyone except Arcee, Lai Tianjue, and Ambulin instantly aimed their weapons at him. Optimus Prime's voice resonated in their ears. "I was just at an underground energon vein." As he spoke, he opened his hand to reveal a small shard of energon. "Can't you see? I'm one of you," Jack shouted, realizing the significance of Optimus Prime's action. Hearing Jack's exclamation, Everyone lowered their weapons. Apologies, Optimus Prime. Earlier, someone impersonated you and attacked us. We thought it was you. The panel stepped forward, looking contrite. What transpired? Optimus Prime inquired as he entered the base. I believe it was the Mecha Special Operations team. They previously dismantled Deadlock to understand our biological structures and then stole Bumblebee's transformation gear. Undoubtedly, they aim to create Cybertronians akin to us or robots resembling us. However, after Bumblebee retrieved the transformation gear, I am uncertain how they acquired another one. Lai Tianjue elucidated to the puzzled Optimus Prime and the others. It was them. Those ruthless fiends have succeeded, Ambulin uttered in shock. It appears they have mastered our biological technology. Optimus Prime's expression turned grave. So was that scoundrel Silas. No wonder he sought to eliminate me. Agent Fuller's face contorted with rage. Then he regarded Lai Tianjue with curiosity. But how were you able to ascertain that the assailant was that scoundrel? You know of my abilities. I scanned its structure and found it utilized energon. Its body contained numerous components similar to ours, including transformation gears. However, it lacked any life signals, indicating it was merely a robot engineered to imitate us. Lai Tianjue explained to Agent Fuller. In other words, it can transform into Optimus Prime's likeness and even possess his strength. Highflyer said, aghast. In theory, that should be the case. Lai Tianjue nodded. Silas has created such a being. We are likely to face considerable trouble ahead. Ambulin remarked, his expression somber. Thus far, we are unaware of their base's location, so we can only wait quietly and observe their next moves while preparing to respond a moment's notice. Optimus Prime pondered for a moment before speaking in a steady tone. That seems to be the only course of action. Ambulin concurred. Time passed swiftly. As the Autobots deliberated in the base, dawn broke. Meanwhile, the impersonator of Optimus Prime, having failed in his assault on Agent Fuller, did not relent. He approached a human military base in vehicle form. The guarding soldiers, noticing a truck speeding towards them, rushed to the center of the road to intercept it. However, the truck seemed indifferent to their presence, charging directly at them. The soldier, startled, quickly leaped aside, hitting the ground to avoid the oncoming vehicle. The truck barreled into the military base, violently crashing through several vehicles before transforming into its humanoid form. The human soldiers, now reacting, rushed towards him, weapons drawn. I am Optimus Prime, the leader of the Autobots. I have come to deliver a message, the imposter declared as he raised his arm cannon and unleashed a barrage of fire upon the humans. Chapter 121. The Scapegoat Autobot Base. Hello. This is Fuller. How may I assist you? Agent Fuller answered a phone call. His expression shifted dramatically. What? That's impossible. That cannot be Optimus Prime. I swear on the stars and stripes of my underwear. He was right in front of me. That individual could not possibly be Optimus Prime. Agent Fuller vehemently rebutted whatever he had heard. Then his face fell. All right, I understand. With that, he hung up the phone. What's the matter, Fuller? Optimus Prime asked, looking at Agent Fuller with concern. It's General Bice. I just received news that the Autobot leader, Optimus Prime, attacked the Aiden military base. Agent Fuller turned to Optimus Prime, urgency evident in his voice. Yet Optimus Prime is right here, interjected the panel. Clearly, it is those deranged members of the Mecha Special Operations team wreaking havoc, the ambulance subsequently remarked. I am aware it is those individuals from the Mecha Special Operations team. But General Baze remains unconvinced. He believes that individual to be Optimus Prime. Agent Fuller expressed his frustration. He continued, orders have already been issued from above. Upon sighting any Autobot, they are to be executed without hesitation. What? How can they do this? That is clearly not Optimus Prime. Are they blind? Exclaimed Mickey, hands on her hips, her face betraying her fury. The issue is they're convinced that it is Optimus Prime. Now the Autobots are wanted, and they cannot show themselves. Jack stated, somewhat helplessly. The problem lies in the fact that this command may not change anything. Rather, humans may be unable to effectively curb the Mecha Special Operations team. They will likely take further action, which could pose a grave threat to Earth. Optimus Prime remained remarkably calm, even in the face of a human government manhunt, showing no signs of panic. He then continued, we cannot allow the Mecha Special Operations team to act unimpeded. I understand your intent, Optimus Prime, the ambulance said, moving to the computer to locate the military base and activate the land bridge. Upon witnessing the land bridge activate, Optimus Prime turned and strode towards it, declaring, Autobots. We set forth. With that, He was the first to enter the land bridge, clearly intending to thwart the imposter Optimus Prime. The other Autobots, filled with rage, followed him into the land bridge. Military base boom. Boom. Whoosh. Whoosh. The sound of cannon fire echoed as military tanks and aircraft were continuously toppled and even utterly destroyed by the imposter Optimus Prime. This is a military base. We are under attack. Requesting backup. Requesting backup, all the cries and pleas for help from the personnel within the military base resonated continuously. The imposter Optimus Prime exhibited no regard for life. His indiscriminate attacks claimed many lives. Just then, the sound of aircraft approached from the distance. Human reinforcements were drawing near. Simultaneously, the Autobots' land bridge opened, and Optimus Prime and his companions swiftly emerged. Upon seeing the land bridge, the imposter Optimus Prime quickly transformed into truck mode and fled. The newly arrived Autobots became scapegoats. They have reinforcements. Attack them quickly, whoosh. Whoosh. The human aircraft, upon spotting the Autobots, wasted no time in launching an assault. What is happening? They are mistaking us for enemies, exclaimed Faye as he flew over, astonished and then enraged. Autobots, retreat to the base. Optimus Prime immediately commanded, and everyone turned to withdraw. Do not let them escape. Attack them quickly. The human reinforcements showed no inclination to cease their assault. The aircraft in the sky continued to strafe. Fortunately, the Autobots' exoskeletons were robust, and the bullets inflicted minimal damage. All returned to the base. Bang upon returning. The panel slammed his fist against the iron wall. Damn it. That guy not only impersonated Optimus Prime, but also attacked the human military base in his name and made us the scapegoats. It is utterly despicable. Indeed, they are detestable. Panel, if we catch him in the future, we must surely teach him a lesson. Mickey responded indignantly. Optimus Prime, although the Mecha Special Operations Team possesses our biological characteristics, they may not have mastered our technology. The ambulance noted, glancing at Optimus Prime. What do you mean? Arcee asked, eyeing the ambulance. The Mecha Special Operations Team does not have a land bridge, which means that truck can only traverse places in vehicle mode. It is evident that the machine created by the Mecha Special Operations Team is merely a replica of Cybertronian design, clearly operated remotely by them. This indicates that the fake Optimus Prime cannot stray too far from the Mecha Special Operations Team's headquarters, meaning their headquarters is likely situated near the military base. The ambulance concluded confidently, echoing the previous sentiments. It seems we must venture out once more. Arcee comprehended their intentions. On the highway not far from the military base, all Autobots mobilized for a large-scale search. To avoid causing trouble for humans, the Autobots operated under the cover of night. Diligence bore fruit as they arrived at a cluster of abandoned buildings not far from the military base. They speculated that this could very well be the lair of the Mecha Special Operations Team. Remain vigilant of anything resembling me. We will split up, Optimus Prime commanded. Then moved decisively in one direction. Li Shinju and Arcee chose their own paths, all brandishing weapons, cautiously scanning their surroundings. This area was dotted with numerous circular structures, and the Autobots navigated between the buildings. Bumblebee was scouting ahead when he spotted a shadow approaching him. He quickly aimed his weapon at the shape. Bumblebee, it's me. Optimus Prime appeared before Bumblebee, continuing, stay alert. That imposter may appear at any moment. Seeing the figure before him was indeed Optimus Prime. Bumblebee's guard relaxed slightly as he lowered his weapon. He emitted a series of unintelligible sounds, seemingly inquiring about something. What? What are you saying? Optimus Prime clearly did not comprehend Bumblebee's words. Noticing that Optimus Prime had not understood him, Bumblebee immediately aimed his weapon at him, his expression turning serious. Whoosh! Whoosh! A barrage of laser beams erupted from Bumblebee's weapon. The imposter Optimus Prime realized he had been exposed and, without hesitation, charged towards Bumblebee, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Bumblebee was struck down by the blow. Seizing the opportunity, the imposter unleashed a flurry of punches, rendering Bumblebee unconscious on the ground. After incapacitating Bumblebee, he surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no other Autobots were in sight, before swiftly moving in another direction. Chapter 122, Fighting Oneself. Meanwhile, the panel was also vigilantly scanning the circular structures when he suddenly heard a noise from nearby. Who's there? He spun around to face the source of the sound and instinctively shouted, Optimus Prime. Before he could react further, the figure of Optimus Prime charged toward him, delivering a fierce punch to his chest. He was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground. Instantly, the panel realized that the figure before him was not Optimus Prime, and he swiftly rose to confront his assailant. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. The panel engaged in battle with the imposter Optimus Prime. But this version exhibited formidable combat prowess, quickly overpowering the panel before vanishing into the night. There's movement over there. Li Shinju called to Arcee. Let us go check it out. Arcee led the way forward. Li Shinju followed closely behind her. As they walked a few steps, a towering figure appeared ahead. Is it Optimus Prime or the imposter? Arcee observed the sudden silhouette with caution. Fake, Li Shinju declared without hesitation, charging toward the imposter Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime was evidently taken aback that Lien Tianjue recognized him as a counterfeit at a mere glance. However, he quickly regained his composure and charged towards Lien Tianjue. The two transformed their hands into sharp blades, engaging in a fierce battle. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the tranquil night, resonating with an intensity that felt particularly striking. As their blades collided, brilliant sparks illuminated the darkness, creating a vivid display. It seems the dent in your chest remains unrepaired, Lien Tianjue observed, noting the imperfection on Optimus Prime's frame amidst the fray. It's merely a superficial wound, entirely inconsequential to my ability to contend with you, Celes retorted. His words transmitted through the processor, mimicking Optimus Prime's voice. I'm quite curious. Without Bumblebee's transformation gears, how did you procure a transformation gear of your own? Lien Tianjue inquired. His curiosity piqued. Once I have you subdued, I shall disclose that information. Celes, clearly uninterested in further banter, continued to maneuver aggressively against Lien Tianjue. Despite the formidable prowess of the robot replicating Optimus Prime, which might have achieved a power level akin to that of the original, Lien Tianjue was no ordinary opponent. Even with Optimus Prime's strength, Lien Tianjue was more than capable of overpowering him. Lien Tianjue refrained from further conversation, unleashing his full might. Powerful blows battered the robot operated by Celes, and in the onslaught of Lien Tianjue's relentless attacks, Celes's automaton struggled to retaliate. I presumed you were merely the second in command of the Autobots. Yet seems your prowess surpasses that of Optimus Prime, Celes remarked, astonished. It was noteworthy that this robot had been meticulously crafted through an analysis of Optimus Prime, and logically, it should not be weaker. Yet, the individual before him was rendering him utterly defenseless. You have evidently miscalculated. Though Celes claimed otherwise, Lien Tianjue was certainly not just a secondary figure among the Autobots. Within the base, aside from Optimus Prime as the leader, all others were regarded as equals. Lien Tianjue, while possessing the strength and appearance befitting a second-in-command, had no necessity for such titles. After cohabiting for so long, they were akin to family, rendering hierarchy irrelevant. Do you know why I remain unfazed in the face of your assaults? Celes inquired calmly while maneuvering the robot to block Lien Tianjue's onslaught. Lien Tianjue remained silent, responding with even fiercer strikes. I possess Optimus Prime's visage and all his power, yet I have one advantage. I fear no pain. As Celes spoke, he disregarded Lien Tianjue's barrage, boldly counterattacking. Do you understand why I am able to dominate you? It is because I am stronger. The inability to feel pain mattered little. As long as Lien Tianjue remained unscathed, he too would feel no discomfort. A surge of blue energy enveloped Lien Tianjue as he fully unleashed his capabilities. With each devastating attack landing upon the robot, deep wounds marred its surface, and every punch left a dent in its frame. With a powerful strike, the imitation Optimus Prime was sent flying. Lien Tianjue transformed his hand into a cannon and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts upon the airborne imposter. Each shot struck the counterfeit's chest, propelling it further away, rendering it incapable of regaining its footing or mounting a defense. After a resounding thud, the counterfeit crashed to the ground, its form marred by numerous dents and scars, energy seeping from within. Its exterior was awash with erratic electrical currents, signaling a disruption of its circuits, and the light in its eyes flickered ominously, on the verge of extinguishment. This cannot be possible, Celes exclaimed, startled by the scene before him. He hastily manipulated the system to force the robot to rise. Under his guidance, the imitation Optimus Prime struggled to its feet, but found the effort arduous. Rather than continue the confrontation with Lien Tianjue, It fled in the opposite direction. Lien Tianjue chose not to pursue, for that path led directly to Optimus Prime. At the Autobot base, Lien Tianjue, I have heard of the fierce battle occurring on your end. What is the situation? Ratchet inquired urgently. All is well. That foe is about to be dealt with. Lien Tianjue replied, then turned to Ratchet. What about you? Have you located Celas and his hideout? Indeed, we have found it. Situated within the circular structure, 200 meters to your left. However, Optimus Prime appears to be even closer, Ratchet responded. I understand. Lien Tianjue nodded. After concluding communication with Ratchet, Lien Tianjue and Arcee made their way towards Optimus Prime's location. Upon arrival, they found Optimus Prime standing atop the headquarters of the Mechanized Special Operations Team. While the counterfeit seemed to have been obliterated and reduced to scrap, it appears I was of little assistance, Arcee remarked with a hint of resignation. Lien Tianjue gazed at Arcee, her striking eyes gleaming even more beautifully in the night. Is it not more entertaining for Optimus Prime to vanquish him himself? Lien Tianjue smiled at her. You truly have a dark sense of humor, Arcee replied, returning his smile with a playful glimmer. Chapter 123, Tender Affections at the Autobot Base. Following the defeat of the counterfeit Optimus Prime, the aftermath was left for Agent Fuller to manage, as all Autobots returned to their sanctuary. This operation went unexpectedly smoothly. The threat posed by the Mechanized Special Operations Team has finally been eradicated. Ratchet expressed with a sense of relief. My concern lies with the absence of Celas. Without him, the Mechanized Special Operations Team is leaderless. I wonder if they will continue their path of destruction. Optimus Prime's tone revealed his apprehension. This situation is quite perplexing. Celas should have perished at the hands of his own creation. Yet upon our arrival, we found no trace of his body, nor that of any other members of the team. The place was utterly deserted. Agent Fuller emerged from the elevator, his brow furrowed in confusion. Could it be that they are still alive? Ratchet pondered, his expression turning grave. In the division of the Mechanized Special Operations Team, half of his body has been severed, and various organs are critically damaged. He can barely sustain life. On the medical table lay Celas, his body connected to an array of medical apparatus, while personnel from the Mechanized Special Operations Team conducted various tests nearby. Fortunately, the Mechanized Special Operations Team is never one to follow the ordinary path. One technician remarked, casting his gaze towards the transformation gear resting on a nearby workbench. In their haste to escape, they had failed to retrieve the successfully manufactured robot. However, they had managed to extract the transformation gear from its form. Days later, at the Autobot base, hurry, we must surpass it. Soaring over the mountains, Arcee, Bumblebee, and the four companions gazed excitedly at the toy car spinning beneath them, cheering fervently. Raffi's toy car crossed the finish line first. Yay, that's fantastic. Raffi shouted in exhilaration upon winning the race. Raffi, you truly are impressive, Jack remarked earnestly, looking at Raffi with admiration. It's nothing special. With enough practice, you could do it too, Raffi replied bashfully, scratching his head. Jack chuckled, then mischievously turned to Meichi. Meichi, you came in third. So what if I did? I simply didn't want to compete with you. Plus, it's just a racing game. You didn't even come in first. Why are you so proud of being second? Meichi rolled her eyes at Jack, giving him a sharp retort. Jack felt a bit awkward from Meichi's sharp comeback, scratching his head, momentarily at a loss for words. After watching the race, Arcee approached the intrigued Lien Tianjue, who was observing everything with keen interest. I never expected you to be interested in this. It's rare to see you so excited, Lien Tianjue remarked with a smile. You're no different. Arcee shrugged, then continued. It's just that my size prevents me from playing with those little human cars. But you must know, my driving skills are top-notch. Lien Tianjue boasted with a grin. Yes. You're amazing. Arcee rolled her eyes at Lien Tianjue, playfully exasperated. What's this? Are you questioning my prowess? Lien Tianjue's heart raced at Arcee's enchanting demeanor. Feigning dissatisfaction, he playfully pulled the questioning Arcee into his embrace. Arcee offered no resistance, effortlessly leaning into his hold. She then lifted her gaze, a soft smile gracing her lips. Her beautiful eyes locking onto Lien Tianjue as she seductively said, Who would dare to question you? You're indeed a master driver, are you mocking me? Though I may be a bit large, my speed is certainly not lacking. Lien Tianjue gently lifted Arcee's chin with his finger, pretending to be displeased. Arcee remained silent, her beautiful eyes gazing deeply into Lien Tianjue's, revealing an ocean of tenderness. Time passed, and in a scarcely populated suburb, Lee Qianju sped along the road in his vehicle form. Calling base, this is Lee Qianju. No unusual findings here. Upon finishing his report, he continued onward, soon detecting a signal from a super energy source. It's a super energy signal. I must go take a look. Lee Qianju veered off the road, traversing through a forest, arriving at a cylindrical pit. Transforming into his humanoid form, he cautiously approached the edge of the pit, peering down. It's a cache of super energy. Lee Qianju exclaimed in surprise at the sight of numerous containers filled with super energy below. He deduced that this might be a storage point for the Decepticon super energy, and he carefully began to climb down the rocky wall, gradually making his way closer. However, suddenly, his foot slipped, unable to stabilize himself. He fell directly into a mass of super energy containers, losing consciousness. At that moment, the retribution slowly hovered above. A circular staircase, descending as it enveloped all the super energy containers, gradually ascending once again. Moments later, both the super energy and Lee Qianju were absorbed into the retribution. Uncertain how much time had passed, Lee Qianju gradually regained consciousness amidst the super energy. "Oh, where am I?" he mumbled, rubbing his heavy head and surveying his surroundings. Then he noticed the numerous containers of super energy beside him. Could I be inside a Decepticon warship? Lee Qianju thought with alarm. He carefully navigated through the containers of super energy and arrived at the exit. As he stepped outside, the door opened automatically. Talp, talp, talp. Just as he exited, a sound of footsteps echoed from around the corner, startling Lee Qianju, who quickly hid in a corner of the doorway. Once the Decepticon soldiers walked past into another corridor, he let out a sigh of relief and cautiously emerged. Navigating carefully through the corridors of the warship, he pondered. This place is too intricate. How do I get out? After wandering for quite some time without finding an exit, Lee Qianju grew increasingly agitated. Eventually, he arrived at the energy core of the Decepticon warship. What is this? He wondered, gazing at the energy core, which was filled with super energy and supplying it to various parts of the warship. His expression hardened. Never mind. If I can't escape, then I will destroy this place. With that, he leaped down without hesitation, transforming his arm into a massive hammer, striking fiercely at the energy core. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions erupted. With Lee Qianju's destruction, the energy core was instantly damaged, severing the supply line of super energy to the retribution. The entire retribution was affected. In the control room, alarm sirens blared, and Megatron quickly turned to Shockwave, asking, "What is happening?" "Lord Megatron, the energy core is damaged, and the energy supply is insufficient. The warship is likely to crash," Shockwave replied calmly, turning to face Megatron. "What is the current situation?" "The energy core is damaged. Energy supply is insufficient. Cloaking has been disabled, and the hull is compromised. Repairs will take a considerable amount of time," Shockwave reported. Soundwave, Megatron, upon hearing Shockwave's words, darkened his expression and shifted his gaze to Soundwave. Soundwave understood Megatron's intent, displaying surveillance footage on his high-definition screen. Lee Qianju's figure appeared, including the scene of him destroying the energy core. "So, it was the Autobots who sabotaged my energy core." Megatron seethed through clenched teeth. His face darkened further. "The Autobots have destroyed my energy core, compromised our cloaking system. Optimus Prime will undoubtedly discover my warship. He will not miss this opportunity. Perhaps Optimus Prime may not seize this chance." Knockout interjected, addressing Megatron. "The last time we met, Optimus Prime was evidently more ruthless than before." Megatron, well aware of Optimus Prime's nature, knew he had to prepare for the inevitable confrontation. Meanwhile, at the Autobot base, Lee Qianju had successfully returned. "So, I did what I do best." Lee Qianju recounted the recent events to everyone at the base. "So you took down the Decepticons' small spacecraft, leaving them in disarray." Meichi cheered, waving her fists excitedly at Lee Qianju. "This is a great opportunity. We could infiltrate the Decepticon warship," Arcee proposed. "Even so, our numbers are still inferior to the Decepticons. They have the advantage of numbers, and if we act recklessly, the outcome may not be favorable." The ambulance pondered for a moment before stating, "I can call for aerial support." Faced with a golden opportunity to eliminate the Decepticons, Agent Fuller was unwilling to let it slip away. Human assistance could prove invaluable. Perhaps we should adopt a more extreme approach. At last, Optimus Prime, who had remained silent for a considerable time, spoke up. Megatron was correct. Compared to the past, Optimus had indeed grown more ruthless. What do you intend to do? The ambulance inquired, casting a glance at Optimus. We shall employ the all-spark extractor, Optimus declared without hesitation. Are you truly going to do that? The ambulance was taken aback by Optimus's response. Utilizing the all-spark extractor might indeed be effective, yet it seemed rather cruel. As you have said, we hold no advantage over Megatron, and to regain the upper hand, we must resort to extreme measures. This opportunity is rare. Employing the all-spark extractor may indeed be harsh, but it is undoubtedly the best means to utterly eradicate the Decepticons and bring an end to this war. Optimus spoke solemnly. Prepare to use such a brutal method in the quest for peace. Very well. If this is your decision, I shall support you. The ambulance acquiesced. The others were equally eager for the Decepticons' demise and naturally offered no dissent. Optimus retrieved the all-spark extractor from the storage chamber. Meanwhile, aboard the Decepticon warship, Lord Megatron, I can see that the Dark Energon possesses formidable regenerative capabilities, but you must consider its other side effects. Should we inject it into the warship, the consequences could be unforeseen. Megatron intended to inject the warship with Dark Energon to repair its damage, but Knockout did not believe this was a prudent course of action, as Dark Energon was too malevolent. No one could anticipate the repercussions of injecting such a vast vessel with Dark Energon. Perhaps you are correct, but Dark Energon flows through my veins. I can control its infusion into the warship with my will. We will become one. It is an unparalleled solution. Megatron asserted with arrogance, confident in his mastery over Dark Energon, dismissing any notion that its side effects could hinder his control over the vessel. He then commanded, "Inject the warship's energy core with Dark Energon." "Yes, Lord Megatron." A soldier obeyed Megatron's order and proceeded to the energy core. With Megatron's command, the Dark Energon was injected into the warship in mere moments, replacing the energon as the vessel's power source. Miraculously, as Dark Energon was utilized, the damaged energy core began to repair itself, followed by the restoration of the entire warship. In no time, Dark Energon had nearly mended all the ship's injuries, and the warship slowly ascended. At the same moment, Optimus and his team arrived at the site of the Decepticon warship's descent via the land bridge. "My goodness!" Agent Fuller exclaimed in awe at the sight of the Decepticon warship. "Bumblebee, this mission is entrusted to you. After activating the all-spark extractor, you must withdraw from its range before it exerts its influence," Optimus solemnly instructed Bumblebee. He then added, "Starscream, Arcee, Ironhide, and Jetfire, draw their fire." With that, Optimus charged toward the Decepticon warship, prompting the others to spring into action. Bumblebee transformed into his vehicle mode, clutching the all-spark extractor, and sped toward the Decepticon warship. "Optimus, I knew you would come." Megatron observed Optimus and his team through his visor. He then commanded the warship's crew, "Eliminate them." As Megatron issued the order, the weapon systems aboard the Decepticon warship activated. First, the laser cannons beneath the warship extended, unleashing rapid bursts of laser fire directed at the Autobots below. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. The laser beams struck the ground, creating numerous craters. The Autobots evaded the laser fire, and, for the moment, the Decepticon warship's weapons could not land a hit. However, new weaponry emerged from the edges of the warship. As soon as the new weapon appeared, it began to gather energy, targeting the foremost Bumblebee, and fired at an astonishing speed. Zap! The stasis beam struck Bumblebee, causing him to collapse instantly, tumbling several times before lying motionless. His grasp on the all-spark extractor slipped, and it fell to the ground. "I was unaware this warship was equipped with a stasis beam," Knockout exclaimed in surprise upon witnessing the event on the display screen. Megatron remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Optimus below. Chapter 125, The Awakening of the Warship's Autonomous Consciousness. Bumblebee. Seeing Bumblebee downed, Optimus shouted in alarm. "My!" Arcee swiftly rushed to the all-spark extractor, taking it from Bumblebee's fallen grasp. She then continued to charge forward at great speed. Simultaneously, Starscream, in vehicle mode, accelerated toward the Decepticon warship with all his power. The Decepticon warship's primary target was now the individual holding the all-spark extractor. As soon as Arcee obtained the all-spark extractor, the warship's stasis beam was aimed at her. "Arcee, dodge!" Starscream warned, vigilant of the stasis beam. Upon hearing Starscream's shout, Arcee did not hesitate. She leaped to the side, falling to the ground just as the stasis beam struck where she had been standing. The stasis beam was primarily designed to induce stasis in Cybertronians and lacked significant destructive power. Arcee, throw it to me, Starscream called out, his eyes fixed on her. Here. Without hesitation, Arcee stood and tossed the Allspark extractor towards Starscream. Starscream seized the Allspark extractor, and as he did, the warship's stasis beam locked onto him. After acquiring the Allspark extractor, Starscream transformed into vehicle mode and sped toward the location of the Decepticon warship. At the same time, blue energy surged around him, forming an energy shield. The stasis beam surged toward Starscream, who felt a ripple of energy as the beam struck him. However, thanks to the protection of the energy shield, the stasis beam's energy was neutralized, preventing Starscream from entering stasis. Starscream drew nearer to the Decepticon warship. Yet, for reasons unknown, the Decepticon warship ceased its assault on Starscream, quickly ascending and turning its hull as if preparing to flee. Witnessing this, Starscream was taken aback. Could it be that the warship's autonomous consciousness had awakened? What is happening? Inside the warship, Megatron realized that the vessel had initiated operations without his command, igniting a flicker of rage within him. Lord Megatron, it seems the warship is rejecting manual control. A nearby crew member stated calmly. How is this possible? Megatron questioned, disbelief etched across his face. The dark energy entity has bestowed autonomous consciousness upon this warship, exclaimed the Fallen, astonished. How could a warship possibly possess autonomy? Immediately take control of the vessel and annihilate the Autobots. I demand the return of what is rightfully mine, Megatron commanded, his face darkened with fury. Upon hearing Megatron's orders, the Decepticon soldier hastily began to operate the control panel. However, after just a few attempts, a powerful surge of electricity surged from the console, enveloping him, and the Decepticon soldier collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, Megatron's eyes widened in shock, and he cast an irate glance toward Soundwave. Understanding Megatron's intent, Soundwave promptly extended a data transmission conduit to connect with the mainframe of the Decepticon warship. Yet, at the moment of connection, an even more potent electrical surge coursed through the conduit, striking Soundwave and rendering him into a dormant state. Lord Megatron, it appears the warship is automatically decrypting the fortress data, reported the Fallen. At that moment, the Fallen noticed a series of data sets appearing on the display screen. The warship had successfully decrypted a set of fortress beacons. Do you see? The warship yields to my will. It obeys my commands, Megatron proclaimed, brimming with pride. I obey no one's commands. A voice echoed through the control room, seemingly emanating from the warship itself. Who are you? Megatron inquired, taken aback. I am the warship. I will not permit you to tamper with my control console. The warship retorted, filled with ire. I am your master. Megatron narrowed his eyes. From this moment forth, you are not. I shall not allow anyone to obstruct my mission. As it spoke, weapons emerged from the ceiling of the control room, and a wave of energy pulses radiated from them, seemingly affecting Megatron. Megatron clutched his head, collapsing to the ground. After a brief moment, the electrical surge dissipated, and Megatron returned to normal. Lord Megatron, the Fallen rushed to his side. Megatron disregarded the Fallen and issued a command in a low voice. Immediately cease energy transmission and sever the data relay. Yes, we shall proceed at once. Upon receiving Megatron's orders, all personnel aboard the Decepticon warship sprang into action. However, the warship remained vigilant, monitoring the situation, observing the Decepticons' movements. It mobilized energy to fill the interior of the ship with sleep rays. A dense web of sleep rays ensnared all Decepticons attempting to navigate towards the energy core, forcing them into dormancy. Seeing the Fallen succumb to sleep before even exiting, Megatron took matters into his own hands and sprinted towards the energy core. Upon reaching the energy core, just as he was about to pull the control lever to reverse the energy output, weapons materialized behind him and sleep rays discharged, compelling Megatron into a state of dormancy. In mere moments, the entire crew of Decepticons was subdued by the warship, now endowed with autonomous consciousness. Simultaneously, on the side of Starscream, due to the abrupt retreat of the Decepticon warship, Starscream was unable to deliver the spark extractor in time. What has gotten into Megatron to retreat so suddenly? And how could the Decepticon warship have been repaired so swiftly? Arcee queried, standing beside Starscream, gazing at the warship that was now far away, perplexed. Let us return. Starscream directed his gaze toward Arcee, though he had some understanding of the situation. He chose not to reveal it. Upon returning to the base, Ratchet would likely deduce it himself. There was no need for foresight. With the mission a failure, the Autobots returned to the base. However, only Bumblebee was forcibly placed into dormancy. The others, including Optimus Prime, remained unharmed. Ratchet, do you comprehend what transpired? Optimus Prime inquired upon their return to the base. The series of actions taken by the Decepticons seemed somewhat abnormal, especially since the damaged partition had compromised their energy core, making a quick repair implausible. The rapid recovery, coupled with the potent energy pulses I detected, and the signals from numerous dark energy entities, all of it suggests that Megatron has utilized dark energy to grant the warship an unforeseen consequence. Ratchet speculated. What shall we do now? Can you ascertain what has occurred on the Decepticon side? Jack asked Ratchet. Chapter 126. What is the objective? Do you think I am a deity? I have not installed surveillance devices on the Decepticon warship. How could I possibly know what is happening there? Should I simply inquire of Megatron what has transpired aboard his vessel? Ratchet retorted, rolling his eyes at Jack. Jack, Mika, and Raph exchanged glances, clearly considering this approach feasible. You all. Ratchet's lip twitched. Asking the enemy about their affairs seemed absurd. Nevertheless, despite his reservations, he initiated contact with the Decepticon warship, calling Megatron. This is Autobot Omega-1 Outpost. May I inquire as to what is occurring on your end? Since the Decepticon warship was not cloaked, Ratchet successfully detected its signal and connected to its communications. He felt somewhat unwell for actually posing the question. To his astonishment, however, the Decepticon warship responded, leaving him incredulous. Who are you? A voice. Raph exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement as he gazed at the display screen. I am Ratchet. I wish to speak with Megatron. Ratchet declared, failing to recognize the voice. He had never heard anyone near Megatron sound like this. Megatron's control has been relinquished, the warship replied. Who are you? Ratchet asked, surprised. Who had the audacity to release Megatron as control? This must be a jest. I am the warship. The Decepticon vessel responded. As it spoke, it transmitted a video showing all Decepticons aboard the warship forced into a dormant state. Ratchet fell silent. The warship continued. Any Cybertronian daring to obstruct my mission will be annihilated. What mission? Ratchet inquired, intrigued. To gather all lost technologies of the Decepticons, the warship answered. What is the objective? Ratchet pressed further. It was evident that the warship's directive was not issued by Megatron, leaving Ratchet to ponder who else could command such a task, or what the warship's true purpose might be. The warship paused momentarily, as if contemplating its own intentions, before abruptly terminating the communication. It has severed the connection. Ratchet turned to face the others. This is astonishing. The Decepticon warship has developed autonomous consciousness. Raph marveled. Clearly, this is yet another manifestation of the dark energy entity's influence. Ratchet echoed in astonishment. The Decepticons aboard the warship have been rendered dormant. Perhaps this is our opportunity. Jack stroked his chin thoughtfully. We could infiltrate the Decepticon warship via the land bridge and download the fortress files. Raph exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with excitement. What a splendid idea. Ratchet concurred. This is hardly a prudent idea. Did you not witness that battleship putting the Bumblebee into stasis? Even the Decepticon within was compelled into a dormant state. If we proceed, we too may fall victim to such an assault, Jack asserted, clearly unimpressed by the suggestion. I wonder if you noticed that the ship's attacks were solely directed at the Autobots. I stood right there, yet it did not target me. Agent Fullerton interjected. Perhaps it is unable to attack humans. Jack speculated. That is quite plausible, but it is more likely that the ship simply did not scan for carbon-based life forms, rather than being incapable of attacking. Ambulin pondered for a moment before reaching a conclusion. Thus, we could stealthily download the Iron Fortress files and bring them back. Mika exclaimed with excitement. Optimus, what are your thoughts? Jack inquired, turning to Optimus Prime. This plan may indeed be viable. Optimus nodded in agreement. Then it's settled. Agent Fullerton declared resolutely. After finalizing their plan, Agent Fullerton, Raph, Jack, and Mika traversed the land bridge to the Decepticon battleship's control room. Here lies one. Upon entering the control room, Raph discovered a Decepticon, Knockout, slumped over the console, trapped in stasis. Clang clang. Mika approached Knockout's side, tapping on his inert form, then chuckled. Haha, Knockout has been knocked out. Raph, hand me the data storage device. Jack requested, reaching for Raph. He then climbed atop Knockout's body to access the control panel, inserting the data storage device into its port. The battleship is heading towards Manhattan. Upon connecting the device, Jack looked up to see the coordinates displayed on the screen. Perhaps we can alter its course, Mika suggested. Jack nodded and made his way to the control panel. However, Agent Fullerton, who had also approached the console, halted him, confidently stating, "Leave this to me." He crouched down and placed his hands on the control panel, ready to operate it. But as soon as his hands touched the panel, a surge coursed through his body, rendering him unconscious as he collapsed to the ground. Agent Fullerton. Raph rushed to the fallen agent's side. At that moment, the battleship detected an attempt to commandeer it and immediately deployed scanners for a comprehensive sweep. After scanning for some time, it identified only the dormant Knockout, failing to detect any humans. "It truly cannot see us," Mika exclaimed with joy. "This is only temporary. Once its search parameters expand to include carbon-based life forms, it will discover you, leaving you with little time." Ambulin communicated from a base. Ambulin. The battleship is heading towards Manhattan and has decrypted a set of Iron Fortress data. The first relic may be there. Jack informed him. The Iron Fortress relic may have been there long before the city was built. To acquire it, the city structures must be destroyed. Ambulin's expression grew serious. "Is there any way to stop it?" Jack asked urgently. "You cannot operate it, so there is no means." Ambulin shook his head. "Given it has been injected with dark energon, is there a way to sever the supply of dark energon, thus depriving it of power?" Jack contemplated before posing the question. "That is indeed a sound idea," Ambulin acknowledged. "You can reach the energy core and reverse the energy supply valve. The dark energon will then backflow, effectively cutting off the battleship's energy supply." Chapter 127. The four relics. Ambulin continued. "Follow the main energy conduit above to reach the energy core." "Very well. I shall go now," Jack replied. The three immediately set into motion, successfully navigating the main energy conduit to the energy core. Galvatron anticipated this as well. Upon arrival, Jack beheld Galvatron, seemingly frozen in place. Without hesitation, he climbed along Galvatron's form to reach the control valve. For the Cybertronians, the control valve was merely a lever to be pulled with one hand, but for a human, it was overwhelmingly large. Jack pressed his back against Galvatron's hand, gripping the valve, straining to push it backward. However, despite his utmost effort, he could not budge the control valve. "What are we to do?" Jack fretted, gazing at the immovable control valve. Above them, a scanner monitored the surroundings. The scanner soon locked onto Raph and Mika below. Alien life form contamination detected. Immediate eradication required. As the voice echoed, the scanner transformed into a weapon. A retractable metal claw emerged from a gap in the iron wall, lunging directly at Raph and Mika. "Run," Mika urged without hesitation, pulling Raph as they sprinted to evade the claw. Though Raph and Mika ran swiftly, the claw pursued with relentless speed, extending infinitely, no matter how far they fled. It remained hot on their heels. "Hey, over here. Come catch me." Jack abandoned his futile attempts to leverage the control valve, descending to the ground to taunt the battleship. Provoked, the battleship's weaponry relinquished its pursuit of Raph and Mika and lunged toward Jack without hesitation. Seeing the claw approach, Jack quickly pivoted and dashed back to Galvatron's side, scrambling up once more to the control valve. The claw did not relent, continuing its relentless charge toward Jack. Too slow. Jack narrowly evaded the claw's grasp by rolling aside, avoiding capture. The claw missed Jack, but collided forcefully with Galvatron. The tremendous impact caused Galvatron's previously motionless body to topple backward, simultaneously pulling the control valve down. With a resounding crash and violent tremors, Galvatron fell to the ground. And as the energy control valve was reversed, dark energon rapidly evacuated from the energy core. Within moments, the battleship lost its power supply. The claw, which had been closing in on Jack, halted its advance and drooped down. Eliminate the threat. No one can take control. Following a series of disjointed utterances, the battleship's consciousness began to fade as it lost its dark energon supply. "Splendid. We have succeeded," Raph exclaimed joyfully from a distance upon witnessing Jack's triumph. Simultaneously, Mika rushed to Jack's side, helping him to his feet. "Are you all right, mate?" Mika inquired as she assisted Jack. "I'm fine, but we must leave promptly. Galvatron is about to awaken." Without waiting for Mika's response, Jack grasped her hand and sprinted towards the exit, simultaneously pulling Raph along with his other hand. The trio dashed toward the control room. Just as Galvatron began to regain consciousness, he stood up, shaking his head, and soon heard the distant sound of hurried footsteps outside. Turning, he gazed toward the exit, where he spotted Jack and his companions, already a considerable distance away. Without hesitation, he followed them in the direction of the control room. Inside the control room, Jack and his companions had arrived. "Guys, it's time to head home," said Meichi, rushing to the unconscious Agent Fuller and helping him to his feet. "Cherry Duck, Walnut, and Grandma," murmured Agent Fuller, lost in a daze, his body swaying unsteadily. "Jack, what are you doing? We need to leave now. Megatron is coming," Meichi urged, supporting Agent Fuller as they moved toward the open ambulance bridge. Raph, initially intending to depart, noticed Jack climbing atop the fallen body. "You all go ahead. Even if it's just a bit of data, I must retrieve the storage device," Jack declared, already at the data storage device, straining to extract it. Just then, the fallen figure began to stir. As the fallen one opened his eyes and beheld Jack attempting to remove the storage device, he shifted slightly and slowly rose from the control console. Hearing the movement behind him, Jack turned, only to find the fallen figure looming close, with its piercing gaze fixed upon him. "What?" Jack exclaimed, instinctively retreating and landing on the control console. "All right, little one, open wide. I shall assist you in a thorough repair." The fallen figure grinned wickedly, revealing a medical drill in his hand. The spiraling drill whirred ominously as it inched closer to Jack's face. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the ambulance burst forth from the bridge, striking the fallen figure and sending him sprawling back onto the console. "Let me help you with that repair," he quipped, seizing the data storage device and calling out to Jack. "Hurry, get out of here into the bridge." Seeing the ambulance's arrival, Jack did not hesitate to leap down and dashed into the bridge. Meanwhile, the fallen figure, shaking his head, turned to watch the ambulance as it retreated, closely following him. Just before entering the bridge, the ambulance vanished from sight. "Damn it," the fallen figure cursed, witnessing the departure of the ambulance. Bang, bang, bang. Megatron slowly entered the control room, his crimson eyes locking onto the fallen figure. "So, you allowed them to escape?" "Lord Megatron, it was the Autobots who rescued those 3 human children," the fallen figure replied, cautiously. "But you allowed them to take vital data." Megatron seethed, glancing at the screen displaying the decrypted 4 sets of Iron Fortress beacons, his teeth clenched in frustration. The fallen figure's expression darkened as he cautiously regarded Megatron, who promptly summoned the recently revived Soundwave and others. Once everyone, including Starscream, Soundwave, Dead End, and Skywarp, had gathered, Megatron spoke slowly. "Optimus Prime has obtained the coordinates of the 4 relics, and he will surely seek them out. Our failures have been plentiful. We cannot afford to let Optimus acquire these relics again." He turned to face everyone. "Thus, we must split into 4 teams to ensure we secure the relics." Chapter 128. Toxic Energy Entity Autobot Base. The Decepticons have decrypted the coordinates of the 4 relics. The ambulance exclaimed, staring at the 4 sets of coordinates on the screen. Visibly taken aback. "Optimus, now that we have these coordinates, we must act swiftly before the Decepticons do," said Hot Rod, his eagerness palpable. "Indeed," Optimus replied, nodding in agreement. "However, I surmise that Megatron will not grant us ample time to locate these entities. What shall we do then?" Hot Rod inquired. "We need to divide into 4 groups, each heading to different locations to find the relics, ensuring we secure them before the Decepticons do," Optimus explained, adding, "We are already short-handed. We cannot afford to lose this relic contention." "Optimus, the Decepticon warship has departed Manhattan." The ambulance pointed at the screen, glancing at Optimus. After examining the display, Optimus remarked, "I believe Megatron has dispatched a squad to search for the relics there. We must expedite our actions." He turned to the others, Bumblebee and Hot Rod. "Your smaller frames are advantageous in less populated areas. Thus, the first relic will be entrusted to you." "Absolutely," Hot Rod replied eagerly. "However, that city has a population in the millions. It's densely populated, and Bumblebee and Hot Rod may still be discovered," Jack interjected, prompting Optimus's gaze to shift toward him. "Moreover, The city features numerous subway tunnels with intricate terrain. Locating the relic without human assistance is nearly impossible. Therefore, I propose that we accompany Hot Rod and Bumblebee. Meichi chimed in, supporting Jack's suggestion. Agent Fuller possesses valuable experience in this regard. Optimus glanced at Agent Fuller, deeming him the most suitable human for this mission. As Optimus turned his attention to the incapacitated Agent Fuller, the agent mumbled, "Don't take my underwear." Clearly, Agent Fuller had sustained damage, leaving him somewhat disoriented. Observing this, Optimus sighed and looked back at Meichi and Jack. Very well, the first relic will be sought by Hot Rod, Bumblebee, Jack, and Meichi. Hooray! Meichi exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Rest assured, Optimus, we will retrieve the relic. Jack vowed resolutely. With the team, for the first relic determined. The ambulance pinpointed the coordinates and activated the bridge, transporting Bumblebee and the others. Optimus continued delegating tasks, assigning Ironhide and the Wandering Jolt to find another relic, while the third relic would be pursued by Starscream and Arcee, the veteran duo. As each relic-seeking team was finalized, the ambulance efficiently transported them to their respective targets. In the base, only Raph, Agent Fuller, the ambulance, and Optimus remained. With everyone dispatched, Optimus turned to the ambulance. Ambulance, I shall head south to the polar region of Earth to search for the final relic. Stay here, maintain communication with the others, and be prepared to assist. Be careful, the ambulance cautioned Optimus. Optimus nodded and stepped into the bridge. Meanwhile, Starscream and Arcee arrived at the location of their sought relic. This is a volcanic region, Starscream observed, surveying the desolate surroundings, devoid of any life. The air around them was suffused with an oppressive heat, and the hue of the rocky terrain appeared altered, accentuated by the faint outline of a volcanic crater in the distance. It was evident that the two had ventured into a volcanic region. In other words, our objective this time is the toxic energy entity, Litian Umimsdeenvardli. In the original narrative, the partition had cast the toxic energy entity into the volcano, resulting in a prolonged paralysis of the mechanism. However, this time, with Alcei by his side and their adversaries not being mechanical insects, Litai and Ju felt no apprehension about meeting the same fate as the partition in the original tale. Alcei, have you detected the signal of the artifact? After a moment of contemplation, Litai and Ju turned to Alcei, who stood beside him. I have detected it. It lies just ahead. Alcei nodded, subsequently leading the way with her instrument in hand. Litai and Ju followed closely behind her. After a brief moment, they arrived at the location of the strongest signal. This is the spot. It must be buried underground. Alcei observed her instrument, and then glanced at the ground before raising her gaze to Litai and Ju. I will unearth it. Litai and Ju's hand transformed into a sharp blade, and he crouched down, using the blade to slice through the rocky surface as he began to excavate. Moments later, he unearthed a storage vessel containing the artifact. It's a storage vessel, but I wonder what kind of artifact is inside. Alcei expressed a hint of surprise upon seeing the vessel. It wasn't that she was astonished by the artifact's emergence, but rather by the unexpected ease with which they had located it, casting doubt upon her belief. After all, in previous encounters, the Decepticons had always arrived before them. It is a toxic energy entity. It could inflict significant harm upon us. I believe it is prudent not to open it. Litai and Ju remarked, glancing at Alcei. What do you think? A toxic energy entity. Alcei's eyes widened with astonishment. She harbored no doubts about Litai and Ju's words, for his detection abilities were formidable. Even without opening it, he could ascertain its contents. Her expression shifted slightly as she regarded Litai and Ju, saying, the toxic energy entity must not fall into the hands of the Decepticons, but it is of no use to us and could be detrimental. Given the nearby volcano, perhaps we should cast it into the volcano to obliterate it completely. Upon finishing her statement, Alcei's beautiful eyes met Litai and Ju's, seemingly seeking his agreement. Let it be so. Litai and Ju nodded, sharing the same intention. They turned to head towards the volcano when, suddenly, the thunderous roar of aircraft filled the sky. You shall go nowhere, and you must relinquish what you hold. The voice of H.I. echoed in Alcei and Litai in Ju's ears as he descended with a cadre of Decepticon soldiers before them. Upon sighting the Decepticons, Alcei's hands morphed into weapons, aiming at H.I. while keeping a wary eye on him and the soldiers nearby. H.I., are you certain you wish to obstruct me? Litai and Ju surveyed the surroundings, noting that only HI and a few Decepticon soldiers had come. Though HI was powerful, he posed little threat to Li Ti and Ju, who was fully capable of overcoming him, let alone preventing him from seizing the toxic energy entity. Chapter 129, Lovers. Warriors Li Ti and Ju, I concede your strength, but do not grow overly arrogant. This time, I intend not only to reclaim the artifact from you, but also to avenge my brother. HI's countenance shifted at Li Ti and Ju's words. Sensing a sleight of hand, he fixed his gaze upon Li Ti and Ju and spoke in a low tone. If you think you can accomplish that, then come. Li Ti and Ju, one hand grasping the artifact and the other transforming into a weapon, aimed at HI. The battle was about to commence. In an instant, Li Ti and Ju and HI clashed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Energy blasts and laser beams erupted from their respective weapons, striking fiercely at one another. They evaded attacks while continuing to fire. Under the relentless and fierce onslaught, the ground beneath them was riddled with craters. Even the hardest rocks could not withstand the barrage. As they engaged in combat, Arcee faced off against the Decepticon soldiers. She skillfully took on multiple adversaries, utilizing her agility and swift, precise strikes to manage the situation for the time being. While battling HI, Li Ti and Ju kept a watchful eye on Arcee. Observing her struggle against the foes, he resolved to end the fight swiftly. His hand transformed into a sharp blade. Blue energy coursed through him as he charged directly at HI, intent on engaging in close combat. Seeing Li Ti and Ju rush towards him with the blade drawn, HI showed no signs of retreat. He unsheathed his sword and met Li Ti and Ju head-on. Clang, clang, clang. The blades danced, glimmering with cold light, sparks flying as the ground trembled with the rapid footsteps of combatants. The battle escalated quickly from the outset. Li Ti and Ju spared no effort, launching a relentless assault to swiftly subdue HI. HI, equally determined, exerted his full strength to contend with Li Ti and Ju. After a brief struggle, Li Ti and Ju seized an opportunity. He discarded the toxic energy entity's storage vessel, transforming his hand into a cannon. He unleashed a powerful blast directly at HI's chest. Struck by the energy blast, HI was propelled backward, but Li Ti and Ju did not relent. He rapidly pursued the airborne HI. Before HI could land and regain his footing, Li Ti and Ju reached him, delivering a forceful punch to his chest with all his might. Crack! Boom! The sound of metal grinding accompanied the eruption of sparks as HI's chest caved in, his body hurtling like a projectile. With a thunderous crash, HI fell to the ground, momentarily incapacitated. Seizing this opportunity, Li Ti and Ju rushed to Arcee's side. He then cranked up the power of his energy cannon, unleashing volley after volley upon the Decepticon soldiers attacking Arcee. Boom, boom, boom. The ground reverberated with each explosion, the sounds of metal tearing and melting echoing through the air as the sparks of their destruction flickered. In less than a few minutes, Li Ti and Ju, wielding an energy cannon in one hand and a blade in the other, annihilated all the Decepticon soldiers encircling Arcee. After clearing the battlefield, Li Ti and Ju turned his attention to the slowly rising HI. Arcee, holding the toxic energy entity's storage vessel, stood beside him. HI, facing two of us. You stand no chance, especially injured. Do you wish to continue? Li Ti and Ju had no intention of bringing HI to his demise. Thus he did not wish to prolong the battle. However, he would not mind if HI chose to persist. HI remained silent, casting a deep glance at Li Ti and Ju before transforming into a jet and soaring into the sky, vanishing from Li Ti and Ju's sight in the blink of an eye. Arcee, are you unharmed? Once HI had departed, Li Ti and Ju finally turned his gaze to Arcee. Though he was well aware she was fine, he could not help but inquire. Arcee, cradling the storage vessel in one arm and placing her other hand on her hip, struck a captivating pose. With a sultry voice, she replied, I am not so fragile. Then, with a slightly serious expression, she added, Do not forget, I am not only your beloved but also your partner, a warrior. Apologies. I occasionally tend to worry too much. I recognize you are a formidable warrior. Upon hearing Arcee's somewhat strong-willed words, Li Ti and Ju realized that his excessive concern for her had been unwarranted. While his intentions were noble, they inadvertently placed Arcee in a position of vulnerability. In essence, Lai Tianju had unconsciously categorized her as weak, a notion utterly unacceptable to a warrior. However, in truth, Arcee was anything but weak. Her inner strength and prowess made her an elite among the Autobots. I forgive you, Arcee responded with a gentle smile, her charm captivating. She understood that Lai Tianju held affection for her, which sometimes led to an overabundance of concern during their battles against foes. She did not resent this. At times, it even felt sweet. Yet, she also possessed the dignity of a warrior. Preferring not to be seen as a woman perpetually in need of care, she too was a distinguished fighter. Shall we dispose of this item first? What do you think? Lai Tianju instinctively reached out to caress Arcee's alluring face before gently inquiring. Of course, Arcee replied, handing the storage canister to Lai Tianju before transforming into her vehicle form. Lai Tianju followed suit, and together they headed toward the volcano. With no obstacles in their path, their journey was uninterrupted. Moreover, as they had yet to open the storage canister, the toxic energy entity posed no threat to them. Thus, they successfully eliminated the toxic energy entity and subsequently contacted Ratchet to return to their base. Ratchet, how are the others faring? Do you require Arcee and me to provide assistance? Upon returning to the base, Lai Tianju noticed that the others had not yet returned and inquired of Ratchet. You two completed your mission the fastest. The others are still vying for the relic, but for now, they haven't encountered any mishaps. Ratchet replied, observing Lai Tianju and Arcee. I see. Lai Tianju nodded. Ratchet fell silent, continuing to monitor the signals of the other Autobots while keeping abreast of their situations. After a moment, he seemed to recall something and turned to Lai Tianju, asking, by the way, I still don't know what relic you two brought back. Due to the rapid completion of their task, he had not had the chance to communicate with them, thus remaining unaware of the relics Arcee and Lai Tianju had acquired. It is a toxic energy entity. Due to its danger and lack of utility for us, Arcee and I disposed of it in the volcano. Lai Tianju explained. A toxic energy entity, you say? That method of disposal is indeed prudent. It would have been disastrous had the Decepticons gotten their hands on it. Ratchet nodded in agreement with their handling of the situation. Chapter 130. Mikey's little temper. Meanwhile, flying through the mountains, Bumblebee, Mikey, and Jack arrived at the subway tunnels of the city. Can we find it? Jack asked, flying through the mountains. I can detect a signal, but these tunnels are convoluted. It will take some time to locate it. Flying through the mountains replied, shaking his head. Bumblebee, leading the way, peered curiously ahead. Wait, Bumblebee. Just as Bumblebee was about to step onto the tracks, Mikey hurriedly called out. Bumblebee paused mid-step, his foot suspended in the air, looking at Mikey with confusion. These tracks are electrified to facilitate the subway's operation. Jack warned, if you step on it, you'll go up in smoke. Mikey gestured exaggeratedly, mimicking an explosive reaction. Upon hearing their explanations, Bumblebee swiftly circumvented the tracks, maneuvering between them as if dancing. He must have learned that from television, Mikey remarked, shrugging her shoulders. The group continued their exploration when suddenly, movement appeared ahead. A cleaning vehicle slowly approached along the tracks. Umans, flying through the mountains, whispered, and he and Bumblebee quickly concealed themselves. Mikey and Jack, unable to hide in time, were blinded by the glaring lights of the cleaning vehicle. Hey, you two, what are you doing here? A middle-aged man stepped down from the cleaning vehicle, shining a flashlight at Mikey and Jack. Hi there. Mikey, caught off guard, awkwardly greeted him as she attempted to slip away. Why are you two children here? The man repeated. Our school organized a field trip here, but we got lost. It's all Rainer's fault. He insisted on looking for fossils, Mikey explained, nudging Jack with her elbow. Jack, understanding Mikey's implication, awkwardly lied, yes. It's my fault. I see. The middle-aged man seemed to believe their story and introduced himself. I'm Vogel. Have you ever ridden a cleaning train? Vogel accepted their explanation and kindly offered to take them aboard the cleaning vehicle to escort them out. Did you know? This place is mysterious. There are aliens here conspiring to take us to space and make humans their slaves. Vogel excitedly shared, clearly fascinated by the topic. Are they not just homeless drifters? Jack casually replied. These are the government's deceptive tales. In reality, there are albino crocodiles and the legendary mole people hiding here, lurking in some corner. Honestly, this place is much more mysterious than Area 51, Vogel rambled on, firmly believing in the existence of extraterrestrial beings. While Vogel continued to ramble about the legends of the place, Mikey and Jack stealthily slipped off the vehicle. Hey Mikey, what's wrong? You've suddenly become quite odd. Do you have something on your mind? Since disembarking, Jack had noticed Mikey's unusual demeanor, appearing somewhat glum. Me fine. Mikey shook her head, though her dismal expression suggested otherwise. Buddy, we're friends. If you have something troubling you, you can tell me, and we can solve it together, Jack said patiently, gazing at Mikey. I don't need your sympathy, Mikey snapped, waving her hand dismissively. What is wrong with you? Jack looked at Mikey, perplexed. To be honest, I don't want to see you right now, Mikey declared petulantly. Why? Did I do something wrong? Jack scratched his head, bewildered by Mikey's sudden disdain. You are indeed in the wrong. I'm envious of you, envious that you've been to Cybertron. Mikey crossed her arms, sulking. Is that it? But I went to Cybertron on a mission. It wasn't for leisure. Jack replied, somewhat helpless. Yes, I'm Jack, chosen by Optimus Prime, went to Cybertron, reached an alien world. I'm the greatest. Mikey mimicked him sarcastically, clearly harboring jealousy over Jack's experience on Cybertron. All right, if you're mad at me for that, why didn't you say so earlier? Jack, faced with Mikey's sarcasm, remained unperturbed. I've been bottling it up inside, Mikey said glumly. You can tell me. Jack placed his hands on Meichi's shoulders. Listen, you are remarkable. Just recently, you helped us obtain the coordinates of the relic. Hey, you too. I think you should come with me to the Security Bureau. Before Meichi could respond, a flashlight beam illuminated the two of them, and Vogel had once again spotted them. Mr. Vogel. The sudden turn of events left the duo somewhat taken aback. You two, why are you here? If you do not provide a truthful answer, I will have to take you both to the Security Bureau. Vogel approached them, his expression serious. After a moment of panic, Meichi quickly composed herself. Hearing Vogel's words, she turned to Jack and said, Jack, perhaps we should tell the truth. Well, actually, our dog is missing. Jack awkwardly lied. Get in the car. Vogel clearly did not believe Jack's words. I mean the real truth. Meichi glanced at Jack and added in a hushed tone. Before Jack could speak, she turned to Vogel and boldly declared, in fact, sir, we are here to prevent a group of nefarious individuals from acquiring an ancient and powerful being, to stop them from annihilating the Earth. After she finished, Meichi anxiously looked at Vogel. Meichi, no one will believe that. Jack whispered to her. Although they spoke the truth, such claims were evidently far-fetched. How could a rational person possibly accept it? However, Vogel did believe them. A smile of excitement spread across his face as he exclaimed, I knew it. I heard a high-pitched sound near track 5, and I was certain no one was around, which means there truly are aliens. Not only did Vogel believe them, but at Meichi and Jack's insistence, he led them to track 5. Track 5, where the Decepticon miner was excavating the relic under the supervision of Deadlock. Hurry up, I don't want those insufferable Autobots to ruin things, and staying in this dark. Damn place is corroding my chassis. Deadlock urged the miners. Chapter 131. Southern Polar Region. The sweeper arrived at track 5, with Bumblebee and Overload following closely behind. Upon their arrival, guided by the sounds from the mining machine, Bumblebee and Overload witnessed the excavation of the relic. Seeing them unearth the artifact, Bumblebee and Overload wasted no time in brandishing their weapons and charging forward. Whoosh, whoosh, boom, boom. Laser beams ricocheted wildly within the tunnel, startling Deadlock momentarily. He then spotted Bumblebee and Overload rushing towards him. However, having already secured the relic, he transformed into vehicle mode without hesitation, clutching the artifact as he sprinted in the opposite direction. After covering some ground, he executed a drift, crossing the tracks into another tunnel. Bumblebee immediately pursued without hesitation. There really are aliens, Vogel exclaimed in awe from the sweeper, his eyes wide with excitement. Meanwhile, Overload and Deadlock were engaged in a fierce battle, neither able to gain the upper hand. On Bumblebee's side, look, who's reclaiming their wheels? Deadlock taunted as he accelerated forward. The two engaged in a game of chase. Vogel, can this vehicle change lanes? Jack, who was trailing behind Bumblebee, quickly inquired, glancing at the vanishing figures of Bumblebee and Deadlock. Race? Of course it can, Vogel replied without hesitation, maneuvering the sweeper as it sped along the tracks in pursuit of Bumblebee. In the distance, Bumblebee caught up with Deadlock, and a struggle ensued for possession of the phase shifter. Bumblebee landed a powerful punch, knocking Deadlock down while snatching the phase shifter from his grasp. Before Bumblebee could make his escape, Deadlock stood up and lunged at him from behind, reaching out to seize the phase shifter. The two grappled, causing the phase shifter to fall to the ground. Bumblebee dashed towards the phase shifter, but Deadlock tackled him from behind. Yet Bumblebee's hand brushed against the phase shifter, and it automatically fastened itself around his wrist. Simultaneously, Deadlock attempted to capitalize on this moment to attack Bumblebee, but the sweeper appeared behind him at high speed, charging directly at him. "Vogel, hit the brakes, we're gonna crash. Hit the brakes," Jack shouted urgently. Ahead lay both Deadlock and the fallen Bumblebee. At such a rapid pace, Bumblebee had no chance to evade. Before Vogel could hit the brakes, a screeching sound erupted as the sweeper collided with Deadlock, continuing its momentum toward Bumblebee. As the vehicle struck, Meichi and Jack instinctively closed their eyes. However, a shocking scene unfolded. The sweeper collided with Deadlock and continued to slide along the tracks, passing right through Bumblebee without harm. "Damn it, my paint." Deadlock's anguished cries echoed in their ears. Jack and Meichi opened their eyes to see Deadlock's paint being scraped off significantly due to the intense friction with the sweeper. With Deadlock as an obstruction, the sweeper gradually came to a halt. Deadlock, nearly in pieces from the impact, collapsed on the ground. Meichi, Jack, and Vogel exited the sweeper and hurried to Bumblebee's side. Vogel brandished an iron axe, raising it as if to strike Bumblebee. "Welcome to Earth, alien." Seeing Vogel's action, Jack quickly intervened. "Vogel, wait, he has one of us." Upon hearing Jack's words, Vogel halted his motion. Overload and Deadlock soon arrived, with Overload rejoining Bumblebee, while Deadlock approached his fallen comrade. "Bumblebee, what just happened? Why did your body pass through the sweeper?" Meichi asked in astonishment. Bumblebee scratched his head, glancing at the object on his wrist. "Are you saying this object allowed you to pass through the sweeper?" Jack realized, understanding that only the relic could possess such extraordinary capabilities. "Deadlock, are you all right?" Overload inquired, helping him up with concern. "Damn it, they scratched my paint." Deadlock lamented, his expression a mix of frustration and despair. This time, the area of his paint damage was greater than any previous incident, and he felt as though his wheels were on the verge of disintegration. "What's wrong? Do you still wish to continue fighting?" Seeing Deadlock and Overload rise, glaring in their direction, Overload aimed his weapon at the two. "Retreat." Deadlock, initially intent on revenge, reconsidered given his condition, the other party's intact state, and the presence of the phase shifter. He had no desire to continue the confrontation. Shifting into vehicle mode, he turned and sped away into the distance. However, in vehicle mode, he left behind Tyre. Overload followed suit, retreating from the scene. Bumblebee and Overload, along with Jack and Meichi, successfully obtained the phase shifter. At the same time, in the southern polar region, the relic has been taken by the Autobots. Megatron frowned at the gaping hole before him. "Megatron, hand over the relic." As Megatron seethed with fury, believing the relic had been taken by the Autobots, the voice of Optimus Prime resonated in his ears. Turning to face Optimus, Megatron declared, "Optimus Prime, this is precisely what I wish to convey to you. Surrender the relic." The two adversaries stood at a standoff, tension palpable between them, each convinced that the other possessed the artifact, and a confrontation seemed inevitable. Boom! 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 Megatron struck first, unleashing a formidable energy cannon from his fusion cannon. Optimus, undeterred, evaded Megatron's onslaught while retaliating in kind. Boom! 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 The energy blasts ravaged the thick ice, leaving deep craters in their wake. Boom! 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 Despite Optimus's efforts, his shots repeatedly missed Megatron, who taunted, "Optimus, it seems your aim has deteriorated during our time apart." As Megatron unleashed a barrage of energy blasts toward Optimus, the latter retorted, "That depends on what I am aiming at." While dodging Megatron's attacks, Optimus continued to fire at the ice behind Megatron. What? Megatron swiftly turned to see the ice fracturing and crashing down toward him. Without hesitation, Optimus turned and fled. "No!" Megatron's voice echoed throughout the expanse as he was swiftly buried beneath the ice shattered by Optimus. Not far away, watching the clash between Megatron and Optimus, the opportunistic Black Arachnia shouted, "Lord Megatron." As she called out, she turned to distance herself from the ice. "Black Arachnia, where do you think you're going?" Optimus interjected, positioning himself in her path. "Huh, Optimus, it is Megatron who desires the relic, not I. Go seek him instead of pursuing me." With an awkward smile, Black Arachnia gazed at Optimus while cautiously retreating. Chapter 132. Are you capable? Hand over the relic. Optimus aimed his cannon at Black Arachnia's head, his voice a low rumble. Optimus, even if you covet the relic, you cannot unjustly accuse the innocent. I have not taken it, so what do you expect me to surrender? Black Arachnia trembled internally as she faced the cannon, but she had indeed not taken the relic, leaving her without anything to offer. Not taken by the Decepticons? Optimus inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. Nor by the Autobots? Black Arachnia quickly grasped the implication. Optimus, let us make a deal. I know who has taken the relic, and I can help you retrieve it, but you must release me. Release you? You must lead me to the relic regardless. Optimus stated, one hand pressing against her head while the other retrieved a pair of handcuffs from behind him. Must you be so unyielding? Black Arachnia recoiled instinctively at the sight of the handcuffs, her face betraying her fear. Remain still. If you move again, I shall ensure you join Megatron in his fate. Optimus commanded with unwavering authority. Startled, Black Arachnia dared not provoke Optimus further, remaining frozen in place. Optimus stepped forward and secured her wrists with the handcuffs. Optimus, you cannot treat me this way. I promised to assist you in locating the relic, and I previously delivered a tracking device to you Autobots. With her hands shackled, Black Arachnia could only plead verbally. Lead the way. Optimus disregarded her protests, insisting she guide him to the relic. Very well. With her hands bound, Black Arachnia could not take flight, and thus complied, lowering her gaze as she trudged ahead, moving at a sluggish pace. After a considerable journey, Black Arachnia led Optimus to a small ice slope. From atop the slope, they beheld the illuminated human research station in the distance. I knew it was the humans who took the relic. Black Arachnia murmured upon spotting the station. Turning to Optimus, she said, let us proceed. I will take you there, but you must honor your word and release me once you have the relic. Wait, we cannot simply enter the human base. Optimus halted her. Why not? The relic is in human possession. Black Arachnia questioned, puzzled. I have no desire to lead a dangerous Decepticon into the presence of humans. Optimus replied, scrutinizing her closely. Optimus, I believe you harbor some misconceptions about me. I am quite benevolent and not a villain of unspeakable evil. Perhaps you should remove these handcuffs so we can understand one another better. Black Arachnia proposed, her eyes glimmering with mischief. Optimus ignored her, establishing contact with the base. Ratchet, has Agent Fowler awakened? Optimus, I've been awake for some time. What do you need? Agent Fowler responded promptly from the base. I am at the human research station in the southern polar region. I need you to contact the humans and have them evacuate. Optimus instructed. Understood. Fowler acknowledged with a nod. After finishing the communication with Fowler, Optimus gazed ahead, patiently awaiting the humans' departure. Moments later, helicopters emerged from the facility, and the humans evacuated entirely. Optimus and Black Arachnia approached the now unguarded human research station. At the entrance, Optimus peered inside and immediately spotted the relic encased in ice. Just as he prepared to enter, Megatron's voice thundered from behind. Black Arachnia, you dare betray me by leading Optimus to the relic. Upon hearing Megatron's voice, both Black Arachnia and Optimus turned to face him. Lord Megatron, this is a grave misunderstanding. I am fiercely loyal to you. How could I betray you? It was Optimus who compelled me. Feigning innocence, Black Arachnia raised her hands toward Megatron. I intended to rescue you, but was captured by Optimus and shackled. I had no choice. If I truly betrayed you, I would not have left a trail for you to follow here. Megatron scrutinized the handcuffs on Black Arachnia's wrists before shifting his gaze to Optimus. Optimus, I shall not relinquish this relic under any circumstances. With that, Megatron charged at Optimus without hesitation. I returned the sentiment. Optimus resolutely advanced to meet Megatron. As the two clashed violently, Black Arachnia observed the tumultuous struggle, her gaze darting before she stealthily slipped into the human base, approaching the supreme armor. Gazing at the relic encased in ice, Black Arachnia murmured, an armor-type relic. And it appears to be of Decepticon technology. Impressive indeed. With determination, she raised her handcuffs and struck the ice repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. After relentless blows, the ice shattered, and Black Arachnia seized the supreme armor. With the armor in her possession, she turned to face the outside, a wicked smile gracing her lips. Lord Megatron, I'm coming to assist you. With that, she activated the supreme armor without hesitation. After a cacophony of metallic sounds, his body was gradually enveloped by the corpulent supreme armor. As the armor adorned him, The shackles on his wrists were effortlessly shattered by its formidable power, liberating him from his restraints. Ha ha ha! I feel an unparalleled power coursing through me, Red Spider exclaimed, his confidence soaring as he reveled in the might bestowed by the supreme armor. With this artifact, even the likes of Optimus Prime and the Autobots shall bow before the greatness of Lord Red Spider. He struck an exaggerated pose, embodying the essence of youthful bravado. Calming his emotions, he then sauntered towards the outside world. At that moment, Megatron and Optimus Prime were still locked in combat, but upon Red Spider's emergence, both turned their attention to him. Supreme armor, Megatron remarked, astonishment etched across his face as he beheld the armor adorning Red Spider. He then regarded Red Spider with satisfaction. You've done well, Red Spider. It's rare for you to be of any assistance. Feeling the surge of power within him, Red Spider glanced at Megatron, his expression a mix of emotions, his eyebrows twitching slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he approached Megatron's side, lowering his gaze submissively. Lord Megatron, allow me to deal with Optimus Prime this time. Can you handle it? Megatron raised an eyebrow, surprised by Red Spider's boldness in confronting such a formidable adversary as Optimus Prime. Chapter 133, Absolute Defense Master. Wait. Today marks the day we capture Optimus Prime and put an end to the Autobots. With newfound strength, Red Spider's arrogance was laid bare. Turning to face Optimus Prime, he charged forward without hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. Empowered by the supreme armor, Red Spider's physique and strength surged exponentially, each step on the glacier echoing with thunderous footfalls. Optimus Prime, bow before the greatness of Lord Red Spider, he bellowed dramatically as he raised his fist and struck at Optimus Prime with ferocity. Bang! Even with Optimus Prime attempting to block, the sheer force and physical dominance overwhelmed him. A single punch sent Optimus Prime staggering backward, struggling to regain his footing. Ah, Optimus Prime, do you see? I'm now not only astoundingly clever, but also immensely powerful, even as the leader of the Autobots. You are no longer my equal. Red Spider reveled in his triumph as he witnessed Optimus Prime being pushed back by his blow. How's it going over there, Optimus? In the Autobot base, Ratchet heard a cacophony of sounds emanating from Optimus Prime's location, indicating a fierce battle, coupled with Red Spider's boastful voice, prompting his inquiry. Ratchet, Red Spider has acquired the supreme armor. Optimus Prime succinctly replied, continuing to fend off Red Spider's assaults. Do you need assistance? Jetfire and Arcee have completed their mission. Ratchet inquired. Then send support. Optimus Prime commanded. Were you scheming now, Optimus? Red Spider questioned, observing Optimus Prime evading his attacks while seemingly contemplating something. Optimus Prime cast a glance at Red Spider, remaining silent as he drew his blade and charged toward him. Overestimating yourself, Red Spider roared, seeing Optimus Prime dare to engage him. He raised his fist and struck without hesitation. Bang! Another resounding clash ensued, with Optimus Prime bracing himself against Red Spider's attack. Yet the overwhelming power forced his knees to buckle. Optimus Prime grunted as he struggled, then forcefully pushed Red Spider away, seizing the opportunity to land a series of powerful blows to Red Spider's chest. Boom, boom, boom. One punch after another, Red Spider was forced to retreat, his confidence shaken. You've truly angered me, Optimus. Though shielded by the supreme armor, Red Spider remained impervious to harm, yet he found himself unable to retaliate, inciting his frustration. Steadfast, he braced himself as if rooted in place, allowing Optimus Prime to strike without yielding an inch. Do you see, Optimus? Just now, I was merely toying with you. Now I shall be serious. With that declaration, Red Spider opened his arms wide, disregarding Optimus Prime's onslaught, and embraced him fiercely, squeezing with all his might. Ugh! The immense pressure forced a groan from Optimus Prime. Red Spider, as confidence swelled, Optimus, your strikes are but a mere annoyance to me, yet I could easily take your life. However, I can offer you a chance. Beg for mercy and kneel before me, and I shall spare you. How generous of me. Wouldn't you agree? Red Spider, you're dreaming. Despite the pain coursing through him, Optimus Prime proclaimed resolutely. In that case, you shall perish. Red Spider's expression darkened with fury as he released one arm from his grip on Optimus Prime and seized his arm instead. Boom! 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 As Red Spider attempted to spin, Leveraging his momentum to slam Optimus Prime into the ice, an unexpected disturbance erupted. A barrage of energy blasts ensued, striking Optimus Prime's hand. Though protected by the supreme armor, the force of the onslaught was undeniable. Red Spider's grip faltered involuntarily, releasing Optimus Prime. Seeing Red Spider's moment of weakness, Jetfire unleashed a relentless barrage of ion cannon fire directly at Red Spider's chest. Boom, boom, boom. Under the intense barrage, while Red Spider sustained no injuries, the force of the ion blast compelled him to stagger backward. Damn it, who dares? Red Spider seethed, glaring with blood-red eyes in the direction of Jetfire. It's you. The sight of Jetfire only intensified Red Spider's rage. Ignoring the fallen Optimus Prime, he charged fiercely toward Jetfire. Jetfire, sensing Red Spider's advance, summoned a blue energy shield, his hands transforming into blades as he lunged forward without hesitation. The two massive forms collided with a resounding crash, the ice beneath them fracturing like spiderwebs. Utilizing his formidable strength and superior defense, Jetfire countered Red Spider's assault and launched a counterattack. Boom, boom, boom. Slash, slash, slash. Fists rained down upon Red Spider's supreme armor like a torrential downpour, the blades gliding with unparalleled sharpness across the armor's surface. Though the supreme armor offered formidable protection, the overwhelming force still compelled Red Spider to retreat, sparks flying with each strike. Recognizing the ineffectiveness of his blades against the armor, Jetfire sheathed them and unleashed a flurry of punches imbued with blue energy, striking Red Spider with unrelenting ferocity. Boom, boom, boom. Red Spider was battered back, rendered utterly defenseless. Damn it, how can this be possible? How can your power surpass mine? The incredulity was evident on Red Spider's face as he felt the repeated, overwhelming force impacting his body. Although the formidable assault from Skybreaker did not injure him, the sheer force rendered him powerless to counterattack, forcing him to continuously defend and retreat. Just moments ago, he had been dominating Optimus Prime. How had the situation shifted so dramatically? Red Spider felt an insatiable rage within him. After all, he had painstakingly acquired great power, only for Skybreaker to step right into his line of fire. He had intended to settle old scores alongside new grievances. Yet now he realized he was powerless to account for anything fueling his fury. Truly worthy of the supreme armor, the mightiest defensive armor featured in the original narrative. Skybreaker grew increasingly astonished as he fought. Despite his considerable strength, striking the supreme armor left not a single scratch, a level of defense that was simply absurd. Upon reflection, even in the original tale, the Cloud Piercer had only managed to flail about with a Red Spider clad in the supreme armor, without being able to penetrate it. Skybreaker's current strength was likely comparable to that of the Cloud Piercer. Thus, it was only natural that he could not breach the defenses of the supreme armor. Chapter 134, Lord Megatron. Wait for me, however. Even though he could not penetrate the supreme armor's defenses, Skybreaker's might was sufficient to render Red Spider utterly defenseless. With both hands, Skybreaker seized one of Red Spider's arms, channeling his power to slowly lift him from the ground. What do you intend to do? Red Spider felt his body gradually levitating, terror flashing in his eyes. What you wish to do to Optimus Prime, I shall do to you. Skybreaker grinned at Red Spider. With a powerful yank, Red Spider's body, encased in the supreme armor, was lifted off the ground. But that was not the end. Skybreaker swung Red Spider around like a hammer. Bang! Bang! Ah, damn it, Skybreaker, you bastard! The sound of a heavy object crashing against the icy surface mingled with Red Spider's anguished cries. Again and again, Skybreaker relentlessly slammed Red Spider's body into the ground, the speed so swift that it created afterimages. Inside the supreme armor, Red Spider was in dire straits. Though protected by the armor, he remained unscathed from the direct impacts on the ice. However, his head was not tightly secured against the supreme armor. The gaps within the armor allowed his head to repeatedly collide with the glass canopy of the interior. With each impact, immense pain coursed through his skull, and the jarring motions nearly made him vomit. While the supreme armor boasted formidable defenses, if one's strength could surpass that of the armor, it would be easy to swing it and cause concussive damage. Damn it, stop. My head is about to burst. Faced with the relentless onslaught, Red Spider finally felt fear, his earlier arrogance evaporating. Yet, Skybreaker showed no signs of halting. Lord Megatron, save me. Seeing Skybreaker's indifference, Red Spider called out desperately to Megatron. However, Megatron was currently locked in a standoff with Optimus Prime, unable to extricate himself for the moment. Boom! After a brief flurry of strikes, Skybreaker swung Red Spider in a wide arc and hurled him directly toward Megatron. Lord Megatron! Red Spider finally caught sight of Megatron, a look of exhilaration crossing his face as he soared closer. But upon witnessing Red Spider barreling toward him like a projectile, Megatron's expression darkened. Without hesitation, he repelled Optimus Prime and raised his cannon to fire at Red Spider. Boom! 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 The repeated blasts from the fusion cannon indeed slowed Red Spider's momentum. Yet he continued to advance undeterred. Observing this, Megatron swiftly sidestepped. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed as the thick ice was shattered, creating a massive crater where Red Spider, encased in the supreme armor, landed headfirst, his posture utterly ridiculous. Lord Megatron, why won't you save me? Red Spider's voice, filled with resentment, reached Megatron's ears. In that moment, as Megatron beheld Red Spider's absurd position and heard his tone, he felt not pride in Red Spider's newfound power, but rather embarrassment. What a disgrace! Megatron silently lamented, regretting bringing Red Spider along. The failure of his grand ambitions paled in comparison to the sheer humiliation of witnessing Red Spider in such a state. Lamenting in that manner, Red Spider, I will give you 1 minute. Get up now, or I will stuff you into the ice. Megatron's voice dripped with menace. Yes, Lord Megatron. Red Spider, feeling dejected, complied. Not only was he not rescued, but he was also being reprimanded so harshly, it left him feeling quite wronged. However, he understood that if he did not rise, Megatron might very well follow through on his threat. Thus, despite his grievances, he dared not delay. With his hands braced against the ground, he exerted himself to pull his head free, gradually standing up and hastening to Megatron's side. Lord Megatron, we have secured the sacred artifact, and I have thoroughly dealt with Optimus Prime. I believe it is best we return to the warship to avoid complications should other Autobots arrive. At that moment, Red Spider was devoid of any previous bravado. Having endured the earlier torment, he simply wished to vacate the area, putting distance between himself and Skybreaker. Listening to Red Spider's words and observing his demeanor of someone who believed they had bested the Autobots and should now return in triumph, Megatron could not help but rub his forehead in exasperation. Not only was it embarrassing, but he also found Red Spider cowardly and overly cautious. The myriad thoughts of usurping his position, arrogance in victory, and cowardice in defeat, coupled with a tendency to find excuses, left Megatron questioning why he had appointed this individual as his second-in-command aboard the warship. Yet despite these thoughts, Megatron had to concede that Red Spider was correct. The artifact was in hand, and the two factions were at an impasse. If they lingered any longer, Red Spider might even relinquish the artifact to the Autobots. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to withdraw while they were ahead. With this resolution, Megatron promptly contacted the warship. Activate the land bridge. No sooner had the words left his lips than the soldiers aboard the warship swiftly opened the land bridge. Upon seeing the land bridge activate, Red Spider instinctively moved to enter quickly. However, noticing Megatron remain still, he halted in his tracks. His body instinctively retreated, half hidden behind Megatron. Optimus Prime, this time I have triumphed, Megatron declared, bypassing Red Spider to enter the land bridge without hesitation. Lord Megatron, wait for me. As he witnessed Megatron's figure vanish in the blink of an eye, leaving him alone on the battlefield, Red Spider panicked and shouted as he sprinted toward the land bridge, disappearing within it. Skybreaker and Optimus Prime had not intervened throughout, or perhaps they were simply unable to do so. After all, the land bridge was in close proximity to Megatron, and in a real confrontation, neither side would easily gain the upper hand. The most crucial aspect is that the Red Spider has donned the supreme armor, unless there's a phase shifter or the Red Spider chooses to remove it voluntarily. Neither Optimus Prime nor Starscream can procure the sacred artifact. Moreover, while the supreme armor is indeed formidable, the phase shifter serves as its nemesis. If Jack and the others can obtain the phase shifter, even if the supreme armor is seized by the Decepticons, it would not pose a significant issue. The Autobots would dare to confront the Decepticons should they choose to employ it. What a pity. If the mission of the aerial bots had been completed, we would surely have secured the supreme armor this time. Starscream murmured to himself before joining Optimus Prime as they entered the land bridge to return to their base. Chapter 135. Gloating, the scene shifts back to the struggle for the supreme armor between Optimus Prime and Megatron. Simultaneously, on the other side of the partition and Jack Screw sat aboard the Hammerhead, with Jack Screw piloting the ship and relentlessly pursuing the laser bird ahead. "This bird is truly troublesome," Jack Screw lamented, continuously firing laser beams from the ship, the two beams nearly converging into a single line. "No matter how troublesome, is there anything that you, Jack Screw, cannot handle?" Partition remarked casually, clearly confident in his old partner. "You have a point. Watch me bring this little bird down," Jack Screw declared, showcasing his piloting skills. Under Jack Screw's deft maneuvers, the ship twisted and turned through the clouds, and after a series of operations, the laser bird was struck, plummeting downward. "Well done, old chap," Partition exclaimed excitedly. "Do you think I'm just anyone?" Jack Screw replied with a smug smile. However, his expression soon grew serious. "We must pursue it." Despite being hit, the laser bird continued to fly intermittently as it descended, evidently not yet incapacitated. Without hesitation, Jack Screw followed closely in pursuit. In midair, the laser bird, which had been in free fall, suddenly adjusted its position, unleashing a furious barrage towards the Hammerhead that followed closely behind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The laser beams struck the Hammerhead at high speed, catching Jack Screw off guard as he failed to evade in time, and the ship was directly hit. Smoke began to billow from the vessel, and it, too, began to descend like the laser bird. Moments later, boom, boom, two thunderous sounds, akin to bomb explosions, echoed as the laser bird and the Hammerhead crashed to the ground. Inside the ship, ugh, that accursed little bird is quite resilient. Jack Screw shook his head, slowly rising from his seat. Partition also climbed up from the ground, rubbing his head, still dazed from the violent impact. Once he regained his composure, Jack Screw turned to Partition. "Let's go. The thrusters are damaged, and the Hammerhead is out of commission. We'll have to proceed by land. Once we're out, let us dismantle that bird," Partition declared angrily, stepping out of the ship. Jack Screw followed closely behind, and the two soon arrived at the site where the laser bird had fallen. At this moment, the laser bird was in dire straits, its various components scattered about, struggling to move as it attempted to take flight again. However, clearly suffering severe injuries. It was unable to rise and could only writhe on the ground. Partition rushed over to pin down the laser bird, intending to forcefully dismantle it. "Wait, Partition!" Jack Screw halted his actions. Partition lowered his hammer, looking at Jack Screw with confusion. "What? Do you want to dismantle it yourself?" "No. I believe Soundwave will surely come looking for this fellow. Perhaps I can plant some little gadgets inside," Jack Screw said, removing a grenade from his belt and holding it in his hand. "Excellent idea." Partition's eyes lit up. "Your methods are far too rudimentary. Soundwave would certainly not be oblivious." At that moment, the voice of Ratchet reached their ears. Maintaining constant communication, Ratchet had overheard their conversation. "So what do you propose we do, Doc?" Jack Screw asked in a casual tone. "Do not call me Doc," Ratchet retorted immediately upon hearing Jack Screw's address. "All right, Nurse." Jack Screw chuckled, then quickly changed his tone, remaining nonchalant. "And do not call me Nurse. I have proven my valor in the Cybertronian War." Ratchet, feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation at Jack Screw's two monikers, still harbored the heart of a warrior. "Fine, tough guy. Now you ought to share your superior strategy," Jack Screw continued in his lazy demeanor. In the base, Ratchet helplessly rubbed his forehead, calming his emotions before speaking. "Connect your detectors to the laser bird. I can implant some viruses within it. If Soundwave recalls the laser bird, we can tap into the data decrypted by the Decepticons aboard their warship." "Ha, indeed. Your methods are more sophisticated. Those in the technical field can be quite cunning," Jack Screw mused, impressed by Ratchet's plan. He continued, "However, I believe you should also place an additional lure to guide Soundwave." "A lure, you say?" Ratchet nodded, then remarked, "What you have in hand might just work." "That is precisely my intention," Jack Screw replied. Subsequently, Partition connected the detector to the laser bird. "In the base, Raph, can you assist?" Ratchet asked Raph. Designing the virus alone would take quite a while. With Raph's help, they could achieve their goal more efficiently. "Of course." Raph nodded. Ratchet then relayed his ideas to Raph, who operated the computer to generate the virus, while Ratchet utilized the detector's connection capabilities. After some time, The virus was successfully implanted. Done, Ratchet announced to Jack Screw. And it seems others are approaching. Jack Screw observed in the distance. Soundwave appeared to have acquired the sacred artifact and was heading towards the location of a laser bird. Has Soundwave already obtained the artifact? Ratchet was taken aback, surprised by Soundwave's swift actions. He then addressed Partition and Jack Screw. You two can return. If we can obtain the coordinates of the sacred artifact decrypted by the Decepticons, even if we lose one artifact, it would be worthwhile. I believe Optimus Prime would concur. All right, I had initially hoped for a grander engagement. Jack Screw sighed, and he and Partition quickly withdrew. After a while, all Autobots and Decepticons returned to their respective bases. Aboard the Decepticon warship, each of you has witnessed the sacred artifact. Yet it is only Soundwave who has truly brought it back. Megatron paced before a row of assembled individuals, hands clasped behind his back. TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems Lord Megatron entrusted the task to the wrong individuals. Red Spider remarked with a hint of glee. Red Spider, you are no exception. Megatron shot a fierce glare at him upon hearing his words. Sensing Megatron's expression, Red Spider quickly fell silent, standing obediently to the side. After a prolonged silence, Megatron slowly spoke. In total, we have 4 sacred artifacts. We have secured the Supreme Armor and the Resonant Sonic Blaster, while the Autobots have acquired the Phase Shifter, and neither side has obtained the Toxic Energy Entity. In summary, it is indeed the Decepticons who hold the advantage, marking a rare small victory. This time, I shall refrain from punishing you, but next time, fortune may not favor you so easily. I hope you can muster some spirit. Megatron gazed at the few individuals before him and commanded, You may leave now. Yes, my Lord Megatron. I assure you that I will not disappoint you next time. Chapter 136. Moments of leisure. Autobot base allowing the Decepticons to obtain 2 sacred artifacts is far from good news. Arcee, do not be so harsh. At least we secured 1 artifact and destroyed a weapon of mass destruction, did we not? Ratchet glanced at Arcee, raising the Phase Shifter in his hand. Ratchet is correct. Overall, we have acquired the majority of the sacred artifacts that have surfaced thus far, which puts us in a favorable position. Jetfire chimed in. Our ability to obtain most of the artifacts is thanks to everyone's collective efforts. Optimus Prime addressed the group. He continued, however, Arcee is also right. The Decepticons have acquired 2 artifacts, making them more formidable in the forthcoming battles. Therefore, we must remain vigilant, avoiding arrogance and complacency, and prepare ourselves for the more arduous battles that lie ahead. Upon concluding his remarks, Optimus Prime surveyed the group. The others nodded in agreement, expressing their support for Optimus Prime's words. Sensing their consensus, Optimus felt a sense of satisfaction before turning to resume the data decryption project. Sideswipe, you must strive harder next time, bringing back more artifacts to impress everyone. Michaela, perched on Sideswipe's shoulder, patted him encouragingly. Of course, if it weren't for the need to implant a virus into that little bird, Wheeljack and I would definitely have secured another artifact. Next time, I shall reclaim one. Sideswipe proclaimed confidently, thumping his chest. Strangely enough, I distinctly remember that bird being trapped with me in another dimension. How did Soundwave manage to extract it? Michaela pondered. Her curiosity piqued. Due to previous events, she held a vivid impression of the laser beak, astonished that Soundwave had managed to retrieve it once more. Unaware of the reasons behind this, Sideswipe could not provide an answer. With no response forthcoming, Michaela soon brushed the matter aside. Hey, Michaela, want to join me for a game? Jack inquired from the sofa. Jack, do not get too smug. Next time, my Sideswipe will surely outshine Jetfire and retrieve an artifact, proving who is the mightiest in the base. Michaela declared, shaking her fist at Jack. Jack scratched his head, puzzled. He could not fathom what Michaela was implying, as he merely wished to invite her to play a game. Michaela is always so competitive. It's certainly not easy for Sideswipe to keep up with her, Arcee observed, glancing at Sideswipe with a hint of exasperation. Indeed, it is no easy task. Jetfire concurred, but I suspect Sideswipe finds joy in it. That being said, our encounters with the Decepticons have become increasingly frequent, and I've accumulated quite a few injuries. Would you help me polish them? Arcee, unfazed by Michaela's competitive nature, instead looked at Jetfire with a flirtatious demeanor. Of course, Jetfire readily agreed. Follow me. Arcee led Jetfire toward the polishing tools. In truth, Arcee did not mind her injuries much. After all, in battle, one is bound to sustain wounds. She was no ordinary girl and would not become overly sensitive over a few scratches. However, it is essential to note that mutual polishing was a playful ritual between her and Jetfire, a reflection of their feelings for one another. What she sought was not merely a beautiful exterior post-polishing, but rather the seriousness and intimacy that accompanied Jetfire's careful attention to her form. As Jetfire meticulously polished her, Arcee squinted her eyes, relishing the care he bestowed upon her body. Amidst her enjoyment, she spoke, "If it weren't for the Decepticons, life could continue like this. And that would be quite lovely. This war is not eternal. One day it will come to an end." Jetfire gently replied, "I firmly believe that this millennium-long conflict will eventually conclude under Optimus Prime's leadership. I just wonder if we will still be here then," Arcee said, her expression tinged with a hint of nostalgia and sadness. "Of course, we will see that day. Do you doubt me?" Jetfire gazed tenderly at Arcee. Upon hearing his words, Arcee looked at him and then smiled coyly, her voice soft. "I would never doubt you." As she spoke, Arcee instinctively raised her hand, her slender fingers seemingly reaching out to caress Jetfire's cheek. Jetfire naturally leaned down, bringing his face closer to her hand. Arcee gently stroked Jetfire's face. "Since the war began, having endured the smoke of battle and the unending strife, I have gradually become more indifferent," Arcee mused quietly, then looked at Jetfire with warmth in her beautiful eyes. "Fortunately, after all this, I met you. With you by my side, I have begun to embrace optimism and nurture expectations for the future. You once told me how much you enjoyed the oil baths on Cybertron. Perhaps once the war ends, we could open such a place and live peacefully. Of course, it would be even better if we could create a being born of our combined sparks." Jetfire spoke, his eyes reflecting hope for the future. "You are incorrigible." Arcee playfully patted Jetfire's chest. "What? Do you not like it?" Jetfire asked, puzzled. "It's just a bit sudden. It's the first time I've heard such words," Arcee replied, slightly flustered. The notion of a spark-born child was indeed embarrassing, and it was surprising that Jetfire would voice it. "Well, take a look. Are you satisfied?" As he spoke, Jetfire had polished Arcee's body to perfection. Arcee examined herself and found that her wounds had vanished and her paint gleamed brightly. "Your skills remain impeccable," Arcee praised Jetfire, her gaze filled with admiration. "I'm glad you like it." Jetfire smiled, feeling content. "Shall I polish you in return?" Now that her body was revitalized, she wished to rejuvenate Jetfire as well. "If you wish, I wouldn't mind." "Then please sit still," Arcee said, taking the tool from Jetfire's hands and beginning to carefully polish him. Jetfire quietly savored Arcee's tender ministrations. In this foreign land, surrounded by just a few friends, with the war raging on and tensions escalating, both Arcee and Jetfire, as well as the others in the base, found their leisure time greatly diminished. Furthermore, being on Earth, the Autobots' entertainment possibilities were confined to the base, leaving little room for relaxation. Thus, both of them cherished this rare moment of tranquility and leisure. Chapter 137. The arrival of the smoke screen. Several days had passed since the last contest over the sacred artifacts. On the platform, Jack, Raph, and Michaela sat together on the sofa. "First this, then that, and we shall be done." Rafi deftly maneuvered his computer, subsequently replacing the sighting of Bumblebee with that of a dancing monkey. "Hee, the tap-dancing monkey makes a comeback." Jack chuckled, gazing at the amusing figure on the screen. "The Bumblebee sighting is going viral online. This is not good news," the ambulance remarked as it attended to its tasks. "If more such photos emerge, Rafi could substitute them with little monkeys." Jack laughed. Rafi and Jack continued their search for images of Autobots online, intending to replace the existing photos. At that moment, they stumbled upon something intriguing. Jack promptly called out to the ambulance. "Ambulance, come quickly. Rafi and I have made a discovery." Rafi turned the computer screen towards the ambulance. "It's an escape pod from Cybertron." Rafi's statement captured the ambulance's attention, as well as that of others nearby. "Indeed, it's in Earth's atmosphere," the ambulance exclaimed, astonished as it stared at the computer screen. However, it soon voiced its uncertainty. Is it an Autobot or a Decepticon? Regardless of whether it belongs to Autobots or Decepticons, we must investigate. Optimus Prime approached and declared. He then turned to the ambulance. "Ambulance, pinpoint the coordinates and activate the land bridge." "Understood." The ambulance nodded and began its operation. Before long, the land bridge was activated. Seeing the land bridge open, Optimus Prime addressed the Autobots in the base. "Autobots, Transform and roll out. Without hesitation, he transformed into a truck and drove into the land bridge, followed closely by the others. Soon, Starscream and the others traversed the land bridge to the other side, quickly noticing the escape pod not far away. They cautiously approached it. Arcee touched the escape pod, discovering a symbol on it. She turned to Optimus Prime. It's a Decepticon escape pod. Ding, ding, ding. Just as Arcee finished her sentence, a barrage of laser beams rained down upon them. They reacted swiftly, transforming their hands into weapons and began to retaliate. Zing, zing, zing. The battle was imminent as numerous Decepticons emerged. Amidst the conflict between the Autobots and Decepticons, an unknown figure appeared, launching a frenzied attack on the Decepticons. Whether intentional or not, several laser beams struck the escape pod, causing an outpour of energon that flowed into a small river. Run! Arcee shouted as she saw the energon being hit. The other Autobots quickly responded, retreating to hide behind a massive rock. At that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted, accompanied by a wave of flames, sending shockwaves that stirred up dust and debris. The nearby Decepticons were obliterated by the powerful blast. After a brief moment, the explosion subsided, and the Autobots cautiously emerged from behind the rock, simultaneously spotting the instigator of the explosion. Is it an Autobot or a Decepticon? Arcee regarded the Cybertronian before her with wariness. Greetings, everyone! Smokescreen waved at them, then added proudly, I just took out the whole lot with one blast. How's that for dealing with the enemy? Your actions were recklessly dangerous. We could have been caught in the crossfire. You merely triggered the energon inadvertently. Arcee rebuked without mercy. Welcome to Earth, Autobot brother. Optimus Prime approached Smokescreen. Hearing the voice, Smokescreen turned to face Optimus, initially not recognizing him. Upon a second glance, astonishment lit up his face, his joy unmistakable. Optimus Prime, Smokescreen exclaimed, then turned to the others, starry-eyed, pointing at Optimus. It's really him. I know. We all know. It's truly you. Optimus Prime. Smokescreen gazed at him, then formally stated, Hello, Commander. My name is Smokescreen. Greetings, soldier. Optimus Prime extended his hand. Smokescreen enthusiastically shook Optimus Prime's hand. And after their handshake, Optimus Prime inquired slowly, Smokescreen, how did you arrive on Earth? I surely came here aboard a Decepticon escape pod. Smokescreen replied, Are you an enemy? That remains to be determined. The approaching ambulance interjected. Arcee added, After all, this is not our first encounter with undercover agents. Having experienced the incident with the false Jack, the Autobots had grown exceedingly cautious with sudden appearances. Optimus Prime scrutinized Smokescreen and noticed the insignia on him. He then asked, Given your insignia, did you previously serve in the Elite Guard? Indeed. Smokescreen nodded, continuing, However, when I joined the Elite Guard, it felt more like a basic training camp. There wasn't even a proper graduation ceremony. Smokescreen paused, glancing at Optimus before continuing. After joining the Elite Guard, I expected to showcase my skills in real combat against Decepticons, but to my dismay, I was assigned to the Iron Fortress archives. At this point, a hint of disappointment crossed Smokescreen's face, but he quickly revitalized, looking at Optimus with excitement. However, little did I expect, upon arriving here, to meet you, Optimus Prime. Seeing you made me realize I was destined to be by your side for great deeds. You mean to say you once served at the Iron Fortress archives? The ambulance asked, astonished. Yes, Smokescreen affirmed. Why the Iron Fortress archives? Optimus, do you not find this suspicious? The ambulance eyed Optimus, seeking his reaction. Optimus contemplated for a moment, then asked Smokescreen, Could you tell me what your role was at the Iron Fortress archives? Smokescreen nodded. In the final days of the war, I was assigned to protect Master Titanium. To be honest, I desired to engage in actual combat with the enemy, and being assigned to protect an elder was exceedingly dull. However, after spending some time with Master Titanium, I discovered he was a remarkable individual. He was the one who persuaded the High Council to appoint you as the leader. Smokescreen said, looking up at Optimus. Chapter 138. The Red Energon. Optimus Prime listened intently to Smokescreen's account, and upon hearing the final statement, he promptly addressed the ambulance. Ambulance, you may activate the land bridge. What? You're allowing him to join us based on just that statement? Arcee expressed disbelief. If my mentor entrusted this information to Smokescreen, it is undoubtedly because he deems Smokescreen trustworthy, Optimus explained. With Optimus's justification, the others ceased their objections, and together with the newly arrived Smokescreen, they returned to the base. Upon returning to the base, The newcomer Meichi immediately began to chatter incessantly. Since the arrival of the Jack, there has never been a newcomer at the base. What is your name? Where do you hail from? Are you formidable? How many weapons do you carry? As she spoke, Meichi had already dashed to the side of Smokescreen. Upon hearing Meichi's barrage of inquiries, Smokescreen appeared somewhat taken aback, turning to the nearby ambulance. Is this the life form we are meant to protect? Are they all like this? Thank heavens. Only she is like this, responded the ambulance with a hint of relief in his voice. After speaking, the ambulance turned to Smokescreen. All right, Smokescreen, I believe you should now enlighten us on the details of your journey to Earth. Still not trusting me, are you? Smokescreen said with a resigned shrug. And then he slowly began to recount his experiences on Cybertron and how he arrived on Earth. No wonder a throng of Decepticons congregated there. It seems they regarded you as one of their own, eager to throw you a grand welcome party. Little did they anticipate that it would be their enemies who arrived, ultimately leading to their downfall. Upon hearing Smokescreen's narrative, Air Raid remarked with a touch of schadenfreude. Gradually, the other Autobots began to accept Smokescreen. It seems we shall have to endure this fellow from now on. Arcee remarked helplessly, glancing at Skyfall. Arcee had an astute eye for character, and from Smokescreen's earlier demeanor, she could tell he was a restless spirit. Smokescreen, since you have arrived on Earth, you must adhere to certain protocols to understand this world and gradually assimilate, facilitating future operations. If possible, I believe I need to find someone to assist you in better integrating here. Wait, Optimus Prime, is having those 3 not sufficient? Must we bring in another human? Before Smokescreen could respond, the ambulance interjected. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at him with bewildered expressions. Ahem. What I meant is that we should not involve humans any further. The ambulance realized he had overstepped, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he explained. Ambulance, do not be overly agitated. My intention is to find someone among the existing humans to help Smokescreen better integrate into Earth, Optimus Prime clarified. I can take on this task. Meichi eagerly volunteered upon hearing Optimus Prime's words. At this, the partition below cast a longing gaze at Meichi, clearly discontent with the prospect of his partner becoming someone else's aide, even if only temporarily. After all, he and Meichi had much to accomplish together, and there was no time for her to play the tour guide. Well, Jack is the premier tour guide here. Meichi quickly nominated Jack, noting the partition's expression. Jack scratched his head and replied resignedly, all right, I suppose I could try my hand at being the tour guide. Thus, it was settled. After spending some time at the base, Jack helped Smokescreen become more familiar with the surroundings. Subsequently, he took Smokescreen out in search of a vehicle form. Meanwhile, Raph had stumbled upon something new on the internet. Ambulance, come look at this. What is it, Raph? The ambulance asked, puzzled, before he turned to see the display screen facing him. His face soon lit up with astonishment. My goodness, a red energon. What is a red energon? Raph inquired, perplexed by the ambulance's reaction. A red energon is a unique and unstable energy form that enhances speed. It is an exceedingly rare energy type. Who would have thought such a thing existed on Earth? The ambulance explained, still in awe. At the same time, within the Decepticon base, 1 trillion bytes of data, yet humans refer to it as the information superhighway. There is not a shred of useful information. Starscream was scouring the warship's computer for anything of value, attempting to track the Autobots' movements. However, while I have found nothing useful, some items are rather amusing, Starscream remarked, chuckling at a tap-dancing monkey on the screen. Starscream, what are you laughing at? Have you found that so-called useful information? Megatron stood behind Starscream, inquiring as he listened to Starscream's foolish laughter. I haven't yet, Starscream began to reply, but as he flipped to a photograph, he halted abruptly. He then turned to Megatron and corrected himself. Of course, my lord. Look here, this is what I have found, and it is undoubtedly useful. With that, Starscream stepped aside to reveal the image to Megatron. Megatron's gaze fell upon the so-called useful find, his eyes widening slightly, a look of astonishment crossing his face. A red energon. Indeed, my lord, it is a red energon. The foolish humans are oblivious to its significance and have unearthed it, Starscream said with a hint of pride. Starscream, I command you to assemble a team and retrieve this item for me. Megatron ordered, fixing his gaze on Starscream. Yes, my lord. Starscream bowed in compliance, smiling in response. Megatron, if we have discovered this item, the Autobots surely will as well. I doubt Starscream can handle it alone. If possible, I can lend my assistance. Just then, the voice of Knockout reached Megatron and Starscream's ears. Knockout, Have you forgotten the lesson from last time? You have only recently recovered from your disfigurement, Megatron stated, looking at Knockout. Though I failed last time, I am confident that this time I can assist Starscream in retrieving the item. Currently, Soundwave is deciphering the data from Fort Max. I believe he won't need it for the time being, and he shouldn't mind if I borrow it, Knockout said, brandishing the resonating Soundwave cannon in his hand. Very well, Knockout, you may participate in this operation. Megatron nodded, then added with a weighty tone, however, I expect you to take this seriously this time. Do not get distracted by trivial matters and come whining about minor injuries. Rest assured, Megatron, Knockout replied with a devilish grin. Chapter 139. 2 Dead Fires Within the Autobot Base. Optimus Prime had originally intended to contact Agent Furlot to evacuate the nearby humans from the vicinity of the Red Energon before attempting to secure it. However, before he could make the call, Agent Furlot arrived at the base unbidden. Optimus Prime, the Decepticons are on the move again. What is happening, Agent Furlot? Optimus Prime inquired, puzzled. Did the Decepticons manage to locate the Red Energon first? It's that fellow known as Deadlock. He has infiltrated a high-security military base and taken something. Agent Furlot replied indignantly. It isn't regarding the Red Energon, is it? The ambulance was taken aback. Having assumed the Decepticons had found the Red Energon first, it appeared that was not the case. What did the Decepticons take? Optimus Prime pressed. At 16:30, that character Deadlock stole a satellite from the military base. According to soldier reports, he entered the base in vehicle form, and there was another person inside the vehicle at the time. How could this be? What reason would Megatron have to ally with humanity? Upon hearing Agent Fuller's words, Ratchet found it hard to believe. He could not fathom that the arrogant Megatron would conspire with humans merely to steal a satellite. I too find it difficult to accept. Yet the truth remains, and I suspect I know which human is involved. Agent Fuller stated, turning his gaze towards Optimus Prime. The satellite they have taken is related to the Damocles Project, a plan proposed by Colonel Bishop that was ultimately shelved. I believe he has come to reclaim what rightfully belongs to him. Silas, I never imagined that scoundrel was still alive. Ratchet realized that Colonel Bishop referred to Silas. We should have anticipated his survival, especially since we never found his body. Arcee interjected. Agent Fuller continued. Damocles is a colossal particle laser cannon that orbits the Earth. It has the capability to launch energy from outer space, cleaving the Pentagon like a cake or giving the president at Mount Rushmore an impromptu haircut. Its destructive power is unparalleled. Should Megatron obtain it, he could unleash chaos at will, with catastrophic consequences. Then we cannot allow Megatron to activate Damocles. Optimus Prime spoke slowly. Precisely, Agent Fuller nodded, then continued. However, to initiate Damocles, we must intercept the interface codes at the satellite base. If Megatron has indeed made contact with Silas, they will undoubtedly head to the satellite base. We must get there first to thwart them. I understand, Optimus Prime affirmed, then turned to his companions. This is urgent. We must split up. Optimus Prime continued. Jetfire, Arcee, and Ratchet, you will search for the Red Energon. The rest of you will accompany me to the satellite base to prevent the Decepticons from activating Damocles. Understood. Arcee nodded. Jetfire also nodded in agreement. Ratchet, feeling somewhat disgruntled, protested, Optimus, I want to accompany you. Given the stakes involved, Ratchet felt compelled to confront his nemesis directly. Optimus Prime turned to Ratchet. I understand your sentiments, but I still prefer you to pursue the Red Energon. Very well. Reluctantly, Ratchet nodded, swayed by Optimus Prime's serious demeanor. Subsequently, Agent Fuller made contact to evacuate personnel near the Red Energon site. Jetfire, Arcee, and Ratchet traveled via land bridge to the location of the Red Energon, while Optimus Prime and his group headed to the satellite base to preemptively stop the Decepticons from copying the interface codes. At the same time, at the excavation site of the Red Energon, a land bridge appeared, and Starscream emerged first. Foolish humans, surrender the Red Energon and bow before the great Lord Starscream. Upon his arrival, Starscream struck a grandiose pose. However, he soon discovered that the excavation site was deserted, devoid of both personnel and the Red Energon. Damn it! Where's my Red Energon? I say, Starscream, we're still back here. Can you not be so oblivious? Just as Starscream was bewildered, he heard a voice from behind him. Knockout, clutching his forehead, wore a bemused expression as he regarded Starscream. Ahem, I was well aware of your presence behind me. Upon hearing the voice, Starscream finally acknowledged the company he had. He quickly straightened up, placing one hand behind his back and the other in front of his mouth, clearing his throat with an air of seriousness, entirely shedding his earlier flamboyance. Simultaneously, at one of the outposts of the mech's Special Operations Division, although it may not resemble those colossal beings on the inside, I believe I can integrate with them using this. Silas surveyed his form with satisfaction. If one were to ignore his internal workings, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Deadlock. Indeed, following the previous incident, Silas was rescued, and the mech's Special Operations Division had expended considerable effort to save him. Utilizing their knowledge of Cybertronian biotechnology, they had crafted another Cybertronian robot. This time, compared to the previous imitation of Optimus Prime, the technology employed to create this replica of Deadlock was far more sophisticated, merging Silas with a mechanical body to create an extraordinary symbiosis of human and machine. This could be deemed the pinnacle of the mech's Special Operations Division's biotechnological achievements. However, upon awakening in this new form, Silas promptly eliminated his underlings before setting out to seize Damocles, intending to use it to join the Decepticons. Currently, he was mimicking Deadlock's signal using a signal transmitter, patiently awaiting the Decepticons' arrival. Aboard the Decepticon warship, Lord Megatron, we have detected Deadlock's signal, Thundercracker exclaimed, astonished as he observed the signal source on the screen, then turned to Megatron. Deadlock? He is not dead. Of course, he would emit a signal. Megatron dismissed the notion, then addressed Thundercracker. Thundercracker, do not emulate Starscream. He possesses no admirable qualities worth imitating. I meant that there are two Deadlock signals. Thundercracker quickly clarified, pointing at the screen. Look, upon hearing Thundercracker's words, Megatron glanced at the monitor and indeed discovered two Deadlock signal sources. One was in the company of Starscream and Knockout, while the other was isolated in another location. How intriguing. It appears someone is impersonating Deadlock, or perhaps someone seeks to lure us, or the Autobots, using Deadlock signal. Who could it be? Intrigued by this development, Megatron turned to Thundercracker. Investigate immediately. Understood. Thundercracker nodded, then exited the control room, heading toward the other Deadlock signal source. Red Energon. At that moment, Jetfire and the others had reached the port where the Red Energon was located. It seems the humans intended to transport the Red Energon onto a cargo ship before we arrived. Jetfire observed the Red Energon suspended from the transport frame, speaking slowly. Chapter 140. Starscream, your truly reliable Agent Fuller did not instruct the operators to lower the cargo? Arcee frowned slightly at the sight of the Red Energon suspended in the air. What does it matter? Let's just take it down, Ratchet declared, preparing to climb the frame to retrieve the Red Energon. However, at that moment, Starscream's voice echoed in their ears. Autobots, release the Red Energon. It belongs to me. Starscream arrived with Knockout and Deadlock, exuding an air of superiority as he pointed at Ratchet. Yet, upon spotting Jetfire nearby, his expression changed abruptly, and with a tremor in his voice, he shrieked, "What are you doing here?" As he spoke, he instinctively stepped back a few paces. Last time, Jetfire had instilled a significant psychological trauma in him, and now, seeing Jetfire again, Starscream's pride faltered. Starscream, are you afraid? Knockout remarked, surprised as he observed Starscream's retreat behind him and Deadlock. Who said I was afraid? I am merely preparing to activate the Supreme Armor and show the Autobots a thing or two. Knockout's words struck a nerve with Starscream. Ever concerned with his pride, refused to admit his fear, adopting a defiant demeanor. Very well. Knockdown nodded slightly. Upon seeing Knockdown's lack of doubt, Red Spider felt a slight relief in his heart. However, Knockdown's subsequent words caused his heart to race once more. Red Spider, you possess the Supreme Armor. How about you take on the Split Sky? I will deal with the other two. What? You want me to confront Split Sky? Red Spider's face displayed disbelief, coupled with a strong reluctance. Indeed, if not you, then who should take on that behemoth? Knockdown replied matter-of-factly. My slender arms and legs cannot withstand the turmoil of that giant. With that, Knockdown disregarded Red Spider's reaction and directly pointed at Arcee, who was not far away. Arcee, right? How about a one-on-one challenge? This guy. Arcee glared at the provocateur, her hands instinctively transforming into weapons. Simultaneously, as Knockdown spoke, Deadfire, unwilling to be outdone, turned to the nearby barrier. Barrier, if you have the guts, face me in a duel. He mimicked Knockdown's earlier gesture, beckoning Deadfire with his finger. Deadfire, Barrier, unable to contain himself at the provocation from his nemesis, transformed his hands into hammers and charged at Deadfire without hesitation. Deadfire also morphed his hands into hammers, rushing towards Barrier, and the two quickly clashed. At the same time, Arcee and Knockdown commenced their battle, leaving Red Spider and Split Sky in a state of indecision. Split Sky, however, paid no heed to Red Spider, instead directing his gaze towards the engaged Deadfire. Watching Deadfire, his eyes narrowed slightly, recalling what Agent Fuller had previously mentioned. Along with the intact Deadfire before him, a thought emerged in Split Sky's mind. Could it be that Sellers has created a counterfeit Deadfire? If that were not the case, he could not fathom why Deadfire would collaborate with Sellers. Nevertheless, he soon dispelled the notion, resolving to uncover the truth upon returning to the base. The immediate priority was to reclaim the red energy entity, and thus he shifted his gaze towards Red Spider. What are you planning? Don't come any closer. As Split Sky's attention fell upon him, Red Spider instinctively recoiled, clutching the Supreme Armor. Past experiences had left him wary of placing his trust in the Supreme Armor when facing Split Sky. However, just as Split Sky was about to make a move against Red Spider, an issue arose with Arcee. Knockdown wielded the Resonance Sonic Gun, unleashing a powerful sound wave that struck Arcee, sending her flying. This gadget is quite effective, Knockdown remarked with a grin, confident in his ability to take on Arcee. And even Barrier with the Resonance Sonic Gun in hand. Coupled with Red Spider's Supreme Armor, he felt assured about the contest for the red energy entity. Observing Arcee's setback, Split Sky wasted no time in abandoning Red Spider and sprinting toward her. Are you alright? He gently helped her up. I'm Fine. I just didn't expect Knockdown to possess a Resonance Sonic Gun, Arcee replied, glancing at Knockdown in the distance. We were indeed careless. We should have brought the magnetic gloves or phase shifters. Split Sky's expression grew serious. During previous missions, their approach had typically involved the Autobots launching a collective assault on the Decepticons, with little need for solo operations. Even when they did act independently, it was usually due to the Decepticons splitting up, meaning they rarely faced disadvantages. But now, in this 3-on-3 situation, with two holy artifacts on the opposing side, they were at a temporary disadvantage. Contemplating this, Split Sky addressed Arcee. Arcee, go retrieve the red energy entity. I will hold these two off. Understood. Arcee nodded. Her offensive capabilities were not particularly strong. Her agility was her asset, rendering her unable to breach the Supreme Armor or inflict effective damage. Nor could she withstand the sonic blast from the Resonance Sonic Gun. Thus, the best course of action was for the formidable Split Sky to distract Red Spider and Knockdown while she secured the red energy entity and made a swift exit. With the plan set, Split Sky charged towards Knockdown without hesitation, while Arcee quickly moved into action. Seeing Split Sky rushing toward him, Knockdown promptly aimed the Resonance Sonic Gun at him. In an instant, a powerful sound wave erupted from the gun, spiraling towards Split Sky at an incredible speed. Faced with this formidable assault, a blue energy shield materialized around Split Sky. The energy shield could absorb most forms of damage, including sound waves. The intense sound waves merely caused ripples across Split Sky's shield before disappearing as if consumed. At the same moment, Split Sky raised his fist and delivered a fierce blow towards Knockdown. Boom! Knockdown, caught off guard, was sent flying toward Red Spider. Red Spider, catch me! Knockdown shouted midair. Supreme Armor. Without hesitation, Red Spider activated the Supreme Armor as Knockdown hurtled toward him like a projectile. The Supreme Armor enveloped Red Spider instantly, and he raised his hand to catch the incoming Knockdown. As Knockdown was caught, he sighed with relief, muttering to himself, "Thank goodness I didn't crash to the ground. Otherwise, I'd have to polish myself again." He then looked up at Red Spider, saying, "Red Spider, I've suddenly realized that sometimes you can be quite reliable." Chapter 141. Has Red Spider grown wiser? Yet Red Spider offered no response. Instead, he fixed his gaze ahead, cursing inwardly. Damn it, those Autobots. I discovered the red energy entity first. With that, Red Spider unhesitatingly hurled Knockdown towards Arcee, who had reached the red energy entity side. Red Spider. You can't be serious, using me as a weapon. Knockdown's cries echoed through the night sky. Knockdown, quickly bring Arcee down. She must not obtain the red energy entity. Red Spider disregarded Knockdown's lament and instead directed him. Alright, watch this. As Knockdown neared Arcee, he went all out. He raised a resonant sonic gun without hesitation, aiming it directly at Arcee, who was attempting to secure the red energy entity. Arcee, get out of the way. Split Sky, witnessing the scene below, shouted urgently to Arcee. Arcee swiftly reacted, momentarily abandoning her pursuit of the red energy entity to dodge Knockdown's attack. Boom! The iron frame trembled, a resounding noise following. The sound waves emitted by the resonant sonic gun did not hit Arcee. Instead, they struck the iron frame holding the red energy entity. Simultaneously, Knockdown's body slammed against the iron bars containing the red energy entity. His cries followed my paint. As he screamed, one hand clutched the iron cage to prevent falling, while the other frantically touched the large dent that had formed on his chest from the impact. He was completely unaware that in his instinctive attempt to grasp the iron cage, his hand had opened just before collision, causing the object he held to slip away. Amidst tremendous tremors and violent impacts, the iron chains connecting the cage, containing the crimson energy entity, succumbed to the overwhelming weight, creaking ominously before snapping instantaneously. The defeated and the iron cage plummeted simultaneously. Soundwave, lock onto the defeated and activate the land bridge. Witnessing this scene, the Red Spider, eager for the crimson energy entity yet reluctant to engage in battle, promptly contacted Soundwave. True to form, Soundwave did not disappoint. As soon as Red Spider finished speaking, a land bridge tunnel materialized beneath the defeated and the cage. At that moment, Lai Tianjue stood below, awaiting the descent of the crimson energy entity, utterly unprepared for the cunning maneuver of the usually dim-witted Red Spider. Seeing this unfold, Arcee quickly leapt down to pursue the crimson energy entity. In mere moments, the defeated, along with the crimson energy entity, fell into the land bridge tunnel, which sealed shut instantly, leaving Arcee to plummet unimpeded. Lai Tianjue caught Arcee. Damn it! The crimson energy entity has been stolen, Arcee exclaimed, her expression grim. Haha, Autobots, farewell. Red Spider cackled, shedding the supreme armor and transforming into a jet, soaring into the sky. Barrier, see you next time. The Decepticon Fire, engaged in battle with the barrier, forcefully repelled it and swiftly retreated into the newly opened land bridge tunnel. The barrier gave chase, but could not catch up, helplessly watching as Fire vanished into the land bridge. They escaped, taking the crimson energy entity with them. The barrier lamented, joining Arcee and Lai Tianjue. How dramatic! Lai Tianjue shook his head. He had miscalculated, never anticipating that launching the defeated towards Red Spider would yield such a response. He could not fly, and when the defeated knocked down the cage, he was momentarily taken aback. Even had he reacted in time, his climbing speed would likely have been insufficient to catch up with the defeated as it descended into the land bridge. It can only be said that the sole variable in this battle was Red Spider. Who would have expected that for once he would employ his intellect rather than succumb to arrogance after gaining power? In truth, Red Spider's actions were largely accidental. Had he encountered another opponent, his arrogance would have prevented him from thinking strategically. However, facing Lai Tianjue and haunted by past shadows, he dared not engage directly, opting instead to observe. When the defeated crashed onto him, he witnessed Arcee almost securing the crimson energy entity. In that moment, driven by a singular desire to obtain it, Red Spider acted impulsively, tossing an object without a moment's thought to hinder Arcee. His aim inadvertently resulted in the cage containing the crimson energy entity tumbling down. It can be said that his contact with Soundwave demonstrated a flicker of strategic thought. The rest was mere happenstance. This was not a complete loss. Lai Tianjue mused, retrieving the fallen resonance wave blaster and looking towards the barrier and Arcee. Let us proceed. We must assist Optimus Prime. Contacting Ratchet, they opened the land bridge, and the trio returned to the base. Simultaneously, in pursuit of Megatron's orders, the Decepticon wing arrived at another location of the signal fire, descending before an abandoned warehouse. He surveyed the surroundings while retrieving a signal detector. This is the place, he remarked, gazing at the warehouse. Before he could enter, heavy footsteps echoed, accompanied by a voice. Hee, you finally arrived. I have been waiting for you. Silas emerged from the warehouse, gripping an object in hand. Signal fire, how can this be? Wing exclaimed, incredulous as he beheld the individual before him, strikingly similar to Signal Fire, with an identical signal source. Yet how could this be? Signal Fire had departed on a mission with the defeated. I am not Signal Fire, but given my appearance, it's understandable that you might misidentify me. Silas explained to Wing. Then who are you? Wing narrowed his eyes, hostility evident in his gaze. My name is Silas, fully known as the autonomous mechanical symbiotic life form. I have brought you here to discuss a partnership with Megatron. I believe you will be interested in what I possess, Silas proclaimed, raising the briefcase before him. Wing scrutinized Silas, attempting to discern how he had transformed into signal fire while contemplating whether to contact Megatron. However, recalling that Megatron had dispatched him to this location, he promptly reached out. Lord Megatron, I have located the signal source. It is a being who calls himself Silas, possessing an appearance identical to signal fire. He carries an object he claims you will find intriguing and seems to wish to negotiate a partnership. Oh, a being with the same exterior as signal fire, bearing something of interest to me. Within the warship, Megatron expressed mild surprise upon hearing Wing's report. Curiosity piqued. He turned his attention to the individual claiming to be Silas. Bring him to me. I am eager to see what he intends. Yes, Wing replied promptly. Thereafter, Soundwave activated the land bridge tunnel, allowing Wing to escort Silas into the land bridge, arriving at the Decepticon warship. Lord Megatron. Wing emerged from the land bridge, approaching Megatron. Megatron cast a glance at Wing before shifting his focus to the signal fire behind him. You are Silas? Megatron inquired. Indeed, Silas nodded affirmatively. You possess something that piques my interest? Megatron pressed further. The Sword of Damocles. Silas presented the briefcase before Megatron. Commencing his explanation, Chapter 142. The alliance of Megatron and Silas. You mean to say that this object in your possession can assist me in combating the Autobots? Megatron questioned, skepticism lacing his tone upon hearing Silas's explanation. Indeed, the Sword of Damocles has the power to obliterate anything on Earth. Silas replied confidently. Huh. Megatron chuckled at Silas's self-assured words, gesturing to the surroundings. Look around. I command countless Decepticon warriors, and I possess a colossal warship. I wield enough might to annihilate Earth. Do you truly believe I require your assistance? Megatron, I concede that the Decepticons are formidable, but remember, this is Earth, where the Autobots have frequently gained the upper hand in our conflicts. Silas remained unfazed by Megatron's remarks, countering instead. Oh, pray elaborate. Megatron replied, intrigued by Silas's assertion. The human factor, Silas began. The Autobots have managed to contend with the mighty Decepticons largely due to the support of Earth as humans. Our collaboration will address this shortcoming, neutralizing the advantages gained from the Autobots' alliance with humanity, thus creating an opportunity to vanquish them. Moreover, the object I possess is the key to their absolute destruction. Fascinating. I am eager to witness the extent of this so-called human factor's influence. Megatron remarked, so, what do you seek in exchange for this object and our partnership? Upon hearing Megatron's words, Silas's eyes sparkled with realization. He understood that Megatron's statement signified the potential for collaboration, and he quickly responded, I desire nothing else. I merely wish to obtain a chair of authority from you. If the so-called human factor can indeed play a role, I would not hesitate to grant you a chair. Megatron gazed at Silas. Thank you, Lord Megatron. You shall not be disappointed. A smile illuminated Silas's face. At the very moment Silas spoke, a land bridge suddenly materialized, accompanied by screams, as Knockout and a cage containing a red energy entity fell into the scene. Subsequently, the land bridge vanished and reappeared, with Starscream and Soundwave following closely behind. My paint. Those wretched Autobots. Knockout lamented, lying on the ground with a pained expression as he gazed at his chest. Knockout, have you completed the task I entrusted to you? Megatron observed the ungraceful form of Knockout sprawled on the floor. Lord Megatron. Knockout finally snapped to attention. He hastily rose to his feet and began to complain, Lord Megatron, you have no idea what Starscream has done to me. I do not care what Starscream has done to you. Do you not recall what I previously said? I do not wish to hear you whine about trivial matters. Before Knockout could finish, Megatron unhesitatingly interrupted him, admonishing him sharply. Hearing Megatron's rebuke, a look of grievance crossed Knockout's face. At that moment, Starscream approached Knockout and patted him on the shoulder. Then, turning to Megatron, he respectfully stated, Lord Megatron, the task you assigned has been completed. As he spoke, Starscream picked up the red energy entity from his side. Excellent. You have finally spared me further disappointment. A look of satisfaction spread across Megatron's face. Oh my! At that instant, knockout scream pierced the air, reaching the ears of everyone present. I mean, knockout. It was just a little paint that got chipped. Why are you still making such a fuss? Having rarely witnessed Megatron's satisfied expression, Starscream had anticipated praise and rewards, but was instead interrupted by Knockout's outburst, which left him somewhat displeased. He turned around, intending to voice his thoughts, only to spot a figure in the distance and exclaimed, "Two sound waves. Lord Megatron, we are haunted." Haunted? That is no sound wave. Megatron bellowed, observing the lack of resilience among his subordinates. If that isn't Soundwave, then who is he? Starscream asked, incredulity etched on his face as he looked at Silas. He appeared identical to Soundwave. How could he not be Soundwave? I am Silas. I believe you should be familiar with me. Upon witnessing the astonished expressions surrounding him, Silas finally introduced himself. Silas, you wretched fiend. Hearing the name Silas and the familiar voice, Soundwave, who had previously been startled by the doppelganger, was instantly engulfed in rage. Soundwave's hand transformed into a massive hammer, and without hesitation, he swung it towards Silas. Soundwave, lower your weapon. Before Soundwave's hammer could descend upon Silas, Megatron's voice rang out with authority. Hearing Megatron's command, Soundwave abruptly halted his actions and cast a puzzled glance at Megatron. Lord Megatron. Why? Lord Megatron. This is the very individual who captured Soundwave and dismantled him. Now he has the audacity to appear before us in Soundwave's likeness. It is utterly detestable. Moreover, setting aside the animosity between him and Soundwave, I am quite curious about his current form. If you permit me, I would like to dismantle him and inspect how he accomplished this. Knockout interjected, his hand transforming into medical instruments, eager to dissect Silas. I believe there may be some misunderstanding. I am currently collaborating with Lord Megatron. I should be considered one of you. Silas interjected, directing his gaze towards Soundwave. I have no misunderstanding with you, you repugnant lump of flesh. Soundwave retorted coldly. Yet this time, due to Megatron's order, he refrained from attacking, merely glaring at Silas with clenched teeth. Soundwave, Silas is now our ally. I believe we shall require his assistance. Megatron asserted, furthering his point. He continued, now that you have returned, I intend to assign you another task. I need you to assist Soundwave in acquiring an item from the human satellite base. Simultaneously, within the Autobot base, Medic, the red energy entity has been seized by the Decepticons. This is all my fault. Arcee expressed, a hint of remorse in her voice. Arcee, this is not solely your fault. Moreover, we have not returned empty-handed. At least we recovered the Resonance Sonic Blaster. Jetfire gently patted Arcee's shoulder. Well, while the red energy entity is indeed rare, in such small quantities, even if the Decepticons possess it, it will not wield significant power. The primary concern now is that you must assist Optimus in thwarting the Decepticons' next move. Medic waved his hand, interrupting their conversation, and then activated the land bridge. Jetfire and Arcee exchanged glances. Jetfire then handed the Resonance Sonic Blaster to Medic before entering the land bridge alongside the partition and Arcee, setting off to support Optimus. Chapter 143. Password copy failed satellite base Optimus. Could Agent Fowler be mistaken? We have waited so long, and we have yet to see even a shadow of the Decepticons. Jetfire exclaimed, scanning the surroundings before addressing Optimus. Perhaps Megatron has other plans. However, if they intend to activate the Damocles, they will undoubtedly come here. Within the base, Agent Fowler heard Jetfire's words and confidently replied, regardless of Megatron's intentions. We shall wait and see. Optimus echoed, indeed, we shall wait. As soon as Optimus finished speaking, a land bridge materialized. Knockout, Soundwave, Jetfire, and Starscream emerged from the land bridge. The Decepticons have indeed arrived. Upon witnessing the figures emerging from the land bridge, Jetfire's eyes sparkled with excitement. He then turned to Optimus. Optimus, should we engage? Stop them. Optimus replied without hesitation. He then charged forward alongside Jetfire while contacting Bumblebee, who was stationed at the password interface. Bumblebee, the Decepticons have arrived. Remain vigilant. Optimus. As Optimus and Jetfire burst forth, Starscream and the others took notice of them. Starscream, surrender at once. Optimus shouted, transforming his hand into a sword and charging toward them. Optimus, you have arrived just in time. It is you who should surrender. Starscream laughed heartily, then activated his supreme armor. In an instant, the supreme armor enveloped Starscream's form, granting him immense defense and strength. Starscream and Optimus engaged in fierce combat, while Jetfire clashed with Knockout. Simultaneously, another land bridge appeared, and Jetfire, Arcee, and the partition materialized on the scene. Soundwave, this time you cannot escape. Upon appearing, the partition immediately laid eyes on Soundwave. Without hesitation, he charged towards Soundwave. At the same time, Jetfire rushed towards Starscream. Arcee assist Bumblebee. Based on the communication, Optimus was aware that Bumblebee was currently battling Soundwave, prompting him to call out to Arcee without delay. I understand. Arcee nodded and then dashed into the building. Inside the building, Bumblebee was engaged in a fierce battle with Soundwave. However, Soundwave's strength was formidable as he fought Bumblebee while simultaneously connecting to the database through conduits to copy the password. On his high-definition visor, a progress bar appeared, which had already reached 1/3 completion. Bumblebee, filled with fury, relentlessly attacked Soundwave. Yet each time, Soundwave adeptly countered every blow with ease. Bumblebee, I'm here to assist you. Moments later, Arcee arrived at the scene. Upon seeing her, Bumblebee's face lit up with joy, but it quickly transformed into anger as he gazed at Soundwave, who was continuously copying the password. I understand, Arcee affirmed with a nod. She then coordinated with Bumblebee to launch a series of attacks against Soundwave, but he managed to fend off their efforts. Nevertheless, their combined assaults troubled Soundwave, who no longer appeared as untroubled as when he faced Bumblebee alone. Bumblebee, target the interface. Arcee shouted to him. Although attacking the interface would damage human equipment, the two persisted in their assault to prevent Soundwave from acquiring the password. Boom! 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 A barrage of intense attacks ensued, and despite Soundwave's strenuous efforts to defend himself, he could not withstand the relentless barrage of laser beams. Several of Arcee and Bumblebee's laser streams struck the interface, causing sparks and smoke to erupt, while the progress bar on Soundwave's visor, which displayed the password acquisition, seemed to stall at 2/3 completion. Soundwave glanced at the damaged interface and the severed conduits before decisively breaking through the wall, transforming into his jet form, and swiftly ascending into the sky. Outside, everyone witnessed Soundwave's departure. It appears Soundwave has succeeded. Farewell, Autobots. Starscream, having repelled Optimus Prime with a strike, hurriedly retreated. The same was true for Knockout, who was also retreating. Huh, it seems you still cannot keep me here. Dead End scoffed at the partition before turning and leaving without hesitation. However, as they turned, they found themselves at a land bridge, and the Force swiftly entered it. Damn it, after lying in ambush for so long, how could we let the Decepticons succeed? Frustrated for failing to catch up with the Decepticons, Jetfire returned to Optimus Prime's side. Arcee, what's the situation? Optimus Prime inquired, looking at her. We damaged the interface, and it appears Soundwave did not acquire the complete password. Arcee replied, then it seems we have succeeded. Jetfire exclaimed, a hint of delight in his tone at Arcee's words. Arcee nodded in affirmation. Even though the Decepticons did not obtain the complete password, Megatron may have other means. So we must remain vigilant. Optimus Prime addressed the group. Optimus is right. Jetfire concurred. Given the Decepticons' technology, if they were granted some time, they might be able to reconstruct the incomplete password or employ alternative methods to activate the Damocles. Of course, that would be the worst-case scenario. Having thwarted the Decepticons from acquiring the password, the Autobots returned to their base. Simultaneously, aboard the Decepticon warship, failure. Megatron glared at Soundwave. He then turned his gaze to Silas. The Autobots were prepared. Now that the password acquisition has failed, it seems we cannot activate the Damocles, and our collaboration has failed. No, Lord Megatron. Using the password is indeed the most direct and expedient method to activate the Damocles, but does not mean that activation is solely reliant on it. Silas interjected. With your current technology, you can forcibly crack the password and activate the Damocles. It will merely require some time. Seeing Megatron declare the collaboration a failure, Silas hurriedly continued. The Damocles is a human technology. Their firewalls are not advanced enough to defend against Decepticon technology. Even in the original narrative, Raph was able to hack into the system to control the Damocles, let alone the Decepticons. It would simply take some time. Very well, I can afford to spend a bit more time. However, I hope you do not disappoint me then, or Megatron's sentence trailed off. But the implication was clear. If Silas's efforts did not meet his expectations, Silas's fate would be dire. Rest assured, I assure you that as long as I can activate it, it will undoubtedly be capable of dealing with the Autobots. Silas promptly guaranteed. Megatron said nothing, merely directing his gaze at Soundwave. Soundwave remained silent, yet he clearly understood Megatron's intent. Without hesitation, he began operating on the computer, attempting to hack into the control system of the Damocles to forcibly crack the password and seize control of the Damocles. Chapter 144. System infiltration at the Autobot base. After this failure, I wonder if the Decepticons will take any further actions. Ratchet murmured anxiously. Hey guys, I'm back. Jack returned to the base with a vehicle form for Smokescreen after searching for one. Jack, your mother just called and asked you to hurry back. Ratchet said, looking at Jack. Oh no, I lost track of time. Jack's face fell instantly upon hearing Ratchet's words. What is wrong, Jack? Smokescreen asked, puzzled. I think I need to go home. Jack replied helplessly, glancing at Smokescreen. It's barely night. Are you in such a hurry? Smokescreen scratched his head. Logically, nightlife should just be beginning at this hour. It's an Earth custom. I'll explain to you later. I need to go now, Jack remarked casually, his expression sour as he entered the land bridge tunnel opened by Ratchet. Time swiftly passed, and the following evening arrived. Optimus, I have just received news that someone has infiltrated the satellite base's system and forcibly cracked the Damocles password. Agent Furlong, having left not long ago, returned to the base with a serious expression. There is no doubt, it must be the Decepticons. Ratchet asserted confidently upon hearing Furlong's words. Megatron will not relent. Arcee's face grew grave. Then it seems the Decepticons have indeed activated the Damocles. Optimus Prime pondered, contemplating how to thwart the Decepticons. If the Decepticons can infiltrate the satellite base's system to control the Damocles, can we not do the same? Jetfire inquired. Undoubtedly, once Megatron activated the Damocles, the primary target would be the Autobots. However, they were unaware of the Autobots' base, and thus could not pinpoint their assault. Naturally, they would, as in the original story, shift their focus to humanity, or rather Raph, Jack, and Miko. If they did not take precautions, it could lead to a catastrophe. That is an excellent suggestion. I can contact Raph. With his assistance, I can infiltrate the Damocles satellite control system, incapacitate it, and prevent the Damocles from functioning normally, Ratchet responded, inspired by Jetfire's proposal. Acting decisively, in order to prevent the Decepticons from recklessly wielding the Damocles and posing a threat to humanity. Ratchet promptly contacted Laserbeak to initiate an intrusion into the satellite system of Damocles. Within the Decepticon base, Lord Megatron, the Damocles satellite has been linked to the warship. Now we can control Damocles through the warship and strike any target we desire, Silas declared, exuding confidence as he gazed at Megatron. Indeed, Megatron replied, his eyes widening in attention toward Silas. I meant, Lord Megatron. Silas swiftly corrected himself, understanding the need to temper his tone. Acknowledging Silas's awareness, Megatron turned to Starscream and the others. Now, I require you to lure the Autobots out. Leave this to me, Lord Megatron. The Insecticon eagerly volunteered, wishing to escape the confines of the base and the presence of a rival impersonating him. Very well, Insecticon. I trust you know what to do. Take a team and go forth. Do not disappoint me. Megatron readily accepted the offer. Soon after, the Insecticon led a team outside to create chaos, drawing out the Autobots to test the effectiveness of Damocles. Sometime later, at the Autobot base, Ratchet and Laserbeak were collaborating to infiltrate the satellite system with all their might. Meanwhile, Agent Fowler received news from higher-ups and, after hanging up, glared at Optimus Prime. Optimus, these Decepticons are utterly arrogant and detestable. In such a short span, they have invaded another military base, wreaking havoc and causing significant damage. The Decepticons' actions suggest they have already seized control of Damocles and are attempting to lure us out. Optimus deduced swiftly. What shall we do? Asked Bulkhead, who stood nearby. Should we launch a full-scale assault? I can hardly wait to engage the Decepticons in a true battle, exclaimed Smokescreen, brimming with excitement. Smokescreen, until you gain a deeper understanding of human society and undergo further training, you cannot be deployed just yet, Optimus firmly countered. What? Optimus, I have already acquired my vehicle form. I am fully capable of undertaking missions. Smokescreen protested, unable to contain his restlessness. Smokescreen, Optimus is correct. You are not ready for the field. Ratchet concurred. But Smokescreen attempted to argue further. No buts. Ratchet interjected decisively. Very well, he relented, recognizing the seriousness in Optimus and Ratchet's expressions. Ratchet then locked onto the attacked military base and activated the land bridge, while Optimus led the Autobots to thwart the Decepticons. At the military base, the Insecticon and the Decepticons unleashed a barrage of attacks, destroying numerous critical armed vehicles within the military base. Yet, they continued their wanton destruction, with the Autobots determined to intervene. Insecticon ceased this, Optimus shouted as he and the Autobots burst forth from the land bridge, directing his ire at the Insecticon while aiming his weapon. At last, you have arrived. The Insecticon squinted at Optimus. Within the Decepticon warship, Optimus Prime has appeared. Now it is your turn. Megatron commanded Silas. Without hesitation, Silas operated the system, directing the Damocles satellite to target Optimus Prime. Amidst the military base, the Autobots clashed with the Decepticon soldiers, with the Insecticon facing off against a barricade, while others engaged the Decepticon troops. In space, the Damocles had activated, gathering energy before instantly launching a particle laser cannon towards its earthly target. The laser cannon pierced through the atmosphere with devastating force, striking the military base. Under the night sky, the brilliance of the particle laser was unmistakable, and the Autobots quickly noticed the increasingly bright and approaching beam. As it drew nearer, they realized its intended target. Optimus, be careful. Ratchet shouted urgently towards Optimus, engaged in combat with the Decepticon soldiers. Optimus swiftly repelled his foes upon seeing the imminent threat above, dodging to the side without hesitation. Boom! In the instant he evaded, the powerful beam struck a Decepticon soldier who failed to escape in time, incinerating him in an instant, leaving nothing but charred remains under the intense heat. Chapter 145. Smokescreen's first mission. My goodness. Bulkhead gasped, dumbfounded by the destruction wrought by the energy beam. If that hit, it would spell instant death. And a gruesome one at that. Is this the weapon the Decepticons have acquired? On board the Decepticon warship, intriguing. Megatron observed the devastation caused by Damocles, a mix of surprise and satisfaction in his demeanor. Such power, if it struck an Autobot, could annihilate them in a single blow. Continue the assault. Megatron commanded immediately. Yes, Silas responded, recalibrating the targeting system to focus on the Autobots. The Damocles, hovering in geostationary orbit, relentlessly attacked the Autobots, who skillfully evaded each strike. Though the Damocles possessed formidable destructive power, each attack required a moment to reach the Autobots, and the brilliance of the descending beams allowed the Autobots to anticipate and evade them. Thus, the Autobots managed to avoid hits, rendering the Damocles ineffective in its current state. Keep attacking. Do not relent. Megatron urged impatiently, frustrated by the repeated misses on Optimus. Lord Megatron, the Autobots are too cunning. Damocles cannot hit them at the moment. However, I have an idea, Silas replied, continuing to control the attacks. Oh, pray tell. Megatron turned his attention to Silas. Perhaps we could target the Autobots' human allies. Silas suggested with a sinister grin. Now, that is a splendid idea. Megatron's crimson eyes gleamed with malice at the prospect. He then turned to Soundwave. Soundwave, I tasked you with surveilling the Autobots' base. What have you discovered? In response to Megatron's inquiry, coordinates appeared on Soundwave's visor, revealing the approximate location of the Autobot base after extensive tracking. However, to pinpoint it precisely, more time was required. Yet, in the course of his investigation, he had thoroughly mapped the residences of humans frequently in contact with the Autobots. Excellent. It seems your extracurricular work is progressing splendidly. Megatron nodded in satisfaction at the information displayed on Soundwave's visor. He continued, Soundwave assists Silas in targeting the residence of Optimus Prime's human companion with Damocles. Let's eliminate these bothersome pests first. Soundwave nodded and moved beside Silas to execute Megatron's command. Meanwhile, within the Autobot base, the ambulance has successfully infiltrated the Damocles satellite system, identifying the targets of each of Damocles' attacks. What is happening? He furrowed his brow. Has the satellite's strike target changed? Ambulance. The Decepticons seem to have locked on a Jasper with Damocles and appear to be searching for something. Rafi also sensed something amiss and quickly contacted the ambulance. I am aware, the ambulance replied, an ominous premonition stirring within him. At that moment, Rafi sent another message. Ambulance, I can see my house. Damn it, Megatron is targeting the children. The ambulance finally understood Megatron's intentions. He immediately instructed Rafi. Rafi, quickly take control of Damocles and redirect its strike target. I understand. Rafi, recognizing the urgency, hurriedly seized control of Damocles. Inside Rafi's home, Agent Fuller, Jack, and Mikey anxiously watched as Rafi took command of Damocles. Under Rafi's control, the satellite strike target gradually shifted away from Rafi's house. Rafi, splendid. It's moving. You did it. Mikey exclaimed, joyfully patting Rafi's shoulder. This isn't over. I must continue the infiltration and completely incapacitate Damocles. Rafi declared, fully aware that merely altering the satellite's target was insufficient. It was imperative to render the satellite entirely inoperative, preventing Megatron from utilizing it. I believe in your abilities. Mikey encouraged him. Aboard the Decepticon warship, someone has breached the system. Upon noticing the alteration in the strike target on the Damocles satellite display, Megatron's fury erupted. He violently shoved Silas aside, fixating intently on the screen. It is a hacker. He has infiltrated the Damocles satellite's control system. Silas quickly explained. He then proceeded to regain control of Damocles, locking onto the target once more. Simultaneously, Soundwave pinpointed Rafi, the one infiltrating the Damocles system. It is that human. Megatron narrowed his eyes, then turned to Silas. Deal with this nuisance. I believe your subordinates are more adept at such matters than I am. Go now, Megatron commanded with an air of authority, leaving no room for Silas to refuse. I am on it. Silas nodded quickly and made his way to Rafi's location via the ground bridge. At the same time, within the Autobot base, damn it, Megatron has targeted the children once again. The ambulance cursed silently, remaining ever vigilant. He then turned to the nearby, listless smokescreen. Smokescreen, weren't you clamoring to go on a mission? Well, the task has arrived. What mission? I'm on my way. At the mention of a mission, Smokescreen instantly perked up. Go protect the children. To be on the safe side, the ambulance intended for Smokescreen to safeguard Rafi and the others. Should they fail to incapacitate Damocles in a timely manner, resulting in an attack from the satellite, Smokescreen could swiftly evacuate Jack and the others. I'm going now. Smokescreen responded without hesitation. He requested a phase shifter from the ambulance, which activated the ground bridge, allowing Smokescreen to enter. Outside Rafi's home, Silas had also arrived. Now in vehicle form, he peered through the window to see Jack and the others inside. Say goodbye to this world, hacker. Silas aimed missiles at the room where Rafi and his companions were gathered. In the next moment, he was ready to fire. However, at that instant, Smokescreen dashed out from the ground bridge and immediately spotted Silas. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged at Silas, delivering a powerful punch that sent the vehicle form Silas tumbling off the roadside slope. Silas rolled down the slope several times before transforming back into vehicle form at the bottom. A rookie among the Autobots? Silas questioned, observing the unfamiliar Autobot before him. Are you? Hot Rod. Smokescreen was taken aback. Chapter 146. The dismantling chair. Smokescreen was somewhat surprised. From Optimus and the others, he had learned that Hot Rod was at a human military base. Yet, why was Hot Rod here? Before he could ponder further, Silas lunged at him, delivering a punch that sent him flying. After knocking Smokescreen away, Silas scoffed, pitiful creature. As a newcomer, you ought to remain at the base and train more. Venturing out this early is unwise. With that, he charged at Smokescreen again, intent on annihilating him. However, though Smokescreen was a novice with limited combat experience, his strength should not be underestimated. Moreover, he had conveniently taken the phase shifter before arriving, making it unlikely for Silas to easily defeat him. Smokescreen and Silas engaged in a fierce struggle, occasionally using the phase shifter to negate Silas' attacks, momentarily gaining the upper hand. With Silas preoccupied, he could no longer break free to confront Rafi and the others. Without Silas to address Rafi, leveraging his skills in conjunction with the ambulance, successfully incapacitated the Damocles satellite. Aboard the Decepticon warship, Silas, is it truly so difficult to deal with a handful of humans? Megatron seethed with rage as the Damocles satellite was rendered completely inoperative, spiraling out of Earth's orbit and plummeting into the atmosphere like a meteor, gradually meeting its demise. At the Autobot base, wonderful. We succeeded. The ambulance beamed with joy, sharing the news with all Autobots. Inside Rafi's home, "Rafi, you are incredible," Mikey exclaimed, exuberantly patting Rafi's shoulder. "Well done, young one." Agent Fuller expressed his satisfaction, looking proudly at Rafi. With this, Megatron's plans have been thwarted. Jack's face lit up with joy. "Rafi, what are you doing in there?" At that moment, perhaps due to the excitement, Rafi's mother called from outside. She then opened the door. "A study group," Rafi replied, along with Agent Fuller and the others, holding books and appearing to be engaged in a discussion about learning. "Outside the house, huh? It seems your plan has failed." Smokescreen chuckled, gazing at the distant meteor as he received information from the ambulance. Silas, noticing the meteor and hearing Smokescreen's words, realized that the Damocles had indeed been incapacitated. "Damn it!" Silas seethed with fury, charging towards Smokescreen with unrestrained rage, as if he intended to tear him apart. However, activated by the phase shifter, Smokescreen easily evaded Silas' assault, even managing to toy with him. With a resounding thud, Smokescreen utilized the phase shifter to pass through Silas' form before swiftly turning to deliver a kick that sent Silas crashing to the ground. Silas' face scraped along the ground for quite some distance before he struggled to rise. Just as he was about to unleash his wrath and attack Smokescreen once more, Megatron contacted him. "Silas, return to me." But Megatron... Silas hesitated, unwilling to comply with Megatron's command. Before he could finish his statement, Megatron abruptly interrupted him, commanding in an unmistakable tone, "Return to me." "Very well," Silas replied helplessly, casting a fierce glance at Smokescreen before hastily departing into the open land bridge tunnel. At the same moment, another land bridge tunnel emerged, through which Optimus Prime and his companions arrived to assist Smokescreen. "Where are the enemies?" the Divider inquired, waving his arms as he approached Smokescreen, surveying the surroundings. "They have retreated," Smokescreen replied. "I learned about the situation from the ambulance." "You did well, my friend." Seeing that Smokescreen had successfully driven away the foes and protected Jack and the others, the Divider warmly patted his shoulder with a look of satisfaction. "It was my duty," Smokescreen said, a smile gracing his face at the acknowledgement. Subsequently, they all returned to the base. Upon their return, Optimus Prime approached Smokescreen. "Smokescreen, you have successfully protected Raph and the others. Well done. Perhaps next time I should consider having you accompany us on a mission." "Really, Optimus?" Smokescreen exclaimed, his face alight with surprise. "I will look after you from now on," Bumblebee chimed in as he flew over to Smokescreen. "Well done, rookie." Arcee also praised Smokescreen, an uncommon gesture from her. Inside the Decepticon warship, Lord Megatron, Silas approached Megatron, bowing respectfully. "Silas, I can offer you the chair you desire." Megatron spoke slowly, fixing his gaze upon Silas. "Thank you, Lord Megatron." Silas's face brightened at the words. However, Megatron's next statement caused his expression to change abruptly. He added, "The chair for dismantling." With that, he turned to the nearby Decepticon soldiers. "Take him to the dismantling laboratory." "No, Megatron, you cannot treat me this way. I am here to assist you." Silas hastily protested as he heard Megatron's order. "Esis mea." Megatron chuckled derisively. "All you can bring me is Damocles, and he has been destroyed. The so-called human factors you mentioned did assist, but only my enemies." With a cold smile, Megatron waved his hand, instructing the Decepticon soldiers to escort Silas away. "Take care of him, Knockout," Megatron said, turning to Knockout as Silas was led away. "Rest assured, Lord Megatron, I will dismantle him piece by piece, leaving no screw or component unexamined." Knockout replied with a sinister grin, his hands transforming into drill bits and saws as he headed toward the laboratory after a fierce battle. A temporary peace reigned between the Decepticons and Autobots for several days, as both sides devoted their full energy to deciphering the data from Iron Fortress. Apart from Optimus Prime, the other Autobots found themselves momentarily idle. "Arcee, I wish to see Black Widow. Would you care to join me?" Starscream asked Arcee, who was nearby. "Fortunately, I am not on patrol today. Let's go." Arcee replied. "Excellent." Starscream nodded in agreement. The two then made their way outside the base, taking their time and opting not to use the land bridge. As they traveled, they transformed into vehicle mode, gliding along the smooth roads while enjoying the scenery and engaging in light conversation, relishing this rare moment of leisure. Unbeknownst to us, the ranks of the elite guard have swelled. Do you remember when we first arrived on Earth, and there were only a handful of us led by Optimus? Arcee mused. Indeed, the elite guard is growing in number. It seems we're drawing ever closer to victory. Starscream echoed her sentiment. At this juncture, having endured a lengthy period. Most of the artifacts had already surfaced. Only the Star Sword and the ultimate key remained. After spending several years on Earth, according to the storyline, the Covenant of Primus had reached the halfway mark. This war, which had persisted for millennia, appeared poised to conclude in the not-so-distant future. Chapter 147. The red light continues some time past on a smooth country road. Bumblebee and Smokescreen raced ahead of each other, speeding along the highway. Of course, it was primarily Smokescreen who was driving recklessly, with Bumblebee chasing closely behind. Suddenly, a vehicle approached from the opposite direction. Due to its excessive speed, Smokescreen and the oncoming car nearly collided. Fortunately, at the last moment, both parties swerved to avoid crash. Even so, Smokescreen's vehicle spun wildly a few times before coming to a halt at the roadside. From the car that had almost collided with Smokescreen, a person emerged, wielding an iron rod as he approached. "Hey, you in the Indy 500. You better call your repair crew and pray they arrive before I smash your car to bits." As he spoke, the man stepped in front of Smokescreen, raising the iron rod as if to strike. However, at that moment, Smokescreen transformed into his humanoid form, startling the man into silence, his movements frozen. Crouching down, Smokescreen glared at the human. "What did you just say?" With a fierce expression, Smokescreen appeared ready to flatten the human into a pancake. Fortunately, Bumblebee arrived just in time, transforming into his humanoid form to restrain Smokescreen, then speaking to him in a language incomprehensible to humans. "Ha ha ha, Bumblebee, no need to worry. I was just joking." Smokescreen laughed heartily, the fierce demeanor on his face vanishing. After Bumblebee intervened, he turned to regard the now-recovering human. To their astonishment, the human quickly retrieved his phone and snapped a selfie with Smokescreen and Bumblebee inside the base. That person immediately uploaded the photo of you and Bumblebee to the internet, Jack remarked, turning to Smokescreen. Meanwhile, Raph was busy on the computer, replacing the image of Bumblebee and Smokescreen with a dancing monkey. "Smokescreen, I can hardly believe you spent time with Master Iron and yet failed to improve in any way. Did we not warn you against revealing your identity to humans? We must conduct ourselves discreetly on Earth. Can you not comprehend human language? You learned nothing from being around Master Iron." Without hesitation, the ambulance launched into a reprimand upon hearing of Smokescreen's misadventure. Even Arcee could not hold back. "You were performing well not long ago. It's surprising how swiftly you've altered our perception of you." "I'm sorry, everyone, I was wrong," Smokescreen admitted, lowering his head. "Smokescreen, the ambulance is right. I must emphasize that we must remain discreet on Earth and never reveal our identities to humans," Optimus Prime said, approaching Smokescreen from behind. He then turned his gaze to the others. "However, while Smokescreen made an error, we share a significant portion of the blame." "What?" "Optimus, you must be mistaken. We weren't even present at the time." The divider interjected upon hearing Optimus's words. "Indeed, we certainly did not teach him to act this way," Arcee added. "Nonetheless, he was present. If there's blame to be had, he must bear some of it." The divider pointed at Bumblebee beside him. Bumblebee, incensed by the words of the barricade, forcefully swatted away its hand and growled a few times in response. Optimus Prime, naturally, had his own perspective to share. He began to elucidate. "Perhaps during this period, we have encountered several significant events that have diverted our attention, causing us to neglect the guidance of Smokescreen." He cast a glance at Smokescreen. While Jack has previously instructed him, it is evident that this is still insufficient. Therefore, I hope, Smokescreen, that you will engage more with Jack to learn the ways in which Autobots and humans coexist. "I understand." Smokescreen nodded, though his spirits were somewhat diminished. "Rest assured, I will teach him about traffic regulations, traffic lights." Jack chimed in as he descended the steps and began walking outside with Smokescreen. "Truly, it is a source of worry," Arcee remarked, shaking her head helplessly as she watched Smokescreen depart. "Smokescreen merely requires time to adapt to life on Earth. He is young, and a bit of exuberance is perfectly natural. I believe that under the guidance of Optimus and the others, he will become a capable warrior." Looking at Arcee, Skyquake slowly spoke. Although Smokescreen could indeed be a bit mischievous, his later performance in the original narrative was commendable, so Skyquake harbored no ill feelings towards him. He was also aware that the others at the base bore no animosity towards Smokescreen. It was simply that his antics were somewhat unruly. Such an impetuous nature could lead to significant risks in battle, even jeopardizing his life, which was the concern of everyone. Presently, Smokescreen's behavior could only be attributed to his youth and the need for further refinement. You act like an indulgent parent. Arcee shot Skyquake a glance upon hearing his words. Haha, I'm not skilled in reprimanding. Skyquake chuckled lightly. In the city, on the highway, Jack inquired from within the vehicle. Did you remember everything I just taught you? All of it is quite simple. I've memorized it. Smokescreen confidently replied. Then let us review. Jack suggested. Bring it on. Smokescreen responded with enthusiasm. What should you do when the light is green? Jack asked. Proceed on green. Smokescreen answered. And what about red? Jack pressed further. Stop on red. Smokescreen declared, pressing the accelerator to the floor and surging forward with great speed. Smokescreen, stop. There's a red light ahead. Jack shouted in alarm. Ignoring the warning, Smokescreen charged ahead, but just as he was about to cross, he slammed on the brakes, coming to a halt right at the line. You nearly gave me a heart attack, Jack exclaimed, clutching his chest, still shaken. Just kidding. Smokescreen laughed heartily. The two then waited quietly for the green light, but at that moment, a familiar racing sound echoed from behind. Jack instinctively glanced back, only to see a vehicle he wished to avoid, prompting him to quickly roll up the window and crouch down to hide. Jack, what's wrong? Is it the Decepticons? Smokescreen asked, puzzled by Jack's unusual behavior. No, it's someone I don't want to see. We need to get out of here, Jack replied urgently. But it's a red light. We're stopped. Smokescreen muttered quietly. Inside the racing car, Vince caught a glimpse of a familiar figure through the window. He leaned slightly to peer into the adjacent car, and upon confirming his identity, he retrieved a hamburger from a nearby bag and tossed it at Smokescreen's window before driving off nonchalantly. Damn it, we have to chase him, Smokescreen exclaimed, unable to contain himself. Let's not. Remember what Optimus said? We can't harm humans. Jack shook his head. I never said I would hurt him, Smokescreen retorted, and without hesitation, he pressed the accelerator, pursuing Vince. Chapter 148. The Starsword Autobot Base. I am on the verge of decrypting the next set of Iron Fortress beacons. Optimus Prime's hands danced over the computer, moving with such speed that they appeared to blur. Just then, the computer detected a set of Iron Fortress beacons. It seems you need not decrypt it. Someone has already done the work for us. Medic, observing the beacons, remarked with a smile. Optimus Prime paused his actions, his gaze shifting to the beacons. Bang, bang. Here we go, Barricade proclaimed, clapping his fists together as he approached Optimus from behind. Medic, triangulate the coordinates and activate the ground bridge to transport us. After issuing his command, Optimus turned to the others. Arcee, Barricade, Bumblebee, join me in the search for the artifact. The rest of you remain here, ready to provide support. Given the current number of Autobots, Optimus did not need to take everyone on missions unless it was a task requiring them to split up. Leaving one or two behind as a precaution was a prudent decision. Medic activated the ground bridge, and Arcee, Barricade, and Bumblebee approached the portal. Autobots, transform and roll out, Optimus directed, and upon hearing his command, they shifted into their vehicle forms and entered the ground bridge, with Optimus following closely behind. Moments later, amidst the misty mountains, the ground bridge tunnel opened, and Optimus and the others emerged. Arcee, holding a signal detector, began scanning in various directions, soon honing in on the strongest signal. This way, Arcee guided the others in a particular direction. I wonder what this artifact will be, Barricade mused internally, feeling a sense of anticipation. Back at the base, Skyquake pondered. If the plot follows the original narrative, this signal might be a Decepticon trap, while the true artifact, the Star Sword, will be revealed by the next signal. He awaited the computer's detection of the next signal. Of course, even if a signal was detected, without Optimus, he would have no means to retrieve the Star Sword. His intention in waiting was merely to ensure the safe return of Optimus and the others, just in case. As for why he did not inform Optimus that this might be a trap, such a statement would hold little weight. Not only was the signal right in front of them, but with the detection of the artifact's signal, Optimus's character would compel him to investigate. Moreover, having never explored the signal himself, how could he be certain it was a Decepticon trap? Such unfounded claims, lacking evidence, would be hard for anyone to believe. And should his words be proven true, while there exists a mystical force known as the Covenant in this world, even the Cybertronian Covenant cannot predict the future entirely, only offering fragmented foresight. His ability to foresee events in such a manner was indeed alarming. Thus, the best course of action now was to wait. as long as the plot did not deviate significantly from the original narrative. Acquiring the artifact would be inevitable, so there was no need to complicate matters further. After a period of waiting, there was still no sign of movement from Optimus's side. While Medic could detect the location of Optimus and the others, he was unable to establish contact, as if something was interfering with their communications. Simultaneously, another set of artifact coordinates was detected by the computer. Skyquake. This artifact is entrusted to you and Flyover. Medic instructed, looking at Skyquake and Flyover. Understand. Litienu nadid affirmatively. Leave it to us. Fei Gu Sh in declared, patting his chest. Subsequently, the ambulance opened the land bridge, allowing Li Tianju and Fei Gu Sh in to traverse to the location of another sacred relic. The sky in this place was shrouded in dark clouds. The atmosphere dreary, with sparse trees dotting the desolate landscape. After arriving, Li Tianju and Fei Gu Sh in advanced a short distance, only to discover the formidable figure of Megatron ahead. They took refuge behind a massive rock, keenly observing the unfolding situation. Is that the sacred relic? A sword? Fei Gu Sh in murmured, gazing at the sword embedded in the colossal stone in the distance. On the other side, Megatron grunted as he exerted all his strength to pull the sword from the rock. Yet, despite his utmost effort, the star sword remained immovable. His grip slipped due to the excessive force, causing him to stagger back several paces. Megatron widened his eyes, staring at the sword on the rock. The star sword. It is indeed a sacred relic that can only be wielded by a leader. Saying this, he brandished his fusion cannon, striking the rock with ferocity. However, after several blows, the stone remained unyielding under such might. The sacred relic is protected by a barrier. Seeing this, Megatron's fury escalated. Yet, powerless against the star sword, he could only command his minions to excavate the surrounding rock, clearing away all stone outside the barrier's reach. Ultimately taking the star sword along with the rock it was lodged in. Meanwhile, on Li Tianju's side, he contacted the ambulance directly. Ambulance. The sacred relic is the star sword, and Megatron is here. The star sword requires the power of a leader to be obtained. We need Optimus Prime to come. At the Autobot base, what did you say? The star sword. Upon hearing the sacred relic's identity, the ambulance's eyes widened. He immediately responded, I will bring Optimus Prime back at once. Compared to other relics, the star sword is undoubtedly the pinnacle of sacred artifacts, forged for leaders alone. If Optimus Prime could claim the star sword, there would be no doubt that this power would aid him in subduing Megatron and his forces. Thus, without hesitation, the ambulance pinpointed Optimus Prime and his team's location, activated the land bridge, and swiftly entered it. On Optimus Prime's end, how peculiar, this has happened twice now. Each time we approach the sacred relic, it seems to move. What is going on? Arcee remarked, perplexed as she monitored the relic's signal. At that moment, the land bridge tunnel appeared before them, and the ambulance emerged. Optimus Prime, Megatron has unearthed the star sword, and Li Tianju needs your assistance. Upon seeing Optimus Prime, the ambulance quickly relayed the information. The star sword. At the mention of those words, Optimus Prime's demeanor shifted slightly. He then turned to Arcee and the others. I fear this is a trap set by Megatron to lure us and buy time. His true objective is the star sword. With that, Optimus Prime commanded, Autobots, return to base. Without hesitation, he swiftly entered the land bridge tunnel, followed closely by the others. Soon after, they emerged from the tunnel, arriving at Li Tianju's location. What is the situation? Arcee inquired as she approached Li Tianju. Megatron has yet to take the star sword. Li Tianju replied, gesturing forward. Stop him. Upon witnessing the scene ahead, Optimus Prime charged forward. The others followed suit, racing alongside Optimus Prime. Megatron, cease your actions. Optimus Prime called out as he sprinted toward Megatron. Optimus Prime, how could you be here? Megatron exclaimed in surprise, caught off guard by Optimus Prime's unexpected return. According to his plan, Optimus Prime should have fallen for his ruse and not returned so swiftly. However, he swiftly cast aside these thoughts. Now that Optimus Prime had arrived, he was determined to prevent him from obtaining the star sword. Chapter 149. A wave to vanquish foes. Optimus Prime, you shall not claim the star sword. Megatron bellowed furiously, charging directly at the oncoming Optimus Prime. Yet, Li Tianju was swifter than Optimus Prime, intercepting Megatron first. Seeing Li Tianju block his path, Optimus Prime halted his advance. Optimus Prime, leave this to me. Go retrieve the Star Sword, Li Tianju urged, raising his fist to strike at the advancing Megatron. Boom! The clash of fists between Megatron and Li Tianju generated a powerful shockwave, sending dust swirling into the air. The ground beneath them shattered, and fissures appeared in the terrain between the two. Li Tianju, step aside. As Optimus Prime charged toward the Star Sword, Megatron became increasingly frantic. His attacks grew fiercer, each one infused with immense force, aiming to drive Li Tianju back swiftly. However, Li Tianju remained steadfast, preventing Megatron from obstructing Optimus Prime's path to the Star Sword. With Megatron distracted, his primary forces were also engaged by other elite Autobots. Optimus Prime surged forward, repelling all Decepticon soldiers in his path, ultimately reaching the Star Sword. He grasped the Star Sword, and in an instant, the previously inert blade seemed to sense the leadership power within Optimus Prime, radiating a brilliant light. With a slight exertion, he drew it from the rock. No. Although engaged in battle with Li Tianju, Megatron's focus remained on Optimus Prime's actions. Upon witnessing Optimus Prime draw the Star Sword, he let out a furious roar. He then abandoned his fight with Li Tianju, disregarding the attacks, transforming into his jet form and soaring into the sky. Simultaneously, his voice echoed throughout the battlefield. Eliminate the Autobots. As he spoke, he had already ascended to the Decepticon warship. Though Megatron was uncertain of the Star Sword's full capabilities, he had heard of its legendary prowess. In Optimus Prime's hands, the Star Sword would undoubtedly surpass any other sacred relic in power. With the Star Sword, he knew he could not confront Optimus Prime directly. Thus, he resolved to use the Decepticon warship against Optimus Prime. In haste, Megatron stormed into the control room and immediately commanded Soundwave, utilize the most powerful weapon on the warship to attack Optimus Prime. Upon receiving the order, Soundwave nodded. Moments later, a fusion cannon emerged from the warship's underside, aimed directly at Optimus Prime. In an instant, a colossal energy beam surged forth from the fusion cannon, hurtling towards Optimus Prime, who had just acquired the Star Sword. Optimus Prime, watch out! Seeing the formidable energy beam racing toward Optimus Prime, the others cried out in alarm. Yet, Optimus Prime remained unperturbed. He raised the Star Sword, aiming it at the energy beam and striking down with force. In that moment, a crescent-shaped blue energy burst forth from the Star Sword, propelled by an unmatched momentum toward the energy beam. Boom! The crescent collided with the energy beam, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that enveloped the battlefield, sending shockwaves of debris spiraling outward. The blue energy exploded, casting a mesmerizing glow across the sky. With a single strike, the formidable energy beam was effortlessly countered by the crescent arc emitted from the Star Sword. Aboard the battleship, Megatron's eyes widened in disbelief. It is essential to note that the fusion cannon is one of the most powerful weapons equipped on this colossal vessel, consuming immense energy with every activation, capable of obliterating nearly anything in its path. Even he, facing such a potent assault, would be gravely wounded if not killed. Yet what had Optimus Prime accomplished? With a single stroke of his sword, he shattered this formidable attack, emerging unscathed. Moreover, the battleship's offensive required a significant energy expenditure, while Optimus Prime appeared to wield the Star Sword with effortless ease, unleashing such devastating strikes at will. This is the darkest hour in the history of the Decepticons. Megatron gazed in astonishment, his expression shifting to one of unprecedented gravity. Without hesitation, he commanded, initiate retreat. On the ground, having neutralized the Decepticon battleship's attack, Optimus seized the opportunity. He sprinted forward, brandishing the Star Sword and sweeping it in a semicircle. In an instant, a massive blue crescent shot toward the Decepticon battleship with unmatched velocity. The impact of the crescent struck the ship's rear, causing it to tilt precariously downward, swaying dangerously. Fortunately, this blow did not incapacitate the Decepticon vessel, and Megatron seized the moment to make a hasty exit. The other Decepticon personnel transformed into their aerial forms and retreated at Megatron's command. Watching the Decepticon battleship depart, Optimus Prime chose not to pursue, allowing them to return to their base. Aboard the Decepticon battleship, I beg your pardon, Lord Megatron. While I do not doubt your tactical retreat decision, I must say I am fully prepared for a counteroffensive against the Autobots. Shockwave approached Megatron. A counteroffensive? Megatron's eyes widened at Shockwave's words. Did you not witness that sword strike from Optimus Prime? With a mere swing, he effortlessly negated the massive energy attack of our battleship. With the Star Sword in his possession, he could extinguish us with a mere gesture. As he spoke, Megatron fell into deep contemplation, muttering, I must devise a way to regain our strategic advantage. At the base, all personnel emerged from the terrestrial bridge and tunnel. That was incredible, Optimus. Your strike was absolutely spectacular. Bumblebee exclaimed, filled with excitement. The Star Sword truly lives up to its reputation as the most powerful artifact, effortlessly deterring the Decepticons. Ratchet added in admiration. Hey, where have you all been? Jack and I returned, and I couldn't find a trace of you. Hearing the lively commotion behind them, Smokescreen and Jack turned simultaneously. Buddy, you have no idea what you missed. Bumblebee rushed to Smokescreen's side, recounting the recent events. Really? You promised to take me along on the mission, yet you went off on your own. Smokescreen lamented, regretting not witnessing Optimus's display of might. Had he known, he would have returned sooner. Optimus, holding the Star Sword, watched the jubilant crowd. Just as he was about to speak, the Star Sword suddenly emanated a radiant glow. He positioned the sword before him, becoming momentarily entranced. Optimus, what is happening? Speak to me. The others halted their chatter. Concern etched on their faces as they gazed at him. After a moment, Optimus regained his composure and slowly spoke. I have received a message. Whose message? Ratchet inquired eagerly. Chapter 150. The Most Cherished One's Master Titanium. As Optimus spoke, the Star Sword flickered with light again. The unique power within seemed to forge a connection with Optimus's essence, plunging him into a mental realm. What did Master Titanium convey to you? Ratchet asked. However, at that moment, Optimus beheld Master Titanium and could not respond to Ratchet's inquiry. Before him, a mysterious figure, exuding an ancient aura yet indistinct in form, appeared. While I wish we could meet under better circumstances, I fear that Iron Fortress cannot withstand the Decepticons' next assault. So, you have traversed time and space to impart your wisdom to me? Optimus asked. Yet, Master Titanium did not reply. He merely recited a preordained message. If you are hearing this, it is clear you have successfully acquired the Star Sword. I trust you have deduced why these ancient artifacts and Decepticon weaponry have found their way to this remote planet. I was the one who sent them here, not solely to prevent them from falling into Megatron's grasp, but also to ensure they serve you. You may already be aware that the Cybertronian Covenant records not only the past, but also the future. While I cannot unravel its mysteries, I can sense the impending calamities. Within the Covenant, you, Optimus Prime, shall emerge as a leader, guiding the Autobots in a significant rebellion against the Decepticons on a small yet profoundly meaningful planet. I know nothing of the outcome of this war, nor the future of Cybertron, but I can only hope these artifacts will aid you in your struggle against Megatron. Soon, I shall launch an artifact that is the most mysterious and powerful of them all. Optimus lingered in the mental realm for an extended period, finally emerging from the experience after comprehensively absorbing Master Titanium's words. Once he returned to normalcy, he lowered the Star Sword and addressed those before him. What did Master Titanium say to you? Ratchet pressed once more, noticing Optimus's return to awareness. Did Master Titanium mention me? Smokescreen asked excitedly. Master Titanium shared information about the next artifacts we must seek. Optimus began, his tone grave. What kind of artifacts? Ratchet inquired hastily, understanding the significance of Master Titanium's message. Everyone waited with bated breath for Optimus's forthcoming words. There are 4 remaining artifacts we must locate, and one of them is called the Ultimate Key. Optimus declared solemnly. A key? What does it unlock? Arcee asked, puzzled. It opens the door to our homeland's rebirth. Optimus replied. A single key can revive Cybertron? Ironhide questioned skeptically. The next 4 artifacts correspond to 4 keys. I am uncertain how these keys will unlock the path to Cybertron's renaissance. But the wisdom of the ancients is beyond our comprehension. The mysterious powers they wield have long been lost to our modern science, which we have come to revere. Although I do not understand how this force operates, we must gather all 4 ultimate keys and ensure they do not fall into Megatron's hands. As Optimus spoke, he turned toward the computer, continuing, Thus, I must concentrate all my efforts on deciphering the next 4 Iron Fortress beacons. Be prepared, for once I crack the coordinates, we must swiftly retrieve the artifacts. Optimus Prime fell silent, completely engrossed in the decoding process. Thus, as long as we locate the remaining 4 sacred artifacts, we shall return to our homeland, exclaimed Flying Mountain, a spark of excitement igniting in his voice. If Optimus Prime is indeed correct, then it is exactly as you say. Ambulance nodded, his face betraying a barely contained thrill. I can hardly fathom it. After years of battle, we might yet return to Cybertron. Arcee's face lit up with joy. I haven't been on Earth long, and yet the prospect of returning home is upon us so swiftly. Smokescreen exclaimed, both exhilarated and contemplative. Do you recall the oil baths on Cybertron? Upon our return, I intend to indulge in one for 10 days or more. Arcee stretched her limbs, her beauty captivating. Speaking of which, what shall we do upon our return? After so many years of conflict, I find myself uncertain of my future. Partition scratched his head, feeling a bit lost. Were you not a construction worker? While the ultimate key may rejuvenate the core of Cybertron, the destroyed structures will require rebuilding, and you can resume your former occupation. Ambulance casually remarked. That makes sense. Partition agreed, then turned to Flying Mountain, asking, what do you wish to do upon your return? The group began to deliberate on this topic. After a moment, Ambulance regained his composure and interjected, my friends, while I do not wish to dampen your spirits, we must first acquire those 4 keys. Indeed, our primary focus must be on locating the 4 keys. Only then can we contemplate the future. For now, I prefer not to think too far ahead. Arcee nodded in agreement. With Ambulance's words, the excitement of the group was momentarily tempered. Arcee noticed that Riftbreaker had remained silent throughout. She approached him and murmured, it may seem amusing, but I find myself reluctant to depart from here so soon. After spending so many years here, I have grown accustomed to life on Earth. There are indeed many things on Earth worth cherishing, Riftbreaker replied. Having once been human, he adapted to life on this planet more readily than others, and he too felt a pang of reluctance. However, he glanced at Arcee, who leaned against him. His hand gently caressed her cheek as he spoke in a low, soothing voice. Although Earth is hard apart from, it is your presence that truly brings me solace. I feel the same. Ever since you've been by my side, I have found myself unaccustomed to solitude. Arcee replied, her eyes narrowing as she savored the warmth of his touch. Unlike in the original narrative, Arcee still harbored affection for Earth, yet her desire to return home grew stronger. Ultimately, Cybertron was their true sanctuary. Moreover, attachment is relative. While she cherished Earth, her heart yearned more for the one beside her. With the most beloved person at her side, the significance of other matters diminished. With Riftbreaker by her side, be it in war or in the peace that followed, she would never feel alone. Chapter 151. The first ultimate key, I have successfully decrypted the first set of coordinates among the final 4 for the Iron Fortress. Who will retrieve the sacred artifact? In a race against time, Optimus Prime swiftly uncovered the coordinates for the first ultimate key. He turned to the others, awaiting their response. Can we all go together? Smokescreen inquired. To ensure I can decode the second set of coordinates before your return, someone must remain. Optimus Prime replied. I shall go for the first set. Smokescreen declared immediately, then looked at the others. Who will accompany me? I will join you. Arcee responded, taking the detector from Ambulance before heading toward the already open land bridge. Very well, we shall go together. Brother Smokescreen followed closely behind Arcee. Arcee ignored Smokescreen and strode directly into the land bridge. Big sister? Boss. Seeing Arcee's indifference, Smokescreen repeatedly altered his address, attempting to elicit a response. This is getting interesting. Ambulance chuckled as he observed Smokescreen and Arcee pass through the land bridge, subsequently shutting it behind them. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime immersed himself in decoding the second set of coordinates. The first set of coordinates led to a desolate desert. Arcee and Smokescreen arrived there via the land bridge. According to the signal, the first ultimate key should be here. Arcee utilized the signal detector to ascertain the highest frequency, ultimately pinpointing a pyramid in the distance. Without hesitation, she advanced toward the pyramid. Soon, she and Smokescreen stood before it. It appears that humanity has piled quite a few stones atop our sacred artifact, Smokescreen remarked, gazing at the pyramid. As they prepared to enter, footsteps echoed from within. They halted, vigilantly observing the entrance. Moments later, the footsteps grew closer, and the owner of the sound finally appeared before them. Arcee's pupils constricted. Megatron, the Dark Lord himself. Smokescreen gasped at Arcee's recognition of the figure before them. Curiosity surged within him as he scrutinized Megatron, eager to discover what made him so formidable. This marked the first encounter between Smokescreen and Megatron. Huh? Are you searching for this? I regret to inform you that it is now in my possession. Megatron smirked wickedly at the two. His gaze shifted to Smokescreen beside Arcee. So, you must be Optimus Prime's newly recruited lackey. Megatron, hand over what you possess. Smokescreen, though aware of Megatron's infamous reputation, was young and brimming with fervor, showing no fear. If you wish to take what I hold, come and try. But I doubt you will have the opportunity, Megatron declared, seemingly uninterested in combat. He transformed into a jet and soared into the sky, entering the land bridge that appeared above. Damn it, he escaped. I thought he would fight me. Smokescreen stared blankly at the vanishing Megatron. Having prepared for a confrontation based on Megatron's prior remarks, he was taken aback by the villain's sudden departure. Megatron is not as simple as you presume, Arcee said gravely, observing Smokescreen's naive enthusiasm. Though they had not engaged in battle, Arcee understood from years of dealing with the Decepticons that, without external assistance, she and Smokescreen could not wrest the artifact from Megatron's grasp. Nevertheless, she had indeed intended to confront Megatron. His abrupt departure had caught her completely off guard. Megatron has taken the ultimate key. This is troubling. We must inform Optimus Prime without delay, Arcee declared, promptly contacting ambulance. She then opened the land bridge through ambulance and returned to the base. Upon entering the base, Arcee approached the others. I'm deeply sorry that we could not retrieve the artifact. By the time we arrived at its location, Megatron had already seized it, and we were unable to stop him. Arcee gazed at Optimus Prime, her expression reflecting regret, coupled with a somber tone. This was merely the beginning. The Decepticons had acquired an ultimate key, while they had lost one. For those who yearned to gather the ultimate keys to awaken Cybertron's core and return to their homeland, this was undoubtedly a heavy blow. Arcee, your adversary has been me for the entire day. There is no need for you to blame yourself. Optimus Prime looked at Arcee and Smokescreen. Now that Megatron possesses one ultimate key, I will hasten our efforts to decipher the second set of fortress coordinates. We can no longer afford to wallow in despair. You must be prepared to seize the ultimate key at any moment. With that, Optimus turned back to continue his decoding. Meanwhile, aboard the Decepticon warship, Megatron lamented, one key. Such a pity. It is not the formidable weapon I had envisioned. He gazed at the key in his hand, a look of disappointment crossing his visage. At that moment, Megatron was unaware of the true secrets of the ultimate key. He believed it to be an ordinary artifact. He had no need for a mundane relic of unknown purpose. What he sought was a weapon capable of countering the devastating Starsaber wielded by Optimus Prime. Although feeling somewhat disheartened for not obtaining a destructive weapon, Megatron remained undeterred. Soundwave, you have performed admirably, allowing me to acquire an artifact before the Autobots. Now, you must maintain or even accelerate your decoding speed to ensure we secure another artifact before the Autobots do. Soundwave said nothing but increased his pace. Both Autobots and Decepticons were engrossed in the tense and arduous task of decoding the fortress data, each hoping to seize another artifact before the other, preserving their strength and readiness. Time passed, and aboard the Decepticon warship, Soundwave successfully decoded another set of coordinates. Excellent work, Soundwave, Megatron exclaimed upon seeing the newly decoded coordinates. His spirits lifted. Without acquiring the Hammer of the Primes, nor utilizing its power to forge the Dark Star Saber, Megatron was compelled to invest more energy into the Fortress project, hoping to uncover a more powerful artifact therein. Since they had focused all their efforts in this direction before the Autobots, the Decepticons' progress in decoding the Fortress data was slightly ahead of that of the Autobots. Lord Megatron, allow me to retrieve this artifact for you. Knockout approached the bridge, making a respectful request. One alone is not sufficient. Megatron shook his head, unwilling to risk any mistakes at such a critical moment. Ultimately, he dispatched Knockout, Dead End, and Skywing to seize the artifact. Chapter 152, Resilience at the Autobot Base. Optimus Prime announced, I have successfully decrypted the second set of fortress coordinates. He paused in his task and turned to face his comrades. I will go. Starscream volunteered eagerly. I will accompany you. Arcee stood beside Starscream. To prevent being outnumbered, Bumblebee, you should join us as well, Ratchet suggested, looking at Bumblebee. Bumblebee nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Ratchet activated the land bridge, and the three of them traversed it to the location of the second ultimate key. Upon crossing the land bridge, they arrive at a vast rocky pit. Autobots, you have arrived too late. The artifact is ours. Enjoy yourselves here, for I shall not keep you company. As the trio reached their destination, they heard Knockout's voice. They turned to see a land bridge materializing as Knockout, Dead End, and Skywing glanced back at them before decisively entering the bridge. Damn it, we are a step behind again. Arcee's expression darkened at this sight. After the last incident, it was one thing to let the Decepticons gain an advantage. This time, the situation weighed heavily on her heart. Arcee, it's all right. There are still 2 keys remaining. The Decepticons have already secured one. Even if they obtain this one, it will not suffice to gather all 4 keys. We must focus on acquiring the last 2. And as for the 2 in Megatron's possession, we shall see what Optimus decides. Starscream gently patted Arcee's shoulder. Despite the Decepticons having gained 2 ultimate keys, there remained hope. Currently, Megatron lacked the assistance of the mechanical insect army and did not possess a Dark Starsaber to counter the Starsaber. Thus, in terms of both strength and influence, Megatron was significantly weaker than in the original narrative. Moreover, the Autobots now outnumbered their original counterparts, with Optimus still wielding a pristine Starsaber. In this balance of power, the Autobots were fully capable of challenging Megatron. If they could not match the Decepticons in decoding speed, they would simply wait until they secure the last 2 keys and then storm the Decepticon warship to reclaim the 2 keys for Megatron. With this thought in mind, Starscream, Arcee, and Bumblebee returned to the base. How'd it go? Did you obtain the key? Upon their return, the others eagerly inquired. When we arrived, the Decepticons had already taken the key. Starscream replied. He continued, it seems Megatron, anxious after seeing Optimus acquire the Starsaber, hastened his decoding efforts to find a means to counter it. Hearing Starscream's response, disappointment spread across the faces of the others. It appears the Decepticons indeed have the upper hand in decoding the Fortress data, Ratchet remarked. However, he quickly reassured them. Nonetheless, we need not be overly concerned. Megatron's increased decoding pace indicates, as Starscream mentioned, that he is feeling the pressure. Ratchet's gaze swept over the group. In our confrontation with Megatron, as long as he does not acquire a weapon as powerful as the Starsaber, we possess sufficient strength to contend with him. We can always storm the Decepticon stronghold and reclaim the keys. Exactly. For the revival of Cybertron, we shall not hesitate to assault the Decepticon warship, Bulkhead declared, transforming his hands into massive hammers, striking them together with a resounding thud. I have long been eager to battle the Decepticons, Smokescreen exclaimed, cracking his knuckles. Attacking the Decepticon stronghold sounds exhilarating, Cliffjumper added, visibly excited. Despite losing 2 keys, the group transformed their despair into renewed vigor, while Optimus accelerated the decoding process. Aboard the Decepticon warship, Megatron mused, these keys are identical to the previous artifact. He squinted at the 2 keys in his possession, deep in contemplation. He then turned to Knockout. Is it possible that this key is a trap devised by the Autobots? Highly unlikely. Knockout shook his head. We arrived before the Autobots, and I personally retrieved this artifact from the storage chamber. Moreover, when we took this artifact, the Autobots appeared quite furious, indicating they were not feigning. Thus, these 2 keys could be pieces of a larger puzzle. Megatron speculated. It seems these identical artifacts harbor secrets yet to be uncovered. As the conversation unfolded, Megatron gazed at Knockout and commanded, Knockout, I require you to unravel their secrets. Leave it to me, Lord Megatron. Knockout nodded, accepting the key from Megatron's hand. After receiving the key, Knockout turned and departed for the laboratory. Megatron watched Knockout's retreating figure, lost in contemplation. Though these 2 keys might conceal earth-shattering secrets, Megatron found himself yearning more for the overt, formidable power that lay before him. The inability to acquire power that could rival the Starsaber wielded by Optimus Prime left a persistent unease in his heart. Transformers Base Arcee. Starscream approached Arcee, who was crouched in a corner. He sat beside her, gently pulling her into his embrace. We have lost 2 keys. Although, as Ratchet mentioned, it is possible to reclaim them from the Decepticons, I fear unforeseen events may arise. After enduring thousands of years of battle, witnessing our home S destruction and wandering in foreign lands, we can no longer withstand further blows. Having witnessed the very thing that could restore their home being seized by the enemy, Arcee felt a heaviness in her heart despite knowing she should not succumb to despair. Starscream remained silent, but his hand softly patted Arcee's back, offering her comfort. Having lived in Cybertron for countless years, Starscream harbored a deep desire for its restoration. Thus, faced with such a situation, he too felt the weight of sorrow. However, he understood that the yearning for home among the other Cybertronians present far exceeded his own. Given his impure soul, Arcee's ability to rise as a great warrior despite being a woman spoke volumes of her love for their homeland. The hope of restoring their home was tantalizingly close, yet twice it had slipped from their grasp, and Starscream understood the depth of Arcee's pain. Yet, he could not merely offer hollow words of comfort, believing they would lift the shadow from her heart. Moreover, Arcee was not as fragile as he had imagined. "I'm sorry for my melancholy." After a moment, Arcee composed herself, raising her head, her beautiful eyes filled with regret. In contrast to her, Starscream likely felt no less anguish at witnessing the ultimate key being taken. Nevertheless, he stayed by her side without a hint of complaint, silently providing solace, which warmed her heart while also instilling a sense of guilt. If Starscream could suppress his own despair under such circumstances and even comfort her, what reason did she have to succumb so easily? With this thought, Arcee dispelled her gloom, rekindling her spirit and igniting her fighting resolve. Chapter 153. The first assault on Megatron. The coordinates for the third group have been decrypted. Optimus Prime's voice resonated once more throughout the base. This time, fueled by the previous setbacks, Optimus's urgency propelled him to decipher the information at a much swifter pace. "You shall go, Optimus. This time I promise to bring back the ultimate key," Smokescreen declared confidently, thumping his chest. "I will join as well. This time, the Decepticons shall not seize any more ultimate keys from us," Arcee stated gravely, her demeanor unusually solemn. "I'm going too," Starscream asserted, recognizing that outside of Optimus, he was the strongest warrior in the base, and he could not afford any further missteps. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to the morale of those in the base. "Boom! Boom! I will also participate. I intend to make the Decepticons rue their actions," Bulkhead exclaimed, slamming his hammers together fiercely, his eyes filled with determination. Having failed twice was enough. This time they must secure the ultimate key at all costs. "Go forth. Remember to obliterate the Decepticons and reclaim the ultimate key," Ratchet urged, his voice resonating with conviction. He then activated the land bridge. Starscream, Arcee, Bulkhead, and Smokescreen entered the land bridge, their spirits high. Simultaneously, the Decepticons had also decrypted the coordinates for the third Iron Fortress. Realizing the significance of these keys, coupled with Megatron's fervent desire for more powerful weaponry, he personally led the charge alongside Starscream, Dead End, and Shockwave. Amidst the sprawling landscape, the maple trees flourished, their yellow leaves shimmering in the sunlight, transforming into a dazzling golden hue. Though the season remained a mystery, surrounded by the vibrant maples, the sight of the golden leaves cascading down evoked a sense of deep autumn. As the land bridge materialized, the four emerged. Although the beautiful scenery unfurled before them, they were devoid of the heart to appreciate it. Their singular objective was to retrieve the ultimate key. Thus, aside from the strong signal displayed on the detector, nothing else could capture their attention. "It's not here. Based on the signal's frequency, it should be further ahead." Arcee, holding the detector, scanned for signals in all directions, ultimately confirming that the strongest signal was ahead. Just as they were about to follow the direction of the strongest signal in search of the sacred artifact, the roar of aircraft engines drew their attention. Boom! 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 3 figures descended from the sky, landing on a rocky ledge a few meters to the left of them, followed by another who transformed from vehicle to humanoid, standing shoulder to shoulder with the trio. Megatron, upon encountering their nemesis, the sight of Megatron, who had taken 2 ultimate keys from them, ignited their fury. "Huh, Autobots, I didn't expect your pace to hasten this time. But do you really believe that a little speed will allow you to seize the artifact from me?" With his crimson gaze fixed on them and his sharp teeth glimmering ominously as he spoke, Megatron appeared both menacing and authoritative. "Megatron, do not speak so confidently. This time, You have not acquired the artifact in advance. Do you think you can snatch it from us? Starscream confronted him, radiating an assertive aura. The competition for the artifact was a matter of skill. The Decepticons had managed to reach it before them and seize it, which Starscream considered a testament to their prowess. There was nothing to lament about being outmatched. However, provoking Arcee was an egregious mistake on Megatron's part. Starscream cherished Arcee, his partner and beloved, far too much to ignore her distress and despondency. Thus, fixing his gaze on Megatron, Starscream resolved to act boldly, unhesitatingly issuing a challenge. Megatron, descend for a battle. You wish to challenge me? Megatron replied, somewhat surprised by Starscream's boldness. Having crossed paths with Starscream countless times, their previous encounters were born of necessity or circumstance. This was the first time Starscream had taken the initiative to challenge him. How intriguing! Megatron grinned, then leaped down from the edge of the rocky ledge without hesitation. As the former champion of the Kaon gladiatorial arena, he bore the dignity of a gladiator and would not refuse a challenge. Megatron is mine. You all handle the others, Starscream declared, glancing at his companions. Dead End is mine, Bulkhead shouted, charging towards Dead End. I will take on that behemoth, Smokescreen stated, setting his sights on Shockwave. Arcee, of course, would confront the remaining Red Alert. Several individuals charged towards their respective adversaries, dividing the battlefield into 4 distinct segments. All parties consciously avoided the area dominated by Megatron and Starscream, recognizing their fervent enthusiasm for battle. As the two locked gazes, neither hesitated. With a fierce roar, Megatron lunged at Starscream, his hand transforming into a lethal blade. Unfazed, Starscream reciprocated with equal ferocity. The clash of their blades echoed through the arena, sparks flying with each contact. Neither employed any external force nor resorted to their special abilities. They fought in the most primal manner, akin to gladiators in a coliseum. The sound of heavy, hurried footsteps reverberated through the maple grove. Ah! Megatron bellowed, raising his arm as the blade glimmered under the sun, slicing downwards toward Starscream. Starscream defended himself with his own weapon. The metallic clashing rang sharply in their ears as both warriors exerted their utmost strength. I'm the foremost gladiator, Megatron roared once more, his presence swelling with renewed vigor. The title of First Gladiator ignited an indomitable spirit within him, amplifying his physical prowess. In that moment, he felt as though he had returned to the arena, where countless voices called his name, and he vanquished renowned gladiators one after another, achieving unparalleled fame. Starscream remained silent, his mind intent on delivering a thorough beating to Megatron, sparing no mercy in his onslaught. Each punch landed with brutal force, and the two engaged in a relentless exchange, oblivious to the passage of time. With a thunderous strike, Starscream, empowered and unyielding, sent Megatron staggering backward. Seizing the opportunity, he advanced upon the retreating Megatron, retracting his blade and raising his massive fist. The punches fell like torrential rain upon Megatron's chest, the metallic impacts resonating like a war drum. Rapidly alternating strikes, a left hook, a right hook, an uppercut, and a downward blow. Starscream unleashed a barrage so swift and powerful that Megatron found himself utterly defenseless, unable to mount a counterattack. Each time he attempted to gather strength, another blow would land, thwarting his efforts. Chapter 154. Allow me to assist you, Megatron. Red Alert, transformed into an aerial combat vehicle, engaged in a fierce duel with Arcee. In the midst of battle, he spotted the beleaguered Megatron. Seizing the aerial advantage, he deftly countered Arcee's attacks while launching an assault on Starscream. Without hesitation, Red Alert fired a missile, locking onto its target and propelling it towards Starscream with remarkable speed. Starscream noticed the missile hurtling in his direction and halted his assault on Megatron. Blue energy surged, and a robust energy shield enveloped him in an instant. The missile did not strike Starscream directly, but detonated a distance behind him, sending shockwaves and debris cascading through the air. While Starscream's energy shield mitigated any substantial harm, Megatron bore the brunt of the blast. The powerful shockwave surged between them, leaving Starscream undisturbed while Megatron was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground and carving a deep trench in the earth. Cough, cough. Red Alert, you fool. Megatron struggled to rise, glaring fiercely at the airborne Red Alert. I meant to assist you, Lord Megatron. Red Alert's voice reached Megatron's ears. I do not require your help, Megatron retorted immediately. But Megatron, Red Alert felt a pang of injustice, thinking that without his intervention, Megatron would still be on the receiving end of Starscream's relentless assault. To minimize the risk of collateral damage, Red Alert had aimed the missile to explode at a distance from Starscream, ensuring that the shockwave would impede Starscream's movements without directly harming Megatron. Despite this, Megatron's dignity as a gladiator was compromised. Such interruptions were a disservice to the honor of battle. Nevertheless, he could only scold Red Alert in frustration before re-engaging Starscream. However, after enduring a brutal beating and the impact of the shockwave, Megatron found himself at a disadvantage, continuing to grapple with Starscream in a fervent clash. Meanwhile, Arcee remained locked in combat with Red Alert, intensifying her attacks to preclude any further interference. Elsewhere, in pursuit of the ultimate key, Ironhide fought desperately against Inferno, gaining the upper hand as Inferno struggled defensively. Meanwhile, Smokescreen, determined to fulfill Optimus Prime's promise and obtain the ultimate key, engaged with Skyjack, managing to hold his ground despite the latter's superior strength. Back at the Autobot base, Optimus Prime turned to the remaining members, stating, "The final set of coordinates has been decrypted," just as he prepared to lead them in search of the last key. The coordinates for Ironhide shifted, revealing not a location, but a slowly emerging symbol. Perhaps the coordinates have been doubly encrypted, Optimus speculated. Moments later, a complete image materialized before him. "It's Smokescreen," Ratchet exclaimed, eyes wide at the screen's revelation. "Could Smokescreen be the last artifact?" questioned Wheeljack, equally astonished. "Perhaps Smokescreen is merely a vessel," Optimus conjectured. Regardless, it is evident that Smokescreen is closely linked to the final artifact, he concluded, looking at his companions. "We must retrieve Smokescreen," Ratchet asserted, glancing at Optimus. Optimus Prime understood the meaning behind Ratchet's words, turning to the others. "Flyover Mountain, Bumblebee, accompany me to support Smokescreen." "Excellent. I have been itching for this," Flyover Mountain replied, eagerly readying himself. Subsequently, Ratchet pinpointed the location of Skyquake and his allies, activating the ground bridge. Optimus Prime led Bumblebee and Flyover Mountain forth to provide assistance. Meanwhile, on Skyquake's side, chaos reigned supreme. The surrounding trees bore the brunt of the battle, splintered and ablaze. With a thunderous crash, Skyquake delivered a powerful punch, sending Megatron hurtling through the air. Megatron's form collided violently with a tree that had already been severed halfway, splintering the remaining half upon impact. At that moment, the ground bridge materialized and Optimus Prime, along with Bumblebee and Flyover Mountain, made their entrance. Optimus Prime, upon seeing him, Megatron struggled to rise, his crimson gaze fixed intently on Optimus Prime. The others also acknowledged the arrival of Optimus and his companions. As Optimus Prime and his team appeared, Megatron's allies, Skywing, Deadlock, and Tarantulas, halted their assault and retreated to Megatron's side. "Lord Megatron, the Autobots have arrived to support us. What shall we do now?" Tarantulas inquired respectfully. Megatron remained silent, merely gazing at Optimus Prime in the distance. The Autobots approached Optimus Prime. "Optimus, why have you come?" Arcee asked, puzzled. "This matter can wait. We must first deal with the enemy at hand," Optimus Prime instructed the group. With that, his hands transformed into weapons, aimed squarely at Megatron. Witnessing Optimus's actions, the others likewise readied their weapons against Megatron and his cohorts. "Retreat." Megatron, in a precarious state and outnumbered, recognized the futility of continuing the fight, especially with Optimus wielding the Starsaber. Without hesitation, he transformed into his jet form and soared into the sky to escape. Observing Megatron's retreat, Tarantulas and the others followed suit, bringing the battle to a close. Chapter 155. The key to the sword that was quite the swift exit. Smokescreen remarked as he watched Megatron and his cohorts depart. "Forget about them. Let's secure the artifact," Arcee reminded him. "Ah, the artifact." Upon Arcee's prompt, Smokescreen's focus swiftly shifted to the relic. Together, Smokescreen and Bumblebee retrieved the artifact, and the group returned to the base. Upon their arrival, Optimus Prime, Flyover Mountain, Bumblebee, and Ratchet all fixed their gazes upon Smokescreen. "Optimus, what transpired? Has the fourth group's artifact coordinates been decrypted?" Arcee asked, her mind swirling with questions as the four regarded Smokescreen. The others shared her curiosity, seemingly concerned for Smokescreen upon their return to the base. "Is there something on me?" Smokescreen wondered, instinctively glancing at his own form as the others scrutinized him. Optimus has decrypted the coordinates for the fourth group. But this artifact was not given a specific location. Rather, it presented an image, which happens to be Smokescreen's emblem. Ratchet elucidated to the group. So, Smokescreen is the fourth artifact? Arcee looked at Smokescreen with skepticism. Or perhaps Smokescreen knows the location of the fourth artifact. The others gazed at Smokescreen expectantly. What do you have to say, Smokescreen? Ratchet inquired. All eyes were on Smokescreen, awaiting his response. To be honest, I have no idea where the fourth key is, nor do I understand why the coordinates would manifest as my emblem. Smokescreen scratched his head, bewildered. Perhaps, as Optimus suggested, Smokescreen is merely a vessel, and the fourth artifact resides within him? Ratchet speculated. I believe you might be right. Optimus nodded in agreement. If memory serves, Smokescreen mentioned that during the fall of Iron Fortress, he was knocked unconscious by the Decepticons and subsequently captured. However, it now appears that the one who incapacitated him was Master Titanium. Perhaps at that moment, he could not launch the final Iron Fortress artifact into space. So he rendered Smokescreen unconscious and concealed the artifact within him. After a series of deductions, Arcee pieced together the crucial elements. If that is the case, we shall find out, Ratchet said, turning to Smokescreen. Smokescreen, allow me to examine your body. All right, although it sounds rather bizarre, I am willing to cooperate for the sake of acquiring the fourth artifact. Smokescreen nodded and followed Ratchet to the diagnostic equipment. Ratchet activated the device and began scanning Smokescreen. My goodness, the key is indeed within Smokescreen. Ratchet's exclamation echoed in everyone's ears. Who would have thought that what we sought was always right beside us? Arcee expressed her astonishment. What had previously been mere conjecture had now become a reality, and, astonishingly, they would acquire the ultimate key without laboring for it, free from the fear of being preempted by the Decepticons. Since the key truly resides within Smokescreen, let's retrieve it. Flyover Mountain urged. I can utilize the phase shifter to extract the key directly, Ratchet declared, taking the phase shifter from Smokescreen's hand and donning it. He then activated the device, plunging his hand into Smokescreen's interior. Got it, Ratchet exclaimed, emerging with the key in hand. I have it. After retrieving it, he turned to face the others. It truly was a windfall, the others remarked in awe. It seems we now possess two ultimate keys, just as the Decepticons do. Next, we must devise a plan to reclaim the remaining two ultimate keys from their grasp. Optimus Prime spoke thoughtfully as he regarded the key in Ratchet's hand. The group then commenced deliberating on strategies to reclaim the two remaining keys from the Decepticons. Simultaneously, aboard the Decepticon warship, Lord Megatron, the final artifact has also fallen into Optimus Prime's possession. What shall we do now? Tarantulas inquired, glancing at Megatron. Not long ago, they had decrypted the last set of Iron Fortress coordinates, but the outcome was far from optimistic. Who would have imagined that Optimus's new recruit would be the last Iron Fortress artifact? It seems he will acquire it with little effort. Yet I wonder, what could the final artifact possibly be? Megatron mused aloud. He then turned to Knockout. Knockout, how fares the task I assigned to you? Lord Megatron, I have yet to uncover the secrets of those two keys. However, I suspect these keys are indeed pieces of a larger puzzle, and there are likely more than two keys. The last two artifacts may also be keys. Knockout respectfully replied, meeting Megatron's gaze. In that case, these keys are of great significance, possibly relating to an artifact even more powerful than the Star Saber. Megatron's eyes glimmered with intrigue, seemingly struck by a thought. He made a decisive turn towards Soundwave. Soundwave established contact with Optimus Prime in the heart of the Autobot base. As discussions ensued regarding the retrieval of the remaining two keys, a notification sound emanated from the computer. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to the source of the sound. The ambulance turned to face the display screen, stating, "It is a high-frequency signal containing an embedded message." Who sent it and what does it say? Smoke asked with curiosity. The ambulance opened the message, exclaiming, "It's from Megatron." The ambulance continued, turning to Optimus Prime. "Megatron wishes to meet with you and has proposed that you bring the Star Sword. He intends to exchange the remaining two keys for the Star Sword." What? How could Megatron possibly think of such a thing? Arcee exclaimed in surprise upon hearing the ambulance's words. "I find it hard to comprehend as well," the ambulance admitted, shaking its head. "If he wishes to trade, then let us do so. as long as we can recover those 2 keys and restore Cybertron. Losing the Star Sword seems a negligible sacrifice. Besides, even if Megatron acquires the Star Sword, he is not Optimus and cannot wield it, the petition remarked. If I recall correctly, it seems Megatron is unaware of the Ultimate Key's secrets. Perhaps he fears Optimus wielding the Star Sword, and thus seeks to exchange it for something of unknown value. In this way, without the Star Sword, Optimus would no longer be able to intimidate Megatron. Flyover Mountain speculated. Optimus, what are your thoughts? The ambulance inquired, looking at Optimus Prime. This matter may not be as straightforward as it seems, Optimus replied with a shake of his head. If Megatron genuinely wished to trade the Ultimate Key for the Star Sword, even though losing the Star Sword would significantly diminish his combat capabilities and his ability to intimidate Megatron, Optimus would not hesitate to make the exchange. However, the concern lies in the possibility that Megatron is insincere. Chapter 156, Testing and Anticipation. After a brief discussion, Optimus seemed to reach a decision, addressing the group. Regardless of the circumstances, given Megatron's inclination in this direction, we must seize any opportunity to test it. Indeed, if we can truly retrieve the keys, it will be a risk-free endeavor. The ambulance concurred. Optimus, I do not oppose your meeting with Megatron for this transaction, but I believe we should determine the location of the exchange. At this moment, Li Ti-Nu, who had been listening intently, spoke up. What difference does it make who determines the meeting location? The petition scratched its head, pondering. The current focus seemed to be on trading the Star Sword for the keys, rendering the meeting location seemingly less significant. Seeing the puzzled looks from everyone, Li Ti-Nu continued. Let's not forget that the Decepticons recently acquired the Red Energy Core. If they were to ambush us, utilizing the speed gained from the Red Energy Core, they could easily seize the Star Sword from Optimus. They could even use our land bridge to steal all the sacred artifacts from the base, potentially destroying it. Although uncertain of the Decepticons' intentions, the cautionary tale of Starscream from the original narrative led Li Ti-Nu to consider this possibility. Regardless, it was prudent to remain vigilant. That does make sense. The ambulance nodded in agreement, then fell into deep thought. Are the Decepticons truly so treacherous? Smoke exclaimed, taken aback by Li Ti-Nu's conjecture. Indeed, they are that treacherous. Arcee replied, regarding him pointedly. After careful consideration and discussion, Optimus agreed to meet with Megatron, with the Autobots determining the meeting location. Decepticon warship, has there been any word from Optimus? Megatron raised an eyebrow, then turned to Soundwave, asking, what did he say? Soundwave's display screen illuminated, revealing the message sent by Optimus Prime. He demands to establish the meeting location himself. How very cautious. Megatron chuckled upon reading the message. He then instructed, inform Optimus that I agree. Within the Autobot base, as Megatron's response arrived, the group quickly saw the message. Ultimately, the meeting location was confirmed, and Optimus, accompanied by all the Autobots except the ambulance, ventured out to a vast plain. He subsequently sent the coordinates of the meeting place to Megatron. Having completed the necessary arrangements, the Autobots waited in silence for Megatron. After a brief wait, a land bridge emerged, and Megatron, flanked by his trusted lieutenants and several Decepticon soldiers, stepped forth. Optimus Prime, we meet again. Megatron greeted, eyeing Optimus. Megatron, Optimus replied, returning the gaze. Megatron continued, Optimus, ever since you acquired the Star Sword, I have not known a moment's peace. After much contemplation, I have resolved that I must reclaim that powerful weapon from you, even if I cannot wield it myself. He elaborated, the purpose of my visit should be clear. I intend to exchange these 2 keys of unknown purpose for the formidable weapon you possess. I suspect that the last 2 sacred artifacts you acquired are indeed keys. These keys must be part of a larger puzzle. Trading the Star Sword for them is undoubtedly a lucrative deal. Megatron, do you truly believe this? Optimus narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the figure before him. Just tell me, will you trade or not? Megatron grinned, observing Optimus with keen interest. Optimus did not respond immediately, and neither did Megatron, who remained patient, watching Optimus's reaction intently. The Star Sword can be yours. After a moment, Optimus declared, I knew it. Megatron laughed heartily, previously uncertain of the key's worth. Megatron now realized that the mere fact Optimus was willing to trade the Star Sword, the most powerful sacred artifact, for those 2 keys indicated their immense value and potential. Earlier, Megatron had hesitated to expend further effort in seizing the keys from Optimus, uncertain if they were indeed keys. But now, he was resolute, regardless of the keys' purpose. Since Optimus was willing to exchange the Star Sword for them, he was determined to reclaim them. Under no circumstances would he allow these keys to fall into Optimus's hands. However, despite his firm resolve, he concealed his thoughts and instructed the nearby Starscream to approach Optimus with the two ultimate keys. Meanwhile, Optimus directed Bumblebee to approach Starscream, who held the ultimate keys. Both parties made their respective moves to exchange, remaining vigilant of one another. Li Ti knew, observing the scene, maximized his detection capabilities, and kept his weapon in a state of readiness, alert to the slightest movements from the Decepticons, sensing that Megatron harbored ill intentions. At this moment, Bumblebee successfully approached Starscream. Just as the exchange was about to take place, Megatron shouted, "Attack!" Upon hearing Megatron's command, Starscream, clutching the two ultimate keys, smirked, and in an instant activated the red energy core that had been injected into him, ready to unleash its power. At the moment Megatron's words fell, Optimus Prime reacted instantly, shouting, "Autobots, stop them!" However, to Starscream's ears, Optimus's voice seemed to resonate in slow motion, akin to a snail's pace. Starscream, with one hand wielding two ultimate god keys, strolled leisurely, extending his other hand towards the Star Sword held by Bumblebee. Yet at that instant, he suddenly felt a tremendous impact, causing him to be hurled backward. The ultimate god keys slipped from his grasp, and the red energy form momentarily lost its potency. Starscream's backward flight decelerated, eventually normalizing, and he crashed to the ground, tumbling several times while emitting anguished cries. Meanwhile, as Starscream hit the ground, a figure appeared before Bumblebee, snatching the fallen keys. Without hesitation, he pulled Bumblebee back to Optimus Prime's side. This individual was, of course, Skyquake. His detection abilities allowed him to perceive the essence beneath surfaces with precision, functioning as a second sight, more powerful than the eyes themselves, capable of discerning even the slightest movements within a certain range and anticipating actions. As Megatron was about to utter the command attack, Skyquake, who had been vigilantly monitoring everyone present through his abilities, reacted immediately. He raised his ion cannon without hesitation and unleashed an energy projectile toward Starscream. Just as Megatron spoke those two words, Starscream activated his red energy form. Having anticipated this moment, it was sufficient for Skyquake's energy blast to strike Starscream, who, despite accelerating to his utmost with the red energy form, could not evade the nearly already aimed attack. Chapter 157, The Ultimate Godlock Ambulance. Activate the ground bridge. Upon witnessing Skyquake's preemptive response, thwarting Starscream and reclaiming the ultimate god keys, Optimus Prime seized this golden opportunity. He immediately contacted the ambulance, and, as his words fell, the ground bridge tunnel emerged behind them. Without hesitation, everyone rushed into the tunnel at top speed. Once all had entered, the tunnel vanished in an instant, leaving behind a bewildered group of Decepticons. Optimus Prime. Megatron roared in fury as he watched the sacred relic fall into Optimus's hands, feeling an unprecedented anger surging within him. "Cough, cough, Lord Megatron." Starscream trembled as he stood, struggling to approach Megatron. Megatron, calming himself, glanced at Starscream and commanded, "Return." Following Megatron's order, Soundwave activated the ground bridge, and all Decepticons entered. Megatron gazed at the spot recently occupied by the Autobots, muttering, "Optimus Prime, no matter what you intend to do, I will not allow you to succeed." After murmuring, Megatron stepped into the ground bridge. "Autobot base, what is the situation?" Seeing everyone return, the ambulance hurriedly inquired. "The keys have been retrieved." Arcee smiled at Skyquake, then turned to the ambulance to respond. As Arcee spoke, Skyquake revealed the ultimate god keys in his hand before the ambulance. "Excellent." The ambulance's eyes lit up upon seeing the keys, a joyful expression gracing his face. If it weren't for Skyquake, Starscream would have likely triumphed. The nearby Bulkhead remarked cheerfully, "I never expected Megatron to be so cunning." Smokescreen said, slightly indignant, "Though the operation had its twists and turns, the outcome is favorable. We have gathered all four ultimate god keys." Optimus Prime spoke slowly, then turned to Skyquake. "And this is largely thanks to Skyquake. Now that we have the keys, to avoid prolonged uncertainty, We should determine how to utilize them while the Decepticons remain unaware of their significance to revive Cybertron. With the 4 keys assembled, the ambulance promptly suggested, "Ambulance is correct." Arcee nodded, then added, "But how do we use these keys?" "Optimus Prime, do you know how to use these keys to awaken Cybertron?" asked the nearby Ironhide. Looking at Optimus Prime, "In fact, these ultimate god keys are meant to unlock the ultimate godlock." Optimus Prime affirmed, nodding. "The ultimate godlock." The room echoed in unison at Optimus's declaration. Then Bulkhead remarked, "The keys indeed seem to be for unlocking. That makes sense. The current dilemma is that we have decrypted all the Iron Fortress coordinates, and there are no more coordinates left for us to decode. How then shall we locate the ultimate rope?" The ambulance raised the question. "We do not need to seek it. It resides on Cybertron." Optimus Prime answered, "The ultimate godlock is on Cybertron." "Optimus, did you know this all along?" The ambulance looked at Optimus in surprise. Optimus nodded. "Yet you did not inform us beforehand." Arcee gazed at Optimus Prime. "Master Titanium did not wish for me to disclose this matter to you." Optimus Prime replied, "Well, if it is Master Titanium's wish, then he must have his reasons." Arcee nodded in understanding. Optimus Prime did not elaborate further on the subject, but, with a steady voice, addressed everyone, Autobots. "After centuries of war and countless battles, we have now reached a critical juncture. We have gathered the final 4 ultimate god keys, and it is time to return to Cybertron and restore our homeland completely. Optimus Prime, give the command." "I can hardly contain my eagerness," Smokescreen exclaimed, his blood boiling at the thought of awakening their homeland alongside Optimus Prime. "Before we act, we must consider that Megatron will likely discover and impede our efforts. So we must prepare for the worst. Therefore, we shall be fully armed, employing every resource at our disposal to ensure success." As Optimus spoke, he took the Star Sword from Bumblebee. The others understood the significance of this mission, so they all headed to the relic storage area. Smokescreen acquired his most adept phase shifter. Arcee retrieved the shield generator that had been damaged by Bulkhead, but repaired by the ambulance. Ironhide took the Allspark extractor. Bumblebee equipped magnetic gloves. Bulkhead armed himself with a resonance wave gun, and Optimus Prime naturally bore his signature weapon, the Star Sword. The ambulance remained at the base, ready to assist the team at a moment's notice. Skyquake, with his unique abilities, did not require relics for assistance, though if the hammer of the Primes ran out of energy, he could use it as a weapon. However, the energy of the hammer was currently intact, making its usage as a weapon somewhat wasteful. With everyone prepared, Optimus Prime utilized the hammer of the Primes to upgrade the ground bridge into a space bridge. At this moment, the remaining energy of the hammer of the Chosen could only be utilized once more. "Optimus Prime, we entrust everything to you." The ambulance gazed at Optimus Prime, his eyes brimming with hope. In this very moment, the hope of restoring their homeland rested in the hands of Optimus Prime and his companions. "Fear not, old friend." Optimus Prime nodded, then led the group without hesitation into the space bridge. Decepticon warship now. Optimus Prime has nearly acquired all the sacred artifacts, while we possess only a single supreme armor. Most crucially, we remain oblivious to the true purpose of those keys. If Optimus Prime employs those keys to unlock a formidable weapon, there is no doubt he will direct his wrath towards us first. This could very well culminate in the end of our millennia-long conflict with the Autobots, leaving us as the ultimate losers. At this juncture, Megatron was visibly anxious. Despite his arrogance and formidable forces, the prospect of an unknown power compelled him to contemplate further. "My Lord Megatron, I believe Soundwave has made some progress in investigating the Autobots' base. Perhaps we can locate their stronghold before they summon forth the terrifying entities using those keys, and annihilate them in one fell swoop." The Decepticon looked at Megatron with a familiar smile. Chapter 158. The remarkable healing power. "You are quite right. This may very well be our final opportunity." Megatron's gaze shifted to Soundwave. "Soundwave, regardless of the means, I require you to ascertain the location of the Autobots' base in the shortest time possible. I intend to obliterate them completely before they unravel the mysteries of those keys." Megatron's wild yet somber voice resonated throughout the warship's bridge. Simultaneously, on Cybertron, the tunnel of the space bridge slowly rotated as Optimus Prime and his companions emerged. "Who would have thought we would return here so soon?" Arcee remarked, gazing at the still devastated surface of Cybertron. "I wonder if the influence of the dark energon has dissipated." Starscream inquired curiously. In theory, any energy source would diminish with prolonged use, becoming increasingly scarce. The dark energon's revival of the deceased must also consume energy. It remains uncertain whether the dark energon once unleashed by the Decepticons on Cybertron has been entirely expended. However, Starscream thought it likely that it had run its course, considering the significant passage of time and the limited quantity of dark energon initially deployed here. Of course, the primary concern at present was not these matters, but rather the quest for the ultimate key. Optimus Prime, where's the ultimate key? The panel inquired. Looking at Optimus Prime, at the bottom of the Iron Sea, the ultimate key will guide us to its precise location. Optimus Prime replied. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hasten to the Rust Sea. Smokescreen exclaimed eagerly. Autobots, transform and roll out. Optimus Prime commanded, transforming into vehicle mode and heading towards the Rust Sea. The others also transformed into vehicle mode, closely following Optimus Prime. They were fortunate. The space bridge had transported them to a location not far from the Rust Sea. Thus, within half an hour, they all arrived at their destination. Though referred to as a sea, the Rust Sea was not a true ocean, but rather resembled a desert. Here, sandstorms perpetually enveloped the area, though this sand was not akin to Earth's dust. Instead, it comprised the most common substance on Cybertron, metal, or more accurately, metal particles as fine as sand. This dust was not dense, so while the environment of the Rust Sea bore resemblance to Earth's deserts, it was not identical. Numerous ruins remained, remnants of a time when inhabitants once thrived here. Upon entering the Rust Sea, the group noticed their movements had slowed noticeably due to the environment's influence. All advanced in vehicle mode, leaving behind tire tracks, which were ultimately swept away by the gusts of wind, as if no one had ever set foot there. Another half an hour passed, and Optimus Prime, now aware of the approximate location of the ultimate key, led the Autobots to their destination. Is this truly where the ultimate key resides? The group observed their surroundings. The area housing the ultimate key was markedly different. The bare ground was visible, revealing strange patterns etched into the metallic surface. Most striking of all was what appeared to be an altar-like structure, seemingly forged of pure metal. Standing at the center of these patterns, the ultimate key, the panel approached, regarding the object before them. Had I not been informed in advance, I would find it hard to believe that this unremarkable object is the key to reviving our homeland, the ultimate key. Optimus Prime, what shall we do next? How do we utilize the ultimate key to unlock it? Smokescreen held a key in hand, gazing at Optimus Prime. The group gathered around the ultimate key, examining it closely. Hold the ultimate key and position yourselves around the keyhole. Optimus Prime instructed. Understood. Arcee, Smokescreen, Bumblebee, and the panel nodded in agreement. They then positioned themselves at the 4 cardinal points around the keyhole. At the moment they took their places, the ultimate key erupted in a brilliant radiance. Simultaneously, the ultimate key began to react, emanating its own light. The luminescence gradually spread, extending from the ultimate key to the ground, following the intricate patterns and radiating outward. Finally, the ground rumbled as 4 pillars, resembling the primes, slowly rose from the earth, aligned with the keyhole and approximately 10 meters away from the ultimate key. These pillars were not of the conventional round shape, but rather predominantly square, adorned with intricate patterns, exuding a striking aesthetic. As the pillars ascended to their zenith, they established a connection among themselves. A circular ring materialized between them, with the tops of the 4 pillars supporting it, merging into one. At the center of the ring, a water curtain akin to heavenly essence appeared. The pool beneath bore no visible support, yet clung closely to the edge of the ring, creating a unified water curtain resembling a magnifying glass. The water curtain seemed to flow, yet remained still, with the blue liquid shimmering under the light, appearing crystal clear and sparkling. This was the key to reviving Cybertron, a pool teeming with Cybertronian essence, rich in vitality. Remarkable. Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding structures emerging, Flyover couldn't help but marvel. Starscream also raised his gaze, fixated on the pool above. If memory serves, in the original narrative, after the Decepticons restored the ultimate key, this pool seemed to revive Bumblebee, who was on the brink of death or had already perished. It even repaired his voice modulator. It is simply astonishing. If one were to immerse themselves in it, surely any hidden wounds would be healed. Starscream mused inwardly. Are you ready? Optimus Prime inquired, addressing the keyholders. Ready. The group nodded. Then let us commence. With that, Optimus Prime inserted the key into the keyhole. Simultaneously, Smokescreen, Arcee, and the panel also inserted their keys into the corresponding slots. The moment the keys entered the locks, the ultimate key appeared to awaken fully. A powerful surge of energy reverberated throughout the expanse of Cybertron as an extraordinarily futuristic control panel manifested upon the ultimate godlock. The panel, akin to a holographic projection, gracefully rotated above the ultimate godlock, composed of a miniature representation of Cybertron and an array of operational buttons. Optimus Prime gazed intently at the control panel, delicately manipulating it with his fingertips. At that very instant, a tremendous energy erupted from the pool above. In a flash, the energy surged along the circumference of the ring and the pool's emitter, shooting forth a beam of energy infused with the pool's essence in a parallel direction. This cylindrical energy struck a nearby edifice, and in an instant, the dilapidated structure was rejuvenated to a pristine condition. Is this the power to revitalize Cybertron? Is truly astounding. Arcee marveled at the distant, shimmering building, her heart brimming with awe. Merely this single beam of energy had the capacity to restore a vast construction to its former glory, if harnessed to awaken Cybertron's core. Such formidable restorative power might not be beyond reach. In that moment, excitement surged in the hearts of all present. The revival of Cybertron seemed genuinely attainable. Optimus Prime, witnessing the spectacle, continued to engage with the control panel. Moments later, the energy fluctuations within the immense, celestial canopy intensified. Suddenly, a column of energy, rivaling the size of the entire pool, plunged downward with great force. In an instant, this miraculous energy enveloped the ultimate godlock, along with Optimus Prime and his companions standing nearby. Chapter 159. Stand down on board the Decepticon warship. Starscream approached Megatron. Lord Megatron. Soundwave appears to have uncovered new developments. What has transpired? Megatron inquired. As he spoke, Soundwave materialized before him, a series of characters illuminating his visor. Are you implying that the Dark Sentinels I left on Cybertron have been activated? Megatron raised an eyebrow. The last time the Sentinels were triggered was when Optimus Prime's faction sought the Energon Cube. However, that merely activated the Sentinels along the shores of Kaon. This time, it seems all the surviving Sentinels I left behind have been engaged. This indicates that a significant event is unfolding on Cybertron, one that could potentially impact the entire planet. As Megatron contemplated this, a sudden realization struck him, and he voiced his thoughts aloud. Optimus Prime, it must be him. A grave event was indeed transpiring on Cybertron, and it was likely instigated by Optimus Prime. It appears those keys are far more complex than I had anticipated. Drawing from this information, he immediately connected it to the mysterious keys in Optimus Prime's possession. He then turned to Starscream, commanding, activate the space bridge. I must personally investigate the events occurring on Cybertron to determine if Optimus Prime is behind this. Yes, I will attend to it immediately. Starscream responded respectfully before turning away. As Optimus Prime utilized the ultimate godlock to initiate the revitalizing process for Cybertron, materials cascaded downward from the lock center, gradually spreading outward. A blue energy permeated the surroundings, enveloping all present in its embrace. Upon contact with this energy, I feel no discomfort. Rather, my entire being feels markedly lighter, as if the hidden injuries I have harbored for years are being mended and fatigue dissipated, revitalizing my form. Arcee exclaimed, marveling at her own chassis. I feel the same, echoed the nearby barricade. This energy possesses remarkable restorative properties. It seems our bodies are gradually being repaired under its influence. Optimus Prime observed thoughtfully. Truly extraordinary. A strange voice resonated among the group. Smokescreen, was that you speaking? Arcee inquired, perplexed at the unfamiliar yet familiar sound, which did not seem to emanate from any of them. Not me. I wasn't speaking. Smokescreen shook his head. I can speak again. The previous voice rang out once more, now imbued with palpable excitement and joy. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze shifted to the exuberant Bumblebee, who was gesturing animatedly. Everyone, I can speak. I truly can speak, Bumblebee exclaimed, his voice brimming with exhilaration. How can this be? Wasn't Bumblebee's vocalizer broken? A stunned Bulkhead questioned, staring incredulously at the talking Bumblebee. Could it be that these materials not only repair Cybertron's core and our internal wear and tear, but also mend our damaged biological apparatus? Arcee speculated, her voice tinged with astonishment and disbelief. It seems so, Optimus Prime affirmed with a nod. Ha ha, Bumblebee, congratulations. You can speak normally now. I can only imagine how astonished Ratchet will be upon hearing this. The barricade laughed heartily at Bumblebee. Ravage will surely be taken aback as well. Bumblebee replied joyfully. How remarkable, observed Starscream, captivated by the extraordinary scene. The sheer power of the energy emanating from the pool was astonishing. Enveloped in this energy, Starscream felt his body become weightless, as if all fatigue had been banished, leaving a euphoric sensation that was utterly enchanting. Gazing into the distance, he observed the energy's reach extending further, restoring a multitude of damaged structures. Moreover, it appeared that the energy's influence extended beneath the surface, as blue glimmers of light pierced through, suggesting that it was indeed delving deep into the ground to rejuvenate Cybertron's core. As time passed, this restorative energy, upon reaching a certain range, ceased to spread further, instead delving deeper underground, penetrating the core. It was hardly surprising, for the true revival of Cybertron necessitated the awakening of its core. Only with the core revitalized and a matrix of leadership restored could Cybertron truly be reborn. All present awaited this moment with bated breath. Yet circumstances took an unexpected turn. Just as anticipation surged among them, a space bridge tunnel materialized in the sky. A colossal warship emerged languidly from the tunnel, hovering in midair. The instant the warship appeared, all eyes were drawn to it. It's Megatron, Bumblebee shouted in alarm. He has indeed come. Arcee sighed, her tone laced with resignation. She had hoped Megatron would remain absent, allowing Cybertron's revival to proceed unhindered. However, Megatron's arrival signified that the path to restoring Cybertron would not be smooth. As the warship loomed, a cacophony of thunderous sounds echoed in their ears. Boom! Boom! The heavy footsteps resonated, shaking the ground as Megatron and his cohort descended upon them. My stars, Optimus Prime, you have truly accomplished something monumental. After descending to the ground, Megatron immediately beheld the remarkable work of the Autobots. His eyes widened in disbelief as he surveyed the scene before him. This thing seems to be restoring Cybertron. Spider-Man pointed hesitantly at the energy pool above, continuously emitting power. Optimus Prime, how could the revival of Cybertron occur without me? Following the initial shock, an overwhelming sense of joy and surprise filled Megatron's heart. He could envision the unimaginable mysteries contained within the keys seized by Optimus Prime. Yet he could hardly fathom that these very keys were the harbingers of Cybertron's resurrection. After the elation, a profound sense of relief washed over Megatron. He was grateful for his timely arrival. Had he allowed Optimus to succeed, the glory of reviving Cybertron would belong solely to him. He could only imagine the dire straits the Decepticons would face in such a scenario. With these thoughts in mind, Megatron's crimson gaze fixated intently on Optimus Prime, his eyes ablaze with an indescribable fervor as he stared at the ultimate god locked beside him. Optimus Prime, stand down. This grand feat is not yours to accomplish, Megatron declared, raising his hand and aiming his fusion cannon at Optimus Prime. Chapter 160. Things change, yet remain the same Megatron. This is the only hope for the revival of Cybertron. Are you truly willing to proceed with this? Optimus Prime could no longer maintain his composure upon witnessing Megatron's actions. I could refrain from doing so, but as I previously stated, this monumental task should not be yours to complete. If you set down your weapon and step away, allowing me to take charge, I would gladly welcome the return of a renewed Cybertron. A fire of unquenchable ambition burned in Megatron's eyes as he unabashedly revealed his aspirations, an ambition he had never concealed. As Optimus Prime's greatest adversary, he understood Megatron better than anyone else. He too desired the return of a revitalized Cybertron. Yet he was acutely aware that entrusting this hope to Megatron would lead to dire consequences for the Autobots. He understood that Megatron's tyranny would offer no promise for creating a new world. It would merely transform Cybertron into a realm of his dominion, where all would bow to him, revering him as their master. Should Megatron succeed in this endeavor, the war, initially ignited by the spirit of innovation, would lose all significance. This was a future Optimus Prime could not bear to witness. Therefore, he resolutely refused. Impossible. Your ambition has already wrought devastation once. I will not stand idly by as Cybertron repeats its tragic fate. Ha ha ha. Then there is nothing more to discuss. Megatron laughed heartily, issuing his command without hesitation. Decepticon fleet. Attack. Autobots, stop the Decepticons. Optimus Prime shouted to all Autobots present. So much had changed, yet so much remained the same. In this millennium-long war, there would always be those who sought conflict, and there would always be allies united against a common foe. The battleground remained around Cybertron, a home both loved and hated, where Autobots and Decepticons continued their struggle. The war was reignited. Pew pew pew. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the sound of gunfire erupted. Energy beams flew wildly, and a cacophony filled the air. The recently restored structures faced destruction once again. In the face of overwhelming numbers, Skywarp held nothing back. The super energy within him surged through his conduits, a torrent of raw power coursing through his being. In the blink of an eye, an invisible magnetic field swept across the battlefield. As the field passed, the neural networks of the Decepticon soldiers were disrupted, causing them to collapse in defeat. After dispatching the majority of the Decepticon grunts, the Autobots were met with the onslaught of Decepticon elites. Fortunately, the Autobots were now equipped, each armed with a relic. In this clash, the relics proved invaluable. The Autobot known as Ironhide wielded a targeting staff, albeit small for him, aimed at the enemy and unleashed a locking wave, immobilizing foes in an instant. Flying through the air, he seized an opportunity, gathering numerous Decepticon elites and tossing a spark extractor, swiftly retreating from its range. In a flash, the extractor emitted dazzling light, expanding into a sphere that engulfed a vast area. As the spark extractor activated, the sparks of all Decepticon elites within its grasp were extinguished in an instant. Arcee, wielding a shield generator, deployed protective barriers with each incoming attack, countering with precision. The smokescreen was equally effective, with a phase-shifting device on his wrist, granting him unparalleled agility, evading enemy assaults with ease while effortlessly dispatching foes. Bumblebee grew even more ferocious, his magnetic gloves exuding an immense field. Under this powerful influence, Decepticon soldiers became mere playthings, effortlessly pulled and crushed. Skywarp's innate strength, combined with his unique abilities, rendered him nearly invincible on the battlefield, as he ruthlessly tore through adversaries. Optimus Prime's foe remained Megatron. Yet now Optimus wielded the Star Sword, leaving Megatron nearly powerless to resist. He could hardly approach Optimus. Before he could close the distance, Optimus would swing the Star Sword, unleashing a formidable crescent wave that surged toward him. Faced with these lethal strikes capable of cleaving him in two, Megatron was forced to retreat. The battle had only just begun, yet the tide of war seemed overwhelmingly favorable to the Autobots, with the Decepticons offering little resistance. Damn it! Megatron had never felt so stifled in his encounters with Optimus Prime. He had not anticipated that the battle's onset would see the Decepticons so thoroughly trampled by the Autobots. Optimus Prime, if I cannot thrive, neither shall you. Megatron appeared resolute, his tone laden with a sense of desperation. What are you planning, Megatron? Upon hearing his words, Optimus sensed impending doom and rushed toward Megatron, intent on swiftly defeating him. However, Megatron had no intention of continuing the fight. He transformed into a jet and soared into the sky, landing swiftly on the Decepticon warship. Soundwave, destroy that thing. Upon returning to the warship, Megatron immediately issued his command to Soundwave. Soundwave complied, aiming the ship's most powerful weapon at the ultimate godlock. Megatron, are you insane? Even Optimus, who usually maintained his composure, felt a surge of anger at this sight. I'm not insane, you have forced my hand. Since I cannot seize the power to revive Cybertron, neither shall you. Megatron's steadfast approach had always been one of mutual destruction. If he could not possess it, neither could anyone else. Even if it meant destroying the ultimate godlock, he would not allow Optimus Prime to revive Cybertron and bask in the adoration of many. A tremendous energy gathered on the warship's destructive weapon, and this scene evoked fear not only in the Autobots, but among the Decepticons as well. Though the Decepticons are the formidable forces led by Megatron, among them exist those who still harbor the hope of revitalizing their homeland. It is unfathomable for them to conceive that the Decepticons would willingly extinguish the hope of restoration. Nevertheless, as this command comes from Megatron himself, they are bound to comply. They are acutely aware that should the Autobots succeed, their own fate would be dire. A powerful wave of energy surged throughout the battlefield, resonating with a thunderous roar. In an instant, the crimson energy wave painted the sky in ominous hues. This wave, brimming with unparalleled might, hurtled towards the ultimate power lock. Faced with this unstoppable force, a collective roar erupted from everyone on the ground. Arcee, clutching the shield generator, attempted to withstand the colossal wave of energy, which dwarfed her existence. Yet, despite being a sacred artifact, the shield generator had its limitations. Even with Decepticon technology, it could scarcely provide protection against such an overwhelming assault. Fueled by the immense energy of the battleship, Skyfire could not stand idly by and watch Arcee meet her demise. He rushed to her side with utmost haste, enveloping her in his embrace before swiftly retreating to safety. Boom Chapter 161. Victory belongs to one boom. The deafening explosion reverberated through the entire space, causing the very fabric of reality to tremble. The previously pervasive blue energy dissipated in an instant. Flames erupted skyward as the ultimate power lock shattered into countless fragments, scattering debris far and wide. The metallic surface beneath them cracked open, and the once vibrant water curtain and its 4 towering pillars were obliterated into pieces. The shockwave of the explosion rippled across the battlefield, dispersing in all directions. Optimus Prime, the only one capable of resurrecting Cybertron, is me. Megatron's voice echoed ominously in the ears of all present, as the Decepticon warship silently departed via the space bridge. As the explosive aftermath gradually subsided, the battlefield became shrouded in smoke, remnants of structures littering the ground. The flicker of life that had just begun to emerge from Cybertron was snuffed out once more. No, the hope of restoring our homeland is lost again. Arcee collapsed weakly into Skyfire's arms. She did not scream at him for thwarting her, nor did she display any rage towards the architect of this chaos. In that moment, Arcee felt only despair and an overwhelming sense of disillusionment. Optimus Prime could no longer contain his fury. He drove the Star Saber into the ground with great force and let out a thunderous roar. His cry resonated across the skies, fading like the brief glimmer of hope that had flickered and extinguished on Cybertron. This outcome should not have been our fate. The Divider stood in stunned silence, murmuring to himself. Even the usually boisterous smoke screen fell into a solemn silence. Bumblebee, who had just regained his voice and should have reveled in the joy of speech, once again fell mute. Flyover Mountain's once carefree demeanor vanished, replaced by a somber expression. An invisible, yet palpably oppressive cloud loomed over the heads of all present. Skyfire took in the scene, feeling a mix of helplessness and anger. Yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Having witnessed this calamity and recalling the familiar narrative, he began to comprehend the harsh truth. Only one faction could ultimately prevail, the Autobots or the Decepticons. Unless the Autobots were to annihilate the Decepticons immediately, or, as seen in the original tale, convince Megatron to relinquish his ambitions, the two factions could never coexist. Whenever one sought to revive Cybertron, the other would invariably obstruct their path. Thus, merely activating the ultimate power lock would never suffice. The Decepticons must be utterly destroyed, or Megatron's lust for dominion must be entirely quelled. After some time for reflection, Optimus Prime, as the leader, along with Skyfire, who still believed in the possibility of hope, managed to quell the turmoil within their hearts. Optimus took a few measured steps forward, surveying the group. It is time to return. Our battle with the Decepticons is far from over. Optimus, is there any meaning in continuing this fight? Arcee questioned, her voice laced with doubt. Indeed, even if we discover another means to revive Cybertron, the Decepticons will surely thwart us, the Divider added nonchalantly, though the others remained silent. The recent events had significantly dampened the Autobots' morale, plunging it to an all-time low. After enduring countless hardships only to arrive at such a disheartening conclusion, they found it increasingly difficult to muster the strength to persist in their struggle. Perhaps we have been misguided from the very beginning. Skyfire finally spoke up. Upon hearing his words, all eyes turned to him. Even Arcee, nestled in his embrace, lifted her gaze towards him. They assumed Skyfire had abandoned the idea of fighting, succumbing to despair and questioning the Autobots' chosen path. Yet, that was not the case. With resolute conviction, Skyfire declared, as the Divider aptly stated. Even if we later acquire the power to revive Cybertron, the Decepticons will still oppose us, and Megatron will continue to obstruct our efforts. Skyfire's gaze swept across the assembly. However, there exists another path before us, the absolute destruction of the Decepticons. If we can annihilate them entirely, if we can bring Megatron to his knees, no one will impede our progress. Such calamities will not befall us again, and Cybertron can indeed be reborn. Therefore, we must not only persist in our struggle against the Decepticons, but we must do so with unwavering resolve and expend every ounce of our strength to continue the fight. Listening intently to Skyfire's impassioned words, Arcee's beautiful eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Perhaps you were right. After all, things have already reached this point. It cannot get any worse. We might as well stake everything on this. If we can defeat the Decepticons and bring Cybertron back to life, even if it costs us our lives, we would still consider it a worthy sacrifice. The Divider, who had momentarily succumbed to despair, regained his confidence. He transformed his hands into formidable hammers, striking the ground with fervor. The others also felt a slight resurgence of spirit. Skyfire is correct. After battling the Decepticons for centuries, surrendering at this juncture is not in our nature. Optimus Prime spoke with quiet determination. Then let us return to Earth. I shall obliterate the Decepticons and grind Megatron's metallic head into the ground. Flyover Mountain declared, shaking his fists with fierce intensity, as if he longed to crush Megatron beneath his feet at that very moment. The Autobots were not cowards. The elite members of the Elite Guard had survived countless wars, emerging as the CR-Me de la CR-Me. Their minds had been honed to a peak of resilience. While not unbreakable, they were far from easily toppled. Just as in the original tale, even if Optimus Prime had personally shattered the hope of reviving Cybertron, the Autobots remained steadfastly loyal to him, unwavering in their commitment to the Autobot cause, determined to battle the Decepticons until the end. Thus, while Skyfire's words may have bolstered their spirits, the true source of their renewed courage to continue fighting against the Decepticons lay within their indomitable hearts and the flickering flame of hope that still burned brightly within them. A few failures cannot deter us, nor can a handful of victories etch our names into the annals of history. In our battle against the Decepticons, we have faced defeat and tasted victory. At times, we have even lost faith, however, we have endured together. We are a team, a family. Even if we have faced failure this time, as long as we are alive, we have another chance. As long as we stand united, there will come a day when we return home. Arcee rose from the embrace of Lai Tianjue, summoning her strength once more. She turned to him and softly uttered, "Thank you." Lai Tianjue smiled at her words. Beneath Cybertron, the intense energy waves unleashed by the ultimate godlock drew the attention of several keen observers. This formidable energy fluctuation, along with the brief revival of Cybertron's core, was impossible to ignore. Just as Optimus Prime and the others were preparing to return to Earth via the space bridge, a feral howl echoed from afar. An uninvited guest was approaching. Chapter 162. The mechanical dinosaur's sudden roar, growing closer, captivated the attention of Optimus Prime and his companions who yearned to return to Earth. What was that sound? Could there still be life on Cybertron? Asked the panel, intrigued by the beast-like roar. It seemed so. Optimus Prime nodded. He continued, "Let us investigate. Perhaps it is an ally. If that is the case, it would be wonderful." Arcee exclaimed. The unexpected sound piqued the curiosity of the Autobots. After a brief deliberation, Optimus Prime resolved to lead the group toward the source of the noise. As they approached, the owner of the sound seemed to be moving closer as well, bringing the two parties nearer together. Gradually, they began to discern the form of the creature. Flying in the sky, could it be the Decepticons? The panel inquired, observing the two unidentified beings. Not likely. Arcee shook her head. What could that be? Optimus Prime squinted at the distant figures. Optimus, do you recognize what that is? Smokescreen asked, noticing Optimus's familiarity with the creature. It appears to be the long-extinct Giganotosaurus. Optimus stated, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Giganotosaurus? Isn't that a creature from ancient times? Smokescreen exclaimed, astonished. It indeed seems to be a Giganotosaurus. Lai Tianjue concurred, seemingly in pursuit of another creature. But how is that possible? Arcee questioned. Though everyone harbored doubts, as the figures drew closer, they could not deny that it resembled a Giganotosaurus. Moreover, They recognized what it was pursuing. Mechanical dinosaurs. I can't believe they are still alive, Arcee exclaimed, recognizing the creature being chased by the Giganotosaurus. It seems they truly are allies, the panel remarked. Everyone present was aware of the mechanical dinosaurs, but none expected them to have survived. Lai Tianjue listened to their conversation, equally astonished. He was aware of the existence of mechanical dinosaurs and had seen them before, but he never anticipated that they would still thrive in this era. This scene had seemingly never appeared in the original narrative. However, he had some recollections, if memory served. The original story mentioned the skeleton of the Giganotosaurus appearing on Earth when Meiji and the panel had indeed mentioned mechanical dinosaurs. At that time, it seemed Meiji had encountered them. Thus, while the appearance of mechanical dinosaurs was unexpected, it appeared to have some basis. Autobots, prepare for battle. Optimus Prime commanded upon realizing that the creature being pursued was a mechanical dinosaur. Hearing the command, everyone raised their weapons and directed their fire toward the Giganotosaurus. With the combined firepower of the Autobots, despite the Giganotosaurus' strength, it was compelled to retreat. The Autobots, after countless years, once again encountered the mechanical dinosaurs. Dart, how did you end up here? Are there any other mechanical dinosaurs still alive? They inquired of the mechanical dinosaur before them. I never expected that, after all these years, there would still be companions surviving on Cybertron. The panel said excitedly. Optimus Prime, is it truly you? Dart gazed at Optimus, struggling to believe that the figure before him was indeed Optimus Prime. It is I, Dart. Could you tell me what you have experienced? Optimus replied, nodding. Dart was a scout among the mechanical dinosaurs, akin to a pterosaur. As Optimus inquired, Dart began recounting their past experiences. Following the stagnation of Cybertron's core and the depletion of its energy, after Optimus Prime and Megatron led the Autobots and Decepticons away, many events transpired. Initially, after everyone's departure, the Decepticon scientist Shockwave returned to Cybertron and embarked on his mad experiments. Shockwave created the reforged beasts as cannon fodder to eliminate the remaining Autobots who had not fled Cybertron. This led to battles between the remaining Autobots and the Decepticons who could not evacuate, along with the collaboration of the mechanical dinosaurs and the Autobots against Shockwave, culminating in the eventual departure of the Autobots, among other events. Of course, these were matters of the distant past, long since settled. However, it was evident that for many years the mechanical dinosaurs had been leading the surviving Autobots in the depths of Cybertron, subsisting on the remnants of energy while battling the reforged beasts. The Giganotosaurus that had just arrived was likely a remnant from the first batch Shockwave had replicated during the war years ago. Originally, Dart and the other mechanical dinosaurs lived underground, protecting the remaining Autobots. Not long ago, however, for reasons unknown, a minor earthquake occurred underground, albeit not significantly impactful. The most notable change was the emergence of a small quantity of superenergy entities in tandem with the tremor. This series of alterations raised questions among the mechanical dinosaurs and the Autobots living below. They speculated that something must have transpired on the surface. Hence, Dart, as a scout, ventured above ground after a long absence. Unfortunately, during his ascent, he unwittingly caught the attention of the Giganotosaurus, leading to the earlier encounter. This encapsulates the experiences of the mechanical dinosaurs living underground after the Autobots' departure. Lai Tianjue, having absorbed this information, could not help but marvel at the resilience of the mechanical dinosaurs. He was compelled to admire their tenacity in surviving under such arduous conditions. The group conversed extensively, gaining insights into the underground situation, including the cities established by surviving Autobots and the hardships they endured. In their final discussions, Optimus proposed that the mechanical dinosaurs emerge from the depths to join forces against the Decepticons. However, after contacting the leader of the mechanical dinosaurs, he was met with refusal. The reasons were evident. Many survivors still required the mechanical dinosaurs' protection, and they were engaged in their own battles against the reforged beasts. Optimus, during our last encounter with the Autobots, they seemed quite distant toward us, as if they did not regard us as fellow Autobots. I never expected that this time. Everything appears to have changed. I hope that in the near future, you will triumph over the Decepticons and restore Cybertron. As the conversation drew to a close, the Darts expressed a poignant sentiment before once again descending into the depths. The encounter with the Dinobots was fleeting, and not all of them were present. Yet, As Darts articulated, the Dinobots had their foes, just as the Autobots had theirs. They were compelled to return to Earth to confront the Decepticons once more, while the Dinobots would persist underground, battling the Predacons and awaiting Optimus Prime's revival of Cybertron. Chapter 163. Is it necessary? It no longer is. The space bridge opened, and the group returned to the base. Upon their arrival, Ratchet eagerly approached. How did it go? Was it successful? Jack, Raffi, and Mickey, who had recently returned, also moved to stand beside their respective partners. Ratchet gazed at everyone with hopeful anticipation, but was met with a profound silence. Seeing the solemn expressions, a wave of despair washed over Ratchet. Could it be that we have failed, or that the ultimate key was ineffective? In that brief moment, Ratchet's mind raced with thoughts. He murmured, if the ultimate key has proven futile, what else could possibly save our homeland? Ratchet, the situation is not as you perceive. Smokescreen's voice shattered the silence. Upon hearing Smokescreen's words, a flicker of light glimmered in Ratchet's eyes, only to be extinguished by the subsequent revelation. It is not that the ultimate key was ineffective. Rather, the Decepticons have followed us. Megatron thwarted our efforts and ruthlessly destroyed the ultimate key. We have failed. Bang, bang, bang. After hearing Smokescreen's words, Ratchet felt as though all strength had been drained from him, involuntarily retreating several steps. His body was filled with lethargy. His eyes reflected a profound helplessness. And he muttered in disbelief, how could this be? This was our only hope. Why would Megatron do such a thing? While everyone present yearned for the revival of their homeland, if anyone was more invested in returning, it was undoubtedly Ratchet, who had silently supported the Autobots in their struggle. In the original narrative, when Optimus Prime destroyed the ultimate key, the blow was devastating, compounded by his subsequent disappearance, leading Ratchet to entertain thoughts of surrender. This illustrates the depth of despair that filled Ratchet's heart at that moment. Such a display did not signify Ratchet's weakness or a lack of desire to restore their homeland. Rather, it underscored his profound love for it and his deep concern for Optimus Prime. Upon hearing Smokescreen's response, Ratchet's reaction mirrored that of the original narrative, even causing him to momentarily lose his sanity, questioning why Megatron would undertake such an action. My old friend, the outcome is not what we desired. Yet it has undeniably transpired, and we are powerless to change it. What we can do now is to continue resisting the Decepticons and seek alternative means to revive our homeland, Optimus Prime stated, stepping before Ratchet and placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, speaking in a calm and steady tone. Optimus. Ratchet looked up at him. He opened his mouth, as if to articulate something, but fell silent, ultimately choosing to remain quiet. Ratchet understood that this outcome was unwelcome to all present, and he also recognized that from Megatron's perspective, his actions were justifiable. The words he had just uttered seemed somewhat ridiculous. Yet, despite this understanding, the enemy's actions that thwarted their return to their homeland were simply unacceptable, fueling Ratchet's hatred for Megatron to new heights. We fought valiantly, risking our lives to finally discover a glimmer of hope for our homeland, only for it all to dissolve into nothingness. Huh! Ratchet raised his gaze to the ceiling, unable to contain the fury boiling within him, and shouted, Megatron, you shall pay for this. With that, Ratchet could no longer concern himself with what might be salvageable in the room. Fueled by an overwhelming rage, he unleashed a powerful punch against the nearby equipment, shattering the very devices he once cherished. All present observed in silence, none daring to intervene, each fully aware of the depth of Ratchet's animosity towards Megatron, which they too shared. Optimus, the situation is dire. What are you all doing? Just then, Agent Fowler's voice broke the stillness. He entered the base, his face etched with confusion and concern. Agent Fowler, I do not comprehend your words. What has transpired? Optimus inquired, regarding Fowler with a steady gaze. You'll understand when you see for yourselves outside. Fowler replied. Upon hearing Fowler's words, Optimus exchanged glances with the others before leading them out of the base to the rooftop. What is that? Arcee exclaimed, her eyes widening at the sight ahead. Those are the Decepticons. It appears they are constructing something. Fowler exclaimed. The Decepticons are building their stronghold. Optimus declared. I fail to understand why the Decepticons would establish their base here. Why this location? Fowler questioned, a look of confusion on his face. Perhaps they have discovered the location of our base. Optimus's heart sank as he spoke. Are the Decepticons constructing Darkmount? Starscream gazed into the distance, where an unformed edifice, entirely black and built from unknown materials, loomed. According to Starscream's recollections, in the original narrative, the Decepticons seized the ultimate key, using the space bridge to project the power capable of restoring Cybertron onto Earth, generating Cybertronian materials, and ultimately constructing Darkmount. Now, the Decepticons had not accessed the ultimate key nor employed its power to build Darkmount. Instead, they had destroyed the ultimate key. Unexpectedly, upon returning to Earth, Megatron began utilizing the initial batch of Cybertronian materials generated on Cybertron to erect his stronghold. Although this construction would not proceed as swiftly as if the ultimate key had been utilized, it would not be long before Megatron completed the Darkmount as depicted in the original narrative, possibly even fabricating the terrifying fusion cannon. Megatron had altered the rules of engagement, abandoning secrecy in favor of brazenly manifesting in the human realm. His intentions were unmistakable: to create a stronghold, establish a permanent presence, and methodically encroach upon the human world, ultimately conquering the entire planet. The Autobots were fully aware of Megatron's designs. The location for constructing Darkmount was glaringly evident as the Ark hovered above. Megatron stood at the forefront of the warship S-deck, gazing intently at the Autobot base, gradually turning to survey the assembled fleet on his ship. The Autobots foolishly seek to monopolize the credit for reviving Cybertron, aiming to seize control of it. Optimus Prime's ambitions are all too evident. We cannot stand idly by as Optimus Prime, who once brought destruction to Cybertron, fulfills his ambitions and enslaves the entire planet. Should he succeed, without a doubt, Cybertron will descend once more into an era of desolation, devoid of any glimmer of hope. Therefore, to thwart Optimus Prime's aspirations, we were compelled to sorrowfully destroy the ultimate godlock, all because of him. It was Optimus Prime who ravaged our homeland, forcing us into a life of wandering and leaving us homeless. Megatron lamented, sorrow etched across his face. Chapter 164. Ultimately, one of our own, it seemed as though he were the true hero of the world. While Optimus Prime's resurrection of Cybertron was merely a guise for his own selfish ambitions, seeking to subjugate a living Cybertron and revert it to its former, lifeless state. Then, his expression shifted, and he continued, but now, we have located the Autobots' base. The opportunity for vengeance lies before us. As Megatron turned to face the distant Autobot stronghold, he raised his arm and called out, Decepticons, transform, take flight, and launch an all-out assault to utterly annihilate the Autobots. With Megatron's rallying cry, the Decepticons roared in unison, transforming into warplanes and soaring into the sky without hesitation, their sights set on the destruction of the Autobot base, prepared to face death. Air Squadron, attack, attack, attack. Starscream led a team of elite warriors, charging to the forefront and initiating relentless assaults as they approached the Autobot stronghold. Those atop the base beheld the multitude of Decepticons surging towards them and immediately transformed their hands into weapons. Laser beams, ion rays, energy cannons, an unceasing barrage of attacks erupted from their armaments, targeting the Decepticons above with ferocity. Optimus Prime grasped the star sword embedded in the ground and swung it with all his might. A crescent arc, stretching dozens of meters, surged forth, striking at the Decepticons in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed continuously, and sparks danced vividly against the daylight sky. With this strike, countless Decepticons met their demise, extinguished in that moment. However, the sheer number of Decepticons was overwhelming. It appeared that Megatron had deployed every available soldier. Though Optimus Prime's blow had claimed many lives, it was but a drop in the ocean. Autobots retreat to the base. Faced with this scene, Optimus Prime understood that the base could no longer be defended. The priority now was survival and preserving hope, prompting him to issue the retreat order without hesitation. You all retreat. I will hold them off. Agent Furlong had no intention of retreating. After speaking, he boarded a nearby helicopter and ascended slowly, facing the multitude of Decepticons alone. Furlong, Optimus Prime looked up at him in the sky, wishing to urge him to withdraw. Yet he understood that Furlong was also determined to defend his home, to contribute to its protection, so he respected Furlong's decision and refrained from intervening. As the others returned to the base, what on earth is happening out there? Upon seeing Optimus Prime and the others return, Ratchet rushed forward to inquire. The base has been compromised. The Decepticons are advancing with their forces. We can no longer hold this position. Furlong is fighting them outside, Optimus Prime replied. He then addressed everyone. Therefore, I now command you to evacuate the base. Is it truly ending like this? Are we really going to abandon the base? Ratchet felt an acute pang of sorrow at Optimus Prime's words. Old friend, we have no other choice. Optimus Prime turned and placed a reassuring hand on Ratchet's shoulder. Looking at Optimus Prime, Ratchet chose not to voice any further objections. Seeing Ratchet silent, Optimus Prime turned to the others. I will use the space bridge to transport each of you to various locations on Earth. Can't we go together? Michaela inquired. Scattered evacuations can prevent capture and also prepare for future counterattack. Optimus Prime explained as outside the base, Agent Furlong maneuvered his helicopter amidst the Decepticon aircraft. Just a few minions. If I don't bring you down, I will. Before Agent Furlong could finish, a massive shadow loomed over his helicopter. Looking up, he saw a Decepticon warship gliding overhead, momentarily disorienting him. Before he could react, a Decepticon soldier launched an attack. In that instant, Furlong thought his end had come. However, just then, support arrived as laser beams struck down the Decepticons beside him, saving him from peril. Who are these reinforcements? Agent Furlong wondered, gazing outside. Ha! How could I miss out on a good fight? The voice of Hoist reached Furlong's ears, echoing into the base. Ha! It's old Hoist. When Ratchet heard Hoist's voice, excitement surged within him. Hoist, what brings you here? Ratchet asked, intrigued. I detected an unusual energy surge here, so I came to investigate. Hoist responded. But after all this, we are ultimately one of our own, aren't we? Hoist interjected before Ratchet could finish. Indeed, Ratchet quickly grasped Hoist's intent. Quickly evacuate. I will cover you, Hoist stated with determination, ready to shield those within the base. Optimus Prime, recognizing the urgency, locked onto the first coordinate and activated the space bridge. He then turned to Ratchet. Ratchet, you go first. All right. Ratchet transformed into vehicle mode, and Michaela climbed aboard. Michaela leaned against the window, glancing at Jack with reluctance as she waved. Goodbye. See you again. Goodbye. Jack managed a strained smile, waving farewell to Michaela. Ratchet and Michaela were the first to enter the space bridge. Following them, understanding the dire situation, the others hesitated little. Soon, it was time for Skylynx and Arcee to evacuate. The two looked at Optimus Prime before transforming into vehicle mode and entering the land bridge. Then came the smokescreen. In a brief moment, only Ratchet and Optimus Prime remained within the base. Optimus Prime, take care, Ratchet said, looking at him. Old friend, you two take care, Optimus Prime replied, returning Ratchet's gaze. Finally, Ratchet departed as well. Alone in the base, Optimus Prime gazed at the control panel of the space bridge, examining the computer equipment. To prevent the Decepticons from discovering the Autobots' evacuation coordinates, he unhesitatingly raised the Star Sword in his hand and struck down fiercely. From the beginning, Optimus Prime had no intention of leaving. He intended to hold the line for everyone. As Optimus Prime swung the Star Sword, the immense energy cannon aboard the Decepticon warship had already charged sufficiently. That annihilating beam of energy crashed against the outer shell of the Autobot base. In an instant, a colossal explosion reverberated throughout the base, and in the blink of an eye, the once intact Autobot stronghold was reduced to ruins. As the sun set, the sky dimmed slightly, bathed in the crimson glow of flames. Amidst the ruins, Megatron stood upon the remnants of the ground, marked with the emblem of the Autobots. It seems this truly is the Autobots' base, exclaimed Starscream, a smile gracing his visage as he beheld the symbol below. Not anymore, Megatron responded, his hands clasped behind his back as he surveyed the surroundings. As the saying goes, unity ensures victory while division leads to defeat. The Autobots shall never rise again. Confidence radiated from Starscream's countenance. Chapter 165. Let us soar together, search meticulously. Spare no corner, leave no Autobot unscathed, commanded Megatron, directing the Decepticon soldiers as they scoured the remnants for their adversaries. However, after an extensive search, they had yet to catch even a glimpse of an Autobot. Instead, they stumbled upon a relic, the Hammer of the Primes. Gazing at the magnificent artifact, Megatron's expression darkened. You have discovered the Hammer of the Primes. Yet you cannot find a single Autobot? Explain yourselves. His crimson eyes bore into the two soldiers before him. The soldiers fell silent, unable to provide a response. Megatron understood. His words were merely an outlet for his pent-up rage. Yet, before he could continue, Starscream made a discovery. Lord Megatron, behold what I have found. Starscream approached, flanked by two Decepticon soldiers who were supporting an unconscious Autobot. Jolt! Megatron's smile returned at the sight of the incapacitated Autobot. Excellent. Bring him back. I shall interrogate him thoroughly. On an unknown road, Cyclonus and Arcee were transported via a space bridge. Just when it rains, it pours. The recent defeat followed by the destruction of our base. I wonder how the others are faring, especially Optimus Prime, who stay behind. I hope he managed to evacuate. Arcee pondered heavily as they walked. Fear not. As the leader, Optimus is not so easily undone. Cyclonus reassured her. I sincerely hope you are correct. Arcee replied, though Cyclonus remained silent, harboring doubts of his own. In the original narrative, Optimus was gravely wounded, nearly to the point of death, only to be rescued by Smokescreen. Cyclonus was uncertain if Smokescreen would return as he once did. However, given Smokescreen's character, it was likely he would return. Cyclonus had also contemplated returning. But with the phase shifter in Smokescreen's possession, he could not return silently. If he returned openly, Optimus would likely transport him away again. For Optimus was a man who would not allow others to risk their lives for him, even if he were not transported away. Cyclonus doubted his ability to withstand the powerful energy cannons aboard the Decepticon warship, not to mention the multitude of elite Decepticons, including Megatron and Starscream. Even if he could shield himself with an energy barrier, his energy reserves were finite. Should he exhaust his energy and fail to break through the Decepticon encirclement, death would be imminent. Thus, he could only hope that Smokescreen would save Optimus using the phase shifter, just as in the original tale. Nevertheless, Cyclonus had kept some contingency plans in mind. However, he was uncertain of what might transpire during the time it took to enact these plans. It was possible that Optimus might encounter unexpected peril in that brief moment. Arcee, I will contact Black Widow and have her transport us to her warship. What do you think? Cyclonus inquired. Will Black Widow's ship remain undetected by the Decepticons? While I have no particular fondness for her, I do not wish to bring disaster upon her. Arcee questioned. Rest assured, I had her relocate her ship long ago. Now only she and I know its whereabouts. Cyclonus replied. His plan was simple, to contact Black Widow via communicator. Although this might lead to interception and expose his location, it was not a significant concern. Black Widow's ship was equipped with a jamming system. The Decepticons could only pinpoint his and Arcee's positions. Even if their communication were intercepted, they could not determine Black Widow's ship's location. By the time the Decepticons arrived at the location where Cyclonus and Arcee had contacted Black Widow, the two would have already returned to her warship via the terrestrial bridge she had opened. If her ship can cloak against Decepticon detection, I have no objections. Arcee replied. Excellent. Cyclonus immediately contacted Black Widow. You rascal, what have you been up to these days? It's been ages since we last spoke. Upon connection, Black Widow's sultry voice filled Cyclonus's ears. Ahem, the situation is urgent. I lack the time for pleasantries. Quickly, lock onto my position and open the terrestrial bridge to bring Arcee and me over. Hearing her voice, Cyclonus momentarily lost his train of thought. He had not anticipated such a change in her demeanor after their brief separation. She had never spoken to him in such a manner before. What had transpired during their time apart? However, the priority remained to depart hastily through the terrestrial bridge. It was likely that the moment he connected with Black Widow, their communication would be intercepted. I have opened the terrestrial bridge. Hurry over. Black Widow spoke without delay, quietly activating the bridge. I see it. Cyclonus exclaimed as the terrestrial bridge materialized before him. He and Arcee hastened forward, quickly entering the bridge. Meanwhile, aboard the Decepticon warship, Lord Megatron, I have intercepted communication from the Autobots. Starscream reported, looking eager for praise before Megatron. Well done. Megatron commended him slightly. He then issued an order, lock onto the Autobots' position. I shall personally ensure their capture. Yes, Lord Megatron. Starscream promptly responded. Concurrently, in a mysterious location aboard Black Widow's warship, Cyclonus and Arcee successfully arrived through the terrestrial bridge. What transpired? You seemed rather rushed earlier. Black Widow approached Cyclonus without hesitation, concern etched on her face. The Autobots' base was destroyed by the Decepticons. We are fleeing for our lives. Cyclonus succinctly replied. Is that so? Black Widow responded, her understanding immediate. She then adopted a seductive posture. extending her spider-like limbs around Cyclonus's form, resting her alluring face upon his shoulder. So, the Autobots have failed, and you scattered? Or were you the only ones to escape? Strangely, a hint of delight seemed to linger in her voice. Her final words revealed her thoughts. In that case, why not abandon Arcee and escape Earth with me? We could be together, free from these tedious wars. What do you think? Black Widow's hand caressed Cyclonus's face, her tone evoking an enticing thrill. Actually, I have come seeking assistance. Lee Taeju replied with a hint of resignation, disregarding the Black Widow's actions. Oh, what do you wish for my help with? Upon hearing Lee Taeju's response, the Black Widow retracted her seductive demeanor, adopting a frigid expression, as though Lee Taeju's words had displeased her greatly. Chapter 166. Return to the base. I need you to transport me to the Autobot base. Lee Taeju slightly turned his head to gaze at the alluring visage of the Black Widow, who was mere inches away. Wait, before the Black Widow could respond, Arcee interjected, her face grave as she looked up at Lee Taeju. Do you intend to use the ground bridge to reach a base that may have already been destroyed? Yes. I must ascertain whether Optimus Prime is still alive. If he is in peril, I need to rescue him, Lee Taeju affirmed with a nod. This was his plan, a straightforward endeavor involving the utilization of the ground bridge aboard the Black Widow's ship to reach the Autobot base, which had been occupied and possibly devastated by the Decepticons. He needed to verify if Optimus Prime had been rescued by Smokescreen, if he was dead, or if he had been taken by the Decepticons. Should Optimus Prime's fate align with that of the original story, Lee Taeju would have little cause for concern. If Smokescreen had not returned, perhaps he could bring Optimus Prime back this time. Upon hearing Lee Taeju's resolute answer, Arcee lowered her head, enveloped in silence. She wished to caution him that the base was now under Decepticon control, and venturing there might lead to a trap. She wanted to prevent Lee Taeju from proceeding. However, Optimus Prime was not only the leader of the Autobots, but also the spiritual cornerstone for all members of the Elite Guard. Moreover, the future struggle against the Decepticons would be incomplete without Optimus Prime. Based on their understanding of him, it was highly likely that Optimus Prime had not left but stayed behind to cover their retreat. Thus, she too yearned to confirm Optimus Prime's safety, to know whether he still lived. After a moment of contemplation, Arcee lifted her gaze to Lee Taeju, declaring, I shall accompany you. Though Optimus Prime was of paramount importance to all in the Elite Guard, Lee Taeju held a singular significance for Arcee. She wished to ascertain the status of Optimus Prime while also preventing Lee Taeju from placing himself in danger, so she resolved to go with him. This way, even if they were surrounded by the Decepticons, she could at least provide some assistance. In the face of potential peril, they could meet their fate together. Lee Taeju remained silent, tacitly accepting Arcee's proposal. In truth, even if he had refused, Arcee would not have given him the opportunity to decline. Wait, you two. What did I agree to assist you? Seeing Arcee's determined expression, the Black Widow's demeanor darkened. Black Widow, Arcee called out, fixing her gaze upon her. You Autobots are on the brink of extinction, and I have finally managed to free you from your faction. Do you truly believe I would assist you? The Black Widow's face was etched with refusal, her tone and words laced with clear dissent. Although she had spent some time in the Autobot base, it was merely to better care for the injured Lee Taeju. Her feelings towards both the Autobots and Decepticons were far from favorable. She would rather see Lee Taeju sever ties with the Autobots and join her in a life together. Now that the Autobots had disbanded, and with Lee Taeju by her side, she was overjoyed and would not permit him to reunite with any other robots, let alone put himself at risk. Lee Taeju, just this once, please, he implored, a note of desperation in his voice. Were it anyone else, Lee Taeju would not have hesitated to seize control of the ground bridge to confirm Optimus Prime's status. Yet, before him stood the Black Widow, compelling him to plead with her softly. The Black Widow regarded Lee Taeju, her gaze meeting his beseeching eyes, sensing his urgency. Despite her reputation for ruthlessness and coldness, her heart softened in the face of Lee Taeju's plea. I can agree to assist you, but afterwards, I require your complete compliance. At your beck and call. Of course, I will come to you in your free time. I accept. Lee Taeju nodded. He and the Black Widow were already intertwined, and even without her stipulations, he would have fulfilled most of her requests in their interactions. Furthermore, her demands were more akin to rewards for him, beneficial and harmless, making refusal impossible. The Black Widow was well aware that her current stance was simply pretense. In truth, even without explicit demands, she was inclined to help Lee Taeju, especially if he could not bring himself to forsake the mission. It would be even better if he could relinquish it altogether. Ultimately, Lee Taeju, Arcee, and the Black Widow, who had insisted on joining, traversed the ground bridge towards the Autobot base. Outside Jasper, the former Autobot base had long since transformed into a desolate ruin, utterly ravaged by the Decepticons. They had ultimately only discovered Jolt and the Star Saber, with nothing else to show for their efforts. Thus, only a handful of Decepticon soldiers remained to guard the base, preventing any Autobots from returning. As for Megatron and the others, they had shifted their focus to a global search for Autobots, showing less interest in the now useless ruins. This provided Lee Taeju and his companions with a window of opportunity for cautious investigation. As the ground bridge tunnel opened, Lee Taeju and his companions surged forth at remarkable speed. Lee Taeju then launched an assault on the location of the nearby Decepticon soldiers he had just detected. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of energy blasts struck the Decepticon soldiers, and those few present fell to the ground in an instant under the powerful onslaught. However, to err on the side of caution, Lee Taeju spared one soldier alive. Observing the fallen Decepticon soldier, Lee Taeju turned to Arcee. Arcee, keep watch. Understood. Arcee nodded in affirmation. How tragic. The Black Widow casually surveyed the surroundings, occasionally clicking her tongue in dismay. Lee Taeju approached the surviving Decepticon soldier. Tell me, how many Autobots did the Decepticons capture? Using his abilities to probe, Lee Taeju found no signs of life within the ruins, nor any remains of Autobots or sacred artifacts. It was certain that Optimus Prime was no longer there, so he needed to extract information from the Decepticon regarding Megatron's capture of Optimus Prime. You can give up on that hope. I will never divulge any critical information to you Autobots. The fallen Decepticon soldier turned his face away, refusing to meet Lee Taeju's gaze. Are you certain? Seeing the soldier's reluctance to share information, Lee Taeju contemplated using coercive measures. Leave the questioning to me. I thrive on challenges like this. Before Lee Taeju could resort to cruel tactics, the Black Widow approached him. Black Widow. The Decepticon soldier clearly recognized her. Upon seeing her, he panicked. As a Decepticon, although it was his first encounter with the Black Widow, he had done his research on her prior. Thus, she could be recognized at a glance. And the notorious reputation of the Black Widow instilled dread in the hearts of all Decepticon soldiers. It seems you are familiar with me. The Black Widow's voice was chillingly cold, and her expression was now terrifying beyond measure. Chapter 167. The Leader's Choice. Since you know me, you must have heard of my methods. You now have two options. Either I shall slowly tear you apart, extinguishing your spark in agony, or you may divulge the answer to the question he just asked. Perhaps, in doing so, I might show you mercy. As she spoke, the spider legs behind the Black Widow began to sway slowly, inching closer to the spark of the Decepticon soldier. I will tell you. The mere mention of the name Black Widow was enough to strike fear into the hearts of many Cybertronians. Gazing at the fierce expression on the Black Widow's face, the Decepticon soldier ultimately succumbed to his terror. In the end, he provided the information that the ruthless Lord of Chaos had sought. The news he relayed brought a sigh of relief. So, the Decepticons only captured the Jack and took the Hammer of the Chosen, which had been stored in the base. They did not find Optimus Prime, which means that the smoke screen likely rescued him as in the original tale. Upon receiving this information, Lord of Chaos immediately employed his abilities to disrupt the nervous system of the Decepticon soldier, causing him to fall into a temporary slumber. Shortly thereafter, the three returned to their ship via the terrestrial bridge. Not long after their departure, the Red Spider arrived at the site from the Decepticon warship. In a matter of moments, they noticed the extinguished sparks of the Decepticon soldiers stationed there, but they were ultimately too late. It is the Autobots. How dare they return? The sight of several fallen Decepticon soldiers left the Red Spider's countenance grim. He promptly commanded the soldiers beside him, investigate at once. Assemble a team for a thorough search. Yes, the soldiers, upon receiving the command, transformed into jets and soared into the sky, commencing an extensive aerial search of the vicinity. Meanwhile, the Red Spider returned to the warship. Have you captured the Autobots? Megatron inquired, regarding the Red Spider with keen interest. Not yet, my lord, the Red Spider replied, shaking his head. Sensing Megatron's displeasure, he quickly added, the Autobots base has been destroyed by us. They currently lack long-range teleportation capabilities. The Autobots did indeed visit the obliterated base. and given their speed, they likely haven't ventured far. I believe we will have results shortly. Last time you intercepted an Autobot transmission, you said the same, Megatron said flatly. Previously, when he had personally led a team to intercept the Autobots, it had ended in disappointment. Undoubtedly, while most Autobots may lack long-range teleportation methods, the collusion between Lord of Chaos and the Black Widow certainly permitted it. This time, it was possible that Lord of Chaos had returned to the base through the terrestrial bridge facilitated by the Black Widow, rendering their search futile. Perceiving Megatron's skepticism, the Red Spider felt a surge of frustration. He promptly asserted, even if we cannot capture the Autobots who just returned with the Jack in our possession, we can locate their gathering place. Have you extracted any information? Megatron inquired. Well, not yet, my lord. The inquiry left the Red Spider momentarily speechless. In that case, wait until you find the Autobots or extract results before reporting back to me. Do not speak idly without substantial evidence. Megatron waved his hand, dismissing the Red Spider. I understand, my lord. The Red Spider's expression darkened as he observed Megatron's dismissive gesture. He turned and made his way to the interrogation room where the Jack was held. Upon entering the interrogation chamber, the Red Spider, brimming with rage, grasped an interrogation tool and approached the Jack without a word. Red Spider, don't waste your effort. I have no idea where the Autobots are gathering. They never considered me part of their plans. The Jack faced the Red Spider defiantly, feigning ignorance. I will make you speak. With a wicked grin, the Red Spider swiftly drew the interrogation tool across the Jack's chest. With a piercing sound, he carved 2 deep gashes into the Jack's torso. Meanwhile, not far from the Autobot base underground, Optimus Prime, I could not locate Ratchet. I then went to the newly constructed Decepticon base, but found no useful medical supplies. Rest assured, I will find a way to save you. You must hold on. Smokescreen gazed at Optimus Prime with deep concern. And the hammer of the Chosen? Optimus, leaning against the rock wall and barely clinging to consciousness, managed to ask. I went to the base, but it has been reduced to ruins. I found nothing. Smokescreen shook his head. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Of course, the hammer of the Chosen will surely heal you. It must be in the Decepticon's possession. I will retrieve it now. With that, Smokescreen turned and vanished into the wall. Utilizing his phase shifter, Smokescreen reappeared on the surface and immediately headed to the developing Dark Peak, navigating through numerous obstacles and evading many Decepticon soldiers. Smokescreen successfully reached the summit of the half-finished Dark Peak. However, as the Dark Peak was not yet complete, the Decepticon warships hovered above, and even there, he could not reach them. Fortunately, fate was not entirely cruel. A terrestrial bridge had been constructed for transporting the non-flying Decepticon soldiers. After waiting a moment for another group of Decepticon soldiers to emerge from the terrestrial bridge, Smokescreen seized the opportunity to slip beneath the bridge. Through the terrestrial bridge, he reached the Decepticon warship and, after a thorough search, arrived at Megatron's old lair, where he discovered the hammer of the Chosen. On his return, he replicated his earlier method, slipping out from the terrestrial bridge and, at the moment of emerging, using the phase shifter to meld into the building below. Uncertain whether the Decepticons had detected him, Smokescreen nonetheless succeeded in retrieving the hammer of the Chosen. Back underground, he gazed at Optimus Prime with excitement. Optimus, I have retrieved the hammer of the Chosen. We can fix you now. Smokescreen intended for Optimus to grasp the hammer of the Chosen and harness the power of leadership to restore himself. However, Optimus shook his head. No. Why not? Smokescreen asked, puzzled. Optimus spoke slowly. The energy of the hammer of the Chosen is finite, regardless of how much power it holds. It must be utilized to reconstruct the ultimate godlock to restore Cybertron. But if that is the case, you will. Smokescreen did not finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. Ensuring the survival of our race is of utmost importance. It outweighs the value of individual survival, including myself. Optimus's meaning was unmistakable. He chose to forego using the hammer of the Chosen to heal himself, preserving the power that could secure his survival to restore their homeland. This was the final choice of Optimus Prime, the leader. Chapter 168. Your response is logical. If Smokescreen refrains from acting, it is likely that Optimus Prime will fulfill his leadership duties with his life, upholding the greater good until the very last moment. Faced with Optimus Prime's words, Smokescreen found himself in a predicament of indecision. Simultaneously, other Autobots were traversing the globe, desperately searching for their companions. On a rural road bustling with traffic, the newly painted Bumblebee sped along, carrying Rafi. Optimus Prime has transported us to different locations. Now I can only hope to find traces of everyone online, Rafi exclaimed as he deftly navigated his computer, sifting through a multitude of recently uploaded photographs. Amidst the vast array of images, Rafi finally discovered the whereabouts of Ratchet. I found him, Rafi shouted with excitement. He then traced the origin of the photo, stating, "This was taken at a dump site in a forest park, and it was captured not long ago. If we act swiftly, we might reach him before he leaves that place." Rafi then instructed Bumblebee, head of the forest park's dump site, to find Ratchet. Bumblebee pinpointed the coordinates and set off towards the likely location of Ratchet. Thanks to his new paint job, even while boldly traversing the road, the Decepticons failed to notice Bumblebee. Bumblebee raced forward with Rafi, who was seated inside, replacing Ratchet's photo on the screen. At the same time, aboard the Decepticon warship. "Damn Jack, why does he have to be so obstinate?" Starscream grumbled. He approached the computer, muttering to himself, "Humans have billions of cameras. I refuse to believe we can't uncover something." As he spoke, he began searching for photographs on the computer, much like Rafi had done. "I found it," Starscream exclaimed after a brief moment. "Starscream, what are you doing here?" Megatron, who had just arrived, asked with a hint of annoyance upon hearing Starscream shout. Turning to face Megatron, Starscream wore a sycophantic expression. "Lord Megatron, I have discovered something substantial, absolutely useful." Megatron remained silent while Starscream's enthusiasm grew. He stepped aside and pointed at the image he had just found. "Behold, this is the substantial find." As he spoke, Starscream glanced at the display screen. However, the image that appeared astonished him. There was a dancing little monkey, and its chattering sounds filled Starscream's ears. "How is this possible?" Starscream shouted in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. "Starscream, I believe you should follow Soundwave's example. Speak less and do more," Megatron said, his impatience evident. "You all saw it, right? Just moments ago, they're an Autobot's photo." Starscream turned to Megatron, persistently defending himself. But Megatron ignored him and turned to leave. "Ha, Starscream, I think you should consider seeking help for your mind. Perhaps you should come to me. As a physician, I would be more than willing to assist you," Knockout said with a smile, watching Starscream. "Your mind is the one in disarray. Mind your tone. I am the second in command." Upon hearing Knockout's words, Starscream was filled with rage and embarrassment. He furiously shook his hands and, consumed with anger and frustration, followed Megatron's footsteps. "Ha," Knockout chuckled, shaking his head at Starscream's retreating figure before following suit. "Lord Megatron, I have found something intriguing on Cybertron that should aid you." Just as Megatron returned to the control room, he received this news from Inferno. Previously, Inferno had been sent to Cybertron with the primary objective of searching for any remnants of the Autobots, as well as any sacred relics they may have left behind, while overseeing the Decepticon soldiers in retrieving vast quantities of Cybertronian materials to construct Darkmount. "Bring him to me," Megatron commanded Inferno. Following Megatron's response, Inferno soon emerged through the space bridge. "Inferno, where is the useful information you mentioned?" Megatron asked, looking at Inferno. "It is right here," Inferno replied respectfully, gesturing towards the space bridge tunnel. As Inferno spoke, a figure gradually emerged from the space bridge. When the figure fully revealed itself, Megatron's eyes widened. "Shockwave, I thought you were dead." "They underestimated the finality of my demise," Shockwave said, standing before Megatron, his voice devoid of emotion. "Ha, you are not dead. That is splendid news." A smile graced Megatron's face. "This is precisely the strategic advantage I require. Lord Megatron, what fortunate event has brought you such joy?" As Megatron smiled, Starscream's curious voice reached his ears, soon followed by the figures of Starscream and Knockout. Upon entering the control room, Starscream, upon hearing Megatron's laughter, recognized that Megatron was in high spirits and was about to flatter him. However, when he saw the person beside Megatron, terror spread across his face. "Shockwave, I thought you were dead. How can you be here?" Starscream's face was filled with fright and panic, and he instinctively took a step back. "Starscream." Shockwave's previously emotionless voice now carried a hint of sentiment as he approached Starscream with heavy steps. Seeing Shockwave advance towards him, Starscream's eyes widened in shock, reflecting Shockwave's imposing figure as he involuntarily retreated. "This is going to be entertaining," Knockout murmured to himself, a smirk on his face, seemingly relishing the unfolding drama. Starscream, tell me, why did you act as you did? Why did you not come to my aid? Why did you abandon me? At this moment, Starscream found himself pressed against the iron wall with no escape. The towering, intimidating shockwave stood before him, less than a meter away. His large red optical sensors fixated on Starscream, his tone laced with interrogation. At that time, the Autobots invaded. My actions were intended to eliminate them. Moreover, the space bridge exploded, and such an explosion left little chance for survival. We all believed you to be dead. Starscream, in a state of utter panic, hastily replied, his hands raised defensively, his face contorted with a pitiful expression, as if fearing Shockwave would strike him at any moment. Then, sensing his explanations fell short, he timidly looked at Shockwave and added in a meek voice, I'm sorry. Your response is logical. After a moment of silence, Shockwave acknowledged Starscream's words before turning to walk towards Megatron. Starscream sighed in relief, grateful that Shockwave had not sought retribution against him, allowing his tension to slowly dissipate. Chapter 169, The Arrival of Teletron. Who is it? Who stand before me? In the depths below, a barely conscious Optimus Prime murmured to himself. It is I. Optimus Prime, I am Smokescreen. Do you not remember me? Smokescreen replied urgently upon hearing Optimus Prime's words. Smokescreen. Optimus Prime heard the sound of Smokescreen. Optimus, you must hold on. The Autobots cannot do without you. Smokescreen grasped Optimus Prime's hand. Smokescreen. I can sense that the moment for a new leader's emergence is upon us. Optimus Prime said slowly, gazing at Smokescreen. After uttering these words, Optimus Prime's consciousness seemed to plunge into a mysterious realm. Is that you, Master Titanium? Within a space radiating a vibrant blue energy, Optimus Prime beheld a glowing figure before him. Optimus, my appearance before you signifies that your time is drawing near. Master Titanium spoke gently to Optimus Prime. Upon hearing Master Titanium's words, Optimus Prime lowered his head slightly, as if lost in thought. Noticing Optimus's demeanor, Master Titanium inquired, Why do you hesitate? I do not fear returning to the Allspark, but what will become of the energon? Optimus Prime raised his gaze to meet Master Titanium S. We both know that the new leader stands before you. He will inherit the energon and learn to lead, just as you once did, Master Titanium replied, extending his hand. Come, let us return to the source of the Allspark together. Hearing Master Titanium's words and seeing the outstretched hand, Optimus hesitated for a moment before clasping Master Titanium's hand. Simultaneously, in the outside world, the light in Optimus Prime's eyes began to fade. Optimus. Upon witnessing the extinguishing light in Optimus's eyes, Smokescreen was instantly alarmed. In the next instant, the chamber of the Allspark within Optimus's chest opened, and the energon floated before Smokescreen. In the junkyard of Forest Park, this must be the place. Raffi exited the vehicle, surveying the abandoned cars surrounding him. After a thorough inspection, he pinpointed his target. Ratchet, is that you? Raffi approached a vehicle that bore an uncanny resemblance to an ambulance, tentatively asking. When the vehicle did not respond, Raffi, feeling somewhat disheartened, inquired again, Ratchet, if this truly is you, please give me some sign. Go away. This time, Ratchet responded, albeit with a tone urging Raffi to leave. Ratchet, this is wonderful. I finally found you. Upon hearing Ratchet's response, Raffi's face lit up with joy. Do not seek me out again. The war is over. Ratchet stated coldly. Ratchet, are you truly willing to give up? Raffi's spirits plummeted at Ratchet's words. Clank, clank. With a series of transformation sounds, Ratchet morphed into his humanoid form, gazing at Raffi. I told you, the war is over. We have failed, and the Decepticons have triumphed. No, the war is not over. We still have hope. Please help us. We cannot do without you. Raffi shook his head, his eyes filled with hope as he looked at Ratchet. The base we painstakingly built has been destroyed. We have no equipment, no energon, no allies. We have nothing left. Ratchet appeared despondent, seemingly on the verge of surrender. Ratchet, Raffi hesitated, struggling to find the right words. Do not seek me out again. Find others. Ratchet turned his head away, refusing to look at Raffi any longer. There is no one left to fight alongside us. It is only us and our war. Raffi implored desperately. Ratchet, we still have hope. Do you remember the Ark? After Starscream returned to the Decepticons, perhaps the Ark has been abandoned once more. We could find it. It may still harbor resources. Bumblebee chimed in. Regardless of what you say, I simply wish for you to leave me be. Ratchet retorted, transforming back into vehicle form, concluding with, just let me rust away in peace. With that, he fell silent. Very well. Seeing Ratchet's unwillingness to help, Raffi, resigned, turned to leave. Come on, Bumblebee. Raffi. Bumblebee glanced at Raffi, then at Ratchet, before transforming into vehicle form and driving Raffi away from the scene. On board the Decepticon warship, Lord Megatron, I have exhausted every method I could conceive, even employing cruel torture, yet Jolt remains silent. Starscream looked helplessly at Megatron. Perhaps you should consider an alternative approach, such as a cerebral cortical mental link. Before Megatron could speak, Soundwave interjected. You're so capable, why don't you try? Starscream retorted sarcastically, irritated by Soundwave's remark. Soundwave cast a glance at Starscream before addressing Megatron. Megatron regarded Soundwave and commanded, Soundwave, Jolt is now your responsibility. Employ extreme measures if necessary. Understood. Soundwave nodded and slowly made his way towards the interrogation room. Sometime later, Soundwave returned. Well, did you extract any results? Starscream asked with a hint of schadenfreude. I fail, my lord. Soundwave reported, looking at Megatron. Huh, and I thought you were formidable. Starscream seized the opportunity to mock. He then turned to Megatron. Lord Megatron, since we have been unable to obtain the Autobot's location from Jolt, he has become utterly worthless. Perhaps I should extinguish his spark now. Do as you wish. Megatron waved his hand dismissively. Having lost interest in the useless Jolt, he welcomed the prospect of his demise. With Megatron's response, Starscream wasted no time heading towards the interrogation room. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jack had previously sent a message that drew the attention of the Decepticons to him and Skyquake. At that moment, the two had just managed to evade the Decepticons and were catching their breath. Skyquake, look, what is that? While the two paused to rest, something appeared to be flying towards them from the distance. Is it the Decepticons? Skyquake immediately became alert, transforming his arm into a weapon to shield Jack behind him. As the object in the sky drew nearer, it revealed its true form, a spaceship. The ship slowly approached them, eventually landing before the two. Skyquake aimed his weapon at the descending platform, but upon the platform's full descent and seeing the figure atop it, he lowered his weapon. Ultra Magnus, what brings you here? Skyquake asked, astonished to see Ultra Magnus. Soldier, you should address me as Commander. Ultra Magnus corrected Skyquake with a serious expression. Commander, what brings you here? Skyquake amended his address and inquired further. Chapter 170. Please call me Commander Skyquake. Who is he? Jack asked, looking at Ultra Magnus with curiosity. Did you not know that one must request permission before speaking? Ultra Magnus remarked, observing Jack's demeanor. He then turned to Skyquake. Is this a reflection of the native species' lack of discipline here? Skyquake knelt before Jack and explained he was Optimus Prime's second-in-command during the Cybertronian War, a deputy commander, an extreme doctrinaire. If you wish to avoid trouble, it is best not to oppose him. Even the free-spirited Skyquake found himself somewhat exasperated in Ultra Magnus' presence. In order to avoid complications, he could only adopt a solemn demeanor while addressing Tong Xiangxiu. Greetings, Commander. Following Figuishan's reminder, Jack took on a serious tone. Hello, soldier. Tong Xiangxiu responded with equal gravity. Commander, did you arrive on Earth due to the energy generated by the destruction of the ultimate godlock? Figuishan inquired once more. If you're referring to the anomalous energy that spread from Cybertron throughout the universe, then indeed, you are correct. Tong Xiangxiu nodded, then continued, upon my arrival, I detected signals from 5 Autobots, with you being the closest. 5? But there are 9 of us. Jack's heart was instantly filled with unease upon hearing Tong Xiangxiu's words. I cannot ascertain how many of you there are. I only detected 5. Tong Xiangxiu replied. Figuishan? Jack looked at him, his eyes betraying his anxiety. Perhaps someone has masked their signal. Figuishan optimistically suggested, yet, despite his words, Figuishan could only maintain a facade of optimism. While the Decepticons could not detect the Autobot signals, the Autobots possessed a unique frequency for detecting life signals among themselves. As long as they adhered to that frequency, they could identify the life signals of their kind. If there were instances of undetectable life signals, it would imply a high likelihood that the individual in question was deceased. Of course, one could not rule out the possibility of their signals being concealed. However, if they were within a base and their signals were blocked, it would be comprehensible. Yet evidently, The Autobots did not currently possess such conditions. They could only refrain from contact and prevent their life signal frequencies from being exposed to the Decepticons. At the same time, aboard the Decepticon warship U allowed the prisoner to escape. Megatron glared at the Red Spider before him, seething with rage. It had been but a short time since he entrusted the Jack to the Red Spider, and already chaos ensued. For an Autobot, bound and defenseless, to escape was a testament to the Red Spider's ineptitude, a frustratingly talented one at that. This is not the first time an Autobot has escaped under the Red Spider's watch. The emotionless voice of Shockwave interjected from his side. Back on Cybertron, the Red Spider had almost lost his life, ultimately allowing the Autobots to flee. Had he not? The Red Spider had committed more than one foolish act. In truth, my lord, this was intentional, the Red Spider proclaimed with a smile as he met Megatron's gaze. What did you say? Megatron could no longer contain his fury upon hearing the Red Spider's words. Accidentally allowing an escape is one thing, but to do so deliberately, do you believe I've been too lenient with you, challenging my limits? Megatron, please do not be angry. In fact, before he escaped, I implanted a simple tracker on him. This was all part of my plan. As he spoke, the Red Spider displayed the tracker in his hand. Is that so? Megatron quelled his inner rage upon hearing the Red Spider's explanation. Megatron, we shall see. The Autobots cannot evade my scrutiny. The Red Spider stated confidently aboard the Black Widow's ship, adjusting to the appropriate frequency will allow me to locate the others. Leet was diligently operating the computer equipment, tuning the frequency capable of detecting Autobot signals. Arcee and Black Widow observed nearby. After a moment, Leet ceased her actions. Is it ready? Arcee asked, her heart filled with trepidation. Yes, the signals displayed here represent everyone's life signals. Leet nodded, pointing at the life signals on the display. There were 6 small green dots, each located in different areas. 6? Arcee remarked, glancing at the displayed signal count. Why 6? Seeing the discrepancy in the number of signals, a look of concern crossed Arcee's face. Do not worry, I will carefully discern, Leet assured her, as she continued to operate the computer. Identifying the individuals associated with the life signals, icons appeared above each signal on the screen. Ratchet, Bumblebee, Jack, Medic, Feigwishan. Arcee examined each icon intently. When she finally glimpsed the last icon, astonishment washed over her face. Tong Xiangxiu, how could this be? Has he arrived on Earth? However, she quickly suppressed her confusion as her worries deepened. This means only 5 individuals are truly displaying life signals. Excluding us 2, there are still 2 missing. Such a result was evidently unsatisfactory. If one were to adopt a more optimistic perspective, it might suggest that the 2 missing individuals were transported to a location capable of disrupting signal frequencies. Conversely, a more pessimistic view would indicate that these 2 individuals might already be deceased. Leet certainly knew to whom these 2 missing signal frequencies belonged, as it was evident from the display, Optimus Prime and Smokescreen. According to the original narrative, they were hiding underground. Not only could the Decepticons, who were incapable of detecting Autobot life signals, not find them, but even the Autobots themselves could not detect their signals, as their life signals were entirely masked by their underground concealment. Knowing this, Leet was not as anxious as Arcee. Who would have thought that despite the Decepticons' full-scale assault, the Autobots' lives remained so resilient, with so many surviving? Black Widow expressed mild surprise as she gazed at the life signals displayed on the screen. Leet, what shall we do now? Arcee inquired, looking at Leet. First, we must locate those we can. The rest can wait. Leet replied. Who shall we search for first? Arcee asked. It appears that Feigwishan and Tong Xiangxiu are together. Their life signals are consistently moving, likely aboard the ship. We should seek Ratchet first, as he is with Bumblebee. Leet decided. Very well, let us proceed. Arcee nodded, as Ratchet served as the medic and scientist among the Autobots. Finding him could potentially resolve many difficulties, and perhaps even lead them to the other 2 individuals whose life signals remained undetectable. After making their decision, they pinpointed Ratchet's location and activated the land bridge. Chapter 171. The Ultimate Autobot Hunter aboard the Arc. Ratchet. What shall we do now? Raph asked, looking at Ratchet. Shortly after he and Bumblebee arrived aboard the Arc, Ratchet ultimately followed suit. I need to adjust the detection frequency using the equipment to search for the life signals of others. Ratchet replied. As he spoke, a land bridge suddenly connected behind him. The abrupt emergence of a land bridge startled Ratchet, Raph, and Bumblebee. Who goes there? Bumblebee raised his weapon, aiming at the land bridge, and Ratchet did the same. Raph anxiously watched as a figure gradually emerged from the land bridge. It is us, Ratchet. Leet, accompanied by Arcee and Black Widow, stepped forth from the land bridge. Leet. Upon seeing Leet, joy illuminated the faces of Ratchet and the others. They lowered their weapons and approached Leet eagerly. Thank heavens you are still alive, the ambulance exclaimed, gazing at Arcee and Skybreaker with relief. Skybreaker, do you know the status of the others? Asked Rafi, rushing forward. I detected your life signals using Black Widow's ship. Aside from Optimus Prime and Smokescreen, everyone else appears to be alive and well. Furthermore, it seems that Skyfire has also arrived on Earth and is currently with Mountain. I believe it won't be long before they come looking for us, Skybreaker replied. Upon hearing Skybreaker's words, the three of them fell into silence, processing the weight of the information. After a moment, Rafi spoke first. Could it be that Optimus and Smokescreen? Rafi did not finish his thought, yet his implication was clear. Let us think positively. Smokescreen possesses a phase shifter and is unlikely to be in dire straits. Perhaps he and Optimus are simply together. Disregarding protocol, Skybreaker reassured. Though seemingly comforting, it might very well be the truth. I hope so. Upon learning about Optimus, the joy that had surged within the ambulance upon seeing Skybreaker and Arcee began to fade. Yet, he still held a flicker of hope, yearning for the survival of Optimus and Smokescreen. At least until their fates were confirmed, he could not jump to conclusions. By the way, you mentioned Skyfire. Who is he? A new Autobot? Rafi refrained from discussing Optimus further, recognizing that this was not the moment for such grim news. Observing the somber mood that had enveloped the others upon hearing about Optimus, he hastily shifted the topic. Skyfire, I never anticipated he would arrive on Earth as well. Upon hearing Rafi's words, the ambulance finally redirected his attention to the aspect he had previously overlooked. He then looked at Rafi and explained, Skyfire is Optimus Prime's second-in-command. If he has come to Earth, it is indeed fortuitous for us. As the ambulance spoke, a rare smile flickered across his previously troubled face. I see. He seems quite formidable. Rafi nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at a power core mine occupied by the Decepticons, why are we here? Weren't we supposed to confront the Decepticons? Asked Mickey, peering over the cliff's edge at the equally perplexed Jack. Jack, having been freed by Black Arachnia, had arrived at a familiar location alongside the partitions. And by utilizing the tracker placed on him by Black Arachnia, he had successfully outwitted the Decepticons. The three of them then intended to seek further vengeance against the Decepticons. Just wait and see. Soon, I shall show you the spectacle of a 10-ton power core exploding. Jack grinned mischievously at Mickey. Within the Decepticon warship, Black Arachnia, look at the mess you've created. Megatron seethed, glaring at Black Arachnia. Lord Megatron, what? Are you going to claim it was an accident? Was it not you who let the Autobots escape? Before Black Arachnia could finish, Megatron fixed her with a fierce gaze. I. Upon hearing Megatron preemptively predict her response, Black Arachnia was rendered speechless. Assuming a submissive posture, she bowed her head before Megatron. I was mistaken, Lord Megatron. Seeing Black Arachnia's rare admission of fault, Megatron snorted but chose not to further torment her. Lord Megatron, Black Arachnia's scheme has failed, yet I have a solution. Shockwave interjected, addressing Megatron. Oh, Shockwave, what is your plan? Megatron inquired, now intrigued. Noticing Megatron's interest, Shockwave continued, I have been cut off from the outside world for years. This isolation has allowed me to devote myself entirely to research. As Shockwave spoke, he approached the display screen, manipulating the controls before gesturing to the changing images. This is the result of my experiments. Haha, Shockwave, are you jesting? This is merely Cybertronian nucleic acid. What use could it possibly serve? Without hesitation, Black Arachnia began to mock him as she observed the screen's display. Over the past few years, I have made significant advancements in the study of Cybertronian nucleic acid, yielding astonishing results. Shockwave continued, undeterred by her taunts. Shockwave, do you not realize that Lord Megatron requires power that can assist him immediately? Even if you have achieved great progress in this area, there is no time for practical application. By the time you translate these theories into practice, it may be too late. Black Arachnia scoffed. In fact, I have already successfully conducted tests. I merely need to transport it from Cybertron. Shockwave assertion once again struck back at Black Arachnia. Despite being repeatedly challenged, Black Arachnia could not resist mocking Shockwave. Let us hope this so-called solution of yours proves useful. Otherwise, you may find yourself lamenting your failure. Shockwave remained silent, ignoring Black Arachnia entirely. Megatron also disregarded her, addressing Shockwave. In that case, bring forth your experimental subject. Yes. Shockwave nodded. He then proceeded to the space bridge, activating it to journey to Cybertron. After some time, on the deck of the Decepticon warship, Megatron awaited Shockwave's return patiently. Moments later, the space bridge tunnel appeared, and Shockwave emerged slowly. Shockwave, where's the item you spoke of? Noticing the emptiness behind Shockwave, Black Arachnia wore a smug expression. Shockwave ignored her and stepped before Megatron, then turned around. At that moment, a colossal figure emerged from the space bridge tunnel. Seeing the massive form pass by him, Black Arachnia instinctively recoiled. Before she could regain her footing, another figure followed closely behind, staring at the two imposing and fearsome silhouettes. Black Arachnia was momentarily dumbfounded. Lord Megatron, this is the gift I present to you, the ultimate Autobot hunter, Shockwave announced, watching as the two massive beasts stood before Megatron. One of the beasts was enormous, while the other was slightly smaller. If Skybreaker were present, he would recognize that the larger beast was none other than the original character, Skyquake, while the smaller one was the beast that had been chased away by the Autobots on Cybertron. But how did this beast, which had been driven away by the Autobots, come to be here? The answer is simple. This beast was among the first batch of Skyquakes created by Shockwave during the Cybertronian War, utilizing Cybertronian nucleic acid. It was part of the same group sent to Earth by him and Megatron during the war. However, this Skyquake was fortunate enough to withstand the test of time, surviving underground on Cybertron until now. As its creator, Shockwave has always retained control over it, which is why he brought it here. Chapter 172. The Useless Black Arachnia. Haha, Shockwave, you have done remarkably well. Megatron laughed heartily upon beholding the two formidable Skyquakes before him. Lord Megatron, do you truly intend to rely on these primal beasts to confront the Autobots? Seeing Megatron's satisfied smile directed not at her, but rather at Shockwave, who was competing for his favor, Black Arachnia could no longer remain silent. He approached Megatron, adopting a sycophantic demeanor, and continued, I believe Starscream, I have no desire to hear your drivel any longer. While my patience still remains, I suggest you seal your lips. Starscream, unwilling to allow Shockwave any reprieve, found his words ruthlessly interrupted by Megatron. Very well, my lord. Upon witnessing the fierce expression on Megatron's face, Starscream immediately recoiled, obediently retreating. However, as he passed by the massive beast, he could not resist delivering a kick. Roar! The kick startled the beast, which swiftly turned its massive head and bared its teeth, growling menacingly at Starscream. Startled, Starscream hastily retreated behind Megatron, peeking out with a fierce glare directed at the beast that had just roared at him. Megatron observed the entire spectacle, yet his focus remained solely on the two ferocious ancient beasts, choosing to ignore the embarrassing antics of Starscream. In fact, the ferocity displayed by the beasts only served to please Megatron further. This is the energy liquid I extracted while interrogating Optimus Prime not long ago. It contains his biological information. If it pleases you, Lord Megatron, let them showcase their primal and destructive hunting instincts. Shockwave produced a small vial containing the energy essence and looked toward Megatron. Go on, let me witness the prowess of the Autobot hunters. Megatron replied, his eyes glinting with a hint of anticipation. Hearing Megatron's approval, Shockwave nodded and placed the vial before the beast's gaze. The beast's eyes fixated on the vial, emanating a radiant glow. In mere moments, it scanned Optimus Prime's biological information with clarity. Once both beasts had thoroughly scanned the information, they unfurled their massive wings and ascended into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. Meanwhile, at the Decepticon mine, the explosives have been set. When the time comes, you'll witness a spectacular display, Optimus Prime declared, raising the remote control in his hand. Hee hee, I can only imagine the expressions on the Decepticons' faces. Mika exclaimed, eager for the detonation to occur. With Optimus Prime's reckless abandon, combined with Mika's penchant for chaos, the duo conspired to create pandemonium for the Decepticons. By the way, what is that? Just as Optimus Prime and Mika anticipated the impending explosion, a panel pointed toward a creature soaring in their direction. Upon hearing the panel's words, the two turned their gaze to follow. Soon enough, they spotted two creatures drawing closer. A dragon. How can there be dragons here? Mika exclaimed, her eyes widening. A dragon? What is that? Optimus Prime inquired, puzzled. Legendary creatures that can breathe fire and soar through the skies, Mika said excitedly, her gaze fixated on the approaching dragons. Yet they are heading this way, and their intentions do not appear friendly. Optimus Prime observed. His vigilance heightened as he discerned the creature's full form. Just as the trio curiously watched the approaching beasts, the two dragons unleashed torrents of flames from their mouths. The flames cascaded like a river from the heavens, searing toward the trio. Quick, take cover. The panel swiftly grasped Mika and pulled her aside to evade the oncoming inferno. Optimus Prime reacted promptly, and the three of them dove to the side, narrowly escaping the searing flames. Damn it, they are targeting us. After evading the attack, Optimus Prime rose to his feet, glaring at the dragons as they continued their descent. We must flee to the energon mine and obliterate those two wretched beasts, Mika declared fiercely. I not want to flee. Watch as I bring them down. Unfazed by the dragon's ferocity, Optimus Prime, undeterred by their fiery breath, took up his weapon and unleashed a fierce barrage at the beasts. However, the energy blasts merely grazed the dragons, inflicting no harm. Instead, Optimus Prime's attack seemed to ignite their predatory instincts, provoking their inherent ferocity. The dragons swooped down, bearing their razor-sharp fangs while unleashing flames, and lunged toward the trio with their lethal claws. Old Prime, run! The panel shouted urgently, realizing his attacks were futile and recognizing the overwhelming strength of the beasts. Optimus Prime refrained from further reckless aggression and sprinted toward the energon mine aboard the Arc Skyfire. I just detected a sudden surge in energy signals from the panel and Optimus Prime. They are moving at great speed, indicating they may be in trouble. The land bridge aboard the Arc is operational. I will activate it, and you and Arcee should go retrieve the panel and Optimus Prime. If they are indeed in peril, your assistance will be timely. Ratchet adjusted the various devices aboard the Arc and then turned to Skyfire. Understood. Skyfire nodded. I'm on board. Arcee chimed in. Seeing their agreement, Ratchet wasted no time in locking onto the coordinates of the panel and Optimus Prime, activating the land bridge. Skyfire and Arcee stepped into the land bridge simultaneously. Within the energon mine, the panel, Mika, and Optimus Prime fled through the mine tunnels, relentlessly pursued by the dragons. Yet, within the confines of the mine, the creatures were hindered in their flight, allowing the trio to maintain their lead. They truly are relentless, Optimus Prime remarked, glancing through the rearview mirror at the ever-approaching dragons. Follow me, and witness how I will obliterate them, he urged to the panel and Mika. With that, he accelerated, overtaking the panel, who quickly followed suit. After a moment, the trio altered their course, entering a narrower tunnel, though the dragons followed. Their massive forms faced significant constraints within the confines of the tunnel, slowing their pursuit. Meanwhile, ahead of the trio, a land bridge appeared. Chapter 173. Starscream claims to dominate the Autobots with ease. The sudden emergence of a land bridge caused the panel and Optimus Prime to come to a sudden halt. They immediately transformed into their humanoid forms, weapons drawn, on high alert. Skyfire and Arcee emerged from the land bridge. It's Skyfire. Upon seeing the two figures, the panel lowered his weapon, a look of relief washing over his face. And Arcee, Mika exclaimed joyfully upon spotting her companion. I thought we were facing enemies. Only to find you too, Optimus Prime remarked, gazing at the newcomers. I believe now is not the time for idle chatter, Skyfire said, as the two dragons forced their way through the constricted tunnel behind them. Just in time, Optimus Prime declared, striding purposefully toward the land bridge, prompting the others to make a hasty retreat. As the colossal behemoths roared menacingly, approaching the land bridge, it abruptly closed. However, the Jack left behind a parting gift. The grenade detonated with a resounding explosion, unleashing a violent tremor that expelled a plethora of super-energy entities. The resultant shockwave from these entities caused further explosions, resonating throughout the super-energy or vein, while previously planted bombs were also triggered. Under the weight of successive blasts, the entire super-energy mine collapsed swiftly, illuminating the sky with a fiery glow. The two gigantic creatures were engulfed in the chaos, their fates unknown. Aboard the spaceship, it seems we need not retrieve them ourselves, exclaimed Tong Xiangxiu, piloting the craft with an air of nonchalance. "So what do you mean?" Jack queried, scratching his head in confusion. Hadn't it been agreed that they would go to fetch the other Autobots? The two of them have been picked up. Now, aside from us, all detectable Autobot life signals are congregated together. Tong Xiangxiu clarified. "That is splendid. We can head straight to join them." Jack responded with fervor. "On the Voyager, that was quite the perilous encounter. I wonder what those two beasts are all about," said Jack as he stepped off the land bridge, reflecting on the recent events. "I reckon they've turned into roasted dragons by now." Mika Thiaklith. "Indeed, with such an explosion, I cannot believe they could have survived," interjected the Divider. "It appears everyone has gathered." At that moment, ambulance approached. "Long time no see, Doc," Jack greeted, a smile illuminating his face. "Divider, Jack," ambulance acknowledged, this time not minding being called Doc by Jack. Hey. Ambulance, did you forget someone?" Mika expressed her displeasure at being overlooked. "Mika." Rafi rushed to her side, embracing her tightly, conveying both comfort and the joy of reunion. Mika reciprocated the embrace. "It's been so long, Mika," ambulance quickly added. "Umph." Mika turned away, clearly displeased that ambulance hadn't greeted her first. Ambulance looked at her with a hint of helplessness. "Speaking of which, where are Flyover and Tong Xiangxiu?" Divider scanned the area, noticing a few missing faces, prompting his inquiry. "Flyover is with Tong Xiangxiu. They should arrive here shortly," ambulance replied. As for Optimus, his earlier joviality faded as he continued. "We currently have no knowledge of Optimus' whereabouts. We cannot detect his or Smokescreen's life signals." "Are you implying Optimus is dead?" Mika blurted out, voicing her unfiltered thoughts. "Oh, Mika." Ambulance's mood plummeted upon hearing her words, prompting Divider to quickly interrupt her. "I believe Optimus is still alive." After a brief pause, Ambulance asserted. "So do we," Divider responded. "A leader I can trust won't perish so easily." Jack added, "By the way, where did Black Widow go?" Crack's guy inquired, looking at Ambulance. He recalled that Black Widow had been present when he departed to fetch Jack and Divider. Why had she vanished so suddenly? She mentioned she disliked the bustling atmosphere and has already left. Ambulance replied, "All right then." Crack's guy nodded. While Black Widow had aided him greatly, it was indeed better for her to be absent for the time being. This thought wasn't born from disdain, but a desire to avoid unnecessary complications. Tong Xiangxiu's life signal was steadily approaching, and it was anticipated he would arrive shortly. The other Autobots, having benefited from Black Widow's assistance, could accept her despite her former allegiance to the Decepticons. However, the same could not be said for Tong Xiangxiu. His extreme dogmatism would not allow him to witness Autobots mingling with former Decepticons without concern. Should Black Widow and Tong Xiangxiu cross paths, it could lead to discontentment, placing Crack's guy in a difficult position. Primarily, he feared for Black Widow's well-being, as Tong Xiangxiu was a formidable individual with a strong personality. Though Black Widow was cunning, she would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage before Tong Xiangxiu. Crack's guy held Black Widow's numerous acts of kindness close to his heart, intending to seek her out once this ordeal concluded. Aboard the Decepticon warship, the explosion of the mine failed to eliminate the resilient behemoths, but certainly left them considerably shaken. With their quarry now elusive, the behemoths returned to the warship. "Shockwave, take a look at these two beasts. Are they what you refer to as Autobot hunters? Just look at their pitiful state. They must have been bested by the Autobots, forcing them to return with their tails between their legs." Red Spider taunted mercilessly upon seeing the empty-handed giants, faced with the reality of failing to capture any Autobots. Shockwave offered no retort. "Not long ago, you were boasting about being the ultimate hunter. Now you have nothing to say?" Seeing Shockwave's silence, Red Spider seized the opportunity to mock him at every turn. Red Spider's disdain for Shockwave stemmed from Megatron's decision to elevate Shockwave to an equal status with him, along with Shockwave's acquisition of research oversight, which encroached upon Red Spider's own power. Though Shockwave did not openly display ambition, Red Spider remained acutely aware of it, believing that Shockwave sought to contest his authority. Regardless of Shockwave's intentions, Red Spider was resolute in his belief and thus never missed an opportunity to deride him. Observing the two empty-handed behemoths, Megatron felt disappointment but refrained from anger. However, Red Spider's antics did contribute to his growing irritation. He regarded Red Spider, judging by your demeanor, It seems you possess some strategies for dealing with the Autobots. Since you are so well-versed, I entrust these two beasts to you. Train them well to ensure they capture at least 1 or 2 Autobots next time, rather than returning empty-handed with that. Megatron disregarded Red Spider's response and entered the warship with Shockwave. Upon hearing Megatron's command, Red Spider felt a surge of panic, eager to follow. Yet the entrance door swiftly closed, leaving him stranded on the deck. Chapter 174. Please don't come near me, Lord Megatron. Red Spider shouted as he knocked against the closed door, which showed no signs of reopening. He sensed movement behind him, sending a chill of fear through him. He turned to find the behemoths looming before him, their imposing presence eliciting a strained smile. Though his ire towards Shockwave had caused him to project his frustrations onto the behemoths, rendering them unappealing in his eyes, their formidable destructive power was undeniable. While he found them distasteful, their proximity now filled him with trepidation. Nonetheless, to save face, to avoid succumbing to Shockwave's superiority, and to prevent Megatron from underestimating him, Red Spider begrudgingly summoned the courage to train the behemoths. He commenced instructing the colossal monstrosity. However, at that moment, the creature's intellect was rather limited, causing considerable vexation to Red Spider during the process. Bang! Bang! Red Spider delivered 2 sharp kicks to the beast. The creature's recent foolish antics made him forget his initial fear of it, such as the master, such as the dog. Look at you, 2 wild hounds, both foolish and pitiable. I cannot fathom what madness has seized Lord Megatron to rely on you dim-witted beings to contend with the Autobots. Red Spider unleashed a torrent of scorn upon the creature. Yet, he failed to notice that the larger of the 2 beasts, listening to his insults, regarded him with a glint of malevolence in its eyes. What's the matter? Am I not allowed to speak my mind? You dare glare at me. Upon being met with the piercing glares of the 2 creatures, especially the larger one, Red Spider felt a surge of indignation. It seemed the beast no longer regarded him as its master. In a fit of rage, Red Spider, feeling belittled and insulted, seized an electric baton and thrust it fiercely into the creature. Zzz. Electricity surged through the monstrous form, finally provoking it into a furious roar. It opened its gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of flames towards Red Spider. Boom! 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 The flames roared through the air, raising the temperature in the vicinity to an alarming degree. Red Spider's scream echoed, though the flames barely grazed him, merely scorching the tips of his spiky crest that jutted above his head, turning it a fiery red. You wretch, what have you done? In a frenzy, he cursed while desperately grasping at his singed crest, managing to cool it down after several frantic attempts. He then glared at the creature before him. You foolish beast. How dare you attack your master? As he prepared to retaliate, the creature seized him in its jaws and flung him into the air, tossing him several times before hurling him to the ground. This entire experience terrified Red Spider, awakening a sense of fear within him. As he beheld the creature, terror etched on his face, he noticed it inching closer. Without hesitation, he scrambled backward, shouting in panic, "Don't come any closer." Simultaneously, the ship known as the Ark descended beside the Voyager. The Autobot team, having anticipated their arrival, emerged from the Voyager upon detecting their life signals. As they approached the newly landed ship, the ramp descended slowly. At the forefront stood Jack, followed by Bulkhead, while Optimus was positioned at the rear. As soon as the ramp touched the ground, Jack eagerly disembarked and hurried towards Miko and Raph. Upon reaching them, he embraced both tightly. It's been too long. After the embrace, Raph smiled at Jack. Miko playfully punched Jack's chest twice, laughing as she remarked, "After a few days apart, you seem to have bulked up quite a bit. All thanks to the Decepticons for my training." Jack jested. Indeed, he had engaged in considerable parkour to evade the Decepticons over the past few days. Optimus, it really is you. Bulkhead approached the group, exchanging pleasantries with everyone. Meanwhile, Ratchet noticed Optimus making his way toward them. Though he was aware of Optimus' arrival on Earth, seeing his old comrade face to face stirred excitement within Ratchet. "Medic," Optimus called out, his tone slightly tinged with emotion. Before Ratchet, Optimus did not assume an authoritative demeanor. Perhaps Ratchet held a special significance in his heart, being an old ally of Optimus. This was understandable, as Optimus, Ratchet, and Bulkhead shared a long-standing camaraderie. while the others had limited interactions with them prior to arriving on Earth, and their age differences created a wider gap in familiarity. Is this the Optimus you all speak of? He seems somewhat similar to Optimus Prime. Miko approached Optimus, curiously examining him before she couldn't resist asking. Where do you hail from? I hear you are Optimus Prime's second-in-command. How long have you known him? Who is more formidable, you or Optimus? Are you twins? You should address me as Commander. It would be prudent to seek permission before posing your inquiries. Furthermore, your questions are rather presumptuous. Optimus regarded her sternly. He then turned to Ratchet. Do the native species of Earth disregard discipline so readily? Thank goodness, it's only Miko who behaves this way. Ratchet replied with resignation. After greeting Ratchet, Optimus shifted his gaze to the others. Hello, Commander, said Jolt, who seemed less than enthusiastic in his greeting. Commander, greeted Bulkhead in a formal manner. Though Bulkhead knew Optimus and had interacted with him a few times, they were not particularly close. Commander Optimus, Arcee chimed in. It is an honor to meet you. Commander Optimus, said Sideswipe, who was quite familiar with Optimus due to their shared history in the Thunder Rescue Team. The others followed suit in their greetings. Greetings, soldiers. I too am honored to meet you here on Earth. Optimus replied earnestly. He continued, I have just arrived on Earth and am not yet familiar with the current situation. Could someone enlighten me? I shall take the lead. Ratchet responded, outlining the current state of affairs on Earth to Optimus. Thus, our most pressing task is to thwart Megatron from continuing the construction of his Dark Fortress and to thwart his ambitions. Having grasped the situation, Optimus immediately resolved to take action. Who allowed this scoundrel to take command? Jolt voiced his discontent at Optimus assuming a leadership role so swiftly. Optimus was appointed as second-in-command by Optimus Prime during the Cybertronian War. He was personally trained by him. With Prime absent, he is the most suitable candidate for leadership. Ratchet addressed the group in response to Jolt's remarks. Except for Jolt, who seemed to have a lingering conflict with Optimus's presence, the others had no objections. Bulkhead naturally held no reservations. After all, who would not lead when the opportunity arose? Chapter 175, Destroying the Decepticon Stronghold. Since there are no objections, let us proceed. Seeing no dissent, Optimus gestured for the group to follow him and turned to enter the ship. The others trailed behind him, entering the vessel together. Once aboard, Optimus opened the armory. Autobots, choose a weapon that suits you, Optimus proclaimed, turning to face the assembled group. This truly suits my taste. Commander. Upon witnessing Tong Xiangxiu's actions, the Jack, sincerely addressed him as commander for a rare moment. Soon after, Jack eagerly began selecting weapons laid out before him. Before long, the weapons were chosen, and everyone returned to the Pioneer, where they commenced drafting a battle plan. Although we aim to thwart Megatron, we must acknowledge our numerical disadvantage. Not to mention our current ammunition is woefully insufficient to obliterate the Decepticon stronghold. Tong Xiangxiu addressed the group. Our government, however, possesses ample ammunition. I can contact the military for assistance. Agent Fuller interjected. Due to the incomplete construction of the Decepticon's Dark Peak and the absence of the fusion cannon, humanity need not fear Megatron's weaponry to the extent of refraining from using force as depicted in the original narrative. Thus far, the reason humanity's government had yet to act against the Dark Peak was primarily due to the overwhelming weaponry and military strength aboard Megatron's warship, instilling a hesitance to act rashly. Additionally, Agent Fuller played a significant role in preventing the use of force as he awaited the Autobots' assembly. In Fuller's view, while humanity's military might is formidable, the Decepticons are equally, if not more, powerful. Without the Autobots' aid, a reckless human offensive could lead to catastrophic losses. Considering Agent Fuller's counsel, coupled with the indifference of the newly appointed generals towards Jasper's situation, humanity remained inactive. If that is the case, then splendid. Tong Xiangxiu nodded toward Agent Fuller. In the following moments, the group engaged in further planning and discussions, ultimately deciding to lure away a portion of the Decepticon forces before coordinating with the human military to assault the Dark Peak, aiming to dismantle the Decepticon fortress. Once the decision was reached, the Autobots sprang into action. Jack, it's up to you. Ambulance turned to Jack. A text would be sent by humans, deliberately allowing the Decepticons to intercept their location, thereby drawing away a fraction of their forces. This was one of the plans. Leave it to me. Jack confidently patted his chest and stepped into the land bridge opened by the ambulance without hesitation. Through the land bridge, Jack reached a city far from the Pioneer. He then sent a text message from his mobile phone. Aboard the Decepticon warship, Red Spider, be sure to visit again. The defeated one watched as Red Spider exited the medical bay. Who would want to come to this wretched place? Red Spider scoffed, muttering as he made his way to the control room. Damn foolish beast, just wait. One day, you and your master will pay dearly for this. Commander Red Spider, we have a situation to report. Upon entering the control room, a Decepticon soldier hurried to his side. What has happened? Red Spider immediately adopted a commanding demeanor. Addressing the soldier, we have found a lead on the Autobots, said the soldier. What lead? Take me there at once. Red Spider's eyes gleamed upon hearing the soldier's words. He had been pondering how to impress Megatron and outshine Shockwave, perhaps even push him out of the way. Little did he know, arriving here would fulfill his desires. Capturing an Autobot would surely elevate his status in Megatron's eyes. With that thought, Red Spider could hardly contain his eagerness. Arriving at the display screen, he saw the intercepted text sent by Jack. Seeing this, Red Spider couldn't help but chuckle. Foolish humans. I knew they were the most troublesome creatures. After laughing, Red Spider promptly issued orders. Send troops to capture the Autobot's human pet and his partner. Yes. The Decepticon soldier nodded swiftly before exiting the control room. Meanwhile, aboard the Pioneer ambulance, I have completed my task. Jack communicated through the communicator. I'll bring you back. The ambulance opened the land bridge. Jack returned to the Pioneer. Seeing Jack's return, the ambulance turned its gaze to Meichi. Meichi, it's your turn. Watch me. Without hesitation, Meichi entered the land bridge opened by the ambulance. Arriving at a different corner of the city, she then picked up her phone and ordered takeout. Hello, I would like a large pizza. Please deliver it as soon as possible. After hanging up, Meichi grinned mischievously. Ambulance, I did it. As she spoke, the ambulance opened the land bridge once more, allowing Meichi to return to the Pioneer. With this, we could draw away a portion of the Decepticon forces. The ambulance muttered, I really want to eat pizza. Meichi clutched her stomach, exclaiming. Aboard the Decepticon warship. As Meichi used her phone to place an order, her call was intercepted by the Decepticons. Today has truly been a series of delightful surprises. Red Spider, overhearing the call, could no longer suppress his joy. He turned to the soldier beside him. Continue sending troops to capture them. Aboard the Pioneer. Are you ready? The ambulance looked at Jack. Command Center, please respond. Jack mimicked a Decepticon soldier's voice as previously discussed. Not even I can be fooled by that. Tong Xiangxiu shook his head upon hearing Jack's voice. With a little more voice modulation, it should work, the ambulance replied. He then processed Jack's voice and contacted the Decepticon warship. Aboard the Decepticon warship, Command Center, please respond. We are under attack by the Autobots. The modified voice of Jack echoed in the control room. Damn it, the Autobots have attacked our energy mines. Send troops for support. Upon hearing this, Red Spider quickly pinpointed the source of the voice and urgently instructed the soldier beside him. Under the Autobots' consecutive provocations, several squads of Decepticon soldiers were drawn out of the warship. Aboard the Pioneer, I have contacted the government. Support will arrive when you act. Agent Fuller informed Tong Xiangxiu. Autobots, load your weapons and prepare to depart. Tong Xiangxiu nodded, addressing everyone. All were prepared as the ambulance opened the land bridge, and they proceeded directly towards the perimeter of the Decepticon fortress. Chapter 176. The emergence of Optimus Prime aboard the Decepticon warship. In the control room, Red Spider. What on earth are you doing? Why has so much of my ship's personnel vanished? Megatron stormed into the control room. Fury etched on his face as he glared at Red Spider. Lord Megatron, I have discovered the Autobots trail. Red Spider turned to face Megatron. His previous timidity replaced with confidence as he held his head high. The Autobots trail? At Red Spider's words, a flicker of interest sparked in Megatron's eyes, and surprise washed over his face. The anger Megatron had felt over Red Spider's reckless dispersal of forces began to dissipate. However, before Megatron could revel in this newfound information, a message promptly came through the communicator. Command Center, the fortress is under attack. Requesting assistance. This alarming message came from a Decepticon soldier stationed at the under-construction Dark Peak. How is this possible? Red Spider's face immediately turned pale with fear upon hearing the news. How could the Autobots, scattered across various locations, possibly launch an assault here? It defied all logic. Red Spider, look at the mess you've created. Realizing the situation, along with the dispersed forces, Megatron quickly understood this was an Autobot trap. Lord Megatron, I have been deceived. These Autobots are exceedingly cunning. At that moment, Red Spider finally grasped he had been tricked. His earlier bravado vanished, replaced by a pitiful demeanor as he lamented to Megatron. You incompetent fool. Hurry and bring Bruticus for support. Megatron scolded Red Spider furiously. Yes, I will do so at once. Red Spider, feeling immensely relieved, preferred facing Bruticus over the wrath of Megatron. Red Spider hurried to summon Bruticus, while Megatron issued commands throughout the warship. Fighter jets launched from the vessel, heading toward the half-constructed Dark Peak. In the open area near Dark Peak, all Autobots were engaged in combat with the Decepticons stationed there. When will the human army arrive? Optimus Prime inquired through the communicator to Ratchet. They're almost here. Agent Fowler promptly responded upon hearing Optimus's words. Roar. At that moment, a primal roar echoed from above. Why are living Bruticus here? Arcee exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the two Bruticus in the sky. It must be another one of Megatron's schemes. Starscream, having dispatched all nearby Decepticon soldiers, joined Arcee. I remember encountering that Bruticus on Cybertron. I can't believe Megatron has tamed it, Arcee said, focusing on the slightly smaller Bruticus in the sky. Boom! As they spoke, a series of thunderous roars resonated through the sky. It's the human army. Reinforcements have arrived. A smile spread across Arcee's face upon seeing the dense formation of human troops. Then she turned to Starscream. We will hold off these minions. All right. Starscream nodded in agreement. The two commenced a more fervent assault against the airborne Decepticon minions. With the Autobots restraining most of the Decepticon foot soldiers, the Decepticons lacked the resources to engage the human army effectively. This allowed the humans to easily break through the Decepticon defenses. Boom! 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 Close to Dark Peak, missiles were relentlessly fired from the fighter jets soaring above. As the missiles struck Dark Peak, the structure, still under construction, gradually diminished in height amidst the explosions. On board the Decepticon warship hovering above Dark Peak. Annihilate all these human forces. Witnessing his painstakingly constructed fortress being obliterated, Megatron was seething with rage. He issued a command to Soundwave, activating the warship's devastating weaponry. Soundwave complied with Megatron's order, maneuvering the weapon systems. Below the warship, the cannon that had previously shattered an Autobot base was now aimed at the human army. Damn it! We must stop Megatron! Optimus exclaimed anxiously upon witnessing this scene. If that cannon fired, the human army would surely suffer catastrophic losses. If only we could teleport directly onto the Decepticon warship via a ground bridge. Arcee thought desperately. However, the Decepticons had taken precautions, blocking all external access to ground bridges. Thus, they could not enter the Decepticon warship, and, currently, no Autobots could fly. Even if they could, there was no way they could prevent the energy cannon from striking the human forces in such a short span of time. Boom! As expected, the energy cannon, charged with immense power, was fired, hurtling towards the human army. Boom! Another massive explosion erupted as a crescent moon-shaped projectile struck the Decepticon warship. The Decepticon vessel, suspended in the sky, tilted under the impact of the blow. The energy beam, imbued with formidable power, swept over the heads of the human forces before vanishing. What on earth is happening? Hound queried, perplexed, as he observed the Decepticon warship. Has Megatron lost his mind? Bumblebee pondered, scratching his head. Just as everyone was engulfed in confusion, a figure descended from the sky, capturing everyone's attention. Optimus Prime. Everyone gazed in ecstatic surprise at the sight of Optimus. He appeared drastically different. Not only had he grown taller and more robust, but he also seemed capable of flight now. Seeing Optimus, everyone eagerly approached him. Optimus, wielding the Starsaber, strode forward step by step toward the group. Commander, you are so formidable. Optimus Prime stood before him, and Optimus's presence left him in awe. Then he remembered the battlefield and quickly added, We have destroyed the Decepticon fortress. I understand. Optimus nodded, then instructed, Cover the human army's retreat. Yes. With Optimus's command, everyone felt invigorated. Though they had their doubts, they suppressed their questions and promptly executed Optimus's orders. With Optimus joining the fray, the Autobots found it easy to contend with the Decepticon foot soldiers. Optimus soared through the air, swinging the Starsaber to assault the Decepticon warship, preventing it from targeting the human forces. After dismantling the Decepticon fortress, the human army began its withdrawal. Hurry, retreat. Megatron observed Optimus's imposing figure on the display screen. With Dark Peak in ruins and Optimus arriving in such a powerful form, even capable of flight, Megatron was rendered utterly astonished. However, equipped with powerful weaponry and boasting strong defenses, Megatron was not overly concerned that the Starsaber could bring down the warship. His primary worry was that Optimus could fly. It was evident that Optimus was about to breach the Decepticon warship. Without the warship's formidable weaponry, the soldiers aboard would likely be slaughtered by Optimus. Thus, Megatron had no choice but to retreat. Chapter 177. A stern Optimus ultimately. The Decepticon warship retreated at full speed, abandoning the construction of the fortress. Meanwhile, the human government provided the Autobots with a new base, and they returned to their new headquarters. Days later, at the new base, "That was so cool, Optimus," Mika exclaimed, excitement radiating from her as she gazed at Optimus. She continued, "If only everyone could be equipped with Optimus's flight apparatus." Mika, while that would indeed be amazing, the energy from the Hammer of Judgment has been depleted. Ratchet replied with a hint of resignation. "Ratchet, we are in urgent need of energy. I must venture outside to search for new energy or deposits." With the new base established, Optimus wasted no time, contemplating the energy issue immediately upon settling in. "Go ahead, Optimus. I will take care of things here." Ratchet nodded in agreement. Optimus acknowledged Ratchet with a nod before departing the base. Shortly after Optimus's departure, the communicator buzzed as Optimus Prime connected with the base's communications. "Ambulance, please open the land bridge." "I'll open it right away." The ambulance locked onto the position of Optimus Prime and activated the land bridge. In a moment, the truck-shaped Optimus Prime entered the base carrying a condensed super energy core. Bumblebee approached Optimus Prime and removed the energy core. Optimus Prime transformed into his humanoid form. "I have searched the base. It is nothing but ruins, and I found nothing. That's rather unfortunate." The ambulance sighed. "Are you certain you found nothing?" Jack, who had emerged from the land bridge, inquired. He then aimed at the partition and forcefully hurled a large iron ball at it. Bang! Bang! The unanticipated impact nearly struck the partition, but fortunately, it reacted quickly and dropped to the ground. However, the iron ball missed the partition and hurtled directly toward the second floor, where Mika and Jack were. "Watch out!" Jack tackled Mika, and the iron ball smashed into the doorframe of Agent Furler's room. "Oh, can someone tell me what on earth just happened?" The sudden tremor and loud noise startled Agent Furler, who gaped at the shattered door frame and shouted in confusion. "Jack, what if you hit someone like that?" The ambulance, regaining its composure, glared at Jack. "I thought the partition would catch it." Jack replied, "Jack, I must inform you that such Thunder Rescue Team antics are unacceptable here." Optimus Prime confronted Jack without reservation. "As a soldier, your foremost duty is to obey orders and adhere to discipline. If you wish to remain here, you must abandon the Thunder Rescue Team's ways. If you cannot change and wish to continue living carelessly as before, you have come to the wrong place. We do not need someone like you here. Please leave." "If it weren't for my wrecking ball still being under repair, I would have done so long ago, Commander." Optimus Prime's words provoked Jack, who, expressionless, turned and walked decisively toward the base exit. "Old Jack." The partition observed Jack's retreating figure, then glanced at the stoic Optimus Prime, uncertain of what to do. Not long after Jack left, Smokescreen returned to the base. With the sound of transformation, the newly painted car form of Smokescreen morphed into his humanoid shape. "Smokescreen, you?" Arcee gazed at the flamboyant Smokescreen, momentarily at a loss for words. "I thought I should take a page from Optimus and Bumblebee's book, so I got a new look. What do you think? Pretty cool, right?" Smokescreen boasted, showcasing his form. "Indeed, quite cool." Optimus Prime nodded in approval, then added, "Now you can go stylishly move that pile of empty crates." He gestured toward the stack of empty boxes nearby. "Yes, sir." Optimus Prime's words deflated Smokescreen's enthusiasm, and he responded half-heartedly. Smokescreen mumbled as he walked past the ambulance toward the empty crates. "I almost became a leader, and yet I'm still treated like a rookie." "What did you say?" The ambulance, busy repairing equipment, looked up at Smokescreen. "Nothing. I said I was being too childish." Smokescreen waved his hand dismissively and then strode over to the empty crates. It was Smokescreen who saved Optimus. Arcee approached the ambulance, watching Smokescreen move the empty crates. Indeed, It was Smokescreen's lack of battlefield experience and disregard for discipline that allowed Optimus to be saved. So we must express our gratitude. The ambulance acknowledged. Because of Smokescreen's rescue of Optimus, the others in the base, save for the ever-serious Optimus, showed considerable tolerance for his disregard for discipline and occasional childish behavior. Soon after, Starscream returned to the base carrying several compressed super energy cores. Where did these super energy cores come from? Arcee inquired, approaching Starscream with a puzzled expression. I went to the super energy core mine that Jack had destroyed and collected some remnants using the super energy core collector. These should suffice for a while. Starscream raised the super energy core collector in his hand, anticipating that Smokescreen might attempt to save Optimus. Starscream had brought only the core collector and left the Starfall hammer behind, ensuring that the collector remained intact and out of Decepticon hands. As for the other artifacts, the team had returned from Cybertron without having the chance to store them before the Decepticons arrived. Thus, apart from the depleted Starfall hammer, the remaining artifacts remained safely in the Autobots' possession. I see. Arcee nodded. She then looked at Starscream. Would you mind sitting with me over there? Arcee gestured toward a nearby, secluded corner. Starscream nodded. The two settled into the unoccupied corner, while the pile of super energy cores was left to Smokescreen. So much has happened in such a short time, with many twists and turns. Now that we have a new base, we finally have a moment to catch our breath. Arcee comfortably leaned against Starscream, gazing up at him with her beautiful eyes. Actually, I quite like the old base, Starscream said after a moment of silence, looking around before speaking again. Why do you say that? Arcee asked, puzzled. This base is indeed spacious, but it feels too vast, lacking the divided areas of the previous base. Starscream gently caressed Arcee's cheek. How inappropriate. Arcee, hearing Starscream's words and feeling his touch, rolled her eyes at him playfully. The old base had distinct separated areas where Starscream and Arcee often spent time alone, so she understood his sentiments perfectly. However, she too felt that this new base paled in comparison to the old one. Chapter 178, Demon Hunter Optimus. How did it go? Any results? As the land bridge opened, Optimus stepped out, and the ambulance inquired. I did not find any super energy core mines. Optimus shook his head. He then placed what he held on the platform before them. However, I found this. What is it? Mika peered down from the second floor at the skull on the platform. This is unscientific. The ambulance's face was filled with disbelief upon seeing what Optimus had brought back. This is the skull of a massive beast, Optimus explained to the group. Indeed, the ambulance regained its composure and concurred. But I find it puzzling why the skull of such a massive creature would be here, considering it has long been extinct on Cybertron. It has been extinct for ages. Smokescreen chimed in, continuing the ambulance's thought. And it vanished long before other life forms appeared. That is also what troubles me. Optimus added, perhaps these massive skulls are related to the two colossal beasts that belong to Megatron. Starscream suggested. Very likely. The ambulance nodded. Given the recent rampant activities of Megatron's minions and the sudden emergence of two living colossal beasts under his command, coupled with the scientist that has appeared among the Decepticons. From this, we can reasonably infer that the scientist among the Decepticons could extract nucleic acids from the colossal fossils, thereby resurrecting these prehistoric beasts. So, Megatron is collecting these bones in an attempt to recreate such a creature? Tong Tion asked, astonished. Do you think that Tinkin would settle for just one? Jack stood there, gazing at Tong Tion in response. While the likelihood is considerable, I still find it hard to believe that the remains of these beasts would appear on Earth. Ambulance spoke, his tone laced with disbelief. Are you suggesting that encountering a colossal beast is akin to us spotting a Tyrannosaurus Rex? Jack inquired. Even more astonishing. Ambulance replied. What about those mechanical dinosaurs? Mei Chi asked. They are entirely different. The partition waved his hand dismissively. Regardless, we can now ascertain that Megatron intends to resurrect these prehistoric creatures. Optimus Prime looked at the group. Thus, Autobots, we must assume the role of demon hunters. Indeed, we must find a way to thwart Megatron. Arcee nodded. Decepticon worship Lord Megatron. I am somewhat perplexed. How could there be fossils of colossal beasts on Earth? Starscream gazed at the colossal fossil in Shockwave-esque grasp, filled with confusion. Haha, Starscream, these are not the genuine fossils of the colossal beast, but rather remnants left by its replicas. Megatron chuckled. In fact, during the Cybertronian War, I authorized a small squad of colossal beasts to be dispatched to Earth to eliminate the Autobot guards. After that, they remained stationed on Earth, loyally guarding my energy reserves while awaiting my return. However, it appears these creatures have not withstood the test of time. But within these remains, Cybertronian material can shockwave, continued Megatron-esque thought. Logically, I could extract the Cybertronian nucleic acids from them, thus recreating these prehistoric beasts once more. Ha! Another treasure hunt upon hearing Shockwave. Starscream burst into laughter. Do you think retrieving the remains of my long-gone pets is a trivial task? Do you believe that when I dispatch my masterpieces to a distant planet, I wouldn't first install tracking chips on them? Shockwave retorted. Upon hearing Shockwave's counter, Starscream's face turned slightly awkward. He soon masked his embarrassment and asked, did you really install them? Shockwave did not respond. Autobot base looked at these ancient texts. Ambulance rummaged through a heap of ancient literature that mentioned similar colossal creatures. But these are merely Greek mythology or monsters described in medieval literature. Jack remarked, and they're not dinosaurs. Raffi chimed in. I find it a reasonable hypothesis that colossal beasts once roamed the Earth, as they seem to have become a key component of human folklore. This indeed proves that Cybertron and Earth were closely intertwined in the distant past. Optimus Prime spoke slowly. Hours swiftly passed. Having recently relocated to the new base and contributed significantly to its operation, Raffi and his companions had long succumbed to fatigue and were now asleep on the sofa. Optimus Prime, satellite reconnaissance has detected signs of Decepticon activity in 3 locations. Agent Fullerton emerged from a room and looked at Optimus Prime. Upon hearing Agent Fullerton's words, Optimus Prime briefly contemplated and then turned to the others, stating, "It seems we must split into 3 teams. Tong Tion, you are responsible for leading a team to one location. Lai Tianju, you take a team to another. I shall personally lead the remaining team. I will accompany Lai Tianju," Arcee declared, positioning herself beside Lai Tianju upon hearing Optimus Prime's words. Smokescreen and Bumblebee approached Optimus Prime. "I think I'll go with Lai Tianju." Jack glanced at Tong Tion and then decisively chose Lai Tianju. The remaining members, Fei Guishan and the Partition, joined Tong Tion. The Autobots divided into 3 groups and set off in different directions. Optimus Prime, I know you have a deep affection for the Wrecker's Hammer. Tong Tion approached the Wrecker's Hammer and then turned to look at Optimus Prime behind him. "There is no time for nostalgia. We must act swiftly," Optimus Prime instructed. "It is an honor to wield the Wrecker's Hammer in battle," Tong Tion proclaimed as he grasped the weapon. Ambulance opened the land bridge 3 times, allowing the 3 groups to cross to their respective mission locations. Lai Tianju, Jack, and Arcee arrived near a cliff. "I'll go ahead." Without hesitation, Jack dashed toward the cliff's edge as soon as he stepped off the land bridge. Upon reaching the cliff's edge, he shouted and leaped down. Lai Tianju and Arcee exchanged glances. Then Lai Tianju turned to Arcee and said, "We should move too. I don't want Jack to mess things up." Arcee nodded and promptly advanced forward. Lai Tianju followed closely behind. The 2 reached the cliff's edge and peered down. Jack was currently climbing down the cliff. Below him, a patrolling Decepticon soldier emerged from a cave. Chapter 179. Battle with the Colossal Beast. Is that the 17th line of the Thunder Rescue Team? Upon seeing the 2 above, Jack seemed to inquire. Neither of them responded. Noticing their silence, Jack, feeling somewhat bored, muttered to himself. The guard wouldn't look up, however. As soon as he finished speaking, a rock dislodged from the ledge he was standing on and struck the guard below on the head. The guard immediately looked up. "Oh, damn." Upon witnessing this, Jack couldn't help but facepalm. Without hesitation, he drew his twin blades and jumped down. As his body descended towards the guard's head, his sharp blades glided across the Decepticon soldier's neck. Instantly, the Decepticon soldier became a headless corpse, collapsing to the ground. Having accomplished this, Jack vigilantly surveyed the entrance ahead. A multitude of Decepticon soldiers surged forth from within. In a brief moment, over 10 Decepticon soldiers rushed out. Seeing this, Lai Tianju and Arcee leapt down without hesitation, engaging in battle with these soldiers. The mass-produced Decepticon foot soldiers were akin to paper before the Autobots' elite, extinguished with mere strikes. In mere moments, the 3 had dispatched all of the Decepticon soldiers. "Jack, you were a bit reckless," Arcee remarked, looking at Jack with a hint of exasperation. "But it's all taken care of now. Jack replied with a grin. Hud, hud, hud. Just as Jack spoke, a rhythmic knocking resonated from within him. Feeling the knocking inside, Jack suddenly recalled something and promptly opened the cockpit that connected to his chest. As the cockpit opened, Meichi leaned out halfway. Nearly forgot about you. The Jack lifted Meichi gently from within and placed her on a flat stone nearby. Fortunately, I did not vomit on your mat. Meichi appeared to be on the verge of retching, her complexion somewhat pallid. Jack Arcee's voice, tinged with seriousness, reached Jack's ears. Jack turned to face Arcee. Do you realize we are on a mission? Bringing Meichi along. Do you not understand how perilous this is? Arcee shot an annoyed glance at Jack. Oh, come on. Are you not aware that Meichi is also a member of the Thunder Rescue Team? Jack retorted. Is that your justification for bringing her? Honestly, at times I wonder what goes on in that mind of yours. Upon hearing Jack's response, Arcee's expression soured slightly. Arcee, do not blame Jack. It was my decision to come along. Meichi quickly interjected, sensing Arcee's anger. And you, once we return to the base, we shall have words. Arcee's beautiful eyes narrowed at Meichi. So, does this mean I can accompany you on the mission now? Meichi promptly disregarded Arcee's admonition, instantly recognizing the flaw in her statement. Concerned for Meichi's safety, Arcee hesitated to refuse. However, Lai Tianjue spoke up, allow Meichi to accompany us. Leaving her here would put her in greater danger should any Decepticon reinforcements arrive. It is safer for her to stay with us. Very well. Arcee relented, feeling a sense of resignation. Yay! Meichi exclaimed with enthusiasm upon hearing Arcee's consent. Sigh. Arcee shook her head, exhaling softly before turning to walk deeper into the cave. Inside the Decepticon warship, Red Spider, do you have the Savage Behemoth with you? Megatron inquired through the communicator. Bang! At that moment, Red Spider, clad in the supreme armor, attempted to tame the Savage Behemoth, only to be sent sprawling to the ground by its powerful tail. Upon hearing Megatron's inquiry, Red Spider, unharmed, quickly regained his footing and responded with pride. Yes, Lord Megatron, I am currently training it to enhance its resistance to impact. It is performing admirably. Immediately, take the Savage Behemoth and retrieve the recently discovered remains. Megatron commanded after hearing Red Spider's reply. Yes, I shall do so at once, my lord. Red Spider promptly responded within the cave. Is this it? Meichi asked, holding up a rock. That is merely a stone. Arcee replied, shaking her head. All right. Meichi casually tossed the stone aside. Roar. As the four continued to explore deeper, a ferocious roar from a beast echoed from the cave entrance. There is movement behind us. Jack swiftly turned, his demeanor alert as he eyed the tunnel's corner. The three others immediately turned as well, just as they became vigilant. A massive figure charged around the corner. It was the Savage Behemoth, which immediately locked its gaze onto the four of them. It's the Savage Behemoth, Arcee exclaimed, her expression grave. Arcee, Jack, you two take Meichi and search for the remains inside. I will hold off this behemoth. Seeing the Savage Behemoth, Lai Tianjue's eyes lit up, and he promptly addressed the two. Be cautious. Arcee, aware of Lai Tianjue's prowess, felt relatively reassured. All right, we leave this behemoth to you. Jack nodded, seizing Meichi's hand and leading her deeper into the cave. Lai Tianjue remained fixated on the Savage Behemoth before him. Undoubtedly, this Savage Behemoth was the formidable Chong Yinxiao. Lai Tianjue's decision to stay, aside from preventing the Savage Behemoth from absconding with the cave's remains or harming Arcee and the others, was also to test his current strength. Since upgrading his form, Lai Tianjue had seldom encountered a Cybertronian capable of pressuring him in single combat. In the original narrative, Chong Yinxiao was, apart from the Cosmic Emperor and Megatron in his possessed state, the pinnacle of the entire saga. Though the creature before him had yet to fully embody Chong Yinxiao and master transformation, its beastly form was undeniably powerful, aside from slight lack of intellect. Its combat prowess was formidable. The Savage Behemoth regarded Lai Tianjue, perceiving a challenge in his eyes, unable to suppress its primal hunting instincts and ferocity. The Savage Behemoth opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that surged through the tunnel, scorching rocks and air as it charged toward Lai Tianjue. A protective shield enveloped Lai Tianjue, effectively nullifying the flames. In the same breath, his hands transformed into blades, and he lunged toward the Savage Behemoth. Roar! Seeing this seemingly insignificant creature charge at it without hesitation, the Savage Behemoth let out a furious roar and charged at Lai Tianjue. Slash! Boom! The savage behemoth raised its claws and struck down fiercely. Lai Tianjue thrust his blades upward with great force. The collision of their attacks created brilliant sparks in the dim cave. Lai Tianjue managed to block the savage behemoth's assault, yet the immense force crashing down upon him caused the rocks beneath his feet to fracture in multiple places.